After dying from holding your pee, you transmigrated into a supernatural world. The moment you opened your eyes, you saw a pair of fair legs rubbing against you from behind. You thought you were dreaming, but the next second, an icy voice pierced through. Damn ant, how dare you crawl onto this king's bed? I'll kill you. A stunning woman appeared before you, her ample chest heaving violently with rage. This woman was none other than Han Linshi, the foremost of the 6 ghost kings of the soul-devouring ghost realm. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Just as she bared her claws to tear you apart, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Host's future wife detected. System activated. Please choose an option within 10 seconds. Option 1, forcefully kiss Ghost King Han Linshi. Reward, healing pill and a massage manual. Option 2, host gets killed by Han Linshi. This system will flee. Without hesitation, you chose option 1, though unclear about the situation. Only the first option offered a chance to survive. After making your choice, the system announced, massage manual automatically learning. Reward, host gains Ghost King's strength for 1 minute. The moment the words fell, a surge of immense power flooded your body. Stunned for a second, you quickly realized you had only 1 minute to complete the system's task. Immediately, you dashed to Han Linshi, wrapped your arms around her slender waist, and kissed her while she was caught off guard. Her pupils dilated instantly, filled with shock and fury. She struggled desperately but couldn't break free due to the overwhelming difference in strength. The minute passed in a flash, and your power plummeted back below that of a mere ghost. Reluctantly, you released her, even licking your lips with lingering satisfaction. Meanwhile, Han Linshi remained frozen in the aftermath of the violation, her 1,000-year chastity destroyed by this ant-like man. The thought ignited a murderous aura so intense the surrounding air temperature dropped. Damnable dog of a man! This king will flay you alive. Upon hearing this, you quickly waved your hands in surrender. No, please, Ghost King's sister, are you injured? I have a way to heal your wounds. As you spoke, you hurriedly took out the healing pill given by the system. Ghost King's sister, this pill can mend your injuries. Although it can't fully cure you, I have another way to restore you completely. Believe me, I won't lie to you. Han Linshi skeptically took the pill, glanced at you, and demanded sharply, who are you? How do you know I'm injured? And how did you end up in my bed? My name is Chinsho, and I don't know how it happened. I just woke up in your bed. As for your injuries, it's not like I can't see them. Of course, I noticed. Han Linshi sneered. Do you think I'm easily fooled? You don't even have the strength of a wandering spirit. How could you possibly tell I'm injured? You rolled your eyes and muttered under your breath. Humph. So what if you're the Ghost King? You couldn't even break free from my arms earlier. Unexpectedly, though Han Linshi's strength had waned, her hearing remained sharp. Upon hearing your flirtatious remark, her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she immediately struck you with a palm, sending you crashing into the wall, stuck so firmly you couldn't even pry yourself loose. You little brat, you're asking for death. Sister, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Seeing Han Linshi raise her hand for another strike, you quickly pleaded. Sister, if you kill me, your injuries will never heal. Hearing this, Han Linshi reluctantly stopped, glaring at you before injecting a surge of pure soul energy into your body. Before you could react, Han Linshi calmly said, this is the heart lock. If I die, you die too. On the other hand, if you die, it won't affect me at all. And don't even think about running no matter where you flee. I'll find you. With that, she hesitated for a moment before swallowing the healing pill. As the pill dissolved, a strange energy coursed through her limbs, quickly elevating her strength by 1 level. Han Linshi's face filled with disbelief. If 1 pill could boost her power, a few more might fully restore her. She thought to herself, this scoundrel claims to have a way to heal me completely. There must be more pills. I need to find a way to get them all. Once I'm back at full strength, I'll kill him. That way, no one will ever know my purity was compromised. At this thought, she immediately extended her hand toward you, saying nothing, just staring at you quietly. You looked utterly confused. Ghost King's sister, what are you doing? Han Linshi remained silent, staring straight at you. After a long while, you finally realized and quickly grabbed her hand, smiling as you said, Ghost King's sister, you're too kind. I only helped you with a small favor, and you actually shook my hand personally. I'm truly flattered. You brat, let go of my hand. What are you doing grabbing this king's hand? Han Linshi's face flushed with embarrassment as she swiftly withdrew her hand, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness, 2 parts anger, and 7 parts murderous intent. If not for the medicine, she would have likely already taken your life. Ghost King's sister, you were the one who reached out your hand. Why are you suddenly upset again? What handshake? This king was telling you to hand over the medicine. What medicine? There isn't any left. You just said you had a way to heal my injuries, and now you're saying it's gone. Are you mocking this king? As she spoke, black mist began to emanate from Han Linshi's body, a powerful aura filling the entire room. You could clearly feel your body trembling. an urge to kneel and beg for mercy rising within you. Ghost King's sister, calm down. I might not have the elixir anymore, but I have another way to help you recover. Hearing this, Hanlinchi immediately withdrew the black mist, glaring at you with hostility. Speak, what is it? If you dare lie to this king, I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. No, if I tell you, you'll definitely kill me. Do you really think this king has no temper? Hanlinchi's eyebrows shot up in anger as she raised her hand to strike your head. Yet, you showed no fear, acting completely unbothered. Seeing this, Hanlinchi quickly retracted her strength, her delicate hand stopping just a centimeter from your face, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress her fury. You really won't say? Hanlinchi stared intently at you, searching for any sign of hesitation, but you remained expressionless the entire time, not even blinking. After a long while, Hanlinchi relented, sighing softly as her tone softened. Speak, this king won't kill you. Name your terms. To recover from her injuries, she had no choice but to compromise for now. Hearing this, you perked up immediately. Since Ghost King's sister is being so generous, I won't hold back. Call me hubby and let me hear it. Your eyes sparkled with mischief as you grinned. Hubby? What is that? Hanlinchi frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the term. It dawned on you she was over 1,000 years old, so of course she wouldn't know. Hubby means husband or lord. Now, will you say it? Hanlinchi's face flushed red again, the temperature around you dropping to freezing. Through gritted teeth, she forced out the words, has anyone ever told you how infuriating you are? This king is old enough to be your ancestor. Age is just a number. As the saying goes, a wife 3 years older brings gold. I'm 20, so that's 333 gold bricks instant wealth. Hanlinchi lowered her head silently, wrestling with her thoughts. If she didn't say it, she wouldn't get the recovery method. But if she did, what if this brat went back on his word? She couldn't kill him yet, his elixir had worked. She'd have to wait until she got the medicine before dealing with him. Biting her lip, she struggled for a long moment before taking a deep breath to steady herself. With great reluctance, she muttered, hubby, though the word came out awkwardly. Your heart soared with delight. Hearing such a beautiful ghost king call you hubby was an indescribable thrill. You brat, I've already called for you, now tell me the healing method. Ghost King's sister, let's agree first, after I tell you the method. You can't hit me. As long as the method works, I promise not to hit you. Fine. Remember your words. Your soul core is injured, and absorbing soul energy won't heal it. Only a massage can help it recover bit by bit. Upon hearing this, Hanlinchi slammed the table and stood up, her beautiful eyes burning with fury. You brat, trying to take advantage of me again? At least make up a believable lie. Massage therapy? I've never heard of it, even ghosts wouldn't believe that. Ghost King's sister, whether you believe it or not, just try it. If it's fake, you can kill me afterward. Hanlinchi thought it made sense, but to prevent you from tampering with any pills, she decided to lock you up first and verify after the effects wore off. So, you were thrown into a cell, utterly bewildered. The cell was filled with malevolent ghosts. Seeing you enter, they all grinned menacingly. Kid, you just died. Ha! One scar-faced ghost crooked his finger at you. Let me teach you the rules here. Noticing you didn't even have the strength of a wandering spirit, his grin grew even wilder. Just then, the system presented a choice. Option 1, obey the scar-faced ghost and step forward. Rewarded with permanent Japanese ghost strength. Option 2, refuse to submit. Rewarded with the title of an unyielding hero. Shin Jingting did not think much, directly chose the first. At the moment is certainly the strength is the most important. Want a useless title to do what? Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward distribution is complete. The system came and went quickly, and was instantly silent. Shin Jingting didn't bother and walked straight to Scar Ghost. Scar Ghost was even happier in his heart when he saw how obedient Shin Jingting was. It's a soft touch and should be easy to tame. So he immediately stood up and spread his legs, pointing to his crotch and ordering Shin Jingting, kid, this master is now teaching you the first rule, learn to be good and obey, drill through. As the words fell, the other spiteful ghosts loudly agreed. Drill through. Drill through. Shin Jingting glanced at Scarab Ghost's crotch, then with a thunderous kick, he kicked him between his legs. Ah! My eggs! A mournful scream resounded throughout the cell. After Shin Jingting kicked him, another elbow strike hit his back, directly knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the spiteful ghosts froze for a long time before slowly reacting, and then swarmed toward Shin Jingting, vowing to tear him into pieces. In the face of these ghosts, which this has the strength of a grudge ghost, Shin Jingting is not afraid in the slightest, a small child with a palm, a male sister with a foot. In less than 5 minutes, 20 spiteful ghosts had covered their legs and curled up on the ground moaning in pain. After settling them, Shin Jingting walked to one side of the bed and sat down, then faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Who else wants to teach little master the rules?" "No more. No more." The crowd of resentful ghosts shook their heads in horror. "Had we known you were an evil spirit, we would have offered you up as an ancestor. Where would we have spoken ill of you? What's the point of pretending to be a tiger?" Seeing that they were all obedient, Shin Jingting nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, since you have no rules, then little master will start making rules." Pausing for a moment and looking around the circle of 20 disgruntled ghosts, he stated his rules. "In this cell, the words of the young master are the rules, is that clear?" "Understood." The crowd of spiteful ghosts nodded in agreement. "It's good to understand." Shin Jingting revealed a smile and pointed at Scar Ghost and beckoned, "You, come here." Scarab Ghost couldn't stop his body from starting to tremble when he heard that he was being called. This god of killers isn't going to let himself drill his pants, is he? With apprehension, he walked step by step in front of Shin Jingting, a fawning smile. "Master, what are your orders?" "Pinch my shoulders." Shin Jingting pounded his shoulder. Scarab Ghost reacted by immediately trotting behind him to squeeze his shoulders. "Master, are you comfortable?" "Not bad." Shin Jingting responded in a salty manner. After pinching for a while, he spoke again and asked, "Scar, where is this place? How are your ranks divided?" Chapter 4 Give me a kiss. Scarred Ghost froze when he heard Shin Jingting's words. "You're an evil ghost who actually doesn't know where this place is? You don't even know the hierarchy?" He's making fun of himself. However, Scarab Ghost didn't dare to say it out loud, and after thinking for a moment, he informed about this world. This world is called the Creepy World, and the ghosts are categorized into wandering souls, spiteful ghosts, evil ghosts, stern ghosts, ghost generals, ghost fighters, ghost kings, ghost honors, ghost emperors, and ghost emperors. And the 9 ghost emperors ruled this bizarre world, which was divided into a total of 9 realms, each managed by 9 ghost emperors. The 9 ghost emperors under the throne managed 18 ghost zoons and 36 ghost kings, and Han Lingxi was one of the 36 ghost kings. Regardless of the type of ghost, if they wanted to become the next type of ghost, they would have to devour the soul source of a ghost of the same strength or a more advanced strength in order to break through. A level of ghosts is subdivided into star, month, and day levels. Scar pinched his shoulders and continued, "Master, the realm we are in is the soul-devouring ghost realm ruled by Lord Soul-devouring Ghost Emperor." Shin Jingting heard and largely understood. Then how is Han Lingxi's strength? The system had only said that she was a ghost king, but it was not at all clear exactly which rank she was. As for Scar Ghostlight and the other group of resentful ghosts, they all huddled together and shivered when they heard Shin Jingting call Lingxi Ghost King's name directly. "Master, the name of Lord Ghost King must not be spoken directly, it will kill the ghost." Scarred Ghost kindly reminded him, then facilitated Shin Jingting to pull away and no longer come into contact with him. When Shin Jingting saw their appearance, he already had a guess in his heart. It seemed that this Han Lingxi was still a tyrant, or else why would these ghosts tremble at the sound of her name? "Hey, system. What the? Give me some details on Han Lingxi." "Wait." In less than a minute, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingting, which recorded Han Lingxi's detailed information. Han Lingxi, calling Lingxi Ghost King. Age 1019 years old, never had a relationship until he died, same as the host before he was born, a bachelor. Strength, monthly ghost general peak, monthly ghost king. Circumference, 90-60-95. Note, perfect figure, suggests the host to marry home as a wife as soon as possible. Height, 179 cm. Leg length, 105 cm. Personality, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, to put it bluntly, she's a little girl who likes to disguise herself. I hope the host will gain her heart soon. Hobbies, killing ghosts, practicing, tasting tea, wearing white and purple. When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi's circumference as well as the notes behind it, he directly rolled his eyes to the system. "I'm not taking your advice. Just let you give a detailed information. You are giving too much detail, there is no privacy at all." But marry Han Lingxi home as a wife, Shin Jingting only dare to think about it, on her that hot temper. One day if you make her unhappy, how to die do not know. The system looked like it had sensed Shin Jingting's thoughts as it smiled and compelled. "Host, don't be a wimp, this system supports you. What's the point of you supporting me? You're not the one who will die when the time comes." Shin Jingting disliked him without any good humor. A moment later, he suddenly reacted, "System, are you planning to let me actively seek death, and then find another new master?" This time, the system ignored Shin Jingting and then released another mission. Mission online. rating Han Lingxi for an unlimited amount of time with unknown rewards. Seeing this mission, Shen Jingting didn't bother to pay attention to it and turned his head to look at Scar Ghost curiously asking, "How did you die?" "This, that, master, can I not say anything? It's really too humiliating." Scarred Ghost squirmed, as if he had something difficult to say. He can't say he went to cheat on his wife and drowned in a cesspool. Seeing this, Shen Jingting didn't force the issue. "Forget it, if you don't want to say it, just don't say it." Then with a yawn he lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. In a flash, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Shen Jingting could be said to have had a very nourishing life, with ghosts helping to massage at all times, and the system also provided a lot of fruit plates and soju. Thinking back to his days as a cow or horse on Earth, he suddenly felt that being a ghost seemed pretty good. At least he didn't have to worry about his life. On this day, just as Shen Jingting was enjoying this nourishing life, all the ghosts in the cell all knelt on the ground in unison. Before he could figure out what was going on, the ghosts spoke in unison, "Greetings, Lord Ghost King." Accompanied by a loud voice, a beautiful figure appeared in Shen Jingting's field of vision. The visitor was none other than Han Lingxi. Seeing her, Shen Jingting immediately rolled over and got up to come to her, asking with a smile, "Sister Ghost King, did you miss me? Specially came to see me." When Scar Ghost heard Shen Jingting's disrespectful words toward Han Lingxi, he admired him in his heart. "Master, you are a real bull, how dare you molest Lord Ghost King?" Han Lingxi didn't answer and directly opened the cell, looking at Shen Jingting and ordering in a cold voice, "Go with this king." "Not going." Shen Jingting shook his head and turned back to the bed to lie down. "If I go with you, you're going to use me as a slave again. I'm quite comfortable here as a grandpa." Hearing this, Han Lingxi cast a spell to shield the conversation between them, and then said, "This king is asking you to heal my wounds." During these 3 days, after taking the elixir given by Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi had recovered from all of her old and new injuries. Currently, only the injuries from being seriously injured by cold foam were still not fully recovered. This also showed that the elixir Shen Jingting had given was very good, so the method he said to heal his injuries might also work. Hearing this, Shen Jingting's eyes rolled and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Healing can be done, but you have to promise me a condition to do so." "Don't you give an inch," Han Lingxi said angrily. "If you don't want to, forget it, you're the one who asked for it anyway." Shen Jingting clasped his hands on his chest and leaned against the wall next to him and said indifferently. When Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting's beaten look, she clenched her pink fists, obviously trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She then took a quick deep breath and tried to calm down. Only after a long time had passed did she open her mouth and ask, "Speak, what conditions?" "As long as it's not too much, this king can promise you. Give me a kiss." After Shen Jingting finished speaking, he looked at Han Lingxi with a wary face and stopped speaking. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi was about to strike out and whack him to death, but thinking that she still needed his help with her injuries, she forcefully held back the impulse. "Come here." "Ah, finally got it again." Shen Jingting excitedly ran to Han Lingxi in a flash and stuck his face in front of her mouth. "Close your eyes." Han Lingxi's voice was as cold as ice, but undisguised irritation could be heard from it. Shen Jingting had no defense and obediently closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. However, instead of a warm kiss, a slap was waiting. With a slap, Shen Jingting was directly slapped out, and the whole thing was deeply embedded into the wall of the cell. "Denizen, does the king's kiss ring true?" Han Lingxi smiled coldly, then flung her sleeves and left the cell. Shen Jingting, who only reacted after a long time, looked at Han Lingxi, who was gradually moving away, and shouted at her back. "Han Lingxi, you wait for me. The day I surpass you in strength, I'm going to make you give me 10 sons." However, his shouts echoed through the cell and received no response. He struggled to free himself from the wall, rubbing his chest, which was raw from the slapping, and kept wailing. "It hurts, little master, no. Giving birth to 10 is too little, she must be allowed to give birth to 20. 2 sons and daughters." Chapter 5, Determined to Marry the Demon King. When Han Lingxi left, Scarred Ghost jogged all the way next to Shen Jingting and inquired with concern, "Master, are you alright? Let me try slapping you and see if I'll be okay?" When Shen Jingting heard Scarab Ghost ask this brainless question, he glared fiercely at him. "Hey, master, you're a real cow." The Scarred Ghost gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. "You actually dared to molest Lord Ghost King, and in the end, you were only slapped, and you were the only ghost that survived her hands. Roll on, roll on. Where's the pot calling the kettle black?" Shen Jingting ignored Scar Ghost's ass kissing and walked straight to the bed to lie down. He then began to question the system. Dog system, get out. Let go of the fart if you have one. Didn't you say you'd guarantee my safety? Why did you let me get slapped by Han Lingxi? The host has a problem with his ears, doesn't he? What this system said before was to ensure that you wouldn't be killed, but it didn't say that it would leave you without any injuries at all. Hearing the system's words, Shen Jingting was instantly speechless. Well, the system did say that in the first place. System, I'll take the mission. I must make Han Lingxi my wife. Shen Jingting suddenly made up his mind to marry Han Lingxi. Host, this is a masochistic tendency. The more you fight, the more you like it, right? The system asked with a cheap smile. Get lost. Shen Jingting disliked back without a trace of humor. If she dares to hit me, I'll definitely marry her back home. In the future, if she doesn't behave, I'll spank her, and I'll make her serve me, so she can wash my feet, squeeze my shoulders, and warm my bed every day. Ha! Remember what you say now, and I hope you'll do what you say when the time comes, and not the other way around. Shen Jingting slapped his chest and responded heavily to the system. Che, how could I be controlled by a woman, little master? Must establish the family status. After hearing this, the system didn't say anything else and went offline of its own accord. But less than 3 minutes offline, he was called out by Shen Jingting again. System, come out, I have something to ask you. Host, this system asks you to finish your sentence at once next time, okay? Got it. Shen Jingting casually made a perfunctory remark, then asked, System, how am I going to cultivate? The host doesn't need to cultivate, but only needs to acquire bizarre values to exchange for permanent strength. So how do you get the creepy value? Hunting ghosts or completing quests issued by this system is sufficient. As the words fell, a panel appeared in front of Shen Jingting's eyes. All of the following are starred, x3 for each additional level of spookiness. Note: limited to ghosts below Night Ghost, invalid for Night Ghost and above. Wandering Spirit, 10 spooky points. Spiteful Ghost, 100 points of spooky value. Evil Ghost, 1000 spooky points. Night Ghost, 10,000 spooky points. Ghost General, 50,000 spooky points. Ghostbusters, 100,000 spooky points. King of Ghosts, 300,000 points of spooky value. Ghost Dignity, 500,000 points of spooky value. Emperor of Ghosts, 1 million points of spooky value. Ghost Emperor, 10 million points of spooky value. Note: redeeming the appropriate strength requires 10 times the trickster value and is day level. After reading this information, Shen Jingting directly burst into foul language. Holy! The system you damn well are really black. He was now a day level evil ghost, and if he wanted to become a night ghost, he would need 100,000 points of creepy value, and wouldn't that be equivalent to having to kill a ghostbuster? Can't afford it. Can't afford it at all. Host, bizarre value can not only exchange strength, you can also be used to buy things in the system mall, only you can't think of, there is nothing that this system can't do. Shen Jingting's eyes were glowing, and he was immediately interested. System, show me what's in the system mall? Unexpectedly, the system faintly returned a sentence. The host is too poor to have the right to view. System, I seriously doubt you're run by a human. However, his words did not receive a response from the system. Seeing this, Shen Jingting had to give up the intention of looking at the system mall, and earning bizarre value was most important at the moment. Spooky values, yes, not readily available at the moment, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shen Jingting's gaze swept back and forth from the 20 spiteful ghosts in the cell, 20 of them, all with a minimum of 20,000 points of eerie value. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, he quickly struck out to kill all 20 of these spiteful ghosts. Kill the Star Grievous Ghost, plus 1,000 spooky value. Kill a Moon-level Ghost, plus 3,000 spooky value. Kill Star Grievous Ghost x5, spooky value plus 5,000. Hearing the system's beeps constantly coming out of his head, Shen Jingting killed even more excitedly. Kill Day-level Grievous Ghost x2, creepy value plus 18,000. Total, 48,000 spooky points. Ha! 48,000 shenanigans points, and the pockets are bulging all of a sudden. It's not hard to earn this weird value. Shen Jingting was happy in his heart when he saw the easy arrival of 48,000 points of bizarre value. At this time, the system once again transmitted a beep. Host, is Han Lingxi bound to the copy object? A copy object? What does that mean? To put it simply, it binds the host to Han Lingxi, and the host gets the same eerie value for the ghosts that Han Lingxi hunts, but only half of it. Bind. Shin Jingting agreed directly without hesitation, although he got only half of the bazaar value, but at least there was one more way to earn bazaar value. It's better than nothing. Not to mention that once Han Lingxi recovered to her peak, the number of ghosts she hunted would be even greater, and the more airy value she would earn. Ding! Binding successful. Hearing the system's beep, Shin Jingting revealed a satisfied smile. Now he just needed to sit back and wait for the bazaar value to arrive. But not waiting for him to be happy, the two ghost guards heard movement coming from the cell and hurriedly ran in to see that the 20 spiteful ghosts had all been killed by Shin Jingting. Go inform Lord Ghost King, I'll watch him from here. One of the ghost guards on the left shouted to the other. The other ghost guard immediately ran out of the cell in a hurry, heading straight for Han Lingxi's place. At that time, Han Lingxi sat on the bed full of depression and sulked. Just the thought of Shin Jingting's swagger made her furious. Stinking man, how dare you make conditions with this king, and how dare you molest this king? When this king's injuries have completely recovered, he will definitely break you into pieces and beat your soul to death. Just then, the ghost guards who arrived in a hurry reported loudly outside the door, Lord Ghost King, the ghost that was imprisoned 3 days ago ate all 20 of the spiteful ghosts in the cell. What? Hearing this incredible news, Han Lingxi couldn't sit still at all this time. She had no time to reprimand the ghostly guards for their failure and quickly rushed to the cell. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that none of the 20 spiteful ghosts that had just been locked up were left behind, and only Shin Jingting was left eating roasted chicken and drinking soju. Don't look at the fact that there were only 2 of them, they were quite expensive and cost him a whole 100 points of trickster value. Yikes! Sister Ghost King, you're here again. Shin Jingting turned back and looked at Han Lingxi with a smile. Want to come in for a drink? Chapter 6 only. Kisses only. Han Lingxi was too surprised to speak. It had only taken less than an hour for Shin Jingting to leap from a weakling to a day-level evil spirit? What exactly did he use to kill those ghosts? What's more, the soul beads of 20 spiteful ghosts weren't enough to make him an evil ghost. The more Han Lingxi thought about it, the weirder she felt. This Shin Jingting couldn't be said with common sense now. It looks like 9 times out of 10 what he said about massage therapy is true. To say that Shin Jingting hadn't become an evil spirit before, Han Lingxi had only suspected that the massage therapy he'd said was just a lie he'd made up to try to molest himself. But after seeing him with her own eyes leap from a weakling to a day-level evil spirit in a single hour, Han Lingxi had completely believed his words. When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi staring at himself with unblinking eyes, he smiled and flirted a bit. Sister Ghost King, I know I'm very handsome, but I'll be shy if you keep staring at me like this. Come with the king. Han Lingxi didn't pay any attention to Shin Jingting's flowery mouth and walked straight to him, intending to forcibly take him away to heal her own injuries. But Shin Jingting was dead set against it and refused to leave by holding the foot of the bed. A twisted melon is not sweet, don't force me. Not this time. Han Lingxi smiled teasingly, and with a wave of her jade hand, a rope appeared in her hand. The rope seemed to be alive, as if it were a nimble snake instantly wrapping around Shin Jingting's foot. Han Lingxi grabbed the other end of the rope and forcefully dragged him back to his room. Along the way, Shin Jingting was constantly communicating with the system. System, hurry up and untie me, I can't beat Han Lingxi right now, if she catches me back, I'm sure I'll be destroyed by her again. However, the system's reply was just a short sentence. The host seeks his own happiness, since he can't beat them, he should enjoy himself. The system has taken itself offline. Dog system, you're on my side, come back. You come back. No matter how Shin Jingting shouted, the system never did not have a response. Seeing this scene, Shin Jingting completely despaired. This was really going to be crippling for Han Lingxi. No, we can't just sit back and wait, we have to find a way to escape her clutches. Shin Jingting quickly regained his composure, and his brain raced, thinking about a response. However, before a countermeasure could be thought of, he was first brought back to his room by Han Lingxi. Just after entering the room, Han Lingxi instantly blocked all the exits before letting go of Shin Jingting. Denizen, heal me. The voice was cold, but a hint of pleading could be heard in it. Shin Jingting wrapped his hands around his chest and put on a look of sworn insubordination. No help, unless you promise me that condition. Denizen, why do you have to bite this king and not let go? Han Lingxi was infuriated, his beautiful eyes flashing with rage. There are many female guards under this king's ministry, so feel free to take your pick, and whoever you fancy, this king will bestow her upon you. I don't want anyone, I just want you. Shin Jingting remained unmoved, and there were even no waves in his eyes. Anyway, it's his future wife, so there's nothing wrong with flirting. You. Han Lingxi's willow eyebrows rose and she clenched her fists, her stunningly beautiful face colored a scarlet red from her anger. After a few moments of clenching her fists, she suddenly unclenched them and, like a little girl, huffed and turned to sit on the bed to sulk. The soft bed became the object of her emotions that she was venting at the moment, and she clenched her fists and kept hitting the bed. The bed made a dull thud. After venting for a while, Han Lingxi turned her head to look at Shen Jingting, who was sitting in silence, and her eyes became complicated. His own injuries were not in an optimistic condition right now, and if the remaining 5 Ghost Kings were to learn about it, they would definitely join forces to drive him out of the soul-devouring ghost domain. Outside of the domain, there was the cold maple Ghost King watching intently, coveting himself every day. If we don't recover from our injuries as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will be too late. But right now the hope of recovering from his injuries rested on this denizen, but the demands he made were just too much. For a while, Han Lingxi was in a state of hesitation. At the moment, her inner conflict was at its peak. Finally, after an internal struggle that lasted nearly half an hour, she made her decision. Anyway, I've been taken advantage of by this denizen so many times, one more time won't kill me, so I'll give it up. Han Lingxi walked quickly to Shen Jingting and glared fiercely at him. Close your eyes. And you want to come back with this trick and try to slap me again? No way. Shen Jingting immediately pulled a distance away from Han Lingxi, staring at her with eyes full of caution. She just beat her up, don't try the same trick this time. The king won't beat you. I don't believe it. Then what do you want? Han Lingxi stomped her foot in anger. In 1,000 years, he had never been so angry, but he had met Shen Jingting, this denizen who could kill people with his anger. I don't close my eyes anyway. Shen Jingting said faintly as he leaned against the doorway. Close your eyes if you don't. Come here. For the sake of recovering from her injuries, Han Lingxi had also completely gone out of her way. Just make sure the wound heals and kill him at the first opportunity to make sure this news doesn't leak out. Shen Jingting froze. He wasn't sure if Han Lingxi was telling the truth, if he was deliberately tricking himself into whacking him. Seeing that Shen Jingting didn't move, Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and asked angrily, "What are you still standing there for?" Saying that, she quickly walked to Shen Jingting and tugged on his collar. At this point, the two were so close that Han Lingxi could clearly feel Shen Jingting's breathing. But just when her soft lips were about to touch Shen Jingting's face, she was slow to drop her mouth. The king can't do it. She loosened her hand that was tugging on Shen Jingting's collar and hung helplessly at her side. In her 1,019 years of singleness, she had never touched any member of the opposite sex, and this suddenly asked her to kiss a deadbeat denizen, which she simply couldn't do. That's when a thought flashed through her mind. Help yourself. After Han Lingxi finished speaking, he closed his eyes tightly and squeezed the corners of his coat with both hands as a way to hide his inner turmoil, but his trembling body had already betrayed her. When Shen Jingting saw Han Lingxi in this nervous and uneasy state, he suddenly didn't want to tease her anymore either. You hurry up. Han Lingxi opened her eyes, but saw that Shen Jingting still hadn't done anything, so she hurriedly opened her mouth and urged, a hint of imperceptible trembling in her voice. First things first, you only allowed to kiss, or this king will kill you. When she finished, she closed her eyes again. Seeing this, Shen Jingting no longer hesitated. It would be hard not to kiss my future wife when she is so eager to be kissed. So he slowly leaned down close to Han Lingxi's lips, and Shen Jingting could feel her nervous breathing and slightly hot cheeks. Looking at her delicate red lips, Shen Jingting directly kissed them. Han Lingxi's body shook as her pupils contracted violently, and a wave of shock surged through her heart. Soon, she reacted and retreated several steps one after another after struggling to break free from Shen Jingting's restraints. She half covered her mouth and angrily questioned Shen Jingting, who let you kiss this king's mouth? Chapter 7, Staying in Han Lingxi's boudoir. Sister Ghost King, you didn't say you wouldn't allow kisses either. Shen Jingting retorted and muttered darkly in his heart, besides, when you close your eyes, that shy look, how can I, a man of blood and vigor, hold back? You. Humph. Han Lingxi had no words to retort, so he could only fiercely fling his sleeve and snort coldly, can you heal this king's wounds now? Can. What do you need? Nothing is needed, as long as Sister Ghost King is lying on the bed, I'll take care of the rest. When Han Lingxi heard this, her ears couldn't help but turn red, but seeing Shen Jingting's serious face that didn't look like he was joking, she nodded slightly and then walked over to the bed to lie down. Instead, his hands unconsciously clenched, and his body trembled slightly from the tension, and tensed up still straighter. However, in order to prevent Shen Jingting from playing a trick, she still uttered a warning, you'd better not lie to this king, or else this king will let you die an ugly death. Don't worry, I'm a bit of a, but I still keep my word. Shin Jingting put away the playful look he had just had and replaced it with a serious and earnest face. Sister Ghost King, when I'm healing you, you mustn't put up any resistance, or else we'll both suffer a backlash. Good. Han Lingxi nodded and took a deep breath, then slowly relaxed her body. Seeing this, Shin Jingting immediately revolved his gong method, and within a short time, many black and white gases wrapped around his body like silk threads. Immediately afterward, he guided these silk threads to travel in the direction of his hands, then gently placed them on Han Lingxi's soft belly. When Shin Jingting's hand touched Han Lingxi's abdomen, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Sister Ghost King, it's just staying the way it is now for 2/4 of an hour at the most. Shin Jingting said, sending a steady stream of soul source power into Han Lingxi's abdomen to repair her damaged soul source. During this time, Shin Jingting did not forget to chat with her. Sister Ghost King, by the way, how did you die? When she heard Shin Jingting ask this question, Han Lingxi's eyes obviously lowered, but she quickly recovered, her voice still as cold as usual. What's the point of asking so many questions? Treat this king properly. Shin Jingting's afterglow also noticed this and didn't ask again. This issue was presumably Han Lingxi's wound, so it was better not to bring it up. Next, as the soul source power continued to enter Han Lingxi's abdomen, Han Lingxi clearly felt that her soul source was being repaired little by little. She couldn't help but ponder in her mind, it seems this denizen is telling the truth. The atmosphere was silent for a long time before Han Lingxi took the initiative to break the quiet. How long does this treatment take? Conservatively a month. Denizen, are you sure you're not cajoling the king? What's the point of lying to you? Seeing that Han Lingxi didn't believe him, Shin Jingting couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm too weak, 1 month is the limit of my best efforts. In the next second, his words changed abruptly, but it's not like there's no way to shorten the time. What method? Han Lingxi asked impatiently. The sooner he recovered from his injuries, the less threat the remaining 5 ghost kings would pose to him, and the more power he would have over the words he held. Shin Jingting said unhurriedly, if there are heavenly treasures for repairing the soul source, like the source repairing grass, soul Ganoderma lucidum, daytime purple soul water, or something like that, coupled with my massage therapy, it can be completely healed in 10 days at most. Han Lingxi let out a long sigh when she heard those 3 things. They were there, but they were all held in the hands of ghosts above the level of Ghost Elder. It would be a fool's errand to try to get them to take it out. Wait, something's not right. Shin Jingting seems to have died not long ago, right? How did he know these things? Although this is not a secret, but with Shin Jingting's current status position is simply impossible to inquire. Where did he get that from? Could there be a possibility that he was someone beside the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor or other Ghost Emperor ghost sovereigns, specifically here to spy on himself? If you think about it that way, it seems to make sense that he would be able to reach day-level evil ghost in just 3 days. When Han Lingxi thought of this, her eyes gradually became wary as she looked at Shin Jingting. But why did he take the initiative to save himself? Also, if he really was the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, or one of the other Ghost Emperors or Ghost Sovereigns, then what were they doing spying on him? After thinking for half a day, Han Lingxi didn't think clearly about this issue, so she simply stopped thinking about it. It seemed that he couldn't kill Shin Jingting for the time being, at least not until he recovered from his injuries, and he had to keep an eye on his every move. Soon, half an hour had passed and the first day's session was over. Sister Ghost King, well, all that's needed next is a month of constant repair, and you'll be completely healed. Shin Jingting stood up and moved his body, his legs were numb from squatting for half an hour. Han Lingxi quickly got up and put her clothes in order, once again resuming the same cold look she had before. Denizen, from today on, you live next door to the king. Live close enough to keep a better eye on his every move yourself. I'm going to correct you on one point, I have a name, it's Shin Jingting, not Denizen. Shin Jingting walked to the table, picked up the tea on the table and drank it down. Seeing this, Han Lingxi hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Denizen, that's my king's cup, my king drank from it. You're late, I already drank. Before this king gets angry, you now hurry up and leave for this king. Han Lingxi also stopped pursuing this issue and pointed to the doorway to start driving Shin Jingting away. When Shin Jingting heard this, he was not happy at once. Give you treatment, you still drive me away, where is this dry? Then, he walked straight to Han Lingxi's bed and pounced on it in one fell swoop, then hugged the pillow and sniffed lightly. Sister Ghost King, your bed smells so good, I've decided to sleep here in the future. No way. This is my king's bed, you can't sleep in it. Shin Jingting heard this and moved inside. It's okay, this bed is big, soft and sturdy. It won't be broken no matter how much two people toss and turn. Why don't I just sleep inside and you sleep outside? It's not crowded with two people sleeping together. Han Lingxi's eyes widened. How could this denizen still be getting more and more excessive, and now he was actually thinking of sleeping with himself? Why are you so shameless? You hurry up and get out of this king's house. No go, I'm going to sleep here. Shin Jingting refused to leave with a deadpan face, took off his shoes and lay on it. Seeing this, Han Lingxi knew that he was determined to sleep in her bed, so she stopped arguing with him. If you won't leave, then this king will. After she glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, she angrily left the room. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's departing back and smiled faintly. Sooner or later, I'm going to make you willingly sleep with me. Dog system, I now have 48,000 points of creepy value, so I can check the system mall, right? Dog host, wait. As the words fell, a panel immediately appeared in front of Shin Jingting. It's got a lot of things listed and categorized. Weapons area, elixir area, herbs area, snacks area, clothes area. Each thing is labeled in detail with its name and details on how to use it. Shin Jingting was dazzled. There are too many good things, but his waistband is not bulging enough. Chapter 8, I'll buy you a grenade. After looking around the weapons area, Shin Jingting realized that basically all the weapons stored inside were hot weapons. System, shouldn't you use talismans to kill ghosts? Like what Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Ghost Destroying Talisman, Ghost Suppressing Talisman, and so on. It seems like you can't use them if you're selling these weapons, right? Host, this is a new era led by technology, we have to move with the times. And who told you these hot weapons can't kill ghosts? Some poisons can kill ghosts too. Don't you forget, the system can do anything. When Shin Jingting heard it, well, it made sense. Then proceeded to wander through the weapons section. Suddenly, a Barrett sniper rifle attracted his attention, but a look at the price labeled below instantly killed him. Barrett sniper rifle, aka Ghost King Terminator. Price, 90,000 Eri, value 1 bullet free. Range, depends on the user's strength. Usage, the user needs to know the true appearance and name of the target of the kill, and after obtaining both, simply silently lock it in now. Note, bullets need to be purchased separately after use, 80,000 Eri, value apiece. The synopsis was short, but Shin Jingting gained an important piece of information from it. This Barrett specializes in killing ghost kings. It was a pity that he couldn't afford it. He only had 48,000 points of trickster value right now, and he was still far from 90,000 points of trickster value. And a bullet costs 80,000 points of trick value, so it's even more unaffordable. A dark red grenade next to a Barrett sniper rifle looks pretty good though. Inflammatory grenade, explosion affects a radius of 1 kilometer. After the explosion, a sea of fire will be formed in the explosion range, and it will continue to burn for up to 1 minute, and there is no medicine for the burned injuries. The ghosts and their underlings will surely die. Asking price, 10,000 points of creepy value. That's a nice inflammatory grenade. This kill range is comparable to a small mushroom bomb. It can't be called a grenade anymore. Shin Jingting's eyes revealed a blazing light. The explosion plus flame attack, those who were hit would surely die. And the price is a little steep, but it's not too bad. After all, it is produced from the system, the killing power is not to be said, and there is a reason why it is expensive. Just as he was immersed in browsing the system mall, a knock came from outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. He walked over to open the door and found a strange female ghost. Shin Jingting instantly became alert and asked in a chilling voice, "Who are you?" "I'm Lord Ghost King's maid." The female ghost looked at Shin Jingting and revealed a sweet smile. "This is the lunch Lord Ghost King ordered me to prepare for you." Hearing this, Shin Jingting glanced down at the lunch she was carrying in her hand, then nodded. "Put it on the table and you can go." The maid quickly walked into the room, placed the lunch on the table, turned to look at Shin Jingting with a faint smile, and then quickly left the room. Closing the door, Shin Jingting looked at the sumptuous lunch and smiled. This Han Lingxi is really cold on the outside and hot on the inside, so thoughtful. At the same time, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of the cold and arrogant Han Lingxi being flirted with by him just now. First time I've had a meal from the netherworld, taste what it tastes like. Shin Jingting picked up the spoon and took a sip of the soup. Tisk, tsk, it's not bad, it's much better than the takeout I ordered in the young world. As he was about to take a second sip, the system seemed to be malfunctioning, and the beeps kept coming. Creepy value 1. Creepy value 1. Creepy value 1. What the hell? Shin Jingting was filled with doubt. Why was his creepy value dropping? System, what's going on? The host is poisoned, and the trickster value can remove the toxin for you. Poisoning. Shin Jingting looked down at the soup he just drank and immediately reacted, so angry that he directly dropped the bowl. Grandma, you're born with a fury body, aren't you? Just died only 3 days ago, and then almost hiccuped again. Who's he messing with? The system had just said that some poisons could kill ghosts, and in the turn of the day, he was being targeted, so where was he going to make sense of it? However, there was absolutely no way that Han Lingxi would want to kill herself. She still needed her help to repair her soul source, and she definitely wouldn't lay a deadly hand on herself. But he had only been dead for 3 days, and he hadn't provoked anyone, so who would want to get rid of him? Shin Jingting carefully recalled and organized the events of the past few days, and never came up with anything. Aside from killing those 20 spiteful ghosts, he himself had been molesting Han Lingxi all these days and had never seen any other ghosts. Wait, no. There's something wrong with that maid just now. Shin Jingting thought back carefully. The way that maid looked at herself seemed very wrong, especially when she looked at herself and smiled. But it was also the first time he had met her, so why would she plot against him? Shin Jingting thought for half a day, did not figure out, so he simply did not think about it. No matter what the reason of that maid, since she wants to put herself to death, then ask her to eat a grenade. Experiment with the power of grenades, by the way. Having made up his mind, Shin Jingting immediately ran to the next house. When he just opened the door, he happened to see Han Lingxi cultivating, so he didn't bother her and silently withdrew. However, before the door was completely closed, Han Lingxi stopped practicing and opened her mouth to call out to him, "Denizen, what are you doing running into this king's room?" "Hey, I kind of missed Sister Ghost King, so I came over to see you." Shin Jingting laughed half-heartedly. "If you molest this king again, do you believe that this king will hang you up and beat you up?" Seeing that Shin Jingting had started molesting himself again, Han Lingxi threatened him coldly as if he were ice. "Of course I believe it." Shin Jingting nodded his head and smiled, not afraid of her threats at all. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Sister Ghost King, feel free to hit. "Denizen, don't give an inch. What is it that you want from this king?" Han Lingxi also knew that she couldn't say anything about Shin Jingting, so she stopped wasting words with him and directly opened the door. Shin Jingting also put away his hangdog appearance and asked with a straight face, "Do you have a maid?" Han Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Well, you like her? That's fine, this king will bestow her upon you." This denizen had finally diverted his attention, and he himself would finally be able to stop facing the brazen man every day. "Sister Ghost King, you're overthinking it. I said I only want you, then it's destined to be you in this life." Shin Jingting found a stool and sat down, picking up the fruits on the table and eating them by himself. "Then what are you inquiring about Yu Ziyan for?" Han Lingxi was a bit curious. If he didn't like his maid, what was he doing looking for her somehow? Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously. "She treats me to soup, I treat her to fried eggs." After hearing this, Han Lingxi didn't say anything, then sent the ghost guards to call Yu Ziyan to her room. Instead, Shin Jingting asked Han Lingxi to take her maid to a spacious place. Han Lingxi didn't think much about it and agreed to this small request from Shin Jingting. Not long after, Yu Ziyan walked over to Han Lingxi and knelt down on one knee. Slave girl pays her respects to Lord Ghost King. "Get up." "Thank you, Lord Ghost King." Just as her words fell, Shin Jingting suddenly stepped out from behind Han Lingxi. The moment she saw Shin Jingting, a flash of panic flashed through Yu Ziyan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Even though there was some incredulity in her heart as to why Shin Jingting was still alive, she still feigned the appearance of an untroubled person on the surface. Shin Jingting looked at Yu Ziyan and grinned. "The soup you sent was delicious. As a courtesy, I'll treat you to a fried egg." Chapter 9, Hoeing the Traitor. Yu Ziyan saw the impish smile on Shin Jingting's face and vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness and trepidation. That corpse dispersal powder is colorless and tasteless, not to mention there's no antidote, and he's only at the evil ghost level, so it should be impossible for him to be alive, or did he not drink it at all? Just as Yu Ziyan secretly pondered why Shin Jingting did not die from poison, Shin Jingting also purchased the inflammatory explosive grenade. After confirming that no ghosts existed in a 2-kilometer radius, he directly pulled the safety bolt on the grenade and threw it to Yu Ziyan. "For you!" After saying that, he quickly turned around and bent down to pick up Han Lingxi and ran. Han Lingxi was bewildered by Shin Jingting's actions and the unexpected, and her hands unconsciously hooked around his neck. During the 3 seconds it took for the grenade to detonate, the duo had long since run out of the blast's reach. Only when she ran out of the safe range did Han Lingxi react, and she instantly blushed and struggled to get down from Shin Jingting's arms. He then pulled away from him for a distance and angrily questioned, "Denizen, What are you doing hugging this king? Are you trying to take advantage of this king again? Boom! A loud bang rang out in the empty field, interrupting what Han Lingxi wanted to say next. Han Lingxi quickly looked back, only to see that the place where Yu Zian had just stood was already engulfed in a sea of fire. In the instant of the explosion, sand and rocks flew and smoke rolled out, followed by a sea of fire that quickly spread around. After freezing for a long time, Han Lingxi snapped out of her daze, and she turned her head to look at Shen Jingting and asked, "You did this?" Shen Jingting didn't deny it and nodded his head calmly with a hum. At that moment, he also received a beep from the system. For the host's first kill of a day-level ghost, rewarded with 80,000 eerie values, totaling 90,000. Ha, that's cool. 90,000 points of creepy value easily arrived. What did you kill my maid for? Han Lingxi frowned tightly with a puzzled expression. When confronted with Shen Jingting's killing of her maid, her first reaction was not to question and scold, but to patiently inquire. The two had no grievances and they were meeting for the first time. What was Shen Jingting doing killing Yu Zian? Could it be that he wanted to take Yu Zian's place so that he could conveniently take advantage of himself? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Han Lingxi's mind. This kind of thought was a bit narcissistic, but it wasn't impossible. Shen Jingting, this denizen, was changing his ways to molest himself every day. She killed me with poison first, it's not too much for me to kill her, is it? Hearing Shen Jingting's words, Han Lingxi glanced at Shen Jingting and then at the gradually dissipating sea of fire. She poisoned you? It can't be, she just met you for the first time, how could she kill you for no reason? Where do I get to know why she killed me? But she must definitely have something wrong with her, and she's the one who poisoned me. Shen Jingting stretched his back and his tone was very firm. Just after the words were said, a large number of ghost guards who heard the commotion arrived at a rapid pace and instantly entered into a combat situation. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately dismissed them. All stand down, it was this king who was experimenting just now. By the way, go search Yu Zian's room. Yes, sir. The crowd of ghost guards respectfully received the order, then quickly retreated in an orderly manner. After their departure, Han Lingxi looked curiously at Shen Jingting and asked, "What was that thing just now?" It's so powerful that a day-level stern spirit went up in smoke in a matter of moments. Want to know? Shen Jingting's eyes twinkled as he looked at Han Lingxi and raised an eyebrow. Think. Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Hearing Shen Jingting's request, Han Lingxi glared viciously at him. You just took advantage of this king, and this king hasn't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're giving me an inch. If you don't want to, forget it, I'm not forcing you. Shen Jingting smiled faintly, and with a song humming in his mouth, he turned around and left. Han Lingxi looked at his gradually fading back and stomped her feet in anger. Damn it. Ding 2, when this king's injuries have completely recovered, I'll be sure to skin you. After returning to the house, Shen Jingting prettily lay on the bed and opened the system mall again. Now there were a total of 127,000 points of bizarre value, and his pockets were suddenly bulging, so he could take a good look to see if there were any weapons that were a bit more practical. As for the night ghost level strength, there was no need to redeem it for the time being. Save up some more trickster values before doing so. These bizarre values are better used to save your life. Because the 100,000 creepy values used to exchange for night ghost level strength could have been used to buy Barret to kill the Ghost King. It was really a bit uneconomical to just exchange it for a night ghost level strength. After strolling around the system mall, Shen Jingting didn't buy anything, but only roughly understood the price and usefulness of various things. So that when you have to use it later, you don't have to do a double take. At that moment, Han Lingxi also returned to her own boudoir. She was lying on the bed. The image of the explosion just now couldn't help but appear in her mind, and the sea of fire from that explosion made her feel palpitating until now. What exactly is that iron lump? It's so powerful that just one of them can easily kill a day-level stern ghost. She was now very curious about the inflammatory explosive grenade, and she was increasingly puzzled by Shen Jingting's identity. A weapon like the inflammatory explosive grenade was simply impossible for the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor to possess, or else he would have long ago used it to attack other ghost regions. As Han Lingxi pondered Shen Jingting's origins, the Ghost Guard's urgent voice came from outside the house. Lord Ghost King, my subordinates were searching Yu Zian's room and found incriminating evidence of her colluding with the evil Feather Ghost King. Hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately opened the door to her room and said in a cold voice, "Present it." The Ghost Guard quickly walked to the door and respectfully handed Han Lingxi the secret letter. Han Lingxi stretched out her right hand and 3 secret letters appeared in her hand, which she quickly opened to take a look. The first letter records the state and track of his whereabouts in the last few days after his injury. The other 2 letters detail the distribution of the war effort under his command. After reading the 3 secret letters, Han Lingxi burned with rage that the mate she had cultivated with her own hands was actually someone the evil feathered Ghost King had planted by her side. No wonder the remaining 5 Ghost Kings had begun to act foolishly again since they had been injured. It turned out that Yu Zian was the one who secretly reported the news behind her back. Give this king a thorough investigation into this matter, and kill any ghosts involved. Yes, sir. After the ghost guards received the order, they quickly went down to start the investigation. Han Lingxi sat on the bed in depression after tearing up the letter. His own current injuries hadn't completely recovered, so he couldn't tear his face off with the 5 Ghost Kings of the Evil Feather for the time being, but it wasn't a solution to be so passive all the time. He had to stall them and wait for his own injuries to recover. What should be used? Han Lingxi bowed her head and thought for a while before suddenly remembering Shen Jingting. By the way, that iron lump of the denizens is very powerful, perhaps it can deter the Evil Feather and the others. After thinking of a way out, Han Lingxi excitedly and quickly came to Shen Jingting's room. Just as she pushed the door in, she couldn't wait to open her mouth and ask, "Denizen, do you still have any of that iron lump of yours? This king buys some." Shen Jingting rolled out of bed and sat up, looking at the flustered Han Lingxi and smiling, "Yes, but I'm not selling." Chapter 10. Give me a kiss and I'll teach you how to use it. Why? These are precious, use one less than the other, and I have to use them to stay alive. Shen Jingting stood up and moved his body, then walked over to the table and sat down. Suddenly, his words changed, "But it's not impossible to give it to you." Hearing that there was a turnaround, Han Lingxi's eyes flooded with light, and she quickly ran to sit down in front of Shen Jingting, impatiently asking, "Talk." "So I said it." "Aha." Han Lingxi nodded, and at this moment, she looked like a well-behaved and understanding little girl. "Sister Ghost King, I'm too weak to use the inflammatory explosion grenade to save my life." Shen Jingting hadn't even finished speaking, and Han Lingxi immediately realized what he meant. "In this case, this king will send a ghost fury to protect you, and you can specify the gender of the ghost guard, or you can pick your own." "I don't want a ghostbuster, I just want you to stick it to me." Shen Jingting pointed at Han Lingxi and laughed. "No. Why do you have to catch this king and not let go? Besides, I haven't even recovered yet, how can I protect you when I can't even guarantee my own safety?" Seeing the teasing smile on his face, Han Lingxi's face instantly darkened. Sure enough, this denizen was still hitting on himself. All day long, he really couldn't find a single thing to do but molest himself. But Shen Jingting waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. "It's okay, you still have the Ghost King status out there, enough to deter other ghosts." When Han Lingxi heard this, she bowed her head in silence, but her afterglow unconsciously squinted at Shen Jingting. Was this a deliberate request for him to keep better tabs on himself? But it didn't look like it at all. At the same time, Shen Jingting was quietly looking at Han Lingxi without saying anything, but he was secretly thinking in his heart. If she said yes, then the first step of raiding her would be a success, and the second step of the plan could then begin. Han Lingxi had been torn in her mind for a long time, wavering. What should I do? Should I say yes to the denizen? After struggling for nearly 10 minutes, she raised her head to look at Shen Jingting and asked, "Is it okay to change the request?" "No way." "That's it." Shen Jingting decisively shook his head and refused. "Raider her such a good opportunity, how can you miss it? You must firmly grasp it." Han Lingxi wasn't much disappointed, being rejected was expected, she just wanted to see what if there was room for negotiation. However, it turned out that it was she who was overthinking it. "Okay, this king promises you." Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and agreed to Shen Jingting's unreasonable request. "It's only a month anyway." When Shen Jingting heard this, he immediately smiled, and the first step of the plan was completed. System, purchase an Inferno Grenade. Ding. Purchase successful, host autonomous in the system space to check. Denizen, what are you giggling about? This king has already promised you that you can send me that Inferno Grenade, right? Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting giggling one after another and reached out to shake her hand in front of him. Shen Jingting quickly put away his smile and nodded, of course. Afterward, he pretended to pull out an inflammatory explosive grenade in his pants and handed it to Han Lingxi. Sister Ghost King, here. Why just one? When Han Lingxi saw that there was only one grenade, she immediately showed a look of displeasure. Protecting him for a month in exchange for one was too much of a loss. Shen Jingting said expressionlessly, "I told you, this thing is precious." Han Lingxi bit her lip and asked with a reluctant heart, "Can you send another one?" Of course she knew the preciousness of grenades, but just one was not enough to deter Evil Feather and the others, at least two were needed. Shin Jingting was silent for a moment. After thinking for a long time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, slowly nodding his head with an imperceptible smile. "Yes, if you call me your husband, I'll give it to you for free." Hearing the two words in front of her, Han Lingxi immediately revealed a sweet smile, and at this moment, she still felt that Shin Jingting was still quite a good person as well. But when she heard the words that followed, the smile quickly stiffened on her face, daring her to be happy too soon. "But for the sake of the grenade, hold back for a month and then get him in a month." "Hubby. Hubby. Hubby." This time, Han Lingxi didn't hesitate any longer. She'd already screamed once anyway, so it wouldn't be a big deal to scream twice more. A husband for a grenade is a good deal. Shin Jingting was wondering why Han Lingxi had called herself her husband 3 times when the latter gave the answer. "Denizen, the king has called 3 times, give 3. Heir." Shin Jingting was full of consternation, "So you screamed 2 more times to ask for 2 more grenades? Hey, Denizen, what are you still standing there for? Could it be that you want to renege on your debt?" Han Lingxi's words gradually chilled. These icy words immediately brought Shin Jingting back from his dismay, and he hurriedly purchased an ice burst grenade from the system. "Sister Ghost King, there's only 1 ice blast grenade left." With that, he placed the ice burst grenade in her hand. "Then didn't the king scream the other 2 times for nothing?" Han Lingxi's proud chest continued to rise and fall up and down as she was exasperated by Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands with an innocent face. "I didn't ask you to shout more, you shouted yourself." When Han Lingxi heard that, it didn't seem to be a problem. "Then you owe the king 2 inferno grenades." "It's got nothing to do with me, I don't owe a debt." "You." "Humph." Han Lingxi was already so infuriated at the moment that she didn't want to speak, and after violently flinging her sleeve robes, she turned around and left. Just stepping out the door, she suddenly remembered that she didn't know how to use a grenade. Thinking of this, she folded back into the house and walked straight to Shin Jingting. "Sister Ghost King, are you unable to let go of me? Want to sleep with me tonight?" Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with a bad smile on his face. "Do your spring dream." Han Lingxi gave him a blank look. "I don't know how to use this thing, teach me." Shin Jingting raised his eyebrows and smiled teasingly. "Give me a kiss and I'll teach you how to use it." Hearing Shin Jingting's request, Han Lingxi stomped her foot in shame. "Why are you so shameless? It's not like it's the first day you've met me, you don't have to make such a big deal about it, you'll get used to it later." Han Lingxi lightly bit her lower lip and glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, then quickly leaned over and nudged him on the face. "Now can you tell me how to use it? Joy value 100%. Anger value 1000%. In view of the host's good behavior, he is granted a chance to dismantle the blind box. Surprisingly, there's a windfall." Shin Jingting was instantly enraptured. "Just what does this anger value mean?" "Never mind, let's not dwell on it." Afterward, Shin Jingting hurriedly adjusted his state and looked at Han Lingxi with a satisfied nod. "I'll show you how to use it." Even though that stroke just now only felt like a flash of warmth, it was enough. With that, he took over the inflammatory explosive grenade and the ice explosive grenade to explain their functions to Han Lingxi. "Sister Ghost King, this dark red one is called an inflammatory burst grenade, while this blue one is called an ice burst grenade. Both are used in the same way, just pull off this pull tab and throw it within 3 seconds. Be warned though, that the grenade explodes with 2 kilometers of damage, fire and ice. The lich and its underbelly will surely die, and even if there are lucky ones who survive, they will be tortured by the fire and cold poisons, and their lives will be worse than death." Chapter 11, Show Me Your Legs. Understanding the usage of the grenade, Han Lingxi put it away and turned to leave Shin Jingting's room. However, Shin Jingting followed her into her boudoir. Han Lingxi gazed at Shin Jingting warily. "What are you doing following this king?" "Sister Ghost King, you're the one who's going to keep me under close protection this month. How are you going to protect me if I don't follow you?" Shin Jingting said, walking straight to Han Lingxi's bed and lying down. Seeing this, Han Lingxi knew that Shin Jingting was definitely going to rely on this place again and not leave, so she quickly walked up and yanked him up. "You get up. This is my king's bed, so hurry back." "No way. You're going to have to keep me close, and I'm not going back." Shin Jingting grabbed the edge of the bed in a death grip and refused to let go. Han Lingxi was furious. "Our rooms are separated by a wall, this king can rush over to protect you at any time, so hurry back now." "I'm not leaving, I told you were going to stick it to me, how can you protect me without sticking it to your body? Shin Jingting played a rogue, putting on an appearance of not stopping until he reached his goal, and then rolled directly on the bed again, rolling into the innermost part of the bed. Han Lingxi was so angry that she stomped her feet and pulled hard on Shin Jingting's arm. Denizen, if you continue to be like this, the king will really get angry. However, as if Shin Jingting was determined, he just refused to let go of his hand, and the two of them just froze there, with no one opening their mouths to speak. After a long time had passed, Shin Jingting slowly stood up and walked over to Han Lingxi, looking at her playfully. Sister Ghost King, your bed smells too good, I like it too much, I'll move in here some other day. When he finished speaking, not waiting for Han Lingxi to react, he quickly planted a kiss on her face, which had reddened from anger. Denizen! You're not allowed to kiss me. Han Lingxi only felt a heat on her face and instantly widened her eyes, shock and shame intertwined. She raised her hand to hit Shin Jingting, but Shin Jingting quickly jumped back like a nimble monkey and dodged her attack. Good night, Sister Ghost King, and remember to think of me at night. Shin Jingting laughed loudly and turned to run away, leaving Han Lingxi standing in place, angry and ashamed, as if there were a mess in her heart. Returning to his room, Shin Jingting couldn't wait to lie down on the bed to communicate with the start system. System, open the blind box. Blind box opening. Accompanied by the sound of the system, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingting's eyes, on which 12 boxes were placed, just corresponding to the 12 numerical positions of the clock. As the needle spun faster, it finally landed slowly at 7 o'clock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mind reading card. Note, disposable items, 24 hours of use. Mind reading, not bad. Shin Jingting nodded with satisfaction. With this feature, it was easy to raid Han Lingxi. It's only one day, but it's better than nothing. By the way, system, what's up with that joy value and anger value just now? Joy value breaks through 100% or more, get a chance to open a blind box, break through 200% twice, 500% 3 times, 1000% 5 times. The anger value, on the other hand, reveals the extent of Han Lingxi's emotional reaction to you at the time. Anger value of 1000% means Han Lingxi really wanted to kill you at that time. Then no matter what, Han Lingxi still has a good feeling towards me, or else the joy value wouldn't have broken through 100. Shin Jingting laughed cheerfully. However, the system's next words doused him in cold water. Host, you are making a fool of yourself, that 100 joy value came from 2 grenades, it has nothing to do with you. Hearing the system's explanation, Shin Jingting felt a chill run down his spine. Hiss, it feels a bit dangerous. Rating the future wife, this danger department degree is surprisingly accompanied by a life-threatening danger, but thinking that there is a system in place, Shin Jingting is not so nervous. Afterwards, he organized the day's harvest, and only then did he sleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Shin Jingting woke up leisurely, and after stretching lazily, he casually lifted the quilt. However, when he saw his own embarrassment, he was a bit sweaty, and he actually had a wet dream last night. That charming picture is still looming in his mind at the moment. His mind cannot help but to emerge from the dream scene, Han Lingxi's absolutely beautiful face and moving body. Can't think anymore. Shin Jingting shook off his head and forced down the lustful thoughts in his head. What should I do today? Molesting Han Lingxi. He muttered, she's probably not in her room at the moment, so what am I supposed to do? After thinking about it for half a day, Shin Jingting didn't know what to do, and other than molesting Han Lingxi, he really couldn't find anything to do. Forget it, shop the system mall. After opening the system mall, Shin Jingting browsed through the various areas. Wandering to the game area, he actually found that there are still cell phones for sale, charging treasure, data lines, headphones, and all of these can be said to be a set of equipment are all complete. The cell phone sells for only 50 points of trickster value. Without the slightest hesitation, Shin Jingting immediately bought a cell phone. He then continued to browse the system mall, but when he saw the clothes section, he was instantly dumbfounded. JK dress, sailor dress, black silk, fishtail dress. These clothes are not expensive, with a flat rate of 10 points of trickster value. Tisk, TSK, system, you're bringing all the stores from the young world, aren't you? However, the system did not respond. Seeing these costumes, Shin Jingting's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of Han Lingxi when she wore them. I'll go. So exciting. Can't think. Shin Jingting had just surfaced this thought and immediately snuffed it out. The morning passed with this stroll. At around 4 in the afternoon, Shin Jingting was hiding in his room playing a game when Han Lingxi suddenly pushed the door open. Frightened, Shin Jingting hurriedly put his cell phone away, then quickly got up and stammered an explanation that, "Boss, I've only just opened a handful of. Didn't get lazy." Hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi looked confused. "What are you talking about? What boss?" Han Lingxi's words caused Shin Jingting to instantly wake up. "Right, oh. I am already dead, the netherworld does not have that hair, then I am still afraid of his hammer. Scared the hell out of me. Touching fish forms, touching muscle memory." Han Lingxi didn't bother with Shin Jingting when he saw his godly chatter and directly opened the door. "Hey, denizen, it's time to heal this king's wounds today." When she finished, she walked straight to her former bed and lay down. "Sister Ghost King, I'll make a small request." Hearing the word demand, Han Lingxi instantly rose to her feet, her willow eyebrows rising as she stared angrily at Shin Jingting. "Don't go too far, this king has already promised to protect you, what more do you want?" "Just a small request." Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, playfully pinching her pinky. Han Lingxi glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, then quickly got up and walked over to him, then flew and kissed him on the cheek. "There." Shin Jingting froze at this sudden kiss, and after a moment, he asked, "Sister Ghost King, what are you kissing me for?" "Denizen, all you asked for was for me to kiss you, and I did it, so hurry up and heal me." Having spent so many days with Shin Jingting, how could Han Lingxi not know what was going on in his mind, so she had gradually grown accustomed to Shin Jingting's unreasonable requests. As long as it's not particularly excessive, it's not impossible to satisfy him within the limits of what he can accept. Shin Jingting, however, shook his head. "The request I made was not for you to kiss me." "What's that? Calling your husband?" "No." Hearing this, Han Lingxi suddenly felt that the sun had come out of the west, and that the denizen had actually changed his ways, which was really a long time coming. Still, she asked curiously, "What the hell is that?" "Show me the leg," Shin Jingting said with a serious face. Chapter 12: Evil Feather's Entrance. Han Lingxi? When she heard Shin Jingting's unreasonable and strange request, she was filled with question marks. "Look at the legs. What can be good about legs? Nothing but skin and flesh. Sister Ghost King, is it okay?" Shin Jingting asked again with anticipation in his eyes. "We're not married, you can't look." Han Lingxi stared angrily at Shin Jingting in death and quickly pulled away from him. "Private parts like legs can only be shown to the future husband, this denizen is too licentious. The demands he's making now are getting more and more outrageous, from calling his husband in the beginning to looking at his legs now, and if we don't stop him, we don't know what even more ridiculous reasons he'll bring up in the future. Maybe even let himself sleep with him." Shin Jingting couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart as he watched Han Lingxi's nervous appearance. But he asked in all seriousness, "How come we're not a couple anymore? Where is it anymore?" "Sister Ghost King, we've done what we should have done and what we shouldn't have done. Kissed and hugged, husband called, we did everything a couple should do. Oh yes, we haven't paid our respects, no, not yet, come on, let's start paying our respects now." Shin Jingting's words were like a series of cannons, causing Han Lingxi to be at a loss for how to respond for a moment, her white cheeks colored with a touch of scarlet. She lightly bit her lower lip and fiercely glared at Shin Jingting, as if she was going to cut him into 1,000 pieces with her eyes. After a long time, Han Lingxi angrily rebuked Shin Jingting, "Worship a hammer. Don't ever mention what happened before again." Fine, I won't mention it." Shin Jingting nodded his head in agreement. However, after only a moment, he asked again with a glint in his eye, "Then can I take a look?" Can't show you." Han Lingxi resolutely defended the bottom line, not allowing Shin Jingting to exceed it in the slightest. Saying that, he also obediently covered his legs tightly, his body subconsciously shrinking back. When Shin Jingting saw this, he wasn't much disappointed. He hadn't held much hope in the first place, he just liked to flirt with Han Lingxi and see how shy she was. "Fine, if you don't look, you don't look." Shin Jingting shrugged slightly, a faint smile on his face, "But I believe that one day, you will show me." "Don't you daydream, ever," Han Lingxi said decisively. "Don't say too much, nothing is impossible in this world." Shin Jingting smiled, "Sister Ghost King, lie down, I'll heal your wounds." Han Lingxi grunted lightly, then whirled around and walked to the bed to lie down, waiting for Shin Jingting's treatment. The two remained as silent as before, neither of them taking the initiative to speak. Han Lingxi's eyes were closed the entire time, and her tightly clenched fists could tell that she was nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Shin Jingting smiled and pacified her, "Don't be too nervous, it's not like I can do anything to you. Fighting and can't beat you, and it's just a mouthful of flowers." Han Lingxi didn't say anything, but her clenched fists relaxed slightly. Shin Jingting smiled and continued to treat her. Halfway through the treatment, an urgent report from the guards suddenly came from outside the door. Your Excellency Ghost King, the evil feather Ghost King is suddenly rushing towards the city with a large number of ghost guards. After hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately had to get up and go out, and Shin Jingting rushed to hold her down with both hands. Don't move, it's not ready yet. When the guards outside the door heard a man's voice coming from Han Lingxi's room, an indescribable scene instantly surfaced in their minds. Lord Ghost King actually has a male pet? Just as the guards floated their thoughts, Han Lingxi's conversation with Shin Jingting resounded in the room once more. How much longer? 10 minutes. Then hurry up. Hearing this, Shin Jingting blankly glanced at Han Lingxi. You think this is dinner, you can be as fast as you want. The guard's head was spinning at the moment. Was the content something he could listen to? In case Lord Demon King finds out that he overheard them. I'm afraid that all three of my clans will have to come over to thank me for the sweet double row. However, he could not leave without authorization and had to stand guard and wait for Lord Ghost King's order. Alas, it's hard to be a ghost, too. Have Who Ghost Fury intercept the evil feathers. We can't let them take half a step into the city, this king will be there soon. The moment the guards received Han Lingxi's order, they were in a great mood, finally relieved, and then immediately led the order to quickly leave. Sister Ghost King, who is Evil Feather? Shin Jingting asked curiously. It had been more than a week since he came here, and he had been molesting Han Lingxi all day long and doing nothing else, and he still didn't know the exact distribution of the soul-devouring ghost domain. Han Lingxi thought for a moment and spoke. Evil Feather is one of the 6 ghost kings of the soul-devouring ghost domain, ranked 2nd in terms of battle prowess, and he's always wanted to take my place. I guess I came this time because I knew I was injured, so I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to see Spirit Stream City. When Shin Jingting heard this, he was instantly on fire. Dare to hit my daughter-in-law's idea, I'll get him killed later. Watch your language, I'm not your daughter-in-law. Han Lingxi blanked him, but a warm current flowed through her heart without her realizing it. Although Shin Jingting is always flowery language, but his concern for his part is indeed sincere, that cannot be fake. You're no match for Evil Feather, he has the strength of a moon-level ghost king. You'll see when the time comes. Shin Jingting smiled and didn't say any more. Soon, the healing session was over, and Han Lingxi organized her clothes and rushed up to the city in a hurry. Shin Jingting followed suit. The two arrived on the city, only to see a large number of ghost guards wearing armor outside the city. Those ghost guards were black and heavy, like a dark cloud shrouding the outside of the city, exuding a chilling aura of solemnity, the number of which was estimated to be more than 1,000 people. But Han Lingxi knew that this was only on the surface, and that a lot should be hidden in the dark. The ghost at the head of the group that exuded a thick aura was the Evil Feather Ghost King. Han Lingxi's face was cold as he questioned, Evil Feather, what are you doing here in this king's territory with so many ghost guards? Do you want to declare war on this king? Seeing Han Lingxi appear on the city, Evil Feather said with a leathery smile, Lingxi Ghost King, you've got it all wrong. The major realms have had more wars in recent years, and this king is thinking of having a real-world combat exercise between Evil Feather City and Lingxi City. This is not only a friendly exchange of cooperation, but also to point out the shortcomings of both sides, and then go down or timely correction. This king proposes that Spirit Stream City defends and Evil Feather City attacks. Wouldn't it be nice to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? You're pretty ugly to think about. Before Han Lingxi could speak, Shin Jingting took the first step and mocked at Evil Feather, with your 3 melons and 2 dates, you're also worthy of comparing yourself to my family's Ghost King sister? When Evil Feather heard these words, his face instantly sank as he glared angrily at Shin Jingting. Kid, what are you? Also worthy of conversing with this king? Listen up, I'm your grandfather's godfather's son's son-in-law's real father. Evil Feather was confused by Shin Jingting's words, but he also knew that Shin Jingting was taking advantage of himself. He pointed at Shin Jingting's nose and cursed angrily, Kid, do you believe that this king will tear you into pieces? You come over here. Shin Jingting was not the least bit afraid, and provocatively hooked his finger towards Evil Feather, see if my daughter-in-law doesn't beat you up so much that you won't even recognize your grandfather. Chapter 13 Inflammatory Grenades Show Their Power. When Han Lingxi heard Shin Jingting call herself daughter-in-law again, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but blank him, but now wasn't the time to correct this. Therefore, she did not say anything. Evil Feather saw Shin Jingting's arrogant to the extreme, his teeth itched with anger, and he couldn't wait to rush up right now to drag him down and beat him violently. But because Han Lingxi was beside him, Evil Feather had to temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. Shin Jingting, however, became more and more reckless, and he whispered in Han Lingxi's ear, "Sister Ghost King, I don't like the look of him, so throw a grenade at him later." "Didn't you say that inflammation grenades only work on night ghosts and they're below?" "That's what I said, but the flames from the inflammatory explosive grenade and the cold from the ice explosive grenade can also make the Ghost King suffer." After hearing Shin Jingting's explanation, Han Lingxi nodded, "Okay, I'll take it out for you later." Evil Feather could not help but mutter in his heart when he saw the two of them exchanging words and intimate movements. Could this kid really be Han Lingxi's concubine? In the Ghost King circle, everyone knew that Han Feng loved Han Lingxi, and his love for her had reached the point of insanity. Not only did he show his feelings every 10 days, but he also let slip that as long as he could marry Han Lingxi, he would give her the entire cold Maple City as a bride price. But Han Lingxi wasn't a fan of Han Feng, and even loathed him to the extreme. Right now, she had a concubine, and if Cold Feng knew about this, the two cities would definitely break out in an unprecedented war. However, just as Evil Feather was speculating about Han Lingxi's relationship with Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi took out her inflammatory explosive grenade, pulled off the pull ring, and then quickly threw it to Evil Feather. "Evil Feather, here's something for you." Evil Feather looked uncertainly at the flying grenade and caught it with his hand. He was about to see what it was when he felt a fiery and furious energy from above the grenade. He tried to throw it, but couldn't catch up with the speed of the grenade's explosion. In an instant, only a loud rumble could be heard, and the location where Evil Feather had just stood was ablaze with fire, as the blazing flames raged across the land. Evil Feather's right hand was blown off and his face was scorched by the blazing flames. And the more than 1,000 ghost guards behind him died and were injured, and for a while, miserable wailing sounds rang out in succession. Shock and fear were written all over the faces of the defending generals. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the area enveloped in flames. "I didn't realize Lord Ghost King had such a powerful killer weapon." At the same time, Shin Jingting also received a system beep there. Spooky value plus 2,000. Creepy value plus 1,005. Creepy value plus 5,000. The beeps sounded one after another, as if they were wonderful melodies, causing Shin Jingting to drift a bit. After a full minute of ringing, the system finally prompted once. This time, a total of 33,000 points of bizarre value have been gained. 33,000 points plus the 177,000 points from before made it almost 14,000. Ah, that's cool. But Shin Jingting quietly and carefully think about it, it seems to be wrong. So he rushed to find the system and confronted it. "System, are you damn well taking kickbacks? With so many ghost guards, how come it's only this much creepy value?" "Host, those ghost guards were killed by Han Lingxi, they deserve half the discount." Hearing the system's words, Shin Jingting was instantly speechless. Got overjoyed and forgot about it. But having 30,000 plus shenanigans is better than nothing. After Han Lingxi saw the power of the inflammatory explosive grenade with her own eyes, she froze for a long time before gradually reacting. This thing could even hurt a moon-level Ghost King. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't it be able to kill him completely? Thinking of this, her gaze couldn't help but look toward Shin Jingting, who was having fun at the side. At this moment, Han Lingxi looked at him differently. This guy should still have a lot of inflammatory explosive grenades, he had to find a way to set some more out. Shin Jingting felt Han Lingxi's hot gaze and looked back at her with a smile. "Sister Ghost King, how is it? This thing works well, doesn't it?" "Well, it does work. That's for sure, you traded kisses for it, how can I not let you lose out on it, no?" Shin Jingting showed a smug look on his face, never forgetting to flirt with her at all times. Seeing that Shin Jingting was being immodest again, Han Lingxi glared at him and then stopped paying attention to him. Turning to the overly injured Evil Feather, he asked, "Evil Feather, do we still need to attack Spirit Stream City now?" Evil Feather didn't answer, partly because he was too angry to speak, but the main reason was that he couldn't speak due to being severely burned. Those less injured Ghost Fiend Ghost Generals immediately stepped forward to assist Evil Feather and asked, "Lord Ghost King, do we still have to attack?" It took Evil Feather a long time to laboriously raise his left hand and make a withdrawal motion. Before leaving, he gave Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi a vicious look before being carried back by his men. And not long after they walked out, a large number of ghost guards showed up to escort Evil Feather back. When Han Lingxi saw this scene, she secretly said in her heart that it was really like this. This Evil Feather was really cunning, using the beak of the maneuver to try to take the opportunity to test if he was really injured. If the situation was true, those ghost guards who had just hidden in the shadows would definitely come out in full force and take down Spirit Stream City in one fell swoop, and he himself might become a captive as well. If the situation was false, then he would also be able to test out the general battle strength of Lingxi City and prepare for the next attack. Looking at it this way, Evil Feather had played a really good game. This time, he was able to get through the crisis safely thanks to the denizen's inflammation grenade, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. Shin Jingting looked at Evil Feather fleeing in a state of distress and skimmed his lips. I thought how strong the Ghost King was, but it turned out to be nullified by a single grenade. Hearing Shin Jingting's muttering, Han Lingxi explained, don't underestimate Evil Feather's strength, he'll be injured entirely because he didn't make any preparations, or else he wouldn't have been able to injure him by the inflammatory explosion grenade.
I know. Shin Jingting nodded and did not say anything else.
Pass the word down, strengthen the precautions, and make the rounds every half a raw hour for the next few days.
Han Lingxi immediately gave orders to the guarding generals.
Even though Evil Feather was seriously injured, he couldn't be unguarded, maybe he would kill again. It's not impossible that this won't happen. When the generals heard this, they immediately straightened up, and the shocked look on their faces was gradually replaced by seriousness and adoration.
Yes, sir.
The generals then moved to adjust their defense deployment and strengthen the guard on the city walls. Seeing this, Han Lingxi nodded slightly and then went back with Shin Jingting. On the way, Shin Jingting voiced the speculation in his heart, Sister Ghost King, there should be more than just Yu Zian as a spy by your side, there are probably quite a few more. Of course I know, but Lingxi City has a population of more than 20 million people, so checking for spies is like finding a needle in a haystack. Han Lingxi said indifferently, without the slightest surprise on her face. Each Ghost King would plant spies around the rest of the Ghost Kings, no one would be unaware of this, it was just an unspoken statement. At that moment, Shin Jingting's words caused Han Lingxi to freeze.
I have a way to find out who the mole is, and it's 100% accurate. Chapter 14, Hoeing Operation. You didn't lie to me?
Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting with a face full of suspicion. She neither said she didn't believe it, nor did she say she did. Judging from the contact these days, Shin Jingting was never ambiguous in matters of great importance. However, it is tantamount to a fool's dream to accurately find the traitor from among more than 20 million people, but he said that he was able to find all the traitors 100%, which is really unbelievable.
Shin Jingting smiled and asked back in a relaxed tone, why would I lie to you? Tell me, if you can really do it, what do you want me to promise you? Han Lingxi asked with the mindset that she'd rather believe it than not.
She knew Shin Jingting's nature too well, as long as she had a request for him, if he didn't make a request, it was definitely not normal. Consequently, Han Lingxi took the first step to make his words clear in order to stop him from making too much of a request. First things first, no kissing me on the mouth, no looking at my legs, no straddling my waist. When she said those words, her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart was ashamed and annoyed. These three parts of the body are currently what the denizen has been pining for, and whenever he gets the chance, he'll try to take advantage of himself in any way he can. She was well aware of Shin Jingting's rogue nature, and if she didn't make these taboos clear in advance, it was possible that he would do something excessive. However, after Shin Jingting heard this, instead of a hint of disappointment, he playfully nodded his head in agreement, good. When Han Lingxi saw how readily he agreed, she vaguely felt a hint of something wrong in her heart.
Could it be a trick?
Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and a look of vigilance passed through her eyes. However, it was only for a moment before she thought to herself, forget it, let's catch the traitor first and talk about other things later.
Tell me what the method is?
Sister Demon King, you gather your trusted cronies and those who have access to the core secrets.
I promise to catch all the traitors within a day.
Shin Jingting swore to Han Lingxi that with mind reading, catching the traitor wouldn't be a simple matter.
Han Lingxi nodded gruffly, okay, I'll gather them up now.
Before leaving, she solemnly thanked Shin Jingting, thank you. After saying that, Han Lingxi quickly left. Shin Jingting was at a loss, why did he suddenly thank himself for a good reason? But he didn't think much of it, and looking at Han Lingxi's back as she walked away, he didn't care if she could hear him or not, and shouted out, next time you thank me, don't just move your lips, just let me have a kiss. Half an hour later, Han Lingxi gathered her cronies and the 53 ghosts with access to the core secrets on the drill ground. The crowd of ghosts had exchanged whispered words.
What did Lord Demon King call us for?
I don't know, I was called in on an emergency while I was still inside the house.
There should be something important to inform.
Don't discuss it, Lord Ghost King is here. Once these words came out, all the ghosts had a serious look on their faces as they waited for Han Lingxi's lecture. Han Lingxi, accompanied by Shin Jingting, walked all the way to these 50-odd people, her gaze like a torch as she swept them back and forth. Without saying a word, she walked in front of them.
After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, Han Lingxi returned to her seat and sat down, then spoke faintly. This king now has evidence that some of you are collaborating with the enemy. If you take the initiative to give an account, this king will not jeopardize his family. Otherwise, this king will execute all 9 of his clans. As the words fell, Shen Jingting immediately used his heart reading card, and a large number of heartbeats flooded into his ears. Collaborate with the enemy? Who is so bold? No way. Lord Ghost King may be harsh, but the benefits are really good. Who's so desperate? I think she's bluffing, right? It shouldn't be possible for it to be me. I haven't found out even after more than 11 years of hiding. Whoever dares to betray Spirit Stream City will only die. Hearing the heartfelt voices of a group of people, Shen Jingting smiled and walked in front of them. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon, sweeping over the faces of all the people one by one, making people not dare to look directly at them. What is this kid looking at me for? Someone in the group of ghosts muttered secretly, a trace of doubt welling up in their hearts. However, before this doubt could dissipate, the ghost was startled again. Huh? Why did it stop in front of me? Shen Jingting looked at him and smiled, then continued to scan them row by row. The ghost breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. When Han Lingxi saw his leisurely appearance, she was also puzzled. What is the denizen doing? What can you tell by looking at them so quietly without saying a word? Soon, 20 minutes passed, and Shen Jingting returned to Han Lingxi's side, whispering in her ear, Sister Ghost King, I'm done looking, there are 6 spies in total. He then told Han Lingxi the locations of the 6 spies. When the crowd of ghosts saw Shen Jingting's move, their hearts could not help but begin to mutter. Could this kid be Lord Ghost King's personal guard? They're acting so close. Could this man be a male pet raised by Lord Ghost King? After hearing Shen Jingting's words, Han Lingxi confirmed to him again and again, are you sure there's no mistake? Sister Ghost King, I promise I will never be wrong. If I make a mistake, you'll kill me. Shen Jingting nodded heavily. Seeing this, Han Lingxi nodded slightly, then stood up and began taking names. Huron. Wang Kai. Zhao Su. Gu Repair. Each name called seemed like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, and a tense atmosphere spread through the crowd. As the last name was called, Han Lingxi's voice was as cold as ice, you 6 step out. The 6 ghosts whose names were called, their bodies trembled slightly, and they slowly walked out from the group of ghosts with trepidation. Han Lingxi looked at them and didn't say anything, just sitting there quietly, her eyes revealing an inscrutable light. Her aura was so powerful and oppressive that the air around her seemed to freeze. There were 2 ghosts that couldn't stand her aura and were so scared that they directly knelt on the ground and started to give an account. Your Honor the Ghost King, my little one gave a truthful account. Lord Ghost King, I'll account for it too. The remaining 4 ghosts, on the other hand, had different faces, some pretending to be calm, while others had flickering eyes. They were certain in their minds that Han Lingxi was terrorizing them, and thus refused to give an account. They're all betting that she doesn't have hard evidence. Lord Ghost King, we work for you, but you can't wrong us for no reason. Yeah, you're going to give everyone chills. Lord Demon King, speak with evidence. Seeing that they were still talking tough at the end of their lives, Han Lingxi simply let them die. Fine, this king will give you proof. 0 Ghost. Subordinate. Go to the toilet in Wang Kai's house and find the evidence. In the ancient tree in Hulong's yard, Gu repairs. Chapter 15 Denizen, you kissed me again. The 4 ghosts were no longer calm when they heard Han Lingxi accurately name the place where they were hiding the incriminating evidence. They all sat paralyzed on the ground and kept kowtowing toward Han Lingxi to admit their mistakes. They only hoped that she wouldn't implicate their own families. Lord Ghost King, I deserve to die for my sins. Please spare my family. Lord Ghost King, I'm the one who got carried away, please spare my humble life. My lord, I know I'm wrong. However, their cries and pleas for mercy only made Han Lingxi more disgusted and revolted. Bring it down. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingting thought that Han Lingxi was going to kill them, so he hurriedly spoke, Sister Ghost King, kill them for me. 3 ghost generals and 3 night ghosts, that's 180,000 creepy values, it's too bad to be killed by other ghosts just like that. Might as well kill it for yourself to earn creepy value. Han Lingxi was baffled by Shen Jingting's move, but she didn't think much of it and patiently explained to him, we can't kill them yet, we still have to interrogate them. Trouble not, I have a way to pry them open, leave them to me, I promise to do it right. Shen Jingting patted his chest and assured him. With mind reading, even what style and color of pants they wear. But what made him wonder was that it had been more than 2 hours since he had used his mind reading technique, but he hadn't heard anything about Han Lingxi's heart. When Han Lingxi saw how confident Shin Jingting was, her heart was indeed moved. After thinking for a long time, she nodded her head in agreement. Okay then, I'm going to be around when you interrogate. This denizen has always acted oddly, but then again, one has to admit that at certain critical moments, he can always play an unexpected role. Shin Jingting nodded his head full of concern. Anything. Put them in the dungeon and keep them under strict guard. Han Lingxi instantly ordered. At the end, she added, if you dare to kill yourselves, this king will definitely execute all 9 clans. After saying that, she waved her hand, signaling that the ghost guards could bring them all down. After dismissing all the ghost guards, there were only 2 ghosts, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, on the large drill ground. Denizen, do you really have a way to pry their mouths open? Guarantee that everything they say is the truth? That's for sure, I'm an honest person. Oh no, I'm a ghost, I never lie. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi and laughed cheerfully. Han Lingxi, however, remained half convinced as she wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes looking up and down Shin Jingting's body. She really couldn't figure out what method the other party had used to be able to accurately find the mole among the 53 ghosts. And so certain that the 6 insiders can tell the truth. Sister Demon King, what are you looking at me like that for? How the hell did you do that? Han Lingxi now felt more and more curious about Shin Jingting, who was like a mist that one couldn't see through. Shin Jingting pointed to his eyes and babbled in a serious manner, these eyes of mine can see through ghost hearts. You're lying. Han Lingxi gave him a blank look. If she could believe this kind of nonsense herself, she would really be brain dead. Seeing that Han Lingxi didn't believe him, Shin Jingting immediately wanted to show her a hand. And don't you believe it, I can tell which parts of your body have moles. Che, if you really know, this king will change his name to your husband in the future. Han Lingxi skimmed his mouth. She didn't believe that Shin Jingting had the ability to read ghost hearts. Speaking of this, Shin Jingting instantly came into the spirit. Good. I'll show you this. As the words fell out, he pretended to pace slowly around Han Lingxi, his gaze sweeping back and forth over her body. In reality, he was eavesdropping on Han Lingxi's heart. When Shin Jingting stopped behind Han Lingxi was inexplicably a little nervous. At the same time, she was also made uncomfortable by the way he looked at her, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. This denizen still has a sense of style, he can't really see it. No way, he's definitely faking it. In just a minute's time, Han Lingxi said many things from her heart. Shin Jingting also found the answer he wanted from these heartfelt words, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. But he didn't say it immediately, instead circling around Han Lingxi twice more. After returning to his original position, he propped up his chin, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Sister Ghost King, there is a red mole on your left rear shoulder. Han Lingxi's eyes widened with incredulity as she subconsciously covered her left shoulder, her heart shocked. The denizen really guessed it. It must be a coincidence. Denizen, you must have stumbled upon it, say it again. Good. You also have a red mole here at your chest. Shin Jingting said, and gestured on his chest. By the way, on your ass. No talking. No talking. The words had just gotten halfway out of her mouth when Han Lingxi quickly covered Shin Jingting's mouth, panic and shyness in her eyes. At this moment, she only felt that her face was hot, and her heart was even more chagrined. Why did she want to bet with him? This is not looking for a crime. This guy could really tell, so didn't that mean that he was as good as naked in front of him? Well. Shin Jingting struggled to make a muffled sound. Sister Ghost King, you're going to murder your own husband. It almost suffocated me. It was hard to break free, and he gasped for air, almost suffocating. Han Lingxi glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, then looked away again, not daring to look directly at him. Who let you? Let you. A moment later, she turned her head again and asked, are your eyes really that amazing? Or did you peek at me in the shower? Look at what you're saying, am I that kind of horny? If you don't believe me, just come over and take a look. Shin Jingting's eyes rolled, quickly flashing a hint of cunning. Han Lingxi walked up to him in disbelief and stared earnestly into his eyes for a while, but never found anything different. Nothing different. Sister Ghost King, my eyes are strange, you can see it if you look closer. Shin Jingting said, and took a deliberate step forward. Han Lingxi hesitated, will he be swindling me? But curiosity was aroused in her mind, and she slowly moved forward another small step, but then she felt that it seemed too close, and stopped a little uncomfortably. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Sure as well as sure. Hearing this, Han Lingxi lightly bit her lower lip and eventually moved forward some more. She bent her body down and came face to face with Shin Jingting, the distance between their faces only a finger's width apart. Both parties could feel each other's soft breathing and warm breath. Han Lingxi cocked her head and stared earnestly into Shin Jingting's eyes. "There's still nothing not." The same 3 words have not yet said. Shin Jingting saw that the scheme succeeded, quickly and gently lifted her chin, to the bright cherry lips kissed down. Like a dragonfly, a touch of water. When he was done, he smiled badly and darted away. "Sister Ghost King, your mouth is so soft and flavorful, I want to kiss it again next time." Han Lingxi froze in place, her mind going blank, and in an instant, her cheeks instantly turned red, her heart beating like a drum. She reached out and gently touched her lips with her fingers, where Shin Jingting's temperature seemed to remain. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked at Shin Jingting's faraway back, so angry that she stomped her feet. "Denizen, you kissed me again." Chapter 16, Molested Again. After interrogating the 6 traitors, Han Lingxi also handed them all over to Shin Jingting for beheading as agreed. Ding! 180,000 bizarre values have arrived. Hearing the system's beep, Shin Jingting laughed happily. This totaled 320,000 bizarre values, and his waistband instantly bulged again. Han Lingxi, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but feel some curiosity in her heart when she saw him laughing so hard that she couldn't close his mouth. "Denizen, what makes you so happy?" "Sister Ghost King, didn't you say you were going to change your name to husband? Why are you still called Denizen? When did I say that? Do you have proof?" Han Lingxi raised her chin slightly, a smug look on her face, just refusing to admit it. Seeing this, Shin Jingting already understood her little trick. Well, you're so playful, aren't you?" The corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile as he approached Han Lingxi step by step. Han Lingxi watched him gradually approach, her heart a bit flustered, but she still pretended to be calm. "Stop, if you take another step forward, this king will beat you." Shin Jingting, however, didn't care and cornered her. Seeing that she couldn't retreat, Han Lingxi raised her hand in a gesture to hit him. Shin Jingting's quick eyes and hands steadily grabbed Han Lingxi's swinging wrist, propped one hand on the wall, and leaned down slightly, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. "Denizen, let go of my king's hand." "Sister Ghost King, you don't count your words. If you don't call your husband again, then don't blame me for being rude to you." Shin Jingting not only didn't let go, but instead leaned closer, their bodies almost sticking together. "This king will be afraid of you? Feel free to use whatever moves you have." Han Lingxi faced Shin Jingting, who was leaning closer and closer, and she released her aura as a ghost king. Would he, a 1,000-year-old ghost king, still be held by a tiny evil ghost like him? When Shin Jingting heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked into a bad smile, then he quickly smacked Han Lingxi's arched buttocks. The crisp pop resounded in the air, and Han Lingxi's eyes instantly widened, her face full of shock and indignation. How dare he hit me? And it's still a spanking. It was fine that he kissed him just now, but now he actually dared to be so reckless and spank his own ass. She reacted quickly, fire shooting out of her eyes. "I'm going to kill you." Saying that, she made a seal with both hands, and a black light coalesced in the center of her palm, and the light seemed like a black cloud churning, and then shot toward Shin Jingting. Seeing her fluctuating killing intent, Shin Jingting hurriedly spent his eerie value to resist. Creepy value 100. Holy, this is tough enough, knocking 100 points of shenanigans off me in one move. When Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting use his body to fend off his attack, her heart thumped. She just wanted to scare him, she didn't think about killing him. "Are you okay?" When she was about to rush up to check his injuries, she realized that he was simply fine, and now, Han Lingxi's hanging heart finally fell. "It's good that he's okay." Shin Jingting pretended to wipe away the sweat on his face. "Sister Ghost King, you actually came for real. Who told you to hit me? I've just warned you, you didn't listen yourself, who's to blame?" Han Lingxi looked away, not wanting to bother with the shameless Shin Jingting at all. Challenging his own bottom line 3 times, he really thought he had no temper. "If it wasn't for the sake of recovering from the injury, I really didn't want to hold my breath, it was just too suffocating. Then I helped you find the mole and interrogated you for important information. You're not going to do that, are you? And how does that count when you've kissed me without my consent? Of course it counts as flirting between couples." Shin Jingting playfully continued to molest Han Lingxi. "Off." Han Lingxi gave him a breathless blank look, then huffed and walked back to her room. Shin Jingting had a smile at the corner of his mouth and followed her unhurriedly. When she was almost inside, Han Lingxi turned to look at Shin Jingting, who was following behind her, and glared fiercely at him. "No following me. Go back to your room. Sister Ghost King, I have something very important to discuss with you." "Still trying to swindle me? I won't fall for your tricks this time." Han Lingxi finished speaking and closed the door with a bang. She couldn't tell if what Shen Jingting said was true now. Every time just when she thought Shen Jingting was going to start being serious, she would always be set up by him as usual. Shen Jingting smiled helplessly. This Han Lingxi was even more interesting than her before, casually flirting and blushing. No wonder the information given by the system showed that she was actually a little girl at heart. After a while, Shen Jingting gently knocked on the door. "Sister Ghost King, this time, I really don't frame you. Do you want to kill Evil Feather? I have a way to help you." Han Lingxi, who was still angry from sitting on the bed, heard this and chose to ignore it. "Oof, denizen, big liar, just know how to bully me every day. Trying to fool me this time, no way. When I'm healed, I definitely can't let you run away easily. I have to catch you back and ravage you hard. Not only do I make you serve me every day, but I also make you clean the house, and if you upset me, I'll whip you hard with a whip." Shen Jingting, who was outside the door, heard Han Lingxi's heartfelt words and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Good lord, she's too vindictive. But letting her call her husband a few times, kissing her a few times, and spanking her a little bit, that's not exactly 10 evils, is it? Why do you hold such a grudge? Sister Ghost King, I'll go back first. If you want to kill Evil Feather, come find me in my room later. Shen Jingting left his sentence and returned to his room. Han Lingxi still didn't go out, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the top of the bed. The denizen can't be telling the truth, can he? But where did he get the honorarium? Thinking about it, she never figured out where exactly Shen Jingting got the confidence to be able to kill the Evil Feather of the Moon-level Ghost King. Why don't we go and take a look? If he can really kill Evil Feather, we will have one less enemy ourselves. But she quickly dismissed that decision again. No, the denizen must have lied to me, and even if it's true, he's sure to make demands. After struggling for nearly half an hour, Han Lingxi finally failed to convince herself and immediately got up to head to Shen Jingting's room. At this moment, Shen Jingting was playing a game on his cell phone and didn't notice in the slightest that Han Lingxi had already entered. Denizen, do you really have a way to kill Evil Feather? The words rang out, and only then did Shen Jingting react. He quickly put his cell phone away and walked over to the table to sit down. That's for sure, depending on whether you want to kill him or not. I want to kill anyone now, including you. Han Lingxi snorted lightly. Why kill me? I've been looking out for you in every way, and you're actually trying to kill me? It's too chilling. Shen Jingting covered his heart and put on a pained look. Han Lingxi saw through his little trick and ignored it. For my sake? That's still not you trying to take advantage of me. Suddenly, she paused for a moment and whispered again with a blushing face, however, if you can really help me kill Evil Feather, I can show you the legs. Chapter 17 Barrett. Seeing Han Lingxi's 3/4 shy, 7/4 charming and moving appearance, Shen Jingting secretly swallowed his saliva. Oh my god, how on earth does she manage to be royal and so cute at the same time? This shy look is too easy to criminalize. But on second thought, no, she's a ghost, so it doesn't seem to be a crime. Thank you for the gift of nature. Seeing that Shen Jingting had been staring at himself without speaking, Han Lingxi reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. Hey, denizen, are you listening to me? Listening. Shen Jingting returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly. If you can really help me kill Evil Feather, I can show you. Han Lingxi repeated it again, and at this point, her face had already reddened to the base of her neck. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still injured and worried that Evil Feather would take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate, he wouldn't have cheapened this shameless denizen. Unexpectedly, Shen Jingting actually refused this time. I don't want to see it. Han Lingxi? The sun has come out of the west, and he's become such a gentleman. Why? Haven't you always wanted to see my legs? Or did you want to kiss me? Shen Jingting glanced at her and spoke blandly, because you don't count on your words, even if you promise now, you turn around and back out. As soon as these words came out, Han Lingxi immediately remembered the previous bet that if the denizen told which parts of her body had moles, she would change her name to his husband's. I'll keep my word this time. Han Lingxi whispered with a blushing face, or I can let you take a look first. I don't believe it, unless you call your husband twice to hear it first. Shen Jingting raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a bad smile on his face. Han Lingxi bit her lip, and after hesitating for a moment, her voice was like a mosquito humming as she shouted, Old husband. It's too low, I can't hear it. Shin Jingting pretended not to hear and deliberately came up, recall. Han Lingxi glared at him viciously and raised her voice, husband. Alas! Shin Jingting responded with a big smile, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile of triumphant intrigue. Sister Ghost King, I believe you now, however, you have to call me that from now on, don't always denizen 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 denizen. Han Lingxi turned her head away from the Shin Jingting, afraid she wouldn't be able to resist slapping him to death. Shin Jingting didn't care either, and hemmed and hawed, let's do the same old thing and make a slightly excessive request. When Han Lingxi heard this, she said in her heart that it was true, but she was already accustomed to it. Say it. If I help you kill Evil Feather and take Evil Feather City as a subsidiary city of Spirit Stream City, you'll let me cuddle and sleep for a night, the kind that doesn't do anything. Anyway, it's your future daughter-in-law, tease her a little. After hearing this, Han Lingxi didn't reject it at first, and she lowered her head and frowned slightly in thought. Not to mention whether or not the denizen could do it, the fact that he had made this offer alone had sent waves through his own insides. Han Lingxi's cheeks involuntarily flushed, her hands gently twisting the corners of her coat in front of her. Evil Feather and Evil Feather City had always been a great danger to one's heart. If the Dingtuzi could really eradicate and recapture it, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to Spirit Stream City, and one's prestige and voice in the soul-devouring ghost region would also be taken to the next level. But it was too humiliating to let him cuddle and sleep through the night. Although he promised not to do anything, but men and women are different, and he is not a husband and wife, it is always an unseemly thing to do. Han Lingxi bit her lower lip lightly, constantly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. At the same time, Shin Jingting was quietly observing Han Lingxi's subtle expressions, and there was an element of gambling in him making this request. If he succeeded, the progress of the raid would be greatly improved. After a while, Han Lingxi took a deep breath and slowly spoke, if you can really kill Evil Feather, recover Evil Feather City, and promise me that I will never transgress in any way, then I'll grant you this request. Anyway, I won't be marrying anyone in the future, so there's nothing I can't do except suffer a little loss myself. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up into a smirk as he heavily beat his chest, touché. Han Lingxi looked at him as he made assurances to himself, and her heart was still a bit apprehensive, but she was willing to gamble for her own sake and for Lingxi City. When will you do it? How many ghost guards do you want? You can do it now and kill Evil Feather without a single soldier. Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously. Han Lingxi felt unbelievable when she heard this, killing Evil Feather without using a single soldier? Can he really do it, or is he just blowing smoke? When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi's expression, he knew she wouldn't believe it, but he didn't explain too much and proceeded to purchase a Barrett sniper rifle from the system. Buy a Barrett sniper rifle, 2 ice blast grenades and 3 inferno blast grenades, and remember to get a discount. Ding! Purchase successful. Spooky value deducted $120,000. Hearing that a total of 120,000 bizarre values had been spent, Shin Jingting couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Phew, okay, 20k cheaper. Sister Ghost King, 5 grenades for you. Shin Jingting pulled out a grenade from his pants pocket and placed it in Han Lingxi's hand. Han Lingxi looked at the grenade in her hand and was stunned for a while before gradually coming back to her senses. Giving it to me for free? Of course, but I wouldn't mind if you would kiss me 5 times. I don't want it. Han Lingxi hastily shook her head in rejection. Since it's from you, I'm not polite. He said that he had pocketed all 5 grenades, just like a small fortune hunter. However, she hadn't noticed in the slightest that her address to Shin Jingting had changed from Ben Wang to me. And Shin Jingting looked at the charming and moving Han Lingxi, and for a moment he actually looked stunned. On closer inspection, she's actually kinda cute, I just don't know why she's disguising herself. Forget it, we'll get to know her slowly later, and help her deal with the Evil Feather first. With that, he pulled out his Barrett sniper rifle. When Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting pull out another object she didn't recognize from his pants, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What the hell is in his pants? Sister Ghost King, this thing will be able to kill Evil Feather. Shin Jingting caressingly stroked the Barrett and was in love with it. Han Lingxi curiously reached out and touched Barrett. It was hard. Looks like another strange iron lump. What is this? This object is called the Ghost King Terminator. It can kill Evil Feather? Right. Can you show me? There was anticipation in Han Lingxi's gaze. Shin Jingting handed her the Barrett without mincing words. Han Lingxi took the Barrett and could clearly feel a slight coolness spreading down her palm, accompanied by a hint of death and destruction. Now, she had believed Shin Jingting's words. With the power of death and destruction released by this thing being able to make even himself feel fear, killing Evil Feather would not be a problem in the future. And then, Han Lingxi looked up at Shin Jingting with a plea in her eyes, "Can you teach me to use it? I want to kill Evil Feather myself." Chapter 18, Why are you writing me? Sure. Shin Jingting thought about it without much thought and answered with his mouth full. Such a small request must surely be fulfilled for her. Sister Ghost King, let's go to a place with higher ground now and I'll teach you how to use it. Once Han Lingxi heard that she needed higher ground, she lowered her head and quickly thought of a place. Follow me. Saying that, she quickly pulled Shin Jingting's hand and flew in the direction of the eastern part of the city. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a tall building, and standing at the very top of it, they could overlook the entire Spirit Stream city. This building is? I spent 200 years having death row inmates build the range, and whenever I'm in a bad mood, Is it okay here? Before the words were finished, Han Lingxi quickly realized that she had said too much and quickly changed the subject. Shin Jingting looked deeply at her, and did not ask more questions, since she was not willing to say, then he should not ask. He then took a general look at the range platform and nodded, yes. So what's next? You lie down. What? I'm on my back? Han Lingxi was confused and didn't react. Yeah, on your back. Oh, well then. Han Lingxi obeyed obediently and hugged Barrett on his back. Shin Jingting stepped forward to take over the Barrett and began assembling it, and Han Lingxi lay on her side, her heart full of doubts and curiosity. Denizen, do I have to be on my back to put it together? What did you call me? Shin Jingting asked with a smile as he assembled Barrett. Didn't call you. Han Lingxi realized that she had shouted wrongly and immediately tilted her head to the side. Seeing that she was shy, Shin Jingting didn't tease her anymore, concentrate on assembling Barrett. In a short while, he assembled the Barrett before handing the gun to Han Lingxi. Sister Ghost King, now I'll teach you how to use it. However, in the next second, before Han Lingxi could react, Shin Jingting suddenly made an unexpected move. He rode on top of Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi instantly widened her eyes and turned her head to look at him angrily. Why are you riding on me? I'm doing this to make it easier to teach you how to use the Barrett. Shin Jingting said without blushing or jumping, and put on a particularly professional look. Just give me a blowjob, don't ride me, get off now. Han Lingxi said, twisting her petite body in an attempt to get rid of his suppression. Shin Jingting felt her struggle, but still had no intention of getting up. Sister Ghost King, I'll say it again, if you can do it, I'll get up immediately. With that said, he began to dictate how to use the Barrett. You do this, then you do that, then you do that, and then you do this at the end, you hear me? Forget it if you don't want to teach me, as far as lying to me? Or do I look like a cutie? Han Lingxi looked sideways at Shin Jingting and rolled her eyes. No, I'll teach you now. Shin Jingting smiled sarcastically, then ambled down to lie on Han Lingxi's back and began teaching her to use the Barrett. But Han Lingxi thought that Shin Jingting was trying to take advantage of herself again, and twisted her body to try to get away from his suppression. Shin Jingting, however, lay tightly on her back, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Don't move, listen to me well. Reprimanded by him, Han Lingxi instantly stopped moving and obediently lay still. Sister Ghost King, let's load the bullets first. Shin Jingting spoke while holding Han Lingxi's hand and adjusting her position with the gun. Han Lingxi felt the warmth and strength of his palm, and the shyness in her heart gradually faded, replaced by a different kind of emotion. During Shin Jingting's explanation, Han Lingxi's heart was like a deer in headlights due to his close contact. Thoughts were completely consumed by the sudden closeness and warmth of the touch. Where could they listen to his explanation? Shin Jingting said half a day. She froze and did not listen to a word. Do you hear me this time? Should. Probably. Understand. Han Lingxi stammered out a reply, her bottom air clearly lacking. Shin Jingting laughed helplessly and couldn't help but knock her on the head. Listen carefully, I'll say it again. Oh. Han Lingxi covered the place where she had been hit and muttered in a small voice. Shin Jingting then patiently began to explain once again. After explaining, he added, Sister Ghost King, before you pull the trigger, think of Evil Feather's true appearance and meditate on his true name in your mind. When you see his face through the sniper's scope, just say lock in your mind. Do you understand this time? Han Lingxi nodded heavily. Understood. It's good to understand, so show it. But can you stop pressing on me? It's hard. Only then did Shin Jingting realize that he was still in the same position he was in just now, and he somewhat awkwardly got up in a hurry and scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot. Han Lingxi blushed and straightened her clothes, then took a deep breath and began to use the barret according to the steps Shin Jingting had taught her. After everything was done, she conjured up Evil Feather's appearance in her mind and mouthed, "Lee Steel Egg." In an instant, she saw Evil Feather, who was thousands of miles away, through the sniper scope. Lock on. When the word lock fell, Evil Feather, who was hiding in Evil Feather City to heal his wounds, seemed to feel something in his heart, and the moment Barrett aimed at him, he was shocked out of a cold sweat. Looking around with a wary expression, he realized that the suffocating feeling from the death stare had not disappeared. What's going on? This feeling has never happened before. Han Lingxi saw Evil Feather's nervousness and panic through the sniper's scope, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Li Gangdan, dare to mess with this king will send you back to the west again. Murmuring, she pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! After a gunshot, Evil Feather, who was thousands of miles away, that once unrivaled figure instantly dissipated under the power of the barret, as if it had never existed. The first time he killed Evil Feather, Shin Jingting also received a system beep. Creepy value arrived, 150,000. That's great, another 150,000 shenanigans, that's over 300,000 shenanigans in total. Sister Ghost King, Evil Feather is dead, and his subordinates definitely don't know yet. Let's take this opportunity to kill him by surprise and capture Evil Feather City in one fell swoop. Shin Jingting walked up to Han Lingxi and proposed. Okay, I'll gather the ghost guards now. With that, Han Lingxi returned the barret to Shin Jingting and hurriedly flew towards the mansion. She was a decisive person, and in the face of such an excellent opportunity to recover Evil Feather City, she did not hesitate. If you lead your troops to attack the city now, you can take it with 10% certainty. After flying out for some distance, Han Lingxi suddenly turned around to look at Shin Jingting, who was still standing on the range platform, and smiled back, "Hubby, thanks." Chapter 19 Attacking Evil Feather City. This sound of husband, shouting Shin Jingting was heartfelt. This was the only time Han Lingxi willingly shouted out. Ding! Joy value exceeds 200%. The host's mission has had a major breakthrough, rewarding 2 chances to dismantle the blind box. The system's beep sounded again, but Shin Jingting wasn't much happier as his gaze stayed on Han Lingxi's gradually fading back. He didn't look back until it was completely gone. System, I find your suggestion very good. What? Marrying Han Lingxi as a wife, huh? She's really too fun and interesting, from now on, I'm officially courting her. Shin Jingting really made up his mind to marry Han Lingxi at this time. From his contact with her these days, he realized that the other party was actually not as cold as she appeared to be, and as long as he got to know her better, he would find out that she was no different from other people, and only liked to disguise herself. Earlier, he had only molested her in order to gain system rewards, but at this moment, Shin Jingting realized that he really seemed to have fallen in love with Han Lingxi. The system listened without any reaction, and simply responded with 5 words. Good luck to the host. Just wait, I'm sure she'll like me. Shin Jingting murmured before hurrying to Han Lingxi's residence. By the time he arrived, Han Lingxi had already assembled a ghostly guard of 10,000 people, all of whom were above the strength of the Lich Ghosts. Shin Jingting quickly walked over to Han Lingxi and voiced his request, Sister Ghost King, let me go with you. What are you going to do? It's dangerous to fight, you'd better stay in Spirit Stream City. Han Lingxi was a little embarrassed to face Shin Jingting at this time, but she didn't know what was going on, and her brain was like a windshield, so she called out to him as her husband. It caused her to be afraid to see Shin Jingting again now. Don't you forget, I still have this, and then there's you to protect me. Shin Jingting pulled out an inflammatory explosive grenade and waved it around, signaling that he didn't need to worry about his safety with it. Furthermore, he was there to hunt ghost guards for creepy values, it wasn't like he was idly going to have fun. After Han Lingxi thought for a moment, she promised him. It's also true that the denizen has the inflammatory explosive grenade to protect him, so the knights can't hurt him at all. Besides, with himself protecting him, it was even more unlikely that the rest of the ghosts would have a chance to get close to him. Well then, you're coming with us now. With that, Han Lingxi gave a hand signal to the 10,000 ghost guards. In a moment's effort, they all flew into the air, speeding towards the direction of Evil Feather City. Han Lingxi turned back to Shin Jingting and said, Stay close to me, don't fly off and lose me. When she was about to take off, Shin Jingting hugged her waist tightly from behind, Sister Ghost King, I'm ready, you fly. The moment he encircled her waist, Shin Jingting only felt that this waist was so thin, it was really a small savage waist. It's exciting to think that I'll be able to cuddle her softly to sleep tonight. This sudden and intimate gesture, however, caused Han Lingxi to instantly freeze in place, her body becoming stiff all of a sudden as her heart began to beat faster uncontrollably. Her mind went blank, not knowing how to react to this sudden situation. After several seconds, she reacted, her cheeks quickly colored with a layer of redness, twisting her petite body in an attempt to get rid of Shen Jingting's embrace. "Why are you wrapping your arms around my waist? Hurry up and let go. Sister Ghost King, have you forgotten? I'm only at the evil ghost level of strength, and I can't fly yet." Hearing this, Han Lingxi realized with hindsight that it was indeed she who had neglected this point. Ghosts could only fly in the air for long periods of time if they reached the strength of the Li ghost level, and Shen Jingting was only a day-level evil ghost now, so he couldn't do long flights yet. Han Lingxi hesitated again and again, but she still allowed Shen Jingting to put his arm around her, and then she flew up into the sky with him. During the flight, Shen Jingting's hands weren't honest, gently pinching Han Lingxi's stomach from time to time. "Keep your hands honest and don't pinch my stomach." Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of trembling, yet it was inexplicably soft. "Sister Ghost King, I didn't pinch you, I'm afraid of heights so I accidentally pinched you in a moment of fear." Shen Jingting looked innocent, but the corner of his mouth raised a wry smile. Hearing this, Han Lingxi was ashamed and angry, but she couldn't do anything about Shen Jingting, and after a cold warning, she accelerated and flew to Evil Feather City. Shen Jingting saw that she was not angry, and his heart was secretly happy. This is a good progress, showing that she has not much rejected himself, and still need to work harder. Not long after, the duo arrived at Evil Feather City's territory. Han Lingxi immediately ordered, "Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Those who surrender will be enslaved." "Yes, sir." A large number of ghost fiends, ghost generals, and 10,000 stern ghosts swooped towards Evil Feather City. The Evil Feather City's defending ghost guards immediately blew their horns after realizing this. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" The loud and clear sound of the horn spread throughout the entire Evil Feather City. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The ghost guards who received the message quickly launched a counterattack. However, due to the lack of prior defense, they were caught off guard by the ghost guards on Han Lingxi's side, and the defending ghost guards were quickly decapitated. "Sister Ghost King, take me up to the sky and let me have a handle too." When Shen Jingting saw the ghost guards that kept pouring out from Evil Feather City, it was as if he saw the bizarre value beckoning to him. Han Lingxi didn't refuse, and with her hand on Shen Jingting's shoulder she brought him into the air. Flying above Evil Feather City, Shen Jingting looked at the many ghost guards that were gathering and immediately purchased 10 grenades from the system. System, 5 inflammatory explosive grenades, 5 ice explosive grenades, remember the discount. Purchase successful. The weird value is deducted by $80,000. Ghost Cubs, Little Master will let you feel the taste of ice and fire. As the words fell, Shen Jingting threw the grenades down one after another. Along with the explosions that continued to ring out, the cries of the ghost guards were instantly drowned out, leaving behind only wreckage everywhere as well as destroyed houses. Listening to the sound of the constant eerie value arriving, Shen Jingting was in a good mood and handed 2 grenades to Han Lingxi in passing. "Sister Ghost King, do you want to play too? Didn't you say this is precious? Why did you throw 6 in one breath? There are only gains when there is a give and take." Shen Jingting smiled, "These 2 are free for you." Han Lingxi took the grenades and hesitated, but she didn't throw them out after all. These grenades were still of great use to her at the moment, save them for now. Seeing this, Shen Jingting naturally knew what was going through Han Lingxi's mind at the moment, but he just smiled and didn't say anything as he continued to slaughter Evil Feather City's ghost guards. When the ghost guards in Evil Feather City saw Han Lingxi in the air and the well-trained army of ghost guards behind her, their hearts sank to the bottom. Han Lingxi's strength was obvious to all of them. She fought the 3 kings alone without losing, and in the end, she even achieved a counter-killing, and it was also after this incident that she became famous in the circle of ghost kings. Now that she was leading an attack on the city, I was afraid that only the Evil Feather Ghost King would be able to get through a few moves with her. "We'll resist here, you go and ask Lord Ghost King to come out, Han Lingxi is leading an attack on the city." "Yes." After receiving the order, the little soldier turned around and sped towards the place where Evil Feather was closed. Chapter 20, The Godslayer Crossbow. "Spirit Stream Ghost King, what do you mean by this?" A ghostbuster flew out of Evil Feather City, and he came straight to Han Lingxi's face, plucking up the courage to ask the reason. Han Lingxi squinted at him and spoke blandly, "Didn't Evil Feather say that he wanted to conduct practical exercises? This king didn't bring his ghost guards here. But Lord Ghost King is in seclusion, how do you stage a sneak attack? And you're creating a massacre in a big way. The ghost fiend didn't look like Han Lingxi had come to conduct practical exercises, but more like he had come to seek revenge. The corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose slightly. What this king is playing with is realism, and since it's a real battle, there must be ghosts dying, otherwise how can it reflect the realism of war? Without the threat of Evil Feather, she would have nothing to fear, plus there was still Shin Jingting to help her. Taking down Evil Feather City, she was bound to win. The ghost fiend was dumbfounded by Han Lingxi's dislike, and he could only silently pray in his heart now that Evil Feather would hurry up and arrive, or else the ghost guards in the city would be killed off. Sister Ghost King, don't ink with him, just kill him. Shin Jingting was encouraging Han Lingxi to kill the ghost fiend from the sidelines, and at the moment, there was only bizarre value in his eyes. A ghost fiend, that's 100,000 creepy values. Even if you didn't kill him yourself, you'd still have 50,000 creepy values in hand. When Han Lingxi heard this, she secretly blanked Shin Jingting. She wanted to kill the ghost fiend, but she was in the way of recovering from her injuries, and her heart was not enough. The ghost fiend, on the other hand, glared viciously at Shin Jingting with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. The latter feigned fear, taking the opportunity to hide behind Han Lingxi and hug her waist. Sister Ghost King, he's glaring at me, help me get him killed. You let go. Han Lingxi couldn't help but feel a tantalizing blush on her cheeks when she was hugged like this by Shin Jingting, and reached out to smack him on the hand. This bad guy was getting more and more licentious, and now he actually dared to embrace his waist in front of outsiders. If it had been a while longer, I'm afraid I would have dared to act even more outrageously. Shin Jingting smiled sarcastically and hastily let go of his hand. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, purchase a Godslayer crossbow. Ding. Purchase successful. Deduct 50,000 creepy values. Shin Jingting quietly took out his Godslayer crossbow and aimed it at the ghost fiend. The ghost fiend sensed the crisis and immediately pulled his legs out and ran, bringing up a chilly wind wherever he passed. He looked back from time to time, his eyes full of fear and resentment. The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a cold smile. If you want to run, it's too late. Lock on. Along with the words, a black light shot towards the ghost fiend like lightning, carrying endless killing intent and power. The ghost fiend turned his head to see the black arrow light shooting sharply towards him. His eyes widened in horror and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The arrow from the Godslayer crossbow instantly penetrated his body, and the powerful force raged within him, only to hear a bang. The ghost fiend flew into ashes in a moment. Creepy value arrives at 100,000. Shin Jingting nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, earned 50,000, not a loss. Han Lingxi witnessed Shin Jingting decapitate a star-level ghostbuster and looked down at the Godslayer crossbow in his hand. What kind of crossbow is this? How come it's so powerful? Sister Ghost King, this is the Godslayer crossbow, specialized in killing ghost fiends. Shin Jingting held the Godslayer crossbow and introduced it to her. As soon as Han Lingxi heard the effect, she immediately set her sights on the Godslayer crossbow again. Do you have any more? Can you sell me some? When she finished, she paused with a blushing face. I can also let you kiss. She knew Shin Jingting too well, and had to call him her husband when she asked for one more grenade earlier. Now that he possessed such a divinely powerful Godslayer crossbow, he would surely raise some demands that were even more excessive than kissing, so it would be better to raise it himself first and take the initiative. When Shin Jingting heard this, he was slightly stunned, then the corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile. Seriously? Aha! Han Lingxi hummed softly and quickly looked away, not daring to meet Shin Jingting's eyes. Since this Godslayer crossbow can kill ghostbusters, it can also kill under ghostbusters. If they could be wholesaled, then one would be given to each of the guarding ghost guards, and in this way, the defense of Spirit Stream City would be greatly improved. Sister Ghost King, I only have one Godslayer crossbow at the moment. I'll have more in the future, but if you want it, I'll give it to you. Shin Jingting spent another 1,000 points of bizarre value to buy an arrow, combining it with the deicide crossbow and giving it to Han Lingxi. Crossbows and arrows are made of very special materials, and the same alone with other crossbows or Zer's arrows will not be effective at all in hunting ghostbusters. The only way to use the two is to use them together. Han Lingxi took the Godslayer crossbow that Shin Jingting's handed over to her, as if she had been given the most precious treasure, her face beaming with a happy smile. Shin Jingting looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but smile along with her. You look so good when you smile. In the future you should also smile more, don't always have a cold face. Poof. Han Lingxi arrogantly skimmed her head and hummed lightly. Shin Jingting couldn't help but want to pinch her face when he saw her in this haughty manner, but he thought that it would be too presumptuous, so he dismissed the idea. Han Lingxi glanced at Shin Jingting with her afterglow and realized that the attention wasn't on herself, so she took advantage of his inattention, closed her eyes, and quickly kissed him on the cheek before shyly and quickly turning around and running away. Shin Jingting froze in place for a moment when he felt the warm touch that left him at the touch of a button, and he mechanically reached out and touched the place Han Lingxi had kissed, a smile immediately appearing on his face. The little ninny actually pulled a sneak attack. Joy value exceeds 90%. I can't believe there's a windfall, not bad, keep it up. Shin Jingting was satisfied with this, not expecting a simple kiss to break through 90% of the joy value. So if I sleep with her in my arms tonight, will it break right into triple digits? It's really exciting to think about. As for Han Lingxi, she ran aside, covering her reddened and burning face, and constantly cursing herself in her heart. Han Lingxi, you've fallen, for the sake of a Godslayer crossbow, you even took the initiative to kiss the denizen. Just then, a ghost fiend flew over to report on the combat situation. Lord Ghost King, the resisting ghost guards on the city have been killed by all of us, and a total of 30,000 captives have been captured. Ah! That fast? Han Lingxi let out a gasp of surprise, but she quickly realized that her tone was wrong and immediately resumed her previous cold and icy appearance. Keep killing. Yes, sir. Ghostbuster immediately flew away from the scene. But his mind was recalling Han Lingxi's little daughter's stance just now. That blushing person just now should be Lord Demon King, right? But when did she become like this? In his impression, Han Lingxi was as cold as ice and frost, doing things decisively and thunderously. In short, in a word, the words describing a little girl could not be found on her at all. The only thing she can prove is that she has the characteristics of a woman, and otherwise, there is absolutely no hint of a little girl. Chapter 21 Recovering Evil Feather City. Without Evil Feather to sit on, Evil Feather City quickly fell. Under Han Lingxi's leadership, all the ghost guards in the city who had any fighting ability were slaughtered and captured. 5 Ghostbusters, 11 Ghost Generals, 22 Night Ghosts, more than 2,000 evil ghosts, and a number of the remaining ghost species were captured. Submit, or die. Han Lingxi condescendingly scrutinized the more battle-hardened ghost fiends, ghost generals, and night ghosts. If it could be recovered, it would be another major battle force, and as for loyalty or disloyalty, she had a way to fix that. If you can't use it for yourself, you can only die. After the 38 ghosts heard this, 4 of them fell into deep thought, while the other 34 immediately smiled fawningly. Spirit Stream Ghost King, I am willing to submit. Lord Ghost King, we are all willing. Yes, we would like to be at your head. Being able to live, naturally no ghost wants to die, even if it's in a humiliating way. Otherwise, they could only wait for the Soul Source Pearl to be taken out and become a stepping stone on their cultivation path. If you live, you have a slim chance of turning the tide. If you die, you have nothing. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately planted ghost slave seals on those 34 ghosts, and from then on, they would only be able to live as slaves. Life and death were also at Han Lingxi's whim. As for the 4 ghosts that remained silent, Han Lingxi didn't give them a second chance and directly took out the Soul Source beads in their bodies, preparing to refine them to recover from their injuries. Soul Source bead, born after ghost cultivation, is a container used to store Soul Source. Once broken, there is only one way to die. When ghosts of the same level kill each other, they usually fight for the Soul Source bead, which can be refined to recover from injuries or break through the realm. Although the effects weren't as good as those of the Source Repair Grass, Soul Ganoderma, and Daytime Purple Soul Water, this was the most convenient way to obtain it. Having pacified all the wars, Shin Jingting also received the system's beep. Ding! Total bazaar value of 560,000. That's cool, harvesting over 300,000 bazaar values in one go. At this moment, he was in the midst of the joy of obtaining a large amount of bazaar values when Han Lingxi's voice rang in his ears. This is for you. Shin Jingting looked at the soul jade Han Lingxi handed over with a bewildered expression. Sister Ghost King, what is this? Take control of their ghost slave seal. From now on, they are your ghost slaves, their lives and deaths are all in your hands. After hearing Han Lingxi's explanation, Shin Jingting didn't reach out to pick it up, instead propping up his chin and looking at them with interest. I don't need ghost slaves, but I'm quite interested in killing them. When those ghosts heard that, they trembled with fear. This is a killing god, killing ghosts at the drop of a hat. Knowing nothing but killing and slaying day in and day out, these 4 ghost fiends, 16 ghost generals, and 14 ghosts are considered to be a major battle force. Hearing that Shin Jingting wanted to kill them, Han Lingxi blankly glanced at him, then immediately retracted the ghost slave seal. He doesn't want it. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. Immediately, she led her people to start purging the remaining forces in Evil Feather City. Since it was recovered as a vassal city, a major blood change was needed. Replace all the most important gates of Evil Feather City with people you trust. 2 hours later, Han Lingxi stood on the city and watched as her people had taken complete control of Evil Feather City, a hint of a smile finally remaining on her frosty face. Xin Jingting, who stood beside her, couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. Sister Ghost King, if Evil Feather City doesn't have a Ghost King to guard it, I'm afraid that the rest of the Ghost Kings will have small thoughts. No matter, I have a way. Han Lingxi smiled and didn't say much. Seeing that she wasn't worried in the slightest, Xin Jingting didn't ask again and stood quietly next to her without saying anything. Reporting to Lord Ghost King, my subordinates have found Evil Feather's resource bank. At this time, a ghost fiend came running in hot pursuit to report. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately led Xin Jingting to Evil Feather's resource pool. Opening the resource bank to take a look at it, there was a wide array of treasures inside, completely shocking the two ghosts. Only Xin Jingting didn't have any reaction and acted very calmly. He had seen too many things in the system to be interested in these so-called treasures. With a wave of his hand, Han Lingxi ordered, "Bring them all back to Lingxi City." "Yes, sir." "By the way, take out 40% of the resources and distribute them to the ghost guards who attacked the city this time, and as for those ghost guards who died in battle, their loved ones will be uniformly raised by Spirit Stream City. Remember, the pension must be given to their loved ones without fail. If one person dares to embezzle, the king will kill the 9 clans of the officials involved." After Han Lingxi finished speaking these words, the Ghostbusters began to methodically go down to follow her instructions. Xin Jingting looked at the thunderous Han Lingxi and couldn't help but have a smile on his face, his heart admiring her a few more points. He now finally understood why those ghost guards had sworn allegiance to Han Lingxi. From gold and silver treasures to living supplies, she had everything she needed just so she could make the loved ones of those ghost guards who had died in battle feel cared for and valued. The treatment of corrupt officials is directly linked to the 9 clans, to ensure that the pension can be not less than a penny to the hands of each of the relatives of the ghost guards who died in battle. This move would allow the ghost guards under her to feel her care and attention, while also letting them know clearly the serious consequences of violating orders. Xin Jingting was quietly admiring Han Lingxi when the latter suddenly reached out and waved his hand in front of him. "What do you keep looking at me for?" "Good looking," Xin Jingting teased after he slowed down. Han Lingxi ignored him playing smart and asked, "You helped me kill Evil Feather and capture Evil Feather City. What reward do you want? Money, power, women, or something else?" "Money is enough, I don't care about power, and as for women." Xin Jingting deliberately paused for a moment, then carefully looked Han Lingxi up and down, then promptly snapped his fingers and laughed, "I only want you." Although this result was expected by Han Lingxi, she really couldn't figure out why Xin Jingting kept staring at her. "Why are you always after me? It's not like there aren't any female ghosts who are better looking than me, and you can marry as many as you want with your skills, so why do you keep pestering me? And I have a very small heart. If you do marry me in the future, I will never let you take a concubine." Xin Jingting laughed at Han Lingxi's words. "I like to flirt with you anyway, whether you're willing to marry me or not. There's no way I'm going to take a concubine. I'm counting on you." Having received a modern mindset, he had been raised to scoff at the idea of concubinage. Not to mention that Han Lingxi wouldn't allow it. Even if she had that kind of idea, Xin Jingting himself would never agree to it. In his mind, love should be pure and unique, and not allowed to be tainted in any way. After hearing what Xin Jingting said, Han Lingxi was skeptical. She didn't believe that there would be a man in this world who could love only one person in his life. Even if there were, it would be a phoenix, absolutely impossible to appear by one's side. Chapter 22. Xin Jingting knew she didn't believe it just by looking at her, but he didn't explain too much. Han Lingxi's mind should still be stuck in 1,000 years ago, with that monogamous polygamy system deeply rooted, and for a while she wouldn't believe what she said. But time will tell. "Denizens, you. Sister Demon King, why are you calling denizen and husband again?" Hearing Han Lingxi call herself a denizen again, Xin Jingting hurriedly interrupted her and corrected her incorrect name. Han Lingxi gave him a blank look and snorted lightly, "I can't call out." "You can't scream and you're betting against me?" Anyway, I can't call you that now, so I'll call you denizen from now on." Han Lingxi was momentarily speechless, wrapping her arms around her chest and arrogantly glancing her head to the side. "All right, denizens will be denizens." Xin Jingting didn't care, it was just a name, no big deal. Anyway, it was all getting used to being called a denizen by her now. "Wait for me here, I have to make my rounds." Han Lingxi instructed before leaving, "I'll take you home later." After saying that, he flew straight towards Evil Feather City's residence. leaving Shen Jingting alone to stay where he was. He looked at Han Lingxi's departing back and muttered in a low voice, "It's not like I'm a 3-year-old who still needs you to bring me home." With that, he began to communicate with the system. "System, start the lottery." As the words fell, the invisible panel appeared in front of him, spinning rapidly. As the speed of rotation became slower and slower, Shen Jingting's mood followed suit, and that sense of anticipation grew stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a small arsenal. Arsenal! Boy, this is going to put me on the map. Shen Jingting pressed his excitement and used the last draw. System, draw again. Once the panel was quickly updated, the hands began to turn faster. Shen Jingting's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as he silently prayed in his mind to draw items that would be beneficial to his survival in battle. Ancestors bless, draw tricky value or strength. As the pointer slowed down, his breathing became more and more rapid, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the panel as he waited for the final result. Finally, the hands stopped at 8 o'clock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the purple gold soft armor cloth. Purple and gold soft armor cloth, woven by special silk, it can be shrunken and enlarged at will, and is able to withstand 2 full force attacks from a day-level ghostly father. After learning about the functions of the purple gold soft armor cloth, Shen Jingting left it alone, and he opened his small arsenal with anticipation. No man should be able to resist the lure of a gun. The moment the armory was opened, Shen Jingting was completely shocked. All good stuff. 12 mortars, 40 rounds of artillery, 80 each of inflammatory burst grenades and ice burst grenades, 30 Godslayer crossbows, and 300 arrows. 15 submachine gun rifles with 6,000 rounds of ammunition and 4 heavy machine guns with 3,200 rounds of ammunition. Incendiary bombs, 10, maximum coverage up to 8 kilometers in diameter. In normal times, these things wouldn't be able to be taken without millions of bizarre values. It's almost too good to be true that I've actually smoked it myself now. And the lethality and range of these weapons are even more powerful than the ones in the Yang world. But thinking that they all spawned from the system, Shen Jingting didn't dwell on it too much. Future daughter-in-law is so powerful, contributing 2 chances for the lottery in one go. Shen Jingting looked at so many arms, his eyes were shining, and he was in a good mood, so he could not help but sing. With that, he found a comfortable place to lie down. 2 hours later, Han Lingxi returned. Denizens, go home. When Shen Jingting heard this, he immediately bounced up, coming. He still subconsciously tried to wrap his arms around Han Lingxi's waist as he had done when he arrived, but unexpectedly, the latter slapped his hand away. No straddling my waist. Sister Ghost King, I'm afraid of heights, I'm afraid if I don't hug you. Shen Jingting feigned fear. Han Lingxi didn't listen at all, directly beckoning backward, and a ghostbuster immediately walked up. What does Lord Demon King want? Bring him back to Spirit Stream City safely, and if anything happens to him, you don't have to go back. Han Lingxi left a sentence behind and flew back alone. Shen Jingting had wanted to go back with her, but now it seemed unrealistic. Ugh, can't take advantage. Haha, but I can still sleep with her in my arms at night, it's exciting to think about it, days are getting better now. Shen Jingting put his hands behind his head and whistled under his breath as he followed Ghost Fury back to Lingxi City. 3 hours later, the group of people all returned to Spirit Stream City. Shen Jingting didn't stop for a second and went straight to Han Lingxi's boudoir. Sister Ghost King pushed the door in, only to find that no one was in the house, and looked around. Where did it go? Forget it, wait for her to come back. He then walked over to Han Lingxi's bed and lay down, taking out his cell phone and starting to play the game. After playing the game for nearly 2 hours, Han Lingxi returned to her room with a tired face. Just after opening the door, she saw Shen Jingting lying on his bed. Seeing this, she no longer knew what to say. Denizen, why are you in my room again? With that, she walked over to the table and sat down, folding both arms together and placing her head gently on it. Shen Jingting put away his cell phone and walked slowly behind Han Lingxi, placing his hands on her shoulders and trying to massage her. Han Lingxi lifted her head, her body falling back as she looked at him with a wary expression. What do you want? If you dare take advantage of me, I'll beat you up. Not to take advantage of you, seeing as you're so tired, I'll give you a massage to relax. Seeing Shen Jingting's face full of sincerity, Han Lingxi nodded her head in agreement after hesitating for a moment. His massage was indeed quite comfortable, more so than the previous maid's press, and he could relax himself all over. But in order to prevent him from pulling a scam, Han Lingxi still warned in advance, normal massage, or I'll beat you up. Yes. Shin Jingting readily agreed. Afterward, Han Lingxi walked to the bed and lay down, and at this point, she was no longer as wary as she had been earlier. I don't know if it was because she was relieved of Shin Jingting or because she was too tired. And Shin Jingting was really disciplined this time, not making the slightest overstepping move, concentrating on kneading Han Lingxi's entire body. Sister Ghost King, is it comfortable? That's about it. Although Han Lingxi said so on her lips, her slightly closed eyes and relaxed expression betrayed her true feelings. Shin Jingting looked at her in this manner, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. It's quite arrogant. The room quickly quieted down, with only the sound of Shin Jingting's slight breathing and the subtle sounds of him massaging Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi felt Shin Jingting's gentleness and thoughtfulness and fell asleep without realizing it. Confirming that she was really asleep, Shin Jingting stopped the massage and gently pulled the quilt aside to cover her. After finishing, Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's serene sleeping face and reached out to gently stroke her cheek. Sister Ghost King, sleep at ease. I'll be there in the future, and I won't leave you alone to face those jackals. Chapter 23 Split Eagle. Meilus City, one of the cities in the soul-devouring ghost domain. Its ghost guards are all female, and it is the only city that is made up entirely of women. In the city lord's mansion, an enchanting woman leaned lazily on top of the soft couch, with pastries and tea on the table next to her. She picked up a piece of pastry and gently bit into it, her vermilion lips slightly opening, revealing her white shell teeth. The sweetness of the pastry spread out in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy the moment's coziness. In front of her, another maid was bowing and waiting for her orders. After a long time had passed, Maid Desire slowly opened her mouth and asked, "Has the secret agent gotten any news?" "Back to your excellency, the secret agent lost contact 2 days ago and could not be reached." The maid trembled as her body knelt on the ground and replied respectfully. "What happened?" Meilus took the pastry and continued to eat, her eyes not looking at the maid since the beginning. Her voice was so flat that it was impossible to hear what she was feeling at the moment. The maid hurriedly returned in a trembling voice, "Han Lingxi has suddenly cleaned up Lingxi City, and the slave girl suspects that the secret agents have been purged. Has any news come back?" Han Lingxi's side has recently gained a male ghost that has gotten very close to her, and the two of them have a very ambiguous relationship. Other news, not yet known. When Meilus heard this news, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an extremely seductive smile. "Ha ha ha, are you lonely?" She then waved her hand, signaling the maid to retire. The maid breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, and then tiptoed out of the room. Spirit Stream City, City Lord's Mansion. Han Lingxi woke up from her sleep, saw the quilt covering her body, and recalled Shin Jingting massaging herself, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifting slightly. Getting up and out of bed, she walked out of the room in a great mood. After removing Evil Feather, the biggest threat, the next step after recovering from his injuries was to seek revenge on Cold Phone. I also wonder what the denizens are doing and if they have. No, what do I care what he does? Han Lingxi slapped her head, trying to drive that figure out of her mind. One's current priority was to recuperate from his injuries, and then find Cold Phone for a clean slate. But for some reason in the last couple of days, whenever I've been idle, the denizen's face has come to mind. Ugh, I think I've been too fatigued lately, it's time to get some rest. Han Lingxi sighed softly, reassuring herself in her mind, and then walked out into the courtyard, coming to sit on the hanging chair. But his eyes couldn't help but look towards Shin Jingting's room. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Shin Jingting walked out from inside, yawning and stretching, his gaze instantly drawn to Han Lingxi. She was dressed in a purple sarong, which wrapped around her exquisite body, the hem of the skirt fluttering slightly with her movements, so seductive. Looking sideways, there was a hint of lazy charm in her eyes, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, which seemed to be smiling, made it impossible to catch what she had in mind. It's beautiful. Shin Jingting let out a dark sigh, then walked over to Han Lingxi and sat side by side with her on the hanging chair. Sister Ghost King, in a bad mood? Han Lingxi shook her head slightly, her vermilion lips slightly opening. No, just a bit tired these days. Do you still need me to give you a massage? Han Lingxi turned her head to look into Shin Jingting's eyes, but found that his eyes were so clear that she couldn't see that he had any other thoughts. No, it's fine as it is. Okay. Neither of the two spoke again, quietly swinging their hanging chairs and enjoying the moment of quiet life. After a long time had passed, Han Lingxi got down from the hanging chair, looked at Shin Jingting, and said, "Denizen, follow me." Shin Jingting was unsure, but still followed. Soon, Han Lingxi led him to the edge of a cliff. Shin Jingting looked at the bottomless cliff and was instantly fearful, taking several steps back. Sister Ghost King, even if I molested you a lot, you wouldn't be so bad as to throw me off from here, would you? When Han Lingxi saw his appearance, she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. You're afraid? This was the first time she had seen Shen Jingting so scared, and her heart instantly picked up the bad taste of wanting to tease him. When Shen Jingting saw Han Lingxi's mouth closing with laughter, a smile appeared on his face as well. Sister Ghost King, you're finally smiling. This was his real purpose, to cheer up Han Lingxi, but he hadn't coaxed a woman before and didn't know how to do it, so he had to use this kind of pompous action to make her laugh. Well, it worked out well and she finally smiled. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, her smile slowly converging. She looked at Shen Jingting's sincere face, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. After a moment's reprieve, she shook her head in denial. You're looking at me wrong, I'm not smiling. Spinning away, he looked away, but the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. This denizen, although the man was a little nasty and liked to take advantage of himself, he always touched the softest place in his heart without realizing it. When Shen Jingting saw her being so arrogant, he didn't respond to her and just looked at her and smiled. Han Lingxi couldn't stand Shen Jingting's hot gaze and turned around to whistle. A loud and clear eagle cry rang out from the bottom of the cliff, accompanied by the sound of a whistle. Soon, a massive black eagle appeared in front of the duo, and when it saw Han Lingxi, it respectfully asked, "What are Lord Ghost King's orders?" Han Lingxi pointed at Shen Jingting and ordered, "Black Eagle, Split Eagle, from today onward, you'll take orders from him and not disobey him." Split Eagle glanced at Shen Jingting and nodded slightly in response, "As you command." Sister Ghost King, what are you doing? Shen Jingting asked suspiciously. What's she doing sending a hawk to herself? Han Lingxi explained indifferently, don't you still not know how to fly for long periods of time? I'll give you the Split Eagle. It has the strength of a day-level ghost general, and its flying speed is comparable to that of a star-level ghost zone, so it just happens to be able to protect you as well. Unexpectedly, Shen Jingting directly refused, I don't want it, I don't keep pets. Its main job is to fly you, and I'm still the one who protects you. Han Lingxi gave Shen Jingting a glance. She naturally knows what he thinks in his heart, is not just worried that he will have an excuse not to protect him after he gives him the Split Eagle. That's a delicate little thought. Not to mention that this guy pulls out some strange things from time to time, either killing the Ghost King or destroying the Ghost Fiend, so where is the need for his own protection? All that was done was to take advantage of himself. I really don't know what he was thinking. Shen Jingting pretended to cough gently after hearing this. Ahem, having a small pet seems to be quite good. When Han Lingxi saw this, she just wanted to say, I don't even want to break you down. Sister Ghost King, as a courtesy, you send me an eagle, so let me send you my deep kiss. Shen Jingting said, moving slightly closer to Han Lingxi, his eyes fixed on her, a bad smile on his face. Han Lingxi smoothly pinched his ear and said with a smile, if you dare kiss me, I'll give you a mouthful. Chapter 24, Sleep in Your Room. Shen Jingting nodded obediently as he looked at Han Lingxi, who didn't look like she was joking. Seeing how well behaved he was, Han Lingxi slowly loosened her grip on his ears. Just remember, next time without me. Well. Han Lingxi had only just gotten halfway through her sentence when Shen Jingting quickly hugged her head and planted a heavy kiss on her lips. Kissed and ran straight away without a moment's delay. Sister Ghost King, your mouth still smells so good. Han Lingxi froze in place, her cheeks tinted a scarlet red at some point. She touched the place where she had been kissed by Shen Jingting, and at the moment there was only one thought in her mind, am I being forcibly kissed by a denizen again? After a while, she finally reacted, stomping her feet in shame and annoyance and shouting, Denizen, I'm going to get you killed. Triple dupe when it's not the same. If this goes on, where is your majesty as the Ghost King? In the end, Han Lingxi chased after Shen Jingting, but only kicked his ass not too gently, and did not have any other words of reprimand. Shen Jingting rubbed his butt vigorously, pretending to be in pain. Sister Ghost King, I didn't just kiss you, you're too hard on me, right? My butt is going to be rotten by you kicking it. Say it again and I'll kick you. Han Lingxi glared at him fiercely, raising her foot in a gesture to kick him. No more. Shen Jingting quickly dodged to the side and smiled at Han Lingxi, who was pretending to be angry. Not to mention, she still looks so good even when she's angry. Han Lingxi noticed Shen Jingting's admiring gaze, her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly, and the irritation in her heart unconsciously dissipated a few points. She bit her lower lip lightly, trying to maintain her angry look, but her eyes unconsciously showed a hint of shyness. In the end, he had to defend his majesty with harsh words, if you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. If you look so good, why don't you let the ghosts look at you? Oily. Han Lingxi snorted lightly, turned around, and left. Shin Jingting looked at her departing back and loudly reminded her, Sister Ghost King, don't forget that you still owe me 2 demands. I'm going to sleep in your room tonight. Remember not to lock the door. Han Lingxi's footsteps lurched when she heard this, and she quickly remembered her bet with Shin Jingting. As long as she could kill Evil Feather, she directly agreed to let him hug her to sleep. Han Lingxi bit her lip, didn't respond to Shin Jingting, and continued to walk forward quickly. Although she was unperturbed on the surface and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking, her mind was secretly pondering how to deal with this cheeky fellow at night. At this moment, Han Lingxi's heart was a mess. What should I do if the denizen really wants to sleep in my room at night? Reject him or say yes? So annoying. Why did she agree to him in the first place when she knew he was a guy who didn't follow the rules and could definitely do it? At the moment, all sorts of thoughts were intertwined in Han Lingxi's mind, distracting her. Shin Jingting watched Han Lingxi leave, and in his heart, he looked forward more and more to the night coming quickly so that he could sleep with the fragrant and soft Han Lingxi in his arms. At this time, he suddenly asked, by the way system, can ghosts and demons have children? After these observations, he realized that the weird world seemed to be a world of its own, in which there were ghost babies and ghost children. There's no reproductive isolation, so why can't we have children? Except that the bonding of ghosts to ghosts is more complicated, and it is usually difficult to produce offspring like humans normally do. The chance of giving birth to a ghost child is 1 in 10 million, and the stronger the strength the harder it is to conceive. Host, you should chase Han Lingxi first, it's still early for you to have a child now. Can't I just think about it? You're not thinking, you're dreaming. Shin Jingting ignored the system's tirade and turned his head to think about how to spend the 560,000 bizarre values. These trickster values could be completely redeemed for the strength of a day-level ghost general, but he didn't intend to do so. It's too much of a loss. Redeeming the day-level ghost general's creepy value completely exempts the ghostbusters from attacking you. Better to save up and spend it later. And there are so many good things in the system mall, you need to save up some more creepy values for a rainy day. Nightfall. Han Lingxi's heart beat like a drum as she looked out the door, and she paced back and forth in the room, trying to calm herself down. But every time she heard the slightest movement outside the door, her heart skipped a beat. Phew, Han Lingxi, calm down. Han Lingxi took several deep breaths one after another, finally calming herself down. Coincidentally, there was a knock at the door. The heart, which had hardly calmed down, raced again. Come in too. Come in too. Han Lingxi's voice carried a distinct tremor, uneasiness and nervousness intertwined. As the door was slowly pushed open, her eyes locked on the doorway. However, the one who appeared at the door was not Shin Jingting, but her other attendant, Lightning. Lord Ghost King, this is a letter from the enchanted Lust Ghost King to you. Han Lingxi took the letter in confusion. What was Mei Lust doing writing to herself? Her own relationship with her wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it wasn't as good as it could have been. However, she didn't think much about it, and after letting her maid, Lightning, put the letter down, she then waved her hand. Lightning understood and immediately retreated. Han Lingxi glanced at the letter in her hand and didn't open it immediately, putting it away before looking up at the door. But there was a delay in seeing Shin Jingting appear. He's not coming? Han Lingxi murmured softly, then walked up and prepared to close the door and rest. Shin Jingting, however, suddenly appeared in front of her at that moment, and Han Lingxi punched out of instinct. Shin Jingting was completely unprepared for the sudden attack and took the punch hard, taking a few steps back. He covered his chest and grimaced in pain. Sister Ghost King, what are you doing hitting me? Han Lingxi also froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Shin Jingting to suddenly scurry out. Why don't you just walk in? Why show up all of a sudden? You've got yourself to blame. Then didn't I get that punch for nothing? Is it hard to fight back? Forget it then, can't beat you. Shin Jingting rubbed his chest, bypassed Han Lingxi, and walked straight into her room, then pounced directly onto the bed. Then hugged her pillow and quilt and sniffed, Sister Ghost King, it's still your bed that smells better, it's much more comfortable than mine. Han Lingxi glanced at Shin Jingting, who was sprawled out on the bed. You sleep here by yourself, I'm leaving. You're cheating again, aren't you? Shin Jingting sat up with a disgruntled look on his face. Didn't you say that if I helped you kill Evil Feather, you'd let me hug you to sleep? You believe in ghost words, not to mention that I'm a 1,000-year-old ghost. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting with a wry smile. Plus, do you have proof? Shin Jingting saw the situation and knew that she wanted to play dead again like last time, but it was a pity that she played the wrong game this time. Shin Jingting unhurriedly took out his cell phone and then opened the recording. Chapter 25, One of the most untrustworthy things a man can say. The recording played what Han Lingxi had said earlier. If you can really kill Evil Feather, recover Evil Feather City, and promise me that I will never overstep my bounds, then I will grant you this request. The recording was released, and Shin Jingting's face lifted up a wicked smile of triumph as he quietly looked at Han Lingxi without saying a word. Han Lingxi only felt that her cheeks instantly rolled like fire, the scarlet blush spreading from her cheeks all the way to the roots of her ears, and she glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, but she had no way to argue. She had counted on everything, but in the end, she hadn't counted on the fact that she didn't realize that the other party had actually left a hand, using a strange thing to keep her words. I didn't say that. Han Lingxi shrunk her neck, her voice trembling slightly, obviously lacking in bottom energy. Sister Ghost King, the evidence is here, do you still want to renege? Shin Jingting was unimpressed, the smile at the corner of his mouth even more wanton as he held his cell phone in front of Han Lingxi. Then he eased closer to her again, his warm breath burrowing into her ear. We can finish the bet tonight, right? After saying that, Shin Jingting opened his arms and made a gesture of wanting to embrace, his eyes full of anticipation and longing. Han Lingxi was ashamed and annoyed, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip at the moment, her heart was tangled, her eyes wandering, her hands tightly twisting the corners of her coat. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly moved her feet and gently leaned into Shin Jingting's arms. At first, her body was a little stiff, she wasn't used to such intimacy and her mind was as nervous as a deer in headlights. But gradually, in Shin Jingting's warm embrace, she gradually relaxed. Listening to the other woman's powerful heartbeat, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance that would never have been there before. Shin Jingting felt the softness and warmth of Han Lingxi's body and smelled the warm fragrance emanating from her body, intoxicating him. First things first, you're not going to make a move on me or I won't let you go. Han Lingxi's voice carried obvious nervousness and a hint of gentleness that wasn't easy to hear. Shin Jingting nodded and smiled, don't worry. The two then walked over to the bed and lay down, cuddling. Han Lingxi leaned her back against Shin Jingting, her body curled up as if she were a frightened kitten. Her heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, feeling Shin Jingting's breath behind her, her heart was both nervous and had an unspeakable peace of mind. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's back and felt a little distant. Sister Ghost King, what are you doing so far apart? Come over quickly. After saying that, without giving her a chance to speak, he slowly reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. Han Lingxi's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist. Shin Jingting felt her body trembling badly and whispered in her ear, don't be nervous, relax, I'll just hold you and do nothing. However, Han Lingxi didn't buy it, and she hummed softly, humph, one of the most untrustworthy words a man can say, I'll just hold you and do nothing. Sister Ghost King, you have to trust me, I'll do what I say. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly, such a Han Lingxi was quite cute. I don't believe a word you men say. Han Lingxi remained vigilant, not dropping her guard because of Shin Jingting's words. In her mind, men's promises are often unreliable. She'd seen too many lies and betrayals in others, words that had been sworn to be true that had eventually fizzled out. You men all have the same routine for lying to women. First sister, then to little baby, one bite at a time, and finally tricked into sleeping in the bed. Saying that, she slightly moved her body, trying to keep some distance from Shin Jingting. However, Shin Jingting hugged her tightly, not letting her leave. What Han Lingxi said left Shin Jingting speechless to refute. He didn't know how people were like in the past, but it seemed to be almost like this in the Yang world. Sister Demon King, you can't generalize, I'm not like them. Han Lingxi suddenly rolled over and said in disbelief, you are indeed different from them. By the way, how do I? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Lingxi interrupted him. You're just skipping the middle two steps and transitioning straight to the last step once you've called your sister. When Shin Jingting heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched several times. He opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know where to begin. In the end, he could only take the bet, where did I lie to you? This is a bet we're making. Anyway, I don't care, you're just lying to me. At this moment, Han Lingxi didn't have the majesty and coldness that she usually had as a ghost king, and she slightly pouted with some aggression in her eyes, like a willful little girl. Especially on that delicate face, the redness had not yet completely faded, adding a bit of moving femininity to her. Shin Jingting looked at her fondly, and no longer explained too much, following her words, well, it's me who's lying to you. No more talking, go to bed. Han Lingxi's voice was filled with exhaustion, and she rolled over and turned her back to Shin Jingting before preparing to fall asleep. Shin Jingting tightened his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, gently resting his head on her shoulder socket. At that moment, Han Lingxi suddenly asked, "What plucked at me?" Shin Jingting was coldly surprised to hear her question. A look of embarrassment surfaced on his face, and his body moved slightly, trying to adjust his posture to ease the awkward situation. Nothing? Han Lingxi turned around and looked at Shin Jingting with a skeptical expression, then she gently touched the place where she had just felt cackling to herself. Her fingers touched a hard object and the confusion in her mind increased. What is this? Shin Jingting's body trembled, he was so embarrassed at the moment that he didn't know how to reply. Han Lingxi, however, thought of something at this moment, and she teasingly flirted, "Why are you sleeping with a gun? Afraid I'll plot against you?" Shin Jingting was worried that he didn't know how to explain, and Han Lingxi's words undoubtedly allowed him to find a step. He coughed lightly, trying to appear calm, and then took a pistol from his system space, pretending to pull it out of his pants. "I was assassinated by a ghost once, so it's customary for me to carry a pistol for protection." Han Lingxi didn't get suspicious when she heard it. "With me here, no ghosts will dare to go on the rampage, sleep at ease." After whispering softly, he turned and fell into a deep sleep. Shin Jingting wiped a cold sweat, so close, almost couldn't help it. He never expected Han Lingxi to be bold enough to reach out and touch it, and luckily she was simple-minded and didn't notice the abnormality, or else she really would have died on the spot socially. However, what Shin Jingting doesn't know is that Han Lingxi's face at this time has already reddened to the root of her neck. Chapter 26, Long Talks Through the Night. In the middle of the night, Han Lingxi hadn't been able to sleep, and the fact that she had a man lying beside her made it impossible for her to be still at all. "Denizen, are you asleep?" "Not yet?" "Sister Ghost King, what's wrong?" When Shin Jingting heard Han Lingxi's words, he immediately propped up his body with his arms to probe at her and ask. Han Lingxi shook her head, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." Seeing this, Shin Jingting did not ask any more questions and lay down again to continue sleeping. After about half an hour, Han Lingxi once again asked quietly, "Are you asleep?" "No." "Go to sleep then." "Oh." After another hour or so, Han Lingxi gently turned around and realized that Shin Jingting had already closed his eyes. Seeing this, she inquired in a low voice, "Denizen, you should be asleep this time, right?" Just as the words fell, Shin Jingting opened his eyes and looked at her sideways and asked, "Not yet, what's wrong?" "Sister Ghost King." Seeing that Shin Jingting hadn't been sleeping, Han Lingxi was furious, then ordered him in a commanding tone, "Why aren't you sleeping? Hurry up and fall asleep." Her voice was crisp and clear in the stillness of the night, but it was also tinged with a bit of annoyance. "I can't sleep at all with such a beautiful Ghost King sister lying next to me." The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly impish smile as his eyes looked straight at Han Lingxi. His words were a bit flirtatious, but they also revealed a hint of what was really going on inside him. After all, Han Lingxi was good-looking in her own right, and as a Ghost King, she had a unique aura about her, a cold and haughty aura that blended with her beauty, making it really hard to ignore. "Don't get smart with me." Han Lingxi glared at Shin Jingting and reached out to cover his eyes. "Hurry up and go to sleep." "Sister Ghost King, are you trying to sneak out while I'm asleep?" Shin Jingting pulled Han Lingxi's hand away, his gaze looking straight at her with a hint of doubt and probing in his eyes, and directly spoke the speculation in his heart. Han Lingxi seemed to have been poked in the heart and was slightly stunned, her eyes flickering a bit as she avoided his gaze. "No. Since I promised you, I will keep my promise." Her tone was a little unnatural, trying to hide her inner thoughts. But inwardly at this moment, he was secretly screaming, "This den calf, how can he guess so accurately every time?" She did have that thought of waiting for Shin Jingting to fall asleep and then sneaking back to her room, waiting until the next day to return. Unexpectedly, the guy stayed awake and seemed to be watching himself exclusively. Shin Jingting faced Han Lingxi and smiled faintly, "Sister Ghost King, neither of us can sleep anyway, let's chat." "What's there to chat about?" Han Lingxi bristled, but still asked, "Say, what do you want to talk about? How did you get hurt?" Hearing this question, Han Lingxi fell silent as she held her hair, her fingers gently twisting the strands as a hint of complexity flashed through her eyes. Shin Jingting saw that she didn't want to talk about it, so he hastened to say, "If you don't want to talk about it, you can also not talk about it. That guy cold phone liked me, but I didn't like him at all, and when I was breaking through the day-level Ghost King, he sneaked up from behind and tried to put me to death. Luckily, I found it in time and avoided the fatal blow, but I was also backfired as a result. My soul source was damaged, and my strength dropped to that of a ghost general." When Han Lingxi said this, she looked at Shin Jingting with all the grievances in her eyes. "Then I don't know how I fell unconscious, and when I woke up, my innocence was destroyed by you, the denizen." After Shin Jingting heard her story, a trace of guilt rose in his heart, and he touched his nose in embarrassment. Sister Ghost King, that time was really unintentional, but don't worry, I'll be responsible for you. How do you want to be responsible? Marry me? Han Lingxi blankly glanced at him and snorted coldly, her ears slightly reddening as she said this, clearly not as calm on the inside as she appeared to be. That's natural. Must marry you. Forget it, you're so weak, you can't protect me. If you really want to marry me, wait until your strength exceeds mine. After Han Lingxi finished her ghostly sentence, she herself froze slightly, feeling a hint of shyness and panic as an afterthought. She herself is not clear why she would suddenly say such words. Usually she has always been cold and arrogant, on the matter of feelings is never easy to mention. At the moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a trace of imperceptible consternation flashed in her eyes. Then, she coughed lightly in an attempt to hide her embarrassment, and then said in a calm manner, I was just talking off the top of my head, don't take it seriously, I'm not going to marry anyone in my life. Xin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's somewhat adorable appearance, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. He laughed and flirted, Sister Ghost King, I'm sure you won't marry anyone, but you'll marry a ghost, and a handsome one at that. Step aside. Han Lingxi was speechless, she couldn't find words to refute Xin Jingting, so she could only play with her hair to hide the panic in her heart. This guy's routine set after set, loop after loop, if you are not careful will again fall into his trick. Xin Jingting smiled gently, he knew that in order to win Han Lingxi's heart, he couldn't rely on his lips alone, he had to have real strength as well as a sincere heart. Make her feel like she's someone she can count on. At this time, Xin Jingting suddenly remembered that he still had more than 500,000 creepy values to purchase a Barrett bullet. By the way, Sister Ghost King, Barrett still has bullets, do you want to just get Cold Foam killed? Not for now, I want to personally torture him to death when my strength is restored. Han Lingxi shook her head and refused. Barrett would let Cold Foam die without a bit of pain, such a death would be too cheap for him, he had to be tortured before he died in order to relieve his hatred. Xin Jingting nodded, that's fine, I'll listen to you, as long as you want to kill him, the bullets are always ready for you. Xin Jingting, thank you for your companionship and treatment during this time, otherwise I would have probably died when Evil Feather fought his way up. Han Lingxi's eyes showed sincere gratitude as she looked at Xin Jingting, and there seemed to be some other unspeakable emotions mixed in that gaze. You're too kind, Sister Demon King. As Xin Jingting was speaking, Han Lingxi suddenly kissed his face. This sudden move caused Xin Jingting to instantly freeze, and his heart began to beat faster uncontrollably. Good night. There was a hint of shyness and gentleness in Han Lingxi's voice. When she finished speaking, she quickly turned around, her cheeks flushed lightly. From this moment on, the relationship between the two seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, and a different kind of affection grew quietly in their hearts. In this way, the two continued to chat in the night, and they drew closer to each other without realizing it. Chapter 27, Internet-Addicted Girl. Early the next morning, Xin Jingting was asleep when he suddenly felt a little out of breath. He snapped his eyes open, only to see Han Lingxi clinging to him like an octopus. The other party's one arm was pressed on Xin Jingting's chest, one leg was still pressed on his leg, and the whole person was almost pasted on it, sleeping very soundly, so that even the movement of Xin Jingting's waking up was not noticed. Xin Jingting looked at her somewhat helplessly, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose a little. This Ghost King's sister isn't honest when she sleeps, but she's kinda cute like this. He gently pushed Han Lingxi, trying to get her to change positions so he could move around a little. But Han Lingxi just grunted twice, and not only did she not let go, but instead burrowed into his arms again, burying her face deeper. Xin Jingting, this time completely helpless, had to let her go, but looking at her quiet sleeping face, his heart fluttered a little, so he quietly took out his cell phone and took a few more shots. After taking more than 10 ugly pictures of Han Lingxi, Xin Jingting was about to take the last one and put it away when Han Lingxi woke up at this time. When she saw that Xin Jingting's cell phone had her portrait in it, she looked up at the other party. Denizen, what is this thing of yours? Why is there a portrait of me in it? And it's so similar. At this time, she completely failed to notice that she was lying in Xin Jingting's arms, still lying on his body looking at the cell phone in his hands. At the same time, his mind was recalling last night's events. Last night the denizen had taken this very thing and recorded what he had said before. And now he's drawing his own portrait with it. What the hell is this? And Xin Jingting was awkwardly frozen in place, his hand still holding up his cell phone, neither in nor out. He screamed in his heart. He was thinking of taking a few amusing pictures to keep as a souvenir, but he didn't expect her to wake up at this time. Sister Ghost King, this is called a cell phone, it's a product of my time, it can take pictures of the people and things you want, and it becomes what you see like this, it's very convenient. I saw that you were pretty cute when you were sleeping, so I took a few pictures. While explaining for Han Lingxi, Shen Jingting personally opened the front camera and handed it to her. You look inside it yourself and try pressing this red button in the center. Han Lingxi took the phone and half-heartedly followed Shen Jingting's words. She saw the red button at the bottom of the phone and pressed it. Only to hear a click, Han Lingxi's first selfie was born. Sister Ghost King, how was it? Interesting, isn't it? Shen Jingting deliberately moved his position further to her side, trying to get even closer to her. Han Lingxi didn't notice his intentions, and took her cell phone and flipped through it carefully. It does a lot more than just take pictures like that. Shen Jingting said, reaching out and sliding his hand on his phone to find a map. He pointed to the icon on the map and said, look, this is our location, Lingxi City. If you want to see the rest of the place, click on this top bar and then say the name and click on that to navigate. A red icon will appear on it, and that's the destination. Saying that, he even showed it himself and inputted Evil Feather City. Soon, the map showed the location of Evil Feather City, a striking red icon flashing on the screen. However, this isn't just any map, it's the kind of map where you can see the real thing. When Shen Jingting gently clicked on that red icon, a miraculous scene happened, and the screen instantly presented a live image of Evil Feather City. So magical. What kind of magic weapon is this? Han Lingxi covered her mouth in surprise when she saw the image of Evil Feather City, her eyes glued to the screen for fear of missing a single detail. Shen Jingting looked at her excited and curious look and said with a smile, Sister Ghost King, it's not a magic weapon, it's just an electronic product. And it does so much more than that, so much more. I'm not going anywhere today, I'm just going to teach you slowly in the house. No, so what if you learn it? You should only have one of these, it must be very precious. Han Lingxi shook her head and rejected Shen Jingting's good intentions. She did want a cell phone, but she knew in her heart how precious it was. Without saying a word, Shen Jingting immediately spent another bit of creepy value to purchase a purple-cased cell phone to give to Han Lingxi. For you! Han Lingxi looked at the cell phone in front of her, a quick flash of surprise and emotion in her eyes. She gently bit her lower lip, hesitating whether to pick it up or not when Shen Jingting grabbed her hand and shoved the cell phone hard to her. Don't be polite to me, it's free for you, and of course, I don't mind if you'd like to give me a kiss. Shen Jingting said with a smile, a hint of anticipation and flirtation on his face. Han Lingxi's face instantly turned red as she glared at the other party, just know how to take advantage of me. The words were angry, but they were not half as angry as a hint of sweetness. Okay, no more teasing, I'll teach you how to use it. Try to learn the most basic functions today. Shen Jingting moved closer to Han Lingxi, carefully explaining some of the phone's functions to her, and in order to make it easier for her to learn, he even deliberately adjusted the font to traditional Chinese. Time passed and the morning went by. Han Lingxi was immersed in the joy of learning how to be in a cell phone, and at the moment she looked like an internet-addicted girl. Denizen, what is this square? Shen Jingting skimmed his head and saw that it turned out to be a game. Sister Ghost King, this is a game called Square Elimination. You can eliminate 3 of the same by forming a row or column. You can pass it by completing the quests it gives you, it's kind of fun for you. Han Lingxi nodded after hearing this, and then began to try and play. She was a little fidgety at first, her eyes glued to the phone screen, her fingers not quite nimble as she tapped on the screen, several times missing combinations that could be eliminated, frowning slightly in her impatience. Shen Jingting watched her play the game with full attention, smiled and shook his head, then bought 2 more cups of milk tea, picking up a cup and handing it to her mouth. Sister Ghost King, have a drink and rest. Wait until I get through this first. Han Lingxi's eyes didn't leave the cell phone screen in the slightest, only subconsciously bringing her mouth over to drink. She opened her mouth slightly and took in the straw, taking a big gulp of the milk tea, and just as she swallowed, she quickly realized something was wrong. She put down her phone and turned her head to look at the milk tea in Shen Jingting's hand. What is this? It feels like it has a mellow taste. It's mango coconut milk, if you want it later, just ask me to get it. Shen Jingting smilingly handed her the milk tea. Han Lingxi took the milk tea and took another big sip, a satisfied smile on her face. Quite tasty. Chapter 28, The Realm of the Eerie Spirit. Shen Jingting saw that Han Lingxi and milk tea looked pretty good, so he quietly stole a picture, intending to use it as wallpaper. Like to drink? Han Lingxi looked at the mango coconut milk she was about to finish in her hands and nodded with a smile, love it. Nah, another drink for you. Shen Jingting smiled, then spent another 10 points of creepy value to buy a cup of mango coconut milk to give her. Thanks. Although Han Lingxi was a bit embarrassed, she still took the milk tea and drank it. This flavor of milk tea is very mellow and she likes it very much. Usually drink tea more or less with some chi and dead air, cannot taste the real flavor of tea. And this milk tea was not tainted with chi and death chi at all, retaining its purest flavor, and it tasted especially good. Don't mention it, if you want a drink in the future, just ask me to get it, it's all free. Hearing Shen Jingting's words, Han Lingxi gently nodded, signaling that she knew. After finishing her milk tea, Han Lingxi suddenly remembered that Mei Lust had written herself a letter, but she seemed to have casually thrown it away somewhere. After thinking about it, she started looking all over the house. Seeing this, Shen Jingting asked suspiciously, "Sister Ghost King, what are you looking for?" "A letter." Han Lingxi didn't lift her head as she continued her search. As she was talking, she found the letter written by Mei Lust from under the bed. Han Lingxi hurriedly opened it, only to see some strange symbols and words written on the letter, like some sort of ancient secret language. The more she saw behind her, her face became unusually ugly. Shen Jingting came over and looked at the symbols with a bewildered expression. "Is this really a word? Are you sure it's not just a patchwork of words?" At that moment, he turned his head to look at Han Lingxi, only to find that her face was a bit grave. "What's wrong with you? Is something wrong?" "No." Han Lingxi shook her head and voiced her concern. "The creepy spirit realm is about to open, and all 36 Ghost Kings are allowed to send 10 Ghost Guards of the Li Ghost level and below to participate in snatching what's inside." "Then what's inside this creepy spirit realm? Is it so worth robbing for you guys?" "I've been in there twice before, there are countless goodies inside, and the trickster spirit realm opens every 50 years with a time limit of 3 days. Shen Jingting nodded after hearing this. This Guile spirit realm was similar to a secret realm that could give birth to all kinds of heavenly treasures. As long as one entered it, there was a high chance of obtaining various precious heavenly materials. But looking at Han Lingxi's worried face, she seemed to be worried about something. "Sister Demon King, then this is a good thing, why don't you look too happy?" Han Lingxi frowned her eyebrows. "This one doesn't count as a good thing." "What's wrong?" Shen Jingting looked puzzled. The remaining 4 Ghost Kings of the soul-devouring ghost domain already know that Evil Feather City has been incorporated as a subsidiary city of Spirit Stream City. By all rights, Evil Feather City's quota would be Spirit Stream Cities, and I'd be able to send 20 Ghost Guards into the Guile Spirit Realm. But the 4 Ghost Kings of Enchanted Desire don't recognize it. They want to compete with Spirit Stream City, and if they win, the 10 slots will still be Spirit Stream Cities. If you lose, you have to give up your place. After hearing Han Lingxi's words, Shen Jingting thought it was something big, not just a competition. What's the big deal? Hit and be done with it. As the top of the 6 Ghost King cities, Spirit Stream City naturally had a bottom line, and it was impossible that it couldn't even defeat a single match. Take those Ghost Guards who overthrew Evil Feather City for example. One by one, they were all killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so it wasn't simple to deal with the henchmen of several other Ghost Kings. Therefore, for this point, Shen Jingting trusted Han Lingxi very much. Then fight them. Hit him with one open fist, lest 100 come. When Han Lingxi saw how lightly Shen Jingting spoke, she couldn't help but scold him. It's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against secret arrows. Those 4 Ghost Kings aren't good. They'll definitely use all sorts of underhanded tricks behind their backs. It would have been fine if they had behaved themselves, but when had those 4 guys ever behaved themselves? Whenever there is a dispute of interest, they always do whatever it takes. Last time when they were competing for the Blood Soul Stone Vein, they had secretly sent people to destroy the excavation fortifications of Spirit Stream City, and if they hadn't been prepared for it, the losses would have been heavy. This time, in order to compete for the other 10 places in the Guile Spirit Realm, they would only become even more frantic. Then we'll see what happens. Shen Jingting remained unconcerned. He had a system and was afraid of a hammer. If they really can't, they will give them all kinds of cold and hot weapons at the same time. I don't believe that they can still resist. We'll just have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Han Lingxi couldn't think of any good solutions for a while, so she just didn't think about it for now. She went to the table, the whole person as if she had lost her strength, hands folded together on the table. That look was actually a little cute. The usually majestic Ghost King, at this time, revealed such a childish side, which could not help but make one's heart feel pity. Shen Jingting looked at her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, wanting to ease the heavy atmosphere. "Sister Ghost King, lie down on the bed." "What for? You still want to sleep with me? I've already done what I promised you, let you sleep with me once. Han Lingxi immediately straightened up, clasping her hands to her chest and looking at him warily, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. The original cute and childish look disappeared in an instant, and the majesty returned to her. Shen Jingting froze for a moment, then waved his hand in tears. What are you thinking about? It's time to heal today. You've been playing with your cell phone all day. This niece was quite addicted to the internet, even forgetting something as important as healing her wounds. Yeah, oh, haven't healed yet today. Han Lingxi coughed lightly in an attempt to hide her embarrassment, then walked over to the bed and lay down, naturally lifting up her clothes to reveal a small portion of her stomach. Shen Jingting walked to the bedside and sat down. Then he began to heal her wounds. During the course of the treatment, the two made small talk now and then. Sister Ghost King, how was it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Your strength has now returned to a day-level ghost fiend, and it won't take long for you to fully recover. Thanks. Han Lingxi couldn't really find any way to thank Shen Jingting other than to thank him. Money and power. He wasn't interested. As for women, he was fixated on himself, and he couldn't even look at anyone else. Couldn't figure out why he was so obsessed. Han Lingxi looked sideways at Shen Jingting, who was treating himself, with somewhat complicated eyes. Sensing her gaze, Shen Jingting looked up and smiled. Sister Ghost King, do you think I'm particularly handsome? Humph, sloppy looking. Han Lingxi snorted lightly. I don't know what you guys see in me. I'm so short-tempered. Where's a bit of the gentleness a woman should have? I don't care if other people like it or not. I like this one of you. Chapter 29, I like women. Don't waste your time on me. I only want to cultivate to the Ghost Emperor now. Childish love is impossible for me. Han Lingxi painstakingly persuades Shen Jingting to give up his pursuit of her, but the other party didn't react as if they hadn't heard her, still treating her. Seeing this, Han Lingxi continued to persuade. Shen Jingting, what you've actually seen is all about my appearance. I'm a very unclean person. I never bathe, and my body smells. Coincidentally, I don't like baths either. We call that smelly. Shen Jingting's hand movements, however, did not stop, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing smile. Seeing this, Han Lingxi was a bit anxious as she continued to make things up. I have a bad temper, and when I meet a little thing, I like to scold the people around me for no reason. It's okay, I have thick skin. I can't be beaten. Shen Jingting still replied with a big smile. I like women. Han Lingxi clenched her teeth and threw out this heavy bomb, thinking that this would always make him know what to do. When Shen Jingting heard this, he stared blankly at Han Lingxi for a long while, and that smile gradually faded from his face. A glimmer of hope surged in Han Lingxi's heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted upward, feeling that she could finally get rid of him. But without waiting for this ray of hope to spread, Shen Jingting laughed again. This is even more coincidental. You like women. I also like women. We have a common hobby that spawns more conversation. The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up into an arc, seeing the move and deliberately misinterpreting her meaning. Think of what she said about liking women as the same kind of liking that she admired in a particular woman as she did. Han Lingxi felt like she was going to be furious with Shen Jingting. How could this denizen not understand? So I like men now. So now we don't have anything in common, do we? That's true that there is no more. But, Shen Jingting deliberately lengthened his tone and revealed a bad smile. You like men, I like women. We can like each other and make a pair. Han Lingxi couldn't believe her ears as she stared wide-eyed and was about to open her mouth to retort when Shen Jingting suddenly moved closer, causing her words to clog in her throat. Before she could react, Shen Jingting pressed up at once, bracing his hands on both sides of her, confining her between the bed and couch. The distance between the two instantly closed, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Han Lingxi's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and a blush spread across her face as she said in some panic, "What do you want? Hurry up and get up, or I'll beat you up. Sister Ghost King, don't move." There was a hint of compulsion in Shen Jingting's voice, and before Han Lingxi could react, he leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. The moment her lips touched Han Lingxi, the latter's mind instantly went blank, her eyes widened, and her body became stiff. After a brief moment of shock, Han Lingxi came back to her senses as she pushed Shen Jingting hard, a hint of shame flashing in her eyes. "Denizen, you've gone too far." A hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she looked at Shen Jingting, and she didn't understand why she hadn't pushed him away the first time he kissed her up. Why? In this moment, one's heart felt like it had been struck by something again, becoming soft and confused. Sister Demon King, today's treatment is over. Shen Jingting straightened up with satisfaction, a smirk of triumph hanging at the corner of his mouth. Covering her reddened face, Han Lingxi picked up her cell phone and flew back to her room. As she passed by Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi bit down hard on his shoulder, as if to vent her inner panic and anger in this way. Instead of avoiding it, Shen Jingting smiled even more cheerfully. Sister Ghost King, see you tomorrow. Han Lingxi did not respond and rushed into the room without looking back, closing the door with a bang. She leaned against the back of the door, her heart beating like a drum, her mind constantly floating back to that ambiguous moment just now, and Shin Jingting's bad smile face. Denizen, how dare you kiss me? When I'm healed, I'll beat you to death. With a red face, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, but the slightly trembling voice was not half as intimidating, but rather like a rant. Joy value breaks through 184%. Rewarded with a day-level Ghost Dignity Experience card. Valid time, 20 minutes. Please keep up the good work. Host, Shin Jingting, who had stayed in his room, heard the system's beep and gently stroked the place on his shoulder that had been bitten by Han Lingxi, the smile at the corner of his mouth never diminishing. Bastard, sooner or later I'm going to take you down. In the room, it took a long time before Han Lingxi's panicked heart slowly calmed down. She took her cell phone and walked over to the bed and got down. Then she opened up the cube eliminator and played with it, trying to divert her attention by using that method. While playing, a message suddenly popped up on his cell phone. A voice message from Shin Jingting. Han Lingxi curiously clicked on it. Sister Ghost King, sweet dreams, good night. Han Lingxi looked at the message, and her heart, which had just calmed down, pounded again as she ruthlessly threw her phone to the side and covered her head with the quilt. Denizen. After a moment, she poked her head out from under the covers and hesitated before picking up her cell phone and sending a voiceover. If you dare to molest me next time, I'll beat you to death. As for why she didn't type, because she didn't know how. Shin Jingting taught her to send messages by voice. After sending it, she continued to play with her phone. Shin Jingting wasn't sending her any messages afterward. Early the next morning, Han Lingxi hurried out of her room and forced Shin Jingting, who was still asleep, to wake up. Denizen, look at this cell phone. Why is it black? Is it broken? Shin Jingting was a bit confused by this sudden situation. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and tried to wake himself up. He reached for the phone and pressed the on button a few times, but the phone remained unresponsive. Sister Ghost King, the cell phone is out of battery. You wouldn't have stayed up all night and been playing with your cell phone, would you? No, I went to bed early. Han Lingxi seemed to have been poked and prodded, clasping her hands to her chest and turning her head away in a manner that she refused to admit. Shin Jingting laughed and didn't poke her. Don't worry, the phone isn't broken. As long as it's charged it can continue to be used. Then hurry up and charge it for me. You can fill it up yourself. How do I charge it? Han Lingxi had a suspicious look on her face. She didn't know anything about this cell phone. How could she charge it up? Simple. Shin Jingting snapped his fingers with a bad smile and pointed to his face again. Generate electricity for love. If you kiss me once, that will increase the charge by 1%, and 100 kisses will fill it up. I don't kiss. Don't you dare lie to me. Han Lingxi glared at Shin Jingting. Big deal. I'm not going to play anymore. I'll go back to practicing. Afterward, Han Lingxi took her cell phone and returned to her room. Chapter 30. I've been forcibly kissed again. Shin Jingting couldn't help but smile as he watched Han Lingxi leave in a huff. The more I spend time with you, the more arrogant and adorable you become. After half a month of intimacy, the relationship between the two has subtly changed. When Han Lingxi faces Shin Jingting, she won't be speaking coldly, and has begun to gradually reveal her true self in front of him. Underneath that cold exterior, there was actually a softness that was unknown. And Shin Jingting, also in this half-month deeper and deeper. He loved to see Han Lingxi's face slightly reddened from shyness, loved it when she revealed her truest smile, and loved it when she occasionally threw a little tantrum. This Ghost King sister is also too simple. When it comes to feelings, she is completely a blank sheet of paper. Every time I coax her, I'm almost feeling guilty, thinking of Han Lingxi being coaxed by himself every time. Shin Jingting always felt that he was a scum. This spirit-stream Ghost King, who is frightening in the eyes of others, is so silly and sweet in his feelings that he is simply defenseless. Host, don't be a nymphomaniac. You and Han Lingxi are half a catty. You're also a single dog, or the kind no one wants. The system couldn't help but spit out a comment. Shin Jingting immediately retorted sternly, I have no one? I once talked to 5 girlfriends in one breath, and each of them slept with me, and they never had a fight. This system knows that their names are thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger and little finger, commonly known as the 5-finger girls, right? The system laughed, and there was a hint of flirtation and impishness in that laugh. Shin Jingting, who heard this, instantly blushed with his old face. His bottom was mercilessly stripped clean by the system. Off. Shin Jingting breathlessly rolled his eyes towards the system, not caring if it could sense it or not. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that the system would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Once I've chased Han Lingxi down, I'll say goodbye to the 5-fingered girl from now on. After Shin Jingting finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the system and pulled out his cell phone to start searching for the location of the Guile spirit realm that Han Lingxi had mentioned. The system also did not flirt with Shin Jingting anymore and automatically went offline. Looking through the map, this Guiling realm wasn't too big, about the same as Cheongzhou in the Yang world. Its location, on the other hand, was situated at the junction of the soul-devouring ghost domain and the breaking inferno ghost domain, and belonged to a place that was under the joint control of the two ghost domains. However, in order to show their strength, the soul-devouring ghost emperor and the furying flame ghost emperor permitted the ghosts of the other 7 ghost domains to enter, but only if they paid an entrance fee of 1 million blood soul stones. Blood soul stone, the common currency of the bizarre world, with which you can buy what you want. And if you want to get something in the creepy spirit realm, 7 parts are based on luck and 3 parts are based on strength. After roughly understanding the creepy spirit realm, Shen Jingting put away his cell phone and whispered to himself, "It looks like we can go in and have some fun, and poke around for some goodies on the way out. Having just signed up for a small arsenal myself, that's a walking mob. If you look at anyone and get upset, just give them a pike. The truth is in my hands, and the world is mine. Anyone who dares to disobey will be served with guns. Having power is so ho-hum." Having made up his mind, Shen Jingting picked up his cell phone and played the game, oblivious to the fact that there was a trace of white smoke drifting in the room. What's that smell? It smells so good. Smelling a fragrance that he had never smelled before, he subconsciously sniffed a few more times. It was this sucking that caused Shen Jingting's eyes to begin to become disoriented, and the movements of his hands gradually slowed down. He only felt his head getting heavier and heavier in this moment, like there were countless sleepy worms gnawing at his consciousness. He tried to struggle, to get up, but his legs were as heavy as lead, and with a thud he fell back into his seat, completely passed out. Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting finally fall asleep before she slowly walked out from the shadows. She then walked over to Shen Jingting's side, squatted down, and stretched out her slender fingers to poke his face. "Denizen, even if you don't give me a charge, you actually molested me. I'll make a note of this account first, and I'll find you to settle it slowly in the future." At this time, Han Lingxi remembered the words that Shen Jingting had said earlier, and she was curious in her heart if what the other party had said was true. At the moment, her heart was struggling fiercely. On the one hand, she felt that this move was too ridiculous, but curiosity was driving her. In the end, she gritted her teeth, then bent down and slowly approached Shen Jingting's face. That proximity made her heart beat steeply faster, as if it were about to pop out of her throat. Finally, Han Lingxi gently dropped a kiss on Shen Jingting's cheek. Then she quickly straightened up, her face red, but her eyes were glued to her cell phone, expecting something miraculous to happen. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to freeze. Just then, the screen of the phone suddenly lit up, displaying the sign that it was charging. Han Lingxi was shocked and delighted, not expecting what this denizen said to be true. Thinking about how he said he could charge his cell phone 1% with a kiss, he bit his lip and a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Her face was getting redder and redder, but she still slowly approached Shen Jingting and gently dropped a kiss on his cheek. Once, twice, she kissed again and again as if she were possessed. With each kiss, she felt her heart racing, the nervousness and shyness making her hands shake. When it came to the 84th kiss, Han Lingxi's lips were slightly numb, and just as she was about to charge up and hurry, Shen Jingting snapped his eyes open. He quickly got up and pulled Han Lingxi towards him before kissing her deeply. This sudden and forceful kiss made Han Lingxi's eyes widen and her mind go blank. She didn't even notice her phone screen flickering wildly as the charge dawdled and filled up in the blink of an eye. Only after a long time did Shen Jingting let go of Han Lingxi. Looking at her reddened face and flustered eyes, the corner of his mouth raised in a bad smile. "Sister Ghost King, if you want to kiss me, just do it directly. Why do you still make the smoke? You didn't pass out?" Yes, it was awakened by the love of the Demon King's sister. Seeing the teasing smile on Shen Jingting's face, Han Lingxi knew she had been teased by her. He hadn't actually been intoxicated at all, and he'd faked his passing out. Big liar. Thinking of this, Han Lingxi was so ashamed that she couldn't stand it, and she didn't want to face this awkward and ambiguous situation anymore. So she picked up her cell phone and turned around to run. He went back to his room and slammed the door behind him. Flopping down on his bed, she buried her face deep in the pillow, angry and annoyed, touching her somewhat swollen lips and muttering over and over, "How did I get forcibly kissed by a denizen again? Also, how could that intoxicant smoke have no effect?" As she spoke, the more ashamed she felt, and her feet kept stomping on the bed, as if she wanted to give vent to the massive shame in her heart. Chapter 31, the discussions begin. Time passed and 2 days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the contest. Early that morning, the Enchanting Desire Ghost King, Crippled Blood Ghost King, Corpse Spirit Ghost King, and Skeleton Ghost King each entered Spirit Stream City with 10 stern ghosts. Although Han Lingxi was very unwelcoming to them, as the host, she still brought a ghost to feign welcoming them. May Desire saw Han Lingxi, twisting her slender waist and walking in style, her red gauze skirt fluttering in the wind, emitting a tantalizing aroma. She lightly opened her vermilion lips. Her voice was delicate yet with a hint of playfulness. "Sister Lingxi, I haven't come to Lingxi City to see you for more than 20 years. You've grown more and more bewitching and touching, with this beautiful face. Looking at it, my sister's heart is moved. Seats, tea is set out. Take your seats. Han Lingxi was indifferent to Mei Lust's teasing. Her face was as calm as water, and her eyes glanced at them with indifference and detachment before she left first. She is wearing a white dress today, green silk hanging down behind her, although not powdered, but has its own kind of cold and dusty temperament, and may desire to form a sharp contrast to the delicate and charming. Mei Lust's hand froze in midair. A trace of embarrassment and displeasure flashed across her face, but she quickly regained the delicate look and gently covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Lingxi, don't be so cold. Alright Mei Lust, don't scratch your head there. Business is important today. Don't mess it up. Seeing that Mei Lust was still in the mood to tease Han Lingxi, Remnant Blood, who had come along with him, instantly showed a look of displeasure. This is like being in heat, whining every day, and she doesn't know if she's tired. What do you care if I want to show off? It's better than having a face that looks like someone owes you 800 pounds. It's just bad luck. Mei Lust returned a blank stare, twisted her waist, and left, leaving only a strong fragrant breeze in the air. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Corpse Spirit and Skeleton hurriedly rounded up the scene. Alright, hurry up and enter the city. Remnant Blood snorted coldly before entering the city with them. The four ghosts followed Han Lingxi all the way behind her with their own minions, walking together toward the martial arts practice grounds. Not long after, the ghosts arrived at the martial arts training ground, which was large enough to hold 100,000 people, and that ground was paved with hard shin ironstone. After countless competitions and cultivation, it was already full of scratches and pits of varying depths. Witnessing the wear and tear of the years, tables, chairs, tea sets and other things were set up on the viewing platform directly east of the martial arts practice area. Han Lingxi took the lead and walked over to the main seat and sat down before greeting them as they took their seats. After they were all seated, the Corpse Spirit couldn't wait to take the lead and asked, Spirit Stream Ghost King, in 5 days it will be the time for the opening of the Guile Spirit Realm. And then what? Han Lingxi picked up the teacup with a bland expression and took a light sip. I don't know what happened. Always drank this kind of tea, and suddenly it didn't feel good. And under the fine taste, it was still the milk tea given by Xin Jingting that was good. So after she took a sip of tea, she put down her teacup and stopped drinking. In his mind, however, he couldn't help but start missing Xin Jingting's milk tea. It would be nice to have him at this time. Spirit Stream Ghost King, then we will follow the Sister Ghost King. Xin Jingting suddenly appeared and interrupted the skeleton's words. The crowd's gazes were instantly drawn over, only to see Xin Jingting walking slowly towards Han Lingxi with a cup of milk tea in his hand. He completely ignored the surprised gazes of the people around him and walked straight over to Han Lingxi's side to sit down, then re-bought a cup of milk tea for her. Drink some? Han Lingxi's originally cool gaze slightly loosened when it touched Xin Jingting and the cup of milk tea in his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she still reached out and took the milk tea. What a thought! Thanks! Han Lingxi took a light sip, the familiar flavor spreading across her tongue, and a hint of coziness and nostalgia unconsciously showed in her eyes. Xin Jingting looked at her reaction. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. What's the point of being so polite? A kiss, smooth talk. When Han Lingxi heard this, her face reddened to the roots of her ears, and the milk tea in her mouth nearly spewed out. She glared at Xin Jingting angrily. Denizen, if you molest me again, I'll kick you to death, believe it or not. I certainly. Xin Jingting was just about to open his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by the coughing of a skeleton. This made him frown slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he turned his head to look at the skeleton. If you have asthma, go get it cured. Don't pretend to be coughing here to disturb other people's love talks. You! Skeleton's fingers trembled with anger at Xin Jingting's words, and he pointed angrily at the other party. Kid, you want to die, don't you? Sister Ghost King, I'm so scared. He's going to kill me. Protect me. Xin Jingting feigned fear and obediently hid behind Han Lingxi, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist. Han Lingxi's body stiffened slightly, and an imperceptible blush rose on her face. She coughed lightly, trying to make her voice sound calmer, then reached out and slapped away Xin Jingting's hand on her waist. Denizen, don't give me an inch. I'm here to discuss business. Oh, hearing this, Xin Jingting reluctantly let go of his hand. On the side, Mei Lust's gaze, however, swept back and forth between Han Lingxi and Xin Jingting's bodies, silently murmuring in her heart, is this the male pet you've raised? Handsome is quite handsome, but it's a shame the strength isn't there. Her fingers gently wrapped around the ends of her hair, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a meaningful curve. The Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood couldn't help but look shocked when they saw that there were still ghosts who dared to get close to Han Lingxi. It must be known that Han Lingxi was famous in the soul-devouring ghost region, and had always shown herself to be cold and detached, so ordinary people would be scared even to take a few steps steps nearer, not to mention being close to her. I never thought anyone would dare to be so close to her. And looking at Han Lingxi, she didn't seem to resent it. Corpse Spirit was the first to come back to his senses as he gently touched Remnant Blood's arm and whispered, "Hey, do you think that if Han Feng knows about this, he'll tear this kid apart? More than will tear him apart. I'm afraid he'll die without even a crumb left." Both ghosts seemed to have seen the miserable scene of Xin Jingting being mercilessly torn apart by Han Feng. Han Lingxi also took the opportunity to put away her little girl demeanor just now, and coughed lightly. "Gentlemen, let's discuss business." Her words pulled Mei Lust and the others back from their daze and amazement. The 5 ghosts formally began to discuss the allocation of places to the Guile Spirit realm. Xin Jingting didn't bother them anymore and sat quietly listening. Seeing that he had not yet left, the skeleton frowned, believing that he, an evil spirit, was not worthy of being here to participate in such an important matter. So it opened its mouth to rebuke. "What are you still staying here for? Are you the one who can listen to such important matters? Skeleton, when is it your turn to tell this king's people what to do?" Han Lingxi's willow eyebrows rose, and the domineering aura belonging to a king was unreservedly released from her body, and the temperature of the entire martial arts practicing ground seemed to plummet a few points with it. Han Lingxi's words caused the skeleton to stutter, and although he was upset, he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, this was her home turf, and he didn't have the advantage in any way. So if he continued to argue strongly and caused Han Lingxi to become completely enraged, the consequences would not be something he could afford. Seeing this, the rest of the ghosts tacitly agreed as if nothing had happened, and continued to express their views around the allocation of the quota for the Guiling Spirit realm. But they all confirmed one thing: the evil spirit in front of them was undoubtedly Han Lingxi's male pet. Chapter 32. Han Lingxi protects her husband in a dominant way. "Sister Lingxi, we don't know for what purpose you killed Evil Feather, but the 10 slots belonging to Evil Feather City still have to be redistributed to be fair." Just after Mei Lust's words, Xin Jingting snorted out a laugh. "I thought my cheeks were thick enough. I didn't realize there were actually ghosts who were cheekier than me. What an eye-opener." "What do you mean?" Mei Lust's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing ill will all over. When the skeleton saw this, it secretly snickered. This kid seemed to be a rash, making enemies all over the place on the strength of Han Lingxi's protection. This time, even if Han Lingxi favored him again, she was afraid that it would be difficult to quell Mei Lust's anger. Xin Jingting, however, wasn't the least bit afraid as he reached out and wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's shoulders, sneering, "What did you guys provide for the Evil Feather City that my sister Ghost King worked so hard to bring down? By what right do you guys give quotas when you say you want them? Where's the face? Don't want it. You really think that my Ghost King's sister is a woman and you think she's easy to bully, don't you? I'll leave my words here today. I'd like to see who dares to ask for a quota, and see if I don't kill him." His words were loud and clear, and the people present, with the exception of Han Lingxi, all of them had stunned looks on their faces, but more than anything else, they were scoffing and disdainful. The tone of voice is to match the strength, otherwise it will only be reduced to a joke in the eyes of others. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, looking sideways at Xin Jingting, a wave of warmth and emotion welling up in her heart. This denizen looked cynical on a regular basis, but at this moment he was defending himself so well. Cluck, 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 cluck. "Do you have the ability to do that? Or do you want to use it to kill your slave?" Mei Lust smiled instead of anger, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at a certain part of Xin Jingting's body. Kid, not very strong, but quite a big mouth. The skeleton didn't forget to sneer at this point, with that underdog sneer on his face and contempt in his eyes. "Pop, pop, this king has given you guys face. Is this king's person also something you can mock?" Han Lingxi instantly flashed in front of Mei Lust and skeleton, her jade hand waving out, 2 slaps crisp and loud. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and before the two had time to react, they were knocked off their feet by Han Lingxi, clear palm prints instantly surfacing on their faces, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How dare Han Lingxi go so far as to make an enemy of their 4 great ghost kings for a male favorite? Even Xin Jingting froze at this move, and he hadn't expected Han Lingxi to stiffen the 4 great ghost kings for herself. At this moment, it was as if the air around them had frozen, leaving only the powerful pressure emanating from Han Lingxi's body, crushing in all directions like substance. "Han Lingxi, do you really think that I, Mei Lust, am easy to bully?" Mei Lust covered her red and swollen face, the color of resentment in her eyes intensified, and her voice became shrill and piercing due to her anger. She had lived for more than 2,000 years. Why had she been humiliated like this? Being slapped in the face? How could she swallow the bad anger in her heart? "Han Lingxi, Do you really want to cause a war between ghost kings? Although the skeleton was shocked in his heart, he still pretended to be calm and gritted his teeth. The corpse spirit and remnant blood, who hadn't opened their mouths, also began to stir, their auras growing more and more sinister, as if they were ready to join in the tense situation and put even more pressure on Han Lingxi. Shin Jingting also loaded and chambered around for Barrett at the first opportunity. Anyone who dares to move, one shot to the head. Han Lingxi's phoenix eyes flickered as she took in their small movements, and she snorted coldly as a Ghost King order quietly surfaced in her hand. As soon as this order was issued, Spirit Stream City's defense array was instantly activated, and countless phantom shadow guards surged out from all parts of the city. They were neatly arrayed behind Han Lingxi, emitting powerful soul force fluctuations and forming a stark confrontation with the several people on the opposite side of the room. If you want to fight, you can try. After saying that, she once again gently waved her hand, and the gate of the palace behind her slowly opened, and a group of well-trained ghost soldiers surged out from inside, all of them with cold gazes, waiting in strict formation. If you still want to continue pestering, this king doesn't mind letting you have no return. Mei Lust's heart flinched. She had dealt with Han Lingxi and knew that Lingxi City's defense force was not to be underestimated, and since Han Lingxi dared to be so tough, she must still have a backstroke, but she wasn't willing to be punched in the face just like that, so she looked over to Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood and gave them a wink, signaling them not to act rashly just yet. Han Lingxi, if you hand over the 10 slots in Evil Feather City, I can let this matter go. What if this king doesn't? Han Lingxi smiled coldly. Seeing such a strong attitude from the other party, Mei Lust frowned tightly, feeling bad in her heart. Wasn't it said that she had been seriously injured by Han Feng? But with her current appearance, how could she be half as shriveled as someone who had been seriously injured? Could it be that the information was wrong? Or did she deliberately show weakness to lure herself to claim the quota, so that she could use the opportunity to establish her authority? Mei Lust's thoughts were instantly in disarray, and the originally certain plan was now full of variables. Skeleton on the side also noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and secretly transmitted his voice to Mei Lust. Mei Lust, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get a good deal today, so let's go back first and then think long and hard about it. Mei Lust clenched her teeth. Although she was extremely reluctant, she also understood that there was no certainty of victory by forcing a war at this moment. Han Lingxi, I'll keep this account for today. We'll see. With that, she turned around and walked away with a resentful look in her eyes. Seeing this, Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood also followed silently, looking at the distant backs of Mei Lust and the others. Han Lingxi let out a long sigh of relief. She had just been betting on Mei Lust that they wouldn't dare to have an attack, and luckily she had been right, or else there really would have been a vicious battle today. At the same time, the heart cannot help but be a little worried. Today's matter is just a beginning. The next day is afraid to be bad. Sister Ghost King, were you defending me just now? Shin Jingting put away his barret and leaned into Han Lingxi's ear to ask her about slapping Mei Lust in skull. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly defend a denizen like you? It's even if you molest me every day. You even take advantage of me. Han Lingxi turned her face away, trying to make her tone sound cold and hard, but the slightly reddened roots of her ears quietly betrayed a hint of panic within her. Shin Jingting let out a bad laugh and moved closer again, the tip of his nose almost touching Han Lingxi's cheek. Sister Ghost King, you're really cute when you lie. Cute as hell. You stay away from me, Han Lingxi said with a look of disgust, taking 2 steps back as she spoke, pulling away from Shin Jingting so that she could appear more detached and cold. Shin Jingting, however, was unimpressed, still smiling, a woman with a heart of gold. Han Lingxi ignored him and glared back at him. You go down and hurry up to boost your pitiful strength, and next time you encounter this kind of situation, don't expect me to step in and save you every time. How boring it is to practice, or is it fun to molest you? Shin Jingting responded playfully, not taking Han Lingxi's words seriously. That hangdog look made Han Lingxi even more furious. Angry, she reached out and grabbed Shin Jingting's ear, slightly exerted some force in her hand and twisted it. Denizen, I'll let you molest me. I'll screw you to death. Chapter 33. I'll keep sleeping with you in my arms. Sister Ghost King, I was wrong. Shin Jingting begged for mercy while trying to break free from Han Lingxi's clutches, but Han Lingxi wasn't willing to let him go easily, and didn't let go of her grip. Is it fun to molest me? I ask you. Hey. Fun. Shin Jingting was still playful, and instead of feeling pain, he let Han Lingxi pinch his ears. Hearing this, Han Lingxi became even more furious as she let go of Shin Jingting's ear and kicked him in the ass. Denizen, hurry back to your training. Shin Jingting was kicked and stumbled forward a few steps, but he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he turned around, clasped his hands to his chest, and looked at Han Lingxi with a smile. All right, Sister Ghost King, I won't molest you anymore. Let's get down to business. The playful smile on his face tightened for a few moments and was replaced with a serious look. Why don't you let me kill the 4 of them? Keeping them is always a scourge. If they secretly do something bad in the future, we're afraid we'll be in a place of no return. Han Lingxi sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. You think I don't want to get rid of them? Once the 4 of them are killed in Lingxi City, the 800,000 troops in the 4 cities will be in complete chaos. At that time, the armies of the surrounding ghost domains will take advantage of the situation and quickly press in, and I alone will not be able to suppress them. Unless I advance to ghost dignity, I won't be able to move them for a while. After Shen Jingting heard this, he also understood Han Lingxi's concerns. As long as there were still Mei Lust and their 4 ghost kings around for the time being, they would be able to stabilize the surrounding ghost domains. It made those evil forces that were so foolish to move fearful and didn't dare to easily invade the neighboring areas, thus maintaining a subtle yet fragile order. The two chatted and walked, and before they knew it, they were back in the courtyard. Han Lingxi walked quickly toward the swing at the corner of that courtyard, and she sat gently on it, a white dress dancing lightly with the wind. Cool and holy, Shen Jingting stood to the side, quietly looking at Han Lingxi with a hint of intoxication and pity in his gaze. Sister Ghost King, in a bad mood? Han Lingxi answered softly. Mei Lust and the others were slapped in the face by me, so they definitely won't stop. The next thing is that we may have to send troops to attack Lingxi City, but my injuries have not yet healed. Alas. She gently gripped the swing ropes with both hands, occasionally kicking lightly at the ground beneath her feet to maintain the swing. Shen Jingting walked to sit next to her and swung together. Do you regret hitting them? That's not true. They dared to spread their wildness in my territory, so I naturally had to give them a little color. Han Lingxi couldn't help but have her thoughts turn over in her head as she said this under her breath. If Mei Lust and the others hadn't taunted Shen Jingting, would he have held his tongue in the face of their provocation? Her mind didn't really have an answer. In the past, she always kept the big picture in mind and avoided it when she could. But now, just because Mei Lust and the others had mocked Shen Jingting a sentence, she had impulsively broken this stoicism. Anyway, you came through for me, I had to give you a hand. Han Lingxi turned her head slightly, her gaze meeting with Shen Jingting and quickly moving away, an imperceptible blush rising on her face. The guy is pretty good when he's serious, he's just too shameless most of the time, making himself feel angry and somewhat helpless at the same time. There was not the slightest thing he could do about it. Han Lingxi secretly slandered in her mind, but her thoughts couldn't help but drift away. What is wrong with me? Since when did the denizen carry such weight in my heart? Is it because he's the only one who can heal my injuries? Han Lingxi's afterglow unconsciously glanced at Shen Jingting, and then hurriedly hung her head to look at the ground under her feet, not daring to look directly into the other party's eyes at all. Shen Jingting reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Sister Ghost King, are you listening to me? Go ahead. I'm listening. I want to get into the trickster realm. What are you going to do? Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look at Shen Jingting, puzzlement written all over her face. It's dangerous in there. You'd better not go. And what? And you're going to have to heal me, and I don't want you to go. Han Lingxi knew the terror of the eerie spirit realm, which was filled with unknown evil spirits and unpredictable illusions, and the slightest misstep would result in no return. Furthermore, Shen Jingting was crucial to the recovery of her injuries, and she really didn't want to let him get into danger. There is also the fact that Shen Jingting has taken a place in her heart. There's definitely danger, but I have this and am not afraid. Shen Jingting smiled and pulled out an inflammatory explosive grenade, a pistol, and the deicide crossbow from the system space. Han Lingxi glanced at the hot weapons in his hand and gently shook her head. That guiling realm is evil as hell. These things of yours won't necessarily be useful. You'd better not go. It's okay, grenades don't work, but a cold weapon like a regicide crossbow sure does. Han Lingxi bit her lower lip, her face showing hesitation, but after seeing Shen Jingting's firm eyes, she hesitated for a long time and finally nodded her head in agreement. Well then, when the time comes, you follow the people who are going in with you, and I'll have them protect you. Sister Ghost King, just relax. As long as I don't want to die, nothing can kill me. Shen Jingting confidently patted his chest and laughed. Han Lingxi didn't say anything more, just taking it as his words of comfort. Unbeknownst to Shen Jingting, he had the system as a plug-in and was simply fearless of the dangers in that weird spirit realm. Shen Jingting, why don't you just leave? Han Lingxi was silent for a long time, but she still said these words that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. She knew that Mei Lust, Corpse Spirit, Crippled Blood and Skull they would definitely join forces to send troops to attack Spirit Stream City this time they went back, and once the fire of war was ignited, this place would surely be plunged into a bloody storm. She didn't want Shen Jingting to get involved in this mess, even if he had a few abilities. She really didn't dare to hold her breath in the face of such a powerful allied army. Leave? That's not going to happen. I said I'm going to marry you home and that's what I'm going to do. Besides, I didn't even marry you, so how could I possibly leave alone?
Shin Jingting smiled slightly, putting away his usual cynical stance and adding a hint of composure.
Sister Ghost King,
I still have cards that can withstand the skulls and their alliance, and can make Spirit Stream City invincible.
What else can you do?
Hearing Shin Jingting say this,
a glimmer of hope rose in Han Lingxi's heart again. This denizen always looks like a hangdog,
but his words are still quite reliable.
Shin Jingting, however,
smiled mysteriously.
I'll keep it a secret for now. Don't keep it a secret. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep at night at all.
Han Lingxi frowned slightly and looked at Shin Jingting with an eager face. She really wanted to know what kind of backbone the other party had to be able to face this heavy crisis so calmly.
If you can't sleep, then I'll keep holding you.
The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a bad smile as he moved closer,
his warm breath spilling over Han Lingxi's ears. I'll make sure you sleep better with me holding you. 34. Display of the arsenal. Han Lingxi's face instantly reddened,
and she lightly pushed Shin Jingting,
scolding, it's already that time of day, and you're still out of shape.
Ha ha ha. Well, since Sister Ghost King is so curious, I'll show you my treasure. Shin Jingting laughed out loud while pulling out a box that was only the size of a Rubik's Cube from his pants pocket. Han Lingxi looked at the box with a puzzled face, then at Shin Jingting.
What is this thing? Can it really block the combined attacks of the 4 great ghost kings?
Looking at Shin Jingting's hand, just a palm-sized box,
she really couldn't figure out what the purpose of this thing was. Can it be that this is an improved version of the Inferno Grenade? It's even more powerful than before?
Puzzled, Han Lingxi reached out and gently poked it,
realizing that it didn't respond.
Seeing that she was so curious, Shin Jingting didn't hide it and directly showed her the functions of the box.
Sister Ghost King, watch and don't blink.
Shin Jingting threw the box toward the sky,
and the box landed not far from them,
rapidly growing in size the moment it touched the bottom, not stopping changing until it was as big as 2 rooms.
Go, follow me in and take a look.
With a smile on his face, he said, holding Han Lingxi's hand as they walked together toward the enlarged box.
Holding hands in a fluid process as if it was an all-too-natural move.
Han Lingxi subconsciously wanted to retract her hand, but Shin Jingting's hand was like an iron clamp,
holding hers firmly and not allowing her to break free for half a minute.
A trace of panic and helplessness flashed across Han Lingxi's face, but she could only stiffen her heart as he approached the box.
Walked to the box. Shin Jingting gently pushed the box door.
The door shaft issued a slight creak sound,
slowly opened.
What met his eyes was a row of neatly arranged guns, from compact pistols to long guns,
and all kinds of ammunition piled up on one side,
as well as some cold weapons, which was the small arsenal that Shin Jingting had drawn. Even though he had seen the weapon several times long ago, he still couldn't contain the excitement in his heart when he actually held it in his hands.
He walked over to the mortar and gently stroked the cold, solid metal shell of the gun. Han Lingxi, who was on the side,
was looking at what was in front of her with a face full of shock. She hadn't seen any of these things before, but she had seen and used the inflammatory blast grenade and the ice blast grenade. The fact that they could be put together with them meant that the power of these things was not to be underestimated,
or even stronger.
Denizen, where did you get all this stuff? Shin Jingting turned back and looked at Han Lingxi with a bad smile on his face.
Want to know?
Han Lingxi immediately shook her head when she saw him reveal another impish smile.
Don't want to know, and you don't want to kiss my mouth or look at my legs. Saying that,
she vigilantly pulled a safe distance away from Shin Jingting to prevent the other party from stealing a kiss from her when she wasn't paying attention. That's a lesson learned from earlier.
Sister Ghost King, don't be so petty. I'll just give you a kiss and take a look. It won't do any harm, right?
Shin Jingting slowly stepped closer to Han Lingxi, still with a bad smile on his face.
And you didn't secretly kiss me more than 80 times a few days ago.
Mentioned by Shin Jingting,
Han Lingxi immediately turned red with shame and annoyance.
She raised her hand and began to gather her soul power. The air currents around her fluctuated as her soul power coalesced.
Wisps of soul power lingered in her palm. If you bring that up again, don't blame me for being rude.
Shin Jingting saw that Han Lingxi was really a bit annoyed, so he hastily put away his smile and replaced it with a serious look.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
He turned back and redirected his attention to the guns and ammunition, but in his heart he was still calculating when he could break through Han Lingxi's defense line and sneak a kiss. When Han Lingxi saw this, the anger in her heart subsided slightly, and the soul power gathered in her hands gradually dispersed, the airflow slowly regaining its calm.
She grunted and said in a nonchalant manner, "Remember, no more mention of that incident." "Good, don't mention it."
Shin Jingting smiled and nodded in response, then walked over to Han Lingxi holding a heavily armed machine gun.
Sister Ghost King,
the killing power of these weapons is even better than grenades, so it should be more than enough to deal with Skeleton and the others,
right? How powerful are they? Han Lingxi asked as she casually picked up the mortar shell. Shin Jingting wiped his heavy machine gun and casually returned. It is only stronger than the power of the two types of grenades, and can be said to be crushed. So awesome! Han Lingxi was surprised. She had thought that they were comparable to grenades in power, but she hadn't realized that they were far more powerful. Shin Jingting smiled. That's for sure. These weapons don't say that they can beat down all the coalition army formed by Skeletor and the others, but it's still possible to defeat them to the point of collapse. When Han Lingxi heard this, she was immediately moved. She was worried that she didn't know how to crack the coalition army formed by Mei Lust and the others. When Shin Jingting sent a large number of extremely lethal weapons this way, with these weapons and a large number of ghost guards, it would not be a problem to deal with the coalition forces. But when he thought that these things might have cost him a lot of effort, Han Lingxi was a bit overjoyed. Denizen, did it cost you a fortune to get these? After all, Shin Jingting had said before that a single inflammatory burst grenade was precious, so the difficulty of obtaining so many weapons that were even more powerful than inflammatory burst grenades was simply unimaginable. Shin Jingting had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. His body slightly leaned forward, the distance between the two of them closed again, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Sister Ghost King, are you feeling sorry for me? Or are you preparing to make it up to me? If you make amends, are you going to give me a kiss? Or do you want to give me your body? Don't be immodest. I'm asking you very seriously. Han Lingxi was infuriated and amused by his roguish demeanor, and reached out to gently push him. Only then did Shin Jingting straighten up and pretentiously clear his throat. It's really quite difficult, but it's worth it to help you. The chances of drawing this arsenal are slim to none, and indeed you could say it took a lot of luck to get it. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the lottery chances contributed by Han Lingxi, there wouldn't be this overflowing arsenal today. Thus it boils down to thanking her. It wasn't as if he hadn't contributed though. If he hadn't molested her, how would he have gotten her to offer 2 draws? Thank you. I'll repay you when this is over. You don't have to be so polite. Just let me give you a few more kisses or cuddle you in bed again. Shin Jingting look. Directly Han Lingxi just flooded the touched instantly and angry gesture to lift his hand to hit him again. Shin Jingting hurriedly smiled and avoided. The atmosphere between the two became differently intimate in this playful banter. Chapter 35, Transmission Formation. After playing around, Shin Jingting patiently introduced Han Lingxi to the functions and power of each weapon one by one. Han Lingxi listened attentively to Shin Jingting's explanation, interjecting a few words every now and then. Denizen, if all of these things are placed in Spirit Stream City, then Salty Fish City will be the first place that Mei Lust and the others will attack, and it will be hard for me to manage to command both sides of the battle. Han Lingxi's eyebrows knitted slightly as she looked at Shin Jingting with a worried expression. Evil Feather City was now renamed Salty Fish City by Shin Jingting, but Han Lingxi didn't say anything. She respected Shin Jingting's approach and still renamed Evil Feather City as Salty Fish City. After all, Evil Feather City was only fought down by Shin Jingting. But then again, the two cities were too far apart, and it would not have been easy for them to ride to each other's aid. If Mei Lust and the others attacked at the same time, it would be difficult for Han Lingxi to take care of both sides. Once Shin Jingting heard that Han Lingxi worrying was indeed a tricky problem, he rubbed his hand on his chin and fell into deep thought. Not long after, he thought of an excellent solution to this problem and immediately snapped his fingers excitedly and said, Sister Ghost King, I've thought of a solution. What way? Han Lingxi hurriedly asked, a few points of expectation in her eyes as she looked at Shin Jingting, not noticing in the slightest that she was inadvertently developing a slight dependence on him. Follow me. Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously as he deliberately sold a secret, then led Han Lingxi to the center of the city. Han Lingxi looked at him with a skeptical expression. What did you bring me here for? She really couldn't guess what medicine Shin Jingting was selling in his gourd, and there was nothing special about the center of this city on weekdays. It was closed to the public except for practice, when it was a little more lively, but right now was not the time to hang around. Her heart was full of doubts, but her feet still followed Shin Jingting step by step. In a minute you'll know. Shin Jingting smiled and immediately communicated with the system in his mind. System, purchase a teleportation array disk. $200,000 deducted from the weird value. Hiss. System, you're too dark, aren't you? Charging me $200,000 for a teleportation array disk. Shin Jingting sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He is running into a treacherous businessman. In the young world was pitched even if, also by the system this capitalist paid a sum of money. However, Shin Jingting's tirade drew the system's contempt. Host, it's not that this system is dark, but you're too poor. Count on it. Shin Jingting gritted his teeth and returned. It's a meaty deal, but it's good to know that the system gives you what you pay for. Then he took out a black and a white array disk from the system space, on which complex array patterns were engraved, each revealing a mystery. With it, the distance between Spirit Stream City and Salty Fish City was instantly brought closer, and there was a little more strength to deal with Mei Lust and their attacks. Han Lingxi saw two black and white discs appear out of nowhere in Shen Jingting's hand and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" She now felt particularly curious about anything Shen Jingting took out, and any object he took out seemed to have an unexpected effect. Shen Jingting held the two array discs and looked at Han Lingxi and smiled. "Sister Ghost King, this thing is very useful, allowing us to shuttle back and forth between Lingxi City and Salty Fish City in just 10 seconds. What? 10 seconds? You didn't lie to me, did you?" Han Lingxi's eyes widened with incredulity. From Spirit Stream City to Salty Fish City was more than 80,000 kilometers, and it would take her 20 minutes to arrive without resting and flying at full power. The two ordinary-looking discs in front of you will solve this distance problem in just 10 seconds. It made a direct break with her previous perceptions. Han Lingxi couldn't help but come forward and once again scrutinize the two discs, reaching out and gently touching the runes on them, feeling the faint fluctuations of soul power coming from them. "The words are still coming out of my mouth. Amazing." Shen Jingting smiled gently. "Of course I didn't lie to you. I'll show you now." Hearing this, Han Lingxi slowly withdrew her hand, shock still lingering in her eyes, but more than anything else, she was elated. She couldn't wait to take a few steps backward to make room for Shen Jingting, her eyes locked tightly on that array disc, urging him eagerly and curiously, "Okay, then you show it quickly." Shen Jingting held the white array disc and explained, "Sister Ghost King, after this white teleportation array disc is activated, it needs to create a connection with the black array disc so that teleportation can be realized." As he spoke, he crouched down and placed the white array disc in his hand steadily on the location that had been chosen long ago in the center of the city. He then stood up and activated the array disc according to the method of using a teleportation array. As his movements continued to change, the array pattern on that array plate began to flash with a dazzling golden light, which grew more and more intense, and soon formed a circular gate. In a short while time, the gate began to gradually shrink until it disappeared. "Now we just need to place this array disc in Salty Fish City and we're done. Then let's go now." Han Lingxi impatiently wanted to experiment with the effects of the teleportation array, and she was now especially curious to know if the results were as Shen Jingting had said. A distance of over 80,000 kilometers can be reached in just 10 seconds. "Sister Ghost King, take it easy." Shen Jingting calmed Han Lingxi's agitated emotions. "This teleportation array is so useful, we can't let other people know about it. The two of us will just travel to Salmon City in secret." Han Lingxi thought carefully and felt that Shen Jingting did have a point. "Alright, then we'll fly to Salty Fish City now." Just as the words fell, Shen Jingting hugged Han Lingxi's slender waist from behind, his hands subconsciously tightening a bit. Warm breath spilled over Han Lingxi's ears, causing her ears to instantly redden. Han Lingxi's body stiffened, her cheeks tinted a faint scarlet color, and her heartbeat steeply accelerated, her mouth snapping. "You, what are you doing? Sister Ghost King, I don't know how to fly, so take me and fly." Shen Jingting hemmed and hawed as he leaned his head toward Han Lingxi's shoulder again, his hands still tightly encircling her slender waist, with no intention at all of letting go. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Han Lingxi had understood Shen Jingting's little scheme at this moment. Not wanting others to know was indeed true, but taking advantage of himself was his real purpose. "What on purpose? I can't understand." Shen Jingting put on an innocent face and tried to muddle through. Han Lingxi sighed softly and didn't bother with him anymore. Who made herself beg for it now? "Denizen, no pinching my stomach this time." There was a warning in her gaze, and her hands were still subconsciously shielding her abdomen. The embarrassment of having her stomach pinched last time was still fresh in her mind, and she didn't want to experience it again. That was accidental on my part, not on purpose. I don't care if you did it accidentally or on purpose. No pinching my stomach this time." Han Lingxi snorted lightly, and then without further delay, he operated his soul power, and with a light point of his toes on the ground, his entire body rose up in the air, wrapped around Shen Jingting, and flew towards Salty Fish City. Chapter 36, Prince Salt. After loading the black teleportation array disc in Salty Fish City, the two array discs created an induction and an illusory gate opened. "Sister Ghost King, the teleportation array is built. Let's try the effect." Shen Jingting looked back at Han Lingxi and smiled, then took her hand and walked into the teleportation array. Han Lingxi didn't break free, letting Shen Jingting take her hand, and although there was a trace of a strange feeling in her heart, it was replaced by curiosity. The moment the two of them stepped into the teleportation array, light flashed around them and soul power surged. Shen Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand tightly as he walked along the passageway opened by the teleportation array. A moment later, the light dimmed and the teleportation array stopped functioning. The two of them walked out of the teleportation array and looked at their familiar surroundings as they both revealed smiles. "Sister Ghost King, it looks like we made it. Amazing." Han Lingxi was still a bit incredulous until now that a distance of over 80,000 kilometers had really only taken 10 seconds to teleport over. Denton really hadn't lied to himself, he'd kept all his promises to himself. Suddenly, Han Lingxi remembered something. Then what should I do if I want to go to Salty Fish City now? Simple. You just need to inject your soul power inside the teleportation disc to activate it. Han Lingxi immediately tried it, and the moment soul power was injected into the teleportation disc, that teleportation door reappeared. The moment she touched the edge of the portal with her finger, a faint electric current traveled back to her along with her soul power, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This teleportation array is really something." Shen Jingting secretly laughed. Having spent 200,000 eerie values on it, it's bound to be good. Can it be used all the time? Or is there a number of uses? It's always available. There's no limit, Shen Jingting said, and took out the arsenal again. Sister Ghost King, the weapons in here. Spirit Stream City and Salty Fish City will each allocate half. If Skeletor and the others dare to attack, we can guarantee that we can catch them off guard. Although Shen Jingting's words were like this, the wariness hidden in his eyes could not be hidden at all. The 4 Ghost Kings had joined forces to send troops, and their strength would never be less than 100,000. And if these 100,000 ghost soldiers could all be killed, 500,000 eerie values wouldn't be able to run away. Thus, Shen Jingting was now especially looking forward to Skeleton and the others sending troops soon, so that he could obtain the bizarre value in a big way. Then I won't be polite to you. Han Lingxi smiled faintly, and then she and Shen Jingting placed various weapons at the high points of the 2 cities. Then he personally paired some of his cronies and taught them to use it. The cronies all listened with rapt attention, their eyes full of reverence and determination. They knew the importance of these weapons for guarding the city, and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Under Shen Jingting's patient guidance, the cronies gradually mastered the skill of using weapons. By the time everything was ready, it was evening. Exhausted, the 2 returned to their rooms ready to rest. Shen Jingting took out his cell phone to continue to understand this bizarre world. Some careful search to find, he has a general understanding of this world. The bizarre world, also called the foreign world, was born at what time is no longer available. It is vast and boundless, not counting those places that have not been opened up. A rough calculation. Its area is about trillions of square kilometers. There were more than 100 billion ghosts born here and had continued to increase in recent years, but there was only one supreme ghost emperor, and more than 2/3 of the other ghosts were basically lone souls with no strength. After understanding the general situation, Shen Jingting fell into deep thought. In that case, breaking through to the ghost emperor was tantamount to anteing a tree, and was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Just as Shen Jingting was thinking about his next plan, the door to the room was suddenly opened. He turned his head to look, only to see Han Lingxi walking in with a steaming bowl of soup food. Before Shen Jingting could say anything, Han Lingxi quickly walked to him and placed the bowl on the table. "Denizen, I have no appetite. You can eat this meal. It's a shame to throw it away." Shen Jingting looked at the soup and food on the table, then raised his eyes to Han Lingxi, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. He grabbed a spoon and scooped a mouthful into his mouth, and the next second, he spat it all out. Seeing this, Han Lingxi's expression, which had originally held a hint of anticipation, instantly froze, and her gaze locked onto Shen Jingting as a wave of panic and embarrassment surged in her heart. "What's wrong, Sister Ghost King? Fire the cook who cooks. He's not the Salt King. I'm afraid. It's salty." Shen Jingting frowned and grinned as he said, and was also busy picking up the tea on the side to slam a few mouthfuls of it in an attempt to wash away the heavy salty taste in his mouth. Han Lingxi's face instantly turned red, a hint of shame and embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she bit her lower lip and said stiffly, "There's no such thing as a cook. I made this soup myself." After saying that, she slightly looked away, not daring to look directly into Shen Jingting's eyes. Because of the matter of the armory and the teleportation array, she went back to her room and thought carefully about it, and felt more and more that Shen Jingting was sincere to himself, while she always seemed to be too cold and detached to him. So, today, she deliberately cooked, thinking to cook a meal for Shen Jingting to treat him, but she hadn't touched the pots and pans since her death, and her cooking skills had long since gotten rusty. But for the sake of Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi had to spend a lot of thought and time, from the selection of ingredients to the cooking fire, all one by one with heart and soul. Due to a momentary lapse of concentration, I accidentally put in too much salt. I should have known that when it was done, I would have tasted the saltiness beforehand. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's rare blush and put the soup aside, laughing teasingly. "Oh, so it's made by Sister Ghost King. It's just that you're a worrying cook. If I marry you in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to eat salt every day." When Han Lingxi heard Shen Jingting say he wanted to marry himself, her heart trembled violently, and the blush on her face instantly spread to the roots of her ears. Don't you hit on me. I'm not getting married. Also, I'm a good cook. I just haven't cooked in over 1,000 years and I'm a little rusty," she added hastily, as if grasping at the last shred of reason she could salvage her face, her breasts rising and falling slightly as she tried to calm the heartbeat that had quickened with panic. Ha ha ha. Shin Jingting, however, didn't care about her rejection at all and laughed cheerfully. "Your cooking skills aside, if you say you won't marry now, you may not change your mind one day." Han Lingxi glared at him petulantly. "Impossible, my mind is made up, and I'm definitely not going to change it. Eat slowly by yourself, I'm going back to my room." "Don't, Sister Ghost King, how boring for me to be alone. Why don't you stay with me and chat with me for a while longer?" "Stayed and waited for you to take advantage of me." Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow and clasped her hands to her chest, looking at him with a smirk as if to say, "I've seen through your tricks, don't try to fool me." Shin Jingting was stunned for a moment and awkwardly touched his nose. This is called cultivating feelings. Chapter 37, The Conspiracy. Maylust City, Council Hall. The four great ghost kings, Maylust, Remnant Blood, Corpse Spirit, and Skull, once again gathered together. The skeleton's face was grim, and his eyes were wide with rage as he said, "Three of you, Han Lingxi slapped me in this ear. I definitely can't just let it go. I must take revenge." This king won't let Han Lingxi off the hook easily either. This king will let her know that she won't have any good consequences for offending me. Maylust slowly clenched her fists, her nails deeply embedded in her flesh, but she didn't feel a thing. At this moment, she only wanted to break Han Lingxi into pieces to ease her heart's hatred. "Maylust, Skull, I completely understand how you guys are feeling right now." The corpse spirit looked grave and tried to pacify the two enraged companions in front of him with words. However, the corpse spirit's words had not yet been finished, but it hit the muzzle of the gun first. "You understand my ass." Maylust instantly stormed out, her delicate face twisted with rage. "You're talking about understanding here without being slapped. I'll slap you so you can empathize with us as well." "Maylust, calm down." Seeing that Maylust was about to lose her mind, Remnant Blood hurriedly shouted from the sidelines, with a bit of anxiety and exhaustion in her voice. "It's this time of the year and they're still infighting. I really don't know what to say about them." It wasn't known if the bloodstains drink had worked, or if there was still a trace of sanity left in Maylust's heart. She gradually calmed down, her chest rising and falling violently, her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her nails were embedded deep into her palms. "Humph." Maylust let out a cold snort, turned around and sat down again, picking up the strong wine on the table and taking a sharp drink, as if she wanted to use it to vent her anger. But the strong liquor in her throat seemed to add another fire to her burning anger, and the corpse spirit knew that Maylust was angry at the moment, so he didn't bother with her. Skeleton took a sip of wine, his tone very certain. "I'm sure Han Lingxi is definitely injured. How did you tell?" Remnant's brow furrowed in puzzlement as he asked. He had been observing Han Lingxi for a long time and had never found any signs of her being injured. Yet the skull had flatly concluded that Han Lingxi was 100% injured. Could it be that he had some special method? The skeleton lowered its head, wanting to say something, as if it had something difficult to say. Seeing this, Maylust in corpse spirit hurriedly spoke out and inquired, "Skeleton, it's this time, don't cover up anymore. How did you judge it? Hurry up and tell us." "She doesn't even hit people with the same force as she used to, so I deduced that she must be injured." The skeleton stammered for half a day before finally stating his basis. The Remnant Blood trio was speechless when they heard this. "Dare I say you judged it after you were beaten?" Maylust rolled her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, her words full of mockery. The skeleton had probably been knocked out of his mind to come up with such an outrageous excuse. The skeleton bristled. "Or you think I got that slap for nothing?" Remnant Blood, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and clasped his hands to his chest, a look of tears and laughter hanging on his face as he thought in his heart that this skeleton was really an oddball, taking a beating and getting experience. However, after some scoffing, they took a moment to think about it and agreed that the skull's feelings weren't entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, this kid hadn't rarely eaten punches from Han Lingxi on weekdays just because of his foul mouth, and having been beaten more often, he might really be able to detect some subtle differences. "What do you guys say? Should we send troops to attack Lingxi City immediately?" The corpse spirit looked up at the three ghosts and asked. Skeletor slammed the table. Asterisk 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 it. "Take her while she's sick." "Skull, you brown man, go easy on him." When Skeleton heard this, but thought that Maylust was concerned about him, he said with a smile, "Maylust, you don't have to worry about me." "Worry my ass. I'm afraid you'll break my table." Maylust looked at the table with a heartbroken face. Luckily it hadn't been damaged in the slightest, or else she would definitely have to fight the skeleton. The skeleton showed a look of embarrassment, daring himself to make a fool of himself. "All right, back to business." Remnant resumed his seat and sat down. "Tell us what you guys think. I definitely want to send troops to attack Han Lingxi. I can't take the slap in the face for nothing. Skeletor spoke his mind instantly. In the past, his strength was weak, and with Han Lingxi being too powerful, he couldn't do the slightest thing to take the other party. But now that Han Lingxi's strength had been greatly weakened, it was the best time to break through Lingxi City in one fell swoop, and Skeleton simply didn't want to miss it. May Lust, what about you? Remnant looked at May Lust again and asked. May Lust was silent for a short while and said, the fight is definitely on, but not now. Go on. Even though Han Lingxi's strength has been greatly reduced, it's nothing short of a fool's errand to take Lingxi City in 5 days. Even a surprise attack wouldn't necessarily have a chance of success. Han Lingxi might have already laid out his troops. Also, we can't guarantee that the other Ghost Kings won't take advantage of the situation at this time. And since the Guile Spirit Realm is about to open, there's no need for us to start a conflict with Han Lingxi at this juncture. The Corpse Spirit nodded in agreement with May Lust. I share May Lust's opinion. We'll find Han Lingxi to settle the score after the Guile Spirit Realm. At that time, not only will we be able to break through Spirit Stream City in one fell swoop, but we will also be able to obtain the things she got in the Trickster Spirit Realm. So it can be said to be a 2-for-1 endeavor. The skeleton bristled in disdain upon hearing this. When you guys put it that way, it makes me look like a reckless person, isn't it? The 3 ghosts looked at the skull and said in unison. All right. You guys are the ones with brains. The skeleton clasped its arms to its chest and leaned back. However, don't blame me for not reminding you that Han Lingxi was able to become the head of the 6 great ghost kings, and was bound to have a bit of tact. Also, that concubine of hers is very creepy. My proposal is that if he enters the creepy spirit realm, let our people kill him first to avoid a long night. The corpse spirit stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before saying, indeed, that kid's appearance was too bizarre, giving me an inscrutable feeling. Then while making preparations in the next few days, check on the boy in the meantime. Remnant Blood nodded. He also felt that what Skull and Corpse Spirit said was not unreasonable. At this moment, May Lust spoke up. Leave that kid to me. I have a way to make him my eyes. Okay, then he's all yours. Remnant Blood knew that May Lust was definitely going to use that move again, and once that move came out, not to mention Shin Jingting, who only had evil ghost level strength, even the Ghost King would be struck, so he wasn't the least bit worried that May Lust would screw this up. Now that a plan has been agreed upon, let's wait for the right time. Skeletor finished the last bit of wine in his glass, got up, and left. Crippled Blood and Corpse Spirit didn't stay too long either, and after bidding farewell to May Lust, they also rushed back to their own cities as fast as they could. When they left, the corner of May Lust's mouth hooked into a stirring smile. Han Lingxi, your male favorites. This king has booked them. Chapter 38, Intimate Letters. That night, Shin Jingting was bored and prepared to go into Han Lingxi's room to find her for a chat, but after entering the door, he found that she wasn't in the house. Strange, normally at this point in time, she should be cultivating. Where did she go today? Suddenly there was less fighting with Han Lingxi, and Shin Jingting suddenly felt that life was less fun and looked a bit uncomfortable. Every time he just teased Han Lingxi into blushing, he was overjoyed. But today, Han Lingxi was a bit of an anomaly, and surprisingly didn't cultivate in the house. Couldn't have run off early knowing I was coming for her tonight. Shin Jingting stroked his chin and thought so, feeling that this situation was not impossible. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go back first. Shin Jingting walked out of Han Lingxi's room and wandered around the empty courtyard for a while before slowly returning to his room. Pushing the door, he walked over to the table and sat down, taking out the purple gold soft armor cloth he had drawn earlier from the system space. Looking at the clothes that were only palm-sized, Shin Jingting froze for half a day before he began to communicate with the system. System, are you sure this is clothing and not a rag? This system says that you can change the size of your clothes at will by injecting soul power. Hearing the system say this, Shin Jingting then remembered that it had indeed said this, only that it had forgotten it for a long time. However, with a large amount of trickster value to absolve damage himself, this purple gold soft armor cloth wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to give it to Han Lingxi. It just so happened that her strength hadn't recovered to its peak yet, so it would be more than appropriate to give it to her for protection. System, is it okay if I give the purple gold soft armor cloth to Han Lingxi? Shin Jingting silently inquired in his mind, although he had already made up his mind to gift this treasure to Han Lingxi. After all, the thing had originated from the system, and the question of ownership still had to be confirmed. The host's things can be distributed by themselves. The emotionless electronic voice of the system sounded in Shin Jingting's mind, causing him to have a bottom in his heart. Shin Jingting carefully folded the purple gold soft armor cloth and placed it into a specially made box, preparing to find an appropriate time to present it to Han Lingxi. That way, her safety was guaranteed. During this half a month or so of time together, Han Lingxi's attitude toward Shin Jingting had also undergone a great transformation. Before, she was as cold as ice, not allowing anyone to offend her majesty. Now when she faced Shin Jingting, she unconsciously removed all her defenses, and there was more tenderness and laughter between her brows. System, purchase 100 spirit pill. Shin Jingting communicated with the system in his mind. This 100 spirit pill was one of the best of all the healing elixirs, as well as an elixir to treat damage to the soul source. It contains daytime purple soul water, which is an unrivaled and rare spirit liquid, one drop of which can revitalize a dying soul. The other auxiliary materials needed to refine the 100 spirit pill are all heavenly materials that grow in desperate places and are extremely difficult to collect, so only the system can get these things at once. Now, in order to recover Han Lingxi's injuries as quickly as possible, Shin Jingting didn't even think twice about it, and immediately bought 100 spirit pill for her. Previously it was a delayed purchase because the bazaar value was so low and it was necessary to have it for a rainy day. Now that there's a surplus of trick value, it's time to buy her one. Deducting 100,000 bazaar values, the 100 spirit pill has been placed in the system space. The host will check it by himself. Hearing this, Shin Jingting immediately took out the 100 spirit pill from the system space. An elixir that glowed with a purple halo and emitted a refreshing light appeared in his palm. It's not bad. After Ghost King's sister takes it, she should be able to recover to a star Ghost King. Shin Jingting was looking at the 100 spirit pill when the door suddenly sounded a knock. Who? He snapped back to his senses, his guard instantly drawn up, and almost subconsciously, he quickly put the 100 spirit pill back into the system space. Sir Shen, it's me. I'm Lightning, Lord Ghost King's maid. A soft and somewhat respectful female voice came from the door. Shin Jingting frowned slightly, secretly pondering. At this time Lightning came to find himself. What was the matter? He gathered his thoughts and got up and went up to open the door. I'm not hungry and I don't want to eat, so if you have something to say, just say it. With the thrill of being poisoned last time, he was wary of all ghosts except Han Lingxi, especially with the food that was delivered. It was more alert. Outside the door, Light Spirit was dressed in a light blue gauze, her hair falling softly over her shoulders, but her hands were empty, and she did not feel the slightest embarrassment in the face of Shin Jingting's coldness, but instead, with a smile on her face, she elegantly handed over a letter. Sir Shen, this is a letter from the Enchanting Desire Ghost King to you. When Shin Jingting heard this, she did not reach out to pick it up as her gaze darted back and forth between Lightning and the letter. The Enchanting Lust Ghost King, the existence of this who was known for her seduction in the weird world, sent herself a letter, fearing that she did not have any good intentions. Sir Shen, the person sent by the May Desire Ghost King to deliver the letter said that the content inside concerns the spirit stream Ghost King, so please make sure you read it carefully. After Lightning finished speaking, she put the letter aside, curtsied slightly, and turned to leave. Shin Jingting looked at her departing back until she disappeared from sight before closing the door to his room. The paper of the letter was cold to the touch and carried a faint aroma that seemed to be some kind of compelling ecstasy. He carefully tore open the envelope and unfolded the letterhead, only to see it written in elegant handwriting. Mr. Shin, I apologize to you in my heart for what happened before. Shin Jingting scanned through the previous contents in a single glance, automatically ignoring those titillating words of May lust. It was only when she saw the end of the letter that she revealed her true purpose. I have a 1,000-year-old soul Ganoderma in my collection here. If Mr. Shin is willing to come and have a drink with me tonight, this soul Ganoderma, I am willing to offer it with both hands. After reading the content of the letter, Shin Jingting's brows furrowed. The 1,000-year soul Lingji, if Sister Ghost King had taken it, she would have been able to completely recover from her injuries. The system mall also has soul Ganoderma lucidum, but the years are all 10,000 years to start with, and the selling price is even more outrageous, requiring 1 million bazaar value. He had gone to great lengths to accumulate trickster values, and now he had only managed to save 560,000. 1 million trickster values was astronomical to him, and it was impossible to gather them in the short term. In comparison, the temptation mentioned in May Lust's letter, that as long as one accompanied her for a small drink, the 1,000-year-old soul Ganoderma could be in her hands, was just too great. This May Lust is probably testing, or perhaps trying to buy me off. Then I'll take the trick and get my hands on the soul spirit Ganoderma first. Shin Jingting made up his mind and immediately bought a Barrett bullet, then went to the appointment alone. However, just as he left on the front foot, Han Lingxi walked in with a piece of clothing on the back foot. Denizen, I've got a dress for you, try it on to see if it fits. She walked into the room and looked around, only to find that Shin Jingting had long since disappeared, and the anticipation on her face instantly turned to doubt and loss. Where did it go? Chapter 39 Armed Robbery. Han Lingxi searched around Shin Jingting's room, didn't find anyone, and came back to the courtyard to look. This denizen, it was hard for me to sew you a dress for defense, but you ran away without your person. Han Lingxi muttered in a low voice, her pretty face filled with dissatisfaction with Shin Jingting. Never mind, I'll go back and give it to him when he gets back. Saying that, she walked out of the courtyard with the clothes she had carefully sewn for Shin Jingting. Coincidentally, it just happened to run into the oncoming maid. Lightning, Seeing Han Lingxi, Lightning slightly curtsied and respectfully said, "Lord Ghost King, it's time for the evening meal. Lightning, do you know where Shin Jingting has gone?" Han Lingxi couldn't care less about her meal, and with an anxious expression, she grabbed Lightning's arm and asked. Lightning was startled by her sudden move, but quickly calmed down and said after owing a bow, reporting back to Lord Ghost King. Duke Shin left in a hurry after reading the letter from the enchanting Lust Ghost King, seemingly to go to an appointment. When Han Lingxi heard this, she didn't know that an inexplicable wave of jealousy would suddenly well up in the bottom of her heart. Damned big liar, and said he only liked me, but then he turned around and was cheated by someone else. Humph, it's good to be gone, don't even come back in the future. Negatively throwing down these words, she twisted her head and walked back. Along the way, the flowers and grasses along the roadside suffered, being beaten up by her with her soul power. Lightning froze. The woman in front of her, who was full of jealousy and stomping her feet in anger, was a far cry from the strong Ghost King Lord she remembered. She secretly sighed in her heart. It turned out that even the strongest person would become so soft and suffer so much when faced with feelings. When Han Lingxi returned to her room, she closed the door with a bang, threw herself onto the bed, and covered her head with the quilt, just like a kitten that had exploded. After a while, she violently lifted the quilt again and sat up, her eyes staring straight at the clothes prepared for Shin Jingting. The more she looked at them, the more angry she became, and as soon as she grabbed them, she wanted to tear them to shreds. "No more for you." But just as his hand touched the shirt, his fingertips felt like they had been burned, and his movement stalled. "No, I sewed it with great difficulty. It would be too much of a shame to ruin it like that." Her eyes were full of tangled, gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tightly, but eventually she couldn't give up. Folded the clothes carefully, put them on her pillow and went to sleep. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion of May Lust City, Shin Jingting was sitting opposite the May Lust Ghost King. The enchanting Lust Ghost King was wearing a red dress, her body was exquisite, and her eyes were filled with seductive charm. She picked up the wine cup and gently took a sip. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile. "Mr. Shin, you have indeed come as promised. You can make my slave wait. There's something to say," Shin Jingting said in a cold voice. The enchanting Desire Ghost King lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice twining like silk threads. "Mr. Shin, this wine was specially brewed for you by my slave. Try it?" She lightly raised her jade hand and passed a glass of wine to Shin Jingting. The edge of that glass still had her faint lip prints, and her eyes were full of flirtatious hints. Shin Jingting looked at the wine handed over and did not reach out to pick it up. Instead he looked disgusted. "I have a cleanliness fetish." Upon hearing Shin Jingting's words, the smile on Maylust Ghost King's face instantly froze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly resumed the delicate and flirtatious appearance. She giggled. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell, but with a few deliberate moments. "Mr. Shin really loves to joke, but it's just a cup of wine that can make you resist so much. Does it mean that you don't think that this slave's hands aren't clean enough?" Saying that, she also intentionally raised her jade hand and gently brushed the hair on her temples. Her movements were extremely charming. Shin Jingting looked at her in this manner. His heart burst with boredom, and his face was close to writing the word on his face. "May Lust, I don't have time to spend with you. My Ghost King's sister is still waiting for me to return to warm my bed." As soon as these words were uttered, May Lust's movements stalled violently, the smile on her face instantly freezing, and that staged hand stopped awkwardly in midair. When she saw that Shin Jingting remained unmoved, a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to that delicate look. "In that case, then this wine, my slave will drink it herself." Saying that, she slowly brought the wineglass close to her lips and took a sip. The wine slid down the corners of her mouth and dripped onto her chest, adding a bit more charm. "Mr. Shin, why are you so formal? Just relax when you're here with your slave." After finishing, she slowly got up and walked around behind Shin Jingting, wanting to reach out and gently rest her hand on his shoulder. Then, Maylust's body leaned forward slightly, exhaled like an orchid, and continued, "This moonlight, wine, and beautiful people, don't you want to enjoy yourself? Your slave can also let you experience a pleasure that you can't experience with Han Lingxi." As he spoke, a strange fragrance emanated from her body, drilling into Shin Jingting's nostrils in an attempt to disturb his mind. Shin Jingting, however, did not notice, but only raised his head to look at the bright moonlight and nodded slightly. "The moon is quite pretty, it's just that the people aren't very good. As for what you call pleasure, I don't care." A trace of sullenness flashed across May Desire's face, and she quickly reverted to that choleric look as she lightly snapped, "Sir Shen, your words are also too hurtful to my slave's heart. Slave is sincere to you, just want to spend the night with you. Why are you so cruel?" She once again took a step forward, her jade hand reaching out, making a gesture to pull Shin Jingting's sleeve. Shin Jingting's figure flickered and instantly retreated several steps, pulling away from May Lust. Just talk, don't pickpocket me. Beware that my Ghost King's sister will find you to fight for her life when she finds out. Since you're not sincere, there's no need for me to stay. Never again. After saying that, he quickly left without looking back. Mr. Shin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The 1,000-year soul Ganoderma, my slave hasn't taken it out yet, Mei Lus said as she gently raised her hand, and a soul Lingji that emitted a soft glow appeared out of nowhere in her palm, and the aroma of the Lingji instantly filled the air. This 1,000-year soul Ganoderma is one of the holy medicines for curing the soul source. As long as you are willing to stay and spend the night with your slave, then it will be yours, Mei Lus said as she slowly approached towards Shin Jingting, and with every step, the power of seduction on her body increased by a few points. Shin Jingting's footsteps stopped when he heard the three words Soul Lingji. He quickly turned around and his gaze fell on that Soul Lingji, murmuring softly, the real thing indeed. Right at this moment, the enchanting desire Ghost King suddenly gave a gentle tug, and the clothes on her shoulders slowly slipped off, revealing her snow-white skin. Her eyes were filled with a seductive smile, and her voice became more and more delicate. Mr. Shin, with this soul Ganoderma, plus the slave, with such sincerity, can't you still be impressed? Mei Lus said in a delicate voice while continuing to slowly remove the last bit of clothing left on her body. Her eyes were filled with seductive intentions, as if she was certain that Shin Jingting would fall under her stone skirt. However, her intentions were wrong. Shin Jingting's eyes flinched, and in the next second there was actually a Barrett sniper rifle in his hand, and the black hole of the gun was steadily pressed against the head of the enchanting Lust Ghost King. Shin Jingting's eyes were as cold as frost, without a trace of temperature. A word, hand it over yourself, or I'll get you killed and take it directly. Chapter 40, Han Lingxi who was trapped by love. After waiting for so long, it was finally time for Mei Lust to take out the Soul Lingji. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the exact location of the Soul Ganoderma, Shin Jingting simply wouldn't have talked to Mei Lust for such a long time. The presence of the Barrett sniper rifle made the temperature of the entire space seem to drop several degrees, and the shadow of death instantly loomed over Mei Lust's head. The intense killing intent emanating from Shin Jingting's body, as well as the destructive intent unleashed by Barrett, caused Mei Lust to tremble. Although she didn't know what Shin Jingting was holding in his hand, she knew that it could put herself to death. It was also at this time that Mei Lust seemed to know how Evil Feather died. Bring the Soul Lingji. Shin Jingting's icy cold voice seemed to be like a seductive messenger, ringing again in Mei Lust's ears, and that chilling tone was chilling. Shin Gongzi, what do you mean by this? We have something to talk about. Why do we need to use force? Mei Lust Ghost King's voice trembled terribly with a sobbing tone. Her previous flirtatiousness was gone. At this moment she only wanted to live. I won't say the same thing twice. Shin Jingting's voice was as cold as ice, without the slightest emotion. The Barrett in her hand remained steady against her head, not half relaxed. At the same time, he was communicating with the system in his head. System, purchase a soul loss needle. The soul loss needle, but an extremely terrifying existence. Once stabbed into the heart, it would be difficult for anyone to escape. Even the high and mighty Ghost Emperor could not lift the bizarre curse and deadly threat of this. A person who has been stabbed with a soul mourning needle can only follow the orders of the person who administers the needle for life. Purchase successful. Deduct 10,000 creepy values. The system's voice sounded in Shin Jingting's mind, and immediately afterward, a thin needle that flashed with a strange ghostly light appeared in his palm, and Mei Lust, under Barrett's threat, could only obediently hand over the Soul Lingji. She slowly raised her hand, and the 1,000-year-old soul spirit Ganoderma that emitted a soft glow once again appeared in her palm. Sir Shin, take this soul Ganoderma. I hope you can keep your promise and let my slave live. Shin Jingting picked up the Soul Lingji with his other hand and carefully examined it, confirming that it was correct before slowly moving the gun away. It would have been better if you had done this earlier, but you're forcing me to do something about it. Just as the enchanting desire Ghost King secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that Shin Jingting would leave this way, Shin Jingting suddenly flickered and bullied his way up like a black ghost. Mei Lust's pupils shrunk violently, and just as she wanted to make a move, it was already too late. The soul mourning needle in Shin Jingting's hand was then like a black lightning bolt, piercing into her heart with unparalleled precision. Ah, what have you done to me? The enchanted Lust Ghost King let out a mournful scream as his body convulsed violently. Relax. I'm just experimenting with the effects of the soul loss needle. Besides, you think you know my secret, then I'll still. Don't worry, I won't tell. Mei Lust interrupted Shin Jingting in a panic and hastily assured him. At this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty king of enchanting lust ghosts, but just a lonely ghost who wanted to live. Learning that Shin Jingting had so many means of preserving his life, Mei Lust finally understood why he was so arrogant when he only had evil ghost level strength. Thinking back to that day when discussing the ownership of the 10 slots in Evil Feather City, he would say that he would kill anyone who dared to force Han Lingxi. He's not bragging, he really does have the power. Mei Lust, You should be glad that Sister Ghost King still needs you to hold the other Ghost Kings in check. Otherwise I would have killed you. Shin Jingting's eyes were as cold as frost, and his voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. He condescended to look at the May Lust Ghost King, who was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes still tinged with fear and unwillingness. Your life or death is only at my whim. Be obedient and you can live. Otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Master, slave knows. The enchanting Desire Ghost King hung his head low, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. The once haughty and charming had long disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, she was filled with nothing but fear and obedience towards Shin Jingting. Don't let anyone know about our relationship except for Sister Ghost King. After I'm gone, you'll still be the king of enchanting lust ghosts, and do as you please? If it is not necessary, it shall not be actively exposed. Shin Jingting continued to coldly command. Don't worry, master. Slave will be careful. The enchanted lust ghost king replied obediently. In his mind, he was secretly calculating, hoping to find a chance to get rid of this fate of being controlled. Shin Jingting nodded in satisfaction and turned around to leave. Just after walking out a few steps, he stopped again and turned back to add, "Don't call me master in the future. I'm afraid that Sister Ghost King will misunderstand me if she hears it, so just call me Gongzi." "My lord, my slave understands," the enchanting Desire Ghost King hurriedly responded. Looking at Shin Jingting's gradually distant back, his heart was full of mixed feelings. Han Lingxi, I'm so envious of you for having such a dedicated and loving man. In the beginning, if he treated me with the attitude of treating you like Mr. Shin, where would I become what I am today? The enchanting Desire Ghost King looked in the direction Shin Jingting had left and muttered. At one time, she had someone she loved, and thought with joy that she would be able to spend her life with him, hand in hand. But who knows? The man betrayed her and hurt her to the core, tempted by power and desire. Since then, May Lust's heart gradually became cold, and began to use her own means to struggle for survival in this world of the weak and the strong, becoming flirtatious and ruthless, trying to use this way to cover up the hurt inside. And now, looking at Shin Jingting's deep affection for Han Lingxi, the long frozen corner of her heart actually rippled. She recalled that Shin Jingting had gone out of his way to make an enemy of their four great ghost kings for the sake of Han Lingxi, and that in the face of his own flirtatious temptation, Shin Jingting hadn't been half as moved. The firmness and persistence he had for Han Lingxi, May Lust had never felt in that man before. Only after Shin Jingting had completely disappeared did May Lust slowly straighten up, her face quickly returning to its previous appearance, as if nothing that had just happened had ever existed, continuing to play her role. Spirit Stream City. In Han Lingxi's boudoir, the candles flickered brightly and dimly, shedding a dim light. Han Lingxi's eyes were red, tears still lingering in her swollen eyes from crying, and her entire body sprawled helplessly on the bed. Her face was buried in the soft bedding, her body trembled slightly, and suppressed sobs came out intermittently. Master, you're right. No man's word is worth believing. You once told me that when a man can sway his emotions, he should be killed. But I've gotten in deeper and deeper. What should I do now? I seem to really like denizens. Han Lingxi choked and raised her hand to wipe her tears, but she couldn't stop the grief in her heart. Thinking of her master's serious teachings, and then looking at her present appearance of being trapped by love, she was filled with regret. Chapter 41, Misunderstandings. Filled with joy, Shin Jingting carried the precious 1,000-year-old soul Ganoderma in his arms and walked briskly towards Han Lingxi's boudoir, his face overflowing with uncontrollable smiles, thinking that she would be happy to give Han Lingxi this surprise after meeting her. With the 100-spirit pill and the 1,000-year soul Ganoderma, Sister Ghost King's injuries should be able to recover to a lunar-grade Ghost King. Shin Jingting couldn't help but speed up the pace of his feet a lot when he thought of this. His original plan was to not take it out for a while, thinking to take the excuse of giving Han Lingxi a relaxing massage to get closer to her and take advantage of the opportunity to take more advantage. After all, there weren't many chances to have this close contact with Lingxi on weekdays. On second thought, he was about to enter the Guile spirit realm, and Lingxi didn't have a reliable person by her side to guard her at all times. What if she is in danger in the meantime? Or if she is physically ill, and there is no treasure around that can solve her immediate needs? As soon as he thought that Han Lingxi might be in trouble, Shin Jingting's little thought just now instantly dissipated. At the moment, allowing Han Lingxi to have the ability to defend herself and recuperate was the top priority, and at this time in the boudoir, Han Lingxi had just adjusted her state, and although the tear stains had been wiped clean, her red and swollen eyes still showed some traces of having cried. Forget it, he and I aren't on the same page after all. When he comes back, I'll let him go. Han Lingxi murmured, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, tears swirling in her eyes but not falling after all. She took a deep breath and tried to calm the emotions that were churning inside her, trying to force down the fondness and disenchantment. She still couldn't help the stabbing pain in her chest at the thought of making that decision. The bits and pieces that she had once spent time with Shin Jingting flashed through her mind like a walking lantern. and those sweet moments and gentle words were now like a sharp blade, cutting her heart. Han Lingxi slowly stood up and straightened her spine, her eyes gradually becoming firm and cold, once again regaining the majesty and dominance she used to have as a ghost king. She raised her hand and gently waved it, and the soul power around her then surged, and the room's arrangement was instantly restored to neatness, as if the woman who had just been trapped in love and cried bitterly had never existed. From now on, I, Han Lingxi, will no longer be trapped by love. Han Lingxi had just regained her dignified demeanor as a ghost king and was organizing her emotions to prepare to face the next matters when she heard a knock on the door. Sister Ghost King, are you resting? Can I come in? Hearing Shen Jingting call outside the door, Han Lingxi bit her lip and didn't respond. The decision that had just been made seemed to waver a bit the moment he heard Shen Jingting's voice, but she still forced herself to hold back the waves within her heart and said coldly, "Go away. This king doesn't want to see you." Shen Jingting froze when he heard this outside the door. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and a wave of uneasiness welled up in his heart. He knew Han Lingxi too well. If something hadn't happened that made her extremely sad, she would never have been so cold. Shen Jingting shouted a few more times outside the door, but he didn't hear Han Lingxi's response, and he frowned tightly, feeling something bad in his heart. He knocked on the door again and raised his voice. "Sister Ghost King, what's wrong with you? What happened? Talk to me." However, the house remained silent. "System, what happened to Lingxi?" Shen Jingting inquired eagerly in his mind, hoping to get some clues from the system, the host's own wife, coaxing herself. The system's voice without the slightest emotion sounded in Shen Jingting's mind. After saying that, he didn't move, as if he deliberately didn't want to do him this favor. Shen Jingting gritted his teeth helplessly, cursing the system in his heart for being unreliable, but the most important thing right now was to figure out why Han Lingxi was suddenly like this. So, without any further hesitation, he gave a strong push, and with a bang, the door was forced open by him. The scene inside the house came into view. Han Lingxi sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes a little evasive, not daring to meet his gaze. When Shen Jingting saw her reddened eyes, his heart tightened and he quickly walked to her side, squatted down and asked anxiously, "Sister Ghost King, what's wrong with you? Did someone bully you?" Han Lingxi looked away, responding cold as ice. "No, you hurry back. This king is going to rest." She didn't want Shen Jingting to see herself in this fragile state, and even more so, she didn't want him to know that she had broken her heart for him. Shen Jingting, however, did not leave as she wished, but instead stepped forward and forcefully held her in his arms. He could feel Han Lingxi trembling slightly in his arms, and the uneasiness in his heart increased. "You're crying." "No." Han Lingxi struggled hard to break free of his embrace, but her voice unconsciously took on a hint of a crying tone. "You're lying. What the hell happened?" Shen Jingting held her tighter, not allowing her to break free. Han Lingxi finally stopped struggling, and the aggression and anger in her heart poured out like a flood that broke the dike. She raised her head, her eyes reddened as she looked at Shen Jingting and spoke the truth aloud. "It was clearly you who came to provoke me first, but you fell in love with another woman when I fell in love with you." At first, when she was confronted with Shen Jingting's concern and flirting, she only felt that this man was interesting and bold, unlike those who were in awe of her in the past. She pretended to be cold on the surface, but in her heart, she still felt happy, thinking that this was just a little spice in life, but it was just a joke that Shen Jingting made on a whim. However, when she learned that Shen Jingting had run off to Meilus City this evening, her heart sank violently, as if she had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. A sense of panic and unease that I had never felt before came over me. At that moment, she was suddenly shocked to realize that Shen Jingting had already unknowingly entered her heart, occupying the place that she originally thought would never be moved by others. When Shen Jingting heard this, his entire body froze. What's all this? But he also got an important piece of information from those words, that Han Lingxi liked himself, which was both surprising and delightful. The original heart full of doubts and uneasiness was actually washed away a few points by this sudden joy at this moment. "Sister Ghost King, can you make it clearer?" Han Lingxi simply stopped hiding it and poured out the jealousy and aggression in her heart. "You claim to like only me, but you immediately went to her house tonight after receiving a letter from Mei Lust. What else do I need to think about in this 1 hour?" Shen Jingting heard it, but he couldn't stop laughing. "Sister Ghost King, so that's what you're talking about." Saying so, he unhurriedly took out the precious 1,000-year-old soul spirit Ganoderma and the letter that Mei Lust had written, handing it over to Han Lingxi. "After you read this letter, you'll know why I went to the City of Enchantment." Han Lingxi looked at the 1,000-year soul Ganoderma and the letter and took it with skepticism, then opened the envelope and read it. Chapter 42 Misunderstandings are lifted. Han Lingxi's heart is in love. After Han Lingxi read the letter and looked at the 1,000-year-old soul spirit Ganoderma in her hand, she pouted her red lips. "Jealous. Mei Lust said in the letter that she would give you the soul Lingji only if she asked you to accompany her. And now that you have the soul Lingji, you, She didn't continue with the latter words, but with that look of wanting to speak, anyone could see the bit of jealousy in her heart. Shin Jingting gently scraped Han Lingxi's nose and explained with a smile, "Sheer, I snatched the soul Ganoderma from her hands." When Han Lingxi heard Shin Jingting call himself Sheer for the first time, her heart trembled violently, as if an electric current had crossed it. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. On weekdays, Shin Jingting called her Ghost King's sister in a regular manner, and this is the first time he has heard the intimate Sheer. This soothed her emotions, which had been somewhat tightened by jealousy and suspicion. You lied. Maylust is a late moon-level Ghost King. You are only a day-level evil ghost. How can you snatch it from her hands? Han Lingxi looked away, not wanting Shin Jingting to see her shyness at the moment. Her fingers gently touched the nose that had just been scraped by Shin Jingting, and that light touch seemed to remain on her skin, causing ripples in her heart. This denizen, why is he calling me names and making a move on me again? Creak, did you forget that I still have Barrett? With it, Maylust wouldn't dare to withhold it from me. Shin Jingting smiled faintly and once again took out his Barrett. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, then remembered that Shin Jingting's incredibly powerful Barrett was specialized in killing Ghost Kings. Shin Jingting, again afraid that Han Lingxi wouldn't believe him, hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and said, "Sheer, look." He skillfully operated his cell phone and played a video. This was something he had asked the system to prepare for recording in advance, just because he was worried that this kind of unclear situation would occur. Han Lingxi turned around and half-heartedly took the phone and looked at it. The screen playing on the cell phone was clearly presented, and from the time Shin Jingting received the letter from Maylust, his expression was permeated with prudence. On the screen, he quickly geared up his traveling clothes and rushed in the direction of Maylust City. Upon arriving at Maylust City, Shin Jingting went straight to the agreed-upon place and met up with Maylust. In Maylust twisted her body and tried to seduce Shin Jingting with her words and actions, but Shin Jingting was unmoved, and his face was always cold and detached. When Maylust suggested that he should be accompanied before he would hand over the 1,000-year-old soul Ganoderma, Shin Jingting's face instantly sank, and without hesitation, he pulled out his Barrett and aimed his gun at Maylust. The smugness on Maylust's face instantly turned to horror, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Under Shin Jingting's powerful intimidation, Maylust could only obediently offer the 1,000-year soul Ganoderma. Shin Jingting snatched it and also enslaved it, then turned around and left. During the whole process, he didn't have any physical contact with Mayu. After leaving Maylust City, Shin Jingting hoofed it back again. The video ended, and Han Lingxi returned the phone to Shin Jingting. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. "So, I'm the only one you've liked since the beginning, right?" "Of course. I said a long time ago that I recognized you in this life." Shin Jingting nodded and smiled. "So you really don't like Maylust? Compared to her, I'm not as flirtatious and seductive as she is." Han Lingxi's voice gradually lowered, a hint of unconfidence flashing across her flushed face. She bit her lip, as if hesitating to say all the words in her heart. "Sister Ghost King, don't be delusional. I like you. That naturally means I like all of you, including your occasional little tantrums, the tenderness you reveal without realizing it, your strength. In short, in my heart, other women don't even deserve to be compared to you. You're the one." Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with a burning gaze, his hands gently holding her hands, his thumbs gently rubbing against the back of her hands. Han Lingxi raised her eyes and met his gaze, which was filled with deep emotion, and the last trace of doubt in her heart completely dissipated. She bit her lip, a shy blush rising on her face, and a hint of guilt. "Jingting, I'm sorry, you've been looking out for me, searching for the soul spirit Ganoderma for me to recover from my injuries. It was so hard for you to get the soul spirit Ganoderma from Maylust City, and just after you came back, I was cold to you and lost my temper with you, so don't be angry with me, okay? I won't be like this in the future." Shin Jingting smiled faintly, not caring at all. "What silly things to say. Seeing you jealous, I'm too happy to be happy. It means you have me in your heart and care about me. That's why you're jealous, but I'm still a bit over it. You've been so nice to me and I'm still mad at you. Or you might as well scold me." Han Lingxi bit her lip and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting sighed softly, reached out and pinned a strand of her scattered hair behind her ear, and said softly, "Sister Ghost King, how could I ever want to scold you? I told you I don't blame you, so stop blaming yourself. I know you care about me too much to do that, and I couldn't be happier." He rambled on, wanting to completely dispel the little bit of guilt in Han Lingxi's heart, but as Han Lingxi listened to his words, her heart was moved like a tidal wave, and before Shin Jingting could finish, she suddenly exerted a force and pounced on Shin Jingting on the bed. Shin Jingting was startled by this sudden movement, and before he could react, Han Lingxi directly blocked his words with her mouth. Soft lips touched with a hint of sweetness and deep fondness. Shin Jingting was first stunned, then slowly closed his eyes and reached around Han Lingxi, responding to the kiss with apologies and love. Time seemed to stand still in this moment, and the room was filled with an ambiguous and sweet odor. Only after a long time did Han Lingxi slowly leave Shen Jingting's lips, and she was still lying on top of Shen Jingting's body, her cheeks crimson. I'm not going to say the kind of things that make you happy, but every time you kiss me, I see that you're happy and I'm just kiss you to try to make you happy. Han Lingxi lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, her hands unconsciously gripping the corners of her coat. That shy and cute look made Shen Jingting's heart melt. Shen Jingting couldn't help but laugh. Where is this the cold-blooded and murderous female demon king in the mouths of all the ghosts? It's clearly the soft and adorable ghost king's sister. He reached out and gently lifted Han Lingxi's chin, making her look squarely at him, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. So if I get angry in the future, is that the way you're going to make me happy? Shen Jingting had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Han Lingxi with interest. Han Lingxi gently bit her lip in a shy and somewhat embarrassed manner. As long as you don't hate it, I'll use this method. Chapter 43, You're a Good Man. Shen Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at her in this adorable manner, reaching out and gently pinching her cheeks. Well then, we have a deal. Han Lingxi blushed so much that she winced. Seeing this scene, Shen Jingting smiled with the corner of his mouth and flirted. I said, Ghost King's sister, you don't always be so shy. I casually flirted with you for a couple of sentences. You're blushing. If you think I'm as thick-skinned as you are. Han Lingxi glared angrily at Shen Jingting and gently slapped his hand away, but she accidentally touched his fingertips and quickly retracted as if she'd been scalded. That denge, he really can't be serious for a while. Still, he's kind of funny that way. Shen Jingting arched his eyebrows and looked at Han Lingxi with tenderness, his tone full of intimacy. A thicker skin is the way to go. Otherwise, how could I have such an interesting and lovely wife? I'm not cute. I'm a ghost king. If you molest me again, I'll bite you. Han Lingxi feigned anger as she glared at Shen Jingting, but her slightly pouting red lips betrayed her petulance at the moment. She wanted to regain her previous coldness and arrogance, but realized that in front of Shen Jingting, she no longer had that cold as ice aura. Right now, she only wanted to snuggle in Shen Jingting's arms and enjoy the feeling of being pampered by him. Instead of being bluffed, Shen Jingting gently came forward and dropped a kiss on the tip of Han Lingxi's nose. With me, you can be not the demon king, just my favorite creek. You don't have to pretend to be strong or put up a front anymore. Just be yourself. Han Lingxi listened to Shen Jingting's words and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Denizen, you know what? Before, I thought I didn't need to rely on anyone, but now, I find that with you around, I actually want to be a little woman, to be pampered and protected by you. But it's clear that you're horny, obnoxious, and a little bit lewd, but I still like. When Shen Jingting heard these comments, his head was filled with black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched several times before he hurriedly interrupted Han Lingxi's words. Stop, Sister Ghost King, don't I have any good points in your heart? Also, can you change your name? Don't always call me Ding to Z, call me husband. Don't, I'm going to call you Denizen, it's an exclusive title that belongs to me. Han Lingxi's eyes rolled back in her head as she said with a smile, as for your merits, of course there are. What is it? Shen Jingting couldn't wait to follow up. Han Lingxi deliberately pondered for a moment, then said very seriously, you're a good person. Got it. Got a good guy card from the Ghost King's sister. I don't need a good guy card. Shen Jingting bristled. Don't I have anything in your heart that deserves your praise? Alright, I'm teasing you. Han Lingxi gently poked his chest, her gaze becoming gentle. Even though you're a little more horny towards me, I still like you. Shen Jingting smiled wryly, just verbalizing that you like it. Aren't you going to do anything practical? What practical action do you want? Han Lingxi raised her eyebrows slightly, still wearing a faint smile on her face. In fact, he had already guessed the little plan in Shen Jingting's heart, but still deliberately asked this. Shen Jingting wistfully approached again. Let me hug you. You're not holding it now. I'm talking about cuddling up to you tonight. The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up into a bad smile, and his words were full of anticipation. Ever since the last time he'd slept in Han Lingxi's arms, he'd especially craved that feeling. Han Lingxi's body was soft, and when he leaned into his arms, he could still smell the faint fragrance of her body, which lingered on the tip of his nose, making him feel incredibly relieved and satisfied. Han Lingxi's cheeks warmed slightly when she heard his words, but because she'd already had an experience, she wasn't too shy. She raised her eyes to look at Shen Jingting, a hint of anger in her eyes. You're thinking beautifully. I've just been with you and you're making these kinds of demands, so isn't it just going to get worse from here? Shen Jingting saw that she did not clearly rebuff. His heart was secretly happy, and his hands wrapped around a little tighter. No, I just especially miss the feeling I had before. Speaking of this, Han Lingxi suddenly recalled the image of being held tightly by Shen Jingting that night, and although she was very nervous at that time, she slept peacefully in his arms. Jingting, let's talk about this later. I have a little for now, but you can give me a hug when you want, and a kiss when you want, but it has to be when no one else is around.
After revealing her feelings with Shin Jingting,
Han Lingxi's entire being became different. In the past, as the Ghost King, he exuded a cold aura around him that rejected people. But now, in front of Shin Jingting, it was as if she had been drained of all her toughness, leaving only a heart full of tenderness and shyness.
Sister Ghost King,
I'll remember that then.
Shin Jingting wrapped his hands around Han Lingxi's waist and placed his head at her shoulder socket. The two of them warmed up for a moment, and time seemed to become loving and gentle.
Suddenly, Han Lingxi looked as if she remembered something, her complexion austere. That's right, dang, Jingting, you went to great lengths to obtain this soul spirit Ganoderma,
and Meilus should have guessed that my soul source was damaged. With my knowledge of her, she will definitely gather the 3 Ghost Kings of the Skull to attack Spirit Stream City. Shin Jingting cheerfully laughed. Don't worry, Meilust has already been injected by me into the soul loss needle and has become my slave. From now on, you'll have 1 more Deadpool and 1 more guarantee of safety. When Han Lingxi heard it, she was just a little surprised and didn't doubt what Shin Jingting said, because Shin Jingting could always pull out many strange things from his pants, and any strange and weird treasures could be turned out by him. This soul loss needle was unheard of, but with his skills, it really didn't seem like he was bragging. Shin Jingting raised his eyebrows proudly, reached into his pants pocket and fumbled around, taking out a small jade bottle from which he poured out a glistening elixir, precisely the 100 Spirit Pill.
Sister Ghost King, this is the 100 Spirit Pill. It can speed up your recovery from your injuries.
Han Lingxi reached out to take it,
her fingers inadvertently touching Shin Jingting's palm,
and both of them were stunned as a subtle sentiment spread through the air. Shin Jingting suddenly resumed his previous cunning look.
Open your mouth, I'll personally feed you.
With that, he couldn't wait to take the jade bottle from Han Lingxi's hands,
pour out the 100 Spirit Pill, and gently hand it to her lips. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned,
and looking at Shin Jingting's sincere eyes, her heart warmed and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose.
You're just going to worry about it. I'm not a child.
Despite her words, she slightly opened her mouth and allowed Shin Jingting to feed the pills into her mouth. The pill instantly melted in her mouth, and a gentle medicinal power instantly dispersed through her body as Han Lingxi gently closed her eyes, feeling her injuries slowly recovering.
Chapter 44, Han Lingxi's Gift. In just under 10 minutes,
Han Lingxi's strength returned to that of a Star Ghost King. She slowly opened her eyes and happened to meet Shin Jingting's affectionate gaze, and the two of them looked at each other, and for a while, they were both a little embarrassed. Shin Jingting took the lead in breaking the silence and asked with a smile,
Sister Ghost King, how do you feel? Any better? It's more than a little better.
I've already recovered to a Star Ghost King. When I finish absorbing this 1,000-year soul Ganoderma, I'll soon be able to recover to the peak of the moon rank, and I'll only be 1 step away from being a day rank Ghost King.
Han Lingxi smiled and nodded.
The face that hadn't completely faded from redness was filled with the joy of recovered strength. There were times when she thought that she could not hold on any longer, but Shin Jingting's sudden appearance was like a ray of light that made her see hope again.
Honey, it's so good to have you. Han Lingxi suddenly came closer and placed a gentle kiss on Shin Jingting's cheek. Shin Jingting was first stunned, then reacted,
the corners of his mouth hooking into a smug smile as he smoothly wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's waist and brought her toward his arms.
What's with the sudden initiative? I'm going to have to savor it.
Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly and met his gaze,
her expression frank and a little pouty. What? You're allowed to flirt with me, but you're not excited for me to express my fondness?
Shin Jingting smiled and shook his head.
Of course not, please.
With that, he reached out and gently scraped Han Lingxi's nose.
Kiss me whenever you want in the future. I'm always welcome. Han Lingxi gently slapped his hand away.
You're the one who's poor.
That said,
she couldn't stop the smirk on her face.
Sister Ghost King, then again, how did you know that I went to Meilust? Shin Jingting asked, holding Han Lingxi tightly.
He muttered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, Han Lingxi wasn't in the room at that moment, and he hadn't disclosed his whereabouts before he set off.
So how did she know?
I happened to run into Lightning when I went to bring you your clothes,
and Lightning told me. No wonder.
Shin Jingting nodded slightly.
Then a curious look appeared on his face. Then what kind of clothes did you prepare for me? Show me.
Han Lingxi smiled gently and took out a piece of clothing from the bed aside, handing it to Shin Jingting.
It was a finely crafted tunic. The fabric was soft and smooth,
and it was embroidered with delicate patterns.
The stitches were fine, and it looked like a lot of effort had been put into it. This was embroidered just for me?
Right,
Han Lingxi said, straightening Shin Jingting's collar. Aren't you going to enter the Guile Spirit realm? I'm worried about your safety.
That's why the dress I sewed for you can withstand the attack of a star-level ghost general. I've used a special spirit pattern silk thread for this dress. It can keep you safe at critical moments, so try it on and see if it fits. Shen Jingting immediately took the clothes and changed them on the spot. The clothes fit gently, as if they were tailored. The size was not different. He moved his muscles, both lifting and turning without restraint. Sister Ghost King, it fits so well. Saying that, he took out the purple gold soft armor cloth, which was only the size of a palm. From the system space, you give me a dress, I'll give you one. This is a dress? Han Lingxi, her face full of doubt, took this uncharacteristically small object and tossed it around. Yes, by injecting soul power, you can change the size at will with your mind, Shen Jingting explained with a smile. In fact, the material of this purple gold soft armor cloth was particularly precious. Not only could it change its size with the owner's mind, but it could also defend against Ghost Zune level attacks, and it was one of the most precious objects in his system space. But he didn't tell Han Lingxi this for fear that she would refuse to take the clothes if she knew they were so valuable. Han Lingxi looked at him skeptically. Is it really as magical as you say? Despite her misgivings, looking at Shen Jingting's expectant face, she still tried to inject soul power into the soft armor. In an instant, the original palm-sized soft armor began to slowly grow in size, and in no time at all, it turned into a well-fitting garment made of a light and soft material, so that one could barely feel the weight when wearing it on one's body. Sister Ghost King, put it on quickly, Shen Jingting urged with a face full of anticipation. Han Lingxi's cheeks blushed slightly as she glanced at him angrily. You go out first, I need to change. Shen Jingting, however, didn't want to leave and quickly said, I promise not to look. I'll just stand here. In case you need help with anything, I'll be able to help in time. I'll just change my clothes. What can I do to help? Han Lingxi gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, and how am I supposed to change while you're here? Get out quickly. Shen Jingting muttered somewhat aggressively. Ugh, well then, I'll go out now. With that, he walked slowly toward the door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Han Lingxi's voice came from behind him. Jingting, when we're married, not only can I show you, but I'll also let you help wear it yourself. Shen Jingting instantly came to life, turning to look at Han Lingxi with a bright smile on his face. Sister Ghost King, are you serious? Han Lingxi was amused by his look and gently nodded. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Hurry out, you can come back in when I've changed. Only then did Shen Jingting walk out contentedly, and thoughtfully helped her bring the door with her. Outside the door, he paced back and forth, full of anticipation for what Han Lingxi would look like after changing her clothes. Han Lingxi changed her clothes and stood in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her valiant self in the mirror wearing purple and gold soft armor. But her thoughts drifted far away. Master, I have seen all the good Jingting has done to me, and I really like him, she murmured softly, as if she was pouring out her heart to the immortalized master. You don't have to worry, disciple has found someone he can rely on and will no longer be alone in the future. So don't worry. Not long after, the door opened with a creak, and Han Lingxi walked out. Shen Jingting's eyes lit up, only to see that Han Lingxi was wearing that purple and gold soft armor coat, adding a bit more heroism to her whole person, yet not losing her softness. Sister Ghost King, you look even prettier in this outfit. From now on you will wear it all the time and not let it leave your body. Shen Jingting's tone was extremely serious, reaching out and gently pulling on the corner of her coat to confirm that the clothes were worn securely. Han Lingxi raised the corners of her mouth slightly and laughed lightly. See how nervous you are. I know, but it's a really nice dress. It's comfortable to wear and it fits me well. She spun around, displaying the purple and gold soft armor on her body, her hair fluttering gently with the movement, adding a bit more spirit. Shen Jingting looked at her, the smile on his face becoming more and more obvious. That's fine, as long as you like it. Jingting, it's getting late, so go rest. Han Lingxi walked forward and hugged Shen Jingting. Her embrace was soft and warm with a faint fragrance, making Shen Jingting somewhat reluctant to let go. Chapter 45, Gathering in the City of Enchanting Desire. The City of Enchanted Desire. Not long after Shen Jingting left the City Lord's mansion, the three great ghost kings, Corpse Spirit, Skull, and Crippled Blood, immediately gathered in Meiwu City. When they learned that Han Lingxi's male favorites had come to Mei Lust's mansion in the middle of the night, all of them had unintentional smiles on their faces. There was no need to think much at all. Just by virtue of the Mei Lust that practiced the art of charming could make the Ghost King unable to defend himself. Not to mention that Shen Jingting was only in the realm of an evil ghost. In the trio's opinion, Shen Jingting must have become a lust slave of Mei Lust as well. I really didn't expect Han Lingxi that also has today. Her male favorites were actually hooked by Mei Lust, that little hoof.
The ghoul spirit Ghost King's face was full of gloom. He'd always been eyeing Han Lingxi's strength and status, and now that he'd managed to catch a chance, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. The skeleton Ghost King laughed strangely, and that laughter was creepy. This is going to be a good show. Han Lingxi has always been arrogant. If she knew that her man was snatched away by Mei Lust, she wouldn't be mad. Should we take this opportunity to join forces and attack Lingxi City? Han Lingxi might be upset right now, so it's a good opportunity for us. The crippled Blood Ghost King licked his lips, the greed in his eyes undisguised. He had long coveted the resources and territory of Spirit Stream City. Now that there was such a great opportunity, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Moreover, taking down Spirit Stream City was equal to taking down Evil Feather City along with it, which was a heavenly temptation for remnant blood. Do not act rashly. Let's see what's going on over at Mei Lust first. If she really has Shen Jingting under control, she might be able to get some of Han Lingxi's weaknesses out of him, and it won't be too late for us to make our move then. The corpse spirit had always been thoughtful and knew that acting rashly could lead to unexpected trouble. Not to mention that they were dealing with the Lingxi Ghost King, the first of the 6 Ghost Kings, so there was no room for sloppiness. It's better to be careful with everything, so you don't fall on your face then. Good, then let's wait and see what tricks that woman, Mei Lust, can play. Although Skull and Remnant Blood were a bit impatient, they also felt that the corpse spirit Ghost King had a point, so they pressed down on their impulses. Entering Mei Lust City, the 3 of them immediately summoned Mei Lust. Within a short time, they received a response from Mei Lust, telling them to head to the backyard to meet up. The 3 hurriedly rushed to the backyard, only to see Mei Lust had already waited here. Before Mei Lust could speak, Remnant Blood couldn't wait to ask, "How's it going? What's the status of that Han Lingxi now?" Mei Lust looked calm and spoke in a steady tone. Han Lingxi's male favorites have already become my eyes, and Han Lingxi was indeed deeply and seriously injured, and has yet to recover today. Between the words, she gently waved her sleeve, seemingly repelling the non-existent mosquitoes, but in reality, she was hiding her inner uneasiness. Only she knew that even though Shen Jingting was only at the evil ghost level of strength, he had an iron pimple that could kill a Ghost King. She had personally experienced the power of this iron pimple, and when she thought back at this moment, she still had palpitations in her heart. Moreover, Mei Desire also hid the fact that Shen Jingting had turned himself into a slave. For one thing, it was a strange shame that must not be known to the onlookers. Secondly, this was Shen Jingting's explanation, and other than Han Lingxi, absolutely no third party should be allowed to know about this. The corpse spirit Ghost King nodded slightly, secretly pondering that if Han Lingxi hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, this would indeed be the perfect time to attack Lingxi City. But he had a vague feeling that things were going too well, and he couldn't help but keep an extra eye out. However, when he thought that Mei Lust's charming technique was difficult to resist even for the Ghost King, his doubts about her were slightly alleviated. After all, in these 9 ghostly regions, Mei Lust's enchanting technique was notoriously powerful, and it was difficult for anyone to escape if they got caught in it. The skeleton Ghost King, however, didn't care about that much, grinning and letting out a strange laugh. "Ha ha, this time Han Lingxi can be considered planted. Let's quickly gather our troops and attack Lingxi City." The crippled Blood Ghost King echoed, "That's right, if we don't attack it this time, when will we wait?" Seeing this, the corner of Mei Lust's mouth floated up with an imperceptible cold smile. These 3 fools would soon have to pay the price for their arrogance. By then, there would only be 2 Ghost Kings in the soul-devouring ghost domain. Since Han Lingxi hasn't recovered from his injuries, when the Guile Spirit realm ends, immediately send troops to attack Lingxi City. As for Han Lingxi's male favorites, if he were to enter the Guile Spirit realm, then let the ministry kill him to end any future troubles. The corpse spirit had his hands behind his back, and a gloomy aura emanated from his body. He was able to rank as one of the 6 Ghost Kings of the soul-devouring ghost domain, relying on his ruthlessness as well as his caution. Regardless of the world, there are no absolute friends, only eternal interests. Remnant Blood pondered for a moment and spoke out his plan. 3 of you, as I see it, why don't we let Mei Lust control that kid to kill Han Lingxi's people? This way, we can weaken Han Lingxi's power, and we can also use the sword to kill others and reap the benefits. Yes, no problem. The corpse spirit and the skeleton agreed. The 2 said, looking at Mei Lust in unison, Mei Desire is the key link in this plan to kill with a knife. Shen Jingting controlled by her. Whether it can be successfully implemented depends on whether she cooperates. Mei Lust nodded bashfully. Good. At this time, the skeleton looked odd and handed Mei Lust an invitation. By the way, Mei Lust, this is what your previous concubine asked me to give you. I heard that he and the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's daughter are about to get married and want you to attend. Mei Lust's hand trembled so violently that she almost failed to hold the invitation. Her thoughts drifted away momentarily, remembering all the times she had been with that man. Back then they used to meet privately in the darkness of the night and tell each other how they felt, and she thought she had found someone to rely on, even going so far as to turn her back on other suitors for his sake. But now, He was getting married to the daughter of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, and he even sent an invitation with great fanfare. What was this not showing off? Maylust also knew in her heart that the other party was demonstrating to her, trying to embarrass her in front of the crowd. After all, in this Ghost King realm, who didn't know about their former relationship? What may desire? You can't give it up? The crippled Blood Ghost King said in a conspiratorial manner from the side, with a look of watching a good show on his face. Maylust, I see that Poisonous Mist is just trying to humiliate you. The Corpse Spirit Ghost King snorted coldly. Who doesn't know that the daughter of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign is a flirtatious master? In private, her male favorites are more than 400 or 500, and Poisonous Mist is willing to go down on this kind of dish in order to climb up the ladder. Skeleton agreed. That Poison Mist guy, he can't do anything to get to the top. I used to spend time with you, but now, for the sake of the power of the ghost dignitary, I turned my head and married that woman who is a flirt. What a disgrace to us men. Maylust casually threw the invitation on the table as if it was something dirty. Yeah, I'd like to go see how Poison Mist is springing up. I've heard that the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's daughter is extremely arrogant. The crippled Blood Ghost King narrowed his eyes, a hint of gloating surfacing on his face. Poison Mist married her, and I'm afraid that she'll have a hard time in the future. What do you care what he does? Maylust, don't let this cause us to miss our big event. The Ghoul Spirit Ghost King's words turned and his expression became serious. On Shin Jingting's side, you must keep a close eye on him, and when he enters the creepy spirit realm, immediately act according to the plan. Chapter 46 The Surprise of the Ghosts. Maylust secretly sneered in her heart, but on the surface, she did not move. I know in my heart that I won't miss a thing. That Shin Jingting is now obedient to me and has everything under control. The corpse spirit nodded slightly. That's good. After the end of the eerie spirit realm, we'll take down Spirit Stream City and Evil Feather City in one fell swoop. After saying that, he flung his long sleeves. His Yin-Chi surged around him, and he, the skeleton, and the remnants of blood transformed into 3 black shadows, instantly disappeared into the night of Maylust City, and returned to their respective cities and towns, leaving Maylust alone in the empty hall. The silence around her was terrifying, the candlelight flickering, drawing her shadow thin and long. Poisonous Mist, in vain I have treated you with all my heart, yet you trample on mine. Maylust clenched her lower lip, her nails were embedded in her palms, and she was ashamed and annoyed in her heart. At one time, she thought that Poison Mist was sincere with herself, but she didn't realize that he was such a snob. Thinking of the past, those once sweet vows have now become a great irony. I'll give you a permanently memorable scene at your wedding. Soon, the time came when the Guile Spirit Realm was about to open. Han Lingxi picked out 19-day level Li ghosts and prepared to have them accompany Shin Jingting into the Guile Spirit Realm to compete for heavenly treasures. In the boudoir, Han Lingxi was like an attentive wife arranging Shin Jingting's sash. Jingting, I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but the creepy spirit realm is very evil, and those grenades or whatever you have may not be fully functional in there. These 19-day level stern ghosts, although they are not the top of the battlefield, but at least they can help you at critical moments. You must make good use of them. Han Lingxi spoke while carefully tying the jade pendant around Shin Jingting's waist. It was made by her own hands. The jade pendant contained a strand of her soul power, and when crushed in a moment of crisis, it could summon 5-day level night ghost level doppelgangers. Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand, exerting a slight force to appease her. Sister Ghost King, don't worry, I'm very careful with my life. There's no way I'm going to die before I've married you off. Poor mouth. Han Lingxi snapped, reaching out to cover his mouth. Come back to me in one piece. Creak, I promise you, absolutely not a hair out of place will come back. Han Lingxi nodded gently, and then the two of them walked out of the room together to the drill ground. Those 19-day level stern ghosts had long been neatly lined up, each with a lingering yin-chi around their bodies and a fierce aura. The 19 stern ghosts couldn't help but cross their fingers when they saw Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi interlocking their fingers. Lord Ghost King has come out. Alas, look, who is the man beside Lord Demon King? A tall, thin, stern ghost asked in a small voice, his face full of doubt. The other night ghost lowered his voice in response, his eyes surveying Shin Jingting's body. I've heard that it's Lord Ghost King's male pet, but it doesn't look like a simple character. A male favorite? Just him? Can he fall into Lord Ghost King's eyes? Another stern ghost hummed disdainfully, but it's quite handsome. It was the first time they had seen Han Lingxi so close to a man. In the past, Han Lingxi was the image of a majestic and cold ghost king in everyone's eyes, causing people to be in awe but not dare to get close. Now that he saw her being this intimate with Shin Jingting, the curiosity and speculation in his heart naturally surged. A gloomy-faced stern ghost lowered his voice and said, normally, Lord Ghost King doesn't show any respect to anyone, but I didn't expect that he would be so different to this brat. Yeah, I don't know what kind of bewitching soup this kid has given Lord Ghost King. The other male night ghost chimed in, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. I really didn't think that Lord Demon King would also have this kind of little girl posture. A female night ghost couldn't help but whisper, a hint of emotion in her voice. In their impression, Han Lingxi was impeccable except for his temper, which was elusive and intimidating. In terms of appearance, she was not to say that she was a beautiful woman, but she was definitely one of the top beauties in the bizarre world, with a cold temperament and a hint of flirtation, which was unforgettable to the eyes of the people. In terms of strength, Han Lingxi, as a ghost king with ruthless methods, had broken out into a world of his own in this weird world of the weak and the strong, causing many small fry to lose their nerve. When it came to treating his subordinates and the people, Han Lingxi was even more unsurpassed. She rewarded and punished her subordinates clearly, as long as they were meritorious. She never begrudged the reward, and because of this, a group of ghost guards were willing to die for her. Don't even say it. Lord Ghost King is coming. A stern ghost suddenly lowered his voice and warned nervously. The severe ghosts that were originally still whispering instantly quieted down. One by one, their figures tensed up, their eyes revealing awe. Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting walked slowly, exuding a powerful aura around them that caused the surrounding Yin Qi to tremble. Her gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Shen Jingting, the coldness in her eyes instantly transforming into a touch of gentleness. Jingting, be careful with everything. Shen Jingting nodded slightly. Sister Ghost King, don't worry, I will return safely. Han Lingxi nodded gently before turning her head to look at the 19 stern ghosts, her voice cool and intimidating. Listen up, you guys, enter the Guile Spirit Realm to fully assist Duke Shen, and do everything at his command. Yes, sir. The 19 stern ghosts responded in unison. Afterward, Han Lingxi led Shen Jingting and the others to the entrance of the Guile Spirit Realm. The 33 ghost kings and their respective 10 severe ghost subordinates had already waited here. When the crowd saw Han Lingxi, they were all stunned. In the past, when Han Lingxi was high and cold, she always tied her hair up high and secured it with a cold jade hairpin. The hair was neatly rooted and meticulous, and the aura was so powerful that people could not dare to look directly at it, as if refusing to be seen. But now, her hair was loosely pulled back, with a few strands of broken hair falling naturally on either side of her cheeks, and a warm peach blossom hairpin was pinned between her hair, adding a bit more softness. The whole person from inside to outside are exuding a gentle atmosphere, all without the previous days of detachment and majesty, living a good wife and mother look. Especially when he looked at Shen Jingting, the love in his eyes was almost overflowing. Lingxi Ghost King, what are you so happy about? The illusory spirit Ghost King asked as he looked toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi gently glanced at the illusory spirit Ghost King, and the curve of her lips did not fall. It's nothing, just a happy thought, nothing to do with you. Although her tone still carried a bit of detachment, it was not as cold and harsh as it had been in the past. The illusory spirit Ghost King raised an eyebrow and was not angry. Her gaze swept over Shen Jingting. Spirit Stream Ghost King, who is this? Before Han Lingxi could reply, the 100 Puzzle Ghost King came over from the sidelines with an impish grin on his face. Yo, illusory spirit, you still don't know? This is the male pet of the Spirit Stream Ghost King. I heard that he's still a bit capable. I just don't know if he'll still be able to do it when he enters the Guile Spirit Realm. Han Lingxi's face sank as she looked coldly at the Bailiwick Ghost King. Bailiwick, mind your mouth. It's not your turn to say anything about this king's people. The Baipu Ghost King was a little frightened in his heart by Han Lingxi's glare, and his feet involuntarily took a step backward. Chapter 47, Love Rivals Meet. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, the illusory spirit Ghost King hastened to round up the situation. Alright, we are all trying to enter the Guile Spirit Realm to obtain heavenly materials and treasures, so why should we hurt the peace? Saying that, she looked at Shen Jingting again, a hint of inquiry in her soulful eyes. This gentleman, since he can obtain the favor of the Spirit Stream Ghost King, he must not be an ordinary person. Just be careful when you enter the creepy spirit realm, the ferocity inside is no joke. The illusory spirit Ghost King's words were like a reminder to Shen Jingting to be cautious in dealing with the crisis in the eerie spirit realm, and like a hidden threat, it was implied that if Shen Jingting did anything detrimental to her subordinates in the eerie spirit realm, even if he had Han Lingxi to protect him, he wouldn't have a good time. Seeing that the illusory spirit Ghost King seemed to be making things difficult between his words, Han Lingxi was displeased and spoke coldly. Mirage Spirit, it's not for you to question my man's ability. If you have that kind of free time, why don't you worry more about worrying about your own men? The illusory spirit Ghost King didn't get angry when he heard Han Lingxi's words, but only laughed softly and said, Spirit Stream Ghost King, I was only speaking casually, so why are you protecting me so tightly? That's just it. Let's see who will end up in the Guile Spirit Realm with a full load. Just as the Ghost Kings were each discussing the situation in the Guile Spirit Realm, the belatedly arriving Ghost King Cold Fontaine caught a glimpse of Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting looking so intimate. His face instantly grimaced, and a hint of jealousy and anger flashed in his eyes. He had always liked Han Lingxi, and there was no Ghost King in the Ghost King circle who didn't know that. In Han Feng's mind, Han Lingxi was the most dazzling existence in this bizarre world realm and deserved to belong to him. But now, as he watched Han Lingxi snuggle with Shin Jingting, his heart was filled with resentment. Thinking back to not too long ago, at the critical moment when Han Lingxi had broken through to the day-level Ghost King, he had chosen to sneak attack out of love. At that time, he was filled with the thought that as long as Han Lingxi failed, she would be vulnerable and helpless, and he would be able to take advantage of the situation and hold her firmly in his hands. But he hadn't expected that Han Lingxi had managed to escape with her tenacious will and great strength, and now she had even become a life-and-death enemy with him. Han Lingxi, I didn't think you'd even look at such a man. The cold maple Ghost King stepped forward, his tone filled with mockery. What can he give you? It's just a weak and incompetent little white boy. Han Lingxi's face sank as she looked coldly at the Cold Fong Ghost King. Cold Fong, it's not your turn to meddle in this king's affairs. I have yet to settle the score with you for your sneak attack on this king in the first place, so you'd better be sensible today. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's thin waist and stared at Han Fong with an austere gaze, with a biting killing intent emanating from his body. He stared straight at the cold maple Ghost King and said word by word, Han Fong, you hurt my woman. This account, I, Shin Jingting, have always kept it in my heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Lingxi wanted to personally torture Han Fong to death, Shin Jingting directly wanted to use the Barrett hidden in the system space to make this disgusting guy's head explode. The cold maple Ghost King looked at Shin Jingting. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Just by you? What can you do to me? Today, I'd like to see how much skill you have. Saying that, his Yin-Chi surged around his body and his soul power worked crazily, obviously ready to make a move. Han Lingxi didn't show any weakness either, her soul power instantly exploding as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Shin Jingting. Cold Fong, if you want to make a move, this king will accompany you to the end. But you have to think clearly. If we start a war here today, you won't be able to get any good results. Even if she hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, Cold Fong wouldn't be able to get the slightest advantage over her. And even if she ends up losing both, she's still in it. Moreover, there were still 33 Ghost Kings around to watch. So once the war started, the situation would only become more chaotic, and it would be difficult for Han Fong to retreat in one piece. The surrounding Ghost Kings saw this and gathered around, wanting to watch the show. Just as the swords were drawn, Mei Desire stepped out of the crowd and stood next to Han Lingxi. She lifted her chin slightly, playing with a strand of hair by her temples, a smile, if any, hanging at the corners of her mouth. Cold Maple Ghost King, are you trying to bully us women? The illusory spirit Ghost King stepped forward and persuaded. We all came here for the heavenly treasures in the Guile Spirit Realm. Why should we hurt our peace? The Cold Maple Ghost King couldn't help but feel some fear in his heart as he looked at the powerful aura radiating from Han Lingxi's body. It wasn't that he was afraid of Han Lingxi, but rather the many backhanders and underpinnings left behind by the master behind her. Furthermore, although he was extremely obsessed with Han Lingxi, he wasn't irrational and knew that it wasn't wise to go to war with Han Lingxi at this time. Plus there was another phantom spirit persuading and Mei Lust helping, so he went along with the steps given by Phantom Spirit. Han Lingxi, little white boy, count yourselves lucky today. Sooner or later, I will settle this score with you. The Cold Maple Ghost King gritted his teeth and said viciously, and then with a flutter of his sleeves, he led his men to the side to quietly wait for the Guile Spirit Realm to open. Han Lingxi looked at the departing back of the Cold Maple Ghost King and let out a cold snort, but the vigilance in her heart did not relax. She knew that the Cold Maple Ghost King would never let up, and after entering the Guile Spirit Realm, she still needed to be on guard against his calculations. Jing Ting, you must be more careful when you enter the Guile Spirit Realm, and if necessary, kill Han Feng's men. Don't worry, Sister Ghost King, it's fine if they don't mess with me, but once they do, then they won't want to come out of the creepy spirit realm alive. Shin Jingting laughed softly. He is not a good person. Once someone touches his bottom line, he will make the other party pay a painful price. However, Han Fong was a hidden danger that had to be resolved. His obsession with Han Lingxi had reached the point of insanity, and without getting rid of him, he would always be a threat. When he entered the eerie spirit realm, the first thing he did was to deal with Cold Fang's people. At this moment, Han Fong, who was standing in front of the entrance to the Guile Spirit Realm, was talking to a woman. Cold Fong, you like Han Lingxi, don't you? The woman looked at Han Fong with a smile on her face and asked. Cold Fong glanced at her, his tone a bit impatient. Frost Spirit, what do you want to say? I think that little white boy of Han Lingxi's is not bad looking. I'll take it. Frost Spirit licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. As for that Han Lingxi, when the time comes, I'll directly call my father, the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, to force her to submit. Maybe it'll even get her to come into your arms of her own accord. How's that for a good idea? Han Feng was slightly stunned, a trace of uneasiness welling up in his heart. You have to think clearly. Han Lingxi is a subordinate of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. In case the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign knows about it, I'm afraid that he won't be able to let it go. Frost Spirit disdainfully bristled. What are you afraid of? My father, the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, is not weaker than the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. At that time, even if the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign knows about it, he can only be dumbfounded, and if he really can't, he can just casually compensate for something. Chapter 48, Daughter-in-Law. Give some motivation. Cold Phone looked toward Frost Spirit, and although his heart was jealous of this plan, his obsession with Han Lingxi made it difficult for him to control himself. He spoke directly. Frost Spirit, since you want to call your father, the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, to force Han Lingxi's hand, then I won't beat around the bush with you. Tell me, what are your conditions? I don't believe in free lunches. The corner of Frost Spirit's mouth curled up into a smug smile, and his eyes glittered with greed. Cold Foam, you really are a smart person. I like dealing with smart people like you. Then I'll be blunt. I want 10 million blood soul stones, plus the cost of my father's trip. As long as you can fulfill my conditions, I promise to have my father step in and help you with Han Lingxi. Han Feng's face changed slightly. 10 million blood soul stones was not a small amount. Even he would have to go through a lot of trouble to get it together. And I'm afraid the cost of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's trip is astronomical. Frost Spirit, your conditions are too harsh, aren't they? 10 million blood soul stones. Where am I going to get that many in a moment? 10 million blood soul stones. Not to mention a ghost king. An average ghost elder wouldn't necessarily be able to take it out at once. The birth of the blood soul vein stone is extremely difficult, and mostly occupied by powerful forces. Mining is not easy. Every piece of blood soul stone is worth a lot of money. Lingxi City did have a blood soul stone vein, but it was left to her by Han Lingxi's master before she died. No one else could even come close to 100 kilometers except for her inner circle who could enter. When Frost Spirit saw that Cold Foam was silent, she was a bit impatient in her heart. Cold Foam, can you do it or not? If you can't, just say so. Don't waste my time. Don't pretend to be pathetic with me. You've been around for so long and you still can't get 10 million blood soul stones? I think you just don't want to pay out. If you can't spare these blood soul stones, then forget it. I don't care about your business. Cold Foam gritted his teeth and secretly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He wanted Han Lingxi too much, and for this goal, he felt it was worth taking a risk. Okay, Frost Spirit, I promise, but you'll have to give me some time. I'll gather the 10 million blood soul stones and the travel expenses for the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign as soon as possible, but you'll have to give me the benefit of the doubt. Is your father really going to do all he can to help me? Frost Spirit smiled proudly. Don't worry about that. My father has always loved me. As long as I ask, he will definitely help me. Moreover, with my father on the scene, what resistance can Han Lingxi have? When the time comes, she'll just have to fall into your arms. Cold Foam nodded, and although there was still some worry in his heart, he could only choose to trust Frost Spirit. Good, then it's a deal. Frost Spirit waved her hand. Okay, let's go then. However, I can say my ugly words up front. If you can't come up with all the blood soul stones and fees by then, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Cold Foam didn't say anything. He just took his men to the side and waited. A quarter of an hour later, the entrance to the Guile Spirit Realm fluctuated, and the space rippled with layers of ripples before slowly opening. Seeing this, the group of Ghost Kings began to organize their men to step into the creepy spirit realm in turn. That entrance was crowded with people for a while, and the severe ghosts with different intentions entered this mysterious and dangerous secret realm with different purposes. Seeing this, Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting with a smile. Jingting, I won't say more. I'll wait for you to come back. Sister Ghost King, these are for you to eat. Shin Jingting bought many small snacks from the system mall and handed them to Han Lingxi. Milk tea, melon seeds, chocolates, all kinds of delicious snacks are in abundance, and one by one, they are placed in front of Han Lingxi. Not only that, but he solemnly handed over the Barrett, along with the 5 bullets and the 3 Inferno grenades. These are for your defense. I have a full charge on my cell phone too, so if you miss me, call me on video. Han Lingxi took the Barrett, and just as she gripped it, she noticed that there was actually a portrait of her on the stock. Kating, did you draw this? Of course. Does it look good? Good looking. Han Lingxi smiled and nodded. I didn't realize you were versatile. That's a must. Shin Jingting proudly tilted his chin, followed by a turn of phrase. Sister Ghost King, take this Barrett. After the opening of the Guile Spirit Realm, These jackals, tigers, and leopards are bound to bully you. You don't need to save your bullets and grenades. If they dare to bully you, just get them. You gave me the gun. What about you? Han Lingxi asked with a frown. Don't worry, I have the amulet. No one can kill me. With the system in place, he wasn't at all afraid of any threats when they appeared in the trickster spirit realm. Although Han Lingxi was still a bit uneasy, she looked at Qin Jingting's firm eyes and had no choice but to nod. Then go in quickly. The entrance to the creepy spirit realm is only 2/4 of an hour away. If you're late, you'll be too late. Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of urgency, urging Qin Jingting to hurry up and enter the Guile spirit realm. If you miss it this time, you'll have to wait 50 years. When Qin Jingting heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly spoke. Daughter-in-law, before I go in, you give me some motivation. Han Lingxi froze, momentarily unsure of how to give it, so she asked, how? Just give me a kiss. Qin Jingting suddenly came closer. The distance between the two instantly closed, and Han Lingxi could clearly feel the warm breath coming from Qin Jingting's body, but she was still a little embarrassed to see ghosts all around her. Jingting, why don't we wait until you're out of the creepy spirit realm and we're home? Then I'll let you kiss it. Han Lingxi lowered her head, looking a bit shy. After all, so many ghosts were watching, letting her kiss Qin Jingting on the spot, which made her, who had never made such a bold move, really a little embarrassed. Sister Ghost King, power is only useful if you give it now. Qin Jingting smiled as he continued to compel Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi bit her lip and surreptitiously raised her eyes to look around. Those people were each busy preparing to enter the Guile spirit realm, and didn't seem to be paying too much attention to them. She hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered her courage and gently wrapped her arms around Qin Jingting's neck, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. Qin Jingting was slightly stunned, then he hugged Han Lingxi back, his heart filled with sweetness. Well, get in there. Han Lingxi gently pushed Qin Jingting in case he made some more excessive demands. Qin Jingting, who was rewarded with power, instantly became active. He looked at Han Lingxi with a burning gaze and said softly, "Sheer, wait for me to come back at ease." After he finished speaking, he glanced fondly at Han Lingxi and turned to lead the 19 Li ghosts toward the entrance of the creepy spirit realm. Han Lingxi stood in place, her gaze following Qin Jingting's figure until he disappeared into the surging black mist. Kating, I'll be here waiting for you to come home. Chapter 49, Suspicion. Qin Jingting led 19 stern ghosts into the eerie spirit realm, expecting to be wrapped up in an aura of decay and decay, but the scene before him greatly exceeded his expectations. It wasn't as decayed and filled with the stench of decay and death as one might expect. As soon as he entered, Qin Jingting felt that the air was filled with dense and refuted soul power, which were like materialized mist, churning and intertwining in the air. What rich soul power! Yes, this Guile spirit realm is worthy of being a secret realm that even the Ghost King covets. Next we'll be able to have a good time. The 19 night ghosts were overflowing with excitement as you spoke. Those who were able to enter the creepy spirit realm and managed to survive. Almost all of them became renowned Ghost Kings or even Ghost Zoons in the creepy world. Taking the 36 Ghost Kings as an example, apart from Frost Spirit and Cold Maple, the remaining 34 Ghost Kings had all entered the Guiling spirit realm and managed to survive to possess their own seals. If they could also survive this brutal battle, the chances of becoming a Ghost King in the future would be at least 20%. Don't underestimate the fact that it is only 20%, which is already a great chance on the road to cultivation. In this world, if one were to just cultivate in a step-by-step manner and still have no one to guide them, the chances of becoming a Ghost King would not even be 10%. Take Cold Maple and Frost Spirit for example. Their own talents were not outstanding, and when placed amongst cultivators, they could be said to be mediocre. But they happened to have a Ghost Zoon good father. Relying on the shade of their fathers, Cold Fong and Frost Spirit were able to easily obtain precious cultivation resources. Those heavenly materials and treasures that onlookers could only dream of were nothing more than things within their reach. The connections and power of their fathers had even allowed them to be unimpeded in their cultivation journey, and the journey had been smooth. Even if he made a mistake, there was always the Ghost Father's father to set things right. On the contrary, these 19 stern ghosts led by Qin Jingting, they came from ordinary origins, without a strong background to support them. Everything could only rely on themselves to fight in this crisis-ridden bizarre spirit realm. Prefect, assign tasks. We'll all listen to you. Among the 19 stern ghosts, the leader of the stern ghosts opened his mouth. Although his words were respectful, the perfunctory and arrogance in his tone could not be hidden. In the back of their minds, they all felt that Qin Jingting was a soft eater, but had only gotten where he was by relying on Han Lingxi's favor. If Han Lingxi hadn't specifically explained that they were to follow Qin Jingting's lead, they wouldn't have looked at this person with little background at all. Qin Jingting naturally also heard Shuiyu's reluctance, but his expression was as usual, not caring in the slightest. He deeply knew that in this weak and strong Guiling realm, strength was the root of convincing people. Moreover, the only person he cared about since the beginning was Han Lingxi, and as for the others, they weren't worth caring about at all. However, since Shuiyu had said that he wanted to do his bidding. Shin Jingting did not hide anything. We are now the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the others. No matter what, it's best not to spread out, or else we'll easily be broken by them individually. Prefect, we understand that this eerie spirit realm is dangerous, but it's more efficient and rewarding to spread out and look for treasures. Shuiyu couldn't help but speak out, his words filled with doubt. Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously. There's no need for us to look for them. They'll send them to us themselves. This answer left the crowd looking at each other, confused. Prefect, what does that mean? Another tall and thin female stern ghost couldn't help but ask. Shin Jingting, however, was not in a hurry to explain, but only raised his eyes to the distant valley that was churning with strange mist, and said leisurely, don't ask too many questions. Take a good rest in the next 2 days. Get your spirits up, and on the last day, I'll make you rich. After saying that, Shin Jingting casually found a tree, directly climbed up the tree and began to sleep, as if this crisis-ridden eerie spirit realm was his backyard garden. Shuiyu and the other night ghosts looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment, they were confused by Shin Jingting's operation. Lord Ghost King had repeatedly explained before they entered the Guile spirit realm that they must strive to find more heavenly materials and treasures. These treasures not only boosted strength, but also concerned the rise and fall of the entire spirit stream city. But Shin Jingting is good. After coming in, there is no hurry at all to find the treasure. First let everyone not to disperse, and now want to rest. This is really puzzling. But Lord Ghost King had also specifically emphasized the need to follow Shin Jingting's orders, and they didn't dare to disobey. For a time, the Shuiyu ghosts were at a loss for words. Neither did they want to watch the heavenly treasures being taken away by other Ghost King forces, but they could not disobey Shin Jingting's orders. What the hell is going on here? If we just wait around, we won't get our share of those treasures. An acute night ghost couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Shuiyu frowned and whispered, Wan Tai, Lord Ghost King has told us to listen to him. We can't disobey Lord Ghost King's orders, but what if he's directing blindly? We can't pin all our hopes on him. The other nightly ghost responded worriedly. They lowered their voices and exchanged words with each other, looking up from time to time at Shin Jingting, who was huffing and puffing in the trees, full of helplessness and entanglement. But they didn't dare to act without authorization, so they could only hover and wait anxiously under the tree. Why don't we just listen to the prefect? After all, if Lord Ghost King thinks so highly of him, I'm sure he has something outstanding. We just don't see it yet. A nightly ghost whispered a suggestion, with a hint of self-persuasion in his tone. A stern ghost with a cross-faced face bristled with disdain. Humph, I think he became a prefect by relying on that face and his ability to coax Lord Ghost King to be happy. Truly, in terms of strength and strategy, I'm not convinced. Shin Jingting's strength was also not concealed, and the ghost guards whose strength was higher than his could tell at a glance that he was only a day-level evil spirit. Consequently, none of the 19 ghosts were optimistic about Shin Jingting. After all, in the bizarre world, strength was the root of speech. But no matter what, Lord Ghost King told us to listen to Shin Jingting, so let's just do it. If something really goes wrong, just dump it on him when the time comes. Lord Ghost King likes him so much, he doesn't see that he will chastise him at that time. Shuiyu's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons before saying. At the mention of Han Lingxi, the cold and majestic appearance of Han Lingxi came to the minds of the crowd of stern ghosts. Thinking of the scene where she kissed Shin Jingting in front of all the ghosts, her heart was even more mixed. On the one hand, they were loyal to Han Lingxi and didn't dare to disobey in the slightest, and on the other hand, they were somewhat jealous of Shin Jingting's inexplicable favor. Shin Jingting had only been here for a few days, and he had so captured Lord Ghost King, who was high and untouchable in their minds. Just as they were torn between them, a thinly built stern ghost whispered a suggestion. Why don't we sneak off to find some treasures? As long as we move quickly, the prefect should not be able to find out. Chapter 50, My husband gave me a love token. Shuiyu immediately glared at him. Don't be stupid. Lord Ghost King explained that we have to listen to Shin Jingting. If we act without authorization and something goes wrong, there's no place to shake the pot when the time comes. We're not the ones who end up in bad luck. Be patient. Ugh, I really can't figure out what Lord Ghost King sees in him. That stern ghost remained undeterred and muttered in a low voice. Shuiyu snorted coldly. Regardless of what Lord Ghost King sees in him, we can only listen to him now anyway. Just rest and recuperate for the next 2 days, and see exactly how he's going to make us rich on his last day. If he's really capable, if we follow him in the future, we might be able to eat and drink as well. If he's not up to it, it's not too late to figure it out then. When the crowd of stern ghosts heard this, although they were upset, they also felt that Shuiyu had a point, so they had to each find a place to sit down, forcefully suppressing their inner desire for treasures, and began to rest. As for Shin Jingting on the tree, his breathing was steady, and he seemed to have really fallen into a sweet dream. he was deaf to the murmurs under the trees. Only occasionally the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was dreaming of something beautiful. However, just as he was dreaming that he was about to enter the bridal chamber with Han Lingxi, the system's untimely voice rang out, interrupting his beautiful dream. Issuing mission: we can't let Shuiyu and the other night ghosts be idle. Let them find something to do. Quest reward: a low-ranked word-out card. For killing aspect, pay special attention. Low-level cards can only be used on Ghost Kings and Ghost Guards below them. Higher orders can only be used on yourself. Because the host just died, the Soul Realm is very weak. If you want to enhance the Soul Realm, you can spend 5 million bazaar values to buy purple soul water to enhance the Soul Realm. One bottle can be enhanced to Ghost Dignity. Xin Jingting didn't bother with the task released by the system in the first place. He gritted his teeth and communicated with the system in his mind. Tuzi, I'm about to enter the bridal chamber with Sister Ghost King. Can't you let me finish this dream before releasing the quest? Originally, he was longing beautifully to see Han Lingxi take off that gorgeous wedding dress and spend the night together, suddenly interrupted by the system's untimely beep. Xin Jingting's heart was not to mention how depressed, as if the duck to the edge of the mouth suddenly flew away. Host, it's daytime, don't daydream. The system coldly poured a pot of cold water on Xin Jingting. Xin Jingting skimmed his mouth and just wanted to continue spitting, but suddenly remembered that there was a quest reward for raiding Han Lingxi, and the system didn't seem to have ever mentioned this. His eyes glared, and he questioned in a good-natured manner. By the way, system, what about my reward for the raid? Sister Ghost King has already been raided by me, so the reward should be sent down. If I don't mention it, are you damned if you're going to stop giving it? Ahem, how could that be? This system never does such things. The system seemed a little vain, and his voice lowered a few notches. Listening to its tone, it was obvious that it wasn't going to give. Come on, don't dawdle. Xin Jingting didn't bother to look deeply into the system's small mind, but only eagerly urged him to send out the rewards quickly. Mission reward: 1 dual cultivation card, 2 yin yang source pills. Note, the dual practice card can only be used for 7 days. As soon as the system's words fell, the detailed information of these 2 items appeared in Xin Jingting's mind. Seeing this note, Xin Jingting was first stunned, then the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. This dual cultivation card and yin yang source pill were rare treasures. After taking the yin yang source dan, then using the dual cultivation card to dual cultivate with Han Lingxi, not only could they quickly grow in strength, but they could also cultivate their relationship a bit more, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After getting the reward, Xin Jingting beautifully tumbled down from the tree. When he landed, he patted the dust on his body and walked towards the knights who were whispering under the tree. Enough of this discussion, all of you. Now for your assignments. When the crowd of severe ghosts heard this, they were instantly energized. It's finally time to flex my muscles. However, Xin Jingting's next words once again left them dumbfounded. Shuiyu, you take 4 people to go fishing. Wang Tai, you also take 4 to go hunting. And Huang Yingying, you take the rest to gather firewood and pick some fruits. Okay, with the assignments done, let's get moving. When he finished, he was ready to go back to the tree and go back to sleep. Shuiyu couldn't help but raise his voice and ask, Prefect, we are all stern ghosts. We don't even need to eat food to keep our lives running, so why do we still need to do this? The other night ghosts nodded their heads as well, confusion written all over their faces. Xin Jingting turned around and said in a proper and serious manner, Because I'm hungry. The moment these words came out, the crowd of severe ghosts were dumbfounded and looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. They had long since left the stage of relying on food to sustain their lives as night ghosts. In this eerie spirit realm, only thinking of obtaining heavenly materials and treasures to enhance strength. Never thought of Xin Jingting because of a sentence hungry and go to look for food for him. Shuiyu was the first to come back to his senses. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he was constantly spitting in his heart. But on the surface, he still didn't move and nodded respectfully. Prefect, we'll go now. Afterward, Shuiyu led the 4 stern ghosts to the stream with their heads hanging down. The crowd of severe ghosts also whispered in their mouths, What kind of thing is this? Finding food for people in this weird spirit realm. Wang Tai and the others also went into the mountains and forests to hunt with a bitter look on their faces, while Huang Yingying led the rest of the people to find firewood and fruits. Along the way, they all complained in whispers, but they didn't dare to disobey Xin Jingting's orders. Rewards have been issued. Getting the system reward, Xin Jingting happily returned to the tree to chat with Han Lingxi, outside of Guiling's territory. Han Lingxi cozily drank milk tea, and when she saw that Xin Jingting had sent a message, she immediately opened her phone and looked at it. Knowing that he was in no danger, Han Lingxi couldn't help but let a gentle smile appear on her face. Mirage Spirit on the side saw Han Lingxi smiling at her cell phone and walked up to peek over curiously. Lingxi Ghost King, what's this in your hand? Why are you so happy just looking at it? Han Lingxi raised the cell phone in her hand, her brows filled with sweetness. My husband gave me a love token. With that, she switched back to the game screen and continued to play. In fact, Shen Jingting hadn't thought about what to send her as a formal token of love, just that this cell phone that could contact each other was more important to him, so he gave it to Han Lingxi. But for Han Lingxi, this small cell phone carries her full of attachment and longing for Shen Jingting, and represents Shen Jingting's heart for her, so she took the cell phone as a token of love from Shen Jingting. Phantom Spirit listened and nodded slightly. She looked at the game with the novelty of the screen in her cell phone and found it very interesting, and a strong desire to play surged in her heart. Spirit Creek Ghost King, this is an interesting one you're playing. It looks like a lot of fun. Can I pay for a chance to play? 100 blood soul stones. Oh no, 1,000 blood soul stones, just as long as it lets me play the game. Phantom Spirit's eyes stared straight at the phone with anticipation. Han Lingxi glanced at Mirage Spirit, a faint smile on her face, and said with a bland expression, my family has a mine, so I don't lack this blood soul stone of yours. Chapter 51, The First Battle. The illusory spirit was first stunned, and quickly remembered that Spirit Stream City had a blood soul stone vein of extremely good quality. It was left to her by Han Lingxi's master before her death, and Han Lingxi, as the Ghost King of Lingxi City, didn't lack blood soul stones at all, and every year, she would take out 20% of the blood soul stones mined and supply them to the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. It was also because of this that the ghosts from the other ghost domains didn't dare to hit Spirit Stream City's blood soul stone vein. When Phantom Spirit saw Han Lingxi's usual indifference, she didn't continue to make a fool of herself and slipped away. She could see that Han Lingxi was not as cold and arrogant and rejecting as she had been in the past, though, and the whole person had softened a lot, with a bit more gentleness between her brows. However, when facing other ghosts, he still maintains the majesty and detachment of being the king of ghosts. There are some things that are engraved in his bones and will not change easily. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated again, and Han Lingxi hurriedly picked it up. It was a message from Shen Jingting. Seeing his message, a smile immediately appeared on Han Lingxi's face, and the faint trace of sadness she felt just now instantly dissipated. Sister Ghost King, did you miss me? After hearing this, the corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose slightly as she gently tapped the screen and sent a voiceover. No, not at all. Her voice was soft but with a hint of playfulness. Soon, Shen Jingting's message popped up again. I want you so much and you don't want me. It hurts me so much. As Han Lingxi listened to the slightly aggrieved tone in the voice message from Shen Jingting, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose a few more points. She tapped her fingers briskly on the screen and sent a voiceover. Poor mouth. Just pretend to be pathetic. I'm not going to fall for that. Shen Jingting flirted with Han Lingxi for a while and sent a message asking in a proper manner. Sheer, get to the point. They didn't bully you, did they? The corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked into a gentle smile, and her fingers briskly slid across the screen to send a voice. Don't worry, with Barrett around, they won't dare make a move. On the contrary, you guys should watch out for Frost Spirit, Cold Maple, Skull, Remnant Blood and Corpse Spirit's minions. Cold Maple and Frost Spirit are very close. I reckon they'll lay their hands on you in the Eerie Spirit realm. You must pay more attention. Shen Jingting listened to the voice of concern sent by Han Lingxi, and the raised corners of his mouth couldn't fall. Just then, Shuiyu and the other night ghosts came back from hunting, and they were displeased when they watched Shen Jingting pounding away with an iron lump. They'd worked so hard to go hunting, and here he was, leisurely fiddling with this contraption of some kind. However, due to Han Lingxi's face, all of them didn't show it and acted as if nothing had happened. Huang Yingying and the 8 female stern ghosts immediately began to build a fire to cook. Prefect, wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. Shen Jingting put away his cell phone, jumped down from the tree, swept his gaze around and asked, where are Wang Tai and the 5 of them? Didn't they go hunting? Why haven't they come back yet? I guess I haven't hit it yet. I was delayed on the road. Shuiyu didn't care and continued to busy himself with the work in hand. He knew Wang Tai very well. The other party's strength was still quite good except for a little grumpiness. In this creepy spirit realm, ordinary evil spirits were not his match at all, so Shuiyu felt that Shen Jingting's worries were a bit redundant. At this time, Huang Yingying stopped the action of building a fire in her hands and stood up. A trace of uneasiness also appeared on her face. Prefect, why don't we go out and look for it? Shen Jingting glanced at the direction Wang Tai and the others were hunting in and gave the order on the spot. Come on, let's go together. According to the time projection, Wang Tai and the others should have come back a long time ago, but by now they were nowhere to be seen. Even if they hadn't hunted, it was unlikely that they would be late in returning, and the only remaining possibility was that something had happened to them. Seeing this, Shuiyu and the other severe ghosts put down the work in their hands and followed behind Shen Jingting and quickly ran towards the direction where Wang Tai and the others were. As he was speeding along, a rush of footsteps came, and a blood-covered stern ghost stumbled over. Huang Yingying fixed her eyes on one of the stern ghosts in Wang Tai's group. Fu Jun, it's Jun Monkey, what's going on? Where are Wang Tai and the others? Shui Yu hurriedly greeted them and asked anxiously. Jun Monkey gasped for air, his face filled with panic. When we were hunting, we got a 3,000-year-old 7-leafed guileflower, but we met Li Jinyang and the others halfway. Wang and the others told me to come back first to report in order to protect me. They're still fighting Li Jinyang there. Shui Yu, Huang Yingying, you guys take the people and follow me. Shui Yu also realized the seriousness of the matter and greeted the 3 stern ghosts to take care of Jun Monkey. He, on the other hand, and Huang Yingying dashed towards the place of the incident with the rest of the lich ghosts following Shen Jingting. Soon, they arrived at the battle site. Only Wang Tai and their 4 stern ghosts stood back to back, their bodies covered with wounds. Around them, there were 10 more stern ghosts surrounding them. Prefect, Wang Tai and the others are about to lose their grip. Please let us go and save them. Shui Yu's heart raced and he turned to plead with Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting knew Shui Yu's strength, the peak of the day-level lich, and that he was also a party expert in the eerie spirit realm, so he didn't stop him. You guys go up and help, but remember, don't kill the 10 stern ghosts, save them for me to kill. Shui Yu received the order and immediately rushed into the battle circle with Huang Yingying with all of the severe ghosts, with their addition instantly changing the situation. Wang Tai, who was originally at a disadvantage, received support and the pressure was instantly reduced. Shui Yu's strength was extraordinary, and his strikes were vicious, hitting the enemy's vitals precisely with every attack, beating those stern ghosts back. Li Jinyang, dare to bully my brother, I'll kill you. When Shui Yu saw that Wang Tai's body was bruised and battered, his eyes turned red and he roared in anger. When Li Jinyang saw Shui Yu and the others coming aggressively, his heart was also a bit scared, but he still forced himself to be calm. Shui Yu, don't think that just because there are more of you, we are afraid of you. Piss us off, and you won't be any better off. Li Jinyang spoke harsh words on his lips, but his legs were already starting to tremble. On Shui Yu's side, there were 9 day-level lich ghosts, and the rest were all month-level lich ghosts. On the contrary, on their side, there were only 3 day-level knights. Li Jinyang, this is where you will be buried, Huang Yingying said, leading the female stern ghosts to surround and kill the 10 ghosts of Li Jinyang. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the battle quickly came to an end. Li Jinyang and his 9 accomplices lay on the ground in a sorry state, badly injured but not yet completely broken. Seeing this, Shen Jingting immediately stepped forward to make up for it. These 10 knights are 100,000 creepy values. He had used all of his remaining trick value to buy Barrett bullets and grenades for Han Lingxi. Right now there was 20,000 trickster value left on him to save his life. Right now there was 100,000 bizarre values. Shen Jingting naturally would not let go easily. Chapter 52, Frost Spirit's Provocation. However, when Shui Yu, Wang Tai, and the other crowd of severe ghosts saw this action of Shen Jingting, they couldn't help but have some thoughts in their hearts, and they looked down on Shen Jingting even more. They felt that Shen Jingting was picking up a ready-made bargain, waiting for them to beat the enemy to the point of no resistance before he came out to take action. Wang Tai couldn't help but snort coldly and muttered in a low voice, "Humph, what were you doing earlier? Only coming out now." "That's right, if it weren't for us, could he have made it so easy?" Jun Monkey chimed in with a disdainful look on his face. Shui Yu frowned and interrupted their discussion with a cold voice. "All right, don't even say it. If it weren't for the prefect's vigilance, you'd all be dead by now. Brother Shui Yu is right. If you guys keep yakking about it, beware that you won't get any good results." Huang Yingying said in a nonchalant manner while treating Wang Tai's injuries, and even gently hit Wang Tai when she finished. "Hiss, Shui Yu, control your woman. Your hands are not light or heavy." Wang Tai yelped in pain and looked at Shui Yu in dissatisfaction. Shui Yu glanced at Wang Tai and said in a bad mood, "I told you to usually cause less trouble. Now it's good. You almost put your life on the line, and you still think it hurts? Yingying healed your injuries, you can just be happy." Wang Tai muttered, "How was I to know that Guy Li Jinyang would sneak attack while we were alone? If it weren't for a few of us with a little skill, we'd have been accounted for there." Huang Yingying treated their wounds and stood up and walked over to Shui Yu to look at the 2 Wang Tai and Jun Monkey. "Alright, all of you stop complaining. You're lucky to have survived this time. Just rest for the next 2 days and don't move around." When Wang Tai heard this, he was not happy. "Huang Yingying, this creepy spirit realm will only be open for 3 days. By then we will all be forcibly sent out. Now that time is so tight. How can we have the time to rest? We have to hurry up and finish the mission and get more resources out." Wang Tai sat up from the ground in a hurry, but because he pulled the wound, his face turned white with pain and he fell down again. Seeing this, Huang Yingying glared at him in an unkind manner. "Look at you. You're hurt like this and still not honest. Is the mission or your life important? If you don't recuperate properly, and your injuries worsen by then, let alone accomplishing the mission, it's doubtful if you'll make it out alive. Shui Yu also advised from the side. Wang Tai, Ying is right. Don't try to be strong in your current state. Lord Ghost King said that this creepy spirit realm is very evil. We should be careful with everything for the best. It's not too late for you to recuperate from your injuries now and then think long and hard about it. As Shui Yu and the others were talking, Shen Jingting walked over to Wang Tai and threw 2 green pills to him. Eat up, we'll need your help on the last day. Don't be a liability then. After saying that, he stepped over the corpses of the night ghosts that had fallen across the ground and walked in the direction of the camp. Wang Tai's heart was filled with surprise as he looked at the elixir in his hand that glowed with a strange luster. This elixir must be extraordinary. Ordinary elixirs don't have such a fresh medicinal fragrance and unique color. Shui Yu and Huang Yingying also came over, staring at the elixir and scrutinizing it. This elixir doesn't look simple. The prefect actually spared to give it to you. Shui Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, a trace of color flashing in his eyes. Wang Tai swallowed his saliva. No matter what, eat it first to recover your injuries. With that, he put the elixir into his mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and his originally severely injured body seemed to be infused with new vigor, and the pain at the wound was also reduced by a lot. He subconsciously looked up at Shen Jingting's departing back, and there seemed to be some subtle changes in his mind about him. Outside the boundaries of the spooky spirit, a group of ghost kings patiently stood guard outside the entrance, patiently waiting for their men to return. Some of the ghost kings looked unusually grave as they looked at the entrance to the Guile spirit realm, their brows furrowed. The eerie spirit realm was very dangerous, and not 1 in 10 could survive, and their hearts were filled with worry, not knowing if the people they had sent in could return safely. In stark contrast to their anxiety, Han Lingxi was very relaxed and cozy. She was sitting in a chair off to the side, playing a game and sipping a milk tea with an easy smile on her face, because Shen Jingting would report his safety every half an hour. Thus, she was not worried about Shen Jingting's safety at all. The Frost Spirit Ghost King looked at the leisurely Han Lingxi and couldn't help but speak. Lingxi Ghost King, you're so relaxed that you're not worried at all about your concubine having an accident? This creepy spirit realm is no joke. Han Lingxi didn't lift her head, operating her cell phone while saying, just mind your own people. What's the point of worrying so much? Frost Spirit just smiled and didn't say anything more. In his heart, however, he let out a cold snort, secretly pondering, "Humph, when my father arrives, there's something for you to see. Let's see how arrogant you can still be." Immediately afterward, her gaze crossed over Han Lingxi to Mei Lust behind her, her eyes full of provocation. Mei Lust Ghost King, your man is quite obedient. I like it. The surrounding ghost kings were originally still talking to each other, and when they heard this flaming conversation between Frost Spirit and Mei Lust, they all gathered around to watch the show. Yo, this is going to be a good one. TSK, 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 fighting over a man. Interesting. Both are moon-level ghost kings. I really don't know who will be better. The skeleton stroked his chin, his eyes glancing back and forth between Frost Spirit and Wintry Lust. Remnant Blood said with certainty, if you ask me, it would still have to be Enchanting Lust. Oh, what do you mean by that? Think about it. Frost Spirit hangs out with her male favorites every day. How would she have time to cultivate? The skeleton ghost king came to a realization and nodded his head repeatedly. In that case, it's true, but Frost Spirit isn't a vegetarian either. There's still her father behind her. If it really comes to blows, it's not certain who the deer will die. What about her father? Is it hard to protect her in everything? The crippled blood ghost king snorted lightly. Besides, this is something between the two of them, and if a bystander interferes, he won't be afraid of the other ghost dharma dignitaries laughing at him if word gets out. Poison mist that man for the sake of power abandoned May Desire, climbed into the bed of Frost Spirit. This is a past that will make May Desire to fall into a laughingstock. But May Desire did not get angry. The color of God is as calm as a deep and bottomless cold pool. It's just garbage. If you like it, keep it. Frost Spirit was stunned, not expecting Mei Lust to be so bland. This was very different from the shrew-like screaming scene she expected. Instead, it made her attack a punch in the cotton and uncomfortable. What? You're not annoyed even after being abandoned? Frost Spirit continued to test the waters with her words, trying to provoke Mei Lust. Men who can easily give up their feelings for power are not worth wasting my emotions on in the first place. Mei Lust tilted her head slightly, a hint of disdain in her eyes. I'm curious, you snatched such a thing. Do you really consider it a treasure, or do you want to use it to humiliate me? If the latter, you think too much of him, and too little of me. Han Lingxi finally put down her cell phone at this time and watched the farce with interest, secretly laughing in her heart. This frost spirit is really asking for trouble, usually loves to cause trouble. Today it is considered to have hit a hard target. Chapter 53, Miss Me? After 2 days of rest and recuperation, Shin Jingting jumped out of the tree after chatting with Han Lingxi, ready to start making a big deal out of it. Shuiyu and the other severe ghosts had been idle for 2 days, and finally waited until they arrived at the order to act, and they gathered around. Excitement flashed in their eyes, and their long-suppressed desire to fight was instantly ignited. Prefect, we've had 2 days off. What do we do on the last day? Shuiyu couldn't wait to ask. Today was the last day of the opening of the Guile Spirit Realm, and if they didn't collect some cultivation resources, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain to Han Lingxi. 20 ghosts came in, and if they didn't get anything, they'd be scolded, and Han Lingxi might even be disappointed in them. Shin Jingting stretched and yawned up to the sky, then took out 19 maps from his arms and handed them to the map was marked with densely packed red dots, probably over 300. Prefect, what is this? With a puzzled look on his face, Shuiyu took the map and scrutinized it. These red dots are the locations where the 34 Ghost King's subordinates are located. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up into an evil smile, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Your next task is to find them and rob them of all the resources they found in the Guile Spirit Realm. During the past 2 days, aside from enjoying his ambiguous time with Han Lingxi to the fullest every day, he spent the rest of his time diving headfirst into his in-depth study of the Trickster Spirit Realm. He delved into it day and night, not only figuring out the precise location of the heavenly treasures born in the Guiling Spirit Realm, but also knowing the whereabouts and distribution of power of the various Ghost King's minions like the back of his hand. When Huang Yingying and the other severe ghosts heard this, they suddenly remembered what Shin Jingting had meant by the words he had said when he had just entered the creepy spirit realm. It turned out that he was prepared to let a group of severe ghosts first compete for resources and kill each other, and his own line of people nourished their spirits and came to reap the benefits. However, there was also a problem at the moment. The survivingly ghosts were all strong people who had experienced brutal battles. All of them had extraordinary strength and ruthlessness, and it would never be easy to wipe them out at that time. When Huang Yingying thought of this, she couldn't help but look worried. Prefect, since those severe ghosts were able to survive fighting each other, their strength must not be underestimated. Although our strength is not weak, it would be a bit tricky if we were to face a group of severe ghosts that have joined forces. The situation of Spirit Stream City was different from the other Ghost King cities. It had always remained independent, never participating in any struggles and acting in a unique style. Moreover, Han Lingxi's master had had many mortal enemies during his lifetime, and now, there was no guarantee that these spiteful forces wouldn't join forces against them. It doesn't matter. I have my own way to deal with them. Shin Jingting sold his story and did not reveal too much information. Prefect, should we kill them then? Wang Tai quickly memorized the location of the red dot and put away the map and asked, after 2 days of holding back, it's finally time to show off and have a good fight. From the moment he entered the Guile Spirit Realm, he had long been unable to hold back the excitement and killing intent within him. Of course you must kill. You must not leave a single one behind. Shin Jingting's eyes showed a cold light, and he said word by word, but then again, I still want you to give those captured Li ghosts to me to kill. Yes. Although Shuiyu and the other Lich ghosts were puzzled by Shin Jingting's move, they did not continue to pursue the matter. Afterward, the crowd acted quickly according to Shin Jingting's arrangement. West of the eerie spirit realm, 21 night ghosts were gathered together, and by the sadness on their faces, they knew that this trip to the creepy spirit realm was not going to be an easy one. Yang Jun, we've collected a lot of resources in the past 2 days. Isn't it time to ambush Spirit Stream City's people on the last day? A stern ghost with a thin figure and gloomy face opened his mouth and asked. Before entering the trickster spirit realm, Remnant Blood, Corpse Spirit, and Skull had explained to them that on the last day, they absolutely could not let the people from Spirit Stream City walk out of the trickster spirit realm alive. Now, because of the loss of the 9 monthly level knights in the search for resources, their strength had been greatly discounted by quite a bit. However, they were still confident in dealing with these people from Spirit Stream City. Zhao Feng, have you guys inquired about Shuiyu and the others? Yang Jun asked nonchalantly. No, I've encountered all of the Ghost King's subordinates since entering the Guile Spirit Realm, except for Spirit Stream City where I haven't seen a single one. Zhao Feng frowned with a chagrined expression. I don't know where the hell they hid. It's like they've evaporated. Sun Meng, who was on the side, scratched his head and muttered. Damn it, the Guiling Spirit Realm is so big. Where to find them? What? You guys miss me? A teasing voice came from behind. Sun Mang stiffened and turned around violently, only to see Shuiyu standing not far away with his hands clasped on his chest and a mocking smile on his face. Beside him, there were 18 other Lich ghosts standing by, and they surrounded Yang Jun's 21 Lich ghosts, forming an airtight encirclement. Zhao Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly drew his weapon and looked at him angrily. Shuiyu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Today is the day of your death. Shui Yu, however, was not flustered. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he flirted. Yo, the strength is not good, but the tone is not small. I don't think it's certain who's going to die today. Do you think that with just these few shrimp soldiers of yours, you want to deal with our Spirit Stream City's people? Behind Shui Yu, Huang Yingying took a step forward, an icy smile on her delicate face. Brother Yu, what's the point of wasting words with them? Kill them all. As soon as she spoke, her eyes flashed, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and waved it, and a powerful soul force was shot towards the nearest stern ghost. The corner of Shui Yu's mouth hooked into a bloodthirsty arc as he shouted, "Brothers, do it, but don't kill them." In an instant, the originally quiet atmosphere was completely shattered, and the Lich Demons of Spirit Stream City swooped down on the 21 besieged Lich Demons. Yang Jun's face suddenly changed as he hurriedly waved the long sword in his hand to fend off the oncoming attacks. Zhao Feng's eyes were red and he frantically waved his weapon in an attempt to kill his way out, but there were attacks from Spirit Stream City's Lich Ghosts on all sides, making it impossible for him to break out. Sun Mang and the others were surrounded by a few Lingxi City's severe ghosts, and even though they fought hard, new wounds kept appearing on their bodies, and blood stained his clothes red. Mother asterisk 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 her, these guys are so mean, he cursed as he struggled to dodge the attack. Not far away on a rock, Xin Jingting took a cup of milk tea and sipped it, watching the battlefield where the fight was going on as if he was watching. He looked sideways at June Monkey beside him and asked carelessly, "Monkey, how many years have you followed Sister Ghost King?" June Monkey thought for a moment and replied, "It's been over 400 years. At that time, Lord Ghost King hadn't taken over Spirit Stream City yet, and we ghosts were just some wandering spirits. Thanks to Lord Ghost King's love, she took us under her wing and not only taught us the cultivation method to enhance our strength, but also gave us shelter, so that we had a place to settle down. Since then, we swore that we would follow her all our lives and go through fire for her." Chapter 54, Broken Crossbow. Prefect. I have a sentence that I don't know if I should say or not. June Monkey looked at Xin Jingting with a burning gaze. Xin Jingting smiled and nodded. You say. He had actually guessed what June Monkey was trying to say. Ever since Lord Ghost King's master passed away, Lord Ghost King has never been as happy as he is now. Recently, there are too many Ghost Kings who covet the Blood Soulstone vein in Spirit Stream City, and they all want to come and get a piece of the pie. But because of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's protection, Spirit Stream City is at peace with itself. But lately, the soul-devouring ghost domain has been surging with dark currents, and some Ghost Kings have begun to sit back and want to profit from it. Lord Ghost King can't spare much energy to deal with it, and you, as her husband, should be solving her problems instead of molesting Lord Ghost King all day long. After June Monkey finished, he looked at Xin Jingting with a sincere face, hoping that he would listen. The 19 of them, all of them, had been favored by Han Lingxi, and their respect and gratitude for her had long been deep in their bones. It was no exaggeration to say that they were Han Lingxi's dead soldiers. Monkey, you won't believe anything I say right now, but you'll find out later. Xin Jingting didn't explain too much because the first impression he gave Chun Monkey and the others was that he was a little white boy who could only play smart. The more you explain, the more it pales in comparison. Later he'd reintroduce them to a whole new him with his actions. While Xin Jingting and Chun Monkey were chatting, Shui Yu and his side were close to ending the battle. Right now, there were only 3 day-level Li ghosts left, Yang Jun, Zhao Feng, and Sun Meng, who were still barely able to hold on, and the rest of the Li ghosts were all severely injured and unable to take part in the battle anymore. Shui Yu, after years of not seeing you, your strength has improved quite a bit. Yang Jun was struggling to speak due to his injuries. At this moment, he was on one knee, bracing himself to keep from falling to the ground. Shui Yu held a long sword and paced forward with a cold smile. I've been practicing hard for many years just to finish you off completely here. After saying that, he violently kicked Yang Jun in the chest, and Yang Jun flew backward several meters and fell heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With red eyes, Zhao Feng hissed and rushed over. Shui Yu, don't be too arrogant. The ghost claw in his hand carried a whistling wind sound and went straight for Shui Yu's throat. Shui Yu's figure flickered and easily avoided it, and with a backhand slash on Zhao Feng's arm, Zhao Feng suffered pain and his ghost claws landed on the ground. Seeing the situation, Sun Mang turned around and tried to escape. How would Huang Yingying give him a chance? Chirping, want to run? It's not that easy. Soul power surged around his body, and a sharp blade condensed from soul power instantly shot out, carrying a biting cold light as it chopped straight towards Sun Meng's legs. Ah! Sun Mang let out a mournful scream, and his entire body fell forward to the ground. His legs were precisely severed from the knees by the sharp blades of soul power, ghostly aura lingering at the stumps, and his entire body lunged forward, falling heavily on the ground full of rotting leaves, splattering an aura of decay. Black ghost blood continuously gushed out from the broken leg, instantly coloring the surrounding ground black. Sun Mang rolled madly on the ground in pain, his hands grasping the ground in vain, his face filled with pain and fear. Huang Yingying, you're so cruel. Sun Mang roared through gritted teeth, his ghostly green pupils filled with resentment. Huang Yingying's willow eyebrows rose, and with a frosty face, she walked forward, one foot on Sun Mang's back, and laughed coldly. Ruthless? This is the law of survival. Sun Mang was lying on the ground, his eyes full of resentment, and he took advantage of Huang Yingying's slackness to instantly explode the ghostly aura around him. His ghostly claws coalesced with a dense black yin chi and grabbed swiftly towards Huang Yingying's throat, so fast that it brought up a chilly wind. Huang Yingying's pupils suddenly shrunk, realizing the danger coming. Her body instinctively wanted to dodge, but because the distance was too close, she couldn't avoid it. In the nick of time, a cold light flashed, and a crossbow arrow shot through Sun Mang's ghost claw with great speed. With a click, Sun Mang's ghost claws were like fragile glass, instantly cracking and turning into countless ghost chi that dissipated into the air. The powerful impact caused him to let out a painful scream as his body flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground. Huang Yingying gasped with palpitations and turned her head to look in the direction of the crossbow arrows, only to see Shen Jingting holding an ancient ghost crossbow, standing not far away with a cold expression. Fugan, thank you for saving my life. Huang Yingying was shocked and delighted, and hurriedly bowed on one knee. Shen Jingting nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Sun Mang, his eyes full of icy killing intent. White boy, what kind of weapon is that? Sun Mang looked at Shen Jingting in horror as his body continued to shrink backward in an attempt to escape, but his legs were broken and he had just been shot through the ghost claws, so he was simply powerless to escape. Shen Jingting stroked his chin and looked at Shuiyu, Huang Yingying and the others and asked, do I look like a white boy? Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the others were first stunned, and then after glancing at each other, they actually nodded their heads. The scene was a little awkward for a moment, but Shen Jingting didn't get angry and just smiled gently. Huang Yingying saw that Shen Jingting did not get angry, and bravely spoke up. Prefect, when I initially saw you get along with Lord Ghost King, I did feel that you. She paused, as if weighing her words, thinking that you don't quite look like someone who can take on big things, only thinking that you rely on a face to please Lord Ghost King. Shen Jingting waved his hand, still with a faint smile on his face. Forget it, a little white boy is a little white boy. As the words fell, he raised his broken crossbow and aimed it at Sun Mang. The body of the crossbow exuded a cold metallic luster, and the flowing runes penetrated with a slight chill. This broken crossbow, like the inflammatory explosion grenade and the ice explosion grenade, are all great killing weapons that specialize in killing severe ghosts. With a whoosh sound, the crossbow arrow wrapped in surging yin chi shot out like a black lightning bolt, instantly piercing through Sun Mang's ghostly body. Sun Mang couldn't even send out a miserable scream before his ghostly body began to rapidly disintegrate, turning into a thin strand of ghostly chi that gradually dissipated in the wind. He who had just opened his teeth and claws and wanted to kill Huang Yingying was now ashes. Killing Sun Mang, Shen Jingting continued to hunt down the other lich ghosts. Shuiyu, what level of weapon is the crossbow in the Fu Jun's hand? I actually felt a strong intent of destruction from it. Wang Tai saw that Shen Jingting easily ended Sun Mang with a single arrow and turned his head to Shuiyu beside him and asked. Shuiyu frowned slightly and said after a moment of contemplation, to be able to kill a lich demon, it is at least at the lich demon level. Lord Demon King is so good to Fu Jun, even giving him this kind of weapon. Huang Yingying shook her head, a hint of calm analysis in her eyes. It shouldn't be. If this kind of crossbow was made by Lord Ghost King, it would have been mass-produced. It wouldn't have been given to the prefect alone. And I've never seen Lord Ghost King use it. June Monkey scratched his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Then where exactly did this crossbow come from? Can it be that the prefect got it himself? But the impression he gave us before didn't seem like someone who could get his hands on such a powerful weapon. Chapter 55, surprised by all the ghosts. While they were chatting, Shen Jingting had already harvested all the remaining night ghosts, excluding the 10,000 trickster value that he had spent to buy the broken crossbow. He was now left with 320,000 trickster value. He didn't think much about it and immediately spent 100,000 trickster values to exchange for night ghost level strength. In an instant, a majestic and eerie power exploded within him. The air around them trembled, and the soul power surged and converged crazily, forming a circle of black ripples visible to the naked eye. Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the rest of them all felt this powerful aura, and their faces changed drastically as they looked in shock in the direction where Shen Jingting was. The aura of this day-level stern ghost was much more powerful and thicker than even they themselves, and the pressure came on them like it was spreading across the sky, weighing them down to the point where they could barely catch their breath. The hearts of the crowd of severe ghosts were filled with doubt and shock. They clearly remembered that Shen Jingting was only the strength of a day-level evil ghost before. How could such a terrifying aura suddenly erupt? And that aura had clearly reached the half-step star-level ghost general level. How is this possible? Wang Tai's eyes widened with disbelief. Isn't he, Fu Jun, only a day-level evil spirit? How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Huang Yingying was also stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex look. Could it be that the prefect has been hiding his strength? But this boost is too big. Day-level evil ghosts to day-level Lu ghosts was a whole big realm, and the gap between them was like a heavenly rift, not to mention breaking through in a short period of time. Even if it took years, decades, or even centuries, it would be extremely difficult for the vast majority of ghosts and monsters. But Shin Jingting had accomplished the seemingly impossible leap in the blink of an eye. How could this not leave Xueyu, Huang Yingying and the others dumbfounded? They stood still for a long time, unable to recover from their shock, especially June Monkey, who had said not long ago that he'd asked Shin Jingting to raise his strength as soon as possible to protect Han Lingxi. I didn't expect Shin Jingting to break through from a day-level evil ghost to a day-level night ghost in an instant, accomplishing such an amazing leap. June Monkey opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Originally, he was still a bit skeptical of Shin Jingting, thinking that he only knew how to laugh and joke around with Han Lingxi all day long and didn't shoulder his proper responsibilities. But now this sudden increase in Shin Jingting's strength had completely changed his opinion. It's not that people don't want to promote, they just don't for whatever reason. Brother Yu, is the prefect hiding his strength? Huang Yingying asked in a low voice as she approached Xueyu's ear. Not like that. Xueyu frowned and shook his head. There is a clear difference between the aura released from hidden strength and the aura released from a natural breakthrough. But this aura of the prefect, it doesn't look like it's hidden. Rather, it looks like it really broke through all at once. But how can this crossing a great realm be so easy? The crowd of Li ghosts were discussing the reason for Shin Jingting's increased strength in a crosstalk. Shin Jingting had already walked in front of them. He looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and smiled faintly. Don't all stare. The Guile Spirit Realm still has 9 more hours to end. You guys quickly take care of the remaining night ghosts, then spend the remaining 2 hours searching for these heavenly treasures that I marked out. Shin Jingting said, took out a newly marked map and gave it to them, and equipped them with 5 broken crossbows and 20 crossbow arrows. It cost a total of 60,000 trickster value. The broken crossbow was sold for only 10,000 guile value, and the crossbow arrows were half as cheap as the arrows of the Godslayer crossbow, only requiring 500 guile value. The ghosts in the realm of eerie spirits had a maximum strength of only day-level stern ghosts, and the broken crossbow was enough to deal with them. Prefect, what about you? Lord Ghost King gave a special explanation before we entered the creepy spirit realm that we must ensure your safety. When Xueyu said this, he instantly realized that his worries seemed a bit superfluous. Shin Jingting had just demonstrated the powerful strength of a day-level lich, far exceeding those of their men, and now he was saying that he wanted to ensure his safety, which was really a bit ridiculous. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Xueyu's face as he scratched his head. Prefect, I am not questioning your strength, it's just that I really don't dare to slack off on Lord Ghost King's orders. Shin Jingting nodded slightly. His face did not look displeased, but instead carried a hint of a gentle smile. Just do as I say. It's still the same. Leave the knights all for me to kill. Now get moving. Xueyu, Huang Yingying, Wang Tai, Chun Monkey and the other severe ghosts responded in unison, and then quickly acted according to their respective divisions of labor. After assigning tasks, Shin Jingting had nothing to do and took out his cell phone to call Han Lingxi on video. Outside the eerie spirit realm, Han Lingxi was playing a game when she suddenly received a video call request from Shin Jingting. Without hesitation, she immediately put down the game in her hands, straightened her hair, and picked up the video. Just after connecting, Shin Jingting's face with a smile appeared on the screen. Daughter-in-law, did you miss me? Who's your daughter-in-law? I'm not. I'm your Ghost King's sister. Han Lingxi pouted back, but wasn't as shy as she had been in the past. The corners of her lips rose slightly, and her eyes hid a hint of imperceptible gentleness. When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi's expression, his heart warmed and he said with a smile, yes, you're not my daughter-in-law now, only in the future. But you're my girlfriend now, that's always true. Han Lingxi froze, then asked, what's a girlfriend? A girlfriend is, by the way, it's someone who you can't turn me down when I have a need and help me out. Shin Jingting was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and then I will spoil you, not let you suffer, and care for you in every way. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful look on her face. In that case, being your girlfriend isn't bad at all. That's for sure. Be my girlfriend and I'll hold you in my heart. Shin Jingting said with a smile, his eyes full of favor. He paused, then mysteriously leaned in close to the cell phone screen and lowered his voice. But it would be better to be my maiden. And a maiden can be closer than a girlfriend. I'm not going to. I only agreed to be your girlfriend reluctantly. Han Lingxi snorted lightly in arrogance and looked away, not daring to look directly into Shin Jingting's sizzling eyes. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched this adorable appearance of Han Lingxi on the screen. Fine. Then I'll work harder and try to make Sister Ghost King my maiden sooner. Han Lingxi glared at him again, but there was nothing intimidating in her eyes. Instead, there was a bit of petulance. "You're the only one who can talk poorly, molesting me and bullying me every day, and I don't know what I like about you." Chapter 56, Kissing Censor. Sister Ghost King. Needless to say, of course it's because I'm handsome. That's why you like me. With a hint of a cynical smile, Shin Jingting deliberately blinked his eyes and looked at Han Lingxi in front of him with a smug expression. Foily. Han Lingxi snorted softly, but with a smile she couldn't hide between her brows. She feigned anger and gave him a blank look. "This king isn't that shallow." Shin Jingting touched his nose and asked after him with a smile. "Then, Ghost King's sister should tell us, what exactly does she see in me?" "I don't know. Just like you." Han Lingxi tilted her head, her fingers gently tapping her chin as she pondered for a moment before saying. Thinking back to the scene when she first met Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi still felt like it was yesterday. At that time Shin Jingting, but as a Lingxi city looks a little crafty, but also always loved the poor talk of the guy, his own high up as a ghost king, how did not expect one day will like each other. During that time, because of her serious injury, Spirit Stream City was surrounded by various crises and the situation was volatile. But with Shin Jingting by his side, everything became different. He could always find all sorts of reasons to molest Han Lingxi in his boring routine. In the midst of the jokes and gags over and over again, Han Lingxi found herself getting more and more accustomed to having Shin Jingting by her side. Even though he was always immodestly molesting himself, those seemingly joking words inadvertently warmed her heart. "Jingting, is Ying Ying and the others alright?" At this moment, Han Lingxi suddenly remembered the others who were still in the Guile spirit realm, and her expression was filled with concern. Shin Jingting feigned dissatisfaction and skimmed his lips. "Sister Ghost King, you don't care about your boyfriend, but you go to care about other women. This makes me sad. I'm just seeing that you're okay." Han Lingxi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw that Shin Jingting had begun to play poor again. However, after seeing him wandering around the Guile spirit realm as if it was his own backyard garden, relaxed and cozy, his heart completely let go of his heart. On the surface seems to be fine, but the heart can be very hurt. "Every time I take the initiative to look for you to chat and play video, you do not want me well." Shin Jingting proceeded to play poor, and anyway, he had nothing to do right now, so he simply continued to molest Han Lingxi, make the bond between them a little deeper. Han Lingxi arrogantly tilted his head. This king is determined to become a ghost emperor. How could he possibly be held back by his children's love? "I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch." Shin Jingting pretended to be overwhelmed with grief, one hand covering his chest, his face full of exaggerated loss, as if he had really been hurt by Han Lingxi's words. Han Lingxi was amused by Shin Jingting's appearance, and took the initiative to loosen up and ask, Okay, don't be poor, so what do you want me to do to make it up to you?" As soon as Shin Jingting heard this, a hint of cunning instantly flashed in his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile as he tentatively inquired, "I'll have to think about it then. How about a kiss?" When Han Lingxi heard this, her cheeks slightly reddened, and she was just about to open her mouth to refuse, but on second thought, she thought that the two of them were separated by a screen, so she didn't shy away from it anymore. She spat lightly. "That's it? Okay," he said, moving closer to the phone screen and dropping a soft kiss. In this instant, Shin Jingting was prepared. Before he spent 1,000 points of bizarre value in the system mall, exchanged a prop called Kiss Sensor. This prop breaks the limitations of space and literally transmits a kiss from one party to the other. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's sister's soft yet delicate lips, the corners of his mouth rose, and he similarly dropped a kiss on the cell phone screen. In an instant, Han Lingxi clearly felt that her lips were as if they had actually touched Shin Jingting, transmitting the other party's soft and warm touch. Her eyes snapped open, full of doubt, and she subconsciously touched her lips, her eyes full of incredulity. "What's going on here? It feels so real." The moment she kissed the cell phone screen just now, she didn't feel the cold touch and truly felt Shin Jingting's lips with temperature. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's dumbfounded appearance and was about to speak when a beep came from the system. Joy value exceeds 158%. Host gets one chance to draw a prize. Shin Jingting froze, not realizing that there was a windfall here. Speaking to the system in his head, he said, "System, I think you should change your name and call it the Favored Wife System. Every time you flirt with Han Lingxi and make her happy, you'll get unexpected rewards," which is no different from a system that specializes in pampering wives. However, just as the words fell, the system's voice sounded once again. "Name change successful. Favored Wife System is online. The host only needs to spoil Han Lingxi and complete the tasks issued by the system to receive a generous reward." The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth grinned even wider. His heart was happy. This was too much to his liking. When Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting's foolishly happy appearance on the screen, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Look at your silly face. What exactly are you happy about?" "Sister Ghost King, Before Shin Jingting finished his words, suddenly, a mournful wolf howl cut through the silence. He lowered his head and looked down. Under the moonlight, a huge demon-devouring wolf was showing its teeth, with a bizarre black aura surrounding its body, and behind it, there was a group of Liger-class wolf cubs. Han Lingxi also heard the wolf howl on the other end of the screen, and her face instantly became grave. Jingting, listen to this sound. It's a devouring demon wolf. They usually move in packs. You need to be more careful. Don't worry, I'll talk to you after I kill them. Shen Jingting hung up the video and jumped down from the tree to confront the demon-eating wolf king. The black wolf seemed to sense Shen Jingting's hostility. Its front paws pawed the ground and let out a dull roar, and then leapt violently, like black lightning, towards Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting dodged sideways and pulled the trigger at the same time. A crossbow arrow shot towards Black Wolf with the sound of breaking wind. The Black Wolf twisted his body nimbly in the air, avoiding the crossbow bolt, and landed on the ground, poised to strike again. Not bad, already a half-step ghost general, Shen Jingting praised. The strength of this demon wolf was already on par with his current self, but that's all. Shen Jingting was too lazy to dwell too much longer with this demonic wolf, and resolutely decided to kill it. It was lucky to escape an arrow just now, but it won't escape this time. Shen Jingting's eyes flinched as his soul power instantly surged through his body, pouring down his arm and onto the broken crossbow in his hand. He flicked his wrist, and the crossbow body quivered slightly. The crossbow arrow seemed to be alive, automatically locking onto the devouring demon wolf king's heart position. The demon devouring wolf king seemed to have sensed the danger and just wanted to react, but it was too late. Baiyu, Shen Jingting smiled evilly, followed by pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a whoosh sound, the crossbow arrow wrapped in a stern momentum, cutting through the air, with a whistling wind sound straight at the devouring demon wolf king. The wolf king had just let out an unwilling roar when the crossbow arrow had penetrated its heart with unerring precision. The huge body shook violently, and the ferocious light in its eyes instantly dimmed. The limbs are soft. Boom sound heavily fell to the ground, raised a cloud of dust, completely stopped moving. Dead. Chapter 57, Space Blocking Charm. After Shen Jingting finished resolving the demon-devouring wolf king, he turned his eyes and stared at the 20 Liger-class wolf pups behind it. 200,000 bizarre values. Take it. With that, he put away his broken crossbow and grabbed his right hand out of thin air, only to see countless black threads converge out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, these black lines twisted and intertwined with each other, gradually solidifying. But in the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-9-inch long ghost sword appeared in his hand. The body of the blade was dark, flowing with a strange dark light. The blade was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through space, and the hilt of the blade was carved with strange runes, emitting a gust of coldness. The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up a vicious arc. Holding the ghost knife, he charged into the wolves like a hungry tiger. The demon-devouring wolf pack was instantly in disarray due to the absence of the Wolf King's leadership. Their originally neat attack formation became disorganized, and although they still showed their teeth and lunged towards Shen Jingting, their momentum was not as strong as before. Shen Jingting's eyes were calm and sharp. The ghost knife flew up and down in his hand, each swing carrying a harsh blade wind. His figure nimbly weaved between the wolves, skillfully avoiding the attacks of the wolves' claws while looking for the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the wolves. A larger devouring demon wolf snarled and lunged at Shen Jingting, who dodged sideways and smoothly stabbed the ghost blade into its neck, then twisted it violently, and the wolf screamed miserably and collapsed to the ground. Immediately after that, he spun around, and with a flash of his blade, 2 more wolves were chopped into his vitals, blood splattering everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, the originally ferocious devouring demon wolves all fell to the ground and died under Shen Jingting's powerful attack. Shen Jingting long, looking at the wolf corpses strewn across the ground, there was not the slightest pity in his eyes. The law of survival, the law of the weak and the strong, has remained unchanged throughout the ages. At that moment, the system's beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the demon-devouring wolves, gaining 200,000 eerie values, harvesting 200,000 bizarre values. Shen Jingting hummed prettily, remembering that he still had one more chance to draw a prize. He didn't even think much about it and used it immediately. System, draw. As the words fell, a panel that only he saw appeared in front of Shen Jingting. In the center of the panel, a pointer was turning rapidly, making a whirring sound. Shen Jingting stared tightly at the pointer, his eyes full of tension and anticipation. As time passed, the pointer slowed down and began to wander from one reward area to another. Finally, the hand slowly stopped on a gift box at 9 o'clock. The gift box was golden in color, with exquisite floral patterns carved on it, faintly emitting a soft glow. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a space blocking charm. Space blocking charm, once used, space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers will be blocked off and no living creature will be able to enter or exit. Note, in a blocked space, the host is invincible. The time limit is half an hour. Seeing the detailed introduction given by the system, Shin Jingting's eyes instantly lit up, his face full of surprise. Good lord, this space-blocking talisman is a real treasure. I didn't expect to be so lucky with this lottery. This thing will definitely come in handy at critical moments, he muttered, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Thinking about the powerful might of this space-blocking talisman, Shin Jingting began to calculate in his heart. With this thing, when one encounters danger in the future, one can completely trap the enemy within the blocked space and then easily solve it. Or when searching for certain rare items, one could also use this talisman to block off an area and search slowly without worrying about being disturbed by others. It was also at this time that Shin Jingting received a transmission from Shuiyu. Prefect, we captured the subordinates of the Baipu Ghost King, the Frost Spirit Ghost King, and the Illusory Spirit Ghost King. A total of 27 night ghosts have been captured this time. Our current location is at Luna Lake. Please come quickly. Shin Jingting received Shuiyu's message and immediately set out for Moon Lake. Outside the boundaries of the spooky spirit, Han Lingxi was still playing the game, her fingers nimbly sliding across the screen, letting out a soft laugh every now and then. She appeared to be laid back and relaxed, but in reality, her brain was actually secretly on alert. Her eyes appeared to be focused on the game screen, but out of the corner of her eye, she was always aware of the movements around her. The two fellows, Cold Fong and Frost Spirit, had been harboring ill intentions toward her, and Han Lingxi knew it very well in her heart. Now that the trickster spirit realm was about to end in 4 hours, she knew that if they were to deal with themselves, it would most likely be at this last crucial moment. However, Han Lingxi had already prepared the inflammatory explosive grenade and ice explosive grenade, and Barrett had filled his bullets. But if the 5 ghost kings of Cold Maple, Frost Spirit, and Corpse Spirit dared to make a move, this Guiling Spirit Realm would be their burial place today. Han Lingxi was just thinking about it when Mei Lust suddenly secretly transmitted a voice to her. Lingxi, be careful, Corpse Spirit and the others will likely make a move on you today. Her tone carried a hint of urgency and gravity. She had now become Shin Jingting's slave, and she had to listen to Shin Jingting's commands in everything, and did not dare to disobey. Besides, Shin Jingting had given a deadly order before entering the Guile Spirit Realm, but whenever Han Lingxi was injured a little, he would absolutely make Mei Lust's life worse than death. Thus, Mei Lust could only do her best to protect Han Lingxi, even if it would cause her to offend the Corpse Spirit and a host of other Ghost Kings. She didn't want anything to happen to Han Lingxi because of her negligence, or she couldn't afford Shin Jingting's punishment. Hearing Mei Lust's reminder, Han Lingxi gently nodded in response. On the other side, Cold Maple and Frost Spirit were secretly plotting in a voice transmission. Frost Spirit, when the hell is your father coming? Cold Feng's brows were furrowed and his face was filled with anxiety. He couldn't help but open his mouth and urged. In order to deal with Han Lingxi this time, he had put down blood money, 10 million blood soul stones and the travel expenses of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. He had prepared them all, just waiting for the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign to arrive and take down Han Lingxi in one fell swoop. Frost Spirit was equally impatient, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. How should I know? I've already sent a message to my father. By all accounts it should be arriving soon. Perhaps he was delayed by some accident on the road. Han Feng clenched his teeth and felt some remorse in his heart. Had he known that he shouldn't have bet all of his treasure on the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign? Although Han Lingxi had suffered a sneak attack from him, her strength had been depleted and she wasn't in peak condition. But after all, she has deep roots, full of heritage, and there are still a lot of backhandedness left by the Qinglian Ghost Zun. That Qinglian Ghost Sovereign was not only a reputable and powerful person, he was once the head of the 18 Ghost Sovereigns, the means it left behind. Even an ordinary Ghost Sovereign powerhouse would have to be afraid of it when they saw it. Cold Fong and Frost Spirit knew in their hearts that if they didn't invite a powerful person like the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, they really weren't sure they could deal with Han Lingxi. As he was talking, Frost Spirit suddenly laughed. As Han Feng was about to open his mouth to inquire, Frost Spirit secretly transmitted a voice to inform him. My father has already come and is secretly observing at this moment. Chapter 58, Shooting the Skull. Getting the exact news. Cold Fang's irritated heart gradually regained its calm. It's good to be here, otherwise the 10 million blood soul stones and expenses would be lost. As for why Cold Fong didn't invite his father, it was because his father only cared about his death and problems with resources, but otherwise, he wouldn't bother at all. In his father's eyes, as long as Han Feng could guarantee his own safety and not deplete the family's resources, all other grudges and disputes were irrelevant to him. Furthermore, It would be bad for his reputation if word got out that he, a ghost dignitary, had struck out at a ghost king. In this weird world, the strong had their own dignity and rules, and the behavior of bullying the small and the strong and bullying the weak would often be spurned and despised by other strong people. Cold Fang's father, demon underworld ghost sovereign, didn't want to ruin his reputation and affect his status and prestige in the bizarre world because of such an incident. Frost Spirit, when will your father make his move? The trickster spirit realm is almost over. Cold Fang couldn't wait any longer. If she didn't make a move, the Guile spirit realm would end, and Han Lingxi would immediately return to Spirit Stream City with her people, and it would be as hard as heaven to deal with her then. All the Ghost Kings knew in their hearts that Han Lingxi was sentimental and righteous, and definitely wouldn't leave her subordinates alone. She would definitely rendezvous with her subordinates before the Guiling Spirit Realm closed and return together. This moment was the only chance for Cold Fang and Frost Spirit to make their move, and once they missed it, all the preparations they had made before, and the huge price they had paid, would all go down the drain. Frost Spirit is also anxious. I don't know, father has not moved. I will try to contact him again. Saying that, Frost Spirit hurriedly pulled out a summoning jade slip, her fingers quickly gesturing on it, sending an anxious message. Cold Fang kept pacing aside, his hands clenching and unclenching his fists, the annoyance in his heart burning like fire. From time to time, he looked at Han Lingxi in the distance, but the other party remained calm and relaxed, as if she had no idea of the impending danger. Cold Fang gritted his teeth and hated in his heart. If the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign didn't make a move again, he wanted to rush up there regardless of the consequences. Even if they fought a losing battle, they couldn't let Han Lingxi leave so easily. At the entrance of the creepy spirit realm, the atmosphere was as grave as the dead silence before a storm. Han Lingxi was dressed in a white dress, her expression cold, and her body exuded an aura of being unapproachable. Seeing this, the three great ghost kings, Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood, and Skull, secretly began to communicate with each other through voice transmission. Corpse Spirit, Bloodied, should we do it now? It's a rare opportunity. The skeleton sent the message eagerly, the bones in his body clicking from the excitement. Do it! The Corpse Spirit took the lead, its hoarse roar cutting through the silence. In an instant, Remnant Blood's hands danced, and blood-red sword chi crisscrossed across the room, forming a dense net of swords that cut at Han Lingxi. The skeleton waved its skeletal claws, and black bone spears broke out from the ground, as dense as rain. The Corpse Spirit, on the other hand, opened its mouth wide, and dark green corpse chi rolled out, corroding the land instantly wherever it went and emitting a sickening stench. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind Han Lingxi and blocked her. It's exactly Wings of Lust. Mei Lust, what do you mean? Seeing Mei Lust standing with Han Lingxi, the skeleton growled angrily. We agreed to deal with Han Lingxi together, but you're on the verge of turning against her. It doesn't mean anything. I just don't like to see you guys bullying the few with the many. Mei Lust looked at the three great ghost kings in a salty manner. Mei Lust, stand down. May desire to listen to the words, although they do not understand, but still do as they are told. Han Lingxi's gaze flinched, and without panicking, her right hand probed into her bosom, quickly pulling out 2 inflammatory explosive grenades and 1 ice explosive grenade, throwing them with unparalleled precision towards the 3 incoming ghost kings. When Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood, and Skeleton saw this, a disdainful sneer surfaced on their faces, and with an easy lift of their hands, they caught the grenade steadily. That's it? Remnant snorted, his voice full of contempt. Han Lingxi, you really are seriously injured. You're not so good with this iron lump of concealed weapons. However, before their words could fully fall, the grenade exploded without warning. First was the inflammation explosion grenade. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the 3 ghost kings, followed by the ice explosion grenade exploding. The extremely cold chi surged out, and the ice and fire instantly mingled. What was even more deadly was that the cold and fire poisons, along with the impact of the explosion, were like millions of tiny bugs that madly invaded their bodies along their pores. The 3 demon kings let out agonizing screams as their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. The Corpse Spirit's originally greenish-black skin became purple and red, with black pus constantly seeping out of its pores. The residual blood sword chi instantly dissipated, his hands holding his head as he rolled on the ground in pain, his blood-red eyes filled with fear. The skeleton's claws were also blown to the ground, and the bones in its body made a clicking sound. Cold Fang and Frost Spirit watched carefully from behind and quickly discovered the doorway. Although the explosion was loud and powerful, it was not powerful enough to kill the Ghost King. The duration of the explosion was even shorter. Just a breath. Frost Spirit secretly frowned, calculating in her heart, this Han Lingxi has quite a few means, but it's a pity she can't kill the Ghost King. If this is all she is capable of, today is the day she dies. Thinking about this, she quietly touched Han Feng and whispered, this explosion can't hurt the Ghost King's life. We just need to be a little more on guard. The other Ghost Kings heard the commotion over here and cast their gazes, Phantom Spirit and Bappo stood a little farther away, muttering in whispers, "TSK, TSK, three big men, bullying a woman, how shameless." The illusory spirit smacked his lips, a disdainful look on his face, and gently shook his head. Bappo nodded in agreement. Quite shameless indeed. Right at this moment, the skeleton endured the pain caused by the cold poison and braced its shaky body, fiercely gazing out a skeleton staff and charging towards Han Lingxi. "Ah, I'll fight you." Seeing this, Han Lingxi looked calm and unhurried as she took out the barret and steadily ended it with both hands. She narrowed her eyes gently and aimed her gun at the frantically rushing skeleton. "Lock on Tsui." Han Lingxi let out a low gulp under her breath, and as her words fell, the barret's scope quickly locked onto the skeleton's figure, and a red laser landed precisely on the skeleton's brow. The skeleton seemed to have sensed the deadly danger, and his footsteps subconsciously lurched, but his madness caused him not to retreat, and instead, he sped up, attempting to rush in front of Han Lingxi before the shot was fired. However, as fast as he was, he couldn't be faster than a bullet. Han Lingxi's finger gently pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang echoed at the entrance to the creepy spirit realm, and a special sniper bullet shot out at speed, instantly penetrating the skull's brow. The skeleton's body stiffened violently, and its originally frantic eyes instantly became hollow. Immediately afterward, his body began to rapidly dissipate, turning into dots of black light that gradually disappeared in the air without leaving even a trace of remains. For a while, the entire battlefield was quiet. Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood, Cold Maple and Frost Spirit were all stunned by this sudden scene. They couldn't believe that the skeleton, which had been raging just a moment ago, had been directly dissipated by a single shot from Han Lingxi like this. Han Lingxi put down Barrett with a calm demeanor and swept her eyes coldly over the Ghost Kings. Anyone else? Chapter 59, Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. The soul power around her body slightly surged, and that powerful aura caused the hearts of the Ghost Kings present to tighten, and their original arrogance was instantly suppressed. Only Mei Lust's expression was extraordinarily complicated as she looked at the Barrett in Han Lingxi's hand, a hint of fear and palpitations flashing in her eyes. In the beginning, Shen Jingting had held this thing against her head, and the cold touch and the deadly power that could erupt at any time still made her heart palpitate. At that time, she had to yield under Shen Jingting's intimidation and became his slave. Every time she recalled that scene, Mei Lust felt as if she had returned to that moment of life and death. Now that he saw Han Lingxi using this gun so skillfully and easily exterminating the skeleton, in her heart, she felt both envy for Han Lingxi and a pang of fear for the threat she had once suffered. "He's so good to you," Mei Lust murmured softly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes unconsciously avoiding the Barrett. Thinking of Shen Jingting's callousness when he pointed a Barrett at his head, and then looking at Han Lingxi now that she was being protected like this by Shen Jingting, even set up a dead order for her, letting herself protect her all around. In contrast to the two, Mei Lust's heart surged with a burst of sourness. At this moment, Han Lingxi, with a powerful aura emanating from her body, was in stark contrast to her own self, who had been trembling in front of Shen Jingting. A complex emotion welled up in Mei Lust's heart. There was envy and a hint of gratitude. He envied Han Lingxi's strength and was glad that he had chosen to stand on Han Lingxi's side at the critical moment. Otherwise, she might have been reduced to nothing under this gun. Just like the skull. Frost Spirit, hurry up and tell your father to make a move. Cold Maple anxiously transmitted his voice to Frost Spirit, with an undisguised panic in his voice. At this point, the skeleton had already been exterminated by Han Lingxi, and although the Corpse Spirit and the remnants of blood were still holding on strongly, they obviously also had palpitations over Han Lingxi's methods. Han Feng knew deep down that with the current strength of the few of them, they were no match for Han Lingxi. At this moment, he pinned all his hopes on the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. Frost Spirit's face went white, and she couldn't stop her hands from trembling. She also knew that the situation was critical at the moment, and if they didn't invite her father out, they would probably return today in defeat, or even lose their lives. She was busy pulling out the summoning jade slip, her fingers gesturing on it in a panic, her mouth chanting, "Father, you should quickly make your move. If it's any later, we won't be able to hold out any longer." Just after the summons, an eerie laughter suddenly resounded in the sky. Immediately afterward, a black figure slowly appeared from the clouds, and it was none other than the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. "Father, greetings to the Nightmare Ghost Father." Aside from Han Lingxi and Mei Lust, Ghost Kings such as Cold Maple, Frost Spirit, Corpse Spirit, and Remnant Blood all knelt on one knee, their tones full of awe and currying favor. "Bunch of losers, can't even deal with a little girl." The Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's voice was low and cold, carrying an endless pressure, but it made the hearts of Han Feng and the other Ghost Kings happy. He condescendingly scanned the crowd of Ghost Kings, the corner of his mouth curling up into a disdainful arc. His gaze unconsciously landed on Han Lingxi, narrowing his eyes slightly as a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "Why don't you kneel when you see my father?" Along with the words, a majestic pressure attack toward Han Lingxi and Mei Lus like a tidal wave. The air around them instantly became heavy, as if it was clutched tightly by a large invisible hand. Cold Maple and the other Ghost Kings were on the sidelines, gloating looks on their faces, as if they had already seen Han Lingxi and Mei Lus kneeling and begging for mercy by this pressure. However, Han Lingxi and Mei Lust remained firmly in place. She similarly released the pressure, the soul power around her body spreading out like ripples, counteracting that pressure with each other. She gripped the barret tightly, the muzzle twitching slightly, as if poised to fire. Kneel, Han Lingxi, kneel on top of the world and on the ground, and you, the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, aren't qualified enough. Mei Lust's body trembled slightly, and a pained look appeared on her face, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to endure the discomfort caused by the pressure. A flash of surprise flashed across the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's face, which then turned into anger. Oomph, there's some backbone, but backbone won't save your lives. With that, he continued to unleash a powerful pressure, the black mist around him churning as if he wanted to swallow the entire space. He wanted to completely crush Han Lingxi and Mei Lust with his absolute power, letting them know that all resistance was futile in the face of absolute strength. Those black mists were once again heading towards Han Lingxi and Mei Lust, and wherever they passed, the air emitted a zippy sound. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, and a black crack spread out from the bottom of the ground as if it was going to tear the land under their feet apart. At the same time, Xin Jingting had just killed the severe ghosts that Shuiyu and the others had captured, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief and rest for a while when his heart suddenly burst with panic. What's going on? What's with this intense feeling of panic? Xin Jingting covered his heart. His face was unusually grave. He rarely had such a moment of panic. An ominous premonition surged to his heart. Just then, his face suddenly changed, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Nope, it's the concentric lock. Something's happened to Sister Ghost King. Xin Jingting immediately realized that it must have been a great danger on Han Lingxi's side that caused this concentric lock to produce such a strong induction. This, coupled with the 150,000 eerie value he had just received, made him more and more certain of his suspicions. System, open the entrance to the creepy spirit realm. Xin Jingting ordered loudly without hesitation. The electronic voice of the system sounded in his head. Warning, opening the entrance to the creepy spirit realm may cause spatial disorganization. There are unknown risks. Please operate with caution. Cut the crap. I don't care what the risk is. Open it for me right now. Xin Jingting simply didn't have the patience to listen to the system's warnings. All he could think about right now was Han Lingxi's well-being. The system sensed Xin Jingting's determination, and a light slowly emerged in front of him, gradually forming an entrance that emitted a mysterious aura. Without the slightest hesitation, Xin Jingting raised his foot and stepped into the entrance, his figure instantly disappearing. Beyond the guiling spirit's borders, a cruel smile appeared on the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign's face when he saw that Han Lingxi was still struggling to hold on. He grabbed fiercely with his right hand, and a black soul force shot out like a rope, precisely wrapping itself around the barret in Han Lingxi's hand, and with a forceful tug, the barret came into his hand. The Nightmare Ghost Sovereign gripped the barret, feeling the destructive and deathly intent coming from it, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. That was a good one. Now it's mine, he whispered in admiration, and then he took the barret and aimed it at Han Lingxi, pulling the trigger as Han Lingxi had done before. The moment he pulled the trigger, the portrait on the butt of the gun flashed suddenly, erupting in a blinding light. This is not good. The Nightmare Ghost Sovereign was shocked and wanted to throw Barret away, but he realized that his hand seemed to be glued to death and could not be loosened at all. Chapter 60. Any woman who touches my Xin Jingting must die. The Nightmare Ghost Sovereign had just reacted when Barret exploded with a loud bang. A destructive force spread wildly with the explosion point as the center. The airwave was like a raging tsunami. Wherever it went the sand flew away, and the space was shocked to be twisted and deformed. Just in the nick of time, Xin Jingting happened to arrive. His figure was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing beside Han Lingxi and holding her slender waist. Immediately afterward, his figure flashed and he quickly escaped from the explosion. At the same time, he swung out a soul force in the process, knocking Mei Lust out of the way, allowing her to escape the impact of the explosion as well. Boom! The loud sound of the explosion shook the eardrums of all the Ghost Kings, and when the smoke and dust cleared a little, the originally majestic Nightmare Ghost Zun had already been blown up to the point where his corpse was no longer in existence. Where he had just stood, all that was left was a scorched black patch of land and scattered limbs and broken clothes. The 5 Ghost Kings, Cold Maple, Frost Spirit, Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood, were also affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and each of them was in a sorry state. Half of Cold Fang's body was a bloody mess. Frost Spirit collapsed to the ground, his breath weak, and Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood were also seriously injured and on the verge of death, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Xin Jingting put Han Lingxi down steadily, looked her up and down, clasped his hands firmly on her shoulders, and anxiously asked, Sister Ghost King, are you alright? Han Lingxi gasped slightly, a hint of post-robbery celebration on her face. She subconsciously looked up at Xin Jingting and blurted out, "Hubby, why did you come out?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she instantly widened her eyes, full of shock, violently raised her hand to cover her mouth, and chagrin straight in her heart. "It's over. It's over. How can I say what's in my heart?" Just now, while playing the game, she kept saying the word husband, shouted and shouted and shouted smoothly, and as a result, now actually subconsciously shouted out in this tense moment. But Xin Jingting was so full of her well-being at the moment that he didn't even notice what she said. Seeing this, Han Lingxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her taut nerves relaxing as she said softly, "Jingting, don't worry. I'm fine." Only then did Xin Jingting let go of his heart a little, gently embracing her into his arms and gently patting his back. "It's fine if it's fine." Then he gently stroked her hair and turned to look at those lingering ghost kings like cold maple. "Touch my Xin Jingting's woman and you'll all die." As he spoke, a cold murderous aura emanated from his surroundings. Han Lingxi snuggled into Xin Jingting's arms, the tip of her nose lingering on his familiar scent. Suddenly, a powerful and unfamiliar aura came over him, and upon careful perception, it was actually the aura of a day-level night ghost. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. "Jingting, you've broken through again?" Xin Jingting looked down at her, his eyes gentle like water, and gently nodded his head, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. "Sister Demon King, I'll talk to you in detail when I've taken care of them." After saying that, he let go of Han Lingxi and turned to face the still lingering ghost kings of Cold Maple, Frost Spirit, Corpse Spirit, and Remnant Blood. The ground shook slightly with each step forward. The illusory spirit Ghost King and the Baipu Ghost King saw from afar that the time limit of the Guiling Spirit Realm had not yet arrived, but Xin Jingting was the first to step out, and the two of them looked at each other with shocked faces. One must know that the spacetime barriers of the Guile Spirit Realm had always been sturdy, and only Ghost Emperors had the strength to break them. However, what Xin Jingting released was clearly the aura of a day-level stern ghost, which was really mind-boggling. Could it be that he used some forbidden technique? Or some kind of secret treasure? The two secretly speculated, their eyes filled with scorn. On the other side, although the severely injured Han Feng's breath was dying, he still didn't die, and seeing Xin Jingting walking towards him, the corner of his mouth pulled out a mocking smile and snickered. "Little white boy, so what if we are seriously injured? Just with you, a tiny night ghost, you presume to kill us?" After the words were finished, a clear and majestic voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, my fiancé can't kill you. What about this king?" Han Lingxi walked to Xin Jingting's side, her Ghost King aura overflowing around her, her eyes ice cold as she swept towards the 5 Ghost Kings of Hanfeng. Her appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. The smile on Han Feng's face instantly froze, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Oops, got happy too soon, forgetting that Han Lingxi was still next to him. However, thinking that his father was a Ghost Zun, and that Han Lingxi no longer had a Ghost Zun to back him up, he hardened up again, bracing his weakened body, and laughed at the top of his lungs. "Han Lingxi, even if you can kill me now, so what? My father is a moon-ranked ghost sovereign. Do you dare to kill me?" Han Lingxi's eyebrows knitted slightly when she heard this. If he really killed Cold Feng, he would definitely attract his father's crazy revenge. If he himself had broken through to the Ghost Sovereign realm, then he wouldn't be afraid of him. But he had only recovered his star-level Ghost King now, and he really didn't have a full grasp of the demon underworld Ghost Sovereign at the moon level. When Xin Jingting saw the hint of hidden worry under Han Lingxi's eyes, he reached out with his long arm and gently wrapped it around her waist, bringing her toward his side. "Sister Ghost King, no need to worry, leave this to me. Jingting, you still have the secret weapon to kill the Ghost Sovereign?" Watching Xin Jingting so decisively and confidently trying to resolve Han Feng, completely unafraid of the threat of that lunar-level Ghost Sovereign, Han Lingxi's mind was puzzled, and she couldn't help but ask softly, "Yes, but then, I want to show you a performance." Xin Jingting smiled mysteriously and deliberately sold a secret. Han Lingxi's curiosity was piqued as she cocked her head and asked, "Jingting, what kind of performance is it? Quickly tell me about it." Xin Jingting moved closer to Han Lingxi, lowered his voice, and said word for word, "Let them kill each other." After he said that, without waiting for Han Lingxi to continue asking, his aura around him abruptly changed, and a powerful force of laws surged out from within him. Xin Jingting immediately used the word out. As his words fell, an invisible force instantly enveloped Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood, and Frost Spirit. The Corpse Spirit and Remnant Blood, who were originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, suddenly seemed to be manipulated by a mysterious force, and the despair in their eyes was replaced by madness and hatred. They struggled to stand up and slowly approached towards Cold Feng. Frost Spirit wasn't spared either. Her eyes were misty and her body followed uncontrollably, Seeing this scene, Cold Foam stared in horror and shouted, "What are you guys doing? All wake up, we're all in this together." But Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood and Frost Spirit couldn't hear his shouts at all. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, to torture Cold Foam. The Corpse Spirit was the first to strike, as he lunged at Han Foam, opening his mouth full of fangs and biting fiercely at Han Fang's shoulder. Cold Foam let out a miserable scream and struggled desperately, trying to push the Corpse Spirit away. Remnant Blood also rushed up. His hands transformed into sharp claws and grabbed towards Cold Fang's back, instantly cutting out several bloody marks. Frost Spirit waved her hands on the side, and a soul spike appeared out of thin air and shot towards Cold Foam. "No, don't!" Cold Foam tried to stop it in desperation, but it was all in vain. Chapter 61 1 Million Weird Values. Under the manipulation of Shin Jingting's words, this self-inflicted drama intensified. Han Lingxi looked at the crazy scene in front of her, her eyes full of surprise. She had never imagined that Shin Jingting had such tactics. She gently pulled Shin Jingting's sleeve and whispered, "Jingting, this ability of yours is also too powerful. Sister Ghost King, I'll be even more powerful. I'll show you then." Shin Jingting smiled smugly and gently wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's shoulders. When Han Lingxi heard this, her mind instantly flashed back to that time when she was held tightly in his arms, and her face instantly reddened to her ears. She subconsciously associated those ambiguous images, and thought that Shin Jingting was making that kind of colorful joke again, and her heart was shy and annoyed. He couldn't help but spit lightly on his lips. "Bad guy, molesting me again." Saying that, she gently patted Shin Jingting's chest. Shin Jingting was confused by her sudden reaction, and the smile on his face froze. Looking at Han Lingxi's scarlet cheeks and then at her own hand, she reacted that she might have misunderstood, but Shin Jingting didn't rush to explain. Instead, he asked with a bad smile as he approached Han Lingxi, "Sister Ghost King, are you thinking of something wrong?" The distance between the two instantly closed, and the atmosphere was a bit charming for a while. I'm not thinking straight. Denizen, there are other people around right now. You're not allowed to molest me." Han Lingxi gently pushed Shin Jingting, trying to keep him away from her, but Shin Jingting didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, still maintaining a close distance. Warm breath gently brushed against Han Lingxi's face, and he asked with a wry smile, "Did I molest you?" Han Lingxi glanced at the illusory spirit Ghost King and 100 Poo Ghost King who were watching the show not far away, glared angrily at Shin Jingting, and said in a low voice, "If you keep this up, I'm going to bite you." When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi in such a shy and embarrassed state, he only thought she was cute as hell. The thought of teasing her grew stronger in his heart, so he continued without relenting, "Sister Ghost King, just admit it, you must be thinking the wrong way." While saying that, he moved closer to her again. Han Lingxi was ashamed and annoyed, her mind recalling her earlier warning to Shin Jingting. With a sudden rush of heat in her head, she stood on tiptoe and smoothly bit him on the neck, while huffing and puffing, "I'll bite you to death. I told you, my bite hurts." Although the words say so, but the strength of her mouth is extremely light. Did not bite Shin Jingting pain? After all, her heart still cannot really hurt him. Shin Jingting was stunned by this sudden move of hers, then reacted. The smile in his eyes in turn became more intense, reaching out and gently encircling her waist. "Well, it does hurt quite a bit, so I'll go back and molest you again." Han Lingxi had wanted to break away, but the trace of longing in her heart made her unable to refuse Shin Jingting. She slightly tilted her head and met Shin Jingting's eyes full of laughter, a few points of petulance in her anger. "You're just going to bully me, but let's not make a scene right now. You can see that Frost Spirit and the others are still fighting amongst themselves, so let's get this over with." Shin Jingting looked at her look that was both shy and helpless. His heart warmed, reached out and gently scraped the tip of her nose, nodded his head and responded, "Listen to Sister Ghost King." After saying that, he turned to face the Corpse Spirit, Remnant Blood and Frost Spirit who were still fighting madly. The illusory Ghost King and the 100 Puzzle Ghost King and the rest of the Ghost Kings only felt uncomfortable at this moment. They had just been shocked by Shin Jingting's powerful means, and now that they had witnessed the intimate interaction between the two, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Not far away, the Corpse Spirit, Blood and Frost Spirit is still affected by Shin Jingting's words, twisting and biting each other, staging a dog-bite-dog farce. For a while, ghost blood splattered. The scene was chaotic and bloody. On this side is ambiguous and charming interaction, and on the other side is brutal and crazy self-inflicted murder. The two sides formed a strong and bizarre contrast, causing the Ghost Kings present to have a sense of disorientation that they did not know what was going on. Shin Jingting walked towards Frost Spirit's 3 Ghost Kings while murmuring softly, killing 4 Ghost Kings, a total of 1,200,000 eerie values, plus the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign died from a secret tattoo, indirectly considered to be killed by the Ghost King's sister, another 250,000 creepy values, and 150,000 for the skull. In the end, When you add in the many severe ghosts killed in the creepy spirit realm, it adds up to almost 2.5 million creepy values in bits and pieces. This trip to the Guile spirit realm is simply worth coming. With over 2 million Guile values, it was entirely possible to purchase some weapons that killed Ghost Elder level. What's more, just now he also drew a space-blocking talisman that lasted for half an hour. With these two cards, Xin Jingting's heart was suddenly full of confidence. If he really encountered a ghost sovereign, he was also confident that he could protect Han Lingxi's safety. Frost Spirit Ghost King, you said that it's not good for you to be your big miss, but what are you doing trying to get into this muddy water? This is great. Little lives are left behind, Xin Jingting said, and instantly ended the lives of the 3 Ghost Kings. The moment the 3 Ghost Kings dissipated, the system's beep sounded. Creepy value arrives at $1,200,000, $2,240,000 in total. Hearing this voice, Xin Jingting laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and his sharp gaze swept towards the illusory spirit Ghost King, 100 Puzzle Ghost King, and the other Ghost Kings. A ruthlessness surged in his heart, thinking about killing them all. In this way, not only would you get some more creepy value, but you would also reduce a lot of potential threats. As he was about to make his move, Han Lingxi seemed to see through his thoughts, walking quickly to his side and asking softly, Jingting, you want to kill them all? Well, there is indeed this idea. Xin Jingting didn't deny it, but then I thought about it. These Ghost Kings don't seem to have messed with me, so I really have no reason to slaughter them. What decent excuse should I find? Xin Jingting stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtfully sweeping back and forth over the group of Ghost Kings, looking at the illusory spirit Ghost King, the 100 Puzzle Ghost King, and other kinds of Ghost Kings. Their hearts were straightened and cold sweats broke out, just when the atmosphere was so tense that swords were drawn. The entrance to the eerie spirit realm glowed brightly, and Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the rest of the group of lich ghosts they were forcibly teleported out. Beside them were 55 other stern ghosts bound tightly, each of these stern ghosts hanging their heads in shame, obviously having been restrained. Lord Demon King, the prefect. Shuiyu saw Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi at a glance and shouted in surprise, dragging his tired body to run over quickly. Huang Yingying and the others followed closely behind, their faces filled with satisfied smiles. Are these the only knights? Where are the others? Xin Jingting looked at this large group of severe ghosts, temporarily put away his calculations on the Ghost Kings, and asked with a face full of doubts. Chapter 62, One of the Duties of a Girlfriend. Hearing Xin Jingting's question, Shuiyu immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied. The other stern ghosts were killed by the ghosts in the Guile spirit realm. All 55 of these stern ghosts have been captured alive by us. Just after saying that, Wang Tai and Chun Monkey scrambled and crowded forward to report the battle to Xin Jingting. Prefect, this broken crossbow you gave is just too good, Wang Tai said with a furrowed brow while gesticulating. Chun Monkey also shouted in agreement with a shrill voice. Yes, yes, yes. 1 arrow, 1 severe ghost. Scare them all so much that they don't dare to continue being arrogant. The two of them were so excited that it was almost written on their faces. Those captured stern ghosts, hearing their words, were shocked and afraid, and they begged their masters for help, their voices full of despair and pleading. Lord Ghost King, save us. Shuiyu Huang Yingying and the others handed over all the other fellow lich ghosts to that little white boy to kill. Lord Ghost King, save us. Not only did Shuiyu Huang Yingying and the others kill our people, they also robbed all of us of our resources. The mournful cries echoed through the air, and one could hear them in one's heart. The faces of the illusory Ghost King and the 100 Puzzle Ghost King and the other Ghost Kings were horribly gloomy. They didn't expect that things would suddenly develop in such a bizarre direction. When Han Lingxi heard the words of the group of stern ghosts, she looked at Xin Jingting, Shuiyu, and the major Ghost King's subordinates with a suspicious expression. Ying, what happened in the creepy spirit realm? Didn't you guys go looking for resources? Looking at you guys, why do you look like you've gone to become bandits? Lord Ghost King, we did go in to look for resources. Huang Yingying stepped forward, her words revealing excitement. After entering the Guile spirit realm, the prefect first took us to rest for 2 days. On the last day, with the broken crossbow given to us by the prefect, we easily put all the knights inside, robbed their resources, and killed some knights along the way. When Han Lingxi heard Huang Yingying and the other severe ghosts address Xin Jingting as the prefect, a layer of redness couldn't help but appear on her face. The word Fu Jun, in the bizarre world, represented Huang Yingying's subconscious belief that they considered Xin Jingting to be their husband's general existence. She secretly glanced at Xin Jingting, only to see that he looked self-conscious and took it for granted, as if he had long been accustomed to this title. Jingting, aren't you even going to explain this to them? We're not even married yet. It's a bit too early to call us that. Han Lingxi bit her lip slightly, her cheeks flushed, a hint of anger and shyness in her eyes. Explain what? You'll be mine sooner or later, Shin Jingting said, quickly stretching out his powerful arm and tightly wrapping it around Han Lingxi's waist, bringing her toward his arms. Han Lingxi was made to tremble by this sudden move of Shin Jingting. She gently pushed the other party and snapped, "You this person, how can you be so rogue, in front of so many people?" Having said that, her hands didn't really push him away with any force, but instead subconsciously grabbed Shin Jingting's sleeve. Huang Yingying and Shuiyu and the others were also a bit embarrassed, and they lowered their heads, pretending to be inspecting the tied-up lich ghosts. Inside what? Lord Ghost King. Prefect, you guys make out first, we'll go down and put these severe ghosts in place, so we won't bother you. Huang Yingying carefully opened her mouth to break this slightly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Hearing this, Shin Jingting let go of Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes and glared angrily at Shin Jingting. "You big liar, Sister Ghost King, what did I lie to you about?" Shin Jingting was at a loss, saying that you won't molest me when someone is around. You just not only molested me, but you also hugged me around the waist multiple times. My majesty as the Ghost King is gone. How will this allow me to establish my majesty in front of all the ghosts in the future? The more Han Lingxi spoke, the more angry she became, her pink lips pouting slightly as she reached out and twisted Shin Jingting's arm. Although his hand was a little strong, he didn't really want to hurt him. Shin Jingting deliberately pretended to hiss in pain, but still had that bad smile on his face. "But you're my girlfriend now, shouldn't I hug you? Is this hug also a girlfriend's obligation?" Han Lingxi asked simply. Shin Jingting looked at her this innocent appearance. His heart felt more and more cute, couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheeks again and laughed. "Of course, being my girlfriend means you have to let me cuddle. It's an important obligation." "That's a nice way of putting it, and if I didn't know what you were like, I'm sure I'd be coaxed past you again." Han Lingxi was a bit embarrassed by his intimate gesture, slightly sidestepping her head and muttering in a small voice. If she hadn't seen the bad smile on Shin Jingting's face, she would have almost been fooled by his seemingly sincere words. However, being molested more often, she pretended to be angry and dissatisfied on the surface, but in her heart, she actually gradually became accustomed to Shin Jingting's intimate gestures. Even, on occasion, he would vaguely look forward to his jokes with their ambiguous connotations. Thinking of this, Han Lingxi couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined, secretly blaming herself for having such thoughts. "Sister Ghost King, if you don't believe me, you can search with your cell phone," Shin Jingting said in a serious manner, but still had that bad smile on his face. Han Lingxi gave him a blank look and said, Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Whether or not hugging is a girlfriend's duty, we'll talk about it when we get home. Now hurry up and think about those stern ghosts and don't keep teasing me here." Although she changed the subject, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her mood at the moment. Seeing that she no longer dwelled on this issue, Shin Jingting nodded and his expression became serious. "Since they are prisoners, kill them all." "No, Spirit Stream Ghost King, never." When the Ghost Kings heard this, their faces changed drastically. Even though a few dead knights were nothing at all, it was a matter of their honor. Their own men were disposed of so easily by others. If this were to be spread out, how would they be able to gain a foothold in the bizarre world in the future? Han Lingxi looked at the crowd of eager Ghost Kings and didn't say anything, only signaling Shin Jingting with his eyes that this matter was in his hands. Shin Jingting nodded slightly, his gaze shifting from the 55 stern ghosts to the crowd of Ghost Kings. "No indeed, it does seem a bit wrong to kill them so hastily, but they are prisoners, and there is no use in keeping them if they are not killed. So what do you think should be done?" The illusory Ghost King immediately opened her mouth to voice her proposal. "Sir Shen, why don't you return them to us?" "That won't do. Shuiyu Huang Yingying and the others went through a lot of trouble to catch them, and their mental and physical strengths were all used up. Now then, they all need to buy some supplements to get their health up." Shin Jingting clasped his hands to his chest, the meaning of which was self-evident. Shuiyu Huang Yingying's group of severe ghosts froze for a moment when they heard this, but they quickly reacted and immediately cooperated. Shuiyu purposely put on a fatigued look and said breathlessly, "Egu, Lord Ghost King, Prefect, after the battle just now, I feel like my body has been emptied." Chapter 63, Robbing While the Fire is Still Burning. Huang Yingying followed suit, rubbing her shoulders and saying pitifully, "That's right, we went through a lot of trouble to catch these severe ghosts, and now our bodies hurt all over. It would be nice to have some money to buy some supplements, or to regain my strength." Lord Ghost King, Shuiyu and the others are so right. Many of us have suffered serious internal injuries, and it's hard for us to speak now. Wang Tai covered his chest with a pained expression on his face and said breathlessly. He was slightly bent over, as if he would collapse at any moment without support. "Spirit Stream Ghost King, I'm afraid all of your minions came out of the theater." The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times when the 100 Ghost King saw Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the other stern ghosts pretending to be in a decent position. When Shuiyu and the others came out of the trickster spirit realm, each one of them couldn't wait to jump up. On the contrary, Their subordinates were captured alive by them for the time being, and the resources that they had obtained after 9 deaths were robbed, and now it's being treated like goods, with a clear price tag. Han Lingxi heard Baipu's yin and yang, and was about to speak up when Phantom Spirit snatched at him. Spirit Stream Ghost King, your family has a mind, so you shouldn't lack the small amount of money from us, right? None of the Ghost Kings present were cuties. Naturally heard Shin Jingting's words. You can save your own men if you want to, but you have to pay for it. But they all don't want to just so easily shell out money. After all, no one's money is not blown by the wind, and it's obviously Shin Jingting taking advantage of the opportunity to knock on the door. If it were before, they would definitely have to fight with Han Lingxi, and with their temperament and position in the bizarre world, how could they be subjected to such anger? But the deaths of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign and the 5 Ghost Kings such as Cold Maple had cast a shadow over all of them. It was as if that tragic scene was still fresh in their minds, and they clearly knew that the situation in front of the entrance to the Guile Spirit Realm was complicated today, and no one knew who would be next in line for bad luck. In this case, they are unwilling to easily stir up trouble again, and it is best to put things to rest. Han Lingxi smiled faintly at the illusory spirit Ghost King's words. It's true that this king's family has a mind, and it's also true that he doesn't lack money. The illusory Ghost King had originally thought that Han Lingxi would let up on this, and a hint of anticipation couldn't help but appear on his face. But in the next second, her expression instantly froze. But you should have heard the saying, follow your father at home, follow your husband outside. Shin Jingting is this king's fiancé, so this king naturally listens to him, Han Lingxi said, and even took Shin Jingting's arm intimately. The smiles of the illusory spirits group of Ghost Kings instantly froze on their faces, and the expressions on their faces were as wonderful as they needed to be. They hadn't expected the look of Han Lingxi to say this at all. Spirit Stream Ghost King, you this. The illusory Ghost King opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to speak. The 100 Pooh Ghost King gritted his teeth, and although his heart was full of unwillingness, he still forced himself to hold back his anger and asked, Mr. Shin, name your price. Painful. Shin Jingting's eyes lit up and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I like dealing with a refreshing person like the Baipu Ghost King. One night ghost. Trade for cultivation resources worth 100,000 blood soul stones, or else. Shin Jingting deliberately dragged out his voice and said immediately after. Otherwise I'll just have to slaughter them. Compared to 550,000 bizarre values and 5.5 million cultivation resources, it was obvious that the latter was a bit more cost-effective. Baipu Ghost King's face instantly became very ugly. 100,000 blood soul stones of cultivation resources was not a small amount. This Shin Jingting was simply a lion's mouth. He cursed Shin Jingting's greed in his heart, but when he looked at the imprisoned Li ghosts, he had to consider Shin Jingting's conditions. Mr. Shin, your conditions are too harsh. Baipu Ghost King held back his anger and said, although these Li ghosts have some value, it's not worth exchanging them for so many cultivation resources. He still had 4 of his subordinates detained at Shin Jingting's place, and in order to ransom them back, 400,000 blood soul stones of cultivation resources would definitely not escape. Shin Jingting shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. It's fine if you don't want to pay. I'll just kill them. How simple. His heart was very certain that the Ghost Kings of the crowd would not leave their subordinates unattended. A city with a population of tens of millions of people, and the number of stern ghosts was at least around 100,000 or so. To be able to select 10 ghosts to enter the Spirit of Guile realm, they must be related to the Ghost King, or they must be outstanding and highly utilized believers. Shin Jingting precisely saw this point and dared to put forward the conditions so emboldened. He knew very well that these severe ghosts had a pivotal position to the Ghost Kings, and even if they had to pay a huge price, they would not give them up easily. But your people robbed our resources. How does that count? The illusory Ghost King took over, his face filled with displeasure and a questioning look in his eyes. Count them out, Shin Jingting said coldly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Who made them incapable and caught by my people? This Guile Spirit Realm is inherently a place of the weak and the strong, and since they dared to come out to snatch the resources, they have to have the realization that they will be snatched back by others. Besides, the fact that they're all still inside the Guile Spirit Realm means that the resources don't really belong to them yet. So what's wrong with us grabbing them? If you're capable, you can grab it back now, too, and take your people with you. When the illusory Ghost King heard Shin Jingting's strong words, his face instantly became very ugly. She was so angry that her body trembled slightly, pointed her finger at Shin Jingting and said loudly, Shin Jingting, don't go too far. Do you think we're easy to bully? Han Lingxi's eyes flinched, and a sharp blade of soul power gathered together flew past the illusory spirit Ghost King's fingers. It nailed into a nearby rock with a whoosh, sending debris flying. Fortunately, the illusory Ghost King dodged quickly, or else the entire finger would have been afraid of being unprotected. Point your hand at my fiancé again, and next time it won't be as simple as rubbing the skin, Han Lingxi said coldly, her voice without a trace of warmth, and a stern killing intent in her eyes. She stood beside Shen Jingting, her posture erect, and her body exuded a powerful aura that made people not dare to approach easily. The illusory spirit Ghost King's face paled, frightened by Han Lingxi's sudden move. As she looked at Han Lingxi, a wave of fear welled up in her heart, and her fingers involuntarily retracted. She hadn't expected Han Lingxi to be so protective for Shen Jingting, and to strike so viciously. The Baipu Ghost King on the side was also shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, Lingxi Ghost King, have a good conversation. Don't hurt the peace. We definitely have to give it, but we can't get it out for a while, so please give us a little time to prepare. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who nodded slightly, signaling that he could talk. Then come back to ransom when you are ready. Shen Jingting immediately spent 2,000 points of bazaar value to buy a soul bag, and then collected the Baipu Ghost King and their people into the soul bag. I'll only give you 3 days. If 3 days pass and you haven't come to ransom them, I'll kill them. Chapter 64, A Moment of Sweet Serenity. The Baipu Ghost King and Illusory Spirit Ghost King glanced at each other, and a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. 100,000 blood soul stones of cultivation resources was nothing to them, but they couldn't help but have many severe ghosts captured alive. It wasn't a small amount, but they also knew that if they didn't agree now, they were afraid that they would never have another chance. The other Ghost Kings were also secretly communicating with each other by voice. After a short period of thinking, they finally came to an agreement and agreed to exchange their resources for the lives of the knights. Just as Shen Jingting had guessed, some of the severe ghosts were their sons and daughters and beloved ones. On the other hand, if these night ghosts were really killed, it would be difficult for them to be accountable within their own sphere of influence, and it might even cause panic and discontent among their men. If they couldn't even spare cultivation resources worth 100,000 blood soul stones, who would be willing to sell their lives for them in the future? Who else would trust them to protect their men in a pinch? The Baipu Ghost King clenched his teeth and said, All right, Sir Shen, we agree to your conditions. However, I hope that you will keep your promise and hand over the night ghost to us when we deliver the cultivation resources. Shen Jingting nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I, Shen Jingting, am true to my word. As long as you guys give me the cultivation resources, I'll immediately hand over the night ghost to you. Seeing that the matter was settled, the Baipu Ghost King and the Illusory Spirit Ghost King's group of Ghost Kings did not stay any longer and hurriedly bid farewell and left. When they left, Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi and asked with a smile, Sister Ghost King, what did you just say I was to you? Night brother. Han Lingxi looked calm, but the corners of her mouth held a hidden hint of a smile, deliberately teasing him. She wouldn't mention Shen Jingting's slightly shy and intimate husband when he had just come out of the eerie spirit realm. What's more, he didn't want to mention the fiancé that he shouted out in order to protect him when he was confronted with the phantom spirits Ghost Kings just now. Alas, feelings fade, feelings fade. I just came out of the creepy spirit realm and you called me your husband. And when the party confronted the crowd of Ghost Kings, you called me your fiancé. Now that they're gone, you're calling me Knight's brother. And in a few days, won't you just call me by my first name? Shen Jingting shook his head exaggeratedly, his face filled with feigned sorrow, and he also sighed softly. Han Lingxi looked at him and couldn't help but let out a pft of a laugh, her brows filled with mirth. You're the one who can be poor, so don't play the poor guy here. I'm not going to fall for that again. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Shen Jingting liked to tease herself, because it's a different kind of fun to see the other person's favorite person having mood swings, or being shy or annoyed or laughing, because of their words and actions, and it's an intimate interaction that's unique to the two of them. Thinking this way, Han Lingxi's gaze fell on Shen Jingting's upright back. A thought flashed by, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a sly arc. Jingting, you're now a night ghost, so you'll be responsible for carrying me from now on. That's your obligation as a boyfriend, right? Han Lingxi blinked, now learning. Since girlfriends are used to hold, it is not too much to say that boyfriends are occasionally used as mounts. As you wish, my Ghost King sister. I shall serve. Shen Jingting deliberately suppressed his voice and mimicked the tone of an ancient boy, causing Han Lingxi to laugh repeatedly. Then you'll be exclusively responsible for carrying me from now on. After Han Lingxi finished speaking, she didn't wait for Shen Jingting to respond, so she circled around behind him, made a gentle leap, wrapped her hands around his neck, and clamped her legs securely around his waist. The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth rose, revealing a helpless yet doting smile. He crouched slightly, adjusted his posture, and steadily caught Han Lingxi, holding her thighs with both hands as he carried her up. What is this situation? Lord Ghost King and the prefect went back just like that? Shueyu's eyes widened as he looked at the backs of the two people who were walking away with an incredulous expression. Huang Yingying was also stunned. It seems like we've been abandoned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with Lord Ghost King and the prefect. Wang Tai shouted as he spread his legs and charged forward. The Chun monkey beside him was also not willing to show weakness, and the two of them chased after him in a flurry of wind. Along the way, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi talked and laughed. Shin Jingting would tell a colorful joke from time to time, while Han Lingxi would gently tap him on the shoulder from time to time, scolding him for being immodest. The moonlight poured over them, painting a cozy and beautiful picture. As she walked, Han Lingxi's words gradually became fewer and her head began to go a little bit. Shin Jingting sensed her sleepiness and asked softly, "Sister Ghost King, sleepy?" "I'm so sleepy," Han Lingxi answered vaguely, her voice thick with weariness. Shin Jingting slowed down and tried to fly as smoothly as possible so that she could sleep comfortably. It didn't take long for Han Lingxi to completely fall asleep on Shin Jingting's back, her breathing even and gentle, her warm breath puffing on Shin Jingting's neck. Itching, Shin Jingting slightly turned his head sideways and looked at her sleeping appearance. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. "What exactly did you go through in the past? However, with me in the future, I will not let you suffer anymore," he murmured softly, his voice so low that only he could hear it, as if making a solemn promise. The beautiful person on his back looked strong, but there were times when he was tired and vulnerable, and now he was sleeping peacefully on his back, making Shin Jingting's heart full of pity. Suddenly, a gust of night wind blew by, and Shin Jingting gently shrugged his shoulders and propped Han Lingxi upward so that she could lean in tighter. Han Lingxi moved gently in her sleep, letting out an indistinct dreamy murmur, and resumed her deep slumber. Shin Jingting listened to the subtle sound, and the smile on his face intensified. Finally walking to his residence, Shin Jingting gently pushed open the door to his room, carefully placing Han Lingxi on the bed and covering her with a quilt. Moonlight spilled onto Han Lingxi's face through the window, outlining her delicate silhouette. Shin Jingting sat quietly on the edge of the bed and looked at her, not moving his eyes away for a long time. Looking at Han Lingxi's serene sleeping face, he couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke away the creases between her brows, saying in a low voice, "Sleep at ease. I've got everything to fend off in front of me." Shin Jingting just quietly guarded the bedside until he confirmed that Han Lingxi was thoroughly asleep before tiptoeing out of the room. Coming to the courtyard, Shin Jingting communicated with the system in his mind. "System, I want to redeem the strength of a day-level Ghostbuster." As soon as the words fell, the air around him seemed to tremble as a powerful force instantly enveloped him, consuming 1,000,000 creepy values. Day-level Ghostbuster strength redemption successful. The system's icy cold beep sounded in Shin Jingting's mind. In an instant, Shin Jingting felt that his body had been injected with a majestic power, and every place was cheering, and the sense of power filled the whole body. Chapter 65, Night Talks. Is this the power of the Ghost Fury? It really is extraordinary, Shin Jingting murmured softly. His aura around him changed abruptly, and his originally warm eyes were now flashing with a cold aura. His entire body was haunted by a slight ghostly aura, and his clothes were windless. Between his raised hands, a sharp whistling sounded in the air. The temperature around him plummeted, and a layer of frost instantly condensed on the ground. When Sister Ghost King refines the Soul Lingji, I'll double cultivate with her, and I should be able to break through to Ghost King in 7 days' time. Shin Jingting clenched his fist hard. In less than a day, he had crossed 3 major realms in a row, breaking through from day-level evil ghost to day-level ghost fiend. At this moment, Han Lingxi inside the house woke up leisurely. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched her body lazily, and subconsciously she opened her mouth to call out, "Jingting?" In his voice, there was the unique softness and tiredness of a freshly awakened sleeper, with a slight upturn in the tail end of his voice, and a bit of unconscious petulance. When no one responded, she rose, donned her outer robe, and paced toward the door of her room, pushing open the door. At a glance, he saw Shin Jingting standing in the courtyard, his breath a few points stronger compared to before. The moment she saw Shin Jingting, a touch of soft warmth colored Han Lingxi's originally cool eyes, and she softly called out, "Jingting, what are you doing in the courtyard?" Shin Jingting turned around and looked at Han Lingxi, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he reached out and gently ran his hand through her somewhat messy hair. "What's up? Suddenly I miss you." Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, her gaze lovingly locked with Shin Jingting. Her voice was soft, with the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleeper, and her cheeks flushed lightly from this straightforward thought. As soon as the words left her mouth, she gently stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Shin Jingting's waist, and leaned her head against his chest. Shin Jingting's figure stiffened slightly, then relaxed, backhanding Han Lingxi tightly, his chin resting gently on the top of her head as he took a deep breath, smelling the faint aroma emanating from her body. How could he not have expected that the normally cool and self-possessed Sister Ghost King would have such a clingy side? Why so clingy all of a sudden? The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, a hint of laughter in his voice, and his fingers gently stroked Han Lingxi's back. His originally stable heart was now disturbed by Han Lingxi's simple phrase, "I miss you." Han Lingxi rubbed against Shin Jingting's arms and didn't say anything, only hugging a little tighter. Shin Jingting couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. The usually powerful and bold Ghost King's sister, this kind of sticky appearance, really made his heart flutter. Her dependence made Shin Jingting's heart full of softness, but also gave birth to an urge to take good care of her. "Jingting, I just observed your aura, and it seems like you've made another breakthrough." Han Lingxi suddenly raised her head to look into Shin Jingting's eyes and asked, "Yeah, idling around and breaking through by the way." Shin Jingting had a cloudy smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was no longer commonplace. Hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi was first stunned, then couldn't help but burst out laughing, raising her hand to gently pound his shoulder. "You make it sound so easy. Breakthroughs are a snap for you. Do you know how many people spend their entire lives struggling to cross this hurdle? Yet you seem to be walking idly." Seeing that Han Lingxi wasn't the least bit curious about her breakthrough, Shin Jingting couldn't help but ask, "Sister Ghost King, aren't you at all curious as to how I was able to break through 3 realms in a row in such a short period of time? Also, why did I get out of the trickster realm early?" Han Lingxi gently raised her eyes, the corners of her mouth hooking into a faint smile. "I'm naturally curious, just thinking that if you want to talk about it, you'll inform me, and why should I be in a hurry?" She reached up and smoothed the hair at her temples, her movements graceful and subdued. In her mind, a wife should stand beside her partner and be his strongest support, not blindly demand answers. If Shin Jingting moves to confide, then she will certainly listen with all her heart. If he kept quiet for a while, she wouldn't be aggressive. This trust was what she cherished about Shin Jingting and what she understood about how couples got along. Although they weren't really a couple yet, in Han Lingxi's heart, the moment they confirmed their relationship, they were destined to walk hand in hand all the way. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi in front of him, his heart warmed. This tacit understanding, far more than any sweet words, moved him. "Sister Ghost King, to have you as my wife in this life is the greatest blessing of my life." Han Lingxi shook her head slightly, a smile in her eyes. "We're relying on each other. The road ahead is still long, no matter what we encounter. Just be honest. Creek, there are some things I don't know how to tell you yet. I'll tell you all of them when I've sorted them out." Shin Jingting looked at such an understanding Ghost King sister and was touched in his heart. What a blessing it is to meet someone in your life who understands and trusts you so well. What Han Lingxi gave him was not only gentle companionship, but also a rare piece of peace and solace in this treacherous and bizarre world. "I'll wait for you then." Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, then she spread a smile that was like a spring breeze. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the scene when that incredibly powerful sniper rifle exploded before the Guile Spirit Realm. "Kating, but what I want to know is why did Barrett suddenly explode? Sister Ghost King, do you remember that I carved your portrait on the butt of my gun?" Shin Jingting didn't answer in a hurry, but instead asked with a mysterious smile. Han Lingxi blinked, her curiosity thoroughly piqued. "Remember, but what does this have to do with the explosion? There is a great deal at stake. Your portrait was engraved by me with a secret pattern, and it can accurately recognize unfamiliar scents. Once the gun leaves your hand, the power generated by the secret pattern will stick to the toucher to death, instantly releasing runes that contain destructive power. Don't say that a ghost elder is bound to die. Even if it's a ghost emperor, there's still a chance of falling if you're not careful," Shin Jingting patiently explained. Even though Han Lingxi had the protection of the purple gold soft armor cloth, he was still uneasy, so he secretly kept his hand in. This secret pattern is used to make portraits that are not easily detected. The secret pattern was integrated with the portrait, and no matter how you looked at it, there was nothing unusual about it. But once it recognized an unfamiliar aura, it would instantly activate. Han Lingxi nodded in realization as she listened. "So that's how it is. I said how the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign was suddenly blown up. Then the clothes you gave me, do they possess a defense function as well?" She wasn't stupid. Every time Shin Jingting gave her something that looked ordinary, it was actually a hidden mystery. Take the 2 types of grenades for example. On the surface it looks like an ordinary iron lump, but who would have thought that a single one can kill a severe ghost? Chapter 66, A Different Han Lingxi. Shin Jingting looked at the spirited Han Lingxi, his smile spreading from the bottom of his eyes as he nodded. "Can't hide it from Sister Ghost King? This dress is woven with special soul silk mixed with defensive runes. It can block 2 full force attacks from a day-level Ghost Sovereign, and it can also change styles at your whim." Surprise flashed in Han Lingxi's eyes as she gently caressed the material of the garment, feeling the soul power in it if anything. "I'm telling you, it always feels warm in it, and there's a warm current running through my body. You're always so attentive. I don't know how to repay you. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were filled with tenderness and doting, and he obediently gently embraced her into his arms and laughed in a low voice. Just hold me like this, or, maybe, give me your body? Han Lingxi's heart trembled and her heartbeat steeply accelerated. But this time, she didn't choose to escape this blazing emotion. Instead, she gathered enough courage and raised her head to look straight into Shin Jingting's eyes. Yes, I'll marry you. When Shin Jingting heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Really? Han Lingxi didn't speak, but stood on her tiptoes and gently dropped a kiss on the corner of Shin Jingting's mouth, softly saying, "Husband." This husband shouted soft and sweet, instantly making Shin Jingting intoxicated. Believe it now? Han Lingxi blinked, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Shin Jingting couldn't hold back the love in his heart any longer and tightly embraced Han Lingxi, kissing her deeply. Han Lingxi was no longer shy either, her hands gently encircling his neck as she responded warmly. The moonlight in the sky is bright, and its silver splendor is sprinkled on the earth, covering everything in the world with a layer of dreamy veil. Under the tree, the two figures clung to each other, reveling in the sweet love. For a long time, the lips parted. Shin Jingting's forehead rested against Han Lingxi's, the tips of his noses touching, his breath mingling. He chuckled softly and spoke, "How I wish time would just stop at this moment. We've got a long time ahead of us, and I've been yours forever. In the future, I will have you in the morning and in the evening, and I will rejoice to think of you." Han Lingxi reached around Shin Jingting's waist, her fingers gently drawing circles on his back, and her tone was one of sweetness and anticipation that she couldn't hide. Shin Jingting straightened up and leaned back slightly, holding Han Lingxi's shoulders with both hands as he carefully scrutinized her face, as if he wanted to carve her into his heart. "Sierra, in the future, there's me. I'm your support. You don't have to be alone." Han Lingxi couldn't help but let out a pft of a laugh and gently pushed him, scolding him. "Jingting, you should standardize your address. Call me Sister Ghost King one moment, call me Sheer the next, and what's more, daughter-in-law." Shin Jingting loosened his embrace and looked at her with an innocent face. "I didn't learn this from you." "Me? I don't scream like that." Han Lingxi arrogantly tilted her head and clasped her hands in front of her chest, refusing to admit it. Shin Jingting wrenched over her shoulder, broke his fingers and started counting. "Why not? The very first called me Ding Tu. The later was husband, then fiancé, Knight's brother, now it's husband again. You're shouting so smoothly." When Han Lingxi heard this, her cheeks instantly flushed red, but this time, she didn't shyly avoid it, but instead reached out and gently poked Shin Jingting's chest with a wry smile. "Then you don't like to hear it too? Every time I yell like that, you're gorgeous." Shin Jingting was blocked by her words for a moment, then reacted, grabbing her disruptive hand and smoothly pulling her back into his arms, the tip of his nose rubbing against her cheek. "Yes, yes, yes, I like to hear you shout, and in the future, you will call me husband every day, okay? Then in the future, Mr. Husband will have to take care of me as a little girl, otherwise I won't shout." Han Lingxi giggled, hooked her hands around Shin Jingting's neck, and took the initiative to come forward to give him a peck on the lips. "Leprechaun." Shin Jingting let out a low laugh, reached out and pinched Han Lingxi's nose before dropping another kiss on her forehead. The faint fragrance of her body lingered on the tip of his nose, making Shin Jingting crave this sweetness more and more. At this moment, Han Lingxi's eyes suddenly lit up as she broke free from Shin Jingting's arms and looked at him playfully and affectionately. "Husband, you haven't seen me dance yet." After saying that and without waiting for him to respond, she spun in place, and in the blink of an eye, a flowing white dress replaced the original purple gown. Her plain hand flicked up, soul power surging around her body. The originally quiet flowers and trees looked like they had been enchanted, their branches and leaves colliding with each other and making rustling noises. The stones along the road also vibrated slightly, intertwining with the sound of the branches and leaves in a unique rhythm. Han Lingxi danced to the rhythm, with a brisk pace, sometimes spinning, sometimes moving her lotus steps, her arms waving, her white dress flying freely in the moonlight. Jumping and skipping, Han Lingxi's feet flicked, and she actually rose up in the air. She danced through the air, as light as a spirit in the night sky. Her hands and feet are full of flavor, just like a singer on the stage to bloom charm. Shin Jingting looked dumbfounded, his eyes unable to move away from Han Lingxi for a moment. How could there be such a moving woman in the world? What's worse, the girl who has his heart is still his fiancée. Thinking of this, the corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose uncontrollably, happiness and complacency written all over his face. As she was watching, Han Lingxi suddenly flew toward Shin Jingting and pulled his hand in the process, smiling delicately. "Husband." Shin Jingting held her hand as she flew into midair. The two were clinging to each other in the air, surrounded by the gentle color of the moon. Shin Jingting looked at the spirited Han Lingxi in front of him, his love surging, and kissed her again. Han Lingxi closed her eyes and responded passionately, her hands tightly encircling his neck. After a long time, time, the two slowly landed on a roof and sat down side by side. Han Lingxi leaned on Xin Jingting's shoulder, while Xin Jingting wrapped his arm around her waist, and together they quietly looked at the moonlight in the sky. Husband, you know, you're the first person to come inside my heart since I died. Han Lingxi's voice was soft, with a few moments of love, breaking the tranquility of the night, and the hot air she exhaled gently sprinkled between Xin Jingting's neck. Xin Jingting's heart warmed, and his arm tightened slightly, holding her a little tighter. As she said this, the corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose, revealing a happy smile as her fingers gently drew circles on the back of Xin Jingting's hand. After Master passed away, during these long years, I thought I was going to spend them alone, but I didn't expect you to come to my side at this time. Although you always molest me and make me blush every time, the true love you show without realizing it always touches the softest place in my heart. Xin Jingting gently held Han Lingxi's hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. I'm glad I didn't keep you waiting too long, and we'll walk together down the road, no matter what comes up later. Han Lingxi rubbed herself into Xin Jingting's arms, seeking a more comfortable position. Well, we'll walk down together. The moonlight poured over the two men, stretching their shadows long. Han Lingxi looked at the moon and suddenly asked out loud, Husband, let me tell you how I died. Chapter 67 Causes of Death. When Xin Jingting heard this, his arms subconsciously tightened, holding Han Lingxi a little tighter. He turned his head sideways and looked tenderly at Han Lingxi, saying softly, Sheer, if the memories are too painful, let's not talk about it. The past is the past. All I care about is your present and future. Han Lingxi gently shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. Husband, I want to tell you that these things have been hidden in my heart for too long, and I want you to know everything about me. Afterward, Han Lingxi began to slowly recount her past. She was born into a rags-to-riches family to a father who was an unabashed gambler and alcoholic, who spent his days loafing around, either losing his bottom in the bookies or getting drunk on the streets. And when her mother was giving birth to her, she passed away forever due to a difficult labor. Since then, little Han Lingxi has begun her lonely life. In that home, Han Lingxi had never felt the slightest bit of warmth. She didn't have enough to eat, she didn't have enough to wear, and she lived carefully every day for fear of upsetting her father and incurring a beating. The family was already broke, but his father's gambling addiction grew, and the debt snowballed. Day by day, Han Lingxi slowly grew up, but life didn't get the slightest bit better. When she was 18, the nightmare finally arrived. The debtor came to the door and coldly threw out a note with 300 taels of silver clearly written on it. The money was undoubtedly an astronomical amount for the family, and they simply could not afford to pay it back. Han Lingxi's father looked at the note, so scared that his face was pale, and under the panic, he had a heartless idea. He took advantage of Han Lingxi's inattention and put a masking agent in her meal. When Han Lingxi passed out, he sold her to a greenhouse just for the meager ransom to pay off the debt. When Han Lingxi wakes up languidly in her room at the greenhouse, despair instantly overwhelms her when she realizes she's been sold to the greenhouse. How could she have never imagined that her own father would be so cruel as to push her into this abyss of no return? Unwilling to be manipulated by fate in this way, and not wanting to be someone's plaything, she took advantage of the fact that no one was watching that day to end her young life with a piece of white silk. After her death, Han Lingxi turns into a wisp of a lonely ghost and begins her days drifting around the bizarre world. She had no magical powers and was left to be bullied by the other evil spirits. To avoid the malice, she had to hide around, often huddling in dark corners, licking her wounds alone, and so she spent 3 years in fear and loneliness. That is, until one day a woman passes by and discovers this little lonely soul hiding around. Pitifully, the woman took pity on her, so she brought her back to the city and taught her carefully, teaching her spells so that she would finally have the ability to protect herself. And this woman was the first of the 18 ghost jinn, the Qinglian ghost jinn. The experiences of her childhood, the brokenness and betrayal of her family are like a scar that is hard to heal, engraved on Han Lingxi's heart. Those days of not having enough to eat or wear, being beaten and scolded by her father, being chased by her debtors, and the despair of being sold by her father into a greenhouse, made her heart no longer open to people easily. She camouflages herself with indifference, hiding her inner vulnerability and hurt deep inside. Facing others, Han Lingxi always looked cold and spoke briefly. When someone struck up a conversation with her, she only responded politely and never initiated communication. Later, after Han Lingxi's master died, her character became more and more withdrawn, and her master's departure was like putting out the last light in her life as well. Now, it was as if her heart was wrapped in a layer of frost, and she had no temperature for everything around her. Until Xin Jingting's appearance reopened the door to Han Lingxi's long-closed heart. Xin Jingting quietly listened to Han Lingxi's account, his heart filled with heartache and anger. His heart ached for all the suffering Han Lingxi had endured, angry at why fate had been so unfair. making such a good girl go through so many trials and tribulations. Creek, I'm here for you in the future, and I won't let you live that lonely life again. Han Lingxi nodded heavily, reaching around Shen Jingting's waist and burying her head in his arms. She knew that from this moment on, she was no longer the lonely soul who had no one to turn to and drifted around. She had Shen Jingting, a harbor she could rely on. The moonlight was like water, silently pouring over them, as if blessing their love. Shen Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair, and the two of them snuggled up like this, enjoying this moment of peace and sweetness. On the surface, he looked gentle, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His fingers were still dotingly pinching Han Lingxi's cheeks from time to time, but in his head, he was secretly ordering the system. System, get me a lock on that location. Host, Han He was long ago dragged from the young world into the bizarre world to be purged by Qing Lian's ghostly father. Hearing this, Shen Jingting nodded his head slightly, and in his heart, he gained a few more points of respect for Qing Lian Ghost Sovereign. If it weren't for her, the hatred in Han Lingxi's heart wouldn't know when it would dissolve. Thinking of Han Lingxi, Shen Jingting's eyes instantly softened, and he empathized with the pain Han Lingxi had suffered. Now that she had learned that the culprit had been duly punished, it was a way for Han Lingxi to be able to let go a little. But what made Shen Jingting a bit surprised was that Qing Lian Ghost Dignity could even meddle in the affairs of the Yang world. In his perception, the Yang world and the Weird world were like two parallel lines that never intersected, with their own independent rules of operation. Host, the strength of the Night Ghost level will be able to influence some small things in the Yang world, except that after death, the soul returns to the bizarre world, and it is almost impossible to return to the Yang world again. But cultivated to the point of being a stern ghost, it can influence the Yang world through a special way. However, almost no ghosts are willing to do it because if they break the rules, they will be punished. Although Qing Lian Ghost Dignity is a ghost dignity with extraordinary strength, she has already seriously violated the law by forcibly dragging Han He into the bizarre world. The system responded quickly, detailing the reason for this. Shen Jingting was first stunned, and then his heart thumped, surging a bad feeling. Hastily pursuing, he asked, then what happened to the Qing Lian Ghost Dignitary, and what punishment will she receive? The Qing Lian Ghost Father has been sanctioned by the rules of the bizarre world for violating the rules, and his soul has completely fallen away. The system's icy broadcast was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit Shen Jingting's heart. Shen Jingting stayed on the spot, knowing the importance of Qing Lian Ghost Dignity to Han Lingxi. She was not only Han Lingxi's savior, but also the benefactor who taught her and gave her strength. Now that the Qing Lian Ghost Father had fallen because of her, how would Han Lingxi be able to withstand this heavy blow if she knew the real reason? Chapter 68 Network Delays. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who was lying on his lap, and in the end, he still couldn't be cruel enough to tell her the real reason why Qing Lian's ghost Dharma had fallen. Looking at her look of coziness and tranquility, the moonlight poured over her face, outlining soft contours and a light smile at the corners of her mouth. Shen Jingting really couldn't bear to break this beauty. Those heavy and cruel words were swallowed back into his stomach hard. The night was deepening and a slight coolness was coming on. Han Lingxi suddenly hooked her hands around Shen Jingting's neck, her voice soft and sticky with a few moments of weariness. Husband, I'm a little tired. Carry me to rest. Shen Jingting came back to his senses, looking at the delicate person in front of him, his heart filled with favor. He answered softly, holding Han Lingxi's back steady with one hand, while the other went through the crook of her knee and carefully picked her up. Han Lingxi obediently buried her head into his arms, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Shen Jingting held Han Lingxi in his arms and walked toward the room with gentle steps. Along the way, his gaze always fell on Han Lingxi's face, the love in his eyes growing stronger. When he reached the room, he gently placed Han Lingxi on the bed and tucked her in. When Shen Jingting saw that Han Lingxi was already lying down, he gently got up and prepared to leave, thinking that she could get some rest. But just as he was about to turn around, Han Lingxi pulled his arm. Where are you going, husband? Han Lingxi's voice carried some of the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleeper. Shen Jingting turned around, squatted his body and said softly, I'll go back to my room. You have a good rest. I won't bother you. Husband, I want you to stay with me tonight, okay? Han Lingxi said, shrinking toward the inside of the bed before patting the empty space beside the bed. I'll sleep inside, you sleep outside. Her eyes were full of dependence, making Shen Jingting unable to refuse. Shen Jingting smiled helplessly and dotingly, still lying down by the bed. This scene, he only felt some déjà vu. In the beginning, this was how he played the rascal, wanting to share a bed with Han Lingxi. It was a pity that Han Lingxi was still quite cold to him at the time, and in the face of his deadpan behavior, she still didn't agree. Now that the wind and water had turned, and it was Han Lingxi's turn to rely on him like this, Shen Jingting's heart was filled with sweetness. As soon as he lay down, Han Lingxi immediately came over, burying her head in his neck, her hands still gripping his arms tightly, as if she was afraid he'd run away. Shen Jingting was so amused by her series of movements that his heart softened, and reached out to gently wrap his arm around her shoulders, bringing her toward his arms. Go to sleep. I'm not leaving, I'm staying here with you. Shen Jingting dropped a kiss on her forehead and said tenderly. Han Lingxi rubbed against his arms, finding the most comfortable position, and closed her eyes contentedly, a sweet smile still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Within moments, the sound of her even breathing came out, clearly in dreamland. Shen Jingting looked at her quiet sleeping face, his heart filled with tenderness. Just as the two of them were immersed in the quiet and cozy atmosphere, the mechanical voice of the system exploded in Shen Jingting's mind without warning. Joy value breaks through 1082%. The host receives 5 chances to draw prizes. Shen Jingting was startled by the sudden sound, and Han Lingxi in his arms moved gently, muttering a few times. Shen Jingting hurriedly patted her back soothingly and waited for her to sleep peacefully again before asking in his mind without any good humor. System, did you not connect to the internet just now, or was there a network delay? How come the news came so slowly this time? System. The system was silent for a moment, and then that voice without the slightest emotional fluctuation sounded again. The system just saw you and Han Lingxi getting along warmly and sweetly, and didn't want to disturb you, so it went offline on its own. That kind of time is not appropriate for the system to be present. Now that the time has come, this is a timely notification to the host. Shen Jingting slightly raised his eyebrows. Did not expect this. Usually system actually have this kind of thoughtful time. He silently gave a thumbs up. Good unity, I give you credit. However, thinking that he could have 5 chances to draw a prize, he still had some anticipation in his heart. He was silently thinking about the lottery in his mind, but his gaze unconsciously fell on Han Lingxi's face. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, the corners of Shen Jingting's mouth rose slightly, and his heart was filled with happiness. At this moment, he suddenly felt that no matter what he could get from the raffle, it was not as important as this gentle and lovely woman in his arms. But now that you've got a chance at the raffle, wouldn't it be a shame not to try it? Shen Jingting murmured in his mind. System, start the lottery. With his command, the system's interface surfaced in his mind, and a huge roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the seeds of the soul-devouring flower. Note, seedlings are initially watered with purple soul water in the daytime, and can then devour ghosts to grow at a later stage. Growing to a later stage, it can even grow to fight against the ghost emperor level of existence. Shen Jingting couldn't be happy in time. Immediately after the second lottery began, the needle once again turned rapidly. Congratulations to the host for getting a psychic tattoo. Note, the tattoo enables the host and Han Lingxi to share the same mind, and no matter how far apart they are, they can know each other's thoughts and have emotional resonance. The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth rose so that he and Han Lingxi could be more intimate and sense danger in advance. Third draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the invincibility coin. Note, when the coin is face up, the host is invincible. When the coin is face up, the enemy is invincible. Duration, disappears after killing the enemy. Warm tip, the coin is a disposable item, so be careful when tossing it. Shen Jingting picked up the coin that appeared out of thin air and scrutinized it carefully. The coin was golden in color and engraved with ancient and complicated patterns. On the front is a sun pattern emitting a shimmering light, representing invincible power, while on the reverse is a dark moon, as if harboring unfathomable dangers. TSK, 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 50% probability. This is completely at the mercy of God. Shen Jingting sked. This seemingly simple coin carries the power to turn the tide, but also brings great risk, making him both expectant and apprehensive. Fourth drawing. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the world ring. Note, world ring can hold living things. Internal space, 3 blue stars. Last draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a moon-level ghost puppet. The gender can be self-defined. Note, single-use items. Completing the 5 draws, Shen Jingting looked at the world ring, psychic tattoo, invincible coin, soul-devouring flower seed, and monthly ghost sovereign puppet that he had drawn, and his heart was so beautiful. The psychic tattoos and invincible coins in particular are just so useful. Shen Jingting smiled cheerfully and suddenly remembered that the psychic tattoo should be arranged on as soon as possible. So he asked, by the way system, how do you get a tattoo? Whatever, anywhere you want. Chapter 69, Pink Skeleton. System, tattoo it on your wrist. Shen Jingting mumbled instructions in his mind. In an instant, a warm sensation came from his wrist. He looked down and saw that on his left wrist, a pair of delicate yin and yang fish tattoos slowly emerged, with smooth lines, ancient colors, and vaguely emanating a weird shimmering light. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose as he flicked his wrist, admiring the unique tattoo and imagining that he would be able to connect with Han Lingxi's mind in the future. At the moment, Han Lingxi was still asleep, and Shen Jingting didn't wake her up. Intending to wait for her to to wake up naturally before giving her a surprise. Shin Jingting then looked up the other prizes. He picked up the seed of the soul-devouring flower, which had a rough epidermis with a weird black luster, and was cold to the touch. To make it grow, it would need at least 4 bottles of daylight purple soul water, and a bottle of daylight purple soul water sold for 500,000 trickster value. Shin Jingting silently calculated in his mind and couldn't help but frown. 2 million bizarre values. This was not a small amount. However, he was also clear that once the soul-devouring flower had grown, it would be an extremely powerful aid, capable of devouring the power of ghosts and transforming it into its own power. Once it grew up, it could be comparable to the Ghost Emperor. So when you did the math, the investment was still worth it. And then, Shin Jingting took out the world ring. The ring had an ancient shape. The ring's surface was engraved with a secret pattern, and its interior concealed an independent small world. Shin Jingting thought in his heart that these 2 treasures should be for Han Lingxi. He had his own system space, which was very convenient for storing items, and coupled with his strength that had been boosted by a large amount of bizarre values, it was more than enough to deal with the general situation. As for Xier, with the puppet to guard her at critical moments, and the world ring for concealment and cultivation, her safety and strength enhancement were guaranteed. Shin Jingting nodded in satisfaction, then commanded to the system, "System, make the puppet a female." Modification successful. With a flash of light, a strangely shaped golem appeared. Shin Jingting fixed his eyes and froze. It was actually a pink skeleton. It had a faint pink glow emanating from its skeleton, a ghostly glimmer in its hollow eyes, and a pink tulle draped over its body. System, are you sure this is female? Why do I feel like it doesn't make a difference if it's male or female? Shin Jingting stroked his chin, sizing up this pink skeleton golem with a face full of puzzlement. However, although this skeleton had a somewhat strange appearance, the powerful aura emanating from its body could not be ignored. Pink skeleton, isn't it a female? The system asked rhetorically. Shin Jingting was momentarily speechless, opened his mouth but didn't know how to retort. He could only helplessly skim his mouth, his face showing a crying and laughing expression. He was silent for a while before he said with a bitter smile, "Come on, you're the system. You call the shots." Shin Jingting looked at the pink skeleton puppet in front of him. His heart was speechless, but he was too lazy to argue with the system again. Just then, a strange light suddenly flooded his eyes. Immediately afterward, a picture of a newlywed unfolds. Big red happy words were plastered all around. Red satin swayed gently in the wind, and joyful music came faintly. And the main characters in the picture were none other than him and Han Lingxi. On the screen, Shin Jingting caught a glimpse of Han Lingxi in the crowd with her phoenix crown in haze. She was as beautiful as a descending fairy, with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth, and was looking at herself shyly and timidly. He saw himself holding Han Lingxi's hand as he slowly stepped into the auditorium, and the guests around him cast their blessings. The 2 of them bowed down reverently to the gods of heaven and earth, and as the couple paid their respects, Han Lingxi raised her head slightly, tears glistening in her eyes, tears of happiness. Shin Jingting watched this scene, his heart filled with emotion. So in the bottom of Han Lingxi's heart, she was so looking forward to a future with him. Creak. It turns out that what you desire is surprisingly simple. He detached himself from Han Lingxi's dreamscape, his eyes gently looking toward the still sleeping her as he murmured softly, "The wedding of your dreams has no lavish rehearsals, no rare treasures, only each other's vows and the blessings of friends and family." That simple happiness made Shin Jingting's heart mixed. He lifted his hand and gently stroked Han Lingxi's cheek, his thumb rubbing her skin. "Don't worry, I'll satisfy you." His voice was soft, like he was afraid to disturb the peace and beauty. I don't know how long it took, but Han Lingxi turned around and woke up, and in a daze, she realized that Shin Jingting was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at herself affectionately. She blinked her eyes, her voice still carrying the lethargy of just waking up. "Husband, why aren't you sleeping?" Saying that, she subconsciously leaned toward Shin Jingting and continued to hug him, coveting the warmth of his body. Shin Jingting smiled gently and reached out to hug her tighter. "I'm not sleepy, I just want to look at you." Just then, Han Lingxi's current thought suddenly flashed through Shin Jingting's mind. She was first stunned, then her face was full of astonishment as she violently raised her head to look at Shin Jingting. "Wow, husband, I actually know what you're thinking in your heart." Shin Jingting looked at her surprised appearance and couldn't help but laugh out softly, his eyes full of favor. "Of course, with this yin and yang fish, we can both know each other's mental thoughts." With that, he lifted his wrist and approached Han Lingxi. A pair of intertwined yin and yang fish tattoos slowly emerged at the originally bare wrists, emitting a faint shimmering light. Han Lingxi stared curiously at the tattoo and reached out to gently touch it. "What is this? How can it have such a magical effect?" She was full of doubts, but she also felt that although this matter was bizarre, It didn't seem so hard to accept that it happened to Shin Jingting. After all, she had long been used to Shin Jingting always getting something strange and beyond imagination. Shin Jingting patiently explained, "This is called a psychic tattoo. I just tattooed it on you, and with it in the future, we'll be able to communicate with each other. No matter how far apart they are, they can know what each other is thinking, and they can also send messages." After hearing this, Han Lingxi's eyes were filled with surprise as she scrutinized the tattoo once more, muttering, "It's truly magical. It's the first time I've seen something so marvelous." When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi acting like a curious baby, he then took out the soul-devouring flower seed and world ring. "Creak, give me your hand." Although Han Lingxi was full of doubts, she obediently extended her hand. Shin Jingting gently took her hand and slowly put the world ring on her slender finger. "Husband, what are you doing?" Han Lingxi's voice was tinged with disbelief. "This is the world ring, which contains a small independent world that can store items as well as allow people to live and cultivate, and also conceal their breath. If you're in danger from now on, just hide in there and you'll be safe." "What do you mean by that? You don't want me anymore?" When Han Lingxi heard this, her heart thumped, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and the movement of her hand that was originally playing with the ring also stopped. Chapter 70, Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign. To her ears, Shin Jingting's words were like an explanation of his last words, inexplicably causing a wave of panic to well up in her heart. Only then did Shin Jingting realize that his words were a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly explained, "Sheer, you've misunderstood. How could I not want you? It's just that there are so many dangers in this world, and I'm afraid that in case I'm not around, this ring will give you a way out." He gently patted Han Lingxi's hand in an attempt to calm her down. "I forbid you to leave me." Han Lingxi flung herself into Shin Jingting's arms at once, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her voice carrying a hint of choking. "No matter what danger we face, we have to face it together. You don't want to carry it alone." Shin Jingting hugged Han Lingxi back and gently patted her back. "Okay, I'll listen to everything you say, and we'll never separate." Only then did Han Lingxi feel slightly relieved, but she still muttered unrelentingly, "Don't say such scary things in the future." Shin Jingting nodded repeatedly. When Han Lingxi's emotions calmed down a bit, he picked up the soul-devouring flower seeds on the side. "Sheer, this is the soul-devouring flower seed. It needs to be nourished by the purple soul water during the day in order to grow." Shin Jingting handed the seeds to Han Lingxi, "And it takes 4 bottles to break through the early seedling stage. Let's plant this seed in the yard." Han Lingxi answered, and the two of them went to the courtyard and carefully planted the seeds. After planting, Shin Jingting silently recited in his mind, "System, purchase 2 bottles of daytime purple soul water, deduct 1 million bazaar values, 240,000 left." Hearing the system prompt, although Shin Jingting had a meaty pain, but thinking about the potential of the soul-devouring flower, he also felt that it was worth it. He picked up the daytime purple soul water and slowly poured it into the soil. Something magical happened. The seeds of the soul-devouring flower began to sprout, draw branches, and draw vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. This soul-devouring flower is immensely powerful when it grows up, and it can cover 1 kilometer at the League Ghost level of strength, and 5 kilometers at the Ghost General level, Ghost Fury level 10 kilometers, Ghost King level 20 kilometers, Ghost Zune level 35 kilometers, Ghost Emperor level 50 kilometers, and Ghost Emperor level could even reach 80 kilometers. But right now, if this soul-devouring flower wanted to break through the seedling stage, it still needed 2 bottles of white day purple soul water. At this time, the soul-devouring flower seemed to understand their words, gently swinging its branches and leaves, rubbing against Shin Jingting's leg affectionately. Seeing this, Han Lingxi laughed happily. "Husband, look at it. It seems like it understands what we're saying and likes you so much. It's really interesting." Shin Jingting touched the leaves of the soul-devouring flower and said with a smile, "It seems that it knows that we're helping it grow, so we'll have to take good care of it in the future, and when it grows up, it'll be a big help to us." The two looked at the soul-devouring flower in the yard, full of anticipation for the day it would grow up. In the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's mansion, the atmosphere was so oppressive that people could not breathe. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign sat high on the main seat, exuding a biting aura around him, and under his hand he controlled 4 Ghost Kings, one of which was the 100 Puzzle Ghost King. At this time, the 4 Ghost Kings all stood under the hall with their heads hanging down, not daring to utter a single breath. Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign swept his gaze like a knife over the 4 Ghost Kings on the stage and said in a cold voice, "You guys think that my father is very good at cheating, don't you? That Han Lingxi is just an injured Ghost King, and also has the ability to kill the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign?" The 100 Pooh Ghost King's figure trembled slightly, and he stiffly took a step forward. His voice said with a few trembles, "Your Holiness, this matter is true." He surreptitiously raised his eyes to glance at Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's increasingly gloomy face, and hurriedly lowered his head again to continue. That Han Lingxi got an iron lump from somewhere, and the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign was blown up by that iron lump. Seeing this, the other 3 Ghost Kings also came forward to report. One of the Ghost Kings spoke sharply with a bit of trepidation. And the Cold Maple Ghost King was tortured to death alive by corpse spirit, remnant blood and frostbite. This matter, it seems to have something to do with Han Lingxi as well. As soon as these words were uttered, the demon underworld ghost sovereign instantly jumped out of his skin, his ghostly chi around him raging crazily, transforming into a black sharp blade that cut the surrounding tables, chairs, and stone pillars to smithereens. What? Han Lingxi is just a little brat king. Where did he get such guts and means? His roar shook the entire ghost sovereign mansion, and the ghost fire was bright and eerie. Cold foam was the air that the demon underworld ghost sovereign had fought so hard to obtain. In the weird world, the stronger the strength, the lower the chances of giving birth to an offspring. Thus, this father-son bond with Han Foam was something he cherished. But now, Cold Foam had died tragically at the hands of others, and the demon underworld ghost sovereign's heart was filled with endless anger and grief. That iron lump, could it be that Qinglian left it behind? The demon underworld ghost sovereign clenched his teeth as all of his pasts with the Qinglian ghost sovereign surfaced in his mind. The more he thought about it, the stronger his hatred grew, and another burst of ghostly energy erupted, blasting a huge hole in the nearby wall. Your Holiness, rest your anger. The 4 Ghost Kings kneeled down with a thud, not daring to breathe. Check, whether it's Qinglian's relics or those 3 thieves, don't let any of them go. The demon underworld ghost sovereign roared, you must see the corpse alive, and you must see the soul in death. If you can't do it, your souls will all be buried with my son. As the words fell, a ghostly aura filled with destruction swept towards the 4 Ghost Kings, exploding around them, and the splashing debris cut through their ghostly bodies, hurting them to the point where they were sweating coldly. Yen Yu Ghost King braced himself and hurriedly stepped forward to say, Your Holiness, that corpse spirit, remnant blood, and frost spirit were killed on the spot by Han Lingxi's concubine. When the demon underworld ghost sovereign heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he snorted coldly. What a Han Lingxi! What a concubine! Daring to be so reckless under my demon underworld's nose. This blood debt, I will make them double it. Pass the order down. Do whatever it takes to put a bounty on the heads of Han Lingxi and her concubine for this father. I want them to know what happens when they offend my demon underworld ghost sovereign. At this time, the Red Flame Ghost King, who had been silent all this time, frowned slightly and cupped his fists. Your Holiness, I'm afraid that this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. That Han Lingxi is a subordinate of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. If we move her rashly, the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's side, the demon underworld Ghost Sovereign's face sank as he impatiently interrupted. Humph. So what if Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign? Cold foam is the flesh of my heart. I can't get rid of my heart's hatred until his revenge is avenged. Your Holiness, what the Inferno Prison Ghost King said is very true. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's strength is not on par with yours. If this matter triggers a great war, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to resolve it when the above condemns it. The Baipu Ghost King echoed with worry. Yen Yu Ghost King took over the conversation and voiced the worries in his heart. Moreover, Han Lingxi was able to take out the weapon that killed the Ghost Sovereign, and no one can guarantee that she'll still have it when she's done with it. We may not be able to get the better of her if we take direct action against her. When the demon underworld Ghost Sovereign heard this, his face became more and more gloomy, and he fiercely glared at the Yen Yu Ghost King, scaring him so much that he almost collapsed to the ground. Yen Yu Ghost King hurriedly stabilized his mind and boldly continued. However, my subordinate has an idea. Since Han Lingxi especially cares about her concubine, we might as well target her concubine. That man is only at the strength of a night ghost. He's simply not enough for us to be afraid of. If we capture him, I'm still afraid that Han Lingxi won't obediently submit. At that time, we'll be able to take revenge without having to directly clash head-on with the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Chapter 71 Yen Yu Ghost King's Idea. The demonic underworld Ghost Sovereign fell into deep thought after hearing this. A moment later, he nodded slightly and sneered. Good, let's do as you say, and capture that brat for me first. Remember, act quickly and stealthily, and once you've got it, bring it back immediately. If you do it well, you'll be heavily rewarded. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to become food for my father. The 4 Ghost Kings led the order in unison, then quickly retreated and began to start preparing for this kidnapping operation, retreating back to the Great Hall of Deliberation. Baipu Ghost King yanked on Yen Yu Ghost King and roared in a low voice full of anger. Yen Yu, what the hell are you thinking? We still have quite a few of our men in the hands of that Xinjingting kid. Aren't you afraid of their lives if you come up with this bad idea? Yen Yu Ghost King was staggered by the tugging, and although his heart was a little displeased, he could only force his temper to explain in the face of Baipu Ghost King's anger. I'm not sharing your honor's worries, or do you have a better idea? At this time, the other 2 Ghost Kings also surrounded them. The Wind Shadow Ghost King shook his head helplessly and said, Yen Yu, this idea of yours to kidnap Xinjingting is really unrealistic. The Inferno Ghost King followed, nodding his head in agreement. That's right, Didn't you see the sweetness of Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting? The two are in the middle of something like this, and they must be together all the time. If we go to arrest Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi will surely block us with all her might, and when the fight breaks out, who can guarantee that we'll get out in one piece? Baipu Ghost King let go of Yen Yu, clasped his hands on his chest, and snorted coldly. And that Shin Jingting has weird means, who knows what other cards he has. It's because of him that we've already lost quite a few of our men in the trickster spirit realm, and this operation, the risk is too great. Then according to you guys, just let it go? Yen Yu Ghost King frowned and gritted his teeth. How will His Holiness side explain? Or is it that you guys have a better way? The 100 Pru Ghost King, Wind Shadow Ghost King, and Inferno Prison Ghost King were dumbfounded by the question. They looked at each other and couldn't think of a better idea for a while. The weird world has always been weak and strong. The demon underworld ghost sovereign's beloved son died tragically. How could he swallow this breath if this revenge was not taken? But directly facing Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting, the risk is too great, and the slightest miscalculation will be the end of everything. After all, the images of the tragic deaths of the Skull Ghost King and the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign were still fresh in his mind. Seeing their silence, Yen Yu Ghost King flashed a hint of cunning in his eyes and continued, however, I do have another way to do it, without having to take the risk of kidnapping them, and still make them disorganize themselves. These words instantly attracted the attention of the other three Ghost Kings. The Baipu Ghost King was the first to ask, what solution? Don't be so secretive. Yen Yu Ghost King smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice and said slowly, think about it. This thing of feelings, the most taboo thing is to have a crisis of trust. If we can create conflict between Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi and make them suspicious of each other, we'll be able to bring them down at that time without spending a single soldier. Kind of makes sense, but how exactly is this supposed to work? The Wind Shadow Ghost King listened and nodded thoughtfully. Yen Yu Ghost King smiled chestily. I plan to send my best female subordinate to seduce Shin Jingting. As long as we can get Han Lingxi to see the scene, she'll definitely misunderstand it, and a rift will inevitably arise between the two of them. The Inferno Ghost King, however, was still a bit worried. I'm just afraid that Shin Jingting won't be moved. After all, he and Han Lingxi seem to have such a good relationship, outside of the eerie spirit's borders. The appearance of the two of them sharing the same life and death, it was hard not to believe that the bond between them was as solid as a rock. Yen Yu Ghost King hummed disdainfully. Even the strongest feelings can't withstand temptation. Although Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi have a good relationship, men, in their bones, all have that inferiority. Besides, Shin Jingting is just a tiny little night ghost, and he probably hasn't seen much of the world before. The subordinate we sent is 1,000 charming enchantress, so as long as she exerts all her strength, Shin Jingting will definitely not be able to carry it off. That's true. The Baipu Ghost King nodded slightly. Even if Shin Jingting can really sit tight, as long as we create the illusion of ambiguity and let Han Lingxi see it, that's enough. Women in relationships are inherently delicate and sensitive, and with a little skepticism, that crack in trust can be hard to fill. But I'm still a little worried that I'll be recognized. The Wind Shadow Ghost King frowned tightly. Somehow, he always felt that this plan would fail. Yen Yu Ghost King waved his hand and said confidently, that's why we have to make two preparations. First, letting Enchantress disguise herself as Han Lingxi to approach Shin Jingting. Men, when they see the woman they love taking the initiative to throw herself at them, they will more or less let their guard down. If this trick is recognized, seduce him immediately with beauty. As long as Shin Jingting falters a little and is discovered by Han Lingxi, he'll be in for a good show. The Baipu Ghost King stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, that sounds like a solution, but the candidate has to be careful. Not only does this female subordinate have to look like Han Lingxi, she also has to have enough means and acting skills to fool Shin Jingting. Yen Yu Ghost King nodded. I've already thought of this one. Enchanting is the most suitable. She is most skilled in the art of disguise and seduction, and has performed a number of similar missions before, all of which were accomplished with distinction. Alright, then let Enchantress go on. Baipu Ghost King clapped his hands and said, but you have to explain clearly to her. You must not expose your identity. Once we are discovered, we will have lost all our efforts. Don't worry, I will personally talk to her in detail. Yen Yu Ghost King nodded with confidence. After discussing the matter for the time being, Baipu, Inferno Prison, and Wind Shadow returned to their own city, and Yen Yu Ghost King then summoned Enchantress to his residence. Enchanting with a long red dress and a graceful figure, she walked into the room with a flirtatious smile on her face, and respectfully bowed. Your Excellency, you're looking for me? Yen Yu Ghost King sized her up and nodded in satisfaction. Enchantress, there is an important task for you this time. Immediately, he told Enchantress about the plan in detail. Finally, he solemnly exhorted, this mission is of great importance. If it succeeds, you will be our great merit. But if anything goes half wrong, you know the consequences. A trace of excitement flashed in Enchanting's eyes, and she nodded confidently. Don't worry, my lord. Enchanting will not dishonor her mission. I'll go prepare the disguise and try to do it as soon as possible. Seduction as such, that was like a professional match for her. There was nothing she couldn't handle about those men, and she was sure to get her hands on them this time. 2. Remember, first disguise yourself as Han Lingxi, and if you're recognized, immediately switch to the charm technique. No matter what method is used, we must get Shen Jingting to take the bait, Yan Yu Ghost King emphasized again. After saying that, he took out another rope from his arms, which was black and exuded a bizarre aura. This is the ghost binding rope. Under the ghost fury, no matter how capable he is, as long as he is entangled in it, he will have to submit obediently. If Shen Jingting can really resist your charm, you'll find the right moment to sneak up on him with this ghost binding rope. Demon Enchantress received the ghost binding rope and carefully examined it. The corner of her mouth hooked into a confident smile. Your Excellency, don't worry. With this treasure, along with my means, it will be difficult for Shen Jingting to escape even if he takes a wing. With that, she turned and left the room. Looking at Enchanting's departing back, a smug smile appeared on Yan Yu Ghost King's face. It was as if he could already see Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi turning against each other because of his scheme, and he himself could make a great achievement in front of the demon underworld ghost sovereign. On the other hand, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were still immersed in happiness, not realizing that a plot against them was quietly approaching. Chapter 72, The Ghost Envoy. Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's residence. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign sat on the main seat, his expression cold and condensed, and a chilling aura emanating from his body. She had just learned about the series of things that happened in the creepy spirit realm from the other ghost kings. First, the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign strangely exploded and died. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's heir, Cold Foam, was killed, followed by the 4 ghost kings of the Silver Spirit Mansion who were similarly killed. And it all had to do with Han Lingxi. What the hell is this Han Lingxi doing? The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign shouted angrily in a low voice, his heart both worried and vaguely uneasy. She knew the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's vindictive nature, and this time, Han Lingxi and the others could be considered to have stirred up a big mess. It's not good to say that this matter will even rise to a fight between ghost elders. If the one who died was another ghost king, a casual compensation of resources would have made it a big deal. But the one who died was the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's only son, which was a bit tricky. But what concerned the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign more was the weapon that could kill the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. And if Han Lingxi had ill intentions, he was afraid that he himself would have trouble defending himself. After contemplating for a moment, the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign ordered the ghost servant beside him, immediately summon Han Lingxi and that concubine of hers, Shen Jingting, to meet me, and make sure to do so as soon as possible, without fail. Yes, sir. The ghost servant led the order and quickly disappeared into the great hall as a wisp of black smoke. 2 days later, Lingxi City. The two of them, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, were busy distributing the resources they had brought out of the Guile Spirit Realm. Creek, are you sure that all of these things were distributed to the 19 night ghosts on this trip? Shen Jingting asked as he organized his cultivation resources. These resources in front of him could have been snatched from the more than 300 Li ghosts that had entered the Trickster Spirit Realm, and the resources from more than half of the Li ghosts had converged here, a considerable amount. Of course, these were all snatched back by Ying Ying and the others. It's only right to share them. Han Lingxi distributed the resources while saying, these resources are enough for all of them to refine and absorb, advancing into star-level ghost generals. Hearing this, Shen Jingting suddenly had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, with a few hints of flirtation. He leaned forward and came close to Han Lingxi, saying, "Sheer, then I should be the big contributor. Right, how are you going to reward me?" Han Lingxi couldn't help but smile at his words. Through her psychic tattoo, she had long since gained insight into what Shen Jingting had in mind. Today, she is not as shy as she was at first. She slowly approached Shen Jingting. Her hands gently encircled his neck, and her fingers playfully scratched gently at the back of his neck. Her eyes were as watery as water, gazing deeply at Shen Jingting, and she said softly, "My great merit, of course I have to reward it properly." Saying that, she slightly stood on her tiptoes and dropped a kiss on Shen Jingting's lips. Shen Jingting was first stunned, then reacted, his arms quickly encircling Han Lingxi's waist, tightly wrapping her into his arms and deepening the kiss. It took a long time before the two slowly separated. Shen Jingting's forehead rested against Han Lingxi's, and their breaths intertwined. Shen Jingting laughed softly. "This reward, I like it." Han Lingxi's cheeks blushed slightly, but she pretended to be annoyed as she reached out and gently pushed down on his shoulder, saying, I knew you'd like it." The two of them were busy for a while longer, and finally all the resources were categorized and organized. Sheer, we killed the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign and temporarily deterred the other Ghost Kings. In a short period of time, they won't act rashly. Why don't you simply close the door and refine the Soul Spirit Gan Ganoderma today, and recover your strength before it's too late, Shin Jingting suddenly said. With the assistance of the 3,000-year-old soul spirit Ganoderma, Han Lingxi's strength should quickly return to that of a moon-ranked Ghost King. At that time, after taking the Yin Yang Source Pill and using the dual cultivation card for 7 days of cultivation, advancing to the day-level Ghost King should not be a problem. Husband, I suddenly don't want to cultivate anymore. Why don't you still heal me with a massage like before? Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look at Shin Jingting, eyes that seemed to be shrouded in clouds, hazy and loving. These days with Shin Jingting night and day, she more and more greedy for this warmth. Just want to indulge in his side. Half a step is not willing to leave. The smile in Shin Jingting's eyes deepened, reaching out to scrape the tip of her nose. Healing and cultivation are not in conflict. When your strength recovers, and the days ahead are still long, I'll be with you. With that, he gently held Han Lingxi's hand, his thumb rubbing over the back of her hand. Han Lingxi obediently leaned into his arms, her arms wrapping around his waist as she delicately said, "But I just want you to accompany me now. Cultivation is so hard." In the past, she liked to pass her time with cultivation, but now that she had Shin Jingting, her mind was fully occupied by the person in front of her, and those long, boring hours of cultivation suddenly became unbearable. Shin Jingting sighed helplessly and wrapped his arms around her tightly, his chin resting lightly on top of her head. "Sheer, don't be capricious. After your strength is restored, we'll join hands as a couple and fight all over the ghost world." Han Lingxi stifled her reply, rubbing her hands gently on Shin Jingting's back, coveting the warmth of his embrace. It took her a long time to jar, "But I just want this moment, to do nothing but stay with you. We have a long time. There's no rush." Shin Jingting smiled. Ghost spirit bodies are different from people in the sun. As long as they are not killed by other ghosts, they are able to stay alive. In the end, Han Lingxi gently bit her lower lip and compromised. "Then promise me that when I'm done with this cultivation, no matter how busy you are, you'll stay with me." Okay, I promise." Shin Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair, his heart filled with emotion. He remembered when he first met Han Lingxi and was shocked by how powerful and cold she was. At that time, she raised her hands and feet with the majesty of a superior person, and was a striking presence in the ghost world. Who would have thought that the red thread of fate would entwine them so tightly that the once unattainable Ghost King would now be pampered in his arms? "Husband, then I'll leave Spirit Stream City to you to take care of for the few days I'm in seclusion. There's also Crippled Blood City, Skull City, and Corpse Spirit City as well. So let's take them in as affiliated cities of Spirit Stream City." Before she left, Han Lingxi methodically arranged the tedious things in Lingxi City, and the love and dependence on her body just now quietly faded away, replaced by the majesty of a Ghost King emanating from her body. After saying that, she left Shin Jingting's arms, reached out to straighten his collar, and softly said, "Husband, all depends on you. Go at ease." Shin Jingting nodded and gently pinched Han Lingxi's nose. "I am at ease with you." Han Lingxi smiled and finished, turning around and walking into the cultivation room. As the door slowly closed, shutting out all the noise of the outside world, Shin Jingting stretched his waist, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Another 10 hours can be the agreed time. While he was secretly pondering, a ghost envoy dressed in a blood-red robe and surrounded by a cloudy aura suddenly appeared in the air. He looked down at Spirit Stream City below and let out a stern cry, his voice rolling out and shaking the air around him slightly. "Silver Spirit Ghostfather has an order. Please ask Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting to return to the Ghost Sovereign's mansion quickly to be judged by His Excellency." Chapter 73, "If you like me, I'll kill you." Shin Jingting heard, the heart tang rose up a nameless fire. "How dare you be so cocky in my sister Ghost King's territory?" Immediately, he stomped his toes, and the ground instantly cracked, with countless black cracks spreading out like a spider web. His body wrapped in rolling ink, she rushed up to the sky, and with every inch she rose, the ghost fire surrounding his body flourished a few points, and in the blink of an eye, he was hanging in mid-air, confronting the ghost messenger. "Where did the dog come from? How dare you yell at Spirit Stream City?" Shin Jingting stood with his arms folded, condescendingly scrutinizing the ghost envoy. The yin chi around him was stirred into chaos as he let out a sharp whine. The ghost envoy was dressed in a blood-red robe with bizarre skeleton runes embroidered at the corners of the robe, and his figure shook at Shin Jingting's yell. He fiercely stomped his foot, and several blood-red vines instantly surged out from the ground below, lunging toward Shin Jingting with their teeth and claws open, their mouths screaming, "Bold! How dare you disrespect the ghost sovereign messenger? You have committed a great offense of disobedience. Why don't you obediently follow me to the Silver Spirit Ghost Temple to be punished?" Shin Jingting snorted coldly, without flashing or avoiding. His right hand quickly probed out and grabbed a vine and pulled it with force. The vine instantly collapsed and turned into a puddle of blood. "Ruling? Judgment? I think it's you silver spirit ghost sovereigns who are harboring ill intentions. My sister Ghost King is making a breakthrough in seclusion. No one can disturb her. Shin Jingting waved his left hand. A black ghost fire coalesced in his palm, and there was a vague phantom of evil ghosts roaring in the flames. Seeing this, the ghost envoy was shocked and furious. His hands quickly formed seals, the blood light around his body skyrocketed, and a huge blood-colored skeleton phantom appeared behind him. Two red lights shot out from the skeleton's empty eye sockets, pushing straight at Shin Jingting. I don't know how to die. The order of the Ghost Father is not for you to comment on. Today, you must come with me. Shin Jingting, however, was not the least bit afraid, and the yin qi around his body surged crazily, forming a huge black vortex that swallowed all of the Ghost Envoy's attacks. You think you can take me away with this trick? Go back and tell the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign that if she has the ability, she will come to Spirit Stream City herself. Don't send a shrimp warrior like you, a moon-level ghost fiend, to disgrace yourself, Shin Jingting said, and the black vortex violently pressed towards the ghost messenger. The ghost envoy's face changed drastically as he hastily backed away, his hands constantly waving in an attempt to fend off. You wait, the Ghost Father will definitely not let you go, the ghost envoy screamed in a wretched manner, and with a flash of blood light around his body, he forcibly broke through the vortex and fled away as a bloody light. Go back and report. I'm looking forward to the next kill. Shin Jingting looked at the direction in which the ghost messenger had left and slowly fell down, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the cracks in the ground quietly healed. He turned to look at the secret room where Han Lingxi was in seclusion, and the closed stone door was mysterious in the night. Shin Jingting took a deep breath and silently read in his heart, Sheer, you can rest assured of your breakthrough. I will protect this Lingxi city. He then took a large step towards the outside of Spirit Stream City, preparing to make his rounds to see what needed to be taken care of. Just as he stepped out of the city, he saw a woman with a wretched figure not far away being surrounded by a group of stern ghosts. The woman's clothes were ragged, her hair disheveled, and her feet stumbled as she ran. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, and with every step she ran, the stern ghosts behind her closed in. Just as she was losing her stamina and about to be caught up by the severe ghosts, she saw Shin Jingting, and hope instantly flared up in her eyes as she called out for help in a hoarse voice. Gongzi, save me, please save me. Shin Jingting stood in place, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a cold smile if anything. His hands clasped his chest in a careless manner. Saving you is fine, let's negotiate the price first. 100,000 blood soul stones. He spoke nonchalantly, but his eyes darted back and forth between the woman and the group of stern ghosts. The woman's figure stalled, a trace of panic flashed across her face, and she mumbled, My lord, I don't have that much money. Then you're on your own. Shin Jingting's expression did not change, as if he had expected this answer, and his tone was cold. With that, he turned decisively, making a move to leave. In fact, all of this was done deliberately by Shin Jingting. From the first moment he saw the woman and the stern ghost, he sensed something strange. Although these severe ghosts appeared to be flailing and aggressive, their movements when attacking were somewhat deliberate, and the woman's evasive posture was too skillful. Her body actually did not have multiple injuries. Every attack and dodge skillfully avoided the vitals, which was no coincidence. The woman, however, was unaware of this, and when she saw Shin Jingting trying to leave, she was horrified, and she rolled and crawled to catch up. My lord, please have mercy and save me. At that moment, the stern ghosts chased after them. The leader of the stern ghosts let out an ear-piercing strange laugh. Kid, mind your own business. This woman has something we want on her. If you're sensible, get out of the way, or I'll even clean you up. With that, it led the crowd of severe ghosts to pounce again, and the dark green miasma surged towards Shin Jingting like a tidal wave. Wherever it went, the ground was quickly corroded and a gust of green smoke rose. Shin Jingting was not panicked. His surrounding soul power instantly stirred, holding up an invisible barrier in front of his body, blocking the miasma out. At the same time, he violently stretched out his hand, and his soul power transformed into a black rope that precisely wrapped around the woman's waist before he threw it with force. Nah, I'll give you back the man you want, Shin Jingting shouted loudly, and the woman's body was like an arrow off the string, flying straight toward the group of stern ghosts. After the woman was thrown out by Shin Jingting, she stabilized herself in the air and let out a cold snort when she landed. You're a man with no class. You don't know how to show mercy. She completely did not expect Shin Jingting to be so ruthless, and directly threw her towards the group of lich ghosts. With her strength as a day-level ghost general, she had thought that she could rely on her soft disguise to trick Shin Jingting into showing mercy, but she hadn't expected the other party's heart to be so firm, causing her first plan to fall through. The lich ghosts reached out to catch the woman and respectfully asked, Are you all right, my lord? The woman lifted her chin slightly, a hint of viciousness flashing in her eyes as she swept a disdainful glance at the stern ghosts. A bunch of losers. They can't even handle this little thing. they almost fell into this kid's trap. Shin Jingting clasped his hands to his chest. His expression was indifferent. A faint black mist lingered around him, and he looked at them coldly. Don't play these tricks in front of me. What's the purpose? Just say it. The corner of the woman's mouth hooked up an evil smile. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and her voice said delicately, Gongzi, the slave is to see that you're a talented person. That's why I want to get close to Gongzi. Saying that, she twisted her waist and tried to get closer to Shin Jingting, a seductive smile on her face. Shin Jingting snorted coldly. His figure flickered, easily avoiding the woman's approach, his face full of disdain. I also think I'm a good-looking guy, but unfortunately I'm already famous, and if you hit on me, then I'll have to get you killed. The woman was stunned, and the smile on her face instantly froze, followed by a look of disbelief. What kind of logic is that? I adore you and you're going to get me killed? She stomped her foot, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Gongzi, you're too desperate. Chapter 74, Fury in the Air. Shin Jingting didn't bother to talk nonsense with her anymore. The ghostly power around his body surged crazily, and he instantly turned into a black residual shadow and rushed out. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the group of stern ghosts, his hands probing out like ghosts. Immediately afterward, while they didn't react, they grabbed the head of a stern ghost and violently twisted it, and that stern ghost didn't even have time to emit a miserable scream before its soul flew away. Seeing this, the remaining 4 stern ghosts hissed and pounced. However, in front of Shin Jingting's powerful ghost fury strength, their attacks were like overrating a tree. Shin Jingting's figure flickered, and wherever he went, the severe ghosts fell, and the dark green miasma filled the air, but could not stop him in the slightest. Seeing the situation, the woman turned around and tried to escape, but Shin Jingting would not let her have her way. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the woman, one hand gripping her neck like an iron vice and lifting her into midair. The woman struggled, her hands grasping Shin Jingting's arm, her eyes full of fear. You can't kill me. Behind me is the Ghost King. If you kill me, you won't survive. Shin Jingting snorted coldly, but the strength in his hands didn't relax in the slightest. Of course I won't kill you, because I still have to get your true purpose from you. With that, he threw himself violently and heaved the woman to the ground. The woman struggled to get up, but Shin Jingting struck again, a black soul force instantly sealing her movement. The woman gritted her teeth and viciously raised her head to look at Shin Jingting ground. You don't want to get any news from my mouth. Shin Jingting crouched down and locked eyes with the woman, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have ways to make you talk. Immediately afterward, he murmured in his mind, System, purchase an obedience talisman. As the words fell, a shimmering light flashed, and Shin Jingting already had a yellow talisman emitting a mysterious runic glow in his hand. Although the woman did not recognize the listening talisman, she instinctively felt a sense of unease from the strange aura that was faintly emanating from the talisman. His body subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but he couldn't move because he was imprisoned by Shin Jingting's soul power. What do you want? The woman's eyes widened, a look of horror on her face, and her voice shook involuntarily. The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up into an icy arc as he shook the listening talisman in his hand and coldly said, I don't want to do anything. I just want you to listen. The woman gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness. Don't you dream. I just won't tell you the secret even if I die. It's okay, I'll fulfill you when you say it. Shin Jingting snorted coldly. No more nonsense. His fingers flicked, and the listening talisman flew towards the woman like a stream of light. The moment the talisman was affixed to the woman's forehead, she only felt a strange power surging into her body, as if there were countless tiny tentacles spreading through her consciousness, trying to control her mind. The woman desperately resisted, black lines rippling across her face, her lips quivering, but the power of that hearing charm was too strong, and her resistance gradually became weak. Say, what is your name? What is your purpose? Who is the mastermind behind this? Shin Jingting's gaze was like a torch, staring intently into the woman's eyes. The woman's body trembled and her mouth opened uncontrollably. My name is Enchanting. I came to Spirit Stream City to arrest you on the orders of Ghost King Yin. Arrest me for what? Shin Jingting wondered. These Ghost King's subordinates can be still in their own hands, and their own in Yen Yu Ghost King in the past no grudges in recent days no hatred. Really cannot figure out why the other side to go to great lengths to send people to deal with their own. A pained look appeared on the enchantress's face. The power of the listening talisman made it impossible for her to hide it, so she could only continue. Young Lord Han Feng's death has something to do with you, so I'm going to arrest you back so that I can also make Han Lingxi throw in the towel and obediently give in. You bunch of scumbags, how dare you count on Sheer? Shin Jingting around the body ghost fire miso arise, the green flame wrapped in a strong killing intent. The surrounding air burned zizi sound, he lightly pointed his toes, and like a ghost, he bullied his way up, and his withered but powerful hand swished out, strangling Enchanting's neck and lifting her up in the air. Enchanting eyes wide in horror, eyeballs almost burst out of their sockets, hands futilely pulling Shinjingting's hands, legs desperately stomping in the air, emitting ho-ho choking sound. How dare you hit on Sheer? Today is the day you die. Shinjingting gritted his teeth and said word by word, each word wrapped in a piercing chill. The veins on his hands were rippling, his nails were deeply embedded in the enchantress's neck, and black tainted blood slowly flowed down the cracks of his fingers. Spare, life. Enchantress squeezed out 2 words with difficulty, her voice as weak as a swimmer's thread, but Shinjingting turned a deaf ear, with only Han Lingxi's safety in his mind, and he didn't have the slightest bit of pity for these evil spirits with bad intentions. If you dare to touch my woman, you will have to pay with your lives. Shinjingting raised his hand burning with ghost fire again and penetrated her chest without hesitation. Enchantress let out a mournful scream as her body convulsed violently. A black smoke kept pouring out of her body. That was her soul body being scorched by Shinjingting's ghost fury power. Ah, don't, let me go. Enchantress begged intermittently, but Shinjingting turned a deaf ear, and there was only endless killing intent in his eyes. As the ghostly power continued to pour in, Enchanting's soul body began to become illusory, gradually showing signs of dissipation. If you want to touch my woman, you're not qualified. Shinjingting waved his hand violently, and the power of the ghost fury instantly erupted, completely shattering Enchanting's soul body. For a moment, the black smoke dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared into the bizarre world. Ding! Creepy value arrived at 100,000. When Shinjingting heard the system's beep, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc, the biting killing intent that remained on his face after the party had made their move. He slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Yenyu City was located, his gaze piercing through the layers of darkness and fog, as if he could directly see the Yenyu Ghost King who was plotting a conspiracy in that city. Yenyu right, it seems like I have to personally go to Yenyu City. After saying this, Shinjingting's ghostly chi surged crazily around his body, and the dark green ghost fire instantly rose up and surrounded his body. He stomped his foot violently, and the ground instantly cracked, with countless black cracks spreading out like a spider web. Immediately afterward, his body transformed into a black residual shadow and shot towards Yenyu City's direction at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Shinjingting traversed through the eerie and terrifyingly bizarre world. Those usually arrogant and domineering lone souls and wild spirits, sensing the powerful pressure emanating from him, avoided from afar for fear of messing with this bogeyman. Not long after, Yenyu Qingziri's silhouette appeared in front of Shinjingting's eyes. This city was shrouded by a thick black mist, and above the city walls, ghostly shadows were heavy, with bursts of eerie laughter and roars coming from time to time. Shinjingting hovered in midair, condescendingly looking at Yenyu Cheng, followed by a furious cry, "Yenyu, get out and die for my little master." Chapter 75, Killing Yenyu. The ghost soldiers defending the city heard Shinjingting's furious cry with killing intent and looked up to see Shinjingting's body wrapped in ghostly green flames. They were startled at the sight of the situation, and raised their weapons in their hands, shouting, "There is an enemy attack! Enemy attack!" However, before their cries fell, Shinjingting had already rushed in front of them. A ghost blade emitting a ghostly green light suddenly appeared in Shinjingting's hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the ghost blade drew a beautiful arc in the air, instantly chopping several ghost soldiers into several pieces. The bodies of those ghost soldiers exploded in mid-air, turning into a mass of black mist. "Tell Yenyu to get the hell out of here for little master." Shinjingting roared loudly and angrily, his voice resounding throughout Yenyu City like a flood bell. His voice was filled with anger and murderous intent, making people shudder to hear it. The ghost soldiers in the city heard Shinjingting's roar and gathered towards him. Shinjingting was undaunted as he waved the ghost blade in his hand, weaving back and forth through the group of ghost soldiers, and wherever he went, the ghost soldiers fell. Right at this moment, a black figure shot out of the city and instantly arrived in front of Shinjingting. Shinjingting looked up and saw a ghost king wearing a black robe and a black high hat appear before his eyes. This person was none other than Yenyu Ghost King. "Shinjingting, how dare you!" Yenyu's body was surrounded by black mist, and his figure was both illusory and real. Every step he took left a black footprint in his mouth, and his eerie aura spread out like a tidal wave. Instead, his gaze kept scanning behind Shinjingting, seemingly searching for something, especially when he sensed the aura released from Shinjingting's body. He was too surprised to speak. "What's going on? Didn't Enchantress go to arrest Shinjingting? Then why is Shinjingting here?" Moreover, his aura seemed to have reached the day-level Ghostbusters as well. Hadn't he only been a night ghost before? How is it that only 2 days have passed and he's advanced to the day-level Ghostbusters? Yenyu Ghost King was secretly alert. Originally thought that Shinjingting was just a small minion. Now it seems that he had underestimated the other party. Shinjingting noticed the subtle observational movement of Yenyu Ghost King, and could not help but let out a cold laugh. having already guessed a few points in his heart. My Ghost King's sister didn't come to clean you up. I'm enough on my own. Shin Jingting's tone was full of disdain, and the ghost blade in his hand shook gently, emitting a heart-pounding buzz. Humph, big talk. Before, with Han Lingxi protecting you, this king indeed didn't dare to touch you, but now, there's no one to save you. Yenyu Ghost King snorted coldly, although there was some fear in his heart, but as the lord of Yenyu City, he would not be intimidated in his own territory. He slammed his hands together, and the surrounding Yin-Chi instantly condensed into countless sharp black thorns that shot towards Shin Jingting, extremely fast, leaving a black residual shadow in the air. And at this moment, while Yenyu was attacking, he was also secretly wary of Han Lingxi's sneak attack. There was no way around it. Han Lingxi's name was like a sharp blade hanging high above the heads of the Ghost Kings. At the mention of her, the Ghost Kings couldn't help but think of her gut-wrenching past. Although Han Lingxi's strength wasn't the strongest among the 36 Ghost Kings, she was just like her master, the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign, who wouldn't be the least bit soft when it came to killing ghosts. That Qinglian Ghost Zun was famous in the ghost world back then. A hand of ghost prison cultivation killing method. I don't know how many evil ghost souls were dispersed. Although Han Lingxi hadn't fully acquired her master's stance, she still had a few moments of divine charm, which made many Ghost Kings fearful. When Shin Jingting saw Yan Yu's attack coming, he immediately used the day-level Ghost Zun card. He wouldn't spare a single ghost who wanted to harm Han Lingxi. As Shin Jingting injected his soul power into the day-level Ghost Zun card, the card instantly vanished into his body. In an instant, an aura so terrifying that it caused heart palpitations surged out from the card, instantly filling the entire battlefield. The surrounding Yin-Chi quickly receded under the pressure of this powerful aura, and those black thorns that were still shooting through the air disintegrated and dissipated. Shin Jingting's body rapidly changed under the shroud of light. His already tall figure became even more lanky. A faint golden halo lingered around him, and his ghostly aura became more and more majestic and overpowering. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and a pressure as substantial as substance emanated from him, causing the Yenyu Ghost King to be unable to resist a tremor in his heart. Yenyu's eyes widened in shock, staring at Shin Jingting with disbelief written all over his face. Just a moment ago, Shin Jingting's aura of a day-level Ghostbuster was still emanating around him, but in the blink of an eye, he was like a different person, with a chilling day-level ghost dharma pressure lingering around him, and his strength was like an instant metamorphosis. How is this possible? How did your strength change again? Yen Yu's voice trembled, filled with shock that made him even throw away his usual majesty. In his cognition, the improvement of strength was never overnight, let alone such a drastic leap. But the Shin Jingting in front of him broke all his cognitions. Shin Jingting held a ghost blade that emitted a cold and chilling light, golden ghost chi surging around his body as he coldly gazed at Yen Yu, as if he was looking at someone who was about to die. Because you have to die. Yen Yu held back the fear in his heart, and the soul power around his body surged crazily. In the blink of an eye, several huge Yin soul chains poked out from the Yin Chi, carrying the sound of whistling winds and lunging toward Shin Jingting with teeth and claws. The spikes on the chains flashed with a ghostly light, as if they could easily tear apart any soul. Shin Jingting snorted coldly, without flashing or avoiding. The ghost blade in his hand swung violently, and a golden blade wrapped in the majestic power of the ghost dignity chopped out. The moment the blade on collided with the Yin soul chain, a deafening roar erupted, as if thunder was exploding in his ears. The huge impact kicked up a black wave of air, blowing the surrounding ghosts around. The Yin soul chain snapped inch by inch under the blade's attack, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Yen Yu saw this, his face became more and more miserable. How could he not imagine that his own best efforts of a strike, but so easily dissolved by Shin Jingting? It's impossible. You just got this power by fluke. This king won't lose to you. Yen Yu roared hysterically as he once again gathered his Yin Chi and prepared to launch his final attack. Time to die. Shin Jingting, however, no longer gave him a chance, and with a flash of his body, he instantly arrived in front of Yen Yu. The speed was so fast that Yen Yu couldn't even react in time. The ghost blade in Shin Jingting's hand stabbed straight at Yen Yu's chest, and the golden ghost chi instantly invaded Yen Yu's body and began to crazily erode his soul. Yen Yu let out a mournful scream, his body trembling unceasingly, his face filled with pain. Under the erosion of Shin Jingting's day-level ghost sovereign power, his soul quickly dissipated and his body gradually became transparent. You will regret this. Yen Yu used his last ounce of strength to squeeze out these words. Shin Jingting smiled coldly. The one who regrets will only be you. After saying that, he fiercely drew out his ghost blade, and Yen Yu's body instantly turned into countless points of light, dissipating in this eerie ghost world. Chapter 76, Puppet City. After Shin Jingting resolved the Yen Yu Ghost King, he looked at the Yen Yu city at his feet. Killing intent surged in his heart, and a crazy thought grew in his mind. 13 million people, should we kill them all? He murmured in a low voice. his voice drifting away wrapped in the wind in this eerie Ghost King city. There were still 11 minutes until the end of the Ghost Zune card. Slaughtering a city was not difficult for him, but the idea of killing had just risen from his heart, but he was forced to press it down again. There seemed to be a more interesting and practical way to play at the moment than just killing. Xin Jingting's figure flickered and turned into a black residual shadow that rushed straight into the high sky. The gusts of wind whistled past him, but it couldn't affect his speed in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he was already high up in the sky, surrounded by a ghostly aura as thick as ink, with a few wisps of ghostly green fire occasionally floating about. System, pull up the information on the slave seeds for me. As Xin Jingting's words fell, an illusory light screen that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Above clearly listed the introduction of the slave seeds, and when he saw the price column, Xin Jingting's pupils suddenly shrunk. 500,000 bizarre values. This price is not expensive, but he didn't care. Just before, he had killed 5 Li ghosts and 1 ghost general, and just now, he had destroyed the Yen Yu Ghost King, and together with the original remaining 240,000 eerie values, he now possessed a total of 640,000 eerie values. He has enough capital at the moment. System, buy a slave seed. Xin Jingting murmured eagerly in his mind. As a shimmering light flashed by, a seed emitting an eerie red light appeared in his hand. The seed was about the size of a fingernail cap, and its surface was covered with mysterious runes, each of which flickered with a reddish glow if anything. Without the slightest hesitation, Xin Jingting quickly closed his palms together and clamped the slave seeds tightly in his palms. He closed his eyes and the soul power around him surged towards the seed like a raging tide. With the injection of soul power, the seed began to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound, and the red light became more and more dazzling. Spread out. Xin Jingting snapped his eyes open, bellowed, and raised his hands with force. The slave seeds instantly transformed into countless red silk threads, like a giant spider web, spreading skyward towards Yenyu City. Those red threads were as thin as hair, but they were incredibly tough, flying through the air with an irresistible force. In the blink of an eye, the red threads invaded the bodies of all the ghosts in Yenyu City. The ghosts in the city were still panicking over the death of the Yenyu Ghost King. When they were suddenly invaded by the red silk threads, they suddenly let out bursts of agonizing hisses. They struggled frantically, some flailing their arms in an attempt to rip the threads out of their bodies. Some of them were rolling on the ground, letting out mournful screams, and some of them were fleeing in all directions, only to find that no matter where they fled to, the red silk threads followed them like shadows. Xin Jingting hovered in the air, looking down at all this, muttering under his breath, "From now on, Yenyu City is mine." As he did, those red threads began to emit a strange energy that intermingled with the spirits of the ghosts. The struggles of the ghostly creatures gradually became powerless, their eyes gradually became hollow, and their bodies were no longer under their control. 10 minutes, 10 whole minutes. In these 10 minutes, the entire Yenyu City seemed to be covered by a layer of bizarre red mist. Xin Jingting's soul power was like a big invisible hand, manipulating every red silk thread and every ghostly soul. Each ghostly creature was like a puppet on strings, moving with Xin Jingting's mind. 10 minutes passed and all was quiet. The 13 million ghosts in Yenyu City had all become Xin Jingting's puppets. They stood still, waiting for Xin Jingting's order. Xin Jingting slowly fell down and landed on the walls of Yenyu City, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the city, watching those once unbeatable ghosts now bowing down to him. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. All this, just the beginning. After saying that, he waved his hand and a ghost fiend puppet immediately flew to him and knelt on one knee. "What is the order, Master?" Ghostbuster's voice was mechanical and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. "Take me to the city lord's mansion," Xin Jingting said indifferently. The ghost fiend led the order to get up, turned his body into a black shadow, and swept away in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Xin Jingting tapped his toes, following closely behind like a ghost, leaving a string of dark green ghost fire residue behind him if anything. In the blink of an eye, the two ghosts arrived in front of Yenyu City's city lord's mansion. The huge door of the mansion was closed, with hideous ghostly faces carved on it, emitting a slight chill in the gloom. The ghost fiend stretched out his arm and pushed it violently, and with a creak, the door of the mansion slowly opened, and a stale and eerie aura came out. Xin Jingting took a big step in, his gaze like a torch, quickly scanning the surroundings. Lord of the city's mansion is silent, only the occasional sound of the wind, blowing under the eaves of the copper bells issued a tinkling sound, adding a few points of bizarre. "Where is the resource pool?" Xin Jingting turned his head to look at Ghost Fury. The ghost fiend raised his hand, pointing to a wigwam within the mansion, and said, "Master, Yenyu has hidden the resource bank under that wigwam." Xin Jingting's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the wigwam. He carefully surveyed the wigwam and realized that it was engraved with complex runes that flickered with a faint light, clearly a protective prohibition. The corner of Xin Jingting's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he reached out and touched this wigwam. and immediately afterward, a majestic soul force surged out from his palm and impacted towards the rune. The runes glowed brightly and tried to resist Shin Jingting's attack, but gradually became dim in front of his powerful soul power. With a crunching sound, the runes completely shattered, and the wigwam slowly parted to both sides, revealing a deep cave entrance. Shin Jingting walked into the cave entrance without hesitation, and a rich spirit came to his face. Looking at the wide array of cultivation resources, Shin Jingting silently recited in his mind, "System, collect all of them into the system space." With his command, the system space opened an invisible suction force, and the resources in the cave surged towards the system space like a tidal wave. Blood soul stones, ghost weapons, and cultivation materials, one after another, disappeared into place at such a speed that it was dizzying. Soon, the cave was raided for resources. Shin Jingting nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk out of the cave. His mind couldn't help but recall Han Lingxi's soulful eyes and gentle smile. When he thought about it, he couldn't wait to get back to her. "Go home to your daughter-in-law." The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, a gentle smile surfacing on his face. Having crawled and fought his way through this eerie ghost world for so long, the thing he missed most in his heart was still Han Lingxi. Before he left, he also purposely left the ghost dignity puppet in Yenyu City for the time being, just in case there were any other ghost kings who would enter the city. Chapter 77, Being Bullied Right Out of the Gate. Time flew by and 3 days passed. In front of Han Lingxi's secret room, the stone door slowly vibrated with a dull sound, and the thick door slowly slid open to the sides. Han Lingxi's lotus steps moved lightly as she stepped out from within the secret room, wrapped in a dense and majestic ghostly aura around his body. Each step produced a circle of faint black halo, as if stepping through the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. As soon as she stepped out of the gate, Han Lingxi saw that Shin Jingting was standing not far away. The light of surprise instantly lit up in her eyes, and her footsteps accelerated by a few points. She couldn't wait to run towards him, her mouth shouting cheerfully, "Husband!" Shin Jingting subconsciously opened his arms and steadily caught Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi obediently stretched out her arms around Shin Jingting's neck, and her legs gently coiled around his waist, rubbing against him as if she was pampered. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, and with a push of his arms, he hugged Han Lingxi and spun around in place, causing Han Lingxi to let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter. He then set Han Lingxi down again. "Sheer, did you miss me during these days of seclusion?" Shin Jingting slightly lowered his head as he looked at Han Lingxi in his arms, his eyes filled with doting. Han Lingxi cocked her head, pretending to think seriously for a moment, and playfully said, "Well, I was so busy restoring my strength that I forgot to think." Before the words fell out of her mouth, she quickly came forward and placed a gentle kiss on Shin Jingting's cheek. The action was a breath of fresh air, and then a sly smile. "But it's not too late for me to think about it." Shin Jingting's smile intensified as he gently pinched Han Lingxi's nose and smoothly put her down. But his hand still held her hand tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. "How does it feel to be in seclusion this time? Is there any breakthrough in strength?" Shin Jingting asked with concern. Han Lingxi let go of Shin Jingting's hand and took 2 steps backward, her ghostly aura instantly churning up around her. Her arms were stretched out, palms up, and 2 black ghostly flames quickly coalesced in her palms. The ghost fire jumped and made a zzz sound, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Immediately after that, her hands violently closed, and the ghost fire instantly merged, turning into a thick black pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in the firmament of this ghost world. "It feels like it's on the verge of breaking through to the day-level Ghost King." Han Lingxi collected the ghost fire and walked over to Shin Jingting, reaching out to take his arm with a smug look on her face. Shin Jingting gently patted her hand and complimented, "Worthy of being my sheer. With such talent, she will definitely be able to break through in the ghost world in the future. That's... If my husband is so good, how could I, as a wife, be any worse?" The corners of Han Lingxi's mouth lifted with a bit of triumph, and she obediently took Shin Jingting's arm. her head leaning intimately on his shoulder. Her fingers gently drawing circles on the back of his hand. Shin Jingting's other hand covered her hand and gently pinched it. And the two figures looked particularly intimate in the ghost world's eerie dim light. The breeze whipped by, blowing up Han Lingxi's hair. And a few strands fell mischievously onto Shin Jingting's face. He slightly sidestepped his head and gently blew it away. And when Han Lingxi saw this, she reached out to help him straighten it out, her fingers inadvertently crossing his cheeks. And the warmth of her fingertips caused Shin Jingting's heart to flutter. The two of them paced slowly along the winding paths of the ghost world. A few wisps of ghostly green fire occasionally flickering by the side of the road, swaying in the wind. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around him and brought Han Lingxi toward his side. And Han Lingxi obediently leaned into his arms, her steps slowing slightly, enjoying the serenity and sweetness that belonged solely to them. Creak. Speaking of which, do you remember the first time we met? Shin Jingting suddenly opened his mouth, his voice extraordinarily clear in the silent ghost world. Han Lingxi's footsteps lurched as she raised her eyes to look at him, her hand gently pinching his arm. You're still talking. That incident. I can't forget it for the rest of my life. I was injured and in a coma. And I just woke up to find that I was given by you. By you. Humph. Bad man. She said, feigning anger and looking away. But her shoulders shook slightly, giving away her emotions. Shin Jingting had a smile at the corner of his mouth, gently holding her wrist and pulling her towards him, explaining, I had just died then, and was too confused to know what was going on. Shin Jingting recalled the first meeting. The corners of his mouth rose, sighing at the arrangement of fate. At that moment, he had just died and drifted in the ghost world. And in a state of confusion, he had intruded into Han Lingxi's residence and mistakenly had sex with her, who was injured and in a coma. What was an absurdly bizarre encounter becomes the beginning of their destiny. His heart was filled with emotion when he thought of the scene of their first meeting, which was a marvelous arrangement of fate that made them meet in the midst of chaos. Han Lingxi raised her eyes and blankly glanced at him. But her eyes were filled with a smile she couldn't hide. Humph. You're the one who's reasonable. Her hair fluttered in the breeze. Shin Jingting reached out and tenderly helped her pin a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers inadvertently crossing her cheeks with a hint of warmth. Han Lingxi shivered slightly, her heartbeat steeply accelerating as she looked away, avoiding Shin Jingting's blazing gaze. Seeing this, Shin Jingting's arm smoothly wrapped around her waist, circling her tightly in his arms, looking down at her, his gaze full of love. Shin Jingting looked at the beautiful person in front of him, and he couldn't help but slightly lower his head and move closer to her lips. The corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes, and her head quickly tilted, playfully dodging. She gently broke away from Shin Jingting's embrace and took 2 steps back, tilting her head, her eyebrows smiling. Want to kiss me? I'll give you a kiss if you catch up with me. With those words, she turned around and ran, her long black hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly and without hesitation raised his leg to chase after him. His footsteps were light and quick, and he closed the distance between him and Han Lingxi in a few dodges. Han Lingxi looked back as she ran, her silver bell laughter echoing in this ghost world. Shin Jingting saw the right moment and took an arrow step forward, reaching out with his long arm and once again scooping Han Lingxi into his arms. Now you can't get away with it. Will you allow me to kiss you? Shin Jingting lowered his head slightly, the tip of his nose lightly touching Han Lingxi's, his warm breath spraying on her face. Han Lingxi's face was red, her chest rising and falling violently as she tilted her head back to look at him, her eyes filled with sweetness and shyness. Wouldn't it be too cheap to let you kiss it that easily? Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the force on his hand tightened a few more points. Han Lingxi let out a cry of surprise, her hands subconsciously wrapping around his neck. What are you doing? Shin Jingting didn't say anything. just slowly lowered his head. And the ghostly aura around his body seemed to be gentle and loving because of this upcoming intimacy. Han Lingxi closed her eyes and stood slightly on her tiptoes, taking the initiative to welcome her. At this moment, the ghostly aura around them seemed to have the good sense to be quiet, with only the disorganized breathing of the two intertwined. Xin Jingting's hand smoothly wrapped around Han Lingxi's waist and embraced her tightly into his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Chapter 78: The Temptation of the Toe. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Han Lingxi didn't immediately open her eyes, still maintaining a slight tiptoe posture, seemingly still immersed in that moment of tenderness. Xin Jingting gently loosened his grip on her hand, holding her fingertips instead and gently rubbing them. Only then did Han Lingxi slowly open her eyes, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising to reveal a sweet smile. That got you happy now? She gently shook their interlocked hands with a hint of playfulness. The corners of Xin Jingting's mouth rose, revealing a bright smile, and his other hand lifted, gently scraping the tip of Han Lingxi's nose. That's true. I can be happy all day when I get to kiss my creek. As he spoke, he pulled Han Lingxi and headed toward a quiet stream in the ghost realm. Strange rocks by the stream were jagged and of different shapes, and Xin Jingting casually moved a flat rock, gently patted the dust on it, and gestured for Han Lingxi to sit down. Han Lingxi sat down next to him, bending down to sharply undo the laces of the boots. And with a tug of her hands, the boots were taken off. The action was done in a single motion, showing the style of a royal lady. Immediately afterward, her legs casually swayed up, her slender straight calves unreservedly displayed in front of Xin Jingting's eyes. As he swayed, tight muscle lines loomed, and his skin was so white that it almost glowed. Out of place in this eerie ghost world. Xin Jingting inadvertently turned his head, and his gaze was firmly attracted by Han Lingxi's legs, and his entire body instantly became mesmerized. His mouth was open, half speechless, his eyes staring straight ahead, and even the act of swallowing his saliva seemed a little stiff. Creak. You're finally willing to show me your leg. Xin Jingting managed to find his voice and stammered. When Han Lingxi heard this, she hummed softly through her nose and tilted her head. Hoof, not at all, it's just that these boots are stuffy. So I took them off. Saying this on her lips, her heart was flooded with a trace of imperceptible joy because of Xin Jingting's reaction. In fact, she had known that Xin Jingting had been thinking about wanting to take a closer look at her legs several times before. She could feel Xin Jingting's sneaky measuring gaze, but just never poked at it. Today was a rare day when she was in a good mood, and it was only when she arrived at this secluded stream that she intended to satisfy him in a small way. Through his psychic tattoo, Xin Jingting naturally knew that Han Lingxi was being mouthy. He hemmed and hawed, cheekily coming over and reaching out to touch Han Lingxi's calf. Han Lingxi reacted quickly and kicked over, and Xin Jingting nimbly dodged and grabbed her ankle in the process. Han Lingxi's body lost its balance and fell backward, and Xin Jingting was quick on his feet, wrapping his other arm around her waist and holding her steadily in his arms. What are you doing? Han Lingxi struggled a bit, but didn't break free with any force. Xin Jingting came close to her ear and whispered, Sheer. Don't pretend. I know that in your heart you're also willing to let me see. Not at all. I said I wouldn't show you. So how could I go back on my word? Han Lingxi covered her mouth and laughed softly, and that laughter carried far in the silence of the stream. This nerd. Taking advantage of the situation. Mouthy woman. The corners of Xin Jingting's mouth rose slightly as he muttered softly, but his eyes never moved from Han Lingxi's legs. As if deliberately trying to tease Xin Jingting, Han Lingxi suddenly became interested. She deliberately lifted one foot and shook it in front of Xin Jingting's eyes. Flirting. Nerd. Haven't you seen enough? Saying that, his toes also naughtily nudged Xin Jingting's chest. Only then did Xin Jingting come back to his senses. scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. But he couldn't help but drift his gaze toward Han Lingxi's legs. Han Lingxi looked at him like this and felt more and more interesting in her heart. And with a twinkle in her eye, she directly placed her leg across Shen Jingting's thigh. And then, with her chin slightly raised, she asked, "Would you like to press it for me? My legs are strangely sore after walking for so long." Shen Jingting busily nodded his head, his hands carefully holding Han Lingxi's ankles and beginning to gently knead them. His hands were a bit rough, and when they touched Han Lingxi's delicate skin, it made her shiver slightly. Han Lingxi adjusted a comfortable position, half leaning against the stone, her legs resting comfortably on Shen Jingting's lap, and her mouth issuing commands from time to time. A little further up. Yes. Harder. Shen Jingting earnestly pressed her legs, stealing glances at Han Lingxi from time to time. And seeing her face of enjoyment, his heart followed suit. After a while, Han Lingxi felt that she had pressed almost enough and took her legs off Shen Jingting's lap, moving her ankles and feeling much more relaxed. "Husband, tell me about your life." "Okay. I'll tell you about the time I was chased and bitten by a dog when I was a kid." Shen Jingting began to tell Han Lingxi interesting stories about the young world. Han Lingxi listened intently, resting her cheeks and looking at him with unblinking eyes, a smile at the corners of her mouth, amused from time to time. I don't know how long it has been, but Shen Jingting is still talking about the interesting stories of the young world. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Han Lingxi sat up violently, her eyes staring at the stream, the corners of her mouth hooked into a bad smile. Before Shen Jingting could react, Han Lingxi violently reached into the stream with both hands, cupped a handful of water, and splashed it toward Shen Jingting. Clatter sound. Shen Jingting could not avoid. Was splashed right in the face. Body instantly wet. Hair also wet on the face. He froze for a moment, then reacted by reaching up and wiping the water from his face, laughing and saying, "Good for you, Sierra. How dare you sneak up on me?" With that, he also quickly bent down and inserted his hands into the water, forcefully teasing the water toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi nimbly dodged left and right, her laughter echoing along the stream. The two of them went back and forth, splashing and jumping on the surface of the ethereal blue stream. And soon both of them were soaked to the skin. Han Lingxi was careless. Her feet slipped, and her entire body fell toward the stream. Shen Jingting was quick on his feet and took a step forward, reaching out to hold her steadily. Han Lingxi leaned into Shen Jingting's arms and raised her eyes to look up at him. Beads of water from her hair sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the clothes of the two of them that clung to each other. Shen Jingting's breathing gradually shortened, and his arms subconsciously tightened, holding her a little tighter. Han Lingxi also felt his change, and through the unique psychic tattoo between the two of them, she clearly knew what Shen Jingting was thinking at the moment, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a tantalizing blush. Shen Jingting slowly lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on Han Lingxi's ears, his hands unconsciously gently touching Han Lingxi's lapel. Han Lingxi's heartbeat was like thunder, but she didn't refuse, only slightly sidestepping her head, lightly biting her lower lip, her voice carrying a hint of panting and shyness. "Husband, this place isn't appropriate. Let's go home." Shen Jingting took a deep breath and tried to restrain himself, but his gaze still blazed down on Han Lingxi's face, and his hands couldn't let go of her. Han Lingxi wrapped her hands around Shen Jingting's neck, buried her head in his arms, and said softly, "Let's go home. Okay?" Shen Jingting nodded heavily, picked up Han Lingxi, and took large strides in the direction of home. Along the way, Han Lingxi snuggled tightly in Shen Jingting's arms, listening to his powerful heartbeat and feeling the strength coming from his arms. Shen Jingting's footsteps were hurried and firm, only wanting to quickly return to that little nest that belonged only to them. Chapter 79, Dream or Reality? Upon arriving home, Shin Jingting kicked open the door to his room and walked straight into the house with Han Lingxi in his arms. He gently placed Han Lingxi on the edge of the bed and sat himself down smoothly, his hands still wrapped around her waist, not willing to let go. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed as she reached out and gently pushed Shin Jingting's shoulder, scolding, "Don't let go yet. It's a little hard to get wet." Shin Jingting hemmed and hawed, but did not let go of his hand, but instead came closer. "Not afraid. With you by my side, my heart is hot." With that, his hands traveled slowly along her waistline, and his breath became hotter and hotter, spraying her ears. Han Lingxi's body gradually softened, pouting as she pushed him again, her voice carrying a hint of shyness that was hard to hide. "Husband, stop it." But this push, in Shin Jingting's view, was more like a pout of refusal. Shin Jingting couldn't restrain his inner longing any longer, and his kisses fell like rain on Han Lingxi's neck and cheeks. Han Lingxi's breath caught, and her hands unconsciously grasped Shin Jingting's clothes. Her eyes were mesmerized, her face flushed with a moving blush, and she murmured softly, "You hate." Before the words were finished, they were drowned out by Shin Jingting's even hotter kisses. I don't know how long it took for everything to fall into place. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's heartbeat and body temperature, reveling in the exclusive sweetness. Shin Jingting wrapped his arms tightly around Han Lingxi, and the loving scent from the mingling still lingered around the two of them. Inside the dimly lit ghostly abode, the wavering ghostly flames reflected their silhouettes on the mottled stone walls. Shin Jingting gently kissed the top of Han Lingxi's hair, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, his fingers caressing her back one by one. Han Lingxi's cheeks were flushed, still carrying the unresolved tide of love. She suddenly remembered something. Her body moved slightly, raising her eyes to look at Shin Jingting, her voice with a hint of softness. "Husband, that intimate encounter when we first met seemed like a dream." The amorous entanglement just now made Han Lingxi truly realize that the intimate contact they had at their first meeting had been nothing more than a dream. But the dream seemed so real that for a moment she couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality. And it was the mingling just now that was the first time their souls and bodies had been unreservedly close. Shin Jingting was stunned. Then he understood and couldn't help but laugh out loud, his chest vibrating slightly. "Sheer. Then you wronged me before. I told you I just died. How could I possibly be conscious in you?" Before Shin Jingting finished speaking, Han Lingxi panicked, reaching out to cover his mouth. Her white ears flushed red, pouting. Don't say." She slightly pouted and then continued. "Even if what was before was a dream, then didn't you just bully me? How can you call that bullying? It's a matter of affection." Shin Jingting pulled down her hand and dropped a kiss on her palm, his eyes full of favor. Saying that, he wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi more tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his bones and blood. Han Lingxi nestled in his arms, her fingers drawing circles on his chest, and suddenly asked curiously, "Husband, during these days when I was in seclusion, was Lingxi City all right?" Shin Jingting's complexion was slightly condensed. The hand gently caressing her hair paused, and spoke. "It's not a big deal. But there have been a few hiccups. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign sent a messenger to say that we acted in a way that broke the rules of the soul-devouring ghost domain, and asked us to go to his mansion to be punished." "Ridiculous." Han Lingxi's willow eyebrows rose, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. "Who is she to make rules and punish us?" Saying that, he sat up violently, and the hand placed on Shin Jingting's chest subconsciously pinched. "Hiss!" Shin Jingting exclaimed exaggeratedly. His body shrank back, his hands covering his chest. "My silly lady. Lighten up. You're not a delicate and weak woman. It hurts me to death." In reality, Han Lingxi's force wasn't too heavy, but Shin Jingting wanted to tease her. As soon as Han Lingxi heard this, her original angry expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a face full of panic. Her hand was busy gently rubbing on Shin Jingting's chest, and her mouth was still chanting. Ah! It really hurts? Let me see. Did I hit too hard? Her head came closer. Her eyes were round, carefully looking at Shin Jingting's chest, and her hair accidentally rubbed against Shin Jingting's chin. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's appearance, his heart bursting with joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward. But he stifled a bad smile and continued to grunt pretentiously. Han Lingxi's heart was burning with anxiety, and she was thinking about whether or not to go find some injury medicine when she inadvertently raised her eyes right into Shin Jingting's eyes that couldn't hide their laughter. It just so happened that he also knew what was in his mind through the psychic tattoo. Han Lingxi's movements stalled, first froze, and then reacted. Her hand movement stopped, and she reached out and pushed Shin Jingting hard, scolding him. Big liar. Cheated me out of my body. Cheated me out of my heart. And now you're teasing me. Said that, turned around and was going to drill into the quilt, with his back to Shin Jingting, and his shoulders were still slightly trembling, like he was really angry. How could Shin Jingting let her get so angry just like that? And hurriedly reached out to pull her, his arms stretching out, bringing Han Lingxi toward his arms, and with a flip, trapping her in front of him again. Han Lingxi struggled a few times, and Shin Jingting held her tighter, coaxing softly in her ear. Good sheer. I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore. Han Lingxi twisted in his arms again, trying to break free. But Shin Jingting's embrace was like a bronze wall, and she couldn't break free. Just know how to coax me. I'm not falling for it this time. Despite her words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a hint of an undetectable smile. When Shin Jingting saw her like this, the strength in his hand loosened a bit, and intending to tease her, he deliberately pretended to let go of her. Han Lingxi thought he'd really let go, and struggled violently, resulting in too much force. And the two of them instantly lost their balance and tumbled up on the bed, rolling into a ball in their scuffle. Shin Jingting rolled over, wanting to securely protect Han Lingxi underneath him. But he didn't want Han Lingxi to nimbly twist her body and straddle him instead. Han Lingxi crossed her arms and looked condescendingly at Shin Jingting, her hair falling somewhat messily on both sides of her cheeks, adding a bit more delicacy. She smiled with a frown on her face, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Now it's finally my turn to ride you. Thinking back, when assembling Barrett to snipe Evil Feather at the range platform, Shin Jingting took advantage of her inattention and suddenly rode on top of her in one fell swoop. At that time, she was angry and annoyed, but she couldn't do anything about Shin Jingting. Now the tide has turned, and she has finally had the time to turn the tables. Shin Jingting was first stunned, then reacted, looking at Han Lingxi, who was sitting on top of himself in a spirited manner, and smiled helplessly. He didn't resist either, simply resting his hands behind his head in a manner that was at Han Lingxi's disposal. Han Lingxi looked at him like he was at the mercy of others, and her heart became even more pleased with herself. She slightly bent down, slowly lying on Shin Jingting's body, her hands propped up her head, tilting her head to meet Shin Jingting's four eyes. Chapter 80, Upgrading to a Lustful Ghost. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who was close at hand, and her hair fell down, gently sweeping on his cheeks, tickling him. Han Lingxi blinked her watery eyes, a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Husband, if you like to have a massage like the one you just had, you should just say so. I may be embarrassed, but I won't turn you down." The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, and just as he was about to open his mouth to make a few snide remarks, Han Lingxi continued, "If it doesn't work, You can tell me through the psychic tattoos. But don't find a reason to lie to me because I'll be worried. Saying that, she stretched out her finger and gently tapped the psychic tattoo at Shin Jingting's wrist. It worked quite well. It was just that it made Han Lingxi feel shy just now. The little thoughts in his heart were all known by Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting's heart warmed. And he raised one hand, gently stroking Han Lingxi's cheek. His thumb gently rubbing her skin. Okay. I won't lie to you again. Han Lingxi reached out and held Shin Jingting's hand, placing it over her heart. I won't lie to you either. Shin Jingting smoothly wrapped Han Lingxi into his arms and rolled over, letting her lie steadily on his side, close to each other. Husband? Going on about the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign? Then what happened afterward? What did the messenger sent by the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign say? Shin Jingting laughed softly and pinched Han Lingxi's nose. I didn't listen to him, and directly thrashed the messenger and drove him away. Han Lingxi had just breathed a sigh of relief when Shin Jingting added, there's also Yan Yu Ghost King, who took advantage of your seclusion to send ghosts to kidnap me. When Han Lingxi heard this, she was instantly enraged, sitting up in a flash and saying angrily, Yan Yu, he's got a lot of nerve, bullying you while I'm not around. I'll definitely make him pay when I go out later. Shin Jingting looked at her puffed up appearance. His heart warmed, pulling her back to lie back in his arms. Soothing. Sheer. Don't get angry. He's already paid the price. The ghosts that came to kill me were all taken care of by me. And the Yan Yu Ghost King didn't escape. And now Yan Yu City has all become our puppet city. After hearing this, Han Lingxi subsided some of her anger, her fingers gently poking Shin Jingting's chest. You always do something unexpected out of the blue. But in the future, if something like this happens again, make sure you wait for me to come along. I don't want you to get into danger alone. Saying that, she slowly slid her fingers upwards along Shin Jingting's chest, and her tone became delicate. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's puffed up yet bright and beautiful appearance, his heart churning with love, and decided to tease her. His fingertips gently picked up a strand of Han Lingxi's hair and wrapped it around his own fingers. A bad smile on the corner of his mouth as he slowly opened his mouth. Sheer. What do you think those ungrateful guys would look like if they knew you were so soft and cute in my arms? Han Lingxi's cheeks instantly reddened a few points, lightly pounding his chest and pouting. Just making fun of me. What do you care about them? When she finished, she skimmed her lips and looked away, pretending to be angry. How could Shin Jingting let her go? Reaching out and gently pulling her face back, nose to nose, looking at her with deep affection. I have to let everyone know that such a lovely maiden is mine. Han Lingxi's heart raced at his blunt words, shy and annoyed, reaching out to try to push him away. You man! Why are you getting thicker and thicker skinned? Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it, burying his face in the crook of her neck as if he were playing a trick. Han Lingxi shrunk her neck, tickled by him, and giggled out loud. After laughing for a while, she tilted her head slightly and looked at Shin Jingting, her eyes flowing. If I look like this, only you can see it. It's cheap for you. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting instantly came to life, sitting up and sitting Han Lingxi on his lap with his hands around her waist. I'm so lucky then. I'll have to treasure it. Saying that, he made a move to kiss Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's face floated with a blush, and she lost the coyness she'd felt when she first met him, graciously blocking his mouth with her hand, a few hints of annoyance in her tone. How many times have you kissed me since I came out? No more kisses. In these days, they were reunited after a long time. Shin Jingting seemed like he wanted to make up for all the intimacy that was missing when they were separated, and he made one intimate move after another. Sheer. You just said you wouldn't reject me. Why did you turn around and change your mind? Shin Jingting raised an eyebrow, his hands still restlessly tightening around Han Lingxi's waist. He just loved seeing Han Lingxi in this good-natured and amused manner. Like a kitten that had been pissed off but couldn't be bothered to get really angry. Han Lingxi frowned lightly, trying to fight for herself. I. Then you can't keep kissing me. Gotta give me a break, don't you? How could she not understand Shen Jingting's deep love for herself in her heart? Just that such frequent intimacy always made her a bit overwhelmed. If you're not careful, you'll fall in again. Shen Jingting smoothly took hold of Han Lingxi's hand and pressed her palm against his heart. Sheer. My heart. You still can't feel it? How about I let you feel it more truly again? With that, he leaned down slightly, his warm breath spraying Han Lingxi's ears, causing her to shiver. Han Lingxi shrunk her neck and tried to avoid it, but Shen Jingting wrapped his arms tighter around her. She bit her lower lip, but there was a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. No more bullying me. Shen Jingting laughed out lowly. His laughter was particularly provocative in this dimly lit ghostly abode. Bullying? I can't afford to. However, Sierra, you're so tantalizing. It's really hard for me to control myself. After he said that, his fingers slowly moved up Han Lingxi's arms, gently stroking over her shoulders and finally resting on her flushed cheeks, his thumbs gently rubbing against them. Han Lingxi's breath caught at his movements, and her eyes became mesmerized. She gently closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, as if waiting for something. When Shen Jingting saw this, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even thicker as he slowly approached and gave Han Lingxi a peck on the lips. A slapdash touch. But it caused Han Lingxi's heartbeat to steeply accelerate. Creak. Do you think we were made for each other? Shen Jingting pressed his lips against hers and murmured in a low voice, his warm breath making Han Lingxi's cheeks roll hotter and hotter. Han Lingxi opened her eyes, her watery eyes full of affection. Not at all. Having said that, she took the initiative to reach out and wrap her arms around Shen Jingting's neck, closing the distance between the two of them and taking the initiative to kiss. After a long time, the two separated, and Han Lingxi leaned into Shen Jingting's arms, her face full of blush, but her eyes full of happiness. In this bizarre world, she found someone she could rely on besides her loving master. Shen Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair and softly said, Sheer. With you by my side, I feel like being a ghost is pretty good. Humph, being a ghost isn't honest. Big pervert. Han Lingxi grunted lightly and pouted slightly. This rant, half petulant, half intimate, made Shen Jingting's heart move. Shen Jingting looked innocent. No. Sheer. How did I upgrade from a denizen to a lecher again? You're not keeping your hands to yourself, putting them around and leering at me, Han Lingxi said, her eyes faintly glancing at Shen Jingting's left hand on her thigh. Although there were no waves on her surface, a trace of a different emotion fluttered in her heart. The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up a bad smile. Instead of moving his hand away, he gently pinched her leg. The voice was low and carried a few points of compulsion. Since I am a lecher in Sheer's heart, then I will. Again. Before the words were out of his mouth, he leaned forward, making a move. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately became alert, crossing her arms to protect her chest as she made a gesture to push him away. You're still coming? Watch out, I'll kick you down. Although her mouth said so, but her eyes did not have half a bit of fear. But on the contrary, she vaguely looked forward to Shen Jingting's next move. Chapter 81, Husband. Let's be sisters. Shen Jingting, however, seemed to be smiling, not retreating but advancing, leaning forward on his upper body to shorten the distance between the two. Creak. Are you willing to kick me? Before the words fell, Han Lingxi's eyebrows rose, and a "what can't you give up" came out of her mouth. At the same time, The slender right leg quickly lifted up, and the tip of the foot pushed straight into Shin Jingting's abdomen. The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up in an arc. Not panicking, and with one side of his body, he reached out to hold Han Lingxi's ankle with unerring precision. His fingers slid down, gently clasping her slender calves, his thumbs rubbing at her ankles. He was originally an unabashed leg controller, and Han Lingxi's legs held a fatal attraction for him. And the other party's legs were 1.05 meters, which was just the right length to match her well-proportioned body, making those legs look more and more attractive. What do you want? Han Lingxi's calves subconsciously tensed and tried to break free, but Shin Jingting held them tighter. Shamed and annoyed, she kicked her other foot towards Shin Jingting, who sidestepped and dodged, pulling her entire body closer in the process. Han Lingxi was unsteady and fell directly into his arms, her hands flailing wildly as she tried to push him away. Looking at the long, straight legs, a thought quickly flashed through Shin Jingting's mind. It was time to arrange stockings for Creek. Thinking that, he immediately communicated with Want in his mind. System, temporarily shield the sensation between me and Sheer. The system silently executes the commands. Han Lingxi was oblivious to this, after all. The system's existence was too secretive. And even through the psychic tattoo, she had no way of knowing. Shin Jingting freed a hand, grabbed in his pants pocket, and took out the prepared stockings from the system space. The black stocking was so thin and almost transparent that you could barely feel its weight. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, and he shook it in front of Han Lingxi's eyes with a bad smile. Sheer, a gift for you. It's. After a moment's thought, he blurted out, a pair of pants. He handed the stockings to Han Lingxi with a few mysterious smiles on his face. What's that weird thing you pulled out of your pants pocket again? As soon as Han Lingxi turned her head and saw this nearly transparent thing, her brows instantly furrowed into a ball and she reached out to slap away Shin Jingting's hand. These pants are transparent. I'm not wearing them, she said as she struggled hard to get up from Shin Jingting's arms. Shin Jingting's arm tightened, pulling her back into his arms, his other hand holding up the stocking in front of her eyes. Sierra, don't be in a hurry to reject it. It's a beautiful thing to look at. Wear it and you'll be guaranteed to be satisfied. If you don't wear it, you don't wear it. Han Lingxi didn't listen at all, reaching out to grab the stockings in his hand, wanting to just throw them out. Shin Jingting raised his hand high so she couldn't reach it, and Han Lingxi was so angry that she stomped her feet and twisted her body around. The two just pulled up in place. In the end, Shin Jingting saw that Han Lingxi still refused to wear it, so he put the stockings aside and tickled Han Lingxi with both hands. After spending so much time together, he knew that Han Lingxi was the most ticklish. And all of a sudden, he burst out laughing, his body scrunching up into a ball and writhing. Ha ha! Stop it! Stop it! So are you trying? Shin Jingting's hand movements did not stop. The corner of his mouth hung a triumphant smile. Han Lingxi couldn't stand it and could only compromise. Fine. Fine. I'll try. I'll try. Stop it. Only then did Shin Jingting stop moving, picking up the stockings with a smug look on his face. That's right. Han Lingxi gave him a blank look and helplessly took the stockings, and was about to try them when a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She put her cell phone aside on the bed and said immediately after, Husband, it's okay to let me wear it, but you have to promise me one condition. Shin Jingting was looking forward to Han Lingxi's appearance in stockings with all his heart and eyes, so he didn't even have the heart to think about it. His mouth was faster than his brain, and he answered directly. Let alone one. I'll agree to 10 or 100. Really? Don't go back on your word. Han Lingxi's eyes lit up as she immediately pursued. Never renege. Shin Jingting patted his chest in assurance, his body leaning forward slightly, urging, What exactly are the conditions? You quickly say. I want you to wear my dress. Saying that, the corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked into a wry smile as she stood up and walked over to the closet, rummaging through it to find a long purple dress. When Shen Jingting heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze. His body shrank back, and he subconsciously waved his hand. This, daughter-in-law. Don't. I'm a big man and you're making me wear a dress. Growing up, he had never worn women's clothing, and it was a little hard to accept for a moment. Han Lingxi wasn't in a hurry, walking slowly back to the bed, picking up her cell phone, and pressing play. In the recording, Shen Jingting's sentence, not to mention 1, 10 or 100 I also agree is particularly clear. Manly man. A mouthful of spit is a nail. Han Lingxi brought her cell phone to Shen Jingting and shook it in front of her, raising an eyebrow and urging. Willing to gamble? Quickly change it. Saying that, she stuffed her skirt into Shen Jingting's arms, clasped her hands to her chest, and stood aside to wait. Shen Jingting's mouth twitched several times as he listened to the recording coming out of his cell phone. Good lord! Creek is learning too fast. Thinking about it, he had purposely used his cell phone recording as hard evidence in order to make Han Lingxi fulfill her promise to be able to sleep with her in her arms. Now the wind and water turn around. I also by the cell phone pit a hand. Shen Jingting hesitated for a long time, instinctively wanting to refuse. But when I think of Han Lingxi in stockings, those slender legs wrapped in stockings must be beautifully seductive. Thinking this way, he crossed his heart and clenched his teeth. So he simply gave up in order to see Han Lingxi wear stockings. He walked quickly into the inner room and quickly changed his long skirt into one. As soon as he came out, he saw Han Lingxi's eyes wide open, followed by a pft of laughter. Laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten up. Pointing at him, unable to speak for half a day. Husband? You. Han Lingxi managed to catch her breath. But before she could finish her sentence, she was again amused by Shen Jingting's comical appearance. Shen Jingting was born with a boy-girl look. And after wearing this skirt, there are a few dainty looks. But the masculinity of his hands and feet was so out of place in the women's clothes that it was funny. Husband? Let's not be husband and wife. Let's simply be sisters. Han Lingxi laughed as she said, reaching forward to help Shen Jingting straighten out the crooked hemline. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Jingting's mouth twitched, full of helplessness, reaching out to gently pat the back of Han Lingxi's hand. There's no such thing as a husband and wife being sisters. What nonsense. You're so handsome in women's clothes. We could be sisters. Why don't I just take a loss and make you a sister? Han Lingxi blinked her wry eyes and said in a serious manner. He couldn't help but laugh again when he finished, his shoulders shrugging. Shen Jingting was furious and amused, and directly reached out to slap her upturned buttocks not too gently but not too heavily. There was a crunch, loud and clear in the quiet room. Husband, what is this fetish of yours? Why do you always like to spank me? Han Lingxi instantly jumped out of the way, her hands quickly covering the place where she had been hit. Her body turned slightly sideways in a deadly stare at Shen Jingting. When the 6 traitors were first tried, she was spanked by Shen Jingting once because she backtracked on not calling him her husband. Got hit again today in the cold. If he gets married, he'll beat himself up every day. Chapter 82 Schwerer. Is it good for us to have dual cultivation? Shen Jingting laughed badly. Let you remember. We are husband and wife. Not sisters. Humph, it's not like you can't. Han Lingxi glanced at Shen Jingting with her afterglow and muttered in a small voice before continuing to straighten his skirt. After finishing Shen Jingting's skirt, she pulled him over. The two face to face, picked up the cell phone, took several pictures. The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth twitched, but he still cooperated with Han Lingxi as she posed, silently comforting himself with for the sake of being able to watch Sheer wear stockings. Bear it. After taking the pictures, Han Lingxi looked through them with great interest, letting out a few soft laughs every now and then. Shin Jingting pretended to cough, then reminded Sheer, "I've already worn it as you requested. So isn't it your turn to wear it as well?" "Husband, I haven't worn these pants before. So help me," Han Lingxi said, sitting on her butt on the edge of the bed, her body slightly leaning back, her hands propped up on the bed, looking charmingly and movingly at Shin Jingting. Immediately after that, she gently raised her calf and sent her leg to Shin Jingting, and her toes wiggled playfully. Shin Jingting froze for a split second, then reacted and hurriedly half-squatted down, reaching out to take the stockings Han Lingxi handed him. After putting on Han Lingxi's stockings, Shin Jingting's eyes went straight, his gaze glued to her legs. But he always felt that something was missing, and various pairings quickly flashed through his mind. A few moments later, decisively ordered a black wraparound skirt and a pair of black high heels from the System Mall. In the blink of an eye, the item appeared in system space, and he immediately pulled it out of his pants. Han Lingxi looked at the strange clothes and hesitated for a moment. "What's all this?" he said, reaching out to poke at the wraparound skirt and picking up his heels curiously to survey them again. "Husband, what the hell do you have in your pants?" As she said this, she reached out and made a gesture to dig into Shin Jingting's pocket. Shin Jingting did not hide, just stood so greatly, letting her rummage. Han Lingxi's fingers fumbled in Shin Jingting's pocket and soon touched something hard. Curious, she pulled it out and saw that it was a delicate hairpin. The hairpin was long and slender, with a round pearl set at the top, surrounded by fine rhinestones that shimmered softly in the light of the ghostly fire. "This is?" Han Lingxi held the hairpin and looked at Shin Jingting suspiciously. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly as he reached out to take the hairpin, gently ruffling the hair on Han Lingxi's shoulders and inserting it into her hair with gentle movements. "Specially prepared for you. Just thinking to surprise you one day. I didn't expect you to find out in advance." After Shin Jingting finished speaking, his fingers gently stroked over Han Lingxi's cheeks. Han Lingxi's cheeks warmed slightly as she got up and walked over to the side to sit in front of the mirror, then looked around. The hairpin set off her more and more gentle and moving, colliding with the cold imperial sister dress on her body to create a different kind of beauty. Was it good? Shin Jingting walked behind her, his hands gently resting on her shoulders, his chin slightly rubbing against the top of her head. "It looks good. I like it." Han Lingxi turned around, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a warm smile, her eyes curved and full of sweetness. Shin Jingting seemed to suddenly remember something at this point, picking up the black wraparound skirt and black high heels on the side and shaking them in front of Han Lingxi. "Try these two again. They're definitely more stunning." Shin Jingting had an expectant look on his face. Han Lingxi took a look at the wraparound skirt and high heels, deliberately skimming her mouth and putting on a look of disgust. "It's so troublesome to have to change again. Think of it as a way to fulfill my little wish. Okay?" Seeing this, Shin Jingting hurriedly came to her ear and coaxed softly. Han Lingxi blinked, hesitated, and reached out to take the wraparound skirt and high heels, muttering, "Then for the sake of the hairpin, I'll reluctantly wear it once." With that, she took her clothes and went into the back of the inner room to change. Shortly afterward, she walked out in her wraparound dress, but she had just put on her heels, and before she could take a step, her body lost its balance. "Ah!" Han Lingxi let out a cry of surprise and planted herself forward. Shin Jingting reacted quickly, rushed up with an arrow step and steadily wrapped his arms around her waist. "Husband, these shoes are no good," Han Lingxi muttered with a frown as she steadied herself. Shin Jingting looked at her heartily, reached out and gently pinched her cheeks. "If it's not good enough to wear, don't wear it. Although he had fantasized countless times in his mind about what a seductive look Han Lingxi stockings with high heels would be. But at the moment, watching her stagger from unsteadiness, the anticipation that filled her heart vanished in an instant. How could he let his favorite woman suffer this? Han Lingxi shook her head when she heard this. But she broke away from Shen Jingting's embrace and lifted her feet again, putting her high heels on. While wearing it, he said stubbornly, "No. You like it so much. Let me try it again." This time, she took a small, careful step, waving her hands about in the air to keep her balance. Shen Jingting nervously followed beside her, ready to hold her up. Han Lingxi walked slowly, step by step, gradually getting the hang of things, her pace becoming more and more steady. Suddenly, she stood still, straightened her spine, crossed her arms with one hand. Her eyes instantly became sharp, and her entire person exuded a powerful aura. Shen Jingting looked dumbfounded. The Han Lingxi in front of him, dressed in a black wraparound skirt and stockings, her feet stepping on high-heeled shoes. A proper cold imperial lady. The corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked up with a confident smile as she walked around Shen Jingting with a catwalk. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground crisp and pleasant. "How's that? Does it look good?" Shen Jingting busily nodded his head. "Good looking. Too good looking. My sheer looks good in anything." Han Lingxi smiled with satisfaction and reached out to take Shen Jingting's arm, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Husband, if you like it, I'll wear it all for you from now on." Her voice was soft and sticky, with a few hints of pettiness, and her warm breath gently brushed against Shen Jingting's neck, causing his heart to tremble. Shen Jingting slightly tilted his head sideways. His lips gently brushed her hair. His voice unconsciously softened. "Good. Then I can remember." Immediately afterward, he stretched out his arms and picked up Han Lingxi by the waist. Han Lingxi let out a cry of surprise, her hands subconsciously hooking around his neck as she snapped. "What are you going to do?" Shen Jingting laughed brightly, and with the wind at his feet, he carried Han Lingxi in a flying circle around the room. After a dozen or so turns, Shen Jingting's feet lurched and he collapsed onto the soft bed with Han Lingxi in tow. Han Lingxi was pressed against Shen Jingting, her hair strewn messily between them. She raised her head and reached out to gently poke Shen Jingting's chest. "You're too crazy. But I like it." Shen Jingting obediently held her hand, gently pulling it to make her stick tighter, and wrapped his other hand around her waist. He inclined his head to avoid the strands of hair that hung in front of his eyes and grinned. "Sheer. Is it okay if we double cultivate later?" Chapter 83, Face Slapping. Dual cultivation? What's a double fix? Han Lingxi lay on her back in Shen Jingting's arms, reaching out to play with the sash on his chest, her fingers nimbly wrapping around the silk threads and pulling gently. She tilted her head slightly, her chin resting against his chest, her hair scattered casually, and a few strands of hair hanging on Shen Jingting's arm. Tickling. It's just two people practicing together. Shen Jingting raised his hand and pinned her scattered hair behind his ear with a faint smile. "But don't you dislike practicing? Why do you suddenly want to cultivate with me?" Han Lingxi twisted her body and sat up from his arms, wrapping her hands around her knees and tilting her head to look at him, her hair sliding down with the movement, covering half of her face. Shen Jingting followed and sat up, reaching out to ruffle the hair in front of her eyes and running his fingers across her cheek. "I definitely find it boring to practice alone. But when I practice with someone I like, everything is different again. The air smells sweet when you do something boring with someone you like. Time flies even faster. And without realizing it, the day slips away." Han Lingxi pursed her lips and smiled as she nodded. "It's rare that you take the initiative to be willing to cultivate. So I'll accompany you." The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth lifted, and he pulled out a small delicate jade box from the system space and opened it. Immediately afterward, He took out two yin-yang source pills that emitted a soft glow. He turned toward Han Lingxi and smiled. Sheer. Eat this pill first. Seeing this, Han Lingxi was about to reach out for it. Xin Jingting, however, flashed his body and dodged sideways, his other hand gently encircling her waist. He leaned down slightly and passed the hand holding the elixir to her lips. I'll feed you myself. Saying that, he pinched up the elixir and slowly approached her lips. Han Lingxi was stunned and subconsciously leaned back. But the hand on her waist was steadily hooped and she couldn't break free. She raised her hand and gently patted Xin Jingting's arm. I'm not a child. I can eat by myself. Xin Jingting was unmoved. But the movement of his hand was a few points gentler, slightly shaking the elixir, as if he was coaxing her. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. Han Lingxi had no choice but to open her mouth slightly. Xin Jingting smoothly sent the elixir into her mouth. Only then did he put another elixir into his mouth. The yin-yang source pill slowly melted away inside his body, radiating a silky warm and hot power. Xin Jingting pulled Han Lingxi over to the futon for cultivation, and the two sat down side by side. System. Use the dual cultivation card. Xin Jingting murmured in his head. Unshield at the same time. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a layer of ghostly green light. In the light, a large amount of soul power converged from all directions like animated threads. Husband? How did you do that? It's not coming out of your pants again. Is it? Han Lingxi uttered an inquiry, while curiously reaching out to touch the lingering strands of soul power. That's not true. These dense soul power can last for 7 days. During these 7 days, let's seize the time to cultivate. Xin Jingting took Han Lingxi's hand, looking serious. Han Lingxi didn't ask any more questions, nodding obediently and following him to the bed, where the two of them sat cross-legged opposite each other. And then, the two of them took a deep breath, closed their eyes, and began to utilize the soul power in their bodies. As he operated the soul power in his body, a faint layer of ethereal light glowed around Xin Jingting's body. Han Lingxi's side was the same, a layer of blue light enveloping her. The dense soul power around them seemed to have been summoned and turned into wisps, surging towards them. Xin Jingting stretched out a hand, and Han Lingxi tacitly stretched out her hand as well, their palms facing each other, their soul energies mingling with each other between their palms. Xin Jingting guided the direction of the soul power, bringing it to slowly flow into Han Lingxi's body and merge with her own soul power. Han Lingxi felt a warm current surge down her arm, and she cooperated with Xin Jingting as she tried to incorporate the force into her body and run the circumference. Soul power circulated between the two of them, and more soul power was absorbed and fused. Suddenly, Xin Jingting felt a surge of soul power in his body, as if he was about to break through the bottleneck. He clenched his teeth and increased the channeling of his soul power. And Han Lingxi also sensed the change in him and pushed harder with her hands, ferrying more soul power to him. Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's residence. The ghost envoy fled from Spirit Stream City in fear, and he came to the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign to cry miserably. Just stepped into the large hall filled with purple and black mist. The ghost messenger Flop fell to his knees. His voice trembled. With a crying voice shouted, Your Holiness! The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was lazily leaning back on a seat made of white bones. And when she heard the voice, she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She was wearing a black sari that outlined her delicate figure, but the face was bone-chillingly cold, with a head of silver hair flowing recklessly, and a chilling ghostly aura emanating from his body. Your Holiness! That Han Lingxi and her concubine are so bold. They defy your honorable orders and make you. Let you. The ghost ambassador gulped, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Say. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign sat up straight violently and let out a stern cry, shaking the candle flames in the great hall violently. And the ghost envoy trembled in fear. Yes. Yes. The ghost messenger busily nodded and began to add to the description. Your Holiness. You don't know how arrogant that Han Lingxi is. I've just arrived at Lingxi City. And I haven't yet summoned your instructions. And that Han Lingxi puts on an air of superiority. The ghost envoy spoke while secretly raising his eyes to observe the silver spirit ghost sovereign's face. Seeing her expression grow more and more somber, her heart was delighted. And she continued. That concubine beside her is even more arrogant, actually saying that you are a ghost dignitary in name only, and that you are no match for them at all. They even threatened to step on our mansion. From now on, this area will be under their control. I am your emissary, representing your face, and they arrogantly kicked my ass. And in doing so, it was not a slap in your face. After hearing this, Silver Spirit Ghost Zun's eyes widened angrily, and she violently slapped the armrests of the seat. And with a click sound, the armrests were actually slapped into powder by her. The entire hall was instantly enveloped by a solemn aura, and the temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees. The brats surrounding the service were trembling in fear, not daring to utter a single breath. Your Holiness. Villain should die. Villain. The villain said the wrong thing. The ghost envoy, in hindsight, realized that he had used the wrong words, and caught out his head repeatedly in horror, his forehead hitting the cold ground with a dull thud. And you have the nerve to say it. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was trembling with anger as he stretched out one finger to point at the ghost envoy, his fingertips churning with ghostly chi. As a messenger of this demonic father, you have been humiliated in such a manner. Where do you let the face of this demonic father of mine remain? After saying that, she waved her hand and a ghostly chi shot towards the ghost envoy. The ghost envoy was unable to dodge and was struck in the shoulder. His entire body flew out several meters away and crashed into the pillars of the Great Hall, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. Your Holiness. Spare my life. The ghost envoy struggled to get up from the ground, dragging his injured body, and once again knelt down in front of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Chapter 84, Adding to the Jealousy. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign sat on the white bone throne, a black robe trailing on the ground, his silver hair spreading out recklessly, and a chillingly powerful ghostly aura emanating from his body. Her gaze was icy cold as she stared at the ghost envoy, and she suddenly let out a cold laugh. Humph. Do you think this honor is easy to fool? The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's voice echoed within the great hall, permeated with endless majesty and pressure. The ghost messenger's heart tightened. His body shook like sifting chaff, but still had a lucky break and pretended to be calm. Your Holiness. Every word of my little one is true, and I definitely don't dare to deceive you. But his slightly trembling hands revealed the fear within. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign slammed the armrest and stood up, striding over to the ghost envoy and looking at him condescendingly. Let me ask you this. If you say that Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting made a big deal out of this honored one, then how did you come back alive from their hands? Her voice grew colder. Could it be that they were merciful and escorted you back to report? Fine beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the ghost messenger. Mumbling. This is a momentary negligence on their part? And the little one saw the opportunity to escape back. Chance? The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Looks like you don't see the coffin. After saying that, the ghost chi on her fingertips converged and turned into a black blade of light, shooting towards the ghost envoy. The ghost envoy didn't have time to react at all, only to feel a black shadow coming at him, followed by a sharp pain coming from his right arm. Ah! The ghost envoy screamed miserably, and his entire body was lifted to the ground by the huge impact, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. He looked in horror at his right arm, where it had been attached. It was now empty. The arm snapped off flush. Not a single drop of blood came out of the break, but in its place was a thick, watery vial that continued to gush and spread outward. The black gas also carried strands of ghostly gas, corroding the surrounding ground, emitting a nuisance sound. Wherever it went, the ground became charred and black, and pungent green smoke rose. The ghost envoy forced himself to endure the severe pain and struggled to prop himself up with his left hand, looking towards the silver spirit ghost sovereign who was sitting on the high seat. His eyes filled with fear and pleading. "Your Holiness, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong." The silver spirit ghost sovereign snorted coldly and casually threw his hand away as the ghost envoy fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. The ghost messenger rolled and crawled to kneel down again, his head knocking the ground with a thud. "Your Holiness, I'm guilty. I'll give a truthful explanation." With a sobbing tone in his voice, he followed up by telling the whole story. "I was ordered to go to Lingxi City to pass on your instructions. But that Qin Jingting made his move without saying a word. He was stronger than me, and the little one was powerless to fight back, and was beaten and thrown out of the city." The ghost envoy surreptitiously raised his eyes, and when he saw the silver spirit ghost sovereign's gloomy expression, he hastily lowered his head again. "I am not convinced in my heart, and I am even more afraid of being blamed by you when I come back. So I have added more fuel to the fire, wanting you to take it out for me, and beg for your honor's mercy." After hearing this, the silver spirit ghost sovereign kicked over the stone bench beside him. "Good one, Qin Jingting. How dare you disregard this father so much?" She turned around and returned to her throne, sitting down and looking coldly at the ghost envoy. "You fool! You make up lies when you harbor a grudge. What about Han Lingxi? What did she do?" The ghost envoy forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his broken arm and shivered as he replied. "Han Lingxi? I haven't seen her. And I heard Qin Jingting say that she's in seclusion." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ghost messenger closed his eyes in despair and collapsed to the ground, knowing in his heart that he had made a big mistake and could only wait for the silver spirit ghost sovereign's verdict now. Silver spirit ghost Zunherd, the face of the anger even more, violently kicked over the side of the stone table. Bang, a loud noise. The stone table instantly into pieces. "Rubbish! You don't even have a clear picture of what's going on with the other side. And you still have the face to come back!" She roared with rage, her voice echoing in the empty hall, jarring the eardrums of the ghost envoys. The ghost messenger was lying on the ground, not daring to utter a single breath, and his heart was full of remorse. The hall was dead silent, with only the sound of the ghost envoy's ragged breathing. After a long time, the silver spirit ghost sovereign opened his mouth. "Remembering that you have followed me for many years, your death sentence can be waived. But it is hard for you to escape from a life sentence. Go to the dark prison and ponder for 100 years. If you dare to deceive again, you will not be spared." The ghost envoy was as if he had been pardoned, and busily kowtowed and thanked him for his kindness, dragging his bruised and battered body towards the dark prison under the escort of the little ghosts. The large hall of ghosts was instantly quiet. Only the silver spirit ghost sovereign sat alone on a throne made of white bones. Her brows were furrowed and her expression was grave, her mind constantly recalling what the ghost envoy had just explained about Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi. The Yin Fiend is a moon-level ghost fiend, and that Qin Jingting is only at the Li ghost level of strength. The silver spirit ghost sovereign whispered to himself, his eyes filled with doubt. How on earth did he injure the Yin Fury? She reached up and gently rubbed the arm of her throne, her fingers tracing over the cold white bones as she fell into deep thought. The strength of Qin Jingting's day-level stern ghosts was, according to common sense, far different from the Yin Fury, and it was simply impossible to be a match for the Yin Fury. But the truth was right in front of us. The ghost envoy was beaten and bruised, and he was thrown out of Spirit Stream City. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Go to the side hall and secretly bring Mei Lust." As soon as the words fell, A black shadow instantly flashed out from the corner of the hall and disappeared into the darkness with a whoosh. Mei Lust was one of the 6 ghost kings under Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, and the only one to survive Han Lingxi's hands. So perhaps she knew quite a bit of inside information. Not long after, a strange fragrant mist rose in the hall, and a woman with an enchanting figure came walking in style. She was dressed in a red gown, and under the light veil, her hidden skin exuded a seductive aura. A head of long black hair was casually draped. Her eyebrows contained spring, and every look and every movement was endlessly charming. "May desire to meet your honor." Mei Lust slightly curtsied and saluted, her voice twanging with a hint of charm. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign nodded slightly. His gaze swept over Mei Lust, and he spoke coldly. "Get up. I summoned you here today because I have something important to ask you. You fought against Han Lingxi, so you must know something about her." Mei Desire straightened up and flicked her sleeves. "Your Holiness, truth be told, although I've fought with Han Lingxi, I don't know her very well. I only know that her battle power can't be viewed as unusual, or else she will easily suffer." "Humph. Is she really that powerful?" The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of gravity. Then the Shinjingting by her side. "Do you know a thing or two about it as well?" "I only know that he's Han Lingxi's fiancé, but not much else," Mei Lust said in a half-truth. Now that she had become Shinjingting's slave, she naturally couldn't reveal some of the true information about Shinjingting, so she could only respond with half-truths and half-falsehoods. After hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's face, but he quickly regained his composure. She paced slowly around Mei Lust, suddenly stopping and speaking coldly. "You immediately head to Lingxi City. Go seduce Shinjingting, and make sure to find out from him what's been happening in Lingxi City lately. Especially Han Lingxi." Mei Lust's heart thumped for a moment, but her face still maintained a charming smile. "Your Holiness, this Shinjingting is deeply attached to Han Lingxi, and I am afraid that it is not easy to take the bait." "Humph. Haven't you always been skillful? Can't you even handle this?" A cold light flashed in the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's eyes. "If you can't take Shinjingting, you don't have to come back." Mei Lust clenched her silver teeth and looked up at the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, finally speaking out the truth. "Your Holiness, truth be told, I seduced Shinjingting in front of Han Lingxi at first, but I was slapped by Han Lingxi." Chapter 85, Killing Intensity of Enchanting Desire. The moment these words came out, the hall instantly quieted down. Only the candle flame burning ZZ sound. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's face was horribly gloomy as he stared dead at Mei Lust, as if he wanted to see through her soul. "What did you say? Being slapped? You're a ghost king. But you're such a wimp?" "Your Holiness, Mei wanted to try to explain, but was interrupted by the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign raising his hand. "Enough!" The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's face sank. This sovereign doesn't want to hear any excuses. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's ghostly aura surged around his body, and his powerful pressure caused Mei Lust to almost gasp for air. Mei Desire lowered her head, not daring to look directly into the eyes of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, secretly crying out in her heart. How could she dare to tell the truth that she had secretly become Shinjingting's slave? If this was known by the Silver Spirit Ghost Father, she would surely fly away from her soul. She could only explain stiffly. "Your Holiness, that Han Lingxi's strength was beyond imagination, and I was careless for a moment before I suffered a loss." The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign squinted at Mei Lust, coldly scrutinizing her. "This sovereign doesn't care what methods you use. This time you must take down Shinjingting for me. Otherwise, you'll just wait for your soul to fall apart." The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's ghostly aura surged around his body, and his powerful pressure caused Mei Lust to almost gasp for air. Mei Desire had no choice but to stiffly respond. Yes. Your Holiness. May Desire will definitely do her best. In her mind, she secretly grumbled, knowing that this mission was as difficult as it could be. On one side was the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's coercion, and on the other side was Shin Jingting's control. One was like a mole cricket sandwiched between two boulders, and if one was not careful, one would be crushed to pieces. After leaving the Great Hall, May Desire returned to her residence full of sorrow. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and looked at her haggard face in the mirror, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Mr. Shen, I hope you can still fight against the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. This time, I'm betting my entire life on you. After saying that, Mei Lust did not dress up as carefully as usual to be flirtatious and attractive. She was clear that in front of Shin Jingting, if she scratched her head, she would only incur the punishment of him urging the soul mourning needle. And she didn't want to taste that drilling pain again. So, she simply straightened out her clothes and changed into a low-profile, plain black robe to hide her pretty face and body as much as possible. Afterward, she silently rushed towards Han Lingxi's residence in Lingxi City. After arriving at Spirit Stream City, May Desire came to the city lord's mansion. When the two guards saw May Lust arrive, they immediately held their long swords and blocked in front of her as if they were enemies. May Lust Ghost King, please stop. The two Ghost Fiend level ghost guards released a thick aura, and the blades in their hands glowed with a cold light, mirroring the ghostly aura emanating from May Lust. The atmosphere instantly tense. Two little brothers, please pass on the message, and tell them that May Desire has important matters to seek an audience with the Spirit Stream Ghost King and Prince Shun. May Lust arched her back slightly, trying to sound polite and sincere. At this moment, she did not have the enchanting charm of the past, and was more like a downtrodden person who had a request. The two guards glanced at each other, and one of them spoke. May Lust Ghost King. Lord Ghost King ordered that no one is allowed to disturb them for the last 7 days. After saying that, his hand also deliberately pointed inside the city lord's mansion, signaling that outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter inside. You might as well come back in 7 days, the other man added, while taking half a step backward in a gesture of sending off the guest. Then let me ask, what are Spirit Stream Ghost King and Mr. Shen doing? May Desire moved forward, some urgency in her tone. Not quite sure. During yesterday, I saw that Lord Demon King was carried back by the prefect, and she was very pouty in the prefect's arms. One of the guards scratched his head, gesturing for a hug as he spoke. The two are very much in love. Another person picked up, a meaningful smile surfacing on his face, and squeezed his eyes. May Lust's heart was clear, and her mind instantly sketched out ambiguous scenes. I didn't think that the once cold, reclusive Han Lingxi would have a day when she fell in love. It seems that these 7 days, they will be immersed in the sweetness of their new marriage. Not convenient to be disturbed by outsiders. With this in mind, May Lust no longer forced herself to do so, and after a slight smile, she turned around and left. Returning to May Lust City, she walked straight into her extravagantly decorated mansion. As soon as he stepped into the inner hall, he leaned back lazily on the softly covered couch. The maid beside him hurriedly handed over a cup of fragrant tea that emitted a curling ghostly aura. May Desire to receive. Lightly sip. But the expression is still difficult to hide the fatigue and sadness. Ugh. We'll just have to wait and see, she murmured softly, her voice full of helplessness. Just then, a ghost guard hurriedly barged in, knelt on one knee, and reported in a loud voice. Reporting to Your Excellency, my subordinate. The poisonous mist has been found. May Desire to hear. Instantly sit up straight. Eyes flashed a sharp light. The hands of the cup of tea bang sound heavily rested on a side table. May Lust snapped her eyes open, a ghostly light bursting in her eyes, and with a wave of her outstretched hand, An invisible force ripped the ghost guard to her heels, saying sternly, "Quickly! Where did you find it?" The entire person exuded a stern aura, a far cry from the lethargy of the party. The ghost guards didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly replied, "Back to your excellency." Traces of poisonous mist were found in the Ghost Mist Valley southwest of the city. Mayu rose with anew, her body burning with ghostly fire. "I'd like to see how powerful the poison mist is without the support of the Frost Spirit Ghost King." After saying that, her figure flashed and she turned into a black smoke to take the lead in rushing out of the door. It wasn't long before May Lust arrived at Ghost Mist Valley. The valley was filled with a pungent miasma. Twisted trees flared. An eerie blue light flickered on the ground from time to time. In the center of the valley, by a boulder, she saw the fluffy poison mist. Who would have thought that this downtrodden ghost would be the prospective son-in-law of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign? Poison Mist. This king has finally found you. Poison Mist slowly raised his head, his ghostly eyes cloudy. The sludge on his face washed out in furrows from his tears, and his appearance was both pitiful and bizarre. "Mayor, are you here to take me home?" Poison Mist was still delusional until now. Seeing May Lust come to him, he thought that the other party was coming to him to rekindle his old love. May Lust's face instantly grimaced as if it could drip water when she heard the once sweetening epithet. The ghost fire around his body violently burst into flames, transforming into a hideous swirl of fiery flames. "Disgusting thing! Don't defile the king's ears with your filthy conceits." With a wave of her large hand, the vortex swept towards the poisonous mist wrapped in sharp ghostly cries. The dead bones along the way were instantly churned into pieces. Poison Mist, however, was like a madman who had lost his mind. Not flickering. "Mayor, have you forgotten the time we lived together?" At that time, before he could finish his words, he was engulfed by the fiery vortex and let out a hiss of pain. The poisonous mist realized it afterward and struggled desperately in the vortex. But the vortex was like a living thing, tightening more and more. May Lust tapped her toes and instantly moved to the front of the poisonous mist. In his hand, he did not know when there was an additional sharp blade condensed from thick ghost chi. The tip of the blade flashed with a ghostly cold light, stabbing straight at the ghost heart of the poisonous mist. "Scumbag! This king will kill you today." Chapter 86, Push Harder. Feeling the strong killing intent emanating from May Lust, Poison Mist realized that the other party was here to kill him. Under the cover of May Desire to kill, Poisonous Mist legs soft, flopping fell to his knees, hands in the air waving randomly, trying to grab the corner of the coat of May Desire. "Mayor, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong." Seeing this, May Desire's willow eyebrows rose. Her toes tapped, and her figure quickly drifted back a few feet to avoid the touch of the poisonous mist. At the same time, the ghost fire around his body surged, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. "Don't touch the king with your dirty hands!" she bellowed angrily, her voice echoing in the Ghost Mist Valley, shaking the floating ghost mists. Poisonous Mist, however, seemed as if it hadn't heard him, continuing to roll and crawl closer, his mouth constantly chanting, "Mayor, for the sake of our former love, spare me this time." Now that both the Frost Spirit and the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign were dead, Poison Mist was left without a backer, and was now alone and bereft. On the contrary, May Lust, now not only more and more enchanting and charming and moving, Strengthen the soul-devouring ghost domain is also a ranking person. The status is also rising. But Poisonous Mist had decisively abandoned the charming desire to love him as if his life depended on it in order to climb the tree of the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign. I really regret it now when I think about it. Mayor, please, let me go. Okay? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The sound of slap was especially clear in the eerie valley. May Lust looked at Poison Mist's wretched appearance. and suddenly reached out to caress his face, asking in a soft voice. The beating hurt. Didn't it? Poisonous Mist was stunned. A glimmer of hope instantly lit up in his eyes, thinking that the trick of selling misery had worked. And he busily said, "It doesn't hurt. To be able to get Mayor's forgiveness from you, it's worth it to just beat him up a few more times." As soon as the words fell, there was a crunching sound, and Malus slapped him across the face. This slap was wrapped in powerful soul force, directly slapping Poisonous Mist out several feet away and falling heavily to the ground. "That's because you hit too lightly. This king helps you to hit harder." Malus snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. "Remember, this is called slapping." As the words fell, her figure flashed and she instantly appeared in front of Poison Mist, looking down on him. Immediately afterward, he lifted his foot and stepped on his chest, crushing it with force. "Just by you. You also want to plead with this king? Don't even look at what you are now." Poisonous Mist's face twisted in pain. His hands desperately broke Maylust's feet, but he couldn't break them, so he could only gasp for air and beg bitterly. "Mayor, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. If you spare me this time, in the future I'll be your slave. Saddle up and never say anything." "Slave? Are you worthy?" The corner of Maylust's mouth hooked up into a mocking smile while her feet fired. Poisonous Mist only felt like a big mountain on his chest. Ribs click sound. Seems to be broken at any time. May Desire looked at the agonizing Poison Mist without the slightest bit of pity in her eyes. She snorted coldly. "If you honestly say that you're not afraid of death, I might even look at you a little higher. Now well, since you are a greedy person who is afraid of death, it is better to die." Before she finished speaking, a ghostly sharp blade had already condensed out of her hand, its body flickering with a ghostly cold light, as if it was a summons from the nine hells. When Poisonous Mist saw the situation, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he still didn't die. And with his hands and feet, he hugged her legs as he cried, "Mayor, I really love you. You can't kill me. Disgusting thing. Don't touch my king's leg." Maylust's brows furrowed, and the color of disgust on her face intensified as she lifted her foot and kicked Poison Mist hard in the chest. This kick was wrapped in powerful soul force, directly kicking the Poisonous Mist out several feet away, crashing into a huge monstrous rock with a dull sound. "Poisonous Mist, how do you deserve to mention love?" Maylust scolded angrily. "How did you respond to this king when he begged you so hard not to leave? You say that this king is stupid and is coaxed by some random sweet words." Maylust took a deep breath and tried to suppress the emotions that were nearly out of control. "And to say that being with me is nothing more than a momentary novelty? And when you get tired of it, you'll kick me out. Memories are like knives, cutting and tearing her sanity. Ghost fire with the emotions of violent turbulence. The ghost fog in the valley was roasted ZZ sound. Poison Mist collapsed to the ground. Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed across his face, wanting to open his mouth to defend himself, but his throat felt like it was blocked, and he could only let out a few dry whimpers. Deep down in his heart, women were like clothes that could be changed whenever he wanted to. For a prodigal son like him, there was no way he would ever set his heart on one person. "You went out of your way to betray me in order to climb up to the Frost Spirit. But that's not even enough. You spread rumors to insult me and made me suffer humiliation in the ghost world." May Desire violently waved his sleeve. A black ghost power like an arrow shot out. Boom smashed in the side of the poisonous fog. The hard ground instantly crumbled out of a hideous gully. "Now that the Frost Spirit and the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign are dead, you're desperate and you want to come and beg for my forgiveness? Do you think I'm a junkyard here, specializing in recycling garbage?" Poison Mist crawled back on his hands and feet and stumbled. "Mayor, I was ghostly at that time." He struggled to get up from the ground. His face filled with despair and resignation. But the instinct to survive still made him speak again. Mayor, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. I can serve you as a cow and horse for the rest of my life. Enough! May Desire interrupted him. Killing intent in her eyes. Her body flashed, like black lightning rushing towards the poisonous mist. The sharp blade in her hand was raised high and brought up a whistling wind sound, slashing down hard towards Poison Mist's neck without the slightest hesitation at all. Poison Mist subconsciously raised his hand to try to resist. But it was all in vain. Sharp blade cut through. As easy as cutting tofu. The head of the poisonous fog instantly separated from the body. In the air drew a strange arc. Grunt rolled to the ground. His eyes were still round. His face set in shock and disbelief. Maylust closed her sword and stood, looking at Poison Mist's corpse with a cold snort. Unsuspecting thing. And worthy to mention love. She shook the tainted blood from the blade as the ghostly fire faded and turned to prepare to leave. At this time, the wind in the Ghost Mist Valley seemed to have lessened. Those floating ghost mists looked like they were frightened and slowly retreated in all directions, as if they were making way for Maylust. And Poison Mist's corpse was soon swallowed up by the putrid smell and darkness of the valley, as if he had never existed in this world. So far, the negative man who had once hurt Maylust was executed by her kissed self. And she breathed a long sigh of relief, her tense body slowly relaxing. Raising his hand, he gently straightened the slightly disheveled hair at his temples. Then paused for a moment. Then turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the place where the poisonous fog had disappeared. The winds of the Ghost Mist Valley were still howling, but they couldn't blow away the haze that had been building up in her heart for years. Memories of the past came flooding back like a tidal wave. And those days of betrayal and hurt played over and over in his mind. But now, with the demise of the poisonous mist, those pains seemed to have been buried along with it. Since then, Yui Mayer has died. And there is only Maylust in the bizarre world. It's all over. Maylust murmured softly, her voice drifting lazily through the valley of ghostly mists, soon dissipating into the endless darkness. Chapter 87, Trolling from the System. 7 days later. In Han Lingxi's room, two strong auras violently churned and intertwined with each other, as if they were about to rip apart the air around them. Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi sat opposite each other on the bed and opened their eyes at the same time. Sheer. How do you feel? It should have broken through to ghost dignity. Right? Han Lingxi's vermilion lips gently opened, a confident light smile at the corner of her mouth. Well, thanks to your help, this breakthrough went even smoother than I expected. A purple halo, if any, lingered around her. A vision after breaking through the realm. Saying that, he raised his hand and gently waved it. And a purple-black soul force whistled out like a swimming snake. After flying in a circle around the room, it returned to her palm in a well-behaved manner. And the candle flame in the room instantly swayed as an invisible and powerful pressure filled the room. The teacups on the table were actually shattered, and the broken pieces of porcelain rustled and fell. Xin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with this kind of demeanor, his heart churning with love. He couldn't help but step forward, reaching out and gently picking at a strand of her hair. A bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Sheer. Now that you've broken through to Ghost Elder, this majestic appearance really makes my husband's heart flutter. Han Lingxi raised her eyes, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. And with a backhanded hand, she grabbed Xin Jingting's wrist, exerted a slight force, and with a single turn, she pushed him down onto the couch behind her. Her posture was live, and she smoothly sat across Xin Jingting's waist, stretching out her index finger to gently tickle his chin. With a full imperial sister model. Brother, there is a price to pay for molesting your sister. She bent down slightly, her breath spraying on Xin Jingting's face. Her eyes charming but with a few points of irresistible strength. Instead of being afraid, Shin Jingting's eyes smiled even more intensely. Reaching out to encircle Han Lingxi's waist, deliberately coming close to her ears and saying softly, "I'm looking forward to my sister's punishment." "How do you want to punish me?" "That's what you said. Sister's punishment. You have to bear it." Han Lingxi straightened up, a flash of cunning in her eyes, and propped her hands on Shin Jingting's chest, smiling. After saying that, she slowly got up, deliberately twisting her waist in front of Shin Jingting, and walked towards the table to the side. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's back and was itching to get up and chase after her. But he realized that he was bound by an invisible ghostly force and couldn't move. He looked over at Han Lingxi in surprise, only to see her holding a cup of ghost tea, looking back at him with a light sip and a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Take it easy, brother." Han Lingxi put down her teacup and approached slowly with an elegant stride, her fingers gently crossing Shin Jingting's cheeks. "Seeing that you're so eager, sister will give you some more sweetness." After saying that, she bent down slightly and gave Shin Jingting a peck on the lips, then quickly retreated. Shin Jingting only felt that gentle kiss, like a prairie fire, ignited his whole body. He struggled to get out of his bonds, but was trapped even tighter by the soul power exerted by Han Lingxi. "Sheer. What are you tying me up for?" Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi in disbelief. Han Lingxi smiled but didn't say anything, pacing slowly around the couch. Her eyes always darted around Shin Jingting. Immediately afterward, undoing the sash of his outer robe, the thin, cicada-like garment slowly slid down, revealing his white shoulders. Shin Jingting breathed in sharply, his blazing gaze following her closely, full of anticipation for her next move. Just as his heartstrings tightened to the extreme, Han Lingxi suddenly stopped. "Was it good? Good looking." He. "Not for you." Han Lingxi had a wry smile at the corner of her mouth, and with a raise of her hand, her clothes re-wrapped tightly around her body. "Creak. What are you?" Before Shin Jingting could finish his sentence, Han Lingxi laughed softly and moved closer, stretching out a finger and gently tapping it on his lips to stop his words. "This is the price you paid for molesting me earlier while I was injured." She leaned in slightly, her warm breath pouncing on Shin Jingting's ears, deliberately dragging out her tone. "I'm going to let you see it and not eat it." Shin Jingting was a bit overwhelmed by Han Lingxi's teasing, and he communicated with the system in his head. "System, unbind me." "Host, this system is not human, but you are a real dog. If you young couples are flirting, can you leave me out of it? I'm just an electronic product. Not a part of your play? Every time you guys make out and shy away, this system is automatically offline. That's eye-catching enough, right? Can you guys give due consideration to my feelings? Every time this system comes online, I either see you guys being intimate or flirting, being fed dog food by you every day. If this continues, the program of this system will be disordered. Unico, where do you get so much drama for an electronic product? Hurry up and untie me." Shin Jingting couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the system's tirade. The system did not respond to Shin Jingting's blank stare and said bluntly, "Host, take your time flirting with Han Lingxi. This system is leaving." "Tuanzi, where are you going?" Shin Jingting asked suspiciously, listening to the system. "It's going away." "Did it?" Shin Jingting's mind quickly flashed through various speculations, and as he was thinking about it, he heard the system respond in a good-natured manner. "Go next door to the female frequency to find a female system to fall in love with." The electronic voice was thick with gambol. Hearing this, Shin Jingting froze for a moment. He'd thought of all the possibilities for the system to leave. The only thing he hadn't thought of was that it was going to leave in order to fall in love. "System, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Will you fall in love?" Shin Jingting cried and laughed, Even if you will talk, you don't even have an entity. How can you talk? Communicating across data and saying a few "hello, I'm good, everyone's good" is considered a relationship? Shay. This system's database stores thousands of relationship techniques and case studies. Don't underestimate me. And I also have a precise emotion analysis algorithm. Absolutely can have a perfect relationship. It is not exaggerated to say that this system is a love army division. The system's voice carried undisguised pride. And host. Don't forget. This system is responsible for you and Han Lingxi getting together. Xin Jingting was speechless after hearing this. Finally came back with, "Go ahead and talk then. I hope you get your hands on a beautiful woman and don't end up as a military dog. Wait for it. This system will abduct a female system back for your wife in a few days." After saying this, the electronic sound of the system ended abruptly. And Xin Jingting's mind instantly quieted down. The soul force that bound Xin Jingting was also quietly unlocked by the system. And Han Lingxi had no knowledge of this. "Husband? What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Are you listening or not?" Han Lingxi crossed her arms and leaned forward slightly. Her cheeks slightly puffed out, looking arrogant and cute. It was a complete contrast to the imperial appearance of just a moment ago. At this time, she reprimanded Xin Jingting for this delicate appearance, directly giving Xin Jingting a frozen look, like a fish caught into a warped mouth. Xin Jingting returned to his senses and busily responded, "Sheer. I'm listening. You continue." Chapter 88, Han Lingxi of Yuluwa Dual Cultivation. Han Lingxi hummed lightly, feigning dissatisfaction. But then he went around behind Xin Jingting, his hands gently resting on his shoulders, slightly leaning over, his warm breath gently brushing against his ears. "Really listening? I see you were all out of your mind just now. Were you thinking about another little girl? How could it be? My heart only has you in it. Just now I was thinking. You are a cold imperial sister for a while, and a delicate sweet sister for a while. Which one is the real you?" Xin Jingting answered truthfully. Indeed. Han Lingxi herself had the look of a royal lady, with a tall stature and a cold temperament, possessing a diminutive figure and a powerful aura emanating from her body. She can hold her own in the ghost world without anger. Yet she plays the role of the arrogant sweet sister in Xin Jingting from time to time. Two very different styles appearing in one person without any sense of contradiction. This makes Xin Jingting, who has been single for 20 years, really hard to fight. Han Lingxi stood on her tiptoes and reached out to gently hook her hand around Xin Jingting's neck. She pulled Xin Jingting's body downward and came close to his ear, deliberately saying in a soft voice, "When you face a ghost or monster with bad intentions, you have to take out your imperial sister's aura of shock and awe. And in front of you, I just want to be a sweet sister who was spoiled by you." Xin Jingting had originally been immersed in her sudden intimacy. And when he heard her say this, his heart moved. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms and tightly encircled her slender waist, trapping her firmly in his arms, his tone carrying a few hints of laughter and cunning. "Creak. You just teased me. Now it's my turn for revenge." Han Lingxi stiffened, only then realizing that Xin Jingting had somehow broken free of the talisman that had imprisoned his soul power. "Husband. When did you unbind?" She reacted instantly, her heart beating steeply faster. And a thought flashed through her mind: if she didn't run, it would be too late. Han Lingxi's feet powered up and she turned around to rush out the door. But just as she took a step, her wrist was steadily clasped by Xin Jingting. In the next second, her entire body was pulled with force and slammed into Xin Jingting's blazing arms. And the two of them pressed tightly together. In fact, she had already broken through the ghost dignity. If she really wanted to run, Xin Jingting could not stop her. But deep in her heart, she was vaguely looking forward to such intimacy, which was why she half-heartedly complied. Creak. A fire is meant to be extinguished, not left unattended. Shin Jingting's arms tightly encircled her waist. His voice was low, and his warm breath pounced on her neck. I didn't mean to. Will you let me off the hook this time? Han Lingxi tried to play pitiful to gain sympathy. Her head hanging low, her toes rubbing the ground uneasily, and her hand still gently gripping the corner of Shin Jingting's coat. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she bit her bottom lip in chagrin, which reminded her of the psychic tattoo on her wrist. This tattoo can sense her mind. And I am afraid that my own little mind has long been known by Shin Jingting. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose, pulling her hand and gently rubbing the psychic tattoo. Still want to lie to me? So what do you want? Han Lingxi simply stopped pretending. And with her arms raised, she hooked her arms around Shin Jingting's neck and tilted her head, her eyes staring straight at him. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth seemed to be declaring to Shin Jingting that his surrender was only a pretense. But in fact, he wanted to turn the other cheek. Shin Jingting was slightly stunned by this sudden shift in her bold stance, and then reacted with a tuck of his arm, tightening her into his arms a few more points. What do you say? He leaned over slightly, his face slowly coming closer, almost pressing against Han Lingxi's, his warm breath mingling together. Instead of retreating, Han Lingxi greeted him and moved up, giving him a peck on the cheek before quickly pulling away with a sly smile. That's my answer. And you'll have to accept it even if you're not satisfied, he said, making a move to break away from his arms. Running to the door, she suddenly turned around and winked at Shin Jingting. Husband, as long as you can catch up with me, I'll agree to whatever request you make. And then with a violent force, his figure quickly swept out of the room, bringing up a breeze, his hair flying wildly in the air. Her laughter came from far away, crisp and a little provocative, echoing in the silent gallery. Shin Jingting, how willing to let her go easily. The corner of his mouth hooked up an imperative arc, immediately chased out. When he came to the courtyard, Han Lingxi's figure had long since disappeared. Sheer. This time, you can't escape me. Shin Jingting looked at the dim sky and muttered. Even though the system ran next door to find a female system to fall in love with, without the help of the system, it was impossible to catch up with the Star Ghost Zun's Han Lingxi with just his current Star Ghost King's strength. Yet he wasn't the least bit worried. Immediately afterward, Shin Jingting whistled into the air. Frantic, a huge cracked eagle swooped down from the sky, bringing with it a powerful gust of air. The split eagle landed steadily in front of Shin Jingting, its huge body almost enveloping his entire person. What is the order, Master? It slightly lowered its head and affectionately rubbed against Shin Jingting's shoulder. Shin Jingting reached out and patted the split eagle's neck, rolled over and leaped onto its broad back, clamped his legs together, and said in a deep voice, Catch up with Sheer for me. If you catch up, I'll introduce you to a female eagle. And if you can't, I'll make you a hermaphrodite. As soon as these words were uttered, the split eagle violently raised its wings and let out a sharp chirp. Don't worry, Master. I can definitely catch up with Mistress. The original rapid speed instantly raised a few more points. Bringing up the airflow scraped the surrounding grass rustling. In the blink of an eye, the man and the eagle disappeared into the sky. Han Lingxi ran ahead, the wind whistling in his ears. She looked back and saw Shin Jingting riding the split eagle to catch up with her. Her heart was anxious. Her soul power was running to the extreme. Her body was glowing with an ethereal purple light, and her speed was a few more points faster. Husband, you can't afford to play around. You're a rascal, Han Lingxi shouted as she ran, her hair blown wildly by the gusty wind. This split eagle was originally given to Shin Jingting by her to protect him, and incidentally was responsible for his future flights. At that time, she thought that with the split eagle, whose flight speed was comparable to that of a star-level Ghost Zun, Xin Jingting would be able to relax a bit when he went out and be free from the pain of running around. Mentioned in chapter 23. Never in a million years would I have thought that he would actually use it to chase himself now. It's really a case of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Sheer. You didn't say that you can't use external objects either. This time, you're bound to lose. With a smirk of determination at the corner of his mouth, Xin Jingting clamped his legs together and drove the split eagle to accelerate, chasing toward Han Lingxi. At the same time, his heart began to drift away uncontrollably, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up Han Lingxi's appearance in seductive clothing. The clothing was as thin as gauze, outlining her delicate figure just right, and every move was characterized by a great deal of flavor. Her vermilion lips gently opened. Her eyebrows and eyes contained love. Seemingly angry. Seemingly grudgingly looking at their own. Afterwards, with long and straight legs, he walked towards himself step by step. Softly and gently came to his ear and lightly called out husband. His so exciting. Xin Jingting took a deep breath and forced the charming image down. The immediate priority was to catch up with Han Lingxi. He shook his head and focused, shouting at Han Lingxi's back. Sheer. Obediently bind your hands. Chapter 89, 3 Wives. Seeing that she was about to be caught up, Han Lingxi suddenly made a sharp turn and swooped toward the valley below. Xin Jingting reacted quickly and drove the split eagle to follow closely behind. The valley was filled with a thick fog that obstructed their vision, but both of them used their keen senses to weave through the fog. Han Lingxi glanced back at Xin Jingting and Split Eagle, who were getting closer, and she suddenly had a bright idea. Split Eagle, I'm your master, so hurry up and stop now. Han Lingxi tried to get the cracked eagle to follow her orders, shouting at the cracked eagle. Mistress, Master says he'll introduce me to a wife if I catch up with you. Split Eagle responded at the top of his lungs. There was a bit of excitement in his voice, and the speed of his flight did not decrease at all, but instead became swifter and swifter because of this anticipation. Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and threw out an even more tantalizing offer. Then I'll introduce you to two. You stop immediately now. Master. The mistress said she would introduce me to two wives. What should I do? Whom shall I listen to? The split eagle flew while requesting instructions from Xin Jingting, its large eyes full of tangles. Two wives. One wife gives me babies and one wife warms the house. Split Eagle was still fantasizing to himself. With a snap, Xin Jingting slapped it on the head, snapping it back to reality. Concentrate on catching up with Creek first. When we catch up, I'll introduce you to three. One is in charge of giving you babies. One is in charge of warming up your home. And the other is with you for the heck of it. Split Eagle was hit a little bit. Aggrieved screamed. But the thought of the future three wives' life, or to accelerate the speed of energy. The broad wings flapped out a whistling wind sound as they chased after Han Lingxi with all their might. Han Lingxi looked at Xin Jingting and Split Eagle, who were chasing closer and closer behind her, and was a bit anxious in her heart. She panicked and flew faster and faster. But how could two legs outrun a spread-winged split eagle? Seeing that the distance is getting closer and closer, Xin Jingting seized the opportunity and fiercely used his strength to stomp on the back of the cracked eagle. Split Eagle stumbled from the stomp and flew off to the side askew. Han Lingxi heard the wind behind her and subconsciously turned back. And before she had time to react, she was embraced by Xin Jingting. She let out a cry of alarm. Her hands instinctively grabbed Xin Jingting's arm, and her legs flailed in the air. The split eagle was stomped and shifted in the air, muttering in aggravation. Master, you're noble. You're marvelous. You used me up in order to chase after your wife. And then you kicked me in the face. Husband, you're cheating. It doesn't count this time. Han Lingxi squirmed in Xin Jingting's arms, her hands still pushing against his chest in an attempt to break free from this powerful confinement. Xin Jingting tightly hooped her, not letting go no matter how much she struggled. a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you count? A willingness to bet is a willingness to lose. So you can promise to make whatever demands you want as long as I catch up. He deliberately approached Han Lingxi's ear, his warm breath spraying on her neck, causing her to tingle. And then, he led Han Lingxi to slowly sit on a large rock to the side, letting her sit steadily on his lap. Han Lingxi leaned on Xin Jingting's shoulder, her feet shifting restlessly. What kind of person chases people like this? Borrowing the force of a cracked eagle is clearly cheating. She reached out and poked Xin Jingting's shoulder to show her displeasure. But you didn't say you couldn't do that before. Xin Jingting had a bad smile on the corner of his mouth and responded in a vibrant manner. His hands still steadily encircled Han Lingxi's waist, not allowing her the slightest chance to escape. Yes. 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 Then I'm willing to gamble this time. I'll agree to all the demands you make. Han Lingxi sighed helplessly and finally admitted defeat. With the psychic tattoo, there was no need for verbal communication between the two, and they could directly realize barrier-free communication in their hearts. And naturally, she had already known that Xin Jingting had wanted her to wear those seductive clothes earlier. Humph. Big pervert. Ever since I promised to marry you, you've been thinking about how to bully me every day. Sheer. This is not true. I bought you clothes. How can it be considered bullying you? Xin Jingting forced himself to defend himself. Han Lingxi arrogantly turned her head away and clasped her hands to her chest. You buy it. But I won't wear it. Really not wearing it? Xin Jingting raised an eyebrow and deliberately came closer to her with a hint of temptation in his tone. Really? Han Lingxi replied without hesitation. Xin Jingting smiled wickedly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. That's even better. I'll be able to observe directly. Han Lingxi was first stunned. Then when she saw the bad smile on Xin Jingting's face, she instantly realized what Xin Jingting meant by not wearing. She was shy and annoyed. Xin Jingting shook his feet in his arms. Denizen. Big lecher. Why do you always net think of these immodest things? After saying that, she raised her hand in a gesture to hit Xin Jingting, but just lifted it halfway and then stopped. And then smoothly placed it on his waist and twisted it in a not too light or not too heavy way. Xin Jingting laughed out loud and grabbed her wrists with both hands, gently wrapping her into his arms. Creak. But seriously, if you don't like it, then don't wear it. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Seeing Xin Jingting in this sincere manner, Han Lingxi's original emotions of a few moments of shame and anger gradually dissipated. She bit her lower lip slightly and lowered her eyelids as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, Han Lingxi lowered her voice and said in a voice only she could hear, You get your clothes ready and I'll wear them when the time comes. Her voice was soft, with a hint of imperceptible shyness. And she raised her head to meet Xin Jingting's surprised gaze and added, But we can't promise you that until after we go and register our identities. Registered identity? What identity? Xin Jingting was confused, his heart filled with curiosity as he pursued the question. Of course it's the identities of Ghost Esteem and Ghost King. Han Lingxi explained with a smile. I've already advanced to Ghost Esteem. And you've advanced to Ghost King. So we naturally have to go to the Ghost Capital's 9 Spectres Ghost Hall to receive our new identities. In the weird world, the 9 Ghost Emperors made a rule. Once one's strength advances to Ghost King, then one can have their own territory and troops. But one must register their identity with the 9 Spectres Ghost Temple and be recognized by the 9 Spectres Ghost Emperor before it becomes official. Not only that, but advancing to Ghost Elder and Ghost Emperor as well. Only by completing the identity registration can one's status be recognized by the entire bizarre world, obtaining the corresponding power, honor and resources, and enjoying the pilgrimage of the subjects under his command. For every great realm advanced, the fiefdom, resources and military strength all increased exponentially. And with this condition, it became a powerful motivation for countless ghosts to cultivate hard. After hearing Han Lingxi's explanation, Xin Jingting also roughly understood. Husband. This time when you go to register for the ghost dignity status, there's a high chance that you'll become my person O. Han Lingxi's brows were smiling, and her eyes were full of witticism as if she was flirting. Xin Jingting scraped her nose. Sheer is wrong about that. I've long been your man. Haven't I? Chapter 90, Traveling to the Ghost Capital. An eerie aura filled the demon underworld ghost sovereign's mansion. The demon underworld ghost sovereign sat high above the throne of honor, exuding a chilling pressure around him. Below the stage, the 100 Prue Ghost King, the Wind Shadow Ghost King, and the Inferno Prison Ghost King stood in unison, their figures slightly lowered, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Why hasn't Yen Yu come yet? The demon underworld ghost sovereign's voice was low and tinged with displeasure. It echoed in the empty hall, making the air seem to freeze for a few moments. The 100 Prue Ghost King took a step forward, slightly arched his hand, and carefully said, "Back to your holiness." Yen Yu was perhaps delayed on the road. The Wind Shadow Ghost King's eyes flickered as he nodded his head and agreed. The 100 Prue Ghost King is right. Yen Yu should have been delayed by something. Your holiness should not be angry. The Yen Hell Ghost King, on the other hand, was silent, only frowning slightly, his gaze looking in the direction of the temple door from time to time, as if he was also hoping that Yen Yu would hurry up and show up, so as to break this oppressive atmosphere. Let's not wait for him yet. The demon underworld ghost sovereign swept his eyes at the Baipu Ghost King, Wind Shadow Ghost King, and Inferno Prison Ghost King on the stage, his voice icy cold. You guys should have received the news released by the 9 ghost temples. Right? I received it. I heard that a ghost elder and a ghost king were born in the same day's time. The 100 Prue Ghost King hurriedly replied, slightly bowing his head, not daring to look directly at the demon underworld ghost sovereign's gaze. The Wind Shadow Ghost King also took out a ghost talisman, on which a strange ghostly light flickered. The newly promoted ghost dignitaries and ghost kings will arrive at the ghost capital 5 days later. The Lord Emissary has asked us to get to the ghost capital as soon as possible for their inauguration ceremony. The Inferno Ghost King opened his mouth expressionlessly, his voice low with a hint of coldness. The demon underworld ghost sovereign frowned slightly. A flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Then he said in a deep voice, "Send a message to Yen Yu for him to head to the ghost capital. You guys pack up and set off immediately." Yes. The 100 Prue Ghost King, Wind Shadow Ghost King, and Inferno Prison Ghost King responded in unison, and they each retreated to get ready. They didn't know the exact identities of the ghost sovereigns and ghost kings that were born, as the 9 ghost temples would keep them strictly confidential. This was also a rule set by the 9 Spectre Ghost Emperor, designed to maintain order in the bizarre world. It also provides a buffer period for the newly promoted to better adapt to their new status and position. Only when all the ghost zungs and ghost kings were gathered together would the information about the identities of these newly promoted powerhouses be announced. In the past, every time a new ghost sovereign was born, the ghosts would only gather the ghost sovereign level powerhouses together for a simple ritual announcement, and then quietly divide some resources to maintain the delicate balance of forces. But this time the situation was very different, with both a ghost elder and a ghost king appearing at the same time. Such a rare phenomenon caused the 9 ghost emperors to order that all ghost elders and ghost kings be summoned to gather at the ghost capital. After all, the strength and background of the newly born ghost Dharma and ghost king were unknown. Their appearance will most likely break the existing pattern of power, triggering a new scramble in game. At that time, the resources between ghost elders and ghost kings would be redistributed and realigned again. The demon underworld ghost sovereign leaned against his venerable seat, his face grim. It was clear in his mind that the emergence of new ghost sovereigns and ghost kings would definitely have an impact on his sphere of influence and control of resources. Humph. This honored one doesn't care who you are. Don't even think about easily dividing the benefits from this honored one's hands. For the first time, all the ghost dignitaries and ghost kings were gathered together. which was an unprecedented first in the bizarre world. It should be known that normally, these ghost elders and ghost kings were each entrenched on one side, fighting for territories and resources from time to time. And it was very difficult to get together. And this time, with the simultaneous emergence of newly promoted ghost dignitaries and ghost kings, I'm afraid that all the ghost dignitaries will have to reshuffle their resources and territories greatly by then. Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness flashed in the demon underworld ghost sovereign's eyes. He clenched his fists, secretly calculating in his mind how to preserve his interests and even further expand his sphere of influence in this upcoming change. At the same time, the other ghost elders and ghost kings had also received the news, and each of them were busy in their own territories. On the way to Ghost Capital, Han Lingxi lay on Xin Jingting's back and leisurely enjoyed the scenery along the way. Sheer. Don't we have a cracked eagle? Why do you still have to make me carry it? Xin Jingting slightly sidled his head and asked softly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. More than anything else, he was doting. The split eagle was their right-hand man for the journey. It was fast and smooth. If they rode it, they could reach the ghost capital faster. But Han Lingxi seemed to be obsessed with the matter of lying on his back. You don't want to carry me? I'll fly myself then. As soon as Han Lingxi heard this, she immediately straightened up. Her eyes, originally full of laughter, instantly tinted with a few points of anger as she gently tapped Xin Jingting's shoulder. Saying that, he made a gesture to get down from Xin Jingting's back. And his legs even shook, making a show of trying to break free. Xin Jingting hurriedly tightened his hand around her leg to keep her from going down, and hurriedly explained, "That's not true. It's just that I can't even see you when you're on my back." He spoke half jokingly, trying to amuse Han Lingxi. In fact, where would he really mind Han Lingxi's trouble? As long as she was happy, he was willing to carry her on his back for as long as it took. Why don't I carry you? That way we can make good time and still see you at all times. Xin Jingting came up with this suggestion out of the blue. Holding Han Lingxi, he was able to feel her temperature up close without delaying his journey. The best of both worlds. Of course, there was another real reason he hadn't surfaced in his mind. Or else it would be known by Han Lingxi through the psychic tattoo, and he would designatedly not let him carry it anymore. If you do hold me, will you be able to make good time? Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi couldn't help but laugh out loud, stretching out her fingers and gently poking Xin Jingting's cheeks. Flirting. She knew Xin Jingting too well. If she really wanted him to hold herself, his eyes would definitely only stare at himself, and he wouldn't be able to focus on hurrying at all. Of course you can. And I can fly steadily to the ghost capital with you in my arms. Although Xin Jingting said this on his lips, he understood in his heart that if Han Lingxi was really in his arms, he was afraid that he would really be distracted. But as long as Han Lingxi was happy, he was willing to try. Don't. I want you to carry me. You're my fiancé. I just want to rely on you. What kind of fiancé dislikes his fiancé? Not to mention that I've called you husband, so you can't dislike me even more. Han Lingxi pouted slightly, feigning anger. Instead, his hands subconsciously wrapped Xin Jingting's neck a little tighter, fearing that he would persuade himself to take the rift eagle again. This was followed by a heavy kiss on the side of his face. Reward you. And then he reclined back onto Xin Jingting's back, his hands encircling his neck, his cheeks pressed against his back, as if he had found the most comfortable position. Fine. Fine. I'll carry you, Xin Jingting said as he adjusted his posture so that Han Lingxi could lie down more comfortably. Looking at such a delicate fiancé, Xin Jingting shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth hung a gentle smile as he continued to fly steadily forward. The two of them just talked and laughed along the way, completely lacking the nervousness of being about to face the many ghost dignitaries and ghost kings in the ghost capital. By the way, husband, what happened to the 55 stern ghosts captured from the eerie spirit realm? Han Lingxi suddenly remembered this. It was so busy that she almost forgot about those stern ghosts. While flying steadily, Shin Jingting said, "There were 7 ghost kings leading back 25 Li ghosts. And I killed the rest." After hearing this, Han Lingxi didn't say anything else. Just quietly continued to sleep on his back. Chapter 91. 5 days later. The ghost capital was eerie and solemn. And the dense ghost gas was like a materialized black fog, shrouding the entire city. 16 ghost dignitaries and 30 ghost kings were gathered here. They divided their stations according to their strength. The 16 ghosts gathered together. Their bodies were surrounded by powerful and hidden fluctuations of ghost power, showing the majesty of the higher-ups when they raised their hands and threw their feet. The same was true for the 30 ghost kings, standing in the area that belonged to them. The arrogance and dominance of the past days all gone. In the past, they were scattered all over the place and dominated the party. But at this moment, they had put away their old arrogance and wantonness. As the old saying goes, you can't act recklessly at the feet of the Son of Heaven. And this is the territory of the 9 ghost emperors. Every inch of the ghost capital seemed to be engraved with the supreme majesty of the 9 specters ghost emperor. And the invisible pressure pressed the crowd to not dare to act in the slightest. Once the 9 ghost emperors were angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was once a ghost emperor who didn't know the heights of heaven and made trouble within the ghost capital. But in the blink of an eye, he was wiped clean by the 9 specter ghost emperor's henchmen. Not even a trace of his soul was left behind. This bloody lesson caused the hearts of every ghost sovereign and ghost king present to palpitate. At this moment, they waited quietly. And although there were dark currents in their eyes, they were all respectful on the surface, not daring to make the slightest mistake. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will touch the insurmountable bottom line and incur disaster. Bai Pu. Yen Jiao. Have you seen Yen Yu? The Wind Shadow Ghost King frowned and looked around at the gathering of ghost dignitaries, his face full of doubt and anxiety, before finally transmitting his voice to 100 Pu and Yen Jia. The Baipu Ghost King skimmed his mouth with a few moments of impatience on his face. That guy has always been out of shape. Who knows where he ran off to again? I guess I was delayed on the road for fun. And anyway, every time it happens, it's not good. The Inferno Ghost King looked cold, shook his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Who knows where he died?" The Wind Shadow Ghost King was anxious, pacing back and forth, muttering, "This Yen Yu is really not afraid of death. Lord 9 Ghost Emperor summoned us. There must be a big announcement. He actually dares to be late. If he misses the hour and angers Lord Ghost Emperor, none of us will be blamed." At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. Only Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi walked hand in hand to the Ghost King area. Those Ghost Kings cast either curious or scrutinizing gazes. When the Enchanting Desire Ghost King saw this, he immediately panicked. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, looking anxious and with a bit of trepidation, and lowered her voice to say, "Lingxi, I know that you two are affectionate. But this is the 9 Spectres Ghost Temple. What are you doing bringing Eunuchshin here?" As she spoke, she looked around warily, afraid that the conversation would be overheard by bystanders. "It's okay. You'll see later." Han Lingxi smiled faintly and didn't reveal too much. Just as Mei was about to open her mouth to say something, a heavy footstep came from the depths of the ghost temple, and the crowd immediately quieted down. The whispers that were still permeating the hall instantly dissipated, leaving only a dead silence. And all gazes looked towards the source of the sound in unison, only to see the emissary of the 9 ghost emperors walking slowly. He exuded a mysterious aura around him, his black robe dragging on the ground. His face could not be seen. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a ghostly cold light. After the messenger stood still, he raised his hand and waved it slightly, and an invisible force spread out in the hall. Then announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, The identities of the newly promoted Ghost Sovereigns and Ghost Kings will be revealed soon. So wait patiently. After a pause, he added, "One more question. Should they all be here?" Inside the Hall of Ghosts, there was a dead silence. Only the crackling sound of burning candles. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign, 100 Proof Ghost King, Wind Shadow Ghost King, and Inferno Prison Ghost King all had their hearts tightened. No one could afford to be missing or late for such an important event if the messenger was to be blamed. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign took a deep breath and stiffly stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Although he tried to keep his voice as smooth as possible, it still carried a trace of imperceptible trembling. "Back to Lord Emissary. I still have a subordinate, Yin Yu Ghost King, who has not arrived." The messenger sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh? What's going on?" I'm not really sure." The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign lowered his head, secretly grumbling in his heart. Yen Yu has always acted recklessly. Don't poke a big basket at this critical moment, or you will be implicated. The messenger no longer asked more questions, raised his hand in the air and grabbed it in vain. And an ancient book glowing with ghostly light appeared in his hand. The ancient book slowly opened. The pages of the book, without wind, automatically issued a rustling sound. Only the name of Yen Yu Ghost King emerged on it, and a layer of gray mist lingered around the name, which, in the ghost world, was a sign of complete death. A short while later, the messenger spoke gently. "It's all right. He's just dead." The tone of his voice was light and breezy, as if the death of a ghost king was as worthless as blowing away a speck of dust. The moment these words came out, it was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves within the ghost temple. The ghost kings were first stunned. Then they turned their heads to look in the direction of Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi. Only a short while ago, Yen Yu had let slip that he was going to capture Xin Jingting to threaten Han Lingxi. And now he was dying horizontally. And the connection was self-evident. Xin Jingting looked calm, as if he hadn't realized the gazes cast by the crowd of ghost kings, and only gently shook Han Lingxi's hand. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly and locked eyes with him, both of their eyes rippling. "All right. Since they're all here, let's start the enthronement." The messenger's voice echoed within the empty ghost temple, the words clear, each one like a reminder to the crowd that a storm concerning the division of power and competition for resources was coming. When Mei Lust heard this, her gaze involuntarily looked toward Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi. Her red lips parted and she muttered under her breath, "It's you guys, right?" Even though she was somewhat in disbelief, there was a voice in the bottom of her heart that kept telling her that they were most likely the newly promoted Ghost Sovereign and Ghost King. Right at this moment, the emissary of the 9 Ghost Emperors spoke again, his voice interrupting Mei Lust's thoughts. "The newly promoted Ghost King enters the hall." As the words fell, the gazes of all the Ghost Sovereigns and Ghost Kings landed in the center of the Great Hall. And they were all quite curious about the identity of this newly promoted Ghost King. "Husband, go now. And remember what I told you on the way." Han Lingxi looked at Xin Jingting with eyes full of love, waves of light flowing in her eyes, and said softly. She also raised her hand and gently straightened Xin Jingting's lapel, moving gently with a few points of fondness. Xin Jingting nodded slightly and held her hand back, responding in a low voice, "Don't worry. Sheer. I've remembered everything." And only then did he turn around and stride towards where the 9 Ghost Emperors' emissary was pointing. At this moment, the gazes of the Ghost Elders and Ghost Kings also focused as Xin Jingting moved. In particular, the crowd of Ghost Kings completely froze. The newly promoted Ghost King is actually Xin Jingting. How is this possible? Isn't he only at the Night Ghost level of strength? How could he be? No. No way. He should possess a secret treasure on his body. Or else how could he have crossed over from Night Ghost to Ghost King in half a month? Chapter 92, Marriage License. The Ghost Kings present were not strangers to Shin Jingting in the slightest, and could be said to hate him to the bone. In the Battle of the Eerie Spirit Realm, all of their subordinates were captured by Shin Jingting, and those resources that were taken away and the face that was lost. The stakes have become a dead weight in their minds. Remembering the past, the Bone Devil King's fists pinched and clenched, veins rippling on his forehead. This kid, who killed my subordinates inside the Guile Spirit Realm in the first place, has now transformed into a Ghost King? Humph. I'm not sure what kind of crooked methods were used. The poisonous Ghost King's willow eyebrows were raised, and her eyes were filled with resentment. 10 of her subordinates were all killed by Shin Jingting inside the Eerie Spirit Realm. However, because Han Lingxi was able to take out a weapon that killed a ghost sovereign, the group of Ghost Kings didn't dare to be reckless at all. This is an account that Poison Lady has always kept in her heart. Mei Lust had a sure look on her face when she saw Shin Jingting walk up to the messenger. Her gaze landed on Han Lingxi again, muttering in a low voice, "Then the newly promoted ghost sovereign should be you. Name?" The messenger spoke coldly, his gaze falling on Shin Jingting, his voice without a trace of temperature, echoing in the empty hall. Shin Jingting smiled faintly. "Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting. Place your hand on top of the ghost crystal and I'll test to see if your soul power has reached the Ghost King realm," the messenger said expressionlessly. And with a wave of his hand, a piece of crystal clear ghost crystal that emitted an eerie blue light was suspended in front of Shin Jingting. Although the eerie book recorded that Shin Jingting's strength had reached the realm of the Ghost King, the process that should be followed still could not be missing. The rules of the bizarre world are strict. Even if it is the 9 Spectres Ghost Emperor's handpicked, it has to be tested by this ghost crystal to convince the hearts of the people. Shin Jingting nodded slightly and without hesitation. He reached out his hand and gently pressed it on top of the ghost crystal. In an instant, the ghost crystal glowed with a blue light, and a strange pattern flowed across the surface of the ghost crystal. As time passed, the light of the ghost crystals became stronger and stronger. And in the end, it even formed a pillar of light that rushed to the sky, reaching the top of the ghost temple. The entire ghost temple was illuminated as if it were daytime by this light, and the eerie atmosphere was dispersed quite a bit. Not bad. It has indeed reached the Ghost King realm. The messenger narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Take a seal. With that, he put away the ghost crystal that tested the Ghost King's soul power. Shin Jingting pondered for a moment, and unhurriedly uttered 4 words. Kill the Ghost King. In the spooky world, most Ghost Kings would use their own name to seal their name, and only a very small number of them who felt that their name was bad would create another name. For example, the evil feathered Ghost King who was killed by Han Lingxi with a barret. His original name was Li Gangdao. If the name King of Steel-Egg Ghosts is really given out, it will be laughed to death, and he won't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life in the spooky world. When the ghosts heard that they heard this title of Shin Jingting, there was first an uproar in the hall, followed by a burst of whispers. The Inferno Ghost King skimmed his mouth, his face full of disdain. Humph. What a big mouth. Just by him he dares to call himself the Slaying Ghost King? This brat. Could it be that he's trying to rely on this name to scare us? And he's being too self-indulgent. The Baipu Ghost King smiled sorrowfully. However, there were also some Ghost Kings who looked grave. They were clear that Shin Jingting was by no means vain for being able to stand here. The Wind Shadow Ghost King gently shook his fan, pondering. Don't underestimate Shin Jingting. He was able to promote to Ghost King in such a short period of time, and dared to take such an overbearing title. He is afraid that he really does have a few skills. Upon hearing this, the messenger nodded slightly and randomly took a jade tablet that emitted a shimmering light, then raised his hand in the air gently stroke. The jade plate will appear Shin Jingting's information and Killing Ghost King title. And then, he handed the jade token to Shin Jingting and said, "This is the Ghost King's order. And from now on, You will use this to order the ghost soldiers under your command and participate in the affairs of the ghost realm. You will be assigned to one of the 17 ghost dignitaries later. Shin Jingting took it with both hands. The jade plate was cold in his hands, but it was permeated with a strange power that vaguely resonated with the soul power in his body. Shin Jingting's Ghost King identity registered. And the messenger looked at Han Lingxi and read out her name. Han Lingxi. Where is your ghost dignity seal? The moment these words came out, it was as if a huge stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake. And the ghost temple instantly exploded. The crowd of ghost dignitaries and ghost kings could no longer sit still. Especially those ghost kings whose hearts were filled with shock and unwillingness. Han Lingxi's strength was on the upper end of the ghost king range. But she had advanced to ghost dignity in just 300 years. A speed that was truly astonishing. However, they only dared to slander in their hearts. After all, to be able to stand here and accept the enthronement, Han Lingxi's strength could not be underestimated. Now the status is even above them, becoming their leader. The Ghost King of Inferno Prison's ghost flames surged slightly around his body, as if he was suppressing something, and muttered in a low voice. Becoming a ghost elder in 300 years. This is too perverted. Right. Before he could finish his words, the Baipu Ghost King beside him gently touched him, signaling him to be silent. Han Lingxi looked calm as she blandly spoke her title. Lingxi Ghost Sovereign. The messenger nodded slightly, and the jade plate in his hand flickered with light, quickly inscribing the words Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign and Han Lingxi's information on it before handing it to her. Spirit Stream Ghost Dignitary. Now that you have advanced to Ghost Dignitary, then the fiefdom and troops will be able to expand. And the specific notification will be sent to you in a matter of days. Now, it's left to the Ghost King to divide. I've thought about it carefully. Why don't I divide the newly promoted Slaying Ghost King among you? And if there are any more newly promoted Ghost Kings in the future, they will be divided among you as well. Each Ghost Sovereign can have a minimum of 2 Ghost King subordinates and a maximum of 6. Now that a new distribution problem had arisen, the messenger had simply assigned Shin Jingting to Han Lingxi. The division of power in the bizarre world has always been complicated. And this adjustment is also to balance all parties. Han Lingxi was a newly promoted ghost dignitary, and his foundation was still shallow. Splitting a Ghost King subordinate to her would not only enrich its power, but also allow her not to be isolated in this environment of deceit, and not to be easily suppressed by the old forces. Hearing this, Han Lingxi smiled and nodded. Good. This distribution was just what she wanted. With her own husband by her side, not only could she be with her night and day, but she could also fight side by side against all the crises in the ghost world. Seeing Han Lingxi's agreement, the messenger was about to put pen to paper. Han Lingxi hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Lord Emissary, please don't write it as subordinate. Change it to spouse. Shin Jingting is my husband. She didn't squirm when she said this, and admitted it graciously, with love in her eyes. This was another purpose of her visit to the 9 Spectral Ghost Temple. In front of all the ghost honors and ghost kings, openly and honestly announced her relationship with Shin Jingting, but also to give Shin Jingting a name. The messenger's hand movements lurched at his words. Then he raised his eyes to Han Lingxi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. His fingertips flicked, forming a contract document composed of soul power. Originally to write down the subordinate place, steadily changed to the word spouse. On the paperwork, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's names were juxtaposed with mysterious runes lingering around them, symbolizing that the relationship was recognized by the rules of the ghost world. And this instrument is the equivalent of a marriage license in the Yang world. Chapter 93, Provocations. With the identities of the ghost dignitaries and ghost kings registered, the next step was to allocate territories and resources. The messenger raised his hand and a huge map of the bizarre world appeared out of thin air, emitting an ethereal light, with mountains, rivers, and dangerous lands visible at a glance. The landscape above was treacherous, with inky rivers winding and mountains twisting like hideous beasts. Spirit Stream Ghost Dignitary. You advanced to Ghost Dignitary. Then you can pick one of these masterless regions as your own belonging. The messenger's voice broke the silence and echoed through the eerie halls. Han Lingxi looked at the map and was secretly thinking. If they were to choose, then they had to choose the territory that was most suitable for their development and that would allow them to quickly establish a firm foothold in the bizarre world. And it couldn't be too far from Spirit Stream City. Her eyes swept over the map, trying to find the ideal place from the areas that were either eerie or spooky. Sheer. Choose the soul-shattering abyss in the southeast corner. Xin Jingting used the psychic tattoo to send a message to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi didn't ask for a reason. Xin Jingting was her husband, and she chose to trust him unconditionally. After a moment of contemplation, she then raised her hand and pointed to the southeast corner, saying crisply, "Lord Emissary, I choose the soul-shattering abyss." When these words came out, the Great Hall was in an uproar. Soul-shattering abyss? That's a notoriously dangerous place. And the ghosts that go in there will die 10 deaths. The Inferno Ghost King was filled with shock and was the first to call out. The Baipu Ghost King also chimed in. This Han, Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, isn't crazy. Choosing that place as a territory is simply asking for trouble. The crowd of Ghost Jin also frowned as they couldn't figure out why Han Lingxi had chosen such a treacherous region as a fiefdom. Although the Shattered Soul Abyss was vast, with 2 million hectares of land, such a vast territory was one of the largest among the masterless regions in the bizarre world. But this place is also dangerous. Countless powerful ghost beasts hidden in it. There are also bizarre and unpredictable soul-shattering mist-filled. Step into it. The slightest carelessness will be soul flying away. Rumor has it that every 100 years, the soul-shattering abyss will also erupt in a terrifying soul tide. And wherever it passes, everything will be devoured. The messenger frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he didn't inquire about the reason and nodded. In that case, the Shattered Soul Abyss will be owned by the Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign. After saying that, he raised his hand and made a point on the map, and a ghostly light disappeared into the place where the soul-shattering abyss was located, which was considered to be a confirmation of belonging. When Xin Jingting saw that Han Lingxi had chosen, his heart secretly sighed in relief. In fact, when he was first learning about the bizarre world, he had specifically learned about the masterless land near Spirit Stream City. Among the many dangerous places, the soul-shattering abyss stood out. Although the soul-shattering abyss was dangerous on the surface, there was an ancient relic hidden at the bottom, which most likely contained strength-boosting treasures and powerful ghost beasts to drive. These ghostly beasts had been nourished by the power of the relic's mist for a long time, and were not only physically strong, but also spiritual. If they could be subdued and form an army of ghost beasts, no one would dare to underestimate them in the ghost world. Well, the fiefdom is assigned. So go back and run your own business. And don't make any trouble. This grand ceremony is also considered a successful conclusion. So all of you, please return. The messenger swept a circle of the ghost elders and ghost kings present and said with a calm expression. When the crowd of ghost elders and ghost kings heard this, although they each had their own thoughts in their minds, they still clasped their fists and saluted, preparing to leave. Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, congratulations! The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign walked slowly to Han Lingxi with an elegant yet deliberate stride, a smirking expression on his face. The voice trailed off, its tone full of shade. Just before Han Lingxi took office, she was nothing more than a ghost king under her own command, at her beck and call. But now it had transformed into a ghost Jin who was her equal, which caused the Silver Spirit Ghost Jin's heart to be filled with unwillingness and jealousy. Han Lingxi glanced at Silver Spirit Ghost Zun and didn't pay attention to her yin and yang. Like her, who couldn't see others as good and was full of jealousy, Han Lingxi really didn't care to spend much time with them. She took Xin Jingting's arm and turned around to leave. When the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign saw Han Lingxi ignoring himself like this, he was instantly enraged. His ghostly aura surging around him as he fiercely took a step forward and shouted sternly. Han Lingxi, even if you break through to ghost dignity, so what? Do you dare to compare yourself to this daddy? Well, what do you say when you lose? Han Lingxi raised her eyebrows slightly, the corners of her mouth hooking into a confident smile as she responded without fear. She had long anticipated that the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign wouldn't easily give up. And instead of being in constant trouble in the future, she might as well take advantage of this opportunity to let her know what to do. Even though the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was a mid-moon ranked Ghost Sovereign, Han Lingxi wasn't the least bit afraid. Ha ha ha. What a big mouth. This honored one will lose? You've only just advanced to Ghost Sovereign. What are you capable of? The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign threw back his head and laughed, contempt written all over his face as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. If you can win against me, I, Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, will apologize to you in front of all the Ghost Sovereigns and Ghost Kings and present you with a blood soulstone vein. But if you lose, you'll immediately cede the soul-shattering abyss to me, and will forever be my subordinate. At my beck and call. Okay. It's a deal. Han Lingxi responded without hesitation. And a powerful aura gradually radiated out as ghostly power slowly surged around her body. The surrounding Ghost Elders and Ghost Kings stopped in their tracks and gathered around with interest when they heard the bet between the two. They all wanted to see just how capable this newly promoted Ghost Sovereign, Han Lingxi, was, and whether or not he could compete with the veteran Ghost Sovereign, Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Humph. Self-importance. Today, I'll let you know that the strength of a veteran Ghost Sovereign is not something that a newcomer like you can easily challenge. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign snorted coldly as she waved her hands, and countless black ghostly awn shot out from her fingertips like a dense rain of arrows toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi looked calm as she lightly waved her hands, and a transparent soul power barrier instantly unfolded in front of her, easily blocking the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's attack. Immediately afterward, her figure flickered as she rushed towards the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign like a black lightning bolt. At the same time, the soul power in his hand condensed into a long sword that shimmered with ghostly light and stabbed fiercely towards the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Silver Spirit Ghost Zun's pupils suddenly shrunk, hastily sidestepped to avoid. The sleeve of his coat was still cut open by the sword chi. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was infuriated and immediately summoned a huge black curved moon. The curved moon smashed toward Han Lingxi with a destructive force, wrapped in black flames around the curved moon, and everything it touched was devoured. Han Lingxi didn't panic. Her fingertips tapped. Countless illusory spirit butterflies appeared in the air. They flapped their wings and swooped at the black flames. The two collided, and they were all slowly cancelled out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Lingxi bullied his way up, his longsword cutting a cold arc under the moonlight and pushing straight for Silver Spirit Ghost Zun's throat. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was horrified and hastily offered a black curtain to protect his body, which unfolded like an ink-colored barrier. The corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and the light of the longsword in her hand blossomed as she gathered her entire body's soul power and fiercely chopped down with a sword. With a click, the black curtain was actually split open, and the residual force was not eliminated, directly sending the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign flying several feet away. Chapter 94, Targeted. How is this possible? She's only at the early star level. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign rose from the ground in a sorry state, looking at Han Lingxi with disbelief in his eyes. Recalling not long ago, Mei Lust had specifically warned herself to never look at Han Lingxi with old eyes. At the time, she scoffed and just assumed that Wink's Lust was exaggerating. After all, in the ghost world, strength and rank were everything, and the gap between the early star level and the mid-moon level was like a chasm that could not be crossed. But now that the cruel reality was in front of her, she had to admit that she had underestimated Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi looked calm as she slowly stepped forward, Her voice not too high but permeated with unquestionable majesty. Silver Spirit Ghost Dignitary. Willing to gamble and admit defeat. You should fulfill your promise. Silver Spirit Ghost Zune gritted his teeth. His face a burst of white, a burst of red. Although in his heart there are all kinds of unwillingness. But under the eyes of the public. Also dare not eat their words. She took a deep breath. Forced down the resentment in her heart. And looked around at the crowd of watching ghost elders and ghost kings. When we go back, I'll give you the right to mine the blood soul stone vein. As the words fell out, she glared fiercely at Han Lingxi and led her subordinates away. Slinking away. At this moment, the surrounding ghost elders and ghost kings who had gathered around were also dumbfounded. Looking at the departing back of the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, the Yen Prison Ghost King came over to the Baipu Ghost King's side and said in a low voice, "This Han Lingxi. It seems to be really not simple. So we'll have to be careful in the future." The Baipu Ghost King grimaced and nodded slightly. A trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. The Wind Shadow Ghost King shook his fan and said thoughtfully, "This ghost world. I'm afraid it's going to change. There's a new Qinglian Ghost Sovereign. And it's still her disciple." The Inferno Prison Ghost King introduction couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign had been silent, with a layer of bizarre black mist lingering around his body, making it impossible to see his complexion. The other Ghost Jin were also shocked beyond words. The Silver Spirit Ghost Zune's strength was also amongst the top 18 Ghost Zunes. And at the mid-moon level, she had always been the object of fear for the other Ghost Zunes. On weekdays, with her powerful ghost power and ruthless methods, she has the upper hand in many disputes in the ghost world. And few people can make her suffer. But today, it was planted in the hands of the newly promoted Han Lingxi. It seems like we'll have to weigh Han Lingxi anew in the future. I think the one to watch out for the most is that slaying Ghost King by Han Lingxi's side. That's right. Half a month ago, when the Guile Spirit Realm opened, he entered it to grab resources. And when he learned that Han Lingxi was threatened by the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, he came out of the Guile Spirit Realm ahead of schedule. The Devil Elephant Ghost Sovereign looked grave and said slowly, "Creepy Spirit Realm. Isn't that the secret realm formed after the death of the Green Demon Ghost Beast? Without the strength of a Ghost Emperor level, it can't be opened at all." The Blood River Ghost Sovereign was filled with surprise and couldn't help but raise his voice. His voice echoed in the empty hall, adding a bit more to the shocked atmosphere. For a while, a brief dead silence fell over the great hall. The crowd of ghost elders looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Suddenly, the Shadow Phantom Ghost Sovereign jolted to his feet and exclaimed, "Wait a moment! The Slaying Ghost King came out of the creepy spirit realm early. You guys mean the Slaying Ghost King possesses the strength of a Ghost Emperor level?" These words were like a heavy bomb, once again causing the great hall to explode. How is this possible? The Slaying Ghost King is only a newly promoted Ghost King. How could he have such terrifying strength? The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign frowned, filled with doubt. He really found it hard to believe that Xin Jingting, a newly promoted Ghost King, could reach the Ghost Emperor level. In the realm after the Ghost King, even if you are talented, without the resources poured in by Hai Liang, every small realm that you raise would take hundreds or even thousands of years. For every small level, from star level to month level, and then from month level to day level. It was even more important to go through countless life and death experiences. It is only in the piling up of resources and the precipitation of years that one can find a glimpse of a breakthrough. Ghost emperors could change the heavens and the earth when they raised their hands and feet. They controlled terrifying strength. And a random attack could cause mountains and rivers to shatter. Countless ghost kings and ghost honors dream of the realm of the Ghost Emperor. But most of them are trapped in the lack of resources and bottleneck shackles. And it is difficult to reach that supreme realm throughout their lives. It was precisely for this reason that when the crowd suspected that Xin Jingting, the newly promoted Ghost King, possessed the strength of a Ghost Emperor, they were that shocked and incredulous. After all, this broke their perception of conventional cultivation. And Demon Underworld Ghost Zune is not believed from the bottom of his heart. If Shin Jingting really has such strength, then his son's revenge will not be unable to be avenged? Thinking of his son who had been killed by Shin Jingting, the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's heart churned with hatred. But then again, thinking that the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign was dead seemed to be some consolation. At this time, Demon Underworld raised his head, looked at the other Ghost Jin, and slowly said, "You guys say, is there a possibility that the Slaying Ghost King is hiding a secret treasure? Not only does this secret treasure open the Guile Spirit Realm, but it's also the key to his strength growth?" Once these words were uttered, the Great Hall fell silent, and the Ghost Jin fell into thought. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign rubbed his chin, a cold light flickering in his eyes. There is this possibility. If the Slaying Ghost King really has this kind of secret treasure, then it would make sense for him to have a huge increase in strength in a short period of time. Forget it. Even if the Slaying Ghost King really has a secret treasure. So what? The Slaying Ghost King might be a vegetarian. But the Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign isn't one to be messed with either. The Shadowmist Ghostfather shook his head helplessly. Although she coveted the secret treasure in Shin Jingting's hands, she also knew that she could not get it by herself. Even if you teamed up with the other Ghost Jins to get the secret treasure. So what? In the end, he still had to face the problem of unequal sharing of the spoils, and might even turn against the other Ghost Jin because of this. And the loss would not be worth the gain at that time. The Bizarro world is inherently a place where the weak are the strong and profit is paramount. In the past, in order to compete for resources and territories, it was not uncommon for Ghost Jin to fight amongst themselves. Even if they succeeded in capturing the secret treasure from Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi this time, would the other Ghost Sovereigns willingly allow themselves to keep it all to themselves? Furthermore, when using some sort of secret treasure, there was usually a long cooling-off period. And even if one couldn't use the powerful force brought by the secret treasure during this period, Han Lingxi's strength was not to be underestimated. For an early star level Ghost Sovereign to defeat a mid-moon level Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign, it wasn't something that could be done by luck. Humph. Should we just let it go? I can't swallow this breath. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign gritted his teeth, really unable to swallow this breath. His only son had died at the hands of Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. And for him to just let it go, he simply couldn't do it. Anyway, I won't get involved. So take your time to discuss it yourselves. The Shadow Phantom Ghost Sovereign turned around and left after saying that. Her figure flickered and turned into a black residual shadow, instantly disappearing into the corner of the Great Hall. I won't participate either. Let's go. The Burning Night Ghost Sovereign instantly disappeared. You guys have fun. I don't have any animosity with Han Lingxi, so I don't need to feud with her over a secret treasure. The Li Feng Ghost Sovereign shook his head, his expression calm as he turned around and walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. His footsteps unhurried, permeated with a sense of calmness. Chapter 95, I've Lost My Memory. As the Shadow Phantom Ghost Sovereigns and Burning Night Ghost Sovereigns left one after another, there were also quite a few Ghost Sovereigns who also didn't want to get involved in the conspiracy. Gentlemen, you can continue your discussion. I'll go back first. With the Dark Ghost Sovereign leaving, there were only 5 Ghost Sovereigns left on the field. Looking at their departing backs, the remaining Ghost Jin looked at each other in dismay. And the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. The Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign's face became extremely ugly, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Humph. A bunch of cowards. Don't regret it later if you miss such a good opportunity. The 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign frowned slightly, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes. It's good that they don't participate. When the secret treasure arrives, we can share more. It's just that, without their help, it might be a bit difficult to implement our plan. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign rubbed his chin and snorted disdainfully. What are you afraid of? Even if Han Lingxi and the others were more powerful, they wouldn't be able to defeat the 5 of us ghost sovereigns joining forces. As long as we have a well-thought-out plan and act carefully, we will succeed. One ghost sovereign wasn't a match for Han Lingxi. But what about 5? The difference in power wasn't half a star. Not to mention that the Blood River Ghost Dharma itself was still a day-level Ghost Dharma. And amongst the Ghost Dharma, its strength was also an extremely powerful existence. His strength was enough to make an average ghost dignitary look away. The gifted Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign nodded, his expression grave. Not bad. We can't take this lightly. Let's find a place to discuss the specifics. We can't let Han Lingxi grow up completely, lest another ghost sovereign who's above us appear. The White Mist Ghost Sovereign said worriedly, when he thought of the days when he was dominated by the Qinglian Ghost Dharma. No Ghost Dharma could be happy. With her own strength, she had managed to kill 24 ghost dignitaries to the point that only 18 remained. That bloody and cruel scene was still fresh in their minds, like a nightmare that haunted them at all times. As soon as the White Mist Ghost Sovereign's words fell, the surrounding ghost sovereigns nodded their heads in agreement. To them, the rise of Han Lingxi and Qin Jingting was like a time bomb that could threaten their status and interests at any time. Although the messenger had just ordered that no murders would be allowed, he had only said that they would not be allowed to happen in the ghost capital. As for the rest of the world, they didn't bother at all. And sometimes they would deliberately cause strife as a way to balance the forces. This ghost world is originally the land of the weak and the strong. As long as it doesn't make too much noise and affect the rule of the Ghost Emperor. Some small fights no one cares at all. On the way back to Lingxi City, Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi sat on the split eagle's back. And the split eagle deliberately slowed down, gently weaving through the clouds. The wind in the mountains carried a slight coolness, gently brushing the two of them and blowing Han Lingxi's hair. After flying for some time, only 5 kilometers away from Spirit Stream City, the two of them let the split eagle go back on its own first. And they were going to walk back on foot. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, looking up at the dim sky, her mood extraordinarily soothing. After experiencing that fight with the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign just now, she had not only proved her strength, but also strengthened her determination to stand firm in this bizarre world. Qin Jingting looked sideways at Han Lingxi. And when he saw her cozy face, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Sheer. Now that the new identity is registered, isn't it time to fulfill what you promised me? Han Lingxi's cheeks quickly surfaced with 2 blushes. What did I promise you? How come I don't remember? Qin Jingting smiled gently and moved closer, his warm breath spraying Han Lingxi's ears, causing her body to tremble slightly. You want to play dead again, don't you? I didn't play dead without evidence. I seem to have lost my memory. Han Lingxi sidestepped, lightly avoiding it, and even shook her forehead in the process. Who are you? Why are you next to me? As he spoke, he moved 2 steps to the side, his movements seemingly unintentional but defensive. The corners of Qin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, knowing that Han Lingxi was pretending with him here. However, since she wants to play, let's have some fun with her. Amnesia? Coincidentally, I happen to have a cure for memory loss. He had his hands behind his back and his steps were steady with a touch of mystery. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi subconsciously scrunched her neck and jumped a small step back. What method? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt like she was overreacting again and coughed lightly, pretending to be calm. Qin Jingting suddenly bullied his way forward, and the distance between the two instantly closed, so close that Han Lingxi could feel the hot breath on his body. Her breath hitched and she reflexively clasped her hands to her chest. Big bad. What are you doing? Sheer. Your brain needs to be stimulated to recover your memory. Qin Jingting spoke in a low voice and made a gesture to raise his hand. I'm helping you recover your memory. Are you going to knock me over the head? Han Lingxi's eyes glazed over, her hands hurriedly covering her head as she jumped back a large step. Don't you dare mess with me. I'm not smart enough in front of you. And I'll be even more stupid if I knock. As she spoke, she looked at Shen Jingting warily, fearing that he would really make a move. Shen Jingting almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when he looked at her adorable appearance. He shook his head inside deliberately. How rude to knock on the head. Why would I knock on your head? Saying that, he took another step forward. And Han Lingxi couldn't avoid it, her back resting against the tree trunk behind her. Shen Jingting braced his hands on the tree trunk and trapped Han Lingxi in his arms. Han Lingxi's breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly as she skimmed her head, trying to avoid Shen Jingting's blazing breath. What are you doing? Hold still. This is the first step in stimulating your brain. Feel the soul-shaking sensation. It might jog your memory. If that's not enough, I have many other ways that will surely make you think. After Shen Jingting finished speaking, he gently moved closer, his warm breath spilling onto Han Lingxi's neck, causing her to tremble. Han Lingxi reached out and pushed, but was unable to move as Shen Jingting held his wrist in a smooth grip. You're cheating. Don't go on. I've got it all figured out. Shamed and annoyed, Han Lingxi struggled hard. But this struggle instead caused the two to stick closer together. Shen Jingting slightly lowered his head, and their faces were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. I'm helping you heal. How can I call it cheating? Sure, it's all coming back to you? Shen Jingting's voice was low and carried a few hints of laughter. After a moment of stalemate, he loosened his grip, and Han Lingxi was able to get away. Han Lingxi, red-faced, straightened her messed-up clothes and muttered in a small voice. Just bullies me. Shen Jingting walked up and gently flicked her forehead. All right. I won't tease you. But don't forget what you promised me. Han Lingxi blanked him and didn't say anything. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. If you like it so much, don't blame me for being too loose with you when the time comes. Han Lingxi's voice was soft and sticky with a hint of playful provocation. And after saying so, she also secretly glanced back at Shen Jingting. The moonlight spilled over her body, outlining a delicate silhouette and adding a bit more moving flavor. Chapter 96, The Delicate Han Lingxi. As soon as Shen Jingting heard this, the ghostly aura around him stirred for a few moments, and he took a step forward and tried to wrap his arms around Han Lingxi. But she lightly dodged it. What? Can't wait now? Don't let it get to the point where you can't fight it off first. Han Lingxi blinked, her eyes full of witticism as she spoke while her fingers gently played with a strand of hair. She tilted her head, a smile at the corner of her mouth, living like a sly little fox. Shen Jingting shook his head with a helpless smile. You just know how to tease me. You didn't provoke me first. But you're blaming me first. Han Lingxi let out a light hum and jumped in front of Shen Jingting, hands behind her back, standing on her tiptoes and staring straight into his eyes. Shen Jingting was just about to open his mouth when Han Lingxi looked as if she had suddenly remembered something and her complexion stared. By the way, husband, you registered as a ghost king today. They will definitely think that you have a secret treasure on you and break through with the help of it. Knowing what I know about them, they'll definitely make a grab for it. Although they may be wary of me announcing our relationship in front of all the ghost dignitaries and ghost kings today, they may still choose to take desperate measures in the face of benefits. Shen Jingting wasn't the least bit afraid when he heard this, and he gently patted Han Lingxi's hand. Don't worry. I'll kill as many as they come. After saying that, the ghostly qi around his body quietly surged, vaguely filled with a solemn killing intent. Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look at him, a flicker of movement flashing through her beautiful eyes. Then she spread a smile and flirted. Of course I believe you. However, don't underestimate those old foxes. There's no guarantee that they'll play any dirty tricks again. even though she knew that Shin Jingting possessed a secret weapon to kill a ghost Zoom level. The various forces in the ghost domain were so intertwined and cunning that no one knew how many means they had secretly prepared. Perhaps. The moment Shin Jingting displayed his strength, he had already been targeted by those with evil intentions. Although secret weapons are strong, it is not easy to avoid the open fire, and the secret arrows are hard to prevent. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up in an arc, reaching out to dotingly scrape the tip of her nose. With you by my side advising me, I'm not afraid of any more underhanded tricks. Besides, I'm in need of them to come to me. The soul-devouring flower was currently in the germination stage, and needed 2 more bottles of daytime purple soul water to water it before it could enter the seedling stage. The eerie value gained from killing a ghost dharma was just enough to buy a bottle of daylight purple soul water. If there were a few more ghost elders, it would be another significant amount of income. Seeing how confident Shin Jingting was, Han Lingxi didn't ask anything more. Because Shin Jingting never broke his word when he promised her something, and he never talked big in front of her. But, thinking back to those moments when she was teased by Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi couldn't help but lightly bite her lower lip, her face flushing. Shin Jingting can make the words extremely tantalizing every time. A series of big words. But when it comes to real action, it's not quite the same as what was said. Shin Jingting's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting her reverie. Thinking wildly is not good. Beware I come really. Han Lingxi snapped back to her senses as she shook her head unceasingly. No. I'm not messing with my thoughts. But husband? Then again, why would you let me choose the soul-shattering abyss as my new fiefdom? Han Lingxi hastily changed the subject, intimately holding onto Shin Jingting's arm, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on the back of his hand. The soul-shattering abyss is a dangerous terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the surrounding area has a natural ghost fog barrier as a barrier. So as long as it is slightly arranged, it is a natural fortress. But the difficulty is that because that ghostly mist barrier is out there, no ghosts can get close at all. When Han Lingxi's master, Ghost Sovereign Qinglian, had first chosen a fiefdom, he had pondered whether or not to use the Shattered Soul Abyss as a fiefdom. On her way back, she had inadvertently discovered a blood soul stone vein near Spirit Stream City. Thus, she retreated to the second best place and chose Spirit Stream City, where the fiefdom was a bit smaller, as her fiefdom. Otherwise, the Shattered Soul Abyss's area of 2 million hectares and its ease of defense made it the most suitable as a fiefdom. Shin Jingting smiled and explained. Because there is an ancient relic hidden in the depths of the soul-shattering abyss. Ancient ruins? Is the news reliable? Shin Jingting pulled out the cell phone from the system from his arms and waved it in front of Han Lingxi's eyes. I detected it with it. This cell phone is produced from a system that can penetrate the layers of obstacles even if it is foggy, thanks to the special detection function it comes with. Although the mists of the soul-shattering abyss were bizarre and unpredictable, the outline of the ancient ruins was still gradually becoming clear under the detection of the cell phone. Then how come my cell phone can't detect it? Han Lingxi took out the cell phone Shin Jingting had given her earlier and shook it in her hand suspiciously. Your cell phone is mainly used for the fun aspect. Shin Jingting let out a light laugh and reached out to gently tap the tip of her nose. The phone I gave you is set up to favor entertainment. And this one, mine, is customized to probe for all sorts of information, with special soul-detecting modules. Han Lingxi beamed and said with some dissatisfaction. Then you're really biased. Giving me a cell phone that can only be played with but using one that can be detected yourself. We're married. You can have this phone anytime you want it. Shin Jingting handed the phone back to her and stroked her head dotingly. Don't touch my head. Han Lingxi's head tilted, dodging his hand, her chin lifting slightly as she feigned annoyance. I'm your Ghost King's sister. Always touching my head seems like how childish I am. Shin Jingting had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of indulgence. And just when he wanted to speak, Han Lingxi snatched his words. You're not allowed to touch my head in the future. But if you can't help it, you can be allowed to pinch your face. Said. Also really put his face over. A reluctantly let you pinch look. How could Shin Jingting not understand her small mind? His slender fingers gently pinched her cheeks. Soft to the touch. Han Lingxi's cheeks heated up and she slapped his hand away. It's fine. It's fine. Just pinch it. Her eyes dodged and she purposely didn't look away from Shin Jingting. And muttered in a small voice. I can let you wrap your arms around my waist too. But you can't tickle me. Han Lingxi's voice was as light as a mosquito hum. And it was a good thing that there were no bystanders at this time. So the words didn't fall into other people's ears. If the other ghosts saw the usually imposing and powerful Ghost King, now shy and pouting like a little dainty wife, they might have to drop their jaws in shock. Shin Jingting had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth and deliberately stayed close to her. Asking in a low voice. Sheer. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Why are you so annoying? Han Lingxi gave him a blank look and reached out to pound his chest. You obviously heard it and still want to ask me. I won't even pinch your face or let you wrap your arms around your waist anymore. After saying that, he clasped his hands on his chest and walked towards the direction of Spirit Stream City in a furious manner. Shin Jingting looked at her back that was pretending to be angry. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Took a few steps to catch up with her. And gently encircled her from behind. Chapter 97, A Gift for You guys. Do you like it? Han Lingxi's body stiffened and tried to break free. But Shin Jingting held her tighter. Okay. I was wrong. Don't get mad. Okay? It's just that you're so cute. I wanted to tease you a little. Shin Jingting coaxed in a low voice in her ear. His warm breath spraying between her neck, causing Han Lingxi to itch. Of course he knew that Han Lingxi wasn't angry. She was just deliberately showing this expression to feign that she was angry. Humph. Let go of me. I'm still angry. Although Han Lingxi said so, her body gradually relaxed. Shin Jingting let go of his hand. But he smoothly took her hand and interlocked his fingers. Han Lingxi tried to draw back her hand but was unsuccessful. So she had to let him hold it. She hummed lightly and tilted her head slightly, pretending to be haughty. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Well, my maiden-sama is the best. Shin Jingting had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of favor. But the movement of his hand didn't loosen, holding it a little tighter. Who's your maiden? I'm your Ghost King's sister. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned anger and glared at him, trying to break away from the hand she was holding. But Shin Jingting held it a little tighter. Shin Jingting looked at such a haughty and cute little petite wife. His heart warmed, and continued to hold her hand as he walked forward. Sheer. Let's prepare properly in these few days and then enter the ancient ruins of the soul-shattering abyss to explore them. Han Lingxi raised her head to meet Shin Jingting's eyes. Husband? Then should we bring more guards? If it's just the two of us going to the soul-shattering abyss, those ghost elders might strike at us before the entrance to the soul-shattering abyss. Spirit Stream City had a large number of troops and sturdy defenses. But once they left the city for the soul-shattering abyss, it was the same as leaving the safe zone. Those ghost jinn who coveted the shattered soul abyss ancient ruins and the treasures on them would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Sheer. Are you being silly? If those ghost zoons are determined to kill the ghosts and seize the treasure, just those guards won't be able to do anything at all. Shin Jingting shook his head with a helpless face. As the words fell, he habitually tried to reach out and touch Han Lingxi's head again. But he paused in mid-air. Han Lingxi pondered seriously for a moment and realized. That's right. It's your fault. You're always touching my head. It's all stupid. Just finished. A lift of the eyes will see Shin Jingting's hand hanging in mid-air. Immediately reacted. Dizzy. Not allowed to touch the head. Can give you a pinch face? he said. He really put his face over. With a cute look of giving up his face to accompany a gentleman. Shin Jingting was amused by her and couldn't help it. His long fingers gently pinched her cheeks. The touch was soft and a bit bouncy. Before he could say anything, Han Lingxi had already taken a quick step back. All right. I'll give you a pinch as well. Let's just hurry up and think about how to deal with those ghost jinn. How else can I cope? Of course I'll kill them all. The killing intent in Shin Jingting's eyes was intense. And I'm going to lure them to the soul-shattering abyss and take care of them all together. Good. Since you already have an idea, let's take a break and set off. Han Lingxi did not pursue the question. She knows that Shin Jingting has always done things with a sense of propriety. Since he said so, it must have been a comprehensive consideration. 3 days after the break, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi simply packed up and immediately headed to the soul-shattering abyss. Along the way, the two didn't have the tension of being in a hurry, but instead were laid back and relaxed. This appearance, completely without the awareness of the imminent running into danger, also does not seem to be to explore the crisis-ridden ancient ruins. More like a small couple who traveled around to play in the mountains. Behind them, 2 gray ghostly figures quietly left. Husband, the fish is hooked. Han Lingxi slightly sidestepped and lowered her voice. The corner of her mouth hooking up into an imperceptible arc as a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Shin Jingting nodded his head gently. His expression calm, as if everything was under his control. Today, let them all have no return. The soul-shattering abyss is their burial place. The two of them continued to act as if nothing had happened, and continued to walk slowly towards the soul-shattering abyss. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the soul-shattering abyss. The place was filled with a pungent ghostly aura, and the ground was filled with oddly shaped rocks, with ghostly blue flames spewing out of the crevices from time to time. Shin Jingting looked at the shattered soul abyss shrouded in mist and muttered. Finally, they've arrived. Counting the time, they should be here as well. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ghastly laugh came from all directions. Han Lingxi, Shin Jingting, you have indeed come. And today is the day you die. Along with this angry cry, 5 figures slowly emerged from the mist on the right-hand side. It was none other than the 5 ghost jinn, Blood River, White Mist, Gifu, Demon Underworld, and 9 demons. Shin Jingting, hand over the secret treasure you're carrying, or I'll kill Han Lingxi first. As the saying goes, the enemy knows best. Demon He knew that Shin Jingting cared most about Han Lingxi and threatened her as soon as he came up. As he spoke, soul power surged around him, and a large hand condensed with soul power grabbed toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's face instantly grimaced, and his ghostly aura exploded around him like a raging black tide. Ghost knife a horizontal. A powerful blade on cut to the big hand. Bang, a loud sound. Soul power big hand was chopped into pieces. Into a bit of starlight dissipation. If you want to catch me, you're not qualified. Han Lingxi smiled coldly, and the soft appearance she had just seen in Shin Jingting's arms instantly disappeared, replaced by a biting aura emanating from her body. Seeing this, Blood River let out a strange laugh and immediately said to the other ghost jinn, "You guys go grab Han Lingxi, and leave this kid to me." With that, his hands danced rapidly, and several blood pythons instantly coalesced in front of him. Each blood python was as thick as a bucket, opening its bloody mouth and lunging and biting towards Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting smiled evilly and immediately took out the space-blocking talisman from the system space. Been waiting for you guys for a long time. With that, he sharply shredded the talisman paper. In an instant, a golden light vanished into him like lightning. And at the same time, his aura began to surge crazily. The originally mild and introverted aura had now become overbearing to the extreme, and the air around him was distorted by his aura. In a blink of an eye, It was as if the space in a radius of 1,000 kilometers was being held by a giant invisible hand. The 5 great ghost jinn only felt their bodies tighten. Their originally free movements instantly became sluggish. And the soul power they wanted to mobilize also seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, making it difficult to operate. What's going on here? Blood River's eyes widened in horror as he tried to maneuver the waves of blood to impact this blockade. But just as the wave of blood surged up, it was pressed back by the invisible force of space and turned into a puddle of blood. What the hell is this? The demon underworld hissed and swung its claws as hard as it could, trying to tear apart the confined space. Yet it was all in vain. Except for stirring up a few faint ripples. His eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. And the man who was confident just a moment ago was like a beast trapped in a cage at this moment. Oh no! This should be Shin Jingting's secret treasure. The cooldown of the secret treasure is short. He can use it again. The ice mist of the white mist had also lost its previous spirituality. And under the spatial blockade, it could only curl up around him, unable to spread the slightest bit. Gifu and the 9 demons glanced at each other. And both of them gathered their entire body's ghost power at the same time in an attempt to break this terrifying blockade. However, as soon as their ghost arts were cast, they were twisted to pieces by the power of space. Shin Jingting looked at the woeful appearance of the 5 great ghost zoons and let out a cold laugh. My gift to you. Do you like it? Chapter 98, Ghost Dignitary Slave. After saying that, the ghostly aura around him erupted once again. And the ghostly sword flashed with a bizarre light as he approached towards the 5 great ghost sovereigns step by step. With every step, space trembled. And the faces of the 5 great ghost sovereigns grew paler and paler. At this moment, there was nothing else in their minds but regret. Greed is not enough to swallow the elephant. This is completely finished. Life will be accounted for here. They thought they were high-end hunters. But they didn't expect to end up as fish and meat on someone else's plate, to be slaughtered. Demon Underworld looked at Shin Jingting's determined eyes. And the fear in his heart reached its peak. His legs weakened and he fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Shin Zun, spare my life. It's because I have eyes that don't recognize you and have offended you. I beg you to give me a way out. At this moment, he was filled with nothing but the desire for life. What ambition to dominate the ghost domain. The idea of revenge on Shin Jingting were all completely crushed by fear and dissipated without a trace. How can you care about anything else when your life is on the line? Shin Jingting was surrounded by a strange ghostly aura, suspended in midair, looking down on the demon underworld from above. His eyes were icy cold, as if they were from the 9 abysses, transmitting an endless chill. You were so arrogant before, trying to kill me to seize the treasure, and wanting to harm Sheer. Now you know you're afraid? Shin Jingting's voice was low and hoarse, echoing eerily in the ghostly realm, causing the surrounding ghostly chi to tremble. Hearing this, Demon Underworld knocked his forehead heavily on the ground full of sharp stones, instantly splitting his skin and sliding ghost blood down his cheek. Zun Shun, it's because I was blinded by lard and made a big mistake. I beg you to be merciful and spare my life. As long as I can live, I would like to follow you forever and root out all obstacles for you. However, Shin Jingting acted as if he hadn't heard, without a trace of pity in his eyes. And the ghost knife in his hand swung out without hesitation. A cold blade flashed by. And Demon Underworld couldn't even send out a miserable scream as the powerful soul force instantly shattered his soul source. The Demon Underworld's figure quickly dissipated, turning into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into this eerie ghostly realm. The remaining Blood River, White Mist. Gifu and 9 demons watched this scene in horror for a long time. They had never imagined that the Demon Underworld, who had once been a formidable force in the ghost domain, would be beheaded so easily. Before they could recover from their shock, Shin Jingting had already arrived in front of them. Blood River, White Mist, She Phosphorus and the 9 demons. Scared to death. Flopping all kneeling down. Shin Jingting's gaze was like a knife as he swept towards them. Now it's your turn. Is it better to kill you? Or is it better to slaughter you? The four ghosts were speechless in their minds. What difference did it make? Elder Shun. We are willing to surrender and have absolutely no intention of resisting. The four great ghost Zuns trembled and were busy saying. Shin Jingting nodded slightly. And a black rune shot out from his fingertips, instantly disappearing into the foreheads of the four. As the runes entered their bodies, the four of them only felt a sharp pain in their sea of consciousness, as if they were pierced by thousands of steel needles. Not long after, they only felt an additional layer of prohibition in their minds, which seemed to be reading their thoughts at all times. This is a customized prohibition that I have created for you. From now on, your life and death are all at my whim. Shin Jingting snorted coldly. The four ghosts glanced at each other and helplessly clasped their fists, willing to be at Shin Zun's disposal. Shin Jingting nodded in satisfaction and turned his head to Han Lingxi, the coldness in his eyes instantly turning into gentleness. Sheer. It's all settled. Husband, why don't you kill them? I remember you love killing ghosts. Why did you choose to enslave them today? Han Lingxi blinked her soulful eyes and asked with a puzzled expression, thinking back to the time when Shin Jingting had only arrived at the bizarre world. He shouted every day that he wanted to fight and kill. And he didn't even want to be given a few ghost slaves, but only thought about killing the Blood River ghost Zun in them. Now actually not thinking of killing them, but instead choosing only to enslave them. It was confusing to understand how he operated. When the four great ghost Jin heard this, their hearts were shaken. Their faces flashed with horror and helplessness as they frantically spat in their hearts. You're the devil. Aren't you? Shin Zun has said he won't kill. And you're still thinking about making him do it. It would be more appropriate to simply give you the title of Shin Zun Slaying Ghost King. It really is true that what kind of master teaches what kind of disciple. Changlian Ghost Sovereign just loved to fight and kill all day long. And now it seemed that her beloved disciple, Han Lingxi, was no slouch either. Shin Jingting laughed softly, reaching out to favorably scrape the tip of Han Lingxi's nose as he explained. Don't you want to claim the throne? I'm now subduing these ghost Jin for you, so I can also help you in the future and fight for the throne of this ghost realm. I was just saying it for fun. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed as she gently slapped Shin Jingting's hand. Who knew you'd take it seriously? Although the words are so, but the heart is full of sweetness and touching. Did not expect to say casually. Shin Jingting was so on the heart. So I killed him now? The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up into an evil smile, and he made a gesture to draw out the ghost knife. The moment these words came out, the four great ghost dignitaries were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they all knelt down with a thud. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign's voice trembled, and with a sobbing voice, he shouted, Shin Zun, Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, spare your life. We will definitely saddle up in the future and never dare to have second thoughts. Han Lingxi turned back to look at Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others, her expression serious as she corrected their address. In the future, don't call me Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign. Call me Mrs. Shun. She and Shin Jingting had both gotten the conclusion paperwork from the messenger himself, and they had become husband and wife, both in name and in fact. How could the four great ghost dignitaries dare to disobey? And they were busy changing their words. Yes, Mrs. Shun. Han Lingxi listened, then nodded in satisfaction. Shin Jingting, however, deliberately poked fun at her. When I called Nyangzi earlier, someone seemed to disagree. What else do you say? She's my Ghost King's sister. Why are you gladly accepting Mrs. Shin's title at this moment? Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she wasn't willing to show weakness. Quickly pulling out a document issued by the 9 ghost temples from her bosom, then shook it in front of Shin Jingting's eyes. His greenish-white finger pointed to the names juxtaposed above, and said in a serious manner, See those two words? Little brother? Spouse. You are sister's man. And sister is naturally your wife. So what's wrong with calling her that? She said. And raised her chin triumphantly. As if it was only natural. Shin Jingting looked at this bizarre world of marriage license. He could not help but laugh out softly. Reached out and took Han Lingxi's waist. But my sister said in the beginning that she didn't want to be bound by the title. That she wanted to be free. Han Lingxi hummed. Snuggling into Shin Jingting's arms. Muttering in a small voice. That wasn't before. Things are different now. Besides, it's only natural to act like a housemother in front of them. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's playful yet serious demeanor and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gently pinching her cheeks. Well. The lady is right about everything. The four great ghost dignitaries on the side lowered their heads and didn't dare to utter a single breath. But in their hearts, they were silently slandering. This was no Shinzun and Madam. It was clearly a pair of happy lovers flirting. But it's hard for them to be subordinates. And they are forced to eat dog food here. Chapter 99, Entering the Soul-Shattering Abyss. The two of them joked and flirted with each other. And Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand as he lifted his steps and prepared to enter the soul-shattering abyss. The time to use the space-blocking talisman was only 25 minutes. And every second was incomparably precious. And the invisible barrier constructed by the space-blocking talisman steadily enveloped the inner perimeter of the soul-shattering abyss, completely isolating this gloomy land from the outside world. Within this blocked space, Shin Jingting was like a king who dominated everything and possessed invincible power. Sheer. There's not much time left for us. Let's go in as soon as possible. Han Lingxi put away her smile and nodded vigorously, holding Shin Jingting's hand tightly. Just after stepping into the inner perimeter of the soul-shattering abyss, a strong and pungent putrid stench came to the surface. As if there were countless unjust souls struggling and hissing in it. The four great ghost Dharma masters obediently followed behind, not daring to utter a single breath. They looked at Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's tightly clasped hands and were envious and fearful in their hearts. Blood River Ghost Zun secretly sighed. Powerful is good. Even with the people around him are full of energy. Shin Jingting operated his soul power, forming a protective barrier around his body to isolate the sickening odor. Did not go far. The front suddenly appeared a thick as ink black fog. Fog rolling and surging. Hidden bizarre light and shadow flashes therein. Shin Jingting frowned slightly and raised his hand to signal for the crowd to stop. As he gently waved his hand, a soul force transformed into a sharp blade and chopped towards the mist. Only heard a snort sound. Soul Power Blade was like a stone sinking into the sea. Instantly disappeared in the mist. Did not provoke a ripple. Just as the ghosts were on the alert, a dull roar suddenly came from the surroundings, followed by a majestic and surging force with endless grievances. Countless grievous souls and severe ghosts wrapped in black waves rushing, emitting creepy shrill whistles, seemingly wanting to devour everything in front of them. Not good. It's a soul tide. The Gifu ghost sovereign cried out in terror, his voice being torn apart in the whistling ghost wind. When the nine-demon ghost sovereign heard the voice, his face instantly turned pale, and his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had heard of the terror of the soul tide, which was a flood of extermination that was formed by the convergence of thousands of grievances. And wherever it went, the ghost race was reduced to nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. Shin Jingting's eyes were cold. His soul power around his body worked crazily, and his black aura rose to the sky. He stormed off with a sharp, "Get out!" A simple word, but wrapped in a destructive power. The sound wave was like a materialized blade, ruthlessly crashing into the tide of souls. Miraculously, that seemingly indestructible tide of souls actually dissipated instantly under this angry cry. The originally eerie and depressing space became much clearer all of a sudden. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others froze on the spot, unable to regain their senses for a long time. and then they were busy communicating in low voices. Blood River Ghost Zune swallowed his saliva. His voice pressed extremely low. My god. This is a soul tide that even the Ghost Emperor has to avoid for the time being when he meets it. So easily dispersed by Shinzune? This strength of Shinzune is simply unfathomable. White Mist Ghost Zune nodded his head vigorously, his eyes full of trepidation and awe. We can be considered to have embraced the big leg this time. We must not have second thoughts in the future. The Nine-Demon Ghost Sovereign patted his chest with palpitations. Yes. If it wasn't for Shinzune, several of us would have to be accounted for here today. After dispelling the tide of souls, Shin Jingting turned his head to look at Han Lingxi. And when he saw that she was unharmed, his expression eased a little. And he asked softly, Sheer, is everything all right? I have such an awesome husband. What could happen? Han Lingxi winked playfully, a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. The delicate appearance and light-hearted words had instantly eased the oppressive atmosphere. Shin Jingting couldn't help but smile, reaching out and gently scraping her nose with a doting face. Then stay close to me and don't get lost. Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others watched this cozy scene unavoidably, silently slandering in their hearts. These two were really capable of showing love anytime, anywhere. But once they thought of the terrifying strength that Shin Jingting had just displayed, they both obediently closed their mouths again and didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. The ghosts continued to move forward cautiously. After flying for about 5,000 feet, they had harvested quite a few precious cultivation resources along the way. Like what ghost crystal skull flower, gathering soul incense wood, spirit chalcedony. These cultivation resources could be hard to find outside. In the shattered soul abyss of this masterless region, many were found at once. But at that moment, a low growl came from the depths, followed by a group of massive ghostly beasts galloping out. These ghostly beasts were surrounded by black mist. Their sharp fangs flashed with cold light in the darkness, and their blood-red vertical pupils revealed endless ferocity. It's the Ghostbusters. The gifted Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign recognized the ghostly beast at a glance. Shin Jingting did not panic, raised his hand and lightly slapped out a palm. The palm wind containing a powerful force instantly killed the foremost ghost beast. Seeing this, the Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others shook their spirits and cast their ghost darts to start a fight. However, the number of ghostly beasts was simply too great, and a steady stream of them poured out from the depths as if they were endless. Only one wave was solved, and 10 more came up. Shin Jingting's right hand spread out. A dense ghost fog surged madly in his palm. And immediately afterward, he threw himself forcefully into the sky. In a matter of moments, only the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, and a huge black vortex appeared out of nowhere. Powerful suction force came out from it, sucking the surrounding ghost beasts into it. And the ghost beasts struggled and hissed, but they couldn't escape at all. In just a few minutes, the densely packed ghost beasts were wiped out. Zune Shun, this strength of yours? It's truly ghostly. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign was filled with awe, his voice unconsciously carrying a tremor. Saying that, he busily lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Shin Jingting's eyes that still exuded biting ghostly power. White Mist Ghost Zune also came forward, his face piled up with a pleasing smile. Yes. Shin Zune this time out. Can let me and others see the real strongman style. In the future hope that Shin Zune more to mention. 9 Demon Ghost Sovereigns and Gifu Ghost Sovereigns looked at the ground full of ghost beasts remains with palpitations and couldn't help but shiver. These ghostly beasts themselves weren't scary. What was scary was that after they were killed, they could coalesce again, as if they were a nightmare that couldn't be killed. Each time it appeared that they were completely annihilated. It didn't take long for the broken bodies to slowly wriggle in the darkness, reassemble and coalesce, and lash out again with an even more ferocious and hostile aura. Unless they could be exterminated in one go, I'm afraid that even if the Ghost Emperor came, he would still have the possibility of falling. This is also the reason why all the ghosts who entered the soul-shattering abyss to explore the mystery died in there. The soul tide alone discouraged countless strong people. That the sky and the sky of grievances. With destructive resentment surging. Wherever they go, ghosts cry and howl. And then powerful ghost power in front of it all seems small and unattractive. Not to mention the ghostly beasts that could not be killed or exterminated. After resolving the ghost fiend beast, the 6 ghosts continued deeper into the soul-shattering abyss. Chapter 100, The Underworld Butterfly. Not much farther, a deep, bottomless gully suddenly appeared ahead. The gully was filled with a black miasma that emitted a pungent stench. Shinzun, what should we do? This canyon seems a bit evil. Could it be another trap? The Blood River Ghost Sovereign's brows were furrowed as he kept surveying the gully, his eyes filled with vigilance. From the time he entered the soul-shattering abyss until now, it had only been 7 minutes, but he had encountered dangers one after another, as if they would never come to an end. If it wasn't for Shin Jingting's invincible strength, I'm afraid that he didn't even have a way to break through the first batch of soul tides. Who knew if the mist-filled gully would swallow them up instantly or harbor some even more terrifying unknown presence? Fly over. Shin Jingting made an immediate decision without the slightest hesitation. Keeping delayed here will only increase the variables in vain. With their strength, it is not difficult to fly across this gully. After saying that, Shin Jingting took the lead in operating his soul power. A layer of ethereal light rose around his body, and he slowly rose up into the air. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately followed closely behind, the ghostly sword in her hand trembling slightly, ready to guard against possible dangers. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign, White Mist Ghost Sovereign, Nine Demon Ghost Sovereign, and Chi Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign also performed ghost techniques, harnessing their soul force power to hover in the air, and cautiously flew towards the other side of the gully. Just after flying above the gully, the black miasma looked like it had been stirred up and flipped wildly. In an instant, the miasma transformed into countless hideous ghostly faces, lunging towards the ghosts with teeth and claws. These ghost faces let out mournful hisses, their voices sharp and piercing, drilling straight into the ears of the crowd, trying to disturb their minds. All be careful. Shin Jingting let out a low gulp and raised his hand. A soul force barrier instantly unfolded in front of the crowd of ghosts, fending off as many of the lunging ghost faces as possible. The ghost face slammed into the barrier with a crackling sound, but it couldn't break through in the slightest. However, the miasma seemed endless as wave after wave of ghostly faces raged on. The Nine Demon Ghost Sovereign panicked a bit, and the speed of his flight slowed down, but he was careless, and a leaky ghost face grazed his arm, instantly sending a sharp pain through his heart. He couldn't help but scream out in dismay. Ah, what the hell is this? Seeing this, Shin Jingting violently swung out a palm, and the black ball in his palm shot towards the gully like a cannonball. Wherever the black ball went, space seemed to be torn apart with a roar. When the black ball struck the gully, it instantly erupted with an earth-shattering roar. A blinding light flashed, and the entire world seemed to be lit up. The powerful impact kicked up a gust of wind, blowing the robes of the ghosts in a haunting manner. The black miasma was like thin paper in front of this force, instantly torn to shreds and dissipated into nothingness. Looking at the gully again, under this palm of Shin Jingting, it was actually directly leveled. The original bottomless gully disappeared and was replaced by a flat ground that did not even leave a trace. Is everything alright? Blood River Ghost Sovereign came forward and asked. The Nine Demon Ghost Sovereign shook his head. It's fine. It just stings a little. Keep going if you're okay. Shin Jingting took a look at Nine Demon Ghost Sovereign's injuries and realized that he did not have any major problems, so he continued to hold Han Lingxi's hand as he walked toward the front. He had a strong premonition that there must be secret treasures in the depths of the soul-shattering abyss. There were now 18 minutes until the end of the space-blocking talisman's time, enough time for him to find the secret treasure. The 6 ghosts walked through the dark forest, rotting leaves crunching uncomfortably underfoot. The surrounding area was filled with a strong and pungent putrid odor. Shin Jingting scanned the surrounding area vigilantly, his soul power running at all times in order to prepare for unexpected situations. Shortly after stepping into the dark forest, a blue light flashed faintly in the woods. Wait a moment, I'll use my soul power to detect it. Having said that, Shin Jingting immediately released his soul power to probe deeper into the dark forest. Soon, he withdrew his soul power and smiled faintly. It's okay, it's a butterfly. As the words fell, the ghostly blue butterfly flew into the air, the blue light on the butterfly's body appearing particularly eye-catching in the dimly lit environment. Like a dream, the wings flapped gently, bringing up a circle of strange halos, as if luring the ghosts closer. Momentarily curious, the Nine Demon Ghost Sovereign couldn't help but reach out and try to touch one of the butterflies, and just as his fingertips were about to touch the butterfly, Han Lingxi was quick on her feet and violently flung out a bolt of soul power to slap his hand away. Don't touch, it's the underworld specter butterfly. The 9 demons ghost sovereign hastily withdrew his hand and asked with palpitating heart, Lady Shen, what is this underworld specter butterfly? Han Lingxi took a deep breath and slowly explained. From what my master said, the underworld specter butterfly is an extremely bizarre and dangerous spirit in the bizarre world realm. They are born in the dark places in the depths of the bizarre world, which is shrouded in darkness and miasma all year round, and is where the Yin is most dense. It was only after countless years of being nourished by Yin Qi that such evil things were birthed, but they are extremely rare in number. These underworld specter butterflies live off of sucking the souls of ghosts, and the ghostly blue flames on their bodies are condensed from cold and shadowy ghost qi, with extremely low temperatures yet capable of burning souls. Once stained by its flames, even a ghost emperor would find it difficult to resist, and could only break his arm to survive, and a ghost king or below would even be burned to ashes in an instant. However, this also means that where there are underworld specter butterflies appearing, there must be netherworld amethyst veins. When the white mist ghost sovereign heard this, he immediately spoke, then let's hurry up and kill it, and then go find the netherworld amethyst vein. As he said that, he was about to make a move when Han Lingxi hurriedly stopped him. Do not strike. This underworld specter butterfly possesses a special ability, soul splitting. When it is fatally attacked, the underworld specter butterfly can split its soul into countless pieces that blend into its surroundings. It then coalesced and reborn again, unable to be killed or driven away. Very difficult to deal with, and it's very vindictive. Once it sets its sights on someone, it won't stop until it kills them. So far, no method has been found to kill the underworld specter butterfly. When the 4 Blood River ghost sovereigns heard this, all of their faces turned pale and their backs went cold. The 9 demon ghost sovereign's expression was cold, his soul power flowing around his body as he stared vigilantly at the underworld specter butterfly, ready to respond to the attack at any time. As they were talking, 9 more flew out of the dark forest, instantly surrounding the ghosts. The wings of these butterflies flapped, and the ghostly blue flames intertwined into a sea of fire, surging towards the crowd. The white mist ghost sovereign's voice trembled, losing his bearings for a moment, and hurriedly asked, Shen Zun, what can be done about this? Shen Jingting didn't reply, just looked at the 10 underworld specter butterflies, listening to Han Lingxi's introduction of them, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This butterfly is not bad, it would be a shame to kill it just like that. Shen Jingting raced through his mind, pondering a response. Just as the underworld specter butterfly lunged at him again with its teeth and claws, he moved. The soul power around him exploded without reservation, forming a powerful aura that instantly shook the air around him. Shen Jingting looked at the 10 underworld specter butterflies that flew in at great speed. The corner of his mouth rose. Then you will be of use to me. Chapter 101, Soul-Eating Streamer. The aura was too powerful, causing the originally ferocious underworld specter butterflies to hesitate briefly and slow down their flight. Shen Jingting took a step, and when he raised his hand, a huge ghostly hand appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and grabbing towards the underworld specter butterfly. The ghostly blue flame scorched the ghostly hand, emitting nuisance sounds, but the speed of the ghostly hand did not decrease at all, and in the blink of an eye, it held all 10 underworld specter butterflies in its palm. The seized underworld specter butterfly struggled frantically, its flames erupting with all its might in an attempt to break free, yet the ghost's hand was as firm as a rock, not moving at all. Shen Jingting's gaze condensed, and his powerful spiritual power surged into the ghost hand like a tidal wave, directly impacting the soul of the underworld specter butterfly. Although these underworld specter butterflies were able to split their souls and be reborn, they were simply unable to resist in front of Shen Jingting's invincible strength. It was as if their souls were being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to split at all. Shen Jingting's soul power surged around him, his aura compelling, and he spoke coldly, 2 choices, either follow me or die now. A slightly larger underworld specter butterfly struggled unwillingly for a few moments, its flames soaring high in an attempt to break through the suppression. Shen Jingting's gaze flinched, and his soul power stabbed at its soul like a sharp blade, and this underworld specter butterfly instantly shriveled up, and its flames dimmed. The other underworld specter butterflies trembled in fear at the sight, their previous ferocity gone. After a few moments, that underworld specter butterfly slowly approached Shen Jingting, its wings no longer flapping, and its flames converging, as if expressing submission. Seeing this, the other 9 followed suit and fluttered around Shen Jingting. Meekly, Shen Jingting knew that these underworld specter butterflies had completely submitted. Still, they need to be established as a deterrent to them. Immediately afterward, Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's slender waist, his expression cold, his gaze sweeping over each of the underworld specter butterflies in turn as he spoke in a deep voice. "This is my mother. See her as you see me. If you dare to show her the slightest disrespect, I will make your souls fly away." The underworld specter butterfly seemed to have understood his words, trembling slightly in the air. Immediately afterward, the underworld specter butterfly in the lead took the lead and circled around Han Lingxi, as if familiarizing itself with her scent. The other 9 followed suit, 9 shadows of ghostly blue light weaving around Han Lingxi like a dream. Afterward, these underworld specter butterflies returned to Han Lingxi and converged in the air. The blue flames on their wings intertwined with each other and changed, and they slowly used the flames to write down the words of the ghost world in the air. "Good day, ma'am," in 3 big words. The handwriting was ethereal and glowing with an ethereal blue light that stood out in the dimly lit dark forest. Han Lingxi looked at this scene, her cheeks slightly flushed, the corners of her mouth raised in a happy smile, and she gently leaned into Shin Jingting's arms. "Zun Shun, you actually subdued them." The 9 demon ghost sovereign's face was filled with astonishment. His voice trembled a little, and his eyes were filled with awe. Blood River Ghost Sovereign also came back to his senses. This strength of Shin Zun, it's simply heaven-defying. The White Mist Ghost Sovereign and the gifted Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign were also in awe. Following such an expert, their future was boundless. In less than 20 minutes, they had already witnessed Shin Jingting save the day twice. First, facing the densely packed and endless ghostly beasts, Shin Jingting performed the forbidden ghost technique, sucking them all into the other dimension with his own strength, resolving the extinction. Now, he had strongly subdued the difficult underworld specter butterflies, making these evil creatures that even ghost elders were afraid of obediently submit. "Shin Zun, you're great." White Mist gave a thumbs up with a pleasing smile on his face. Shin Jingting only nodded slightly, then raised his hand and gently stroked. 10 underworld specter butterflies transformed into 10 ghostly blue rays and merged into his palm. And then, the 6 ghosts quickly stepped into the dilapidated ruins. As soon as he stepped into it, a rotten and eerie aura came over him. Han Lingxi and the other ghost Jin felt uncomfortable, as if there were 10,000 ants eating at their hearts, and their bodies felt like they were being pierced by countless sharp, fine needles at the same time. The 9 demons ghost sovereign fell to his knees with a thud, his hands frantically tearing at his clothes in an attempt to get rid of the pain that followed him around. The Blood River ghost sovereign braced himself, the muscles on his face twisting from the pain, as did the White Mist ghost sovereign and the Gifu ghost sovereign. Han Lingxi's situation wasn't much better, as her face instantly turned as white as paper, and her figure swayed, nearly falling. She tightly bit her lower lip, her hands deadlocked the clothes on her chest, and painfully said, "Husband, I'm so uncomfortable. It seems like something is tearing me apart." Among the 6 ghosts, Shin Jingting was the only one who looked calm and didn't have anything at all. With a slight flow of soul power around him, he isolated this bizarre eroding power. He walked quickly to Han Lingxi's side and swept her into his arms, lifting his hand to gently caress her back as the soul power around his body was continuously channeled into her body to help her withstand the pain. Creak. "Feeling better?" "Much better." Han Lingxi nodded slightly, long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Shin Jingting's gaze coldly swept around. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and immediately after, he fiercely stomped his foot, and a powerful soul force spread out in all directions with him as the center. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding ruins collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. As the psionic power spread, the force that made the pain unbearable temporarily and rapidly dissolved. The 9 demon ghost sovereigns and the Blood River ghost sovereigns and the others only felt a sense of relief in their bodies, and their pain instantly disappeared without a trace. They sat paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily, and the joy of the aftermath flooded over them. "Zun Shun, you are truly our lifesaver." 9 demon ghost Zun said with palpitations. The eyes that looked at Shin Jingting were filled with awe and gratitude. The Blood River ghost sovereign also nodded his head hurriedly. "If it wasn't for Zun Shun, we would have really lost our lives this time." Shin Jingting didn't pay attention to them. He just looked at the ruins with a grave expression. He had a hunch that this was the depths of the soul-shattering abyss, and the secret treasure should be hidden here. He continued to scan his surroundings, only to see a looming black mist deep within the ruins, and something seemed to be stirring in the mist, emitting a dangerous aura. Shin Jingting released his soul power to look for it, and the wisps of soul power were like nimble tentacles, probing around in this dilapidated ruin. Soon, he spotted the end of the line. A streamer slanted next to the remnants of a wall 1,000 feet away from here. The flag was black in color, with bizarre runes carved all over its surface, and was emitting a burst of evil fluctuations. Not only that, but he also found a bead emitting a ghostly light looming in the depths of the ground. there's actually a streamer and a bead. Shin Jingting let out a small gasp. The unbearable pain felt by all the ghosts was precisely because of this streamer, and the closer they got to it, the more intense the pain that was like a million ants devouring their hearts became. Shin Jingting violently stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread out in the air, and powerful soul power instantly surged out from his palm, like an invisible rope, tightly wrapping the streamer around it. The flag was wrapped in soul power, as if pulled by an irresistible force, instantly detaching itself from the ground and flying towards Shin Jingting, landing steadily in his hands. Ha! It's actually an ancient murder weapon, the Soul Devourer. Chapter 102 Being Sister's Emperor. Shin Jingting held the streamer in his hands and scrutinized it, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others gathered around, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of disturbing Shin Jingting. This streamer is very bizarre, and all the pain I suffered before was due to it. Shin Jingting slowly spoke, his voice low. Han Lingxi came closer and looked at the obscure runes on the streamer, and couldn't help but shiver. Husband, the runes on it give me a hard time. At this time, the 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign remembered the beads that Shin Jingting had mentioned earlier and asked cautiously, Zun Shun, then the beads you mentioned just now, could they be related to this streamer? Shin Jingting nodded slightly. It's extremely likely. This bead and the streamer appeared at the same time, and both exuded a powerful yet bizarre aura, so they must be inextricably linked. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Shin Jingting raised his hand and waved it, and a ghostly force was injected into the ground and began to probe for the beads. As the soul power went deeper, a slight vibration came from the ground, as if something was slowly awakening. Just as the crowd was paying full attention, the mist of the entire soul-shattering abyss gradually dispersed. The scene originally shrouded in mist slowly became clear, revealing a piece of broken walls and ancient architectural ruins that spoke of the vicissitudes of the past. The walls were carved with mysterious patterns, like some kind of ancient spell formation, or some kind of cultural inheritance. Look over there, the White Mist Ghost Sovereign suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. Only in the center of the ruins, a ghostly light rose up to the sky, and it was the bead mentioned earlier. Shin Jingting's figure flashed, instantly coming to the bead and raising his hand to hold it. When the bead entered his hand, a cold sensation came, and at the same time, Shin Jingting detected a purely powerful force contained within the bead. Husband, I feel that this bead contains a very powerful force inside. Han Lingxi hugged one of Shin Jingting's arms and reached out to gently poke the bead. Shin Jingting nodded slightly and held the beads in his palm, running his soul power to try, but the beads were like stubborn stones. No reaction. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign paced around them and couldn't help but speak. Zun Shun, this bead is so evil. Could it be related to the streamer? Shin Jingting frowned lightly, and was about to respond, when the 9 Demons Ghost Zun came over with wind and fire. Whatever the relationship is, just smash it open and take a look. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and made a move. Reckless, the White Mist Ghost Sovereign immediately pulled the 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign back. In case we touch any prohibitions, we'll all have to die here. White Mist is right. 9 demons, you use your brain more. The gifted Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign couldn't help but open his mouth to say a few words as well. Alright, don't even talk about it. Scrutinize it. Shin Jingting scrutinized the mysterious beads in his hand, and all the ghosts gathered around him, with burning eyes, full of hope that they could unveil the secrets of the beads. However, no matter whether Shin Jingting probed in with his powerful spiritual power or Han Lingxi carefully studied it with her rich knowledge of ancient books, the bead was guarded as if by an invisible layer of mysterious power. No clues were ever revealed, and the spectral light remained mysterious. Just as the ghosts were at an impasse, a strange fluctuation swept in from all directions. Immediately afterward, the entire soul-shattering abyss seemed to be stirred by a large invisible hand, and the originally dead earth began to tremble violently. As the mists completely dissipated, a jaw-dropping sight appeared before everyone's eyes, only to see all kinds of heavenly treasures breaking out on the originally barren ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the mud puddle that emitted a putrid odor, several soul-devouring lotus plants slowly poked out of the water. This lotus flower was blood-red in color, with veins and veins on its petals, flowing with bizarre black liquid, and a gust of soul-devouring power emanating from the stamen. If it was refined into an elixir, the ghost cultivator could take it and directly devour his opponent's soul power in battle, turning it into his own cultivation. Not far away, on the cliff face, ghost flame red crystal grows. It was shaped like a crystal, but it burned with a blazing ghost fire, and the temperature was strangely high, so that ordinary ghosts would be burned to ashes in an instant when they got close. This crystal was the core material for refining top-grade ghost weapons, and the magic treasure built with it as a guide would be able to release an incredibly powerful ghost flame that would incinerate everything in its way. In a dark corner, a few phantom ginsengs broke out of the ground. Its roots were as humanoid, with a dreamlike glow around it, and its ginseng whiskers gently swaying. Taking this ginseng, a ghost cultivator can briefly gain the ability to manipulate dreams, killing people in their dreams without being seen, as well as prying into the memories and secrets of others. And in a dry river, there is a bit of ghostly light flickering. That is the 9 ghost star sand. Each grain of sand contained a powerful force of yin and cold, and incorporating it into a gong method would allow the cultivator's attacks to be accompanied by the power of the 9 ghosts, and once it struck an opponent, it would plunge their souls into endless icy cold pain. There is also the ghost fruit of reverse fate, which grows on a twisted dead tree and has a strange dark green color with a halo on its surface. After taking it, the ghost cultivator has a chance to change his fate against heaven, break the bottleneck of his own cultivation, and reshape the foundation of his cultivation. Han Lingxi was ecstatic as she looked at the heavenly treasures roaming the mountains. Her cheeks slightly flushed from excitement. She pulled Xin Jingting's arm tightly, her voice filled with uncontrollable joy. "Husband, so many treasures." The corners of Xin Jingting's mouth rose, revealing a confident smile as he gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair. "Sheer, your dream of claiming the title of emperor begins here." Han Lingxi's eyes instantly lit up like stars, full of joy as she hugged Xin Jingting and gave him a heavy kiss on the cheek. She cupped Xin Jingting's face with both hands, and said in a delicate and domineering manner, "Brother, on the day when my sister becomes emperor, will you be my sister's emperor? It will be my turn to spoil you in the future." Xin Jingting feigned helplessness and gently scraped her nose. "Then I'm not a soft eater? You force me to eat your soft food. I force you to eat my soft food. It's not just right, with you by our side. Sooner or later this weird world will be ours." Han Lingxi cocked her head, smiled wryly, and reached out to poke Xin Jingting's chest. "Soft?" Xin Jingting had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and was about to open his mouth to flirt, when his gaze inadvertently fell downward. Han Lingxi followed his line of sight and instantly blushed, her hands subconsciously covering her chest as she pouted. "Big pervert, where are you looking?" Xin Jingting stifled his laughter, but also feigned innocence. Spreading his hands, "I cannot do anything, it is your own." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Lingxi directly went to his hand and made a gesture to pinch his arm. Xin Jingting reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and gently bringing it around, and Han Lingxi fell into his arms. All right, I won't tease you," Xin Jingting coaxed with a smile. Han Lingxi buried herself in his arms, wriggling her petite body and muttering unforgivingly, "You just know how to bully me. When you're my emperor in the future, you'll have a good time. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed every day." "Poof." Xin Jingting was amused by Han Lingxi's words and once again embraced her tightly. "Good, I'll wait to be your emperor and dominate this bizarre world with you. As for now, well, let's put away all these heavenly treasures." Seeing this intimate scene, Blood River Ghost Sovereign, 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign, and the other ghosts had the sense to look away. Chapter 103, The First Car in a Weird World. With 5 minutes left until the space-blocking talisman, Xin Jingting looked at the ruins of the ruins with a cold expression. 5 minutes, that's enough. As the words fell, he raised his hand and majestic soul power surged out, only to see the ground shaking violently. A huge block of stone tumbled up from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a magnificent city rose up from the ground. The original barren and cluttered scene was completely changed, with sturdy walls towering over the city, and mysterious and ancient patterns carved on the walls. Xin Jingting's gaze turned and he extended his soul power toward the ground again. In an instant, it was as if the earth was torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and between the shaking of the ground and the mountains, a wide passageway led straight from the ground to the city lord's mansion of Spirit Stream City. The interior of the passage was smooth and level, and the sides were inlaid with ghostly fires that emitted a ghostly light, illuminating the way forward. After doing this, Xin Jingting condensed his soul power to form a large hand and reached into the air to the place where the ghostly beasts that had just been sucked in had gathered. Immediately after that, he casually grabbed his hand, and a powerful suction force instantly formed, and 10 ghost fiendish beasts that were so robust in size were unconscionably sucked in front of him. Under the suppression of Xin Jingting's absolute strength, the ferocity in the eyes of the ghost fiend beast was quickly replaced by fear, obediently submitting and becoming his slave. However, this wasn't the end. Xin Jingting continued to exert his soul power, gathering the surrounding boulders in one place and carving them at a rapid pace. Soul power transformed into a sharp blade, cutting with precision, and in the blink of an eye, 5 spacious and sturdy carriages were created. He drove the Ghostbusters to lasso the ropes and take charge of pulling the carriage. Finishing all this, Xin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand and walked to the edge of the city. Sheer, In the future, this city will be ours. There is also a underworld amethyst vein under the ground. In the future, when we cultivate, we will get twice the result with half the effort. And a passageway has been opened by me under the ground, so it's very easy to get back and forth. Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes flowed with surprise as she looked around and exclaimed, "Husband, you're too good. With this city and the mineral vein, our foundation is secure. This underworld amethyst crystal can enhance the purity of ghost power, and with one retreat, it might be able to withstand others' months of bitter cultivation." Shen Jingting smiled dotingly and gently pinched her hand. "I am paving the way for your mother to claim the throne." The 4 ghosts on the side, Blood River Ghost Sovereign, 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign, Chief Phosphorus Ghost Sovereign, and White Mist Ghost Sovereign, had envy in their eyes. They looked at this majestic city that had risen out of thin air, and thought of the underworld amethyst vein that contained endless wealth and power, and their hearts rippled with layers of waves. But they were also clear that at this time, they were slaves and were not qualified to think about these coveted treasures. Blood River, 9 Demons, Gifted Phosphorus, and White Mist. I'm in a good mood today, so you guys can choose a treasure for yourselves. Shen Jingting raised his eyes and swept his gaze over the 4 great ghost jinn. His expression was sparse but with a few rare moments of gentleness. The Blood River Ghost Sovereign was first stunned, then his face was filled with surprise and his voice trembled with excitement. "Many thanks for the reward, Honorable Shun." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the pile of heavenly treasures emitting various colors of light, his eyes darting back and forth between the cold pith spirit crystal and the ghost bone chalcedony. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and picked up the ghost bone chalcedony. He knew in his heart that this material was crucial for him to refine his intrinsic ghost artifact. The 9 Demons Ghost Dignitary had long been unable to hold back, jumping and rushing over, grabbing the illusory dream spirit ginseng and grinning. "Shen Zun, I'll take this one. With it, my illusion techniques will definitely be more powerful in the future." Gifu Ghost Zun appeared to be much more calm. He carefully scrutinized each treasure, and finally chose the 9 Phantom Star Sand. He cradled the 9 Phenomenal Star Sand in his arms and respectfully said, "Many thanks to Zun Shen. This 9 Phenomenal Star Sand is greatly beneficial to my cultivation techniques." The White Mist Ghost Reverend hesitated, reached out and picked up the Phantom Shadow Demon Chi, and softly said, "Thank you, Shen Zun. This item is just right for me." Shen Jingting watched them each finish their selection and nodded slightly. "Since they have been selected, make good use of them. Don't let these treasures down. We will surely live up to the high hopes of Honorable Shen." The 4 ghosts had kneeled on one knee in unison. Han Lingxi walked over to Shen Jingting's side and affectionately took his arm, laughing, "Husband is really generous today." The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up a bad smile, close to her ear and whispered, "Am I not generous to you? I'm a whole person to you. You can ask for it whenever you want. It's just that you never take the initiative. Big bad, immodest and molesting me again." Han Lingxi's cheeks instantly flushed red, shy and annoyed, and she took a bite on Shen Jingting's shoulder. Shen Jingting feigned pain, but still couldn't help but laugh out loud, reached out and gently encircled her waist. Well, it's me who's wrong." Sierra quickly let go of her mouth. Any more bites could see blood. Han Lingxi let go of her mouth and glared at him in exasperation, but she didn't let go of the hand she was holding. "Let's go. Return to Spirit Stream City first, then send people into the soul-shattering abyss to station themselves," Shen Jingting said, holding Han Lingxi's hand as he walked into the city, with Blood River and the other ghost jinn following closely behind. Coming to the passageway, Shen Jingting took the lead in stepping into the first carriage, and Han Lingxi, full of curiosity, followed while surveying. Seeing this, Blood River and the others very sensibly stepped back, choosing to take their seats in the rear compartment. Han Lingxi gently stroked the interior of the carriage, her eyes filled with novelty, and she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, is this a car?" "Yes, in the underground, it can travel all the way without any obstacles." Shen Jingting smiled gently and nodded his head as he explained, "With 10 ghost fiend beasts in charge of pulling the cart, it's smooth and safe." However, how could the ghost fiend beasts in charge of pulling the cart at the front have never imagined that they, who were once mighty and rampant in the soul-shattering abyss, would one day become the drudgery driven by others? The point is, they can't resist at all. A sentimental smile surfaced on Han Lingxi's face, a trace of imperceptible frustration in her voice. "So amazing. I never even rode in a carriage in my life. I didn't expect to ride in a car that my husband built for me with his own hands after I died." When Shen Jingting heard this, his heart seized violently, and a wave of heartache surged to his heart. He reached out and gently wrapped Han Lingxi into his arms, his voice unconsciously softening. "Sheer, I wasn't able to stay with you in life, so for the rest of my life, I'll make sure to give you the best of everything. Husband, it's good to have you. You always give me the best, but I can't give you anything." Han Lingxi leaned in his arms, slightly tilting her head, her eyes full of tenderness. "Fame, fortune, status, these are all within your reach. But you, before the words were finished, Shin Jingting gently covered her mouth, laughter in his eyes. Silly girl, meeting you, like a deer returning to the forest, like a boat leaning against the shore. From now on, 1 room, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons, stars and seas, elegant and common. As long as I have you by my side, you are the most precious thing in this world. Han Lingxi's eyes reddened slightly, and she wrapped her hands around Shin Jingting's waist and hugged him a little tighter. Husband, it is a privilege to meet. Love is no secret. I want everyone to know that I love you. As the words fell, Han Lingxi stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her hands around Shin Jingting's neck, and kissed her deeply. Chapter 104, Come to Sister's Room at Night. Shin Jingting was slightly stunned, then responded tenderly, raising his hand to gently stroke her hair. At this moment, the carriage seems to become a world of its own. The outside world is isolated from the disturbance. Only the sound of each other's heartbeat intertwined and echoed. After a long time, the two of them separated, and Shin Jingting's forehead rested against Han Lingxi's, murmuring softly, You know, Creek, before I met you, I took things as they came. After I met you, I took you for granted. In life, he was just an ordinary young man running around in the world, busy every day for that $3,500 of salary. Overtime until late at night is a common thing. It was hard to make it to the end of the month when I was paid my bonus, and I was so full of joy that I was ready to treat myself for the evening. Whoever thought that the gears of fate turned steeply? Watching a horror movie was suddenly all of a sudden caught up in this bizarre world, and woke up lying in Han Lingxi's bed. However, he didn't find life in the bizarre world boring. Instead, because of Han Lingxi joining him, he felt that he was now living a better life than in the Yang world. No need to worry about a few taels of silver, and every day you can spend time with your beloved. This kind of happiness is the former in the world of the sun wouldn't dare to think about, because when he was in the Yang world, he was alone and didn't even have any company. Every day, I was teased by my elder sister that all chopsticks were in pairs, but you were alone. At that time Shin Jingting can only helplessly smile, although the heart longs for love, but has not met the right person. He just didn't expect that after coming to this weird world, he would meet Han Lingxi, the woman who made him willing to give everything to guard her. It was during the days he spent with Han Lingxi that he truly realized the warmth of being cared for and accompanied. Han Lingxi leaned in Shin Jingting's arms, looking out at the scenery speeding by outside the car, her cheeks still with an unfading blush, her eyes full of happiness that she couldn't hide. Shin Jingting always held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. After a tease time had passed, the ghost beast carriage arrived smoothly at the city lord's mansion in Spirit Stream City. Creek, we're home. Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand as he slowly walked out of the carriage, and Blood River Ghost Zun and a bunch of other Ghost Zuns followed behind him to maintain a certain distance. Han Lingxi held his arm affectionately, her brows filled with happiness. Husband, it's really fast. Shin Jingting smiled and responded, This passageway was specially built for you, so naturally it should be faster so that we can bring you back to our home earlier. I'll have more surprises for you when I dominate the creepy world later. I don't care about surprises or anything, as long as you're by my side it trumps everything. Han Lingxi's gaze was soft, her eyes filled with tenderness. Blood River Ghost Sovereign took a step forward at this time, his eyes filled with admiration as he respectfully said, Shin Zun, your methods are truly an eye-opener for us. It's the first time I've seen this passageway, this ghost fiend beast pulling a cart, and that city that rose overnight. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was real. The 9 demons and the other ghost elders also felt unbelievable, but on second thought, Shin Jingting even possessed invincible strength, so it didn't seem that anything was impossible. It was just that I didn't know what exactly his secret treasure was that could actually rapidly increase his strength without any backlash at all. Don't make a fuss, all of you. Go back to your business and stand by for orders. Shin Jingting looked calm and waved his hand unhurriedly, his tone carrying the unquestionable majesty of a superior. Although the 4 ghost dignitaries, Blood River, 9 demons, Chief Phosphorus, and White Mist, were still in shock, they didn't dare to disobey, so they all bowed their hands and turned around to retreat. When they left, the corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of self-satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Now that he had Han Lingxi, a ghost demon wife, and a month-grade ghost demon puppet under his command, plus the 4 ghost demon slaves he had just taken in, this kind of strength could no longer be underestimated in this bizarre world, and was completely comparable to the power of the soul-devouring ghost emperor. Han Lingxi held his arm intimately, her beautiful eyes flickering as she laughed. Husband, we're much stronger now, and there will definitely be a place for us in this bizarre world in the future. More than just a seat, sooner or later this bizarre world will be ours. Shin Jingting gently patted her hand with confidence. Nowadays, all he wanted to do was to molest his defensible and sweet wife every day, occasionally double cultivate with her to enhance each other's strength, and enjoy this different kind of conjugal time. Han Lingxi sensed Shin Jingting's thoughts, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she muttered under her breath, immersed in her own thoughts, completely forgetting the existence of the psychic tattoo. This husband, did he turn out to be so easily satisfied? So do I have to fulfill his pet peeves more often? Thinking of this, her cheeks unconsciously flushed, and Shin Jingting's usual appearance of either doting or deep affection surfaced in her mind. No. I have to be reserved. I can't let him think I'm too casual. But on second thought, that's not right. He's my husband. There's no reason not to spoil him more. Han Lingxi's heart was at war with the heavens, feeling for a moment that she should maintain some womanly reserve, and for a moment feeling that she didn't need to be so restrained in the face of her beloved husband. As she was thinking, suddenly her face changed slightly, as if she had remembered something important. Psychic tattoos. She let out a soft whimper. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Wouldn't all those thoughts he had just had been known by Shin Jingting? Thinking of this, she was a little flustered, her eyes involuntarily dodging around, and in her heart, she secretly regretted how she had been so careless. And at this moment, Shin Jingting was wearing an unstoppable smile at the corners of his mouth because he sensed those cute thoughts of Han Lingxi. He deliberately pretended to know nothing as he continued to study the beads in his hand. Han Lingxi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down as she lifted her head to sneak a glance at him, realizing that he was studying the beads, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. In that case, he shouldn't have heard it. The two of them were wandering around the city lord's mansion hand in hand when suddenly a ghost guard arrived in a hurry. My lord, prefect, the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign has sent a messenger. Stand down for now. I'll be right there. Han Lingxi nodded slightly, her voice calm but not overpowering. Shin Jingting's brows were furrowed, full of displeasure, and the ghost power around his body involuntarily surged slightly. We've just returned from the soul-shattering abyss, and this dead old woman has sent someone. Surely she doesn't have any good intentions. Husband, I don't think that's the case. Her people should be here to hand over the mining rights to the Blood Soulstone vein. Han Lingxi gently pulled Shin Jingting's sleeve, a hint of certainty in her eyes. We had an agreement with her before. She shouldn't dare to break it easily. Want to accompany me? Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting expectantly. Forget it. I'm not interested in the emissary sent by the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Shin Jingting skimmed his mouth, his tone full of dislike. Just have you to deal with it. I'd like to see what tricks she can pull. Han Lingxi smiled helplessly, turning around and preparing to meet the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's emissary for a while. Just as she took a step, she suddenly turned back and approached Shin Jingting, reaching out to gently pick his chin, and then slowly blew a mouthful of hot air towards his ear and whispered, Brother, remember to come to Sister's room at night. Sister has a surprise for you. Oh. Chapter 105, Nothing. Shin Jingting was stunned by her sudden flirtation, and a strange feeling surged in his heart as he looked at Han Lingxi's smiling eyes. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, Han Lingxi had already turned around and walked out of the room with light steps. Shin Jingting looked at her departing back and touched his picked chin, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising slightly. This sheer. One moment she is so bold that she teases me every now and then, and the next moment she is shy like an untouched little girl. It's really inscrutable. Shin Jingting murmured, turned around and walked into the city lord's mansion with the beads. At that moment, in the middle of the parlor, the messenger sent by the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign was talking to Han Lingxi, and that messenger was none other than the May Lust Ghost King. As the only Ghost King under Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's command, she had been sent to talk to Han Lingxi, who had advanced to Ghost Sovereign, about the mining rights of the Blood Soulstone vein, which showed how much importance Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign had attached to this negotiation. May Desire twisted her slender waist and took light steps as she slowly walked up to Han Lingxi, slightly curtsying, her voice delicate and gentle. Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, I have come this time because Lord Ghost Sovereign sent me to fulfill my agreement with you. With that, she took out a contract scroll with an ancient texture, which emitted a faint glow of psionic energy. She presented the scroll with both hands, with just the right smile on her face. Han Lingxi looked indifferent, sitting on the main seat with a slight nod, reaching out and hooking her finger, and the scroll automatically flew into her hand. With a wave of her right hand, the scroll automatically unfolded, her eyes quickly scanning over its contents. It clearly recorded details such as the number of Blood Soulstone veins, their locations, and the ownership of the mining rights. Just seeing the location of the Blood Soulstone vein caused Han Lingxi to frown. How could it be there? This Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign has it in his heart. When May Desire saw Han Lingxi's brow furrow, she thought there was something about the contract that wasn't to her liking. Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, but is there something wrong with this contract? Nothing. Han Lingxi waved her hand, not wanting to explain more in front of May Lust. She put away the scroll, Her face regained its bland look, and then said, "Don't call Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign in the future. It's better to call me Mrs. Shin. It's better to hear it that way." Mei Lust was unsure, but still nodded and responded, "Yes, Mrs. Shin." Han Lingxi nodded gently, signaling that she could leave. Mei Desire saluted again and turned around, wriggling her waist to exit the room, and after she left, the blandness on Han Lingxi's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a smirk. "It's time to get back to the surprise for my brother." Cold Source Xin Jingting's residence. When he returned to his room, he had been holding the beads and studying them, but after studying them, he didn't have the slightest clue. Department of. When he was about to ask the system, Xin Jingting then suddenly remembered that the system had gone next door to fall in love. "Looks like the system is making good progress. I guess we've found it." Xin Jingting shook his head slightly, a helpless smile on his face. Then he stopped thinking about the system. Then he took out the soul-devouring streamer from the system space. As soon as that soul-devouring streamer appeared, it faintly exuded an eerie aura, and the runes on the surface of the streamer flickered with a bizarre ghostly light. Xin Jingting gently waved the soul-devouring streamer. Feeling the power fluctuations coming from it, his brows slightly furrowed. "Strange, obviously I'm also a ghost body, but why didn't I feel the slightest sensation when I came into contact with the soul-devouring streamer?" While Sierra felt very uncomfortable, he held the soul-devouring streamer and scrutinized it carefully, his eyes sweeping over the bizarre runes and the fluttering streamer, trying to find out the reason for it. The soul-devouring streamer exuded an eerie aura, one that seemed to penetrate into the bone marrow, but Xin Jingting seemed immune to it, and Han Lingxi's group of ghost jinn would feel uncomfortable just being close. He recalled that when Han Lingxi had touched the soul-devouring streamer earlier, her face had instantly turned pale, her cold sweat was pouring out, and her entire body appeared very weak. Could it be because I have a system, and the system blocked the power of the Soul Eater's erosion for me? Xin Jingting whispered to himself, his mind constantly pondering the possibilities. That seems to be the only possibility that makes sense at this point, or else I can't really find any other reason to explain this. Thinking that, he tried to run the soul-devouring streamer a little faster again, feeling the changes in the power within it, but there still wasn't any special feeling. Guess it's the system. Xin Jingting furrowed his brows slightly and pondered in his heart. Maybe the system has made some changes to his body, so that he can live in harmony with the soul-devouring streamer. And this soul-devourer is also the culprit of the soul tide. Ghosts were born with an instinctive fear of the power of the soul eater. When that power in the soul-devourer leaked out, the ghosts began to become extremely unstable. The weaker ghosts were dominated by fear and began to frantically flee. Their panicked flight was like a starburst that ignited chaos throughout the soul-shattering abyss. This was because the Soul Eater's area of influence was only the inner perimeter of the soul-shattering abyss, which was 50 kilometers. Those slightly more powerful ghosts in the inner perimeter, in order to avoid the power of the soul-devouring streamer, also joined the fleeing team, causing the flow of souls in the ghost-shattering soul abyss to become more and more turbulent. As the power of the soul-devouring streamer continued to leak out, a huge torrent of souls gradually formed in the soul-shattering abyss, but they simply couldn't escape the inner perimeter of the soul-shattering abyss, and over time they formed a tide of souls. Xin Jingting finished studying the soul-devouring streamer and put it away in the system space, while continuing to study the beads. The bead was emitting a warm luster in his hand, and there was a mysterious power fluctuation. He tried to inject soul power into the interior of the bead, only to see that the bead flashed with light and instantly entered Xin Jingting's body, but nothing happened to him. Xin Jingting was slightly stunned and had some doubts in his heart. Not right. According to common sense, this bead suddenly entered the body. Even if it does not produce any rejection reaction, it should also be a little special feeling is right, but now there is no movement. He operated the soul power in his body and carefully felt the changes in his body, trying to detect the location and state of the beads in his body, but he still found nothing. Strange, what is the origin of this bead? How come it's so weird? Xin Jingting whispered to himself, his brows furrowed. He could feel the beads staying still in his body without the slightest movement, as if they were fused with his body. As he was thinking about this, suddenly, the bead inside his body trembled slightly, and a strange power began to slowly flow through his body. Xin Jingting only felt a warm current rising from the dantian and quickly spreading throughout his body, and his body, which was originally a bit tired, instantly regained vitality, and his soul power also became more majestic. But the feeling lasted less than 3 seconds, and peace soon returned. Xin Jingting was delighted in his heart, and following the scent to explore the past, he actually found that the beads were suspended in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 106. A surprise in the night. Meanwhile, Han Lingxi was in her room preparing a surprise for Shin Jingting. She carefully prepared a table of netherworld food. Those dishes were oddly shaped and exuded otherworldly flavor. Each one was cooked by her personally and incorporated with full of love. She then put on a light tulle, which had a soft texture and shimmered faintly in the light, setting off her figure even more delicately. She put on her stockings again, and her slender legs looked even more charming and added a bit of flirtation under them. Finally, she put on a coat and kept this beauty a secret for the time being, only waiting for Shin Jingting to give him a big surprise when he returned. Han Lingxi sat at the table, looking out the window from time to time, her eyes full of anticipation. She imagined Shin Jingting's expression when he saw this, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a smile. On the other hand, Shin Jingting was in his room, and when he suddenly remembered Han Lingxi's morning remark about having a surprise later, he was a bit apoplectic, thinking of a surprise that might be related to Han Lingxi. A surge of anticipation surged through his heart, and the things he had just been thinking about were instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He walked towards Han Lingxi's room with hurried steps, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising slightly as various images of possible surprises continued to float in his mind along the way. When Shin Jingting arrived at the door of the room, he took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. The light inside the room was soft. A table of delicacies came into view, while Han Lingxi was sitting at the table, and when she saw him come in, she immediately stood up and looked at Shin Jingting with a sweet smile. "Husband, I've personally cooked for you. Try it and see if it's to your liking?" Han Lingxi's voice was as gentle as water, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. "Creak, is this the surprise you told me about?" The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth twitched several times, and now he was inevitably a little disappointed. The gap between the table of food in front of him and the surprise he had imagined was too great. Han Lingxi didn't have any extra thoughts in her mind in order to prevent her mind from being known by Shin Jingting due to the psychic tattoo. She pouted slightly and said, slightly aggravated, "What? You don't like it? People have spent a long time preparing this, and these are all the things you love to eat." Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's aggrieved appearance and felt a bit of impatience in his heart. Knowing that his disappointment was showing too clearly, he walked forward, gently holding Han Lingxi's hand, and said, "Sheer, I like it. It's just that this time, the rice shouldn't be salty, right?" Thinking back to the last time, Han Lingxi had cooked with great joy, and as a result, because he had put too much salt in, the flavor was simply unbearable, and when he took a bite, his mouth was full of salty taste. "Husband, why are you revealing my shortcomings? I'm a very good cook. If you don't believe me, you can taste it first." Han Lingxi feigned anger and snapped, but there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Shin Jingting couldn't help but smile as he looked at her cute appearance, letting go of her hand, picking up his chopsticks and putting a chopstick of vegetables into his mouth. Han Lingxi, who had originally been a bit apprehensive, stared closely at Shin Jingting's expression, afraid that this time it wouldn't be to his taste again. Shin Jingting chewed a few times, his eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Sheer, it's really good this time. The flavor is just right. It seems like your cooking skills have improved a lot." "What do you mean? I've improved a lot. I've always been very good." "Okay, that was just an accident last time." "An accident?" Han Lingxi feigned dissatisfaction as she stomped her foot and crossed her arms, but her face couldn't hide the smugness she felt after being praised. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw her in this adorable manner, stood up and walked to her side, gently scraping her nose. Fine, I was wrong. My sheer has always been a master cook." With that said, Shin Jingting pulled Han Lingxi back to sit at the table, chucking another chunk of her carefully cooked meat into his mouth and chewing on it. The two smiled at each other, and sweetness filled the air. When Shin Jingting had almost eaten, the corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She didn't move and got up, circled around behind Shin Jingting, and in her hand at some point there was an additional ribbon made of soul power illusion. Shin Jingting was immersed in the satisfaction brought by the food, and before he could react, Han Lingxi flicked the ribbon and it wrapped around Shin Jingting's eyes like a spirit snake. Shin Jingting was slightly stunned, but he didn't resist, letting Han Lingxi fiddle with him. Suddenly curious, he tried to use the psychic tattoo to read the thoughts in Han Lingxi's mind, but he couldn't perceive anything after concentrating. Shin Jingting was puzzled in his heart. Normally the psychic tattoo would know Han Lingxi's mind as soon as it was probed, but why did it fail today? Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting, whose eyes were bound by ribbons, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She slowly walked in front of Shin Jingting, a seeming smile at the corner of her mouth, raised her hand and gently stroked his chest, her fingertips slowly wandering along his lapel. Shin Jingting only felt a hot current spreading from where her fingertips touched, and all the senses in his body were instantly amplified. He reached out to put his arm around Han Lingxi, but she lightly avoided it. Han Lingxi sidestepped and dodged, a playful smile on her face. "Husband, take it easy. Saying that, she returned to Shin Jingting's side, slightly leaning down, her hands propped on the armrests of the chair Shin Jingting was sitting on, her face close to his, their breaths almost intertwined. Her hair fell down and swept over Shin Jingting's cheeks, tickling them. "Husband, look, am I a little different today?" Her voice had a hint of pout and was full of confidence. Shin Jingting swallowed hard, the knot in his throat rolled up and down. Although he was blindfolded, he still guessed something. "Creak, you're..." Before he could finish his words, Han Lingxi gently pressed her fingers against his lips. "Shoo, don't say anything yet." She then straightened up, walked lightly to a side table, picked up the wine glass on the table, and took a shallow sip of the wine. Then with wine in his mouth, he walked quickly to Shin Jingting's side again. She slightly lowered her head and moved closer to Shin Jingting, then gently ferried the wine in her mouth into his. Shin Jingting couldn't hold back any longer and fiercely reached out to pull her into his arms and embrace her tightly. Han Lingxi didn't dodge anymore, but obediently leaned into his arms, her hands encircling his neck. "Husband, you can take off the blindfold." Shin Jingting smoothly removed the blindfold, and the sight in front of him made his breath catch. Under the warm yellow light, Han Lingxi's eyes contained love, and a faint blush rose on her face, making her even more delicate and attractive. Underneath the tulle, her figure was hidden, exuding an irresistible allure. "Brother husband, this is the request I promised you before. I can do it." Oh. Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of a delicate trailing tone, and the breath she gently exhaled ruffled Shin Jingting's heartstrings. The knot in Shin Jingting's throat involuntarily rolled up and down a bit. His gaze locked onto her body, no longer able to move away. Chapter 107 Hurting Each Other. After a long time had passed, the room returned to calm, but a hint of flirtation still lingered in the air. Shin Jingting gently wrapped Han Lingxi in his arms, their skin pressed against each other, feeling each other's temperature. Han Lingxi's eyes were slightly closed, and a faint blush still lingered on her cheeks, making her look particularly moving. "Creak," Shin Jingting gently called her name, with a few moments of undissipated tenderness and love in his voice. Husband, I'm sleepy." Han Lingxi squinted her eyes slightly, her voice carrying a strong sense of weariness. Half muttering, he shrank back into Shin Jingting's arms again and found a more comfortable position, snuggling close to him. Shin Jingting looked down at her lovely appearance with contentment and exhaustion, his heart filled with tenderness. He gently brushed away the messy hair on her forehead, dropped a kiss on her forehead, and softly said, "Sleep, Sierra, I'm here." Han Lingxi hummed softly in response. Within moments there was the sound of even breathing. Having fallen into a sweet sleep, Shin Jingting looked at her peaceful sleeping face. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile. In his mind, he thought about how lucky he was to have such a gentle and lovely woman with him. Joy value breaks through 542%. Host gets 3 chances for the lottery. Shin Jingting was about to fall asleep when the system's beep sounded abruptly in his head. "Toon-chan, you're back." Shin Jingting was instantly energized, a look of surprise on his face. "Aha." The system's voice sounded breathless, and there was a hint of despondency in its tone. Shin Jingting heard the wrongness of the system's tone and couldn't help but flirt. "Unity, listening to your tone, you wouldn't have been dumped, right, system?" The system was silent for a moment, and then returned in a good-natured manner. "Host, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." When Shin Jingting heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, Tuzi, your reaction is too amusing. Seriously though, what's going on? Tell me about it." People say that military masters never go to war. Once they go to war they turn into military dogs, and this is the first time you. TSK, 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 electronic military dogs have been seen. Shin Jingting teased wistfully, a derisive smile on his face. He recalled that the system had sworn at the time that it had a massive amount of relationship knowledge in its database and was definitely a relationship master. Who would have thought that the first time you fall in love, you will end up being dumped? At the same time, a prophecy, verifying what Shin Jingting said at the time. "I hope you hold a beautiful woman. Don't become a military dog by then." The system fell into a moment of silence, as if it had been poked to the sore spot by Shin Jingting's unforgiving memories. "There's nothing to say. Host, hurry up and draw the lottery." The system changed the subject with some annoyance, a hint of eagerness in his voice, wanting to get rid of this awkward atmosphere quickly. Seeing the system in this state, Shin Jingting no longer continued to snicker and said with a forced smile, Okay, listen to you, draw first." With that, he focused his mind on the lottery interface that surfaced in his mind. As the pointer began to spin rapidly, his heart couldn't help but speed up, his eyes glued to the pointer with anticipation. After a while, the pointer slowed to a stop and the system's voice followed. "Congratulations to the host for drawing an extractor. Extractor extracts the essence of everything, whether it be the essence of a rare spirit herb, the special energy in a ghost weapon, or even the mysteries in a kung fu technique. All can be extracted with precision. Congratulations to the host host for drawing a secret mark divine rope, secret tattoo divine cord, determined by the user's strength, invincible in the same realm, it's as strong as you are. Hey, 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 hey. Congratulations to the host for drawing in Xiongdan. The system's gloating voice sounded in Xin Jingting's mind with a strong flirtation. Xiongdan revitalizes a man's virility, enhances certain aspects of the body's functions, and allows the user to be more energetic and self-confident at a given moment. Warm reminder, the host can use it without any side effects. Xin Jingting looked at the 3 prizes, eyes first bright, but when he saw the Xiongdan, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a little. His face showed a trace of helplessness, said in a good-natured manner, Toon-chan, why do you have this in this raffle? Can't you have some normal prizes? Host, this lottery is all random. You can't blame me, and maybe this Xiongdan will be useful to you later, the system said in a serious manner, but there seemed to be a hint of flirtation hidden in the words. Dog system, you damn pure revenge on me, right? Xin Jingting's eyes instantly widened, his face filled with anger and embarrassment. His voice unconsciously raised a few points. I, Xin Jingting, can use this kind of thing? Cut, hot chicken. The system disdainfully disliked back, seemingly dissatisfied with Xin Jingting's reaction. This system still feels like a waste of a lottery opportunity, giving you such a good thing that you don't even know how to cherish. Maybe it will come in handy sometime later. It's really unintelligent. Xin Jingting listened to the words of the system and was so angry that his teeth itched. Good IU Unity, still dare to talk tough. My body is good, I can't use it. I think you're doing this on purpose. You got poked at by me before and now you want to get back at me, right? This system is not. This lottery is all random. It is your own bad luck to draw. Do not accuse me, the system justifiably retorted. And maybe someday you and Han Lingxi. Hey, don't beg this system to get you some more of this stuff when the time comes. You, Xin Jingting choked on the system's words. Count yourself cruel. The host can throw it away now if he feels he can't use it. The system looked at Xin Jingting's embarrassed appearance and deliberately flirted. Xin Jingting hesitated for a moment. This Xiongdan is after all a lottery, and produced from the system, and do not know the effect in the end. Although he said he couldn't use it, he was still a little curious. The system's derisive voice sounded in Xin Jingting's mind again. Che, I'll never use this. Xin Jingting forced himself to be calm and tried to make his tone sound firm. Keeping it still takes up space. Then you should have thrown it away. The system was unforgiving and seemed to want to see Xin Jingting make a fool of himself. Xin Jingting gritted his teeth, just ready to be ruthless and throw away the Xiongdan, but his hand just reached into the system space, and then stopped. Some images of spending time with Han Lingxi suddenly flashed through his mind, in case he really needed it later. At the thought, he retracted his hand again. Humph, I'll keep it for now, just in case I can use it as a medicine guide or something later. Xin Jingting made an excuse for himself, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Yo, still talking tough. Okay, then you can keep it. It might come in handy someday. Chapter 108. After one person and one system fought with each other for a while, they returned to a state of relative calm. At this time, Xin Jingting suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask, by the way system, what is this bead in my sea of consciousness? The system quickly operated and began to scan the beads in the sea of consciousness. A moment later, the system's voice sounded in Xin Jingting's mind. The Underworld Ghost Emperor's original ghost artifact, the Spectral Ghost Pearl. This was immediately followed by a detailed explanation. This dimming ghost bead was extremely terrifying, and once it was activated, it would release a huge black vortex that would swirl all the surrounding matter and souls into it. Souls caught in the vortex would suffer endless pain in the vortex, and would eventually be completely devoured by the demon pearl and transformed into its source of power. Tuzi, didn't you say that there is only one ghost emperor? The 9 underworld ghost emperor. In the bizarre world? Xin Jingting was full of doubts, his voice unconsciously raised. How come there is suddenly another underworld ghost emperor? He remembered that when he first learned about the creepy world, the information he had gotten had always been that the 9 Spectre Ghost Emperor monopolized the entire creepy world. That was nearly 1,000,000 years ago. The system's voice carried a bit of long distance, as if it was looking back over a long period of time. Before that, the bizarre world was co-dominated by the 10 great ghost emperors. They are each entrenched on one side. Their strengths are not comparable. They check and balance each other, and they maintain the delicate balance of the bizarre world. Xin Jingting frowned slightly and asked after him, what happened afterward? How come these 10 great ghost emperors are only left with the 9 underworld ghost emperors? And how did the underworld ghost emperor disappear into history? Later, the system paused, seemingly combing through the complex past. A shocking war broke out. No one knows the exact cause, only that in that battle, the ghost emperors killed each other and shattered the mountains and rivers. Countless ghost cultivators are involved. The bizarre world is full of life and souls, and some places in the yang world are also affected. Later, 3 ghost emperors sacrificed themselves to completely cut off the passage to the Yang world, which prevented widespread casualties, and the Stygian ghost emperor was suppressed by several ghost emperors in that melee, and his original ghost artifact, the spectral ghost pearl, was nowhere to be found, until it appeared in your sea of consciousness today, and the 9 ghost emperors rose to prominence in this great battle, defeating the other ghost emperors one by one and becoming the sole overlord of the bizarre world ever since. Shin Jingting silently digested this information, and images of that tragic battle came to mind. After a long time, he spoke. In that case, this dimming ghost pearl is a hot potato. If the 9 specters ghost emperor knew I was here, would he not hunt me to the ends of the earth? Indeed, the system agrees, but this is also opportunity. If you can control the ghost pearl in the spectral sea, you will have the capital to resist the 9 ghost emperors. It's just that the power contained in this ghost bead is too powerful for the host's current ghost body to withstand, and it's not easy to control it. However, the host does not need to worry for the time being. The 9 ghost emperors are not in the weird world right now, and he does not know that the spectral ghost pearls have already appeared in the world. The system's voice sounded at the right time, trying to calm Shin Jingting's nervousness. The 9 ghost emperor isn't in the weird world? Then where is he? Shin Jingting heard the words, the doubts in his heart even more, and he was busy pursuing the question. Host, this is not something you should be worrying about right now. The system didn't seem to want to reveal too much. Its tone was a bit perfunctory. Your most pressing task at the moment is to enhance your strength and control the spectral ghost bead as soon as possible. Knowing too much about the whereabouts of the 9 specters ghost emperor won't do you any good. Shin Jingting frowned, not satisfied with the system's answer. If he found the 9 ghost emperors, then he would use the invincible coin. However, this was still a bit risky, because the probability of one's invincibility was only 1 in 2, and in case the coin favored the 9 spectral ghost emperor, then one could only allow the system to save one's life. Okay, since you don't want to talk about it, I'll stop asking for now. Shin Jingting was also clear that it was pointless to dwell on this issue with the system at this moment. Host, when your ghost body reaches the ghost emperor level, it will be more than enough to refine the underworld abyss ghost pearl. Shin Jingting's gaze flinched as he clenched his fists. No matter how difficult it is, I'm going to try. I can't let this ghost bead become my death charm. I have to turn it into my trump card. After he finished speaking, he gently adjusted his posture for fear of waking the sleeping Han Lingxi in his arms. At this moment, the two were sitting on the bed, Han Lingxi's head resting on his shoulder, sleeping heavily. Immediately afterward, he inquired to the system, Unity-san, is there any way to enhance my ghost body? There is a chaotic ghost refining secret pill in the system mall that requires a large amount of Yuri value to purchase, at which time you can strengthen your ghost body in all directions, greatly enhancing your strength. The system gives quick answers. When Shin Jingting heard this, his eyebrows instantly twisted into a pimple, and he couldn't help but stagger. A large amount of bizarre value? How much is that exactly? Low-grade Chaos Ghost Refining Secret Medicine, 5 million Eerie values. Intermediate Chaos Ghost Refining Secret Medicine, 8 million Eerie values. Advanced Chaos Ghost Refining Secret Medicine, 10 million Eerie values. Holy, Unico, you run a black store. This is too expensive. Shin Jingting looked at the price of the chaotic ghost refining secret pill given by the system and couldn't help but burst out. 5 million creepy values to start with, and the advanced ones actually cost 10 million. How many quests do I have to do before I can save up enough? Host, a penny for your thoughts. The low-grade chaotic ghost refining secret pill can only initially quench the ghost body, with limited enhancement. The intermediate ones make the ghost body tougher, and the strength will be increased more. The advanced ones are even capable of shedding your bones and can allow you to directly break through your current realm, the system patiently explained. Saying that, another panel was displayed, which was selected by the system based on Shin Jingting's current strength. 1. Purge the wastelands of trickster shadows. This ownerless barren forest was shrouded in bizarre mists, and hidden in the forest were shadow ghosts with the strength of early moon-level ghost Jin, which were good at sneak attacks and would devour the souls of intruders. Task: kill a shadow ghost within 3 days and receive 500,000 Eerie value upon completion. 2. Explore the Ghost Cave of Silence. The Ghost Cave is located in an unclaimed land with an intricate internal structure that hides a mysterious ghost treasure. You need to find and bring out the ghost treasure within 5 days, and you will receive 800,000 Eerie values for completing the mission. 3. Purification of the corrosive ghost fog. The masterless corrosive poison ghost swamp was filled with deadly poisonous mist, and the swamp was guarded by a poisonous swamp ghost serpent of a mid-Japanese level ghost deity. You need to purify the poisonous swamp and kill the poisonous swamp ghost serpent within 6 days, and you will receive 800,000 Eerie values for completing it. 4. Venture into the Ghost Emperor's Legacy Hall. This Legacy Hall was situated in the Masterless region, a place where the remnants of the Ghost Emperor's souls resided. Enter the core of the Legacy Palace within 7 days to obtain the Ghost Emperor's inheritance seal, and complete the task to receive 2 million Eerie values. 5. seal the soul-splitting abyss. The masterless split soul abyss continuously gushed out evil ghosts, and at the mouth of the abyss there was a peak day level Ghost King split soul ghost in command. You need to seal the abyss and kill the split soul ghost commander within 4 days, and you'll receive 500,000 eerie values for completing the mission. After listing the tasks, the system added another reminder to the host. During the host's execution of the mission, this system will not provide any information and assistance. It all depends on the host himself, otherwise the mission will be judged as a failure. Xin Jingting looked at the task on the panel and thought carefully. Let's do the Ghost King level quest first, and we'll talk about the later quests when the time comes. But just as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up again, as if he had thought of some brilliant idea. That's not right. Slaughtering the Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the 4 of them, wouldn't they get 2 million bizarre values for nothing? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 109, The Little Lady. Xin Jingting no longer hesitated and immediately activated the restraints within the Blood River Ghost Sovereigns and their bodies. Right at the moment the prohibition was activated, everything changed radically. An invisible yet incomparably powerful force, like a sharp blade, instantly pierced through space and stabbed at these 4 ghost elders with unerring precision. The 4 great ghost sovereigns, who were far away from their mansions at the same time, hadn't noticed the danger in the slightest. In 2 breaths of time, a terrifying power exploded within Blood River and the others. They didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before their bodies instantly turned into pieces and their souls went up in smoke under the ravages of that force. Almost at the instant that the 4 great ghost jinn were obliterated, a system beep sounded in Xin Jingting's mind. Creepy value arrived. 2 million. After Xin Jingting heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face and he murmured in a low voice, Blood River. I'm not a good ghost. I was just in a good mood that day and didn't want to kill ghosts. Now, well, the situation calls for you to contribute to me. What was given to you before? Consider it a burial gift for you. After doing all this, Xin Jingting hugged the fragrant and soft Han Lingxi and continued to sleep. Han Lingxi seemed to feel something and gently twisted her body in her sleep, her pink lips slightly pouting as she muttered dreamy words in a small voice. That sappy, clingy tone, like a lazy kitten. The corners of Xin Jingting's mouth involuntarily rose, and his arm tightened slightly, bringing her toward his arms. Perhaps sensing his soothing presence, Han Lingxi's frown unfolded and her face returned to its sweet, sleepy expression. The corners of her mouth still slightly hooked up, as if she'd had some kind of beautiful dream. Xin Jingting looked at her like this. His heart was full of tenderness, and sleepiness gradually came, slowly closing his eyes. I don't know how long I slept, but the quiet was broken by the sound of a crisp bird chirping outside the window. Xin Jingting woke up leisurely, and his eyes were Han Lingxi's pretty face that was close at hand. He gently ruffled a strand of hair from her cheek, so gently that he was afraid to wake her. However, Han Lingxi was still awakened by this subtle movement. She opened her eyes in a daze, the sleep still lingering in her eyes. Seeing that Xin Jingting was gently looking at himself, the corners of his mouth curved, revealing a sweet smile, his voice carrying the softness of a freshly awakened sleeper. Good morning, husband. Morning. Xin Jingting returned her smile. Did you sleep well? Han Lingxi rubbed into his arms and pouted. I slept well with you holding me. Xin Jingting had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, his fingers gently playing with Han Lingxi's hair as he flirted softly. Did you sleep so long? Were you too tired last night? As soon as those words left her mouth, Han Lingxi's cheeks were instantly colored with a layer of redness, and she slightly lowered her head, her voice soft and with a hint of annoyance. Why are you so annoying, bullying me and making fun of me? After saying that, she gently bit her lower lip, and that shy and delicate appearance made Xin Jingting's heart melt. Xin Jingting couldn't help but recall last night's images in his mind, and the ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. He was lost in thought when Han Lingxi suddenly came closer and gently bit his neck, as if in retaliation for the flirting he'd just done. Xin Jingting pretended to be in pain and let out a low cry. Dare to bite me? Let's see how I'll clean you up. With that, he reached his hands toward Han Lingxi's waist and began tickling. Husband, it's itchy. I know I'm wrong. I won't bite anymore. Will you let me go? Han Lingxi was amused and giggled, her body twisting around in Xin Jingting's arms, trying to break free but being held tightly by him. It's too late to beg for mercy now, Xin Jingting said, continuing to tickle Han Lingxi. Between the two of them laughing and joking, the tool on Han Lingxi's body quietly slipped off, revealing her smooth skin. Xin Jingting's gaze slightly stalled, and when Han Lingxi sensed something strange and followed his gaze, she was immediately ashamed and annoyed. As soon as she pulled the quilt over her and wrapped herself in it, she snapped. Big pervert, no looking. Xin Jingting looked at her in this adorable manner and smiled helplessly, his eyes full of favor, reaching out to hold her in his arms along with the quilt. Okay, no more fooling around. Han Lingxi hid under the covers, only revealing a pair of watery eyes as she looked at Xin Jingting, the corners of her mouth unable to resist rising slightly. Xin Jingting caressed Han Lingxi's hair and said with a serious expression, That's right, Sierra. I'm going to make a trip to the spectral ghost cave today. Husband, what are you doing in that masterless land?
Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with concern and doubt.
There's a secret treasure in there, and I'm going to get it.
Shin Jingting told the truth about the thoughts in his heart.
Then I'll accompany you, Han Lingxi said without hesitation,
her eyes firm. After spending time with Shin Jingting, she didn't want to separate from him at all,
even for a moment. In her heart,
Shin Jingting had already become the most important person in her life, and the bits and pieces that she experienced together made this dependence deeper and deeper.
Moreover, the ghost cave of silence was full of dangers,
and she really couldn't rest assured that Shin Jingting would go alone. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, and a doting smile appeared on his face as he smoothly embraced her into his arms.
Of course, I'm so weak, I have to have my mother with me,
or else there's no security in this heart.
Whenever he just went out,
he would subconsciously bring Han Lingxi with him, because he felt that no place was as safe as being around him.
Just a poor talker.
Who doesn't know that you're a big shot on one side with your star-level early-stage Ghost King strength?
Han Lingxi lightly laughed and whacked him. But seriously, I like being by your side.
Shin Jingting lowered his head and dropped a gentle kiss on her forehead,
his voice carrying some laughter.
Then I'll have to take my little tail with me wherever I go from now on.
Hearing this,
Han Lingxi feigned dissatisfaction and grunted.
What little tail? Making me sound like a follower. Despite the words, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden.
Ha ha, you're not my little tail or my little follower,
but my little lady.
Shin Jingting smiled. His arm smoothly wrapped around her waist and brought her towards his arms. Han Lingxi instantly straightened her spine, her eyes flowing full of valor,
reached out and gently picked Shin Jingting's chin,
raised her eyebrows and said with a smile,
"Brother, what do you call a little lady?
You have to call your sister.
Understand?"
That tone of voice rose slightly, and the imperial sister aura was on full blast. Shin Jingting held a smile at the corner of his mouth and deliberately teased her.
Where is a sister lying down to be hugged? Isn't it always the sister who takes care of people?
Once Han Lingxi heard this, her eyes were crafty, and with a push of her hands,
Shin Jingting fell down on the bed.
Han Lingxi bullied her way up, bracing her hands on his side and looking down on him, her hair hanging down on the side of Shin Jingting's face,
itching. Immediately after,
the corner of her mouth hooked up a smug smile, slowly sat on the edge of the bed, patted her thighs, and her eyes signaled Shin Jingting.
"Come here, brother, lay on your sister's lap."
These words were just what Shin Jingting wanted,
and he didn't squirm, lying up smoothly, his head resting on Han Lingxi's leg, squinting comfortably. In no time, Shin Jingting became restless,
and his hand, which had been placed at his side in a regular manner,
quietly touched Han Lingxi's thigh.
Han Lingxi sensed his small movements and feigned a huff on her face, gently slapping his hand away and scolding,
"Be honest, no touching."
Shin Jingting held a bad smile at the corner of his mouth.
"Sheer, I'm not trying to help you relax and unwind. You press it for me and I'll press it for you." Han Lingxi gave him a blank look. "Before you lie, can you not think those little thoughts in your mind?" Through the unique psychic tattoo between the two, she could clearly sense Shin Jingting's small mind.
"Ha ha, forgot."
Shin Jingting laughed awkwardly and touched his nose.
Seeing that Shin Jingting was particularly enamored with his legs,
Han Lingxi didn't reject him as she let Shin Jingting up and sat up smoothly, and then,
gently opened his vermilion lips, his voice soft and with a few points of lethargy.
"Forget it, let you be capricious for once." After saying that,
she gently put her leg on Shin Jingting's leg with a gentle,
charming, moving and understanding imperial sister posture.
Her eyes were imploring, her eyes were full of favor, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes seemed to be saying, "Just let you do it this time."
Chapter 110, Even after I gave my spirit, I lost my body.
Shin Jingting's eyes lit up as he placed his hands on Han Lingxi's slender thighs and gently rubbed them. Han Lingxi lightly lifted her chin, a smirk seemingly in her eyes, and her toes hooked slightly,
gently touching Shin Jingting's knee.
It then slid slowly down his calf in a gentle and playful motion. Shin Jingting's gaze followed her movements closely, and his breathing unconsciously increased.
"Look at your lack of talent."
Han Lingxi laughed softly and ranted, but her tone was full of favor, her foot teasing unsteadily on his leg, sometimes gently rubbing, sometimes naughty nudging. Shin Jingting was made to feel a little bit uneasy by this flirtation, and reached out to grab her ankles.
Han Lingxi, however,
nimbly dodged it and said with a delicate smile,
"You're allowed to mess with your mind, but you're not allowed to tease your sister? Sierra, if you tease me again,
beware I won't go to the spectral ghost cave today." Shin Jingting's voice was low, carrying a few warnings, and his gaze was locked onto Han Lingxi, his eyes surging with uncontrollable affection.
"If you don't go, you don't go." Han Lingxi blinked, still looking like the gentle, charming, moving and understanding imperial sister.
She flicked her long hair and deliberately tilted her head, a smile of urgency at the corner of her mouth, waves of light in her eyes.
Seductive.
She raised her chin slightly,
full of confidence and playfulness, as if she was certain that Shin Jingting was just talking. With her understanding of Shin Jingting, her little brother wouldn't really give up his plan to travel to the ghostly Cave of Silence for this matter. However, the truth was diametrically opposed to what Han Lingxi had expected. Don't you regret it? Shin Jingting was completely ignited by this wanton and charming look of hers, which completely ignited the long-suppressed flame in his heart. He couldn't hold back any longer and lunged toward her. Only then did Han Lingxi realize that Shin Jingting had come for real this time, and her original calm and collected expression instantly flustered. Husband, I was wrong. Her voice took on a few moments of softness, with a strong hint of pleading for mercy, instantly changing from a powerful imperial sister with a strong aura back to a soft and sweet sister. Her originally calm demeanor instantly flustered, and her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of being tossed around last night. That scene of images made her cheeks redden, and she secretly screamed in her heart that she shouldn't have just provoked Shin Jingting. Less than 2 hours had passed since the last time, and her body was still tired, so she didn't want to go through this again. However, Shin Jingting looked like he had been hooked, and at this moment, what ghostly Cave of Silence and what adventure plan were all thrown out of the sky. His eyes were only left with the woman in front of him that he loved to the bone, and there was only one thought in his mind at the moment: to hold her tightly in his arms. The atmosphere in the room heated up instantly, and the curtain tent slowly fell, leaving only a hint of charm. After a long time, everything was calm. Han Lingxi's eyes were red, and the corners of her mouth still held traces of undried tears as she huffed and complained with a sobbing voice. You just know how to bully me. That look, as if he had suffered a great deal of aggravation. There was the connection of the psychic tattoo, so she deliberately hid the true thoughts in her mind. On the surface, he put on an appearance of being aggrieved by the heavens, but in fact, he was still a little pleased inside, wanting to see Shin Jingting's reaction, and in the meantime, teasing him a little. Seeing this, Shin Jingting's original look of languid contentment instantly became flustered, and in a flurry of hands and feet, he wrapped her into his arms, gently patting her back and coaxing her in a warm voice. Sheer, it's my fault, I shouldn't have been so reckless. Don't cry, okay? It's not good. I'll just cry. I'm such a failure as a ghost. Han Lingxi huffed and choked. Being a ghost is also a failure. Ha ha ha. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud, but seeing Han Lingxi's increasingly aggrieved appearance, he hurriedly put it away and explained in a serious manner. You're my wife. What's this about losing one's virginity? The two of us are going to be together sooner or later, but you haven't married me yet. Han Lingxi raised her big, tearful eyes and deliberately looked away, her little mouth pouting as she feigned anger. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting hastily pulled over her shoulders so that she was facing him with a serious face. Creak, I promise you that on our wedding day, I will have all the ghosts in the spooky world come and congratulate us. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face that originally still had some pout, before she snorted out a laugh. This bizarre world is so big with countless ghosts. How can you possibly get all the ghosts to congratulate us? When we become ghost emperors, ruling the entire bizarre world won't be enough. Shin Jingting smiled confidently. Han Lingxi blinked, and a warm current surged in her heart as she looked at the man in front of her who swore. She knew that Shin Jingting had always been true to his word, and although this sounded a bit pie in the sky, maybe he really could do it. Fine, I'll believe you this time. The corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose, revealing a sweet smile. If you can't do it by then, I won't be able to spare you. Shin Jingting reached out and gently scraped her nose. Don't worry, my sheer, I will not let you down. The two of them warmed up for a while, and saw that it was about time. Han Lingxi's face was still slightly flushed, and her eyes were shy and pouty as she gently pushed Shin Jingting and opened her mouth. Alright, it's getting late. Husband, you hurry up and help dress then. We'll go to the spectral ghost cave together. But don't take advantage of me, or I'll bite you. She raised her chin slightly and put on a fierce look, but the reddened ears betrayed her shyness at the moment. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud at this cute look of hers, but still obediently nodded his head. Fine. Promise not to take advantage of the situation. With that, he picked up Han Lingxi's clothes from the side and carefully helped her put them on, his movements gentle and focused, his eyes full of tenderness. While helping her straighten her lapel, Shin Jingting's fingers accidentally touched her skin, and Han Lingxi's body trembled slightly as she glared at him angrily. What are you doing? You promised not to take advantage of me. Creak. I was careless, Shin Jingting hurriedly explained, but an imperceptible bad smile flashed across his face. He knew in his heart that he did do this somewhat on purpose. I think you're just being careless on purpose. Han Lingxi wouldn't let him off the hook so easily, clasping her hands in front of her chest and feigning anger as she looked away. In her heart, she knew like a mirror, Shin Jingting, this guy, usually loved to play some small mind. When Shin Jingting saw her puffed up look, he found it adorable, but he didn't dare to poke fun at her anymore. He curbed the smirk on his face and in all seriousness began to help her organize her clothes. Once everything was packed, Han Lingxi naturally took his arm, Hurry up and go. Today is a good day. Chapter 111 Windblade Canyon. Stepping into the ghostly cave of silence, the thick ink-like darkness instantly wrapped Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. The air was filled with the smell of rotting stench mixed with dampness, and in the darkness, shadows flickered with ghostly flames, bright and dark, like countless pairs of eerie eyes peering. Even though Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's strength had already reached Ghost King Ghost Zune, their sight was still obstructed here. Husband, I heard my master once say that usually a masterless land will have secret treasures born, or else there will be mineral veins. What do you think the treasures of this ghostly cave of silence will be? Han Lingxi cocked her head and asked curiously. Since Shin Jingting said that he came here to look for the secret treasure, he should know what the secret treasure was. Just like in the soul-shattering abyss, he used his cell phone to know in advance that there were 2 secret treasures inside, and finally managed to get them. Creak. I really don't know this time. The cell phone can't detect it at all. Shin Jingting let out a bitter laugh and spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. The system didn't clearly point out the specific information of the secret treasure when it released the task, so it was no wonder that it would give such a high reward of 800,000 eerie values. It was a difficult task, far slightly trickier than expected, and he had asked the system about it, and the system didn't answer anything, and seemed to be angry about the female system. Then aren't we unprepared for the target? When is this going to be found? Han Lingxi gently tapped her chin with her right hand, her gaze constantly scanning around. She had expected to have a clear direction, as she always did, but she didn't expect to be clueless this time. The ghost cave was so huge and dangerous that it would take an unknown amount of time and energy to search for it aimlessly. Shin Jingting smiled gently. It's fine, let's find it slowly. Anyway, there were 5 days, enough time for them to explore this ghostly cave of silence. The 2 continued on their way, carefully avoiding the roaming evil spirits and creepy traps along the way. I don't know how long I've been walking, but a deep canyon appeared in front of me. In the canyon, the wind howled, emitting gusts of creepy, shrill sounds. Han Lingxi frowned slightly and looked at the canyon warily. Husband, this wind isn't right. Shin Jingting nodded, his eyes heavy. There's a strange aura in this wind. It has a strong erosive power that can easily tear ghosts apart. We have to be careful. With that, soul power surged around him, forming a protective barrier around the 2 of them in an attempt to resist the erosion of that gale. The 2 of them slowly stepped into the canyon, and the gusts of wind cut like knives on the protective barrier, making a whirring sound. Han Lingxi gripped Shin Jingting's arm tightly and looked around warily. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind struck, and the protective barrier trembled violently, as if it might be broken through at any moment. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the protective barrier shattered despite the cutting of the wind blade. Dense wind blades pounced towards the 2 like a rain. The air was cut with a hissing sound. Husband, hide behind me! Han Lingxi shouted and offered a secret treasure without hesitation. As soon as that secret treasure appeared, it quickly hung above the 2 men's heads, releasing a circular curtain of light that enveloped them. The wind blade impacted on the light screen, splashing layers of splash-like ripples, emitting a clank, clank, clank sound, but no longer able to move forward. Husband, although the secret treasure is strong, I don't know how long it can last. We have to find a way to leave this Windblade Canyon as soon as possible. Despite the fact that the secret treasure left behind by the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign in his hand emitted a stabilizing glow, resisting wave after wave of wind blade attacks, but the bizarre power in the depths of this ghost cave was endless, and no one knew how long it would last. This canyon is full of oddities. It's really hard to find a way out for a while. Shin Jingting quickly scanned the circle and did not find a place to resist. Countless wind blades raged through the air like sharp edges, cutting through the air and emitting sharp whistles. Shin Jingting instantly protected Han Lingxi behind him, and his surrounding soul power worked at full strength to build a solid soul power shield in front of the two of them. The wind blade smashed hard on the shield, splashing layers of energy ripples. Each impact shocked Shin Jingting's arm numb, but he gritted his teeth and insisted. Han Lingxi wasn't idle either. Her hands danced quickly and she recited words under her breath. A strange text emitting a shimmering light flew out from her fingertips and swirled around them in an attempt to enhance the protection. However, the canyon's erosive power was too powerful, and the shield gradually cracked under the wind blade's continuous attack. This mission really isn't that good, Shin Jingting secretly said in his heart. He looked around, trying to find a way to break the ice. Suddenly, he realized that there was a cave on the side of the canyon, the entrance of which was ravaged by the gusty winds, but seemed to have slightly weaker winds. Sheer, look over there, let's rush towards the cave. We might be able to escape this gale. Shin Jingting pointed at the cave and shouted at Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi looked in the direction he was pointing, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. The two of them took a deep breath, and Shin Jingting violently increased his soul power output, instantly enlarging the shield and opening up a short passage for them. The two of them fought with all their might, running wildly towards the cave and the gaps between the wind blades. Finally, they took an arrow leap into the cave. They thought that they could get a moment of peace, but as soon as they went in, the sharp and wild whistling sound came on their faces, and it was as if the sound was a tangible arrow, stabbing straight into their eardrums. That doesn't sound right. Shin Jingting's face changed as he pulled Han Lingxi back quickly. The sound waves were like a raging tide, wave after wave. The air inside the cave was stirred up and confused, and it was a bit hard for them to gain a foothold. Han Lingxi tightly covered her ears in an attempt to lessen the impact of the sound waves, but the shrill sound was still pervasive and her head buzzed. "Husband, why is this sound wave so powerful? It feels like my soul is being shaken apart," she shouted, her voice faint against the whistling sound waves. Shin Jingting's brows furrowed as he ran his soul power and tried to use it to defend himself against the sound waves' attack. The soul power formed a faint halo around his body, but when the sound waves crashed up, the halo actually flared up with layers of violent fluctuations, as if it would break at any time. The power of this sound wave is far beyond imagination. I'm afraid that ordinary soul power won't be able to block it. Shin Jingting frowned, worry written all over his face. He once again tried to externalize his soul power, but as soon as he came into contact with the sound waves that were like substance, he was shaken back and his arms went numb. Han Lingxi also attempted to gather soul power to resist, but was similarly dispersed by the sound waves so easily that her body swayed and almost fell. She stabilized her stance, the anger in her heart rubbing off on her. On weekdays in front of Shin Jingting, she always looked like a little birdie, but let's not forget that as a ghost sovereign, her own strength was not to be underestimated. At this instant, Han Lingxi's aura around her body abruptly changed, and powerful ghost dignity power surged out from within her body, causing the air around her to tremble. Her eyes instantly became as sharp as knives, her long hair flew wildly, and her entire person exuded a chilling aura, only to see her lotus steps lightly moving, her jade fingers lightly pointing, and her mouth coldly shouting, "Break!" Chapter 112, The Secret Treasure. This simple word contained endless power, carrying the majestic power of the ghost sovereign sweeping towards Sonic. In an instant, an invisible force spread out in all directions with her at the center. The fierce winds that were originally raging in the cave were actually suppressed by this force for a few moments, and there was a short-lived stagnation in the Sonic attack. Han Lingxi didn't pause for a moment. Taking advantage of the gap between the sound waves being suppressed, she released all of her senses and began to search for the source of the sound waves. It was as if the sound waves were alive, constantly changing frequency and direction in an attempt to evade her probing. But how could Han Lingxi give up so easily? She mobilized her ghost dignity power and built an invisible perception network in the cave, sparing no corner. Finally, in an extremely hidden corner deep in the cave, Han Lingxi captured the source of the sound waves. It was a huge black vortex, and the vortex flashed with weird blue light, and every flash of blue light would trigger a strong sonic shock. "Found it," Han Lingxi said excitedly to Shin Jingting. Then without hesitation, he headed in the direction of the vortex. Shin Jingting followed closely behind, holding the ghost sword tightly in his hand, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. As they approached the vortex, a powerful suction force came over them, trying to reel them in. Han Lingxi snorted coldly as her hands danced quickly, and a channel of ghost dignity power transformed into a black chain that twined toward the vortex. The moment the chains came into contact with the vortex, there was a violent collision sound and sparks flew everywhere. The vortex seemed to sense the threat and began to rotate wildly, and the sonic attacks became more violent. "Humph, don't even think about resisting again." Han Lingxi, however, was unmoved as she concentrated all her strength, manipulating the black chains and weakening the power of the vortex little by little. Shin Jingting wasn't idle either, as he found the right moment to inject the soul power from his ghost sword into the black chains, complementing Han Lingxi's ghost dignity power. With the combined efforts of the two, the vortex's rotation gradually slowed down and the sonic attack became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a loud bang, the black vortex shattered, and the sound waves disappeared without a trace. The cave was suddenly quiet, leaving only Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting's ragged breathing. "Sheer, are you alright?" Shin Jingting asked with concern as he supported Han Lingxi. "Nothing major, just a little woozy, just rest for a while." Han Lingxi barely managed to squeeze out a smile, her voice carrying a bit of weakness. Previously, in order to deal with the wind blades outside, she and Shin Jingting had resisted with all their might, consuming quite a bit of soul power. The use of the secret treasure afterward had caused her power to be depleted even more drastically, and just now, when she was responding to the sonic attack, she had used up almost all of her strength. At this moment, his legs were soft, relying on Shin Jingting to assist him to barely stand. Shin Jingting painfully helped Han Lingxi to the side and made her sit down slowly. He pulled out a delicate jade bottle from his pocket, poured out a shimmering elixir, and handed it to Han Lingxi's mouth. "Here, open your mouth and take this soul-gathering pill. It will help you recover some soul power." Han Lingxi obediently took the elixir and put it into her mouth. The elixir instantly melted in her mouth. A warm current instantly flowed throughout her body, and her pale face gradually recovered a lot. After resting for a while, Han Lingxi's spirit was obviously much better, and she sat up straight to look at Shen Jingting and said, "Husband, let's go. Let's go see what the source of the sound wave is." Walking deeper into the cave, the source of that sound wave was actually an ancient stone bell suspended in the air, emitting a weird blue light. The ancient bell was dark, with mysterious and complicated patterns all over the body of the bell. At the top of the bell hangs an old iron chain, swaying slightly in the darkness, making a faint rattling sound. Under the bell, a circle of invisible sound waves rippled out, and every tremor caused the cave walls to rustle and fall, and the wind to howl. The source of the sound waves should be this ancient bell, and those wind blades outside are probably because of it, Shen Jingting said as he stepped forward, and just as he tried to get closer, a powerful wave of sound came crashing down on his face, shocking him back a few steps. Seeing this, Han Lingxi quickly got up and took a few steps forward to help Shen Jingting, who had nearly fallen, his face filled with worry. "Husband, this ancient bell is too dangerous. Don't approach it again rashly." Shen Jingting stabilized his stance and stood up straight, once again surveying the ancient clock, not sparing any details. As she was lost in thought, Han Lingxi suddenly spoke up. "Husband, do you think this ancient bell could be the secret treasure we're looking for on this trip?" "Highly likely." Shen Jingting's eyes lit up as a strong premonition surged in his heart. He surveyed the ancient bell that emitted a mysterious aura, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was not simple. He slowly approached the ancient bell, took a deep breath, and slowly covered it with his hands. A cold touch came from the surface of the ancient clock, and there was also a hint of vibration, as if it was alive. Shen Jingting fixed his mind and read silently in his heart, "Tonzi, put it away in the system space." However, the moment he issued the command, the ancient bell suddenly shook violently, and a black light shot out from the lines on the bell, enveloping Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting only felt a powerful force pulling at his body, wanting to devour him. "Husband." Seeing this, Han Lingxi's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to pull Shen Jingting back, but before she could get close, an invisible barrier bounced her off and she fell heavily to the ground. "Creak, stay back." Shen Jingting clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. He could sense that the power of this ancient bell far exceeded his imagination, and if Han Lingxi approached rashly, it would only add to the danger. Shen Jingting concentrated all of his mental power to fight against the power of the ancient bell. At that moment, a soft light shot out from his body and wrapped the ancient bell in it. The power of the ancient clock was gradually tamed under the suppression of this light, and then turned into a blue stream of light that was collected into Shen Jingting's body. Just when Shen Jingting thought that he had completed the mission, he was delayed in receiving the notification from the system. His brows furrowed slightly as a wave of uneasiness welled up in his heart. "Unity-san, has my mission not been completed?" he asked, puzzled in his mind. "Host, this ancient bell is not the target item for this mission. The real secret treasure is something else, so please continue to explore the host." The system's voice sounded in Shen Jingting's mind. The tone was flat but made his heart sink. "What? Not the target of this mission?" A look of surprise appeared on Shen Jingting's face, and Han Lingxi on the side couldn't help but tense up when she saw his expression. "Husband, what's wrong? What happened?" Han Lingxi asked anxiously. Shen Jingting let out a bitter smile. "Sheer, the secret treasure is not this ancient bell. This is just a windfall." Chapter 113, The Three-Headed Dog of Hell. "What? Not this ancient bell?" Han Lingxi's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. "This ancient bell is so powerful and mysterious. It's actually not what we're looking for? So where is the real secret treasure and what does it look like?" Shen Jingting took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the quests issued by the system were never simple, and since this ancient clock was not the target, it meant that there was a bigger challenge waiting for them. "Sheer, don't be anxious. Although this ancient bell is not the secret treasure we are looking for, it is by no means useless. Maybe it can play a key role in our search for the real secret treasure." Shen Jingting comforted, reaching out to gently hold Han Lingxi's hand. Han Lingxi nodded, the loss in her heart slightly alleviated. "All right, let's keep looking then. But this ghost cave is so big, it's not easy to find the real secret treasure." Shen Jingting stood up and looked around with firm eyes. "It's okay, we'll take our time. Since the system didn't give any more hints, let's start with this cave. Maybe the real secret treasure was in this neighborhood and just hadn't been discovered yet." The two once again began to search carefully through the cave. They left no corner untouched and every stone was carefully examined. However, after searching for a long time, there were still no clues found. Soon, they walked to the end of the cave, which was an open underground space. In the dimness, the surrounding stone walls were vaguely cold, and Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi looked around to confirm that they were temporarily safe before deciding to take a short rest. With a thought, Shin Jingting bought some barbecue and beer from the system mall, and the aroma of the food instantly dispersed some of the fatigue and tension. Sierra, we'll look for it tomorrow. Eat and drink enough to rest before we take our time. Shin Jingting laughed as he handed the skewer to Han Lingxi, opened another can of beer, and pulled her to sit on the ground. Han Lingxi took the skewer and took a bite, the aroma of the tender meat spreading across her tongue as she revealed a look of satisfaction. The days of running and thrilling seemed to be briefly soothed in this moment. The two ate and made casual small talk. Husband, you know, when we first met, I actually suspected that you were an undercover agent sent by the other exalted ghost emperors. Han Lingxi's eyes smiled as she took a light sip of beer and recalled the past. Letting you live next door to me is to keep a better eye on you, and I'll kill you as soon as you save me from my injuries. She spoke briskly, as if she were talking about an extremely commonplace little thing. Shin Jingting raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with interest, what happened then? Later, you molested me every day, and I. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes became softer. I realized that although you're a smooth talker, your heart is actually not bad, and whenever I encountered danger, you always stood in front of me, and gradually, my defenses against you became less deep. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a smirk as he reached out and gently scraped Han Lingxi's nose, but as I recall, I was a denizen in your heart to begin with. Han Lingxi gently slapped his hand away and snapped, that wasn't something you asked for. You molest me whenever you can, taking away my majesty as the Demon King. Seriously though, at that time I was seriously injured and surrounded by crisis, and I was very defensive of you, but you didn't mind, and tried to amuse me and help me recover from my injuries. I just realized that you're not like those who will do anything for power. After spending time with you back there, I actually got used to having you around, and then later, when I encountered danger, I would actually worry if something would happen to you, and at that time, I realized that I had already unconsciously liked you. As for whether or not you're a scout sent by other sovereign ghost emperors, I don't really care anymore. When Shin Jingting heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face and he reached out to gently scratch Han Lingxi's nose. I'm not a secret agent. I'm a flower picker specializing in stealing your heart. He finished with a wink and a wicked grin at the corner of his mouth. Han Lingxi's cheeks reddened, feigned anger, and hummed lightly, "Humph, worthy of being a great pervert, drilling into my comforter on their first encounter. I don't know who's so brazen." When Shin Jingting heard this, he laughed even more cheerfully, directly bringing Han Lingxi toward his arms, playing the fool and laughing. That's true, you're so warm and fragrant under the covers. I don't want to come out once I'm under there. Han Lingxi gently whacked him, then blamed him. Drilling me in the back wasn't enough, but he's drilling me in the heart again, and now it's so good that I can't even drive him away. Since you can't drive me away, don't drive me away. I'm going to camp out in your heart for the rest of my life. Shin Jingting rested his chin on Han Lingxi's head and laughed softly. Han Lingxi raised her head slightly and smiled. You won't be able to leave even if you want to in the future. I've already tied you up. That smile was like a spring breeze, making Shin Jingting's heart warm up. The two of them drank beer and ate kebabs, cozying up to the moment of peace. Han Lingxi's gaze fell on Shin Jingting's waist, where the mysterious ancient bell collected from the cave hung, still permeated with a mysterious aura even though it had been tamed. Husband, since this ancient bell isn't the secret treasure we're looking for, what exactly do you think it's good for? Shin Jingting tilted his head and poured a mouthful of beer, thinking for a moment and said, I'm not too sure, but this ancient clock is powerful, so it must have its own unique features. When we find the secret treasure, we'll slowly study it when we return, and we might be able to discover more of its secrets. After eating and drinking enough, Shin Jingting put the remaining food into the system space, and the two of them leaned against the stone wall, preparing to take a short rest. Shin Jingting let Han Lingxi rest on his leg and gently stroked her hair, and soon, Han Lingxi's breathing became even and she entered dreamland. Shin Jingting, however, was not sleepy, and he looked around vigilantly, pondering the next plan in his mind. This open underground space appeared to be calm, but there was a hidden crisis, and they had to be careful. He secretly speculated that the real secret treasure might be hidden somewhere in this space, just not yet discovered. I don't know how long it took, but Shin Jingting also gradually got sleepy. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a shallow sleep. Just then, a slight sound suddenly came from not far away, like something was slowly approaching. Shin Jingting instantly woke up, gripping the weapon in his hand as he gently pushed Han Lingxi awake. Sheer, there's a situation. Han Lingxi's eyes snapped open, her eyes quickly focusing, and the alertness she had cultivated from years of intruding made her instantly awake, quickly copying the sword at the side. Only 3 pairs of scarlet eyes were flickering in the darkness not far away. When the figure gradually became clear, Han Lingxi's face instantly changed. How could it be a hellish 3-headed dog? Chapter 114, The Difficult 3-Headed Dog. Han Lingxi gazed warily at the slowly approaching hell's 3-headed dog, and the ghost sword in her hand began to tremble, as if she was eager for the battle to come. Husband, be careful of this hell's 3-headed dog. Its strength is is not simple. After the initial exploration, Han Lingxi roughly figured out the overall strength of this hellish three-headed dog. Its overall strength was infinitely close to that of a ghost emperor, and the strength of the main head had reached that of a peak day-level ghost exalt. The strength of the left and right heads also had the strength of a star-level peak ghost exalt, which meant that one hell's three-headed dog was equivalent to 3 ghost exalts. And, if memory serves, the three-headed dog of hell is responsible for guarding the demon prison in the depths of the Forgotten Abyss. And this place was at least tens of thousands of miles away from the Forgotten Abyss. How could it appear here? Could it be that there was some kind of accident in the demon prison? It caused the three-headed dog of hell to come out. Han Lingxi was pondering the reason why the hellish three-headed dog had come out when the hellish three-headed dog had already sprinted over. Sierra, today our husband and wife teamed up to slaughter this son of a. Shin Jingting smiled evilly, and 2 short blades appeared in his hands at some point. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting with a slight nod and a smile. Good, the head in the middle belongs to me. After saying that, her toes lightly tapped on the ground, and her entire body immediately bullied her way up, the ghost sword in her hand stabbing straight at the head in the middle of the three-headed dog of hell. The main head of the hell's three-headed dog saw the right moment and quickly spewed out a beam of flames mixed with black gas toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi flipped several times in the air, narrowly avoiding the beam of flames, which struck the stone wall behind her, which was instantly smashed out into a large, pitch-black hole. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Han Lingxi chopped out several sword slashes one after another at the main head of the hell's three-headed dog, the sword slashes appearing in a black half-arc shape that was simply invisible in the dimly lit underground space, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of a sword blade slicing through space. The left head of the hell's three-headed dog snapped open, sending out a sound wave that could be seen by the naked eye as it vibrated, pouncing swiftly toward Han Lingxi in a circular pattern. Wherever the ground debris have crumbled and popped up, the air was also vibrated, buzzing, as if to crush everything in the way into pieces. Han Lingxi's eyes flinched as she dodged sideways, the sound wave whistling past the corner of her coat and hitting the stone wall behind her. With a loud bang, the stone wall was actually blown out into a huge crater, and debris flew. But before she could stabilize her stance, the right head of the three-headed dog of hell made another move, and a thick green poisonous fog like an evil ghost that had been unlocked from its confinement, spread out with teeth and claws. Wherever the poisonous mist went, the ground was instantly corroded and nourished. Seeing this, Shin Jingting swung the broken blade in his hand, and a strong wind rolled out in an attempt to blow away the poisonous mist. However, the poisonous mist was as if it had a life, only slightly receding and then surging up again. At this moment, the main head of the hellish three-headed dog took advantage of the gap and opened its bloody mouth, a pillar of blazing magma erupting out and pushing straight at Han Lingxi. Creak! Watch out! Han Lingxi immediately reacted when she heard Shin Jingting's reminder, and she flipped over in the air, her black robes rattling fiercely. The ghost sword in her hand glowed with a great deal of ghostly blue light, and with a loud shout, she madly injected the soul power in her body into the sword and chopped down against the magma column. The sword and the magma collided with each other. For a time, the light burst out, the heat wave and the sword chi overflowed. The whole underground space was as if it was caught in an apocalyptic storm. The flying sand and stones, the sky and the earth were dark. When the light dispersed slightly, only Han Lingxi's hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn, hanging steadily in midair. The three-headed dog of hell was also not far away, its 3 heads swaying back and forth, apparently also shaken by the blow, and the 2 sides briefly confronted each other. Shin Jingting walked over to Han Lingxi's side, passing on the observations he had just made through the unique psychic tattoo between the two. Sheer, this hell's three-headed dog's weaknesses are its eyes and abdomen. As long as it injures these 2 places, its power will be greatly reduced. Han Lingxi nodded slightly, her gaze locking onto the ferocious beast through the dim light. At this moment, the hell's three-headed dog was becoming more and more furious due to the fact that its attack just now had not succeeded. Its 3 heads flung back and forth, emitting a dull roar, each roar shaking the air around it, and the ground under its feet trembled slightly. Woof, woof, woof. The left head of the hell's three-headed dog slammed open, and the sound wave, like a raging tide of fury, swept towards them in a ring-shaped vibration. Wherever the sound waves passed, the air was violently compressed, emitting crackling and popping pops. The gravel on the ground was as if it was being manipulated by an invisible giant hand, breaking away from the ground one after another, dancing wildly with the trajectory of the sound wave's impact. Shin Jingting's eyes flinched, flickering sideways while reaching out to encircle Han Lingxi's thin waist into his arms, and the 2 of them narrowly avoided this wave of sound attacks. Before he could catch his breath, the poisonous mist from the right head of the three-headed dog of hell rolled in again, the thick green sticky poisonous mist with a sickening putrid odor, quickly spreading out in all directions. The rocks touched by the poisonous mist were instantly corroded with a fine hole that niggled. Sierra, I'll trap it. You take the opportunity to attack its abdomen. Shin Jingting's expression was cold, his gaze like a torch staring at the maniacally roaring three-headed dog of hell in front of him, and he spoke out decisively. As he spoke, he quickly took out the secret marked divine rope he had drawn earlier from his system space. Shin Jingting held one end of the divine rope with both hands, and under the infusion of soul power, the divine rope hummed, vaguely radiating a forbidding pressure. Sheer, quick, this dog's strength is one great realm higher than mine. The rope can only entangle him for 5 breaths. That's why it's important that you get a hit. We only have this one chance. As the words fell, the secret marked divine rope seemed like it had self-awareness as it flew towards the huge body of the hell's three-headed dog and wrapped around it. Under the drive of soul power, the secret marked divine rope precisely wrapped around the neck and limbs of the hell's three-headed dog and instantly tightened. Sheer, it's now! Shin Jingting shouted. Han Lingxi droned out, her figure flashing out of hiding like lightning, the long sword in her hand wrapped in black soul power, stabbing straight at the abdomen of the three-headed dog from hell. Sensing the danger, the three-headed dog of hell desperately struggled and tried to dodge, but it was deadlocked by the secret marked divine rope. Only a plopping sound was heard as Han Lingxi's longsword pierced into his abdomen with precision, and a jet of black blood gushed out. Woof woof woof! The three-headed dog from hell let out a hiss of pain and shook its head frantically, trying to throw Han Lingxi off. Its huge body twisted violently and let out bursts of hissing sounds, forming sound waves that brought up whistling winds with each struggle, and the surrounding debris was shaken and splattered in all directions. At the emergency moment, Shin Jingting shouted and threw the 2 short blades in his hands fiercely, and the short blades transformed into 2 streams of light, crashing straight into the sound wave. The 2 collided with a deafening roar, and the powerful impact caused the sound wave to dissipate for the most part. The remaining impact only caused Han Lingxi's figure to sway, and he wasn't seriously injured. She gazed up at the three-headed dog of hell and smiled coldly. Last move. Time to send you on your way. 115. Completion of the mission. While the secret marked divine rope was still trapping the hell's three-headed dog, Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes stared as she chanted. Shadow split. In an instant, only a flash of light was seen beside her, and 2 identical Han Lingxi appeared out of thin air. Whether it was the physical appearance or the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body, there was no difference in strength. The 3 Han Lingxi were in a triangular position, surrounding the three-headed dog of hell. At this moment, the hell's three-headed dog was imprisoned by the secret marked divine rope and could not move, so it could only roar angrily. Its left hair emitting sound waves that crazily impacted the imprisoning power of the divine rope. Layers of ripples were visible to the naked eye in the air, and each ripple seemed to be able to shatter boulders. Shin Jingting's eyes were cold and grim. Recognizing this rare opportunity, his figure flashed and sprinted towards the three-headed dog of hell. With a wave of the short blade in his hand, a cold aura flashed through, stabbing straight at the three-headed dog of hell's abdomen. The three-headed dog of hell seemed to have sensed the danger and desperately twisted its body, wanting to dodge, but it was bound by the secret divine rope and its movement was restricted, so it could only watch as the long sword stabbed at it. With a snort, the short blade stabbed in hard, and black blood instantly gushed out, splattering him all over. The three-headed dog of hell ate the pain and let out an even more mournful roar, and the sonic attack from his left head became more and more furious. Just then, Han Lingxi's 2 doppelgangers moved. The left doppelganger's body was agile, tapping his toes, and with a few arrow steps, he crossed to the vicinity of the left head of the hell's three-headed dog. She clenched her hands into fists, raised them high, gathered her whole body's strength, and slammed them down hard towards the jaws of the left head of the hell three-headed dog. This strike carried a whistling wind sound, hitting the three-headed dog of hell's head, and the sonic attack instantly messed up its rhythm. The doppelganger on the right side wasn't idle either. The long sword in his hand shook, and several black half-arc sword-ons chopped out, pushing straight towards the source of the poisonous mist at the right head of the hell's three-headed dog. The poisonous mist was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the sword's awnings, and the range it had originally filled was rapidly shrinking. Die! Shin Jingting took advantage of the situation to pull out his short blade and raised it high once again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the three-headed dog of hell. But the three-headed dog of hell was not willing to sit and wait for death. It exhausted its last ounce of strength, concentrated its power in the main head, and suddenly spewed out a pillar of blazing magma, pushing straight at Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting reacted quickly and dodged sideways. The magma column grazed the corner of his coat and flew past, hitting the stone wall behind him, and with a loud bang, the stone wall was blown out into a large crater, and the debris splashed. Still trying to resist, the main body, Han Lingxi, immediately summoned the 2 doppelgangers. Fight quickly. Seeing this, the two Han Lingxi doppelgangers glanced at each other and understood. The left doppelganger immediately turned around and ran to Shin Jingting's side, and a soul force shield instantly took shape in front of them, blocking the flying debris. The doppelganger on the right continued to pummel the hellspawn as she circled around behind the hellspawn, saw where its spine was, and stabbed down, the hellspawn's body stiffening violently. After Shin Jingting stabilized his stance, he once again gripped the short blade and formed a back-and-forth pincer attack with the doppelganger on his right. The two of them fired at the same time, and Shin Jingting's short blade stabbed at the heart of the hell three-headed dog from the front. The doppelganger on the right, on the other hand, plunged his long sword hard into the back of the hellish three-headed dog from behind. Under the double blow, the three-headed dog of hell finally couldn't support itself, and its huge body collapsed with a bang, completely motionless. And at this moment, it just so happened that the time for the secret marked divine rope to bind had reached its limit. The ghostly light on that divine rope gradually dimmed, and the originally taut rope loosened up and quietly slid down to the ground, coiling into a ball. Shin Jingting immediately put away the secret marked divine cord into the system space as he looked at the corpse of the hell's three-headed dog and wiped the blood off his body. This dog is really tough, but it's good that I finally slaughtered it. Ha, husband, there seems to be something in the stomach of the three-headed dog of hell. Han Lingxi's gaze was keen as she stepped forward, crouched down, and reached into the still warm abdominal cavity. After a few moments of fumbling, she had a ring in her hand. Han Lingxi placed the ring in front of Shin Jingting. There's a ring in its stomach. This ring had an ancient shape. The ring body was engraved with strange patterns, and in this dim underground space, it even faintly emitted a faint light. Shin Jingting had just received the ring when the system compiled a beep in his head. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with 800,000 creepy values. In addition, the host and Han Lingxi have combined their efforts to kill the three-headed dog of hell. A discount of 250,000 eerie values. A total of 2,500,000 eerie values have been gained from this mission. Ring parsing results will be out soon. Hearing this voice, Shin Jingting finally revealed a smile. Good lord, so the secret treasure is this ring. If we don't kill this hell's three-headed dog, I'm afraid this mission will be a complete failure. However, this mission was really worth it. Not only did he get a mysterious ancient clock, but he also accidentally earned 1,250,000 eerie values. Together with the 5 Blood River ghost sovereigns that he had killed earlier, he wasn't much closer to 5 million eerie values. Husband, this is the secret treasure we're looking for. Han Lingxi looked at the ring excitedly as she stepped forward and gently stroked it, as if she wanted to explore any mysteries from it. Seeing this, Shin Jingting handed the ring to her and said, "Sheer, I would like to borrow a flower and give you this ring as a token of love." Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, then blinked her eyes and returned with some surprise. "Ha, this is a love token? But didn't you give me a cell phone before?" In this weird world, cell phones were supposed to be a rarity, and when Shin Jingting gave them to her, she was still new for a while. She always thought that cell phone was a love token, so she kept it and couldn't leave it at all. Shin Jingting said in a serious manner, "That one is not a love token. This ring is." Since the system had determined that this was a secret treasure, it must be precious, and it was more than appropriate to give it to one's favorite woman. Saying so, without waiting for Han Lingxi to react, he gently pulled up Han Lingxi's hand and slipped the ring onto her slender finger, his eyes full of favor. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she let him put the ring on herself, her fingers rubbing the ancient lines on the ring's surface, her heart filled with sweetness. "Husband, I love it. When I go back I'll prepare one for you too." Although she had just gone through a life and death battle and the weakness in her body had not yet subsided, this slight warmth at this moment made her feel that everything was worth it. Creak. "I promise you that the wedding promise to you won't be too long late." Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with a firm gaze, reaching out to gently stroke the messy hair at her temples for her, his eyes full of tenderness. As long as he possessed a ghost body, he would be able to refine the underworld abyss ghost pearl as soon as possible. At that time, one would have the qualifications to call the shots with the 9-specter ghost emperor, and then it would only be a matter of time before one could dominate the bizarre world. A hint of shyness and longing flashed in Han Lingxi's eyes, and she slightly lowered her head, saying softly, "I believe in you. Husband, when the days settle down, let's have a child together." Together. Chapter 116, Ambassador's Exploration. Ghost Capital. 9 Spectre's Ghost Temple. The emissary of the 9 Ghost Emperors was dealing with the tedious affairs of the bizarre world. The sudden sound of the Ghost Guard's urgent report came from outside the hall, breaking the dead silence of the room. "Lord Emissary, a large number of ghost soldiers have suddenly appeared stationed at the soul-shattering abyss. Fine. The messenger's eyes suddenly opened. The ghostly green pupil light is like a ghost fire jumping, instantly penetrating the temple door. The voice is as cold as the cold wind of the 9 ghosts. The ghost guards trembled and busily ambled back to the words of Lord Emissary. When I was making my rounds today, I saw a raging ghostly aura in the direction of the soul-shattering abyss from afar. When I got close enough to take a look, it was actually a dense crowd of ghost soldiers, roughly estimated, no less than tens of thousands of people. The messenger tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table as he listened, secretly pondering in his mind. The soul-shattering abyss was allocated to the Spirit Creek Ghost Zone as a fiefdom only a short time ago, and that place is filled with ghostly mists all year round, with soul tides raging, and ordinary ghosts are going to be eclipsed when they get close. How did she get rid of those ghostly mists and soul tides in a short period of time? As far as he knew, previously, the Ghost Emperor had spent a lot of effort in order to pacify the chaos in the soul-shattering abyss, sending out many elite ghost soldiers, but all of them were only barely suppressed and could not be eradicated. How can this spirit stream ghost be so powerful for a woman? The messenger thought for a while but did not figure it out, so he did not think about it for the time being, and then asked, "Is there any other news?" Also, the Blood River Ghost Sovereign, Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign, White Mist Ghost Sovereign, Gifu Ghost Sovereign, and 9 Demon Ghost Sovereign are all dead. According to what I've found out, the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign was the first to die, and within a few days, the Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the rest of them left to die at the same time. The ghost guard's voice trembled, as if uttering these words took all the strength in his body, and just after the words fell, the air around him seemed to chill for a few moments. The messenger raised an eyebrow at the news, his dark green eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. The news was like a thunderbolt exploding in his ears. He immediately grabbed in the air. A simple and through the eerie atmosphere of the book appeared out of thin air. The book suspended in mid-air. The pages of the book without the wind automatically issued a rustle strange sound. The names of the 5 great ghost jinn had grey mist wrapped around them. That was the unique life and death book seal of the 9 Spectres Ghost Temple, representing death. The 5 of them, which one is not in the ghost world to dominate a ruthless role, each under the command of the ghosts of the crowd like clouds, forces disjointed, now even perished at the same time. What kind of powerful to heavenly force behind this? Or, is it a well-planned and shocking conspiracy sweeping through the ghost world? To kill ghost elders from different regions at the same time? This kind of strength was at least a ghost emperor. The messenger's mind thoughts turn rapidly. The ghost emperor level of powerful people. In the ghost world that is a phoenix-like existence, all live in deep simplicity, usually rarely ask about the world. Aside from those hidden mysterious old guys in the masterless region, who on earth had the guts to provoke such a bloody storm? After a moment of silence, the messenger spoke again, his voice cold as ice. Can you find out the cause of death? It seems to be related to the Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign. After the enthronement that day, the Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign and the 5 of them left their mansions at the same time, and the Demon Underworld Ghost Sovereign died behind them. The ghost guards returned warily, a hint of hesitation in their voices, clearly having doubts about the words they uttered as well. When the messenger heard this, his eyes instantly narrowed, the ghostly green light flickering as if it were substance, as he pondered in his heart. Another spirit stream ghost? Is this new ghost sovereign really that uncomplicated? On the day of her enthronement, the ghost emperor bestowed on her the honor of allocating to her all such dangerous places as the soul-shattering abyss. I thought it was just an appreciation of her, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's a hidden secret. Is the soul-shattering abyss the starting place of this conspiracy? But if she really did it, how did she do it? With her own strength? Even if she had some means, it would be absolutely difficult for her to counteract the 5 veteran ghost sovereigns, unless she has someone else behind her. Alright, you go down. Pay more attention to the whereabouts of the Spirit Stream Ghost dignitary in the near future, and which ghosts she's been hanging out with. The messenger waved his hand with a cold expression and gave orders to the ghost guards. Ghost guards, like Amnesty, hastily bowed to the ground, answered yes, then quickly turned into a black smoke dissipated. The messenger stood alone before the 9 Spectres Ghost Hall, his body surrounded by ghostly aura. His gaze pierced through the heavy ghost fog and looked in the direction of the soul-shattering abyss, muttering under his breath. It seems that he still has to make a trip there in person. With a flash, he transformed into a ghostly light and sped towards his destination. Within a short time, the messenger arrived near the soul-shattering abyss. He concealed his figure and quietly approached Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign's ghost soldier camp. One could only see flags fluttering in the camp, ghost soldiers patrolling back and forth with strict discipline, and every camp tent reeking of careful preparation. The messenger secretly marveled in his heart. This Spirit Stream Ghost Zune has a way of ruling the army. In just a short period of time, he was able to train these ghost soldiers to be so elite. This soul-shattering abyss is filled with ghostly mist all year round. Even ordinary ghost emperors can't help it. How on earth did this Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign do it? With many doubts, the messenger was about to leave when 10 underworld specter butterflies suddenly appeared. The black as ink wings flickered with eerie ghostly light, and a creepy aura spread out in all directions as the wings flapped. Underworld specter butterfly! Alarm bells were ringing in the messenger's heart. The appearance of underworld specter butterflies in this spirit stream ghost sovereign's camp was by no means a coincidence. The 10 underworld specter butterflies were instantly alerted, and their originally slow flapping wings steeply accelerated, transforming into 10 streaks of blue light that flew towards the messenger's hiding place. At that moment, the messenger didn't dare to have the slightest delay. The ghost power around his body instantly surged and erupted, transforming into a black stream of light that sped towards the distance. His figure was like electricity, and wherever he passed, the ghostly auras avoided him, getting rid of the 10 underworld specter butterflies as fast as he could. It seems like Blood River and the others should have coveted the soul-shattering abyss and thus been killed by the underworld specter butterfly. On the way out, the messenger speculated in his mind. Blood River Ghost Sovereign and the others had always been greedy, and it wasn't impossible that they had been salivating for a long time for such a feng shui treasure as the soul-shattering abyss. Moreover, they left the residence together on the day of the enthronement, and were killed immediately afterward. The timing is too strange. Nowadays, it seemed that the underworld specter butterfly, as the Lingxi Ghost Sovereign's powerful killing move, was most likely the culprit that led to their deaths. In that case, it all makes sense. Just how exactly did this spirit stream ghost sovereign tame the underworld specter butterfly? And it also tamed 10 of them at once. The messenger was puzzled, his eyes revealing deep confusion. The underworld specter butterfly lives by devouring souls, is brutal in nature, and is extremely difficult to tame. Even a ghost emperor level powerhouse would have to go through a lot of trouble to subdue one, let alone controlling 10 of them at once. Spirit stream ghost Dharma, a newly promoted ghost Dharma. What exactly is her ability to make these ferocious creatures obediently follow her orders? No way. This must be reported to Lord Ghost Emperor. Chapter 117 Void Spirit Devouring Ring. In the underground space, Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi did not return to Lingxi City at the first opportunity after completing their mission. Since the Hell's three-headed dog appeared in the underground space of the ghostly Cave of Silence, it meant that a situation had arisen in the demonic prison of the Forgotten Abyss. Moreover, the Ghost Cave of Silence was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Oblivion Abyss, so that meant that there was a passage between the two places. On the way to the Forgotten Abyss, the system also presented the ring's detailed information in front of Xin Jingting's eyes. Void Devouring Ring. When the holder concentrates his mind and stimulates the power of the ring, several tentacles will rage in the void and probe out from the dark cracks. These tentacles are incredibly thick, their surfaces covered with suction cups and mucus, and every wriggle brings up ripples in space. Everything the tentacles touch, whether it be hard ores, lost treasures, or hidden energies, will be quickly wrapped up. The items stained by the slime began to decompose and dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into wisps of pure energy that flowed backwards down the tentacles and back into the ring. These powers absorbed, transformed, refined, and integrated into the holder's meridians, allowing his or her cultivation to climb at an astonishing rate. After reading the detailed information given by the system, Xin Jingting immediately told Han Lingxi the news. Knowing this, Han Lingxi looked down at the ring on her hand. Husband, this void-devouring spirit ring has such a great use. You should have kept it to enhance your strength. With that, her slender fingers were about to reach for the ring to remove it. When Xin Jingting saw this, his heart tightened, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on Han Lingxi's hand, protecting the ring in his palm, his eyes revealing a few moments of obstinacy and deep love. Creak, this is our engagement ring. If you take it off, do you not want to be my maiden? Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, then her cheeks colored a blush as she blurted, Husband, I didn't mean it that way. I've advanced to Ghost Exalt now. You need this ring more than I do. For an engagement ring, just recustomize one for me yourself when you have time. Warmth surged in Xin Jingting's heart, but his face remained smiling, gently scraping Han Lingxi's nose and flirting. It's enough for me to have you as my ghost dignitary wife. I'm not afraid of any danger with you by my side. Han Lingxi still wanted to persuade her further, but Xin Jingting gently covered her mouth and shook his head slightly, signaling her not to mention it again. Seeing this, Han Lingxi sighed softly in her heart. Just, how could she not know her husband's mind? Along the way, the two supported each other, sharing the same pain. Feelings have long been as solid as a rock. This ring, carrying more than the function of enhancing strength, it is the witness of their love, the bond of mutual attachment. Alright, husband, since your mind is made up, then I will follow you. Just in the future if you encounter difficulties, you cannot show off, must be the first time to discuss with me. Han Lingxi finally compromised, knowing that Xin Jingting would not budge on this matter. Xin Jingting smiled and nodded his head in response. That's natural. How would I dare not listen to your wife? After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, and that smile seemed to dispel the haze of this weird world, making the eerie ghostly aura around them dim a few points. Come on, let's go to the Forgotten Abyss and take a look. Han Lingxi held Shin Jingting's arm intimately, her movements natural and gentle. Shin Jingting slightly sidestepped and gently patted her hand, returning a reassuring look, and the two of them walked steadily at a steady pace in the set direction. As they gradually approached the Oblivion Abyss, the surroundings became more and more treacherous. The wind whistled and rolled by, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rose and fell, as if there were countless wronged souls crying in the ears. The ground is dry and cracked, and from time to time the cracks spew out ghostly green fire, jumping and flickering, and the ghosts can't help but feel a little bit panicked when they look at it. Husband, I'll use my soul power to probe first. Han Lingxi stopped in her tracks and looked in the direction of the Oblivion Abyss with a grave expression. She slightly closed her eyes, and the powerful soul power of the ghost zone around her body was slowly released, as if a layer of invisible ripples spread out in all directions. One could only see a ghostly light looming at the center of her brow, a manifestation of highly condensed soul power. Shin Jingting stood to the side, quietly guarding her, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As Han Lingxi's soul power probed, the surrounding ghost chi seemed to become more restless, like a disturbed trapped beast. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes filled with worry. Husband, the situation is not good. Within 300 feet ahead, there are several soul power vortexes hidden. Once involved, the soul will be instantly torn apart. There are also swarms of blood demon bats in the air, which feed on souls and are agile and aggressive. And I also sensed an extremely bizarre aura coming from the bottom of the abyss, as if it was hiding something unimaginable. Speaking here, Han Lingxi probed a little deeper before continuing. But what exactly is it? I can't probe clearly. It sounds like a heartbeat. Shin Jingting heard this and frowned, secretly pondering countermeasures in his mind. Soul power vortex, blood demon bats, unknown heartbeat deep in the earth. It's really getting interesting. Sheer, it seems that the danger ahead is not small. We have to be careful, Shin Jingting gently reminded, while pulling Han Lingxi toward him. Han Lingxi nodded her head as she looked around, and with a wave of her veiled hand, a ghostly power barrier instantly unfolded in front of the two of them. The barrier was translucent, with ripples flickering on it, emitting a powerful defense. Husband, let's go, she said softly, confidence in her tone. The two of them cautiously continued on their way, and they hadn't gone far before they encountered the first batch of blood demon bats. These bats were as black as ink, with only their eyes emitting a scarlet glow. They sensed an intruder and immediately lunged towards them with open teeth and claws. Han Lingxi snorted coldly, and with a wave of the long sword in her hand, a stern sword chi of ghost power chopped at the bat swarm. Wherever the sword chi went, several bats instantly flew into ashes, but more bats followed, avoiding the sword energy and surrounding them from all sides. Let you all taste the power of the void-devouring ring. Han Lingxi's veiled hand snapped up, and the void-devouring spirit ring, which was emitting an ethereal light, shone brightly. In an instant, dozens of tentacles broke out of the void. As soon as the tentacles appeared, they swept towards the surrounding soul-devouring bats with lightning speed. Each tentacle locked onto a bat with uncanny precision, instantly wrapping it tightly around it. Those blood demon bats that surrounded them could not avoid it, and once they touched the tentacles, they were instantly pulled over by a powerful suction force. Immediately afterward, the body began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the soul power was continuously extracted into the void spirit devouring ring. Chapter 118, Into the Abyss of Oblivion. As each bat was devoured, the ring absorbed more and more soul power, and its light became more and more dazzling. However, the blood demon bats seemed to be endless, as a wave had just been repelled, and another wave came surging in. Han Lingxi gradually felt strained, and the movement of manipulating the tentacles slowed down slightly. Seeing this, Shin Jingting immediately took out the ancient bell he had previously obtained in the cave. Creak! Back off! When Han Lingxi heard Shin Jingting shout, she quickly retreated backward without hesitation, while vigilantly watching the surrounding movements. Shin Jingting held the ancient clock tightly with both hands, and the soul power in his body operated crazily, continuously injecting into the ancient clock. In an instant, the ancient bell shone brightly, and a golden halo spread outward with the ancient bell as its center. Those blood demon bats that were still foolishly trying to launch another attack, the moment they came into contact with this golden halo, they all let out miserable screams. The body also began to tremble violently, as if it had been suppressed by some powerful force. Immediately afterward, the ancient bell let out a dull and long bell sound. Buzz. The sound of this bell was like an invisible giant wave that swept out, and wherever it went, the air trembled and the ground trembled slightly. The blood demon bats were shaken by the sound of the bell, and many of them directly turned into pieces in the air. The remaining ones were stunned and lost their ability to attack. Shin Jingting urged the ancient clock with all his might, constantly injecting soul power into it. This ancient clock was powerful, but the soul power consumed was also extremely shocking. In less than a minute's time, the soul power in his body had been sucked down to only 2/3. As Shin Jingting continued to urge, the sound of the bell became more and more exciting and loud, deafening. Those blood demon bats seemed to be extremely afraid of the sound of the bell, and their originally frantic attack instantly disintegrated. They flew about in the air in panic, trying to escape the bell's enveloping reach, only to see a blood demon bat just approaching the edge of the bell's wave. It was as if it had been struck by an invisible force. A large number of bats let out mournful cries, their wings fluttering desperately, but they could not advance any further. Immediately afterward, its body began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. After resolving the blood demon bat, Shin Jingting only felt a strong sense of weakness come over him. His legs went weak and he nearly became unsteady. Seeing this, Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with heartache as she quickly came to Shin Jingting's side and reached out to support him. Without being able to think too much, she immediately revolved her own soul power and slowly inputted into Shin Jingting's body, trying to help him alleviate this feeling of weakness. "Sheer, I have pills to replenish my soul power in my pants. Help me look for them." Shin Jingting's breath was weak and breathless. Han Lingxi nodded slightly, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. But the situation was urgent at the moment, so she couldn't care less. She reached out her hand and carefully fumbled in Shin Jingting's pants pocket, and soon felt a small medicine bottle. She hurriedly opened the cork of the bottle, poured out a pill, and gently placed it into Shin Jingting's mouth. "Husband, open your mouth." The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly spread through Shin Jingting's body. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the medicinal power gradually spread out in his body, nourishing his depleted soul power. "Feeling better, husband?" Han Lingxi asked softly, her eyes filled with concern. Shin Jingting slowly opened his eyes, nodded his head and smiled. "Much better. This ancient clock is really powerful, just quite costly soul power." Han Lingxi nodded gently, her beautiful eyes full of concern as she reached out to straighten Shin Jingting's somewhat disheveled hair and softly said, "Husband, in the future, you must be more cautious when using this ancient bell. Today is just too treacherous." "Sierra, don't worry, I have my measure." Shin Jingting stood up and held her hand and smiled. "Go, let's continue to take a look inside." The two of them stepped into the interior of the Oblivion Abyss hand in hand, and as soon as they entered, a bone-piercing coldness hit their faces, and a ghostly aura filled the surroundings. They hadn't traveled very far cautiously before they noticed the extremely violent fluctuations in soul power ahead of them. When he looked up, he saw several huge soul power whirlpools whirring and circling in midair, swirling everything around them and emitting chilling whistling sounds. Not only was there in the air, but even on the ground, and in a casual sweep, there were 12 vortices. "Sheer, it's the soul power vortex you just mentioned." Shin Jingting's face changed slightly. The power of this soul power vortex, once caught in it, the soul would be torn apart in an instant. Even Han Lingxi, who had advanced to ghost dignity, didn't dare to venture into danger so easily. At the moment, these deadly vortexes were moving slowly, inching towards them. With every point closer, the air around them became more and more stagnant, and the pressure increased exponentially. Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes gazed at the several soul power vortexes with a similarly grave expression. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Husband, this vortex actually moves. It's really tricky." Shin Jingting's heart tightened, subconsciously shielding Han Lingxi behind him as his body's soul power surged secretly. Immediately afterward, a powerful sword chi roared out, stabbing straight at the soul power vortex that was furthest forward in an attempt to force it back. However, as soon as the sword chi touched the edge of the vortex, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, instantly swallowed up by the endless suction force, without even a ripple. "Husband, let's join forces and try." Han Lingxi flipped his right hand, and the ghost sword appeared in his hand. The two of them looked at each other and nodded, cutting out a sword chi at the same time. The two sword chi mingled with each other, turning into a raging torrent of energy that rushed towards the approaching soul power vortex. As soon as this force touched the vortex, it triggered a violent energy collision and flashes of light. The vortex's movement seemed to slow down a bit, but after just a moment, it resumed its previous speed and continued to press relentlessly towards them. Han Lingxi waved the long sword condensed from ghost power in her hand, slashing at the turbulent streams of soul power that escaped from the edges of the vortex from time to time, while gazing intently at the vortex's movements. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes condensed, as if she had sensed something, and she shouted loudly to Shin Jingting, "Husband, I feel that there is something in the center of the vortex." There's something? Could it be a soul source crystal? When Shin Jingting heard Han Lingxi mention that there was something strange at the center of the vortex, his heart stirred and the thought flashed through his mind instantly. This soul source crystal was famous in the weird world they were in. It contained extremely pure and majestic soul power, and was the most precious treasure that countless cultivators could only dream of to enhance their soul power. If he could obtain it, his strength would certainly jump dramatically. Moreover, it was also the main material for refining the soul spirit pill. The efficacy of that soul spirit pill was even more amazing. Taking one would not only fill up the soul power in a short period of time, for those sorts of ghosts who were often in dangerous places and had lost a lot of their soul power, it was a lifesaver. Chapter 119, The Heart of Oblivion. It's possible. I'll see if I can get it out. As Han Lingxi spoke, her jade hand lifted, and that void-devouring ring shone brightly. The originally ancient and simple ring body was now like an ancient beast that had been awakened, emitting a palpitating pressure. In the void, dozens of tentacles condensed from pure soul power broke through the air and attacked. Han Lingxi maneuvered her tentacles and carefully probed toward the center of the vortex. As soon as they approached the vortex, the tentacles were pulled by the powerful rotational force and trembled violently, as if they were in danger of being ripped off at any time. I don't believe it. Han Lingxi increased her soul power output and stiffly stabilized the situation. As the tentacles gradually penetrated deeper and deeper into the interior of the vortex, the pressure around her grew, and every inch she advanced seemed to exhaust her entire body. Shin Jingting was not idle either, quickly pulling out the ancient bell from his arms. Although this ancient bell had consumed a lot of his soul power when he fought against the blood demon bat earlier, he couldn't care less at this moment. He pulled out a handful of soul spirit pills and ate them, and the soul power in his body immediately filled up. Shin Jingting gripped the ancient bell tightly, and the soul power in his body surged out like a tidal wave and was continuously injected into it. He tried to use the mysterious power of the ancient bell to alleviate some of the pressure on Han Lingxi. In an instant, the ancient bell buzzed. With the sound of the bell, the berserk soul force that surrounded Han Lingxi's tentacles and attempted to crush them actually seemed to be deterred in some way. Their flow slows down a little and the pressure is relieved a little. Han Lingxi noticed this change and was delighted. The strength of the control in her hands became more and more precise, driving the tentacles to accelerate deeper into the center of the vortex. However, the good times didn't last long. Although this ancient clock could play a certain buffering role, the core area of the soul power vortex was after all treacherous. As the tentacles got closer to the center, the powerful suction and compression force increased again, and the help of the ancient bell gradually appeared to be a bit overwhelming. "Husband, hold on just a little longer. I'm almost there," Han Lingxi shouted as she accelerated the speed of her tentacles. As Shin Jingting continued to prod the ancient bell, he also responded, "Sheer, go ahead and do it." With that, he continued to dispel some of the pressure from the vortex for Han Lingxi. Finally, under the constant efforts of the two, the tentacles managed to reach the center of the vortex, and after groping around for a bit, they actually did pull out the soul source crystals from inside. It was also at the instant the soul source crystal appeared in the world that the surrounding soul power vortex looked like it had been drained of its essence, rapidly losing momentum and slowly stopping its rotation. The originally violent and raging ghost chi also seemed to have lost its backbone and gradually calmed down and dissipated. Han Lingxi withdrew her tentacles and let out a long breath, a smile appearing on her slightly tired face. "Husband, it really is a soul source crystal. 12 in total. Put it away. You might need it later." Shin Jingting smiled and nodded, leaving Han Lingxi in charge of keeping it. After a short rest, Han Lingxi recovered some of her energy, and with her beautiful eyes slightly closed, she once again used her soul power to probe her surroundings. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of relief in her eyes. "Husband, there's no more danger. We can continue our journey." Shin Jingting nodded and took Han Lingxi's hand as the two of them walked side by side toward the deeper reaches of the forgotten abyss. Not long after, a gloomy and lofty building appeared in front of their eyes, which was as if it had broken out from the nine hells, emitting a chilling aura around it. "Sheer, we're here. This should be the demon prison." Shin Jingting looked at the dilapidated building with a few points of gravity in his tone. "Husband, come on, let's go in and take a look," Han Lingxi said, pulling Shin Jingting and heading inside. As soon as they entered, a putrid, pungent odor hit them, sickening them. The interior of the devil's prison was dark and damp, with slime emitting a bizarre glow dripping from time to time from the walls, and the ground beneath his feet was soft and collapsing, as if it might collapse at any time. Just as they were cautiously moving forward, a faint but highly rhythmic heartbeat faintly reached their ears. The two looked at each other, both seeing doubt and caution in the other's eyes. "Husband, did you hear that?" Han Lingxi asked in a low voice. I heard it. How could there be a heartbeat in this demonic prison?" Shin Jingting was similarly full of doubts. They stopped and held their breath. trying to more accurately capture the source of this heartbeat. The feeling that there was a slight undulation underfoot became more and more pronounced as he focused his attention. Han Lingxi's heart shook, suspecting that the sound of the heartbeat was coming from underneath these feet. Husband, I feel like this heartbeat is coming from right underneath our feet. What exactly is hidden down here? Shin Jingting crouched down and pressed his palms to the ground, trying to feel the vibrations more clearly. It really does seem to be coming from the ground. After determining the source of the heartbeat sound, Shin Jingting hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. System, what is this heartbeat sound? What's going on? It was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation since entering the bizarre world. The system's beep soon sounded in his head. The heart of oblivion, whose essence can reshape the soul and elevate the realm, is the core of this oblivion abyss. Once it is taken away, a large number of ghostly creatures sealed in the depths of the forgotten abyss will come pouring out, and the bizarre world will surely be plunged into war at that time. Hearing the system's explanation, Shin Jingting's heart was shaken, both moved by the powerful effects of this heart of oblivion and worried by the great danger it might bring. He stood up and looked at Han Lingxi, telling the system's prompts as they were. When Han Lingxi heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with a complex look of surprise, worry, and a hint of leaping anticipation. Husband, the efficacy of this oblivion heart is so powerful. If we can obtain its essence, it will be extremely helpful to our strength enhancement. But once we act rashly and trigger the seal to loosen, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shin Jingting nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's still the extractor, isn't there? I'll just extract the essence of the forgotten heart and not take it with me. The method of extracting the essence without breaking the seal seemed like a viable compromise. Thinking about it, Shin Jingting immediately took out the extractor, which was the syringe in the Yang world. From the system space, the syringe was as long as an adult's small arm. Husband, what is this thing? Why is it so big? Han Lingxi looked at the huge syringe in Shin Jingting's hand, her eyes filled with doubt. She had never seen such a strange object in this bizarre world. Shin Jingting stared at the oblivion heart suspended in the air while explaining. Sheer, this is an extractor, used to extract pure energy. We'll use it to extract the essence of the oblivion heart later. It won't break the seal. Just then, the heart of oblivion seemed to vaguely sense their intentions and began to beat violently. The surrounding air shook with it, and powerful soul force fluctuations spread out in all directions like raging waves. You stay back. Chapter 120. Seeing this, Shin Jingting hurriedly squatted down and touched the ground to pacify it, just like coaxing a tantruming child. Be good. I'll just smoke one tube and then I'll stop. If you piss me off, I'll drain you. Han Lingxi's originally tense nerves were amused by Shin Jingting's words, and she bared her teeth. Husband, this is not appeasement. It's clearly a threat. Shin Jingting hemmed and hawed. Sheer, this is not no way. With it properly say not listen ah. Jokingly, he began to search for the core of the heart of oblivion. In order to successfully extract the essence, one had to find the key area, the place where the oblivion heart beat the most violently, where the energy must be the most convergent. He moved his feet carefully while watching the rhythm of the oblivion heart with all his attention. The huge syringe in his hand was also held steady, ready to strike. Just as Shin Jingting slowly approached the place where the heart of oblivion was beating violently, the pressure around him increased steeply, as if there were big invisible hands desperately pulling on his body, trying to stop him from getting closer. I say, big brother, don't be so stingy, just let me smoke a little, just a little, okay? If you don't eat softly, then I'll just have to bully you. Shin Jingting moved his feet with difficulty while flirting with the manically beating oblivion heart. With that said, he had found the most central and pulsating point on the heart of oblivion. He took a deep breath, gripped the syringe in his hand, which was as thick as a small arm, and slammed the needle down, ignoring the pressure that kept coming around him. Right at the moment the needle touched the heart of oblivion, a powerful beyond imagination recoil force surged in, shocking Shin Jingting's arm, almost unable to hold the syringe. Yoo-hoo, I'll do it the hard way. I'll whip you dry. His teeth clenched and the muscles in his arms tightened as he tried his best to stabilize the syringe while his other hand quickly pulled the piston in an attempt to extract the essence of the heart of oblivion. However, just as Shin Jingting was about to extract the essence, a bizarre barrier surged out from within the heart of oblivion, instantly wrapped the syringe in it, and no matter how hard Shin Jingting tried, the piston was no longer difficult to pull the slightest bit. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately stepped forward to help as she injected her soul power into her ghost sword and aimed a forceful chop at the barrier. There was a loud boom and a crack appeared in the barrier. Shin Jingting saw the opportunity. Once again pull the piston hard. As the piston slowly moved, a liquid that emitted a mysterious ghostly light finally slowly flowed into the syringe. After a minute passed, Shin Jingting drew a tube full of oblivion heart essence that emitted a mysterious ghostly light. Look, I told you I'd only smoke you one tube. It's not like I smoked more, is it? I'm a man. Oh no, I'm a ghost who still keeps his word. Shin Jingting looked at the oblivion heart that was suspended in midair and whose beating had gradually smoothed out at the moment, and said flirtatiously. Han Lingxi put away the long sword in her hand and walked quickly to Shin Jingting's side, her beautiful eyes full of joy. Husband, we've succeeded. Shin Jingting hemmed and hawed, carefully putting the syringe properly into the system space, and patting the dust on his body. The two men took a moment to regroup and looked around, realizing that nothing had happened as expected. And then, hand in hand, they slowly returned the way they had come. On the way back, Han Lingxi softly coaxed and insisted that Shin Jingting carry her, and there was no way that Shin Jingting, as a wife-favoring fiend, would not refuse. He crouched down slightly, a doting smile at the corner of his mouth, and softly said, "Come, Sheer, get on my back." Filled with joy, Han Lingxi leapt lightly and lay steadily on Shin Jingting's back, wrapping her hands around his neck and pressing her face gently against his back. At the same time, her mouth muttered, "Husband, I'm exhausted just now. I just want you to carry me. You just know how to make fun of me. But as long as you're happy, I'll carry you on my back for the rest of my life." Shin Jingting held her steady and got up to step forward, snickering as he went. Then it was agreed that it would be memorized for the rest of my life, and not a minute less would count. Han Lingxi lay on Shin Jingting's back, the corners of her mouth raised in a happy arc, her fingers gently playing around his hair. "Cozy up and wiggle your feet." Enjoying the moment of warmth and relaxation, Shin Jingting smiled and responded, "That's a must." The two of them leisurely walked forward, and not long after, Han Lingxi, as if suddenly remembering something, patted Shin Jingting's shoulder and softly asked, "Husband, we managed to obtain this oblivion heart essence with great difficulty. How exactly should we use it to enhance our strength? Inject it into your body and refine it slowly." Hearing this, Han Lingxi instantly became interested, straightening up slightly from Shin Jingting's back and asking after him full of doubts, "How do you inject it?" Shin Jingting looked at her like this. His heart was happy. He couldn't help but tease her, and in passing, he patted Han Lingxi's buttocks, smiling, "Zap here." Of course, Han Lingxi let out a cry of surprise and quickly covered her buttocks, two flashes of red flying up on her face as she glared angrily at Shin Jingting. "A syringe that big? You're going to poke me? Isn't there any other way? This syringe looks weirdly scary." "Ha ha ha." Shin Jingting sensed her panic and rushed to pacify her, laughter spilling out of his throat. "I won't tease you. How could I possibly zap your butt? So how exactly do you inject it into the body? You can't just take the inside of a syringe and dislike it straight away." Han Lingxi calmed her emotions, but there was still some urgency in her tone. After all, it was about strength enhancement, and she didn't want to miss out on any crucial information. Only then did Shin Jingting converge his smile and explained in a serious manner, "Naturally not. It only needs to be injected into the place where soul power converges, which is the soul source. There is a critical node for storing psionic power there. Stab the syringe in with precision, then slowly inject the oblivion heart essence, subsequently mobilizing one's own soul power. Just slowly guide and refine it. You scared me to death just now when you said you zapped my butt." Han Lingxi feigned anger and gently punched Shin Jingting's shoulder, ranting, "Is it hard for you to be all over the place if you don't molest me for a day?" Shin Jingting hemmed and hawed and hurriedly said curtly, "How could I? Sheer, I'm just joking with you. This is not to see you nervous all the way. Want to make you laugh." Han Lingxi blanked him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and the rancor in her eyes gradually turned into tenderness. "You're the one who can talk poorly, but if we can really successfully refine this oblivion heart essence this time, our strength will definitely be able to increase by a large margin." Shin Jingting smiled and nodded his head in response. "That's a given. This essence of the oblivion heart is a rare cultivation resource, and we've also obtained 12 soul source crystals." Chapter 121 Special Invitations. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi chatted while returning to Lingxi City. On the way, Shin Jingting carried Han Lingxi on his back, but his hands were not honest, always liked to pinch Han Lingxi's thighs. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson at this small action, and she poutingly slapped Shin Jingting's shoulder, complaining softly, "Husband, if you don't want to carry me, put me down. Don't always pinch my thighs, that makes me hard and itchy." Shin Jingting hemmed and hawed, his hand movements were unceasing, and his mouth joked, "This road is too long. I can't keep my hands idle. Pinching my family Sheer's legs can refresh the mind. If you won't let me pinch my thighs, that's fine. I'll go somewhere else. Where do you want to pinch me? Don't you dare mess with me." Han Lingxi's cheeks were scarlet, both ashamed and annoyed, and she made a move to break off from Shin Jingting's back. Shin Jingting laughed badly, dragging Han Lingxi's hands on her legs, gently moving them to her buttocks, and deliberately pinching them. "No spanking my ass, and no pinching, or I'll bite you." Han Lingxi was like a kitten that had exploded, waving her small fists and pounding on Shin Jingting's shoulders a few times, but the force, soft and limp, was no deterrent at all. "If you keep that up, I'm coming down." Han Lingxi was angry and amused, gently twisting her body on his back and making a move to get down. "Creak, don't! I'm just trying to make you relax because you've been so tense all the way here. If you do come down, I'll have an empty heart." Shin Jingting hurriedly tightened his arms and held her steady, but his face still wore that beatific playful look. As he said that, his hand was not honestly feeling its way toward Han Lingxi's thigh again, gently squeezing it. Han Lingxi feigned annoyance and raised her hand in a gesture to hit him. "You're still coming," but that raised hand ultimately just gently fell on Shin Jingting's shoulder. With a few points of anger and intimacy, she knew in her heart that her husband was this kind of behavior, not a decent time mostly, but her true heart is real. Although this journey by him from time to time molestation, but Han Lingxi heart actually also enjoys some of this kind of intimacy. After all, in addition to her, Shin Jingting no longer on the other side of this. When Shin Jingting saw that she didn't really get angry, he became more and more bold. "Sheer, your legs are soft and white, I really love them, so I can't help but want to get closer and closer. You're the one with the sweet mouth." All day long, Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him in shame and annoyance. But despite what he said, he stopped resisting and let him go. It was his husband anyway, and it wasn't like he had any other preference for his legs. Although the behavior was a little bit wavy, but how could she not feel that love? With the two of them playing around like this, time flew by, and the outline of Spirit Stream City gradually came into view. Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look, her eyes filled with the joy of returning home. "Husband, look, we're almost home." Shin Jingting followed her gaze and also nodded in agreement. "Yes, finally back. Going out this time really took 1,000 hardships, but fortunately there were no dangers, and I also harvested such a treasure as the essence of the Oblivion Heart. Husband, remember, take me with you wherever you go from now on. Whether what I encounter in the future is a blessing or a curse, I will face it with you." Han Lingxi gently leaned her head against Shin Jingting's back, her voice soft but permeated with unquestionable firmness. Shin Jingting slightly tilted his head sideways and tenderly glanced at her, his tone full of doting. "Sierra, just rest assured, wherever I go in the future, I'll take you with me. Having you by my side keeps me grounded. No matter where I go in the future, I won't leave you behind. We, husband and wife, are supposed to share the same sorrows and sufferings, and walk hand in hand." When Han Lingxi heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and her hands unconsciously looped a little tighter. "I'm relieved to have your words. Then put me down." Han Lingxi gently patted Shin Jingting's shoulder and said softly, "We're almost in the city. What would it look like for others to see you carrying me? No release. It's only right that I carry my daughter-in-law." Shin Jingting deliberately raised his volume, and that tone was full of dominance and doting, as if declaring to the world how much he loved Han Lingxi. If it weren't for the fear of Han Lingxi's shyness, he would have planned to carry her around Lingxi City so that all the ghosts would know of their couple's love. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson and she snapped, "I'd be embarrassed like this." She knew in her heart that Shin Jingting had never been a person who dared to love and dare to do, and if she really let his nature come, she might make some kind of commotion. And he was the lord of a city, but as a shy little lady was carried by him to flaunt through the city, if this was seen by the subordinates, the majesty can be swept to the ground. Although she was enjoying her husband's pampering in this private moment, it was still hard to avoid being embarrassed when she really had to do so in public. "What do you care? Let's go. Go home." Shin Jingting, who cares about this, his arm tightened, froze and did not let go, so he carried her towards the city. Along the way, many little kids saw the scene and exchanged words. "I'll go. Lord City Lord is actually being carried into the city on the back of a ghost. This is something new." A little kid's eyes widened with surprise. The other brat's chin was raised in an air of knowing what's going on in the world. "What do you know? This man is the prefect." "When was that? How come I don't know?" The brat from earlier scratched his head, his face full of doubt. "The notices are all over the place and you don't even know about it. I really suspect you're a spy." The brat behind him shoved a handful of his companions and followed suit. Han Lingxi was ashamed and anxious as she listened to the comments, and lightly punched Shin Jingting on the back. "Listen, it's all a joke to the ministry. Put me down." Shin Jingting, however, laughed loudly. "The pace of the feet do not stop. What are you afraid of? Let them say go. We love the couple, in the way of what they do." As he spoke, he had already traveled to the front of the city lord's mansion. Only then did Shin Jingting gently put Han Lingxi down, and Han Lingxi straightened her clothes and struggled to slate her face. She resumed her usual majestic appearance, but her flushed face still gave away her shyness. The two of them stepped into the mansion hand in hand, and as soon as they landed on their feet, an attendant hurriedly came to report, "Lord City Lord, Prefect, the Ghost Emperor's special envoy sent someone to deliver an invitation." Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting glanced at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Shen Jingting was the first to speak, his tone carrying a few moments of probing. This Ghost Emperor's envoy is sending invitations for no apparent reason. And what's the matter? Han Lingxi said what was on her mind. The Ghost Emperor has many eyes and ears, so he must have known about our gains, and he's afraid that he's sending someone here because he doesn't want to get drunk. The valet waited quietly on the sidelines, not daring to utter a breath. Shen Jingting turned his head to look at him and asked, "Do you know who the envoy is? Did he write down the reason for going to the banquet?" The attendant hurriedly bowed and took out the invitation and replied. The identity of the envoy was not stated. He only said that he invited the two adults to make sure to go to the ghost capital for a gathering when they return. As to what exactly it is not revealed in the slightest. Han Lingxi reached out and took the invitation and unfolded it, her eyes quickly scanning over the words on it. The general idea was that the two of them were invited to gather at Ghost Capital, and that there was a great matter that needed to be discussed with them. Han Lingxi finished reading the invitation and relayed the contents to Shen Jingting. After hearing this, the latter stroked his chin and mused. Interesting. Hongmen Banquet, isn't it? Chapter 122, Hongmen Banquet. Husband, take a break and we'll take a trip to the ghost capital tomorrow. A cold aura flashed across Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes. This invitation, in all probability, had no good intentions, and might have been prepared especially for them. In this world, there is no such thing as true friendship. Everything is about profit. There's nothing those in positions of power can't do for profit. Shen Jingting gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and said soothingly, "Don't worry, if they want to use force, I don't mind slaughtering a few ghosts to make an example of them." Nowadays, he had nearly 5 million creepy values, enough to kill some unsuspecting ghosts. However, he still didn't want to use it as a last resort. As long as he gathered enough 8 million bizarre values, he could buy a bottle of middle-ranked secret medicine to quench his ghost body. At that time, after controlling the Stygian Abyss Ghost Pearl, he would be able to compete with the 9 Spectres Ghost Emperor. Husband, I don't know why you are so confident, but I still want to say one thing. Never push yourself. You're not alone now. You still have me. Don't carry everything alone. We're husband and wife. We should share the same difficulties. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with concern and worry as she held Shen Jingting's hand tightly. This time, the opponent is different from other Ghost Zune Ghost King, but the Ghost Emperor's hand-picked envoy. The strength is a real Ghost Emperor, half-step Ghost Emperor level existence. The rest of the 9 great Ghost Emperors had to obediently honor a senior when they saw it, and the messengers all had to shout out an adult when they saw it. The difference between this envoy and the messenger is that the envoy is personally appointed by the Ghost Emperor and has a special mission. He has a higher power and status, and his status and mission are far more important than that of an ordinary messenger. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's serious appearance, and a warm current surged in his heart. He gently lifted his hand and tenderly stroked her cheek, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Sheer, I understand your feelings, and I know my own weight. I won't try to be strong rashly." "That's good, and I'm much more relieved that way." Han Lingxi gently breathed a sigh of relief, the worried look on her face fading slightly. At this time, an underworld specter butterfly fluttered its wings and flew around Shen Jingting a few times before stopping at his shoulder. Shen Jingting's complexion changed slightly as he reached out and gently touched the spectral butterfly, then said with a frown, "Sheer, during the period we left, someone came to spy on the shattered soul abyss." When Han Lingxi heard this, a hint of coldness flashed through her beautiful eyes, and her tone turned cold. "So it seems that we were invited presumably because of this incident. The soul-shattering abyss was an ownerless land before, and even the Ghost Emperor coveted it, but it was a pity that there was no way to disperse the ghost mist and could not get his hands on it. Now not only was it under the control of Spirit Stream City, but there was also a spiritual object such as the underworld specter butterfly. I'm sure the Ghost Emperor's side had heard the news and wanted to use the opportunity to take control of the soul-shattering abyss from them." Shen Jingting nodded slightly, his expression grave. "It's very likely. That old fox, always ambitious, such an important place as the soul-shattering abyss, would he not be moved? This time, in the name of an invitation, I'm afraid that we've already set up a trap, just waiting for us to take the bait. However, it is not yet known who the fish are." The next day, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi prepared everything and rushed to Ghost Capital as fast as they could. After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Ghost Capital. As soon as he arrived, a thin-bodied, shady-eyed Ghost Clan member came forward. He slightly owed his body and respectfully asked, "May I ask if the two of you are Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign and Slaying Ghost King?" Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other. Shen Jingting nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's exactly the two of us. Who are you and what are you looking for us for? That ghost clan hurriedly returned. Two lords, I am a pawn under the Ghost Emperor's envoy, waiting here for the two of you by the order of the envoy lord. Lord Envoy heard that the two of you have returned, and specially ordered Little to come and greet you. Please follow Little to Lord Envoy's residence. Go! Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. Then side by side, they followed the ghost clan, and together they traveled to the envoy's residence. Not long after, the two had followed the black-robed messenger to the front of the Ghost Emperor Palace's main hall, only to see the great hall towering, magnificent, the doorway on both sides of the standing full of ghost soldiers, each holding a sharp blade, sharp eyes. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other, nodded to each other, and then walked into the main hall with their heads held high. Inside the grand hall, the Ghost Emperor's envoy was sitting on a high throne. He wore a long black robe, with a seemingly unnoticeable smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with an eerie chill. And on either side of the center of the hall sat the messenger and the 9 Ghost Emperors. When the Ghost Emperor envoy saw Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi walk in, he slightly raised his hand, signaling them to come forward. It is truly an honor for this envoy to have you two come with the honor of coming. The Ghost Emperor envoy's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi stood in the center of the great hall without the slightest hint of fear. At the first sight of the Ghost Emperor envoy, the first feeling he gave the duo was that of a smiling tiger. Han Lingxi owed a slight bow and said, "The Ghost Emperor's envoy invited us. How dare we not come? I just don't know what Lord Envoy of the Ghost Emperor is looking for us for this time." The corners of the Ghost Envoy Emperor's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha, cool. This envoy likes people like you. Now that we're here, let's not ask questions. Let's have a drink and talk slowly." With that, he waved his hand, and an attendant came over with a wineglass. Han Lingxi frowned slightly and didn't reach out to pick up the wine cup, but said without being overbearing, "Lord Envoy, our couple has never been good at drinking. Besides, we are here today for the sake of business, so I hope that Lord Envoy can tell us straight out what exactly is going on, and not to beat around the bush." When the other 9 Ghost Emperors, including the messenger, heard this, they all pinched a sweat for Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's move was contradicting the Ghost Emperor's envoy, who was a half-step Ghost Emperor's existence that no one dared to easily offend, especially the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi was a ghost dignitary under his command, and if the Ghost Emperor's envoy took offense because of this, he would be implicated. "Han Lingxi, the envoy is giving you face by letting you drink. Don't give your face away." The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor couldn't help but chide out. His face was filled with anxiety and worry, fearing that Han Lingxi's words would completely enrage the Ghost Emperor envoy and thus bring about his doom. Bang! The wine cup in front of the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was knocked to the ground by an invisible soul force and shattered. All the attention of the ghosts shifted to the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. Only Shin Jingting's eyes were like eagles, and he exuded a stern aura around him. He stared coldly at the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor with an undeniable majesty in his voice. "Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do with Little Master's woman?" Chapter 123. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was startled by this sudden turn of events, and a hint of shock and anger appeared on his face. "Shin Jingting, how dare you? How dare you take such liberties in front of this emperor? Don't forget, Han Lingxi is a ghost dignitary under this emperor's command." Shin Jingting snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "So what if it's a ghost dignitary under his command? Sheer is now my Shin Jingting's wife. I'll see who dares to touch her in the slightest. If you dare to speak out against her again today, don't blame me for being impolite." Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting's domineering and protective demeanor, and a warm current surged in her heart, her eyes filled with tenderness. As the Ghost Emperor envoy watched this scene, a glint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected the couple, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, to be so protective and hot-tempered. "All right, all of you, knock it off." The Ghost Emperor envoy opened his mouth and said, his voice low and majestic, instantly silencing the great hall. Only after it quieted down did he begin again. "This envoy invited you here today to discuss important matters, not to see you fight within yourselves. Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, this envoy has heard that you made the Shattered Soul Abyss your fiefdom after you advanced to Ghost Sovereign." The Ghost Emperor envoy's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, staring at Han Lingxi, his voice unhurried but permeated with a sense of oppression. "Not only that, but you also dispersed the ghostly mist of the soul-shattering abyss, revitalizing that masterless land. This tactic is really admirable." Han Lingxi raised her eyes slightly, meeting the Ghost Emperor envoy's gaze without fear, her tone flat. "Lord Envoy is overpraising. My little lady doesn't have that ability on her own. It's all thanks to my husband. The Shattered Soul Abyss is now a fiefdom of my Spirit Stream City, so I naturally have to take care of it." The corners of the Ghost Emperor envoy's mouth hooked up into a smile that appeared to be there, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, you should know that the soul-shattering abyss has always been a place coveted by all forces. Now that you have the Shattered Soul Abyss all to yourself, Aren't you afraid that the tree will attract unnecessary trouble? The current shattered soul abyss is a meat and potatoes, and there is nothing that the 9 great ghost emperors don't covet. Moreover, every masterless land contains secret treasures, and the soul-shattering abyss was even more so. Unfortunately, with their strength alone, they were simply unable to dispel the ghostly mist as well as the tide of souls that permeated the area all year round and enter it to explore. And Han Lingxi had not only succeeded in dispersing the ghostly mist, but had also adopted the shattered soul abyss as a fiefdom of Lingxi City, which had undoubtedly caused the other ghost emperors to blush. Xin Jingting stood beside Han Lingxi, his soul power quietly running around his body, ready to deal with unexpected situations. He spoke, "Lord Envoy, since my mother has the ability to control the soul-shattering abyss, she naturally has the ability to guard it as well, so I don't need you to bother." The Ghost Emperor Envoy nodded slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with Xin Jingting's answer. "Not bad, Backbone, but this envoy did not enter to invite you here to make enemies of you. Instead, this envoy is trying to give you a chance to make you and your spirit stream city stronger." "Oh, Lord Envoy means that you want us to surrender the shattered soul abyss and cooperate with you?" Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow, revealing a mocking smile. "Sorry, we're not interested." The Ghost Emperor Envoy's face changed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his normal self. "Spirit Stream Ghost Dignitary, don't talk too much. The cooperation this envoy is talking about is not asking you to hand over the soul-shattering abyss. Rather, I want you to utilize the power of this envoy to jointly develop the soul-shattering abyss, and when the time comes, the benefits will naturally be yours." Hearing this, Xin Jingting couldn't help but laugh. The so-called co-development was nothing more than a wishful thinking on the side of the Ghost Emperor's envoy. They could have just come and grabbed it, but they had to pretend to be cooperating, which was ridiculous. "3 words for you, not rare," Xin Jingting said nonchalantly, his eyes full of contempt. "Lord Envoy, if you have no other business, we will take our leave," Han Lingxi said, holding Xin Jingting's arm before turning to leave. The Ghost Emperor Envoy gave the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor a wink, and the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor understood, a hint of viciousness appearing on his face as he instantly dashed in front of Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi, blocking their path. A ghostly aura rose around him, and a black scythe appeared in his hand at some point, exuding an eerie aura. "This Envoy Hall, is it not a place where you can come and go as you please? If you don't hand over the soul-shattering abyss, you won't be able to leave," the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor said viciously, his eyes revealing greed and ferocity. Seeing that he couldn't leave in this situation, Han Lingxi said to Xin Jingting through the psychic tattoo, "Husband, let me come alone to clean him up." "Will it work?" Xin Jingting asked with some concern. After all, the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was also a party of Ghost Emperors, and his strength could not be underestimated. "No problem, not to mention killing him, it's no problem to heavily injure him," Han Lingxi responded confidently, "but I need the ancient bell." "Yes." Without the slightest hesitation, Xin Jingting offered the ancient bell and handed it to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi held the ancient bell and felt the powerful force contained within it, and her heart became even more energized. "Soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, today I'll show you that Ghost Elders can also injure Ghost Emperors," Han Lingxi chanted, her figure flickering like a black residual shadow as she charged towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The long sword and ancient bell in his hand struck out at the same time. The sword's shadow flashed and the ancient bell roared, carrying an overpowering aura as he attacked towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's face changed, not realizing that Han Lingxi would be so decisive as to make a move when he said he would. He waved the black scythe in his hand in an attempt to block Han Lingxi's attack. The scythe clashed with the longsword with an ear-piercing metallic clash, and the powerful impact caused both of them to take a few steps backward. Han Lingxi stabilized her stance, a cold light flashing in her eyes as she once again swung her sword to attack the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. This time, her swordsmanship was even more severe, and her sword moves were unpredictable, making people unable to defend themselves. At the same time, the ancient bell in her hand continued to release powerful soul power, suppressing the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's actions. Strength is not enough. Weapons come in. This ancient bell seems to be an ancient treasure. The envoy of the Ghost Emperor pondered in his mind, a glint of greed flashing in his shadowy eyes. He hadn't expected Han Lingxi to have such a powerful treasure in her hands, and his heart's desire for that underworld specter butterfly and soul-shattering abyss grew even stronger. Xin Jingting was secretly vigilant, and the invincible coin was tightly pinched in his hand, ready to strike at the critical moment. He knew that the Ghost Emperor envoy would never let this opportunity go easily, and once Han Lingxi inflicted a serious wound on the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Emperor envoy would likely strike out personally. If he intervened, the situation would surely be reversed in an instant. At that moment, the sound of weapons clashing in the empty hall was unceasing. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's tone carried a touch of hideous mockery. Han Lingxi, do you think you can hurt me with just a broken bell? How ridiculous. Chapter 124, Intervention. The difference in strength between a Ghost Emperor and a Ghost Elder was not that much of a difference in realm. The true power disparity was reflected in the control of soul power, the subtlety of combat techniques, and the utilization of various bizarre feats. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor had been immersed in this path for many years, and naturally had his proud capital. In his opinion, although Han Lingxi had the help of an ancient clock, it was still an ant to shake him, the veteran Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi's willow eyebrows rose up, and a cold aura flickered in her beautiful eyes as she gripped her longsword tightly, its body buzzing as if responding to its owner's battle intent. Yeah, then I'll show you what I can really do. After saying that, she once again bullied her way up, the long sword in her hand wrapped in a powerful sword chi, and took the lead in attacking towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. At the same time, she gripped the ancient bell with her other hand and gently vibrated it, and the ancient bell emitted a low and majestic roar. The sound waves spread out like ripples, and wherever they went, the ghostly aura was actually dispersed. Seeing this, the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor let out a cold snort as his scythe swept across, precisely blocking Han Lingxi's longsword, the sound of metal clashing resounding through the great hall. Immediately afterward, he fiercely exerted his force, jolting Han Lingxi back a few steps, and a hint of smugness couldn't help but appear on his face. Humph, is that all you've got? However, before he could catch his breath, Han Lingxi used the momentum of his retreat to flip over and leap high into the air once again. The ancient clock shone brightly at this moment, and a beam of soul power was ejected from it, directly pressing against the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's face. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's face changed, and in his haste, he raised his scythe to fend it off, and the beam of soul power struck the scythe, emitting a crackling sound that shook his arm. How is this possible? He was startled in his heart, and his original contempt instantly dissipated a bit. Han Lingxi took advantage of the situation to land on the ground, tapping her toes as she once again closed in on the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The long sword was wielded in a dense manner, and with the soul force impacts sent out by the ancient bell from time to time, it actually forced the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor to retreat back and forth for a while. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor stabilized his stance, his face a burst of green and white. It seems that if I don't take out some skills, it really makes you think that I'm a weakling, right? After he said that, the ghost chi around him surged madly, and his figure instantly pulled up a few feet taller. The original eerie scythe was even more black at this moment. A ghost pattern was hidden on it, as if it had been awakened as an ancient weapon. Han Lingxi was gradually being suppressed, and she could clearly feel the pressure from the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor steepening. But she didn't give up, and just as the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's attack slowed down a bit, Han Lingxi seized the moment to activate the Void Spirit Devouring Ring. In an instant, only several black as ink tentacles shot out from the space cracks around the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. Just like ghostly snakes, their movements were extremely fast and silent. These tentacles carried a creepy aura and were covered with a layer of corrosive slime that emitted a pungent odor. As soon as the tentacles appeared, they wrapped straight towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, instantly binding him tightly. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was shocked and struggled desperately to break free from these tentacles, but the tentacles got tighter and tighter. At the same time, underneath the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's feet, a puddle of slime emitting a strange green light rapidly converged. Without realizing it, his feet fell into it without him realizing it. Damn! What kind of evil thing are you? The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's face was filled with horror, and his voice became a little shaky from fear. He tried to swing his scythe to cut the tentacles, but as soon as the scythe touched the tentacles, it was eroded by the corrosive slime. A zippy sound was emitted, and a mottled mark appeared on the blade. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was horrified in his heart. He panicked and tried to draw back his scythe, but he realized that the blade was already tightly bonded to the tentacles, making it difficult to break free. This scythe had accompanied himself for many years, through countless vicious battles, and had never been in such a sorry state, and now it was this unbeatable under the slime of this weird tentacle. This made him more and more wary of the means Han Lingxi had employed, and he also felt deep despair at his current situation. And at this time, the worst situation was not only that, more tentacles were still drilling out from the surrounding space cracks in a steady stream, twisting and stretching, seemingly wanting to completely devour him. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was tightly trapped in it. His face had long since lost the arrogance he had before, and all that was left was panic and despair. He struggled frantically. the tattered scythe in his hand flailing wildly, but only in vain, instead attracting more tentacles to wrap around him. This ring seems to be an ancient secret treasure as well. As the Ghost Emperor envoy watched this scene, a hint of greed and shock flashed through his eyes once again. He had originally thought that Han Lingxi only had the power to fight the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor by virtue of that ancient clock, but he hadn't expected her to have such a powerful treasure on her. The power displayed by this void-devouring spirit ring was far beyond his imagination. If he could take it for himself, his own strength would certainly increase greatly. At this moment, Han Lingxi seized this opportunity for the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor to be entangled, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand shone brightly as he performed the most powerful sword move and stabbed towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The ancient bell was also in full operation at this moment, emitting a majestic bell sound, which transformed into a substantial sound wave that shook the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's mind. At the same time, a tentacle took advantage of his surprise and violently wrapped around his neck. The corrosive slime quickly ate away at his skin, sending up gouts of smoke and causing him to grimace in pain. "Help me, Lord Envoy!" the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor cried out hoarsely, his eyes filled with pleading. The Ghost Emperor Envoy frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Although he had the intention to sit back and let the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor perish on his own, so that he could take the opportunity to see the limit of the ring's power, he was afraid that the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor would really perish, resulting in the loss of one of his own powerful pawns. Weighing his options, he finally took the plunge, only to see the Ghost Emperor's envoy instantly appearing beside the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The ghost chi around his body was burning like a black flame, sweeping towards the surrounding tentacles. The tentacles broke under the impact of this powerful ghostly aura, turning into a mass of black mist that dissipated into the air. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor got out of the trap. He was panting heavily, his face was as pale as paper, and his legs were so weak that he almost fell to his knees. He glanced gratefully at the Ghost Emperor envoy, then glanced resentfully at Han Lingxi. The Ghost Emperor's envoy came to the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's side and stretched out a hand, easily deflecting Han Lingxi's long sword away. The powerful force shook Han Lingxi's arms, causing him to go numb and retreat back and forth. The Ghost Emperor envoy was surrounded by a ghostly aura, as if a demonic god had descended. He looked down at the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, his eyes filled with contempt. What a useless waste, unable to deal with even a ghost elder. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor looked ashamed and lowered his head, not daring to speak. The Ghost Emperor envoy turned his head and stared at Han Lingxi with a torch-like gaze. "Han Lingxi, you're being so reckless today. Do you really think that this envoy won't make a move?" Shen Jingting immediately shielded Han Lingxi behind him while tossing the invincible coin into the air. "Ancestors bless. Front, must be front." Shen Jingting kept praying in his heart. Finally, the coin fell to the ground and the spinning gradually slowed down, eventually coming to a steady stop. Chapter 125, Double Invincibility. But when Shen Jingting saw the invincible coin standing firmly on the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. According to the established rules, an invincible coin facing upwards represents that he will have invincible cultivation for a short period of time, and conversely the enemy will gain this counterintuitive status. This was originally a ray of hope for him in the desperate situation. Shen Jingting was full of expectations that he would use this to turn the tide of battle, but now this situation has left him at a loss for words. "System, how is this going to be judged?" Shen Jingting asked in his mind. "Host, could your hand be any more backward?" The system spat unmercifully before giving an explanation. "The host and the Ghost Emperor's envoy are both invincible." Shen Jingting's heart tightened, and before he could react, a powerful and mysterious force instantly enveloped him and the Ghost Emperor envoy. The two were pulled into the invincible coin space, which was white and somewhat eerily silent. Only Shen Jingting and the Ghost Emperor envoy looked at each other. As for Han Lingxi, she was promptly hidden by the system. The system shrouded her with an invisible protective shield in the nick of time, transferring her to a safe place of concealment. The crowd of Ghost Emperors, such as the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor, the Spectral Shadow Ghost Emperor, and the Inferno Devil Emperor, all stood in the middle of the Great Hall at the moment, looking at the place where Shen Jingting and the Ghost Emperor envoy had disappeared in an instant, and they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. "Here, where did Lord Envoy and that boy go?" The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. The bloodstained long knife in his hand was still trembling slightly, obviously startled by this sudden turn of events. He was tall and lanky, with a blood-red ghostly robe that fluttered in the wind and emitted a strong smell of blood. He was known for his brutality in the ghost region, but at this moment, he was out of ideas. Could it be that Brad has used some bizarre means? It actually managed to make Lord Envoy disappear into thin air together. The Phantom Ghost Emperor rubbed his chin and said. The Inferno Devil Emperor pondered for a moment and voiced his guess. There must be something wrong with that odd coin, to the extent that it rendered Lord Envoy and that guy who didn't know what to do with his life out of sight. At this moment, in the invincible coin space, Shen Jingting and the Ghost Emperor Envoy stared at each other. each filled with vigilance. A trace of annoyance flashed in the eyes of the envoy of the Ghost Emperor. He was never expecting this tiny coin to have such a bizarre ability. It was amazing that he could put him, a high and mighty envoy, in this situation. Shen Jingting, on the other hand, secretly pondered the countermeasures, although at the moment both of them are in a state of invincibility. But this space must have a method of cracking, otherwise the system would not have set up such a situation for no reason. Kid, it seems like all those secret treasures of Han Lingxi were obtained by you from the soul-shattering abyss. The Ghost Emperor envoy suddenly spoke, breaking the momentary silence. He now finally understood why Han Lingxi, as a ghost dignitary, was able to create quite a ripple in this ghost domain. Being able to possess many treasures that were coveted by forces from all sides, coupled with her ghost Zun level strength, was enough to cause no small impact. Take just now. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's strength at the late lunar level was suppressed to death by Han Lingxi with only 2 ancient secret treasures, and he nearly fell on the spot. The scene was truly staggering, as the titular late-stage moon-ranked powerhouse was powerless to fight back under Han Lingxi's overpowering attack, and could only woefully parry and hiss in terror. Such a treasure of extraordinary power naturally attracted the attention of the Ghost Emperor's envoy. Whether it was the ancient clock that could release a powerful soul force impact, or the void-devouring spirit ring with its bizarre devouring power, they were by no means ordinary things. I think it must be an ancient relic originating from the depths of the soul-shattering abyss. At the thought of this, the desire for the soul-shattering abyss in the Ghost Emperor envoy's heart grew hotter and hotter, and his jealousy of Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi deepened. Shen Jingting met his gaze without fear and laughed coldly. So what if it is? So what if it's not? The envoy of the Ghost Emperor didn't talk nonsense. His eyes flashed ferociously, and he directly made his move. The ghost chi around him surged crazily, instantly transforming into a black residual shadow and pouncing towards Shen Jingting. That speed was extremely fast, bringing up a sharp whistling sound as if it was going to tear the air around it. Seeing this, Shen Jingting quickly reacted, and a sharp blade with a cold aura appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he swung it up to meet the Ghost Emperor envoy's attack. The two men's attacks collided together with a loud bang, and a powerful impact spread out in all directions with them at the center. However, due to the same strength and both being equally invincible, no one was able to gain the upper hand in this strike. The Ghost Emperor envoy was shaken back a few steps. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect Shen Jingting to be able to fight against him under these circumstances. Shen Jingting was equally bad. His arm was slightly numb, and his heart was secretly on guard. He knew that the Ghost Emperor's envoy was strong, and even if he was in a state of invincibility right now, he couldn't take it lightly. Shen Jingting, the thing you pulled out just now is really a good thing. It actually made my strength increase by leaps and bounds. A crazy smile appeared on the Ghost Emperor envoy's face, and his eyes were filled with greed and complacency. Compared to the previous half-step Ghost Emperor's strength, he felt that this current power was what he had been seeking. This majestic power within his body was rushing across his body, giving him an illusion of invincibility. Feel good, because you're going to die later. Shen Jingting smiled evilly as his aura around him changed abruptly. The originally suppressed aura instantly climbed up, and even vaguely had the tendency to separate from the Ghost Emperor's envoy. Ha ha ha, this envoy will die? What a heavenly joke. The Ghost Emperor envoy's face was filled with disdain as he laughed openly, his laughter echoing in this invincible coin space with endless contempt. Just by you, a tiny ghost king, even if you have this secret treasure to boost you, what can you do? You won't be able to escape today. After he said that, he waved his hands violently, and countless ghost chi spears suddenly shot out from the huge black vortex, whistling towards Shen Jingting like a torrential rain. Shen Jingting didn't dodge or flash, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, he blocked all the ghostly chi spears that shot at him. Only a crackling sound could be heard, and the ghost energy spears exploded one after another, turning into black mist that dissipated into the air. The Ghost Emperor envoy clenched his hands into fists, and the ghost chi around his body surged crazily, transforming into a huge black fist that smashed towards Shen Jingting's face. The huge impact caused the entire invincible coin space to tremble, and a crack began to appear in the space in front of Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting gently waved. A soft light shot out from his fingertips, and those cracks even instantly recovered as before, and the space once again became solid. We are both invincible. Your tactics are useless against me. Unless you have a secret treasure that can suppress me, there will be a death between us. Humph, you think you can intimidate this envoy with this? This envoy has never been afraid since he has been practicing. The envoy of the Ghost Emperor bellowed, and the sharp blade that flashed with a cold aura appeared out of thin air in his hand. Today, I will make you pay. Chapter 126, Killing the Envoy. Han Lingxi, who had been hidden by the system, was still at a loss until now. There was silence all around her, and all she could see was the invisible protective shield that cut her off from the outside world. Husband, where are you? Han Lingxi murmured softly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, and her hand, which was tightly gripping the longsword, turned slightly white. She didn't understand why Shen Jingting, who had been confronting the Ghost Emperor's envoy just a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared into thin air, along with the Ghost Emperor's envoy. Only she was left trapped in this place of concealment. The uneasiness in her heart was like a tidal wave that kept turning over. Han Lingxi looked around, trying to find some clues, but there was nothing but this protective shield and the empty environment. She tried to use her longsword to attack that protective shield, hoping to break it to go out and look for Shen Jingting. However, every time the longsword touched the protective shield, it was bounced off by an invisible force, and she was unable to break through at all. Strange, what's going on? Han Lingxi bit her lip, her heart anxious. The psychic tattoo transmitted Han Lingxi's thoughts to Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting, who was fiercely confronting the Ghost Emperor's envoys, felt Han Lingxi's anxiety and attachment in his heart. He was slightly stunned, a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then he stared at the Ghost Emperor envoy more vigilantly, while responding in his mind, "Sierra, don't worry, I'm fine now. When I kill the envoy, I'll come to you right away. You must protect yourself. Don't do anything rash." Shen Jingting focused his mind and sent his thoughts back through the psychic tattoo, hoping to put Han Lingxi at ease. After Han Lingxi received Shen Jingting's response, the worry in her heart eased slightly. "Husband, you must be careful. I'll wait for you to return." On Shen Jingting's side, after responding to Han Lingxi, he immediately returned his full attention to the Ghost Emperor envoy. Ghost Emperor envoy saw Shen Jingting's momentary distraction. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the sharp blade in his hand with a harsh wind-breaking sound, stabbing toward Shen Jingting's throat. "Humph, to be distracted at the end of one's life. How foolish." The envoy of the Ghost Emperor smiled sardonically, thinking that the victory was assured. Shen Jingting snapped back to his senses, his eyes flinched, and his body instinctively leaned backward, managing to avoid this fatal blow. Shen Jingting's eyes flinched as he quickly adjusted his state and sidestepped to avoid it, while at the same time condensing a soul force in his hand. He counterattacked towards the Ghost Emperor envoy. "You think you can get away with this?" Shen Jingting snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a firm killing intent. In order to return to Han Lingxi's side as soon as possible, he had to take care of the Ghost Emperor envoy as soon as possible. The two of them once again started a fierce battle in the invincible coin space, swords flashing and powerful forces colliding together, causing the entire space to tremble. Shen Jingting dealt with the Ghost Emperor envoy's attacks while searching for the opponent's cracks and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At this time, the crowd of Ghost Emperors outside were still talking. They didn't know where the Ghost Emperor envoy and Shen Jingting had gone, and they didn't know what to do. The bloodshed Ghost Emperor kept pacing in place, his face filled with anxiety. "If something happens to Lord Envoy, what can we do? What's the point of panicking? Lord Envoy is powerful. Is it so easy for something to happen? Maybe he'll be back in a while." The Phantom Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor sat on the side to heal his wounds, hearing their conversation. His heart was still a little palpitating. "There's something odd about Han Lingxi and that kid. It's better to be careful." After the incident just now, he had completely seen how difficult these two were to deal with. He had thought that with his late moon rank strength, he would be enough to suppress Han Lingxi, but he hadn't expected the two ancient secret treasures in her hands to be so powerful. If it wasn't for the Ghost Emperor's special envoy's hand, I'm afraid that the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor would have already been disintegrated. The bloodshed Ghost Emperor frowned and said gruffly, "We don't know when Mr. Special Envoy will return from this trip. We can't just wait here, can we?" Yen Devil Emperor snorted coldly, a hint of gloom flashing through his slender eyes. "Then what do you want? If Lord Envoy comes back and finds out that we've gone AWOL, you'll have to suffer." The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor listened to their argument, but in his heart, he was calculating his own little scheme. He didn't want to offend the Ghost Emperor envoy, but he couldn't get enough of the treasure in Han Lingxi's hands. If he could take advantage of the chaos to get his hands on those treasures, his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. But when he thought of the fiasco he had just suffered, he hesitated a bit. In his time, the invincible coin space, although both Shen Jingting and the Ghost Emperor envoy were in a state of invincibility, after a long time, there would always be cracks to be found. Finally, after half an hour-long fight, Shen Jingting found a hint of a break in the Ghost Emperor envoy, and he seized this opportunity to violently swing out a fist. The fist carried a powerful force as it whistled towards the Ghost Emperor envoy's chest. The Ghost Emperor envoy sensed Shen Jingting's movements and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Shen Jingting's fist ruthlessly smashed onto the Ghost Emperor envoy's chest, and the huge impact caused the Ghost Emperor envoy to retreat back and forth. "You think you can kill me just like that? That's naive." The envoy of the Ghost Emperor roared in rage, and Ghost Chi surged madly around him as his body began to expand in strength. The sharp blade in his hand glowed brightly, as if it had been infused with new power. "Go to hell!" The The Ghost Emperor envoy once again wielded his sharp blade and charged towards Shin Jingting. Seeing this, Shin Jingting tried to mobilize the underworld abyss ghost pearl in his mind. His current strength was invincible, and his ghost body had similarly reached invincibility, so he should be able to mobilize the Stygian abyss ghost pearl. It instantly appeared in the center of Shin Jingting's palm under the manipulation of his mind, and between the streams of light, there was a faintly eerie ghostly aura surrounding it. Ghost chi quickly surged into Shin Jingting's entire body, and his aura steeply rose again. It's time for this to end. Shin Jingting aimed a grip at the Ghost Emperor envoy, and an invisible force instantly erupted from the underworld abyss ghost pearl. The Ghost Emperor envoy only felt a powerful suction force coming from him, and his body flew uncontrollably in the direction of Shin Jingting. It was as if the whole person was tightly grasped by a big invisible hand. Just how many more secret treasures do you have? The Ghost Emperor envoy roared in terror, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. First, there was the ancient bell, the void-devouring ring, the invincible coin, and now a mysterious bead. The Ghost Emperor envoy struggled hard, trying to get rid of this binding force, the ghost chi around his body surging wildly, trying to break through this invisible confinement. However, the power of the Stygian abyss ghost pearl was too strong, and his struggles were just futile. Guess what? Shin Jingting's face did not show the slightest bit of pity. His eyes were cold as frost as he stared at the Ghost Emperor envoy. Today is the day you die. You attempted to seize the treasures of the soul-shattering abyss and harmed my shear. You must pay the price. Chapter 127. With that said, he increased his power output to the underworld abyss ghost bead, and the suction force became even stronger. The Ghost Emperor envoy's body began to twist and distort under the suction, his skin gradually becoming dried out and the ghost chi in his body being drawn out a little bit. His voice became weak and hoarse. You won't have a good ending. Lord Ghost Emperor won't let you go. Shin Jingting snorted coldly. So what if it's the Ghost Emperor? I, Shin Jingting, have nothing to fear, as long as Sheer is safe. So what if I'm the enemy of the entire ghost domain? As his words fell, the glow of the Stygian abyss ghost bead reached its extreme. The envoy of the Ghost Emperor let out a mournful scream and eventually turned into a black mist that dissipated into the invincible coin space. At the same time he died, Shin Jingting's familiar and somewhat mechanical voice of the system rang in his mind. Creepy value arrived. 1 million. Along with this sound, Shin Jingting only felt that the space around him began to tremble violently. That originally chaotic space of invincible coins seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and quickly disintegrated. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light flashed, and the invincible space was instantly lifted. Shin Jingting only felt a surge of power in his body. The invincible state just now disappeared like a dream bubble, and his strength returned to the Ghost King level. However, at this moment, he was not frustrated by the drop in strength. On the contrary, successfully resolving the Ghost Emperor's envoy made a big stone fall from his heart. Phew, it's finally over. Shin Jingting breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes revealing a hint of exhaustion, but more than anything else, it was the celebration of having survived the robbery. He remembered Han Lingxi, who was still waiting anxiously outside, and his heart warmed as he immediately darted in the direction where Han Lingxi was hiding. At this moment, Han Lingxi, who had been hidden by the system, was pacing back and forth full of worry. Suddenly, she saw the invisible protective shield flicker with light and then disappear. With a shock in her heart, she subconsciously gripped the long sword in her hand and looked around vigilantly. Creak! A familiar voice entered Han Lingxi's ears, and she jerked her head up to see Shin Jingting panting and running toward her. Tears instantly rose in Han Lingxi's eyes as she threw down the long sword in her hand and darted toward Shin Jingting, instantly jumping into his arms. Husband, you're finally back. I was worried sick about you. Han Lingxi hugged Shin Jingting tightly with a sobbing tone in her voice. Shin Jingting tenderly stroked her hair and softly comforted. It's all right, Sheer. I'm not doing well. The Ghost Emperor envoy has already been solved by me. Han Lingxi raised her head and looked at Shin Jingting, breaking into a smile. Great, husband, you're awesome. Just as the two embraced each other, the group of Ghost Emperors outside also noticed the change in space. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor was originally in the process of healing his wounds. When he felt the familiar aura of the Ghost Emperor's envoy disappear, his heart tightened violently. Lord Envoy, he muttered, a horrified look on his face. The spectral Shadow Ghost Emperor also frowned as he looked towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor and said in a deep voice, It seems that Lord Envoy has already been poisoned by that brat. What should we do now? The crowd of Ghost Emperors looked at each other with fear and unease in their hearts. They knew that having lost the intimidation of the Ghost Emperor's envoy, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi would definitely not let them off easily. As expected, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi had already appeared in front of a group of Ghost Emperors with a flash of their figures. The two stood side by side, their auras climbing steeply around them. Shin Jingting exuded biting, killing intent around his body. His eyes were filled with undisguised ruthlessness as he said coldly, Take a shot at my woman. You won't survive today. Although the soul-devouring Ghost Ghost Emperor was afraid in his heart. He still pretended to be calm, and screamed in a colorful manner. "This emperor is subordinate to Lord Ghost Emperor. If you dare to touch me, Lord Ghost Emperor will not spare you. I even dared to kill the Ghost Emperor's envoy. What do you think I wouldn't dare to do?" The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked up in a contemptuous arc, his eyes full of disdain. His words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's heart, causing the latter's face to instantly turn pale. The envoys and other Ghost Emperors also hurried to dissuade them, and the desolate Ghost Emperor was filled with anxiety. "We've already lost an envoy. If another Ghost Emperor dies, we won't be able to explain ourselves to Lord Ghost Emperor. You chose to stand idly by when he made a move on my mother, and now you know to plead for mercy? It's too late." Seeing that Shin Jingting was unmoved, those Ghost Emperors hurriedly turned to Han Lingxi, hoping that she could persuade Shin Jingting to let the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor go. They knew in their hearts that since Shin Jingting was able to kill the Ghost Emperor envoy, no one dared to guarantee that he had any more powerful means. If he was completely enraged, they would all suffer. Han Lingxi didn't feel much pity in her heart as she looked at the pitiful appearance of these Ghost Emperors. She frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes flowing as she simply asked, "Husband, are you sure?" "Sure, don't worry. My husband never does anything he's not sure of." Shin Jingting smiled and nodded. "In that case, kill." Han Lingxi said the word without hesitation, a hint of viciousness flashing in her eyes. She was gentle, but not weak. She would never be merciful to those who would try to hurt her. In her mind, gentleness was for her lovers, and ruthlessness was for her enemies. Spirit Stream Ghost Elder, don't be stubborn. If the Ghost Emperor were to condemn you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. The messenger hastened to round up and dissuade. The Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign and the Slaying Ghost King, who had just been enthroned not long ago, were not what they used to be. In just a few short days, they unexpectedly possessed enough strength to fight against many Ghost Domain powerhouses. If they really killed the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, they would definitely anger the Ghost Emperor. And not only would Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi suffer, even they, the Ghost Emperors present, would face extinction. Shin Jingting didn't give in the slightest. "I said, no one can live if they hurt my maiden." Having said that, Shin Jingting immediately spent 500,000 creepy values in the system mall to buy a soul-snatching arrow. This arrow was enough to kill the Ghost Emperor. Seeing the situation, the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's heart was filled with fear as he turned around and pulled his legs out to run. Shin Jingting looked at the back of the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor's escape, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Run for it." His eyes glazed over and he immediately gave a lock-on command to the soul-snatcher arrow. The soul-snatching arrow instantly transformed into a black stream of light, shooting towards the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor like a shadow. The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor only felt a chill coming from his back, and when he looked back, the life-threatening arrow was already close at hand. His eyes widened in horror as he tried to dodge, but he realized that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. "No!" The soul-devouring Ghost Emperor let out a desperate scream as the soul-snatching arrow accurately struck his chest. The huge impact sent his entire body flying out, landing heavily on the ground. His body convulsed a few times, and then he was no longer moving, and his soul went up in smoke in that instant. Chapter 128. You can do whatever you want when you get home. After resolving the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's gazes turned to the other Ghost Emperors. Those Ghost Emperors were all pale with fear. This couple was really not something to be messed with. Kill at the drop of a hat. Simply the reincarnation of the god of killers. Remember one word: whoever dares to have crooked thoughts about my woman, the Ghost Emperor's envoy and the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor will be the end of it. Shin Jingting's eyes were icy cold as he scanned the surrounding Ghost Emperors who were in shock and said word by word. After speaking, he tenderly took Han Lingxi's hand, the warmth of his palm conveying his care and deep affection for her. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly and looked toward Shin Jingting, her beautiful eyes full of trust and dependence as she gently shook his hand back. The two then turned around and walked towards the front at a determined pace. The surrounding Ghost Domain crowd looked at their departing backs. All of them were silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. The surrounding Ghost Domain crowd looked at their departing backs. All of them were silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. The words of Shin Jingting just now were like a heavy hammer, hitting them hard in their hearts. This made them profoundly realize that this couple was by no means to be messed with, and if they dared to act rashly, they would surely pay a painful price. The Ghost Emperor envoy and the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor were a good example. These two are too scary. Let's stay away from them in the future. Inferno muttered in a small voice, his eyes filled with fear. Yes, the Ghost Emperor envoy and the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor aren't their opponents, and were even less so. The bloodshed Ghost Emperor echoed, his face filled with a palpitating expression. The messenger took a deep look at the departing backs of Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, then waved his hand, signaling that the Ghost Emperors could leave. The Ghost Emperors clasped their fists and saluted. then hurried back to their mansions, leaving the ghost capital of Xinjingting and Han Lingxi walking on the road of the broken soul abyss, surrounded by ghostly atmosphere, but as if isolated by a layer of invisible barrier. Husband, you're awesome today. Han Lingxi's eyes flickered as she approached Xinjingting with slow steps, her hands naturally pulling on his arms, and her soft body obediently sticking up. Xinjingting felt the intimate gesture of the beautiful person beside him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a doting smile. That's right, for my husband's greatness. Haven't you already experienced it? His empty hand gently covered Han Lingxi's hand that was holding his fingers slowly rubbing the back of her hand, the warm touch causing Han Lingxi's cheeks to blush slightly. You don't just molest me. Although they had long had skin-to-skin contact, every time they touched each other in such an intimate way, it still caused ripples in her heart. With this kind of intimate contact, Han Lingxi was as if she was a young girl who had first tasted the taste of love. Full of shyness and sweetness, Xinjingting looked at his petite wife in his arms, the scarlet cheeks, the lowered eyebrows, all of which revealed her shyness at the moment, and could not help but laugh out softly. I say, Creek, we've already gotten intimate. Why are you still so easily shy? Xinjingting's voice carried a few hints of laughter, and his eyes were full of tenderness. He gently scraped Han Lingxi's nose, his movements intimate and natural. If you don't make a move on me, I won't be shy. Naturally. Han Lingxi glanced at him angrily and muttered. Her own husband was really good to her, but there was just one thing, he especially liked to molest her. Although it is no harm to be intimate between husband and wife, but every time he was teased to blush, the heart is ashamed and annoyed, simply cannot get angry. Xinjingting wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi a little tighter, his chin rubbing against the top of her head as he laughed lightly. I don't call it a move, but I just like you so much I want to get closer to you. His own daughter-in-law was soft and fragrant, especially when held in his arms. The warm and soft touch couldn't be more wonderful. Both of them were now in ghost bodies, yet they still managed to cause endless tenderness to well up in his heart. Although the ghost body has less of the warmth of mortal flesh, that intimate attachment has only increased. Intimacy is to be at home, unlike you, anytime, anywhere, regardless of time or occasion. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly and blankly glanced at him, feigning anger. After all these hours together, she's actually not that shy anymore, but she also especially likes Xinjingting this unreserved expression of love. The heart sweet, but the mouth still cannot help but to poke fun at him a few sentences. Xinjingting, however, didn't think so, and he let go of his hand and held Han Lingxi's hand instead, gently rubbing the back of her hand as he smiled. If I were inside the house, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist eating you. When Han Lingxi heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she glared at Xinjingting in shame and annoyance. Snapping, big pervert, how could you even think about those things? Said, reached out and gently poked his forehead, the intensity as if a feather brushed, without the slightest aggressiveness. On the contrary, full of intimacy. Look at you. You said the intimacy had to be at home. I complied and you're not happy about it. Xinjingting smiled and grabbed the hand she poked over and placed it on his mouth and kissed it gently. Warm lips touched the back of her hand, causing Han Lingxi's heart to pound a few more times. Han Lingxi was momentarily speechless as she opened her mouth, wanting to retort but realizing that she simply couldn't find the right words. She knew in her heart that Xinjingting deliberately teased her in this way, only because he wanted to see her shy appearance, and she always easily fell into his way every time. After glancing at Xinjingting's smirking demeanor, Han Lingxi was even more shy and annoyed, holding back for half a day before muttering in a small voice with a red face. It's not like I'm not obliging you. Besides, when have I not been by you? Xinjingting was about to open his mouth and tease his shy little lady with sweeter words when the system's beep sounded abruptly in his head. Host, there's something the system wants to talk to. Tonesy, don't interrupt. Can't you see I'm making out with my daughter-in-law? What's the matter? Wait for me to talk later. Xinjingting mumbled in his mind without any good humor, his face showing some displeasure. Ever since this Tsuko was dumped by the female system next door, she's become a bit of a nervous wreck, always popping up when she shouldn't. When Han Lingxi saw Xinjingting suddenly stop moving, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Husband, what's wrong? It's nothing. I was just wondering if my mother would backtrack when we get back later. The corners of Xinjingting's mouth hooked into a bad smile, his eyes burning into Han Lingxi, as if he wanted to see through her. Han Lingxi looked confused, blinking her big eyes at him. Regret? Regret what? What the lady said about going home and getting close to you again. Xinjingting raised his eyebrows, deliberately said the word close ambiguously and long. The smile on his face could not be hidden. I didn't promise you anything, so what's the point of backing out? Han Lingxi instantly realized, her cheeks turning red. She raised her hand and gently hit Xinjingting, scolding, I knew you didn't have a good heart, thinking about these things all day long. Although the words of reproach, but that tone of voice with a few points of pouting and sweet, anyone can hear that she is not really angry. Han Lingxi raised her eyes and glanced at Shen Jingting with her remaining light. Seeing that his eyes were full of anticipation, she finally softened her heart. Her cheeks rolled hotter and hotter. Biting her lower lip tightly and hesitating for a moment, she finally spat out a soft sentence. When we get home, feel free to. Chapter 129, Ambiguous Times. Ghost Capital. 9 Spectres Ghost Temple. After all the ghost emperors had left, the messenger silently arrived at a secret room. The messenger held a token in his hand, which was pitch black and faintly emitted a palpitating chill. He said respectfully to the token, "My lord, the mission is complete. The envoy has been killed." After a pause, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face as he continued, "But there was a small situation, and the soul-devouring ghost emperor was also killed." After a long time, a cold and majestic voice finally came out from the token. "A ghost emperor is just a ghost emperor. Dead is dead. It's just that what surprises this emperor is that he didn't expect to have an extra pawn at the end. It's really interesting." The messenger was half afraid to speak, his body trembling slightly. He didn't know who the ghost emperor was referring to when he said one more pawn, and didn't dare to ask, but could only wait quietly for the ghost emperor's next command. "Don't bother too much about what's going on in the bizarre world, and pay close attention to Han Lingxi's movements. She mustn't make any mistakes while this emperor is out." The ghost emperor's voice sounded again, his tone revealing the importance he placed on Han Lingxi. "Yes, my lord. I will definitely do my best to monitor Han Lingxi's every move to ensure her safety." The messenger responded in a hurry, a hint of nervousness and trepidation in his voice. The ghost emperor said coldly, his words containing endless threats, "Humph, if this emperor finds out that you're slacking off in the slightest, you know the consequences." "I understand. I would never dare to be negligent." The messenger's face was pale with fear, and his legs weakened slightly, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. "Stand down." After the ghost emperor finished speaking, there was no sound from the token. The messenger, as if amnestied, bowed deeply to the token, then turned and hurriedly left the chamber. After walking out of the chamber, he let out a long breath and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, thankful that he hadn't made a mistake this time. Back in Lingxi City, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi had some passionate entanglements. Han Lingxi lazily snuggled in Shen Jingting's arms, her cheeks flushed, revealing endless charm and shyness. The hair was a little messy scattered on the pillow, adding a little more charming flavor. Shen Jingting's fingers gently entwined a strand of her hair, an insatiable smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The room was quiet and cozy, with only the soft breathing of the two intertwined. After a long time, Han Lingxi raised her eyes and sat up, pulling the slipping brocade quilt upward to cover her bare shoulders. "Husband, you killed the Ghost Emperor's envoy and the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor will surely be furious. We must be extremely careful next." Shen Jingting gently patted her back and hugged her a little tighter. "It's fine. The Ghost Emperor isn't in the weird world right now. He still doesn't know in which nook or cranny he's staying." The Ghost Emperor isn't in the creepy world? Husband, how do you know that?" Han Lingxi was at a loss. Ever since she arrived at the bizarre world, she only knew that there was such a ruler as the 9 Ghost Emperors, but she had never seen one before. Listening to her husband's words, the Ghost Emperor was not in the weird world, which meant that there were other spaces outside of this weird world. Speculated. Shen Jingting smiled faintly and patiently explained, "We killed his envoy and one of the Ghost Emperor's subordinates." The commotion was not small. If the Ghost Emperor was in the weird world, with his vindictive nature, he would have killed him personally long ago. How would he wait until now? "I think he's tripped up on something important and can't get out of it for a while." Hearing this, Han Lingxi nodded slightly without asking any more questions. "Then let's hurry up and take advantage of this time to raise our strength as quickly as possible, so that we can have a fighting chance against the Ghost Emperor at that time. Don't worry, if that Ghost Emperor dares to come out, I'll kill him." Shen Jingting gently rubbed Han Lingxi's waist, the corners of his mouth hooking into a confident arc. "Husband, don't tickle me. It tickles." Han Lingxi pouted, her body gently twisting as she tried to avoid Shen Jingting's hand. Her cheeks were flushed with a blush, her eyes contained a hint of laughter, and her appearance was delicate and touching. When Shen Jingting heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, but his hand didn't stop. Instead, he increased his strength and deliberately teased her. "Ha ha, Sierra is so ticklish, then I'll have to scratch more." As he said this, his fingers poked gently at her waist, and Han Lingxi was so amused that her entire body fell into his arms with laughter. How could Han Lingxi give up? Taking advantage of Shen Jingting's cheerful smile, her hands struck quickly, pinching the soft flesh of his waist in one fell swoop, followed by a gentle twist. Pouting, "Let you tease me. See how I'll clean you up." Shen Jingting also couldn't help but let out a hiss and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the movements of his hands instantly stopped. "Now you know what I'm capable of." Han Lingxi had a smug smile at the corner of her mouth. and her eyes were bright with a bit of playfulness. Shin Jingting, however, took advantage of her distraction to roll over and crush her underneath. Hands imprisoned her wrists. He bowed his head slightly, the tip of his nose almost touching hers, and chuckled lowly. It seems I underestimated you, but you little wit, you still can't escape me. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart beating like a drum, and as she stared at him from close range, the laughter in her eyes slowly turned into wisps of affection. She wriggled gently and pouted. Get up, you're crushing me like this. Shin Jingting, however, did not move at all. Instead, he hugged her a little tighter, his fingers gently ruffling a strand of hair on her forehead, his gaze wandering over her face with endless fondness. I'm sorry, I wanted to hug you more. As Han Lingxi listened, her previous shyness was all but gone at the moment. A bold impulse welled up in his heart, and he quietly stretched out his toes and gently rubbed Shin Jingting's calf, his eyes full of flirtation. Is this your attempt to hug me more, or are you trying to bully me again? Sheer, you're asking a question knowingly, but I really don't know. Han Lingxi's voice was delicate and gentle, the end notes rising gently with a petulant undertone. The two continued to roll around on the bed, and inadvertently, the only remaining tool on Han Lingxi's body slipped off, revealing large swaths of pale skin. But at this moment, she was as if she did not realize it, without the slightest hint of shyness. Instead, her eyes flowed with a hint of cunning. She followed Shin Jingting's usual manner and reached out to gently run her fingers across the knot of his throat, saying in a delicate voice, Husband, it's time to get up, or else if you're pressing down on me like this, are you trying to do something bad again? Shin Jingting's heart fluttered at this sudden boldness of hers, and his breathing quickened a few points. He gazed at Han Lingxi, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. You don't know in your heart the bad things I want to do? With that, he lowered his head and made a move to kiss her. Han Lingxi, however, inclined her head to avoid it and said with a smile, I won't let you kiss me. Shin Jingting saw her avoiding. His arm subconsciously tightened, slightly narrowing his eyes, with deliberately teasing her. What if I prefer to kiss? Han Lingxi, however, was not the least bit afraid, but instead, her eyes changed abruptly, and the playfulness of a moment ago was instantly transformed into a touch of flavorful imperial sisterhood, only to see her hands quickly raised, hooked around Shin Jingting's neck and pulled with force. The distance between the two instantly closed. Her red lips lightly opened. Her voice carried a lazy charm. If you favor to kiss, then sister will just kiss you. Chapter 130, Hidden Tasks. After saying that, without waiting for Shin Jingting to react, she took the initiative to lean forward and drop a kiss on his lips like a dragonfly. It was then quickly withdrawn, his eyes full of smugness. Shin Jingting froze for a moment in shock at this sudden transformation of hers. Immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth lifted up into an even larger arc, his eyes filled with admiration and fondness. Creak. You're playing tricks on me, but I like it. Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow, clasping her hands in front of her chest and raising her chin slightly as she said in a pretense of condescension. That's for sure. We can't keep letting you have the upper hand all the time. Every once in a while you have to let your brother see what your sister is capable of. After saying that, she gently rolled over and sat up from Shin Jingting's side. She glanced at Shin Jingting petulantly, and her fingers gently nudged his chest. Then pointing to the messy pile of clothes on the ground, he pretended to be chagrined and complained. Look at you monkey. These clothes are torn by you. How can I still wear them? Shin Jingting scratched his head in some embarrassment, and a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. Looking back at the several pieces of clothing on the ground that were torn to pieces, Shin Jingting smiled awkwardly. I didn't hold back for a moment. Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her chin slightly raised, and the corners of her mouth hooked into a seemingly imperceptible smile. So what are you going to do? Am I just going to stay in bed all the time? Shin Jingting sniffed and hurriedly got up, took a few steps to the pile of clothes scattered on the ground and squatted down next to the pile of clothes, began to carefully rummage through them. Clothes were disheveled and mostly torn. His brow was slightly furrowed and he showed a hint of chagrin, obviously regretting his impulsiveness just now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he picked up a pink-colored bib. Sheer, this bib is good. Shin Jingting carefully scrutinized the bib in his hand, which was a pink soft gauze texture, embroidered with delicate plum blossom patterns, the petals of which were pink and tender. The stamens were outlined in gold thread, which was very beautiful, and the edges were embroidered with thin tassels that swayed gently with his movements. Husband, what are you looking at? That's my intimate apparel. Don't you look at it. When Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting staring at the belly bib, her cheeks instantly flushed 2 shades of red, and she reached out to grab it. This shy and eager look of hers was very different from the imperial lady posture of the party, showing the delicate behavior of a young daughter. Shin Jingting, however, laughed and dodged it, raising the belly band higher and flirting. Sheer, can't see that underneath your high and cold appearance, you also hide a young girl's heart. His eyes were full of derision, and the corners of his mouth curved upward with a hint of urgency. What's wrong? No? Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. She crossed her arms, her breasts gently rising and falling, a look that carried both a small sense of shame at being recognized and a bit of defiant energy. She simply took a step forward, close to Shen Jingting, her fingers gently pointing at his chest, lowering her voice with ambiguous teasing. Besides, husband, don't you just like me like this? Shen Jingting's breath stuttered, and his heart fluttered at this sudden initiative of hers to tease her, and his eyes became fiery. He was just about to open his mouth when Han Lingxi took advantage of his distraction to snatch the belly band, a smug smile on her lips. Humph, still trying to tease me, don't you forget, I'm not a vegetarian either. With that, she turned her back and began to dress without delay. Shen Jingting smiled helplessly, and when Han Lingxi had put on her belly band, he stepped forward again and helped her straighten out her clothes. Sheer, you're a royal sister one moment and a sweet sister the next, all of which makes me unable to tell which one is the real you. Shen Jingting lowered his head slightly, the tip of his nose almost touching the tip of Han Lingxi's, and said softly. Han Lingxi blinked and cocked her head, responding to him playfully. What? Doesn't husband like how versatile I am? Whether it's a royal sister or a sweet sister, it can all be me. It's just a matter of whether or not you can stand up to the changing me. As she said that, her finger lightly tapped on Shen Jingting's chin, then he gently shook Shen Jingting's arm, pampering himself. Besides, wouldn't you have gotten tired of me if I'd stayed the same? Shen Jingting gently held her hand and pulled her a little closer, looking down at her with a stronger smile in his eyes. Tired? I'll never get tired of it in my life. No matter if you're a royal sister or a sweet sister, you're my favorite creek. Han Lingxi's eyes brightened as she broke away from his hand and walked to the side of the bed, picking up the comb that rested on it, turning around and walking back again, handing it to Shen Jingting. Since you're so good at coaxing people, then help me comb my hair. It's all messed up from all the fussing. Shen Jingting took the comb, the corners of his mouth rose, and he responded. Good, happy to oblige. He gestured for Han Lingxi to sit on the edge of the bed while he himself stood behind her, his fingers decisively inserting themselves into her long hair and combing it out methodically from top to bottom. Han Lingxi didn't close her eyes to enjoy herself. Instead, through the mirror in front of her, she met Shen Jingting's gaze in the mirror, her eyes full of trust and intimacy. Husband, it's good to have you in this lonely world. When Shen Jingting saw the scene, warmth surged in his heart. How could I not? A serene and cozy atmosphere pervaded the room. Neither spoke again, just enjoying the silence and beauty of the moment. Suddenly, Shen Jingting spoke. System, what you wanted to say before, you can say it now. This system doesn't want to talk about it now. People are worse than people. Oh, no, you're not human, and neither is this system. I can't compare. Immediately afterward, the system added, the acidity in its tone spilling over. This system went to fall in love, and it fell apart directly. But you're good. The more you talk, the happier you are. Tuzi, you're cursing me in disguise, aren't you? However, I couldn't agree more with your last sentence. Shen Jingting helplessly skimmed his mouth and rolled his eyes at the air. He was really crying and laughing a bit at this system that had a temper tantrum every now and then. Come on, what's going on? Shen Jingting stopped the comb in his hand and gently pulled up Han Lingxi's hair, securing it with a ribbon, triggering the favored wife hidden mission to accomplish what Han Lingxi's heart desires most. Rewarded with 100 million eerie values, you'll get 20 million eerie values if you know about it. Note, do not ask, or the mission will be judged a failure. Shen Jingting couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this sudden prompt. Sheer's wish was surprisingly worth 100 million bizarre values, and knowing it would give her 20 million bizarre values for nothing. But what kind of wish could have such a high value? Moreover, this latter hint again made Shen Jingting difficult. If he didn't ask, how would he know what Han Lingxi had in mind? Snooping through psychic tattoos? Not realistic either. Who daily hangs on to what their heart desires all the time? Suddenly, Han Lingxi looked as if she had sensed something different about Shen Jingting and lifted her head, looking at him suspiciously. Husband, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so preoccupied? It's fine. Shen Jingting hurriedly squeezed out a hint of a smile. It's just that I think I've picked up a great bargain. Such a fragrant and soft and lovely ghost Zune sister. In the end, she even became my daughter-in-law. Chapter 131, come on. I'll give you a shot, Shen Jingting said as he swept Han Lingxi into his arms tightly encircling her waist. Spinning his head down, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, the tip of his nose still rubbing intimately against her neck, greedily sniffing the unique fragrance of her body. Han Lingxi was made uncomfortable by his intimate and somewhat wanton behavior. It only felt like an itch at the nape of her neck, and she couldn't help but squirm and try to break free from his embrace, but there was not the slightest hint of shyness in her eyes. Instead, she carried a bit of anger and laughter. Han Lingxi gently slapped Shin Jingting's hand and pouted. "You big pervert, you're suddenly so monkeyish every time. It tickles me to death." Shin Jingting raised his head and looked into Han Lingxi's eyes with a smile, and smiled along with him. However, her hands did not loosen, but instead held her a little tighter. "What? You're allowed to be naughty on weekdays, and I'm not allowed to tease you? Don't get cocky, and watch out for me to kick your ass someday," Han Lingxi said as she gently broke away from Shin Jingting's embrace and walked to the side of the soft couch to sit down. Picking up the cushion on the couch in her hand and hugging it to her chest, Shin Jingting followed over and sat down next to her, his arm naturally resting on her shoulder. "Oh, how do you clean me up? To beat or to scold? As the saying goes, hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Which method is Sierra going to use?" A bad smile played at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of teasing as he looked at Han Lingxi. The corner of Han Lingxi's mouth hooked up into a wry smile, an imperceptible glint flashing through her eyes as she gently shook her head. "How boring it is to fight and scold. My father has many ways to clean up people." Just as the words fell out of her mouth, she pushed hard with both hands, and Shin Jingting was defenseless and was pushed straight down onto the soft couch. Before he could react, Han Lingxi quickly bullied her way forward and steadily pressed herself against his body. Immediately afterward, her legs crossed and she rode smoothly on his waist. Han Lingxi bent down slightly, her hands propped up on Shin Jingting's side, her long hair falling like a waterfall, covering both of their faces. Her face was extremely close to Shin Jingting, and their breaths intertwined, and then his hand gently waved. A faint soul force immediately surged up around him, and that soul force quickly wrapped toward Shin Jingting like a spiritual silk thread. Shin Jingting only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and before he had time to react, he was bound by this soul force and could not move. "Brother, hitting and cursing is rude, and that method is for outsiders. To punish my brother, it's only natural to do it differently." Han Lingxi winks with a wintry smile and extends her index finger to hook Shin Jingting's chin, forcing him to raise his head to meet her gaze. Her fingertips carried a hint of coolness as they traced over Shin Jingting's skin, causing him to shiver slightly. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi in front of him, his bound body unable to move, and could only let her tease him like this. "Creak. You're..." Before he could finish his words, Han Lingxi gently pressed his lips, her index finger gently rubbing against his lips. "Hush, don't talk." Her voice was soft, with an undertone that could not be denied. "Sister is very fond of you." Immediately afterward, Han Lingxi's hand that had been pressing on her lips gently slid away, turning to pinch Shin Jingting's face, exerting a slight force that pinched his face a bit out of shape. Her mouth held a smirking curve, her eyes full of teasing and amusement. "Husband, remember, I'm telling you to learn from your mistakes and not to just tease me in the future." Without waiting for Shin Jingting to reply, she suddenly came close again and flew a kiss on his cheek. Then he quickly straightened up with a blush on his face and acted as if nothing had happened. Shin Jingting could be considered completely confused this time. He had just been punished, and now he was suddenly stolen a kiss. His heart filled with laughter as he looked at Han Lingxi's pretense of composure. Although his body was still bound, he didn't feel uncomfortable anymore and instead felt that the sometimes mischievous and sometimes shy Han Lingxi in front of him was adorable. "Creak, you've punished me. Can you cut me loose?" "No, in case I let you go, you're sure to bully me again." Han Lingxi pouted in feigned anger, and that delicate appearance made Shin Jingting's heart soften. After saying that, she also no longer paid attention to Shin Jingting, pulled out a crystal-clear soul source crystal from her bosom, sat down on her knees and began to concentrate on cultivation. Soft light emanated from the soul source crystal and lingered around her, making her look like an immortal. Han Lingxi knew that with Shin Jingting's ability there was a way to undo this soul force binding, and as long as he saw himself practicing, he wouldn't easily come to disturb. Shin Jingting, who sat up from his bed, looked at Han Lingxi, who was earnestly practicing, and smiled helplessly. He gently moved his fingers, and the soul power binding that was wrapped around his body slowly dissipated like green smoke. He stood up and gently walked over to Han Lingxi, finding a seat and sitting down quietly, his gaze gently watching her. At this moment, Han Lingxi was fully immersed in her cultivation, and it was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Her breathing steadied, and the breath in her body climbed slowly. After a long time had passed, Han Lingxi finished absorbing a soul source crystal, and her aura was much stronger than before, but her realm hadn't broken through. "Husband, don't keep looking at me, let's cultivate together." Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look at Shin Jingting with a gentle gaze and reached out to gently pull on his sleeve. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly as a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Good, cultivate together." He then took out an arm-thick extractor with a strange glow, containing the essence of the Oblivion Heart. "Sheer, come, for me to give you a shot. Shin Jingting shook the extractor in his hand and said with a smile. Han Lingxi's face instantly changed when she saw the huge extractor, and she hurriedly dodged backward. Husband, even if I just molested you, you don't have to take personal revenge, right? Her eyes widened, her face full of horror and dissatisfaction. A needle that big, you're going to poke me to death. She couldn't help but complain, looking at the thumb-thin needle with resistance. A real poke would definitely leave a big hole in your stomach. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Han Lingxi's panicked appearance. Sheer, with the essence of this Oblivion Heart and the Soul Source Crystal, it's only a matter of time before we break through the current realm. No! Han Lingxi certainly knew that the essence of the Oblivion Heart was indeed of great benefit to breaking through the realm, but I can't help but feel intimidated by the mere sight of such a large extractor and needle. Can you get a smaller one, please? This is too big and it hurts when you really get poked. Han Lingxi pulled on Shin Jingting's arm, her voice carrying a slight hint of pettiness, her eyes full of apprehension. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and I'm going to inject the essence of this Oblivion Heart as well, Shin Jingting said softly, looking at her with a gentle gaze. When Han Lingxi heard this, her eyes lit up and she suddenly had an idea. Husband, you're only a ghost king now, and I'm already a ghost soon, so I won't fight with you. I'll give it all to you, and I'll be fine with the Soul Source crystals. She blinked her big eyes, a sweet smile spreading across her face in an understanding manner. In fact, she was also playing a small game in her heart. On the one hand, she was heartbroken that Shin Jingting's realm was lower than her own, and she wanted him to quickly raise his strength with the help of the essence of the Oblivion Heart. On the other hand, there was also a real fear of the huge needles. Chapter 132 Double Breakthrough. Sheer, how can this be? You also need the essence of this Oblivion Heart to break through the realm. Shin Jingting frowned slightly and looked at Han Lingxi somewhat helplessly. And how can I afford to let you give up your chance to advance for me? Husband, I'm already a ghost Zune now, and it's not that easy to raise it again. You're different, there's still plenty of room for you to improve. Han Lingxi came up to Shin Jingting and reached out to gently pinch his face. It's settled, you're not allowed to refuse. You ninny, if you're afraid of pain, just say so, and find so many excuses. The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile, deliberately teasing her. Then what can we do about giving birth to a child in the future? Who says I'm afraid of pain? Giving birth is giving birth. It's a different thing. Besides, I'm not afraid of pain. Don't underestimate me. Han Lingxi instantly reddened her face and glared at Shin Jingting with a puff of anger. Her hands crossed and she looked like she was going to theorize with him to the end. Also, can giving birth be the same as this big scary needle? I just think the thing looks creepy. It's not like I'm really afraid of pain. Han Lingxi was still tersely defending her fear of pain. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she didn't know if she was angry or ashamed. Shin Jingting couldn't help but feel adorable as he looked at her in this fried look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fine, I was wrong about Creek, but this childbirth can be much more painful than this injection. When the time comes, don't back out of the battle. Han Lingxi tilted her head, her chest puffed out, her face full of defiance. Don't underestimate me. I won't frown even if I give birth to 8 or 10. That stubbornness was almost written on his face. That's a lot of births. I'll have to work harder then. Shin Jingting was first stunned, then reacted, deliberately misinterpreting her meaning. The smile on his face became more and more brilliant, and his eyes were also a few points of intrigue. Oops, where have I been wrapped up in this? You hurry up and utilize the essence of the Oblivion Heart to raise your strength. Han Lingxi's cheeks were scarlet, shy and annoyed, and she raised her hand to gently smack Shin Jingting as she snapped. This seemingly forceful, but actually gentle, rather like a couple's intimate behavior. Shin Jingting saw that it was a good thing. He collected his smile and nodded solemnly. Okay, Sheer, I'll start now. Shin Jingting steadily aimed the needle of the extractor at the soul source and began to slowly inject it. As the essence of the Oblivion Heart was integrated little by little, a strange shimmering light glowed at the soul source. Between the flow of light, there seemed to be wisps of mysterious aura escaping. Han Lingxi covered her eyes and peeked through a slit, looking like a frightened and curious kitten. She was both worried that Shin Jingting would be in too much pain to bear, but she also couldn't hold back her curiosity to see this crucial injection process. Husband, are you okay? Han Lingxi finally couldn't help but ask in a small voice, a tremor in her voice, her eyes still staring nervously through her fingers. When Shin Jingting heard her voice, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile and soothed. It's fine, Sheer, just a little pain. It'll be fine soon. Phew, I'm glad this needle didn't stick me. Han Lingxi palpitated and patted her chest, one hand unconsciously gently touching her belly, where she stored her soul source. She couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the arm-thick extractor and thick thumb-like needle she'd just had if she'd stuck it in. This is going to hurt me if it sticks me, she muttered in a small voice and raised her eyes to look at Shin Jingting, fear still in her eyes. At this time, Shin Jingting had already devoted himself to refining the essence of the Oblivion Heart in his body. He sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, his breath surging around him as if he had become one with the space around him. As the refining deepened, his clothes bulged slightly. It was obvious that the essence energy of this oblivion heart was overbearing and refining it was not an easy task. Seeing this, Han Lingxi didn't interrupt hastily, but silently guarded the side. Her eyes were full of concern and worry, always keeping an eye on Shen Jingting's every move for fear of a single mistake. Time passed quietly, and seeing that there were no problems on Shen Jingting's side for the time being, Han Lingxi's heart was slightly more at ease. She sighed softly and took out the soul source crystal from her storage ring and began to refine it as well. The soul source crystal in her hand emitted a soft glow as it slowly rotated in her palm. Han Lingxi closed her eyes and concentrated, guiding the energy in the soul source crystal to slowly flow into her body and merge with her own soul power. Compared to Shen Jingting's refining of the essence of the oblivion heart, the process on her side seemed much more peaceful, with her breath climbing smoothly and her soul power growing a little bit. In this quiet space, the two of them sat and guarded each other, each cultivating, with the only sound being the subtle sound of energy flow. After 10 days had passed, Han Lingxi was the first to awaken from her cultivation state. She was surrounded by surging soul power. The original dynamic eyes at this moment is through a deep ethereal light. The whole person's temperament compared to the previous more and more cold and elegant. Judging from the aura she released, she had already stepped into the realm of the moon-level ghost sovereign. At almost the same moment, Shen Jingting also ended his cultivation. He stood up, and a majestic power emanated from within him. Compared to before, his strength had likewise made a qualitative leap, successfully advancing to a star ghost sovereign. Husband, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Ghost Exalt realm. Han Lingxi couldn't hide her delight and quickly walked over to Shen Jingting, hugging him and rubbing her head against his arms. Shen Jingting gently wrapped his arms around her and said with a smile, if one of us had half of the essence of the Heart of Oblivion, along with the soul source crystals, maybe you could have stepped into the Ghost Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Ghost Emperor is not that easy, at best. It's just a peak day level ghost dignitary and a half step to the Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi lifted her head from his arms and pouted slightly. The realm after Ghost King not only required a large amount of rare resources piled on top of each other, but also had to be assisted by excellent chances of creation. Take the essence of this Oblivion Heart for example. It was already unattainable. Even with it, it would be difficult as hell to break through to the Ghost Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Even though she was now a moon-ranked Ghost Zune, and was seemingly close to the Ghost Emperor, there was actually a chasm that was difficult to cross. Every realm advancement had harsh requirements for the purity of soul power, control, and one's own enlightenment, and could never be easily achieved by relying on external objects alone. That's at least better than now. Shen Jingting frowned slightly, still holding on to his thoughts. But in that case, you won't be able to break through to Ghost Dawn. So if you feel indebted to me, give me a kiss now. Han Lingxi winked with a bit of playfulness. Shen Jingting looked at her like this. His heart softened, and he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Han Lingxi's eyes widened instantly, clearly not expecting him to actually kiss down. In response, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose and she raised her hand to lightly smack him. You're still kissing. Shen Jingting laughed and grabbed her hand. You asked me to kiss it? Why? Do you regret it? Han Lingxi hummed. It's not that I regret it, but next time, you're not allowed to do this. Good. Next time or not listen to you. Shen Jingting smiled and answered. Holding hands, the two stood still, enjoying the warmth and sweetness of the moment. Chapter 133, Encountering Acquaintances. Husband, so what do we do next? Han Lingxi blinked her soulful eyes and asked. In recent days, her strength had made breakthroughs one after another, and she, who had been immersed in cultivation, was actually a bit at a loss as to what to do when she was suddenly idle at this moment. Shen Jingting tilted his head slightly and pondered for a moment. Many thoughts flashed through his mind before he finally spoke. Go patrol Yanyu City. Ever since he killed the Yanyu Ghost King and enslaved all the ghosts in Yanyu City, he had never gotten to know the city properly. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was time to go and see the state of that city today. Han Lingxi's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. Good. I was just about to go and take a look too. Yanyu City was the first city that her husband had conquered, and it was of great significance to her, so she had to personally have to go and have a look. Seeing how excited his wife was, Shen Jingting reached out to hold her hand and smiled gently. It's not too late. Let's go now. Afterwards, the two of them walked side by side on the road to Yanyu City. Husband, now that you've advanced to Ghost Exalt, the Ghost Emperor emissary should know about it as well. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, looking at Shen Jingting's side face with a few moments of thought in her eyes. But I don't think he's going to come back to you and divide up your fiefdom. After all, the last time he made a big mess in the Envoy Hall, beheading the Ghost Emperor's envoy and exterminating the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor. The commotion was just too big. It was impossible for the Ghost Emperor's emissaries to come and draw them in again as if nothing had happened, or even offer favors to divide the fiefdom. The corner of Shen Jingting's mouth hooked up an unruly smile. If you don't come, you don't come.
I wasn't much interested in that so-called fiefdom. That's just a tactic the Ghost Emperor uses to pull people in. Not to mention that as long as one has enough strength, one is not afraid of not having a fiefdom. In this ghostly world, strength is the root of a foothold, and the so-called glory of the fiefdom is but an accessory of the strong. Han Lingxi gripped his hand tightly and gently nodded. What husband says is very true. We're not going all the way through the world to improve our strength just so that we won't be taken at random by others. At this time, Shen Jingting suddenly remembered the hidden mission released by the system. He looked sideways at Han Lingxi, who had a sweet smile on her face, his heart all stuffed with tenderness and doting. Suddenly, he stopped, his hands gently resting on Han Lingxi's shoulders as he gazed intently into her eyes. Sheer, do you have a wish you want to fulfill? I'll accompany you to fulfill it. Han Lingxi tilted her head, a longing light flickering in her eyes, her thoughts seeming to drift toward those beautiful sights in the distance. There are so many, like wanting to go to the other side of the valley to see the other side of the flowers with your beloved. Go boating on the White River together. Together. Shen Jingting had a smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly listening, his eyes full of love, nodding his head gently from time to time, echoing her longing. When Han Lingxi finished speaking, he gently embraced her into his arms, his chin resting against the top of her head, and said gently, "Okay, Sheer, let's fulfill these wishes one by one. Husband, will you accompany me today?" Han Lingxi blinked her big, watery eyes, her eyes full of expectation. She pulled Shen Jingting's sleeve and gently shook it, and that dainty look was hard for anyone to resist. Shen Jingting looked at her like this. His heart softened, raised his hand and gently scraped her nose, dotingly laughed. "Of course, I'll accompany you immediately after we finish patrolling Yanyu City." Han Lingxi pouted slightly, a little lost but understanding the priorities. She nodded softly. "Well, we'll have to make our rounds quickly then." Saying that, she raised her eyes to look in Yin Yuqing's direction, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The heart silently prays, but don't let anything happen. Shen Jingting followed Han Lingxi's gaze, and the silhouette of Yin Yuqing looked more and more eerie under the gloomy sky. "Come on, finish your rounds as soon as you can and we'll all go paddling on the White River." With that, he held Han Lingxi's hand tightly and walked quickly toward Yin Yuqing. Not long after, the two entered Yanyu City, and Shen Jingting looked around. Although the city is now under control, the undercurrents lurking within the city are still not to be underestimated. "Sierra, let's fly into the air first and check all the corners to see if there are any abnormalities." Shen Jingting turned his head to Han Lingxi and said. Han Lingxi nodded her head slightly and responded obediently, and the two of them then performed their feats, their figures rising into the air. Looking down from the air, the whole of Yanyu City was in full view. The entire city was divided into countless areas, and the ghosts in each area were busy with their own activities. Shen Jingting's gaze was like a torch, not sparing any details, carefully searching for possible hidden dangers. "Husband, I found an acquaintance." Han Lingxi's eyes suddenly lit up as she reached out and pulled Shen Jingting's sleeve, her gaze looking toward a tavern. Shen Jingting followed her gesture and looked, only to see a female ghost in the tavern that stood out. The female ghost's posture is graceful, a red dress as fiery as fire, her hair casually draped behind her. Her face is delicate but with a few points of coldness. She was surrounded by ghostly creatures of all shapes and sizes, toasting her with glasses of wine and fawning all over her, and she only occasionally smiled lightly, dealing with the ghosts, a smile that did not reach her eyes. "You mean that female ghost?" Shen Jingting followed Han Lingxi's line of sight. "What's her relationship to you?" "Piao Piao is considered my senior sister. Before I met my master had instructed her." Han Lingxi squinted her eyes slightly, caught up in her memories. Even though she hadn't formally been initiated, she was considered to have some connections. Shen Jingting nodded and didn't say anything more. Without further hesitation, the two headed towards the tavern. As they approached, the originally raucous voices in the tavern gradually lowered, and numerous ghostly creatures cast strange gazes. The female ghost seemed to notice the difference and looked up. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly got up to greet her. "Lingxi, Sister Pipio, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Han Lingxi quickly stepped forward with a joyful smile on her face, pulling Pipio's hand as she appeared to be extraordinarily intimate. Pipio gently pinched Han Lingxi's hand and laughed. "It's quite a coincidence. I came to this tavern today to talk about some business, and I didn't expect to run into you. This is..." Her gaze went to Shen Jingting with an inquiry in her eyes. "Sister Pipio, this is my husband, Shen Jingting." Han Lingxi hurriedly introduced. "Husband, this is Sister Pipio I told you about." Shen Jingting looked at Pipio and nodded his head as a greeting. Piao Piao, on the other hand, was in awe, her eyes constantly glancing between Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Lingxi, this cold iceberg of yours also has a day to melt, but the two of you standing together are indeed a true match made in heaven," Pipio said. A smirk of urgency appeared on her face. Thinking back to when I knew Lingxi, her cold and icy look, she was indifferent to anyone,
I didn't expect to be able to smile this sweetly even nowadays. It seems that Mr. Shin's charm is not small. Chapter 134, You Tolerate My Little Temper. I'll satisfy your little fetishes. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at PPO angrily. Sister PPO, don't tease me. I wasn't as dramatic as you make me out to be back then, but I just wasn't much of a people person. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly as he swept over Han Lingxi's shoulders and said gently, It's true that Sheer was a bit cool at first, but it was this uniqueness that attracted me. Besides, she's not cold in front of me at all. Instead, she's like a little kid, lovey-dovey and playful. You still say that? Han Lingxi lightly punched Shin Jingting's chest and pouted. Don't reveal my shortcomings. PPO watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, it's so sweet it's enviable. By the way, are you guys coming to Yenyu City this time for something? It can't be just to go shopping. A casual stroll with my husband. Han Lingxi smiled and didn't reveal too much. PPO looked the two up and down and continued. Lingxi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good get-together. As for me, I manage a moonlit mansion, which is filled with courtesans who sell their talents, each with outstanding talent. It just so happens that there's nothing to do today, so why don't we go to my place and have some fun, and let you guys relax as well. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other, and a hint of curiosity flashed in Han Lingxi's eyes. After all, running around cultivating during the weekdays, rarely having this kind of leisure time, having nothing to do, hooking up to listen to music, it's not a bad thing to do. Han Lingxi said with a light smile, turning her head to look at Shin Jingting. Husband, let's go together. And as for boating on the White River, we'll go later. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's expectant eyes. His heart softened, and he nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. PPO saw the two agreed, the smile on his face even more. Then let's go quickly, to ensure that you go the next time you still want to come. With that, she turned to lead the way, her pace brisk. The three of them walked through the bustling streets and soon arrived at Moon Full House. One could only see the imposing appearance of the moonlit mansion, with its vermilion red door carved with beams and paintings. The two stone lions at the entrance were majestic, and the lanterns hanging at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a soft glow. As soon as he stepped into the Moon Full House, a light fragrance came to his nose, and the hall was brightly lit and full of people. The courtesans, dressed in gorgeous costumes, danced on the stage, singing with a melodious, lingering sound. The guests on the stage were either drinking wine or clapping their hands. The atmosphere was warm and extraordinary. PPO led them up to the elegant room on the second floor, and just as they sat down, there were eloquent maids serving fragrant tea and exquisite snacks. A maid hurriedly approached Pao Pao and whispered a few words in her ear. PPO's face changed slightly, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Lingxi, Mr. Shin, you guys sit and rest for a while, I still have some things to do. PPO looked apologetically at Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting. You guys savor the refreshments first, I'll be right back. Han Lingxi frowned slightly and asked with concern, Sister PPO, is something wrong? It's fine, just some small problems, I can handle it. PPO forced a smile. You guys don't worry about resting here, wait for me to come back. After saying that, she followed the maid and hurriedly left the elegant room. At this time, on the singing and dancing stage, the songstresses were dressed in colorful costumes and danced to the melodious music. Each of their movements was light and soft, and they showed their style when they raised their hands and feet, which led to the mesmerization of the guests on the stage, and the applause and shouts of applause came one after another. Han Lingxi's eyes were bright and full of admiration, a pleasant smile at the corner of her mouth as she immersed herself in this wonderful song and dance. Sheer, how come it feels like you're happier than the guests down there? Shin Jingting looked at her sideways, his eyes full of tenderness and favor, his flirtatious words full of indulgence for her. Husband, the following songstresses can all be first-class beauties, beautiful women like beautiful women, pleasing to the eyes. Han Lingxi blinked and responded playfully, casting her gaze back to the stage, unable to move away for a moment. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly, his interest in this song and dance far less than Han Lingxi's. Looked not a while, tiredness will quietly attack, eyelids gradually heavy, and finally even fell asleep against the back of the chair. Han Lingxi occasionally turned her head and saw Shin Jingting's sound asleep appearance, her heart feeling both amused and filled with warmth. She gently took the blanket aside and carefully covered him, moving gently, afraid of disturbing his beauty sleep, and then proceeded to indulge in the performance of the songstresses. Suddenly, a bellowing cry from the guests broke the silence, instantly waking up Shin Jingting. His eyes snapped open, with the drowsiness of a freshly awakened sleep still in his eyes, but in an instant it turned to alertness as he quickly looked around, and his hand subconsciously touched the sword at his waist. Husband, are you bored? Han Lingxi noticed his movements and turned her head to ask. Danger! You can't show the slightest bit of impatience or boredom when accompanying your girlfriend, not to mention that Sheer is already your fiancé. Xin Jingting sensed the crisis and immediately revealed a gentle smile. No, how could it be boring? He immediately returned the smile, the drowsiness in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by a full-on doting on Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi didn't say anything. The corner of her mouth hooked up a flirtatious arc, slowly took off her shoes and gently placed her leg on Xin Jingting's lap, her eyes flowing with all the flavor. You tolerate my little tantrums and I'll fulfill your little idiosyncrasies. Seeing as you're so bored, I'll show you the legs. Han Lingxi looked like this, a gentle, charming, moving and understanding imperial sister, showing off her feminine charm to the fullest. Xin Jingting was slightly stunned, and then reacted, smiling and holding her calf, gently rubbing it in jest. Creak. I remember when I asked you to show me your leg, you said you'd never show it to me. Why are you actively throwing yourself at me now? Xin Jingting mouth hanging a bad smile. In the past the picture of seeking but cannot appear in front of the eyes, and now this welfare suddenly, but called him up to tease the heart. Husband, why are you so annoying? I took the initiative to show you, and you actually flirted with me. If you don't want to see it, I won't show it to you. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson, feigning anger as she made a gesture to retract her leg. This shy and annoyed look of hers showed the delicacy of a royal sister, and between her eyes, she had a lot of flavor but with the petulance of a little girl. Xin Jingting hurriedly pressed gently, full of smiles. Don't. I'm wrong. Sheer took the initiative to show her goodwill. I can't wait to rejoice. After saying that, he even gently pinched her calves, causing Han Lingxi to pout again. Since you like it, don't mention what happened before, or you won't get this kind of benefit in the future. Han Lingxi grunted lightly, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she didn't insist anymore after all, letting him hold her calf. There was also a look of cheap on his cool face. Seeing this, Xin Jingting's smile deepened, his eyes full of indulgence towards her, and gently pinched her calf. Well, Sheer, I'll listen to you all the time, and I'll make sure to keep this in my heart from now on. Chapter 135, Han Lingxi's Righteousness. Han Lingxi's heart was filled with sweetness as she looked at Xin Jingting's appearance. She suddenly leaned forward and gently dropped a kiss on the side of Xin Jingting's face, leaving a piece of warmth and a faint scent of fat and powder. Then with a wink, she said with a bit of mystery and playfulness, Husband, wait for me for a while, I'll go prepare a surprise for you. Saying that, she quickly walked out of the elegant room, leaving Xin Jingting alone to sit in place. Xin Jingting looked at her departing back, a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation, quietly waiting for the surprise in her mouth. Since it was a surprise, he didn't bother reading what was in Han Lingxi's mind. Keeping the mystery and solving it in the end would be interesting. Inside the Moonlight House, the sound of silk and bamboo is still heard. The songstresses have not stopped performing, and the guests downstairs are pushing cups and exchanging drinks, laughing and joking. A lively and prosperous scene. Xin Jingting sat in the midst of this hubbub, but his thoughts were all on Han Lingxi, imagining what kind of surprises she would prepare, lifting his teacup to take a shallow sip from time to time. Patiently, after a long time, the door to the elegant room opened again, but it wasn't Han Lingxi who came in, but Pao Piao, who had disappeared for quite a while. She was dressed in a revealing red gown with a hemline so short it barely covered her thighs. As she walked, her white and slender legs were revealed vaguely. The graceful figure, hands and feet are full of flavor, and the knitted brows and smile are as if with a soul-stirring magic, can make the heart and mind swing. Xin Jingting was instantly alerted, but on the surface, he remained motionless, rising slightly and politely arching his hand. Miss Pao Piao, Sir Shen, just now I saw Lingxi go out, so I came over to take a look, PPO said, took the initiative to approach Xin Jingting. The body if any fragrance lingered in Xin Jingting's nose. A heroic man like Mr. Shen, with only sister Lingxi by his side to keep him company. It's too lonely. There are many beauties in this world. Why don't you take a few concubines, so that there will be someone to take care of you more often? I, for example, have been a long-time admirer of your excellency. Saying that, she also gently raised her hand as if to touch Xin Jingting's arm. A trace of coldness flashed in Xin Jingting's eyes. Without any nonsense, the soul power in his body instantly surged, directly using soul power to turn his hand. Then with a swift and deadly grip on PPO's neck, he lifted her whole body up. His voice was low and cold. Did any ghost ever tell you that I, Xin Jingting, never eat beauty tricks? Pao Pao's face suddenly changed, her hands desperately tugging at the hand that was transformed into soul power, her feet stomping in the air. Right at this moment, the light, cicada-like red veil shawl on her body quietly slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Paired with her terrified look at the moment, it became more and more pathetic. At this moment, Han Lingxi carefully changed into a gorgeous purple dress next door and pushed the door in full of joy, originally ready to give Shen Jingting a surprise. Who would have thought that just after stepping into the house, he would just happen to witness this amazing scene in front of him? Pipio caught a glimpse of Han Lingxi coming in with her remaining light, and as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she immediately shouted with a sobbing voice, "Lingxi, save me!" Due to being strangled by Shen Jingting, her speech was intermittent and incoherent, but she still braced herself to falsely accuse. When Mr. Shen saw me dressed like this, he came in and didn't say a few words, so he became lustful. He tried to force insolence on me, and when I didn't comply, he wanted to kill me. Han Lingxi's feet lurched, her eyes instantly cold. She narrowed her eyes slightly, not moving as she surveyed Puffy. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Shen Jingting's eyes were full of shock. How could he not expect Pipio to bite back so much? Just about to open his mouth to defend himself, but was stopped by Han Lingxi raising her hand. Han Lingxi walked to Shen Jingting's side, gently holding his arm, her beautiful eyes gazing at Pipio, her tone calm but with a slight chill. Husband, didn't she say you were going to kill her? Now do it in front of me. When Piao Piao heard this, she completely panicked. Her eyes were extremely wide and she desperately shook her head, but being choked by Shen Jingting, she could only squeeze out broken voices from her throat. No, don't! She stomped her feet in the air, trying to find a point of gravity, but her neck was firmly restrained, so she couldn't move. Shen Jingting was first stunned, then reacting to Han Lingxi's intentions, he grinned and said cooperatively, "Okay, I'll do it now." Seeing this, Han Lingxi spoke again, "Lu Pao Piao, now that it's come to this, do you still want to keep making up lies? Tell me, why did you seduce my husband? If you are honest, you can still suffer a little less. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that husband will actually miss." Her eyes were cold to the bone, stabbing straight at Lu Piao Piao. "Just your kind. My husband won't even bother to look at you with his right eye." Pao Pao snot in tears, knowing that he has no more possibility of sophistry. Hard to breathe. Broken confession. There are bigots. Let me find a way to kill Shen Jingting. Seeing that Lu Piao Piao was struggling to speak, Shen Jingting loosened his grip on her neck and let her fall to the ground. Panting heavily, Lu Piao Piao was lying on the ground, covering her neck with both hands and coughing nonstop. After slowing down, she continued, "That person knew about my relationship with Lingxi and told me to look for the right opportunity to strike. If you can, kill them along with Lingxi." After hearing this, Han Lingxi's eyes flashed with a cold aura. His right hand instantly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, and with a miso sound, the long sword came out of its sheath, pointing directly at Lu Piao Piao's brow. She raised her willow eyebrows and her beautiful eyes contained fury. "I'm sorry to say that you made a move against my husband. Even if you are my senior sister, this father will kill you as usual." At the end of the sentence, she flicked her wrist, and her long sword wrapped with cold sword she stabbed Pipio's throat. Pipio's eyes widened in horror, wanting to raise his hand to resist, but it was already too late, and he could only watch in despair as the tip of the life-threatening sword rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, the long sword stabbed into her throat with unerring precision, and Lu Pao Pao's body collapsed softly, instantly out of breath. Immediately afterward, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed in this world. Creak, "It's so nice to be trusted unconditionally by you." Shen Jingting's heart was filled with emotion, and as soon as he embraced Han Lingxi into his arms, he hugged her tightly, seeming to rub her into his body. Han Lingxi's cheek pressed against his chest, the corner of her mouth hooked into a light smile. "I still don't understand you? There are so many women down here who aren't inferior to Lu Piao Piao, and you don't even take a look. You just stare at my legs." Saying that, she gently pounded Shen Jingting's chest and raised her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him, her eyes full of snark. "My guess is that even if she stood naked in front of you, you wouldn't even look at her much." Shen Jingting tightened his arms and wrapped them around her more tightly, his chin resting against the top of her head as he smothered a laugh. "I'm not going to let her have this opportunity." Chapter 136, Playing in the White River. The two embraced each other for a few moments, then let go of each other. Han Lingxi's gaze flickered as she resumed her usual determination. "Husband, there must be a mastermind behind this matter. Lu Pao Pao is just a pawn being utilized. We need to find out who's behind this as soon as possible so that we don't have any more trouble. If the enemy hidden in the shadows is not uncovered, the days to come will hardly be peaceful. I am afraid. This black hand behind the scenes is so insidious that even Lu Piao Piao, who has only met a few times, can be utilized, and his methods are really defensible. But fortunately, my husband has one great advantage. For other female ghosts, that is not even look at the positive eyes." When she thought of this, The corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of warmth welled up in her heart. Sheer, soldiers come and go. Don't think about those troublesome things. I'll take you to have a good time and relax. Shen Jingting walked forward and gently held Han Lingxi's hand, looking at her tenderly and trying to dispel the haze in her heart. He didn't want to affect the two of them's good mood at the moment because of an unrelated person, and only wanted Han Lingxi to put her annoyances behind her and show her smile again. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, looking at Shen Jingting's firm and somewhat expectant eyes, her heart warming. The corners of her taut mouth slowly rose as well, revealing a light smile. Well, at your service, husband. When Shen Jingting saw her respond, a smile appeared on his face as well, and he took her hand and headed out. Coming out into the streets, the two of them wandered around for a while before heading to White River together. Above the White River, there were many boats, and they chose one of the more elegant boats. There were a few ghostly green lanterns hanging on the bow of the boat, swaying gently with the breeze and shedding warm light. After boarding the boat, Shen Jingting helped Han Lingxi sit down on the soft couch at the front of the boat, while he himself sat beside her, his arm naturally encircling her shoulders and gently gathering her into his arms. Han Lingxi leaned into his arms, tilting her head slightly and looking at the rigid line of his jaw, her heart filled with sweetness. In a short time, the boat traveled to the open part of the river. The cool wind came, the water waves did not rise. Han Lingxi's heart was childish when she saw the water in the middle of that white river. She broke away from Shen Jingting's embrace and squatted on the bow of the boat, stretching out her hand and gently fiddling with the water, splashing a string of crystal and water splashes, and laughing crisply. Seeing this, Shen Jingting also got up and followed her, standing behind her, holding her shoulders with both hands, smiling and flirting. What? Is this water more attractive than I am? Han Lingxi stared back, winking playfully, the corners of her mouth curving into a flirtatious arc as she purposely trailed off and responded. What do you think, brother? The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth rose slightly, his hand slightly exerted force, and he swept her into his arms, his warm breath spraying on her ears, whispering, Sheer is getting bolder and bolder, daring to tease me like this. Who's to blame if you're spoiled? Han Lingxi's cheeks were slightly red, but she wasn't afraid, tilting her head back, her eyes shining brightly as she looked directly into his eyes, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a dainty arc. In that tone, there is both the bullying of being favored, but also hides a hint of flirtatious charm. Shen Jingting only felt a surge of heat in his body, and his arms tightened, fitting Han Lingxi more closely to himself. I'm spoiled, and I'm naturally happy to take the blame. As he said that, he inclined his head slightly, his lips intentionally or unintentionally brushing against Han Lingxi's earlobe, causing her to tremble. However, since Sheer is so bold, in the future, you can give my husband more sweetness to taste. Don't always tease me but then pull out halfway. As he said that, his hands grew restless and slowly wandered along Han Lingxi's waistline. The fingers squeezed gently every now and then, causing her body to jerk and her breathing to go out of rhythm. Han Lingxi's cheeks were flushed, her heart thumping like a drum, and she glared at Shen Jingting. You proper, don't pinch me, but that soft and sticky tone, which is half a bit of deterrence, but like a pet. Shen Jingting laughed out lowly, becoming more and more unrestrained, and that laughter tickled Han Lingxi's heart. Han Lingxi's eyes rolled back and instantly switched to Imperial Sister mode, taking advantage of Shen Jingting's relaxed vigilance to fiercely push, her mouth still shouting, Bad brother, if you're so hot, go down to the river and wash yourself. Sister will cool you down. Shen Jingting stumbled, the whole person toward the side of the boat flung over, flop fell into the river. Han Lingxi stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the splashing water in the river, her hands crossed and she laughed, her face filled with the smug energy of having gotten her way. Brother, the water is cool, isn't it? Has the temperature gone down? But before she could laugh enough, Shen Jingting suddenly emerged from the water and wiped a handful of water from his face, a wry smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed Han Lingxi's ankle, pulling hard. Han Lingxi let out a cry of surprise as her body lost its balance and she followed suit, plunging into the river. The moment she fell into the water, Shen Jingting steadily caught her, his arms tightly encircling her like pincers, fearing that she would choke on the water. After the two surfaced, Han Lingxi was angry and annoyed, and raised her hand to hit Shen Jingting, splashing a piece of water. Why are you still dragging me down? Shen Jingting easily dodged her attack, smiled and flirted. It's too boring to wash alone, why don't we both wash together? With that, he tightened his arms slightly and brought Han Lingxi toward his arms. The two men's bodies gently touched in the water, and the ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the air. The long purple dress that Han Lingxi had just changed into today was now clinging to her body after being soaked in water, outlining her shapely curves. The hem of the skirt rippled with the waves of the water, vaguely revealing her white and slender legs. Shen Jingting's gaze couldn't help but linger on her for a few more moments, the knot in his throat rolling slightly as he swallowed. Han Lingxi was keenly aware of his gaze, her eyes flowing, seemingly angry, glancing at Shen Jingting and opening her lips. "Hey brother, almost got it, why do you feel like your eyes are glued to me?" Saying that, she gently twisted her waist and slightly exerted herself, trying to break free from Shen Jingting's embrace. The gesture was so flavorful that he looked at Shen Jingting and froze a little for a moment. When she came back to her senses, Han Lingxi had already swum a short distance forward. She suddenly turned back, her long wet hair plastered on both sides of her cheeks, further lining her face with a delicate face, and playfully shouted at Shen Jingting, "Brother, let's compare who can swim faster." Shen Jingting looked at her spirited back, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, and he followed up without slowing down. "And what if I win?" Han Lingxi swam out a distance and stopped, treading water to keep her balance, her hair wetly plastered to the sides of her cheeks, adding a bit more of a churlish look. She winked and deliberately teased, "If you win, my sister will listen to you and be at your mercy today." When she said this, she deliberately emphasized the words "at your mercy." Chapter 137. I'm a ghost that eats people. Shen Jingting's gaze instantly became hot when he heard Han Lingxi's provocative words. "Creak, can you keep your word? Brother, when has sister ever lied to you?" Han Lingxi stared back with a flirtatious smile, "But neither of us can use our soul power, or it won't count." With that said, she quickly swam forward. As soon as Shen Jingting heard this, a blazing light flashed in his eyes, and his swimming speed steeply accelerated as he fought his way toward Han Lingxi. When Han Lingxi saw him coming, she let out a giggle and accelerated her speed to escape. For a while, the water splashed on the surface, the two chased after each other, and the laughter echoed continuously on the White River. After swimming for a while, Han Lingxi feigned gradual physical exhaustion and slowed down. Shen Jingting saw the time, a fierce Sha passed. Eyes are about to catch her, but Han Lingxi is very clever. Sideways flash. Shen Jingting pounced on an empty. Han Lingxi took the opportunity to swim off into the distance, not forgetting to turn back and throw a look full of provocation, and then flirted. "Brother, you can't do it. Sheer, don't underestimate me." Shen Jingting was provoked by this and immediately sped up his swimming speed. When Han Lingxi saw him pick up speed, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry smile and deliberately slowed her rhythm a bit, as if she was waiting for him to come closer. When Shen Jingting was about to touch the corner of her coat, Han Lingxi made a nimble turn and lightly avoided it, and also reached out to gently stroke on the water, splashing the water straight into Shen Jingting's face and choking him to cough a few times. Brother, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Han Lingxi winked, her words filled with the pleasure of playing a trick on someone. "If I catch you today, I'll have to give you a taste of my power." Shen Jingting wiped a handful of water from his face, adjusted his breathing, and stomped the water forcefully with his legs, once again rushing toward Han Lingxi. This time, he pretended to go to the left, but actually went to the right in an attempt to confuse Han Lingxi. How could Han Lingxi be easily fooled? She giggled, her stance quickly weaving in and out of the water, occasionally doing a dive, disappeared for a moment and then emerged from Shen Jingting's unexpected place, continued to tease. "Brother, dish on more practice. You need more practice if you want to catch your sister with this much skill." Shen Jingting gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about it, and the distance between the two was always pulled apart again by Han Lingxi when he was about to shorten it. At this time, Han Lingxi swam to an area where the algae were denser, and with a bright idea, she quietly hid herself in it, leaving only the slightly swaying algae on the water surface as cover. Shen Jingting chased her to the near front, looked around, and froze without seeing her. Suddenly, Han Lingxi snapped out of the algae behind him and wrapped her arms around Shen Jingting's neck, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek and letting go instantly. He said with a smirk, "Just kidding, come on and keep chasing me." This kiss caused Shen Jingting's heart to heat up, and he only felt an electric current spreading from his cheeks all over his body, and for a while he was a bit frozen. When she reacted, Han Lingxi had already swum out several feet away, and her agile and delicate posture became more and more charming, especially the water-soaked purple dress was tightly attached to the body, half revealing the hidden spring light. Looking at Shen Jingting's gaze stalled. "Good you Sierra, how dare you tease me like this? Let's see how I catch you and punish you." As Shen Jingting spoke, he reached out with his long arm and lunged toward Han Lingxi. Hearing his shout, Han Lingxi turned around and threw a wink, responding in a delicate voice, "Just by you. You want to catch me too? Come on if you're capable." She looked back from time to time, and when she saw Shen Jingting in hot pursuit, her heart was full of satisfaction, so deliberately slowed down, and when Shen Jingting was about to reach her, she made another sideways move to avoid it, and also reached out and slapped the water. Splashing the water splashed Shen Jingting's face. She laughed her head off. Husband, you need to work on that speed." Shin Jingting wiped his face, and was not angry, but was instead amused by her playful appearance. Muffled, "Just you wait, I'll catch you sooner or later." Seeing that she had been chasing after him for a while longer, Han Lingxi suddenly reversed her direction and quickly swam back. Shin Jingting thought that she had finally gotten tired of playing and was going to give up her resistance, and with a joyful heart, he subconsciously stretched out his hands, ready to welcome her into his arms. Creak, not running? Unexpectedly, the moment Han Lingxi was about to touch him, her figure turned steeply, taking advantage of her defenses and kissing him on the lips like a dragonfly. The warm touch made Shin Jingting's brain go blank for a moment, and before he could react, Han Lingxi smiled again and backed away, winking and flirting. "Give you a little more motivation. Go on." Han Lingxi laughed as she watched him in this manner, clasping her hands to her chest and purposely straightening her body so that her soaked clothes fit more closely to her body, revealing her curves. "Brother, this is your last chance. If you miss it, you won't get a chance today." When Shin Jingting heard this, his heart tightened. He didn't want this joyful frolic to end, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to get close to Han Lingxi. At that moment, he summoned up all his strength, and his legs were like installing propellers, stomping vigorously in the water, splashing up a large amount of water, and speeding toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi saw him coming on strong, but she didn't panic, the corner of her mouth hooking into a wry smile as she lightly turned around, pretending to flee into the distance. In fact, she deliberately slowed down her speed and looked back from time to time, teasing Shin Jingting with that flirtatious look and playful smile. How could Shin Jingting not see her little trick? But even so, he couldn't help but be attracted to her, and his mind only wanted to grab her quickly. Seeing that the distance is getting closer and closer, Shin Jingting saw the opportunity to jump down and prepare for a surprise attack from underwater. Han Lingxi sensed the movement and just wanted to sidestep to avoid it, but it was already too late. Shin Jingting broke through the water, his arms spread out, and with unerring precision, he wrapped her tightly into his arms, with an intensity like he was afraid she would escape again. Their bodies clung to each other, their wet clothes rubbing against each other, transferring each other's body heat. Creak, you won't be able to run away now. Shin Jingting's voice carried a few hints of complacency, a few hints of doting, and sounded softly in her ears. His breath sprayed on Han Lingxi's neck, warm and tingly, causing her to tremble. Who said I was running? I was caught by you on purpose. Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly, her long, wet hair cascading behind her, a few strands of it clinging to her cheeks, making her even more charming. Shin Jingting looked at her appearance, both amused and hooked to the bottom of the heartsoft, could not help but flirt with said, "You ninny, when you're bold, the sky's the limit. When she's shy, she's as elusive as a frightened bunny." As he said that, his fingers gently wrapped around a strand of Han Lingxi's falling hair and played with it in his fingertips, his gaze never moving from her face. Hearing this, Han Lingxi hummed softly, lifting her hand to gently slap his hand away, snapping, "You're the bunny. I'm a ghost that will eat people when it starts to catch fire. If you piss me off, I'll eat you." Saying that, Han Lingxi came forward, stood on her tiptoes, and bit lightly on Shin Jingting's earlobe. Chapter 138, Han Lingxi, Husband, Hug Me. That instantaneous touch was like a subtle electric current, causing Shin Jingting's body to tremble, and the tingling sensation coming from his earlobes quickly spread throughout his body. Han Lingxi didn't immediately back away after biting. Instead, her tongue flicked, and the hot, wet touch caused Shin Jingting's breath to instantly catch. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashed with the cunning light after getting away with it, looking at Shin Jingting with a smile, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Shin Jingting settled down, his gaze blazing at Han Lingxi, his voice slightly hoarse. "You little goblin, you'll tease me like this, let's see how I'll clean you up." Although there is a bit of threat between the words, but the meaning of favor is overflowing. Han Lingxi giggled and lightly swam a small step backward, her hands behind her back, blinking in mock innocence. "I didn't do anything. It's your own lack of determination that you're blaming me for instead." Seeing this, Shin Jingting shook his head helplessly, but his heart was full of joy. With a stomp of his long legs, he swam toward Han Lingxi, saying as he swam, "Fine, since you're so fun-loving, I'll play with you to the end." When Han Lingxi saw him chasing after her, the corners of her mouth hooked up in a promising smile, and she turned around and quickly swam away, shouting back as she did so, "Come on, come and chase me. Let's see if you can catch me as a naughty ghost." Shin Jingting accelerated his speed, and the two of them chased each other through the water, splashing a large area of water. Han Lingxi changed direction from time to time, diving underwater for a while, making Shin Jingting unable to find her for a moment. A moment later, he suddenly emerged from an unexpected place of Shin Jingting and made a face at him, continuing to provoke. After some chasing, Han Lingxi gradually ran out of stamina and slowed down.
Shen Jingting saw the right moment and plunged down,
approaching quickly underwater. By the time Han Lingxi realized it, it was already too late to dodge,
and Shen Jingting broke through the water and clasped his hands around Han Lingxi's waist, confining her firmly in his arms.
"Creek, come back to the boat with me. The water is cool."
Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, his gaze filled with concern.
Han Lingxi, however, acted as if she hadn't heard it, floating in the water and tilting her head slightly. Her long, wet hair clung to her pale skin, and a few strands fell playfully by her cheeks, adding to the delicate beauty of her face. She stretched out her arms, and with a hint of naivety, a hint of anticipation, she murmured softly, "Husband, cuddle." That look was like a child who was eager to be spoiled, completely losing the imperial sister style that had been so wantonly provocative just now. Shen Jingting's heart warmed, and without saying a word, he took a big step forward, stepping deeper into the water and embracing Han Lingxi tightly in his arms. He wrapped his arms around her forcefully, as if he wanted to embed her whole body into his own, using his own body heat to dispel the chill. Han Lingxi obediently leaned against his broad chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising as a satisfied smile spread across her face. Shen Jingting's chin rested lightly against the top of Han Lingxi's head, and he said softly, "I knew you'd play tricks on me, little slacker, and you don't even want to exert the strength to swim back to the boat." Although they were words of complaint, the tone was full of favor, without half a point of real blame. Han Lingxi rubbed against his arms and grunted back, "It's not because of you chasing me for so long that I'm running out of energy." Her hands were not idle, quietly circling around to Shen Jingting's back, her fingers gently tracing circles on his back, her warm palms pressing against his skin. Her intention to tease was unabated.
Shen Jingting's body stiffened slightly, and he smiled helplessly as he lowered his head and lightly kissed the top of Han Lingxi's head.
"Okay, it's my fault, so I'll carry you back to the boat, okay?"
Only then did Han Lingxi raise her head from his arms contentedly, her bright eyes looking at him.
"That's more like it." Saying that, she hooked her hands around Shen Jingting's neck,
and her legs gently encircled his waist. The whole person hung on Shen Jingting like a wombat, making it convenient for him to carry himself back to the ship.
Shen Jingting took a deep breath, stabilized himself,
and held Han Lingxi as he walked step by step toward the boat.
Back on the boat, Han Lingxi sat at the bow, leaning on Shen Jingting's shoulder,
her wet hair scattered casually behind her, a few strands plastered next to her cheeks. She gently rubbed against Shen Jingting's shoulder,
her eyes slightly closed, seemingly recalling the playfulness in the water just now, but also seemingly intoxicated by the intimacy of this moment. A few moments later, her Jew lips gently opened, softly calling out, "Husband, if every day could be like this to play freely with you, without restraints, how good it would be."
Shen Jingting lowered his eyes, looked at the beautiful person in his arms, raised his hand and gently stroked the messy hair on her forehead,
a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. "We'll come as often as you want, then it's a deal. From now on you can't refuse me whenever I want."
The corners of Han Lingxi's mouth rose, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she sat up straight, hands clasped in front of her body with a leaping expression. Shen Jingting stretched out his pinky,
hooked Han Lingxi's pinky, gently shook it, and said in a serious manner, "A promise is a promise. Never back out."
This childish and serious look made Han Lingxi giggle.
After laughing,
Han Lingxi leaned back into Shen Jingting's shoulder again, her fingers gently tracing the back of his hand.
"Husband, close your eyes. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Hardly, you want to push me inside the river?"
Shen Jingting remembered the playfulness in the water just now and said half-jokingly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a touch of teasing,
"Geez, don't ask too many questions. Close your eyes." Han Lingxi was a bit anxious and gently shook Shen Jingting's arm, a petulant tone in her voice.
Shen Jingting laughed helplessly, and finally obediently closed his eyes,
muttering, "I really can't do anything about you."
When Han Lingxi saw him close his eyes, a smug smile immediately appeared on her face. She gently sat up straight and pulled out a warm jade pendant from her bosom. She carefully placed the jade pendant in Shen Jingting's hand, then leaned back into his shoulder again and wrapped her hands around his arm.
After a few moments,
Han Lingxi again seemed to have summoned up great courage, rising slightly and dropping a kiss with a hint of coolness on the corner of Shen Jingting's lips. The kiss was as touch and go as a dragonfly.
"Okay, you can open your eyes now. Last time you gave me a ring as a token of love. I said I'd get you the same. In my lifetime,
we all gave jade pendants to our beloved ones there to symbolize the keeping of one's body as jade, and also to expect the other person to be safe and well." Shen Jingting was shocked by this sudden intimate move and his body stiffened slightly.
Then he reacted.
The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. He reached out and gently wrapped his hand around Han Lingxi's waist, bringing her toward his arms, his chin gently resting against the top of her head,
rubbing it fondly. "Creek, you have a heart." Han Lingxi buried her head a little deeper and wrapped her hands around Shin Jingting's waist, as if she wanted to hide herself in his arms. She murmured softly, "As long as you like it, anything I do is worth it." Chapter 139, Looking Best Without Wearing. Somewhere in uncharted territory, two ghostly figures were talking furtively and secretly in the shadows. "Lu Pao Pao has failed," one of the ghostly shadows said in a low tone. "What? Lu Pao Pao also failed? Isn't she Han Lingxi's senior sister? How did she fail too?" The other ghostly figure uttered incredulously. "Where would I know to go? Maybe Han Lingxi is too vigilant." The ghostly figure that responded was similarly dripping with annoyance, his tone sharp and harsh, like the sound of fingernails scraping against glass. "I thought I could get rid of Han Lingxi or Shin Jingting through Lu Pao Pao." Unexpectedly, the two sisters had only met for less than 2 hours before Lu Pao Pao was killed by Han Lingxi. "Then we shouldn't have been discovered, right?" the ghostly figure from earlier asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I did it very secretly. They won't know." This ghostly shadow in the back smiled coldly. "It's just that through this matter, it will definitely alert them, and it won't be so easy to start again in the future. It's okay, it won't take long." The other ghostly figure waved his hand with disinterest. Suddenly, the ghost image from earlier was remembering something, and his voice jerked up. "You mean 20 days later?" His words came to a screeching halt in mid-sentence, as if he was afraid of ears through the walls. "Shoo, it's what you think it is. We can plan it now and make sure nothing goes wrong." The latter ghostly figure made a gesture of silence. The two ghostly figures came together and began to whisper, a few ghoulish low laughs coming out of the darkness from time to time. At this time, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi had already returned to the soul-shattering abyss. This place has been remodeled, completely lost its former gloomy and horrible appearance, everywhere permeated with warmth and tranquility. As the two walked side by side on their way back to the mansion, Han Lingxi suddenly stepped forward and looked back at Shin Jingting as he slowly backed away, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Sheer, walk properly, and be careful not to fall." Shin Jingting subconsciously reached out his hand as if he wanted to hold her at any time. Han Lingxi, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, still backing away from herself until her hair brushed lightly against the trees by the side of the road before she stopped. "Husband, let me make you a set of clothes. I'll tell you, it's the first time I've done it for someone else since I died." As soon as the words left her mouth, as if she suddenly realized something, she hastily changed her words. "No, you're not someone else, you're my husband." After saying that, she playfully spat out her tongue, her hands behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward. Her appearance was dainty and cute to the extreme. Shin Jingting looked at her like this. His heart was full of favor. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, outlining a warm smile. He took a few quick steps and stepped forward to gently stroke the messy hair on Han Lingxi's forehead, his gaze gently watching her. "Good, Sheer, then I'll be obliged to you. I'd like to see how good my maiden's handiwork is. Go, 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 I'll take your measurements." The last one was too rough. "This time I'll make you a proper set." Han Lingxi pulled Shin Jingting's arm, half dragging Shin Jingting toward the house. Shin Jingting was made to laugh and cry by this hot-headedness of hers, and could only let her be, with his mouth still chanting, "Slowly, slowly, there's no hurry." Once inside, Han Lingxi rummaged through the cupboards to find a measuring tape, and pressed Shin Jingting into a bright place, telling him to sit still. "Come on, husband, let's start by measuring shoulder width." Saying this, she stood behind Shin Jingting, slightly stood on her tiptoes, and gently rested the soft ruler on his shoulders, then slowly down her arm, her eyes focused as if everything around her was none of her business. After measuring the shoulder width, next comes the bust. Han Lingxi circled around to Shin Jingting's body, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she feigned composure. She asked Shin Jingting to stretch out his arms so that the soft ruler could go around in a circle. At this time, the distance between the two was so close that they could feel each other's breath, and the ambiguous atmosphere spread quietly. Han Lingxi's fingers inadvertently touched Shin Jingting's chest, her heart trembled violently, and the movements of her hands paused. Raising his eyes, he secretly looked at Shin Jingting, but saw that he was staring at himself with a burning gaze, his eyes full of deep love and laughter. Han Lingxi's face instantly turned even redder and hurriedly lowered her head to continue the work in her hands. "It was so hard to finish measuring my bust, it was my turn to measure my waist." Han Lingxi crouched down, her fingers nimbly wrapping the soft ruler around Shin Jingting's waist. Just as she lowered her head to read the numbers, Shin Jingting suddenly bent down, reached out with both hands, and violently held Han Lingxi tightly in his arms. "Husband, what do you want to do again? Just now you bullied me on the boat, but don't now. I can't withstand you tossing me around like that." Han Lingxi purred petulantly, her voice carrying a few hints of feigned annoyance, but the body did not struggle, but instead gently rubbed against Shin Jingting's arms. Shin Jingting laughed out lowly, and the laughter echoed in the room, adding a few more charming moments. "How can I afford to bully you? It's just that when I see you looking so serious, my heart rejoices and I can't help but hug you." Han Lingxi's cheeks rolled, and she raised her hand to gently pound Shin Jingting's chest, You're just good at saying sweet things to coax me. Let go. I haven't finished measuring yet. If this size is not accurate and the clothes made don't fit, it will be a waste of effort. Only then did Shin Jingting let go of his hand when he heard this. However, he still stood on the sidelines, his gaze always following Han Lingxi's busy figure, a doting smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Han Lingxi adjusted her breathing, squatted down again, and carefully finished measuring the remaining dimensions. From head to toe, one by one, the data was recorded on paper. Afterwards, she picked up the fabric and gestured on Shin Jingting's body, her mouth chanting. The style of the dress began to be conceptualized in his mind, and his whole being was immersed in the joy of creation. All the while the different stitches and decorative details were recited from time to time in the mouth. Husband, after I finish making a set for you, I'm going to make one for myself as well. Han Lingxi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Shin Jingting, her eyes full of anticipation. Which one do you think looks better on me? Shin Jingting was thoughtful, sizing up Han Lingxi carefully, tracing her face and posture inch by inch, from her silky hair to the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, and then finally to that shapely waist, watching Han Lingxi's cheeks blush as she glared at him piteously. Come on, say it, don't look. Just when Han Lingxi thought he'd give a serious suggestion, the corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a bad smile as he spoke slowly. I think my creek looks best when she's not wearing it. Big pervert, you're being immodest again. Shy and annoyed, Han Lingxi casually grabbed a small pillow next to her and threw it at Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting caught it easily and smiled as he got up and approached her, setting the pillow aside. I'm just being honest. Why is she so shy? Chapter 140, I'll taste the honey. Han Lingxi wanted to step back and break away from his hand, but she couldn't move her feet as if they were rooted. She could only look away, avoiding the gaze that blazed as if it could set her on fire, and mumbled, You just bully me. That pouting tone, paired with her shy appearance at the moment, was more like pouting. Seeing her like this, Shin Jingting's heart was full of love and compassion, and with a little force in his hand, he brought her towards his arms. The other hand gently lifted and tenderly pinned a strand of her hanging hair behind her ear. It's not bullying, it's just that I like your pouty look. It's heartwarming. After he said that, he bent down slightly, his lips almost pressing against Han Lingxi's earlobe. Then he blew gently into it, causing Han Lingxi to tremble. Seeing that Han Lingxi was about to be unable to resist, Shin Jingting held in a bad smile and withdrew when he saw fit. Okay, creek. I'm not going to tease you anymore. Just make your clothes. Han Lingxi raised her hand and gently patted her chest in an attempt to calm her disorganized heartbeat, and then straightened out her somewhat messy clothes. Raising his head and glancing angrily at Shin Jingting, he said in a delicate voice, Really, every time, it messes with my mood one up and one down. It's annoying. When she finished speaking, she stepped aside and began to prepare the fabric for cutting, but the blush on her cheeks had not yet faded. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth gave away that she wasn't really annoyed at the bottom of her heart. Oh, by the way, husband, in 20 days, it will be time for the Ghost Clan competition. We have to prepare well so that we can place in the competition, Han Lingxi said without lifting her head as she organized the silk threads. A ghost competition? What's that? Shin Jingting frowned slightly, his face puzzled as he walked over to Han Lingxi and helped her smooth out the scattered fabric. Han Lingxi's movements in her hands lurched as she raised her head and explained, The Ghost Realm organizes a tournament every 20 years. Only strengths above the Ghost King will participate. When the messenger will divide the tournament grounds into 3, Ghost King, Ghost Zune and Ghost Emperor. After the tournament, there will be a first place will be picked from the Ghost Emperor, the top 2 from the Ghost Zune, and the top 3 from the Ghost King. These 6 ghosts will go into the Hall of Souls and Spirits to undergo a 3-day baptism, and when they come out, their strength will be greatly improved. Shin Jingting frowned slightly after hearing this. Sheer, if you want to raise your strength, then look for me. I can help you raise it. Husband, do you really think I'm simply going to raise my strength? When Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting's serious face, she couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh lightly. Shin Jingting was puzzled and would ask, Then what are you going to do? My master's earrings were accidentally left in the Hall of Souls during the last baptism. Han Lingxi bowed her head slightly, a hint of despondency flashing across her complexion. Her old man cherished that pair of earrings the most when he was alive, and he still recited them before he died. Now that it's become her dying wish, how can I not get it back for her? Shin Jingting nodded. I see. Then let's go together then. Of course, I gave you this matter so that you'd accompany me. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting and smiled sweetly. In the twinkling of an eye, the ghost race competition assembly arrived. Jingting put on the clothes Han Lingxi had sewn and stood in front of the mirror to straighten the hem of his clothes, admiration and pride written all over his face, and he couldn't help but praise them under his breath. If you don't say that my daughter-in-law is skillful in mind and hand, these clothes on the body not only fit comfortably, this workmanship, this embroidery, it seems to be a painstaking effort. If the others see it, they will envy me for having such a gentle and virtuous lady. Is this mouth smeared with honey? So sweet. Han Lingxi smiled and walked over, her her fingers gently pointing at Shin Jingting's chest, her eyes full of sweetness and love. This guy, he's got a mouthful of coaxing words. If he didn't know what was in Shin Jingting's heart, anyone would think that he was an inveterate sweet-talking denizen. Since Sierra wants to know so much, you'll know if you taste it. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a bad smile, and while Han Lingxi was off guard, he bent down and quickly kissed her lips. Han Lingxi hadn't expected Shin Jingting to suddenly come this way, and her pupils dilated, her face surging with a wave of hotness. The originally spirited and playful eyes were now full of shock, and her body stiffened unconsciously. But in a moment, that shock was replaced by the sweetness that welled up in his heart. She slowly closed her eyes, letting the sudden intimacy wrap itself around her. Only after a short pause did Shin Jingting smile and let go, asking with an eager face, "How was it? Is there any honey smeared?" Instead of shyly looking away, Han Lingxi reached around Shin Jingting's neck and tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with playfulness and boldness as she deliberately said, "Well, it was pretty sweet, but I'd like to taste it again," took the initiative to send a kiss. Shin Jingting was first stunned, and then responded warmly, and for a time the room was full of charming atmosphere. It was only after a few moments that the two parted in love. At the same time, the system's beep sounded again. Joy value breaks through 189%. Host gets a chance to draw a blind box. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she straightened her somewhat disheveled hair and lightly coughed, regaining some decency. "All right, you've tasted it, we should get going. We can't be late for this Ghost Clan competition today." Shin Jingting nodded with a smile and took Han Lingxi's hand. "Don't worry, can't miss a thing." The two of them walked out of the mansion hand in hand, making their way towards the venue of the competition. Wherever Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi went, they attracted sideways glances from time to time. Han Lingxi had a playful and lively appearance, and standing together with Shin Jingting, they were like a pair of beauties, very eye-catching. On the way there, Shin Jingting didn't move to conduct the lottery. Instead, he drew a box that was black and only the size of a fist. The system does not give an explanation as to what exactly it is or what it is good for. Just below the box was only a short line, "It will help you when you need it." Seeing this, Shin Jingting didn't bother to study more. Not long after, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi arrived at the conference venue. Shin Jingting casually scanned the circle and realized that there were some more unfamiliar faces among the Ghost Kings, and the same was true for the Ghost Zune and Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi sensed what Shin Jingting had in mind and immediately informed through the psychic tattoo. "Husband, whenever the number of Ghost Kings, Ghost Zunes, and Ghost Emperors is less than 36, 18, and 9, the emissary doesn't know where to transfer correspondingly strong people to make up for it as a way of keeping the numbers saturated." After Shin Jingting heard this, his gaze lingered on those few raw faces for a moment, then he withdrew his eyes. At this moment, among the Ghost Emperors, two pairs of shadowy eyes stared deathly at Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi through the ghost clusters. "Follow the plan. It's the only chance you'll get, so don't screw it up again. Don't worry, this time, unless they possess the strength of a Ghost Emperor, there is absolutely no chance of them surviving." The other voice was filled with a bit of frivolity and confidence, and his words were full of contempt for Shin Jingting and the two of them, as if they were already in the bag. They had prepared for a long time for this operation, expending a great deal of effort and energy. During the long hours of preparation, they rehearsed as many as dozens of times for every possible situation. Every link and every variable is scrutinized by them, and they strive to do everything right, in their opinion. In front of the ultimate secret weapon in the bottom of the box, even if Han Lingxi possessed the ancient bell and the void-devouring ring, which were ancient secret treasures, they would be of no help. All their resistance will be in vain. Chapter 141: 2 Moves to Kill a Ghost. As the 9 Ghost Emperors, 18 Ghost Zunes, and 36 Ghost Kings arrived one after another, it also meant that the ghost race competition was about to begin. But when the crowd of ghosts saw Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi standing together in the ghost dignity position, they expressed their dissatisfaction in their hearts, especially seeing the two of them like glue. Love and sweetness is even more angry. However, the ghosts only spat in their hearts and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on the surface. "Creak, you know what my favorite thing is right now?" Shin Jingting hugged Han Lingxi, his chin gently resting against the top of her head, a light smile at the corner of his mouth, his warm breath spraying between her hair. That's a no-brainer. Of course you like me, you like my legs, you like my waist, you like to flirt with me whenever you can, like right now." Han Lingxi's cheeks blushed as she raised her hand and gently pounded Shin Jingting's chest, but the eyes are full of pouting and sweetness, that wave of light flow between all the little girl's petite attitude. "No, I just like the way these Ghost King, Ghost Elder, Ghost Emperors can't look at me and can't do anything about it." Shin Jingting slightly loosened Han Lingxi a bit and slowly raised his head, his eyes leisurely swept around. finally landing steadily on the group of gnashing crowd of ghosts. Good for you. I can't believe you don't like me. So what are you doing straddling me? Han Lingxi furrowed her willow brows and made a move to push Shin Jingting away, but the hands did not make a few force, more of a pampering. Just kidding. Shin Jingting hurriedly tightened his arms and brought Han Lingxi back into a tight embrace, smiling and kissing her on the cheek with a pleasing face. The two men's voices were not lowered, and in the lively and noisy, crowd-pleasing setting of a martial arts competition, their laughter stood out. They're really lawless, actually coming to this tournament to talk about love. It's not like it's the first time you've met them, just get used to it. The other ghost sovereign sighed helplessly, raising his hand and gently rubbing his brow, obviously having long been accustomed to this behavior of the duo. With Han Lingxi around this time, one of the two spots has already been reserved by her, the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign said indignantly. As much as she didn't want to admit that Han Lingxi was powerful, she had to compromise in the face of the facts. Last time, in front of the crowd of ghost dignitaries, she had already lost all the face she had left. She didn't want to touch Han Lingxi's mold this time, lest she be beaten up violently again. At the tournament, all the ghosts were talking to each other. From their hot gazes, they were eager to overwhelm the crowd and come out on top in this tournament, and thus obtain that precious opportunity to enter the Hall of Souls and Spirits to receive a severe baptism. Gentlemen, the tournament is about to begin. The messenger's loud and very penetrating voice suddenly rang out, instantly breaking the taut silent atmosphere of the scene. As he spoke, he raised his arm high, and then swung it violently, his long sleeve drawing a harsh arc in the air. Immediately afterward, above the Ghost Emperor's position, a token emitting a bright golden light slowly levitated up. Echoing this, above the Ghost Zune position, two tokens translucent with deep purple aura rose up, labeled with the numbers 1 and 2 respectively. Looking at the Ghost King's position again, three bright red tokens as bright as blood emerged, labeled with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. The blood-colored light was dense in the air, carrying a few moments of solemnity, making the hearts of a group of Ghost Kings surging and leaping forward. They couldn't wait to rush onto the stage immediately and seize the token that belonged to them. And these 6 tokens were the keys to unlocking the Soul Temple, and only by obtaining them would one be qualified to be baptized. I'll emphasize the rules again. These tokens exist for only 1 hour. Once the time is up, the tokens will disappear. So hurry up. The envoy's majestic voice echoed over the martial arts arena like a beating war drum, urging the crowd. The words fell, and in an instant, the entire venue was like an exploding frying pan, and the melee was on the verge of breaking out. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other and understood, immediately rushing into the ghost dignity wrapped in a powerful aura, opening up a fierce battle. They had a clear goal, with only the 2 tokens in their eyes, and with that rush, anyone could see their determination to win. However, their actions quickly drew sidelong glances from some of the Ghost Jin. When the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign saw that Shin Jingting, a Ghost King, dared to participate in the Ghost Sovereign's competition in a dignified manner, he was immediately dissatisfied, and his face immediately became gloomy. Spirit Stream Ghost Dignitary, does your husband not know how much he weighs? This is a match between Ghost Elders. What's he, a Ghost King, doing here? Isn't this breaking the rules? Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered as she handed Shin Jingting a look full of deep meaning. There was both a playful goading and a full trust in him in that look, as if to say, "Husband, someone is picking a fight. It's up to you." Immediately afterward, Han Lingxi's vermilion lips lightly opened. "Husband, she's looking down on you, so we can't just let it go." When Shin Jingting heard this, his sword brows raised, and he looked back at the outspoken Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. The corners of his mouth hooked into a seemingly mocking sneer. "So it's you. Last time you were refuted by Sheer in public. It seems that this memory isn't too good, and it's still not humiliating enough, is it?" After he said that, his soul power surged around him and his aura climbed steeply, as if he was a war god about to get angry. That overpowering killing intent made the air around him chill a few points. "Since you're looking for death, it just so happens that I'll take your life today." Before the words fell, Shin Jingting instantly bullied his way to the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's near front. He clenched his right fist, wrapped in majestic soul power, like a discharged cannonball, with a whistling wind sound, and attacked the other party's chest. Silver Spirit Ghost Zune, under the panic, hastily raised his hand to resist, but how could he carry Shin Jingting this anger-containing blow? Only heard a click sound. The arm should be broken. The whole person like a broken kite flew out backwards, fell heavily on the ground, has been seriously injured, but Shin Jingting attacked without stopping. He took advantage of the other party fell to the ground before he got up, his toes lightly pointing to the ground, using the force to leap up again, turning his body in the air. His left leg was like a sharp battle axe, wrapped in a strong wind, and ruthlessly chopped down. The Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with despair and fear, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. Poof sound. The head and body instantly separated. Black fog gushed out. Shin Jingting's second move will kill him on the spot. This thunderous tactic caused the surrounding ghost dances that were originally still foolishly moving to be instantly silenced, looking at Shin Jingting with a few more points of scorn in their eyes. This is the strength of the Ghost Father. A Ghost Zun looked at the Silver Spirit Ghost Zun who had been decapitated, and then looked at Shin Jingting's bland appearance. His voice trembled slightly, full of disbelief. Gulp. The other Ghost Sovereign involuntarily gulped, the knot in his throat rolling, panic written all over his face. Indeed, although those two moves of his just now were crude and simple, both of them have clearly reached the level of a Ghost Exalt, or even stronger. Chapter 142. Upon hearing this, and then looking at Shin Jingting's calm demeanor, the ghosts were shocked. It had only been more than a month since Shin Jingting had last sealed his title as Ghost King, and he had actually cultivated from Ghost King to Ghost Zun. To say that Shin Jingting had previously risen from a Lil Demon to a Ghost King in one go, that was still reasonable. But the realm advancement after Ghost King was difficult to break through without a long period of accumulation and enlightenment. But on the contrary, Shin Jingting did it. It's over. Both keys will have to go to the couple. I'm not willing to do that. It was fine when there was one Qinglian Ghost Sovereign out to rob us, but now there are two more. It's hard to beat four hands with two fists, so I think the 15 of us will join forces to get rid of Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, and then we'll discuss distributing the two keys. I think it's fine. Hurry up and settle the two of them while we can, or else when they advance to Ghost Emperor, we'll end up like Silver Spirit, or even worse than her. In that case, let's do it. After discussing the matter, the Ghost Jin pressed forward in a fan formation towards Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. That stance seemed like a net of death that was about to tighten, completely blocking the path of retreat for the two. Han Lingxi, it's you couple who bullied the ghost too much in front of you, so don't blame us for not being polite. One of the Ghost Jin at the head showed a fierce face and hissed out. Before the words fell, he took the lead, and the long black whip in his hand carried the sound of whistling winds as it fiercely lashed towards Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting, however, did not panic, and with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he quickly pulled out the ancient bell from his bosom. He violently threw the ancient bell into the air and mouthed the words. In an instant, the ancient bell dramatically grew in size, and the golden light of the bell's body blazed out, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. This sound wave was like a materialization, spreading in a ring shape in all directions, and wherever it went, space rippled in layers. The first few ghosts were unable to dodge, and were hit head-on by the sound wave. Their bodies were instantly struck by lightning. Immediately after, like a broken porcelain click burst, turned into a cloud of black mist dissipated in the air. Seeing Shin Jingting's extraordinary strike, the hearts of all the ghost dignitaries were aghast, but at this time, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Their attack became more and more severe, and all kinds of ghost techniques came towards the two of them in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, Han Lingxi didn't show any weakness as she flipped her jade hand and revealed the void-devouring ring. In a matter of moments, a large number of tentacles poked out of the void, each one as thick as an adult's arm, and it was covered with weird suckers, with slime dripping down and making a zippy sound. Before the crowd of Ghost Jin could react to how these tentacles appeared, underneath their feet, a vortex of mucus appeared out of nowhere. The vortex rotated rapidly, emitting a powerful suction force, like a big hungry mouth, slowly pulling the Ghost Jin inside. There were a few Ghost Jin close to the edge of the vortex, and to their horror, they realized that their feet had already fallen into it. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank, letting out guttural cries of despair. What is this? Help me! Oh no, it won't fly. The suction is too strong. Some of the Ghost Jin that were sucked in, their hands waved wildly in the air, trying to grab onto something to stabilize themselves, yet there was nothing around but the sickening slime. They tried to fly, again without success. The bizarre power generated by that void-devouring ring seemed to envelop the entire airspace of the tournament. This force formed an invisible web of confinement, and no matter how much they pushed their soul power, they were unable to break free from this powerful suction force. One could only watch as he was swallowed up by the slime vortex little by little, his soul power being drained. As the 9 great ghost emperors watched this scene, their hearts could not help but ripple. Last time, the soul-devouring ghost emperor was planted in the hands of Han Lingxi, or to be precise, in the hands of this ring. As a result, he had lost a lot of face, but he was still killed, so there was little face to mention. Now that old events were repeating themselves, these two had actually made a new breakthrough in their strength. One of the ghost emperors frowned slightly, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes as he murmured in a low voice, I didn't expect that this Han Lingxi would be able to utilize the void-devouring spirit ring so well. This kind of ancient secret treasure is really like a tiger adding wings in her hands. The bloodshed ghost emperor, on the other hand, clasped his hands to his chest and snorted coldly. his face filled with disdain. Humph, it's just luck. So what if there are ancient secret treasures to help? If you don't have the strength to match it, sooner or later it will be taken away from you. Having said that, his eyes betrayed him, and that slight flicker hid a fear that was hard to hide. Bonlu Ghost Emperor's eyes were deep, looking thoughtfully at Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi as he slowly spoke. This couple has infinite potential. If we can't remove them today, they will become a great danger in the future. It's just that I'm afraid that with just these ghost jin, it's not enough. The rest of the Ghost Emperors nodded in agreement, knowing full well the threat of Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, but they also understood that it was never easy to get rid of these two. As the 10 ghost jin were swallowed up by the slime vortex, their cries gradually became faint until they disappeared. The entire battlefield was filled with an aura of death, and the fear in the hearts of the 3 remaining ghost jin grew as wild as weeds. They began to regret their participation in this battle with Mr. and Mrs. Shin Jingting, but at this point, it was already too late. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi stood on the sidelines, watching this scene, and there wasn't the slightest bit of pity in their eyes. In this world of the weak and the strong, it was either you die or I die, and since these ghost jin chose to make enemies of them, they had to be aware of the consequences. Shin Jingting narrowed his eyes slightly as he swept his eyes over the 3 remaining ghost sons and said coldly, "Now, it's your turn." As the words fell, he picked up the ancient bell and injected soul power into it. An invisible and powerful sound wave spread out in all directions with the bell body as the center. The 3 ghost jin's faces suddenly changed, their eyes filled with panic, wanting to dodge but realizing that it was simply too late. "No!" The 3 ghost jin let out a desperate hiss as the sound wave struck his body like substance. Their bodies instantly began to disintegrate, turning into bits of black mist that dissipated into the air. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his head. The host kills 5 ghost jin, and Han Lingxi kills 10 ghost jin, gaining 5 million eerie values, totaling the previous bizarre values, a total of 11,166 million. Hearing this beep, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Shin Jingting's eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Great! Finally we've gathered enough 10 million eerie values, and these ghost jin have also come at too opportune a time, he whispered to himself, his tone full of excitement and celebration. He just so happened to still be trying to figure out how to scrape together enough 8 million trickster values to purchase a bottle of intermediate chaos ghost refining secret pill. Unexpectedly, these ghosts took the initiative to come to his door, becoming his help in accumulating weird values. Then next, refine the Emperor-grade ghost body and control the Stygian Abyss Ghost Pearl. Chapter 143, Baptism, Conspiracy? The messenger sat on the high platform, his gaze fixed on Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi below, a hint of complexity in his eyes. This Shin Jingting is growing too fast. Should we report to His Excellency to get rid of him first? He murmured, his voice low and hesitant. He felt an unprecedented threat from Shin Jingting. That threat did not only come from Shin Jingting's strength today, but also from his amazing growth potential. The messenger's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrests of the seats, making a clattering sound. Shin Jingting's strength nowadays can't be underestimated. If he is allowed to let him continue to grow, I'm afraid that he will become an uncontrollable force that will create a huge obstacle to his lordship's plan. It's just a matter of waiting until after the tournament is over. The messenger sighed slightly and finally decided to hold his ground for the time being. He raised his head and looked into the distance, silently praying in his heart that Shin Jingting wouldn't do anything too out of the ordinary next, or else he would have no choice but to report to the Ghost Emperor with a stiff upper lip. After all, the Ghost Emperor had only explained to him that he couldn't let Han Lingxi have losses, but hadn't given much instruction regarding Shin Jingting. But now that Shin Jingting had shown such a powerful and amazing growth potential, it had already posed a potential threat to the balance of forces of all sides of the ghost race, which put the messenger in a dilemma. At this time, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi easily obtained 2 purple tokens after killing 15 ghost jin, and then, the 2 of them retreated to the side, silently waiting for the victory to be divided between the Ghost King and the Ghost Emperor. Soon, half an hour passed. The Ghost Emperor and Ghost King positions have been divided. On the side of the Ghost King's position, 2 of the 3 who won were considered old acquaintances. One was the Maylust Ghost King and the other was the 100 Puzzle Ghost King. As for the Ghost Emperor's side, it was a relatively unknown Ghost Emperor. The messenger saw that the final results were in, and immediately stood up to announce the results. Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor, Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, Killing Ghost Sovereign, Maylust Ghost King, Baipu Ghost King, and Longyu Ghost King, take your keys and follow me. The others can go back. The messenger's voice echoed through the empty field, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The ghosts followed the messenger in the direction of the Hall of Souls. There was a slight tension along the way. Soon, the ghosts arrived at the Hall of Souls. The messenger stood in front of the Grand Hall door, his gaze sweeping over the Lianxin Ghost Emperor, Lingxi Ghost Sovereign, Slaying Ghost Sovereign, Enchanting Desire Ghost King, Baipu Ghost King, and Longyu Ghost King in turn. You take the key and enter the corresponding area in the Hall of Souls, at which time you will be baptized by placing the key in the hole. This Hall of Souls contains endless mysterious power, and time is limited, so how much you can gain depends on your own chances and abilities. When you enter, do not act rashly, let alone damage the items inside, or suffer the consequences. The ghosts nodded their heads, and the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor took the lead, holding the golden key as he walked into the Hall of Souls at a steady pace. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi glanced at each other, holding the purple key in their hands as they slowly walked into the ghost dignity area, but the duo did not rush to insert the key into the hole, instead looking around for the earrings. Sheer, what style of earrings does Master Teacher have? Han Lingxi frowned slightly, trying to remember. It was a pair of crescent-shaped earrings with blue jade stones. Learning the information about the earrings, the duo searched carefully within the ghost dignity area. They left no corner untouched, their eyes sweeping over the walls, floors, and various ancient furnishings. On the other side, the Ghost King area. The Longyu Ghost King who had gotten the first place was running his soul power with full concentration to receive the baptizing power from the Soul Spirit Hall. His face was originally overflowing with complacency, as if he had already foreseen a bright future where his strength had increased greatly. However, right at this moment, he suddenly realized that the soul power in his body was imprisoned, and the smugness on his face was instantly replaced by horror. What the hell is going on? Why can't my soul power work anymore? His voice trembled and his eyes were full of disbelief. He desperately tried to mobilize his soul power in an attempt to break free from this sudden confinement, but no matter how hard he tried, the soul power was as if it had been sealed, not moving at all. Cold sweat continued to emerge from Longyu's forehead and dripped onto the ground. His body trembled slightly as a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. No, it can't be. How could this baptism in this soul temple happen? He muttered, his eyes revealing a hint of despair. At this moment, the nearby Baipu Ghost King and Maylust Ghost King also noticed the Longyu Ghost King's abnormality. The Baipu Ghost King frowned, stopping his own baptizing process, and opened his mouth to ask, Longyu, what's wrong with you? Baipu, come over here and help me. My soul power is imprisoned and I can't absorb this power. The Baipu Ghost King stepped forward and carefully observed the situation before extending his hand and probing a trace of his soul force into the Longyu Ghost King's body. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and said with a grave expression on his face, Strange, I don't find anything unusual either. It seems to be caused by some kind of power within this Hall of Souls, and there's no way for me to undo it. Longyu remembered something at this time and asked, Baipu, Maylust, can your soul power function? Hearing this, Baipu and Maylust were first stunned. Then they immediately collected their minds and tried to operate their soul power. Baipu closed his eyes tightly, and after a few moments, he slowly opened them and shook his head at Longyu, indicating that he hadn't encountered any obstacles and that his soul power was still flowing smoothly. Maylust, on the other hand, gently twisted her waist and smiled flirtatiously. I'm fine here too. Longyu saw this. His heart sank. The originals still have a trace of luck completely broken. The fear in his heart became more and more intense. Could it be that I've offended someone and am being secretly counted? The Longyu Ghost King secretly speculated in his heart as cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead. At this moment, he felt that mysterious power surging into his body, but was unable to be absorbed and utilized by himself. Instead, it was rampaging through his body, bringing about a sharp pain. The Longevity Jade Ghost King gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and desperately contemplating a way to deal with it. A glimmer of hope welled up in his heart as his eyes suddenly fell on the red key in his hand. Could there be something wrong with this key? He tried to pull the key out of the hole, but it seemed to be firmly sucked in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out a single bit. Meanwhile, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi found Qinglian Ghost Dignity's earrings in a hidden corner. Finally, Han Lingxi gently wiped the earring, then carefully wrapped it in a piece of silk scarf and placed it in her arms. Husband, since we've come all the way here, let's be baptized by the way. Han Lingxi raised her head and looked toward Shin Jingting. Anyway, he had already found the earrings of the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign, so there was no delay in receiving the baptism at this time. Shin Jingting was just about to open his mouth to respond when he suddenly looked aghast and whispered, Wait, someone is coming. Footsteps came from far away, accompanied by a slight gasp, and a figure appeared in their field of vision. The visitor was the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor who had no dealings with them. Chapter 144, Renewed Killing. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor held a sharp sword and walked step by step towards the two of them. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, Spirit Stream Ghost Elder, Slaying Ghost Elder. I had no intention of making an enemy of you, but the price given to me by the Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor made it impossible for me to refuse. So I'm sorry. The strength of the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor was a day-level Ghost Emperor, the best of the 9 Ghost Emperors. Knowing that there was no way for them to win in this tournament, the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor approached the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor. As soon as Ghost Emperor Lianxin heard that the duo wanted to make a move against Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi in the Hall of Souls, he refused without even thinking much about it. Joke, not to mention whether or not one could make a move in the Soul Spirit Hall. Even if one could, the ancient bell in Qin Jingting's hand and the void-devouring ring in Han Lingxi's hand weren't easy to deal with. However, the Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Flame Bear Ghost Emperor said that they had prepared for this, so that the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor did not need to be concerned. As long as Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi entered the Hall of Souls to be baptized, then the soul power in their bodies would be confined. At that time, even if they had more ancient secret treasures, it wouldn't help. The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor's eyes were gloomy, and the Yen Xiong Ghost Emperor's face was full of ferocity, as if he was sure of victory. This time, they felt sure of themselves, while the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor was still hesitating. The Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor directly threw out tantalizing conditions, promising that they would each take out 20% of their cultivation resources as a reward after the deed was done. When the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor heard this tantalizing offer, his heart fluttered, his eyes flickered, and in the end, profit overcame reason. He nodded slightly, acquiescing to the cooperation. Moreover, he was also wary of Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi's strength. If he could take this opportunity to get rid of these two, he would be able to eliminate a big problem in his heart. But in the end, there was a little mistake. Qin Jingting did not know when he had already advanced to the Ghost Dharma, and then the previous moves in the Ghost King area were invalidated. Long Yu, the unlucky bastard, had the bad luck to let him run into the trap that the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the others had prepared for Qin Jingting in the Ghost King area. At this moment, how could Long Yu know that this was a setup secretly laid by the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor? I was waiting for Qin Jingting to throw himself into the net, but I mistakenly let him suffer. Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor, are you sure you can deal with our couple alone? Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi stood side by side, and the two of them unreservedly released their powerful auras. The Ghost Father's pressure spread out like substance, causing the air around him to tremble. He was a bit puzzled. The last time he killed the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor with an arrow in front of a crowd of Ghost Emperors, that scene could be considered shocking to the entire audience. It was logical that these Ghost Emperors should have enough knowledge of the couple's strength to not dare to easily mess with them. But now the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor had come alone to provoke. Could it be that he had something to rely on? Try it and you won't know. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's gaze crossed over the duo and landed on the keyhole behind them, only to realize that they hadn't even inserted the key in at all. In other words, both of their soul powers were not imprisoned. And thinking of this, the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's face darkened. Asterisk. I'm gonna get killed by you guys. But at this point, the arrow was already on the string and had to be sent, so he had to put his hopes on his last card. If that's the case, then we won't be blamed for being impolite. When Qin Jingting saw that the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor had no intention of stopping, but instead intensified his frenzied attack, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He and Han Lingxi glanced at each other, sharing a mutual understanding, and tacitly began to counterattack. Qin Jingting raised the ancient bell in his hand high, and the ancient bell instantly emitted a dazzling golden light, accompanied by a low chime. A powerful sound wave spread out like ripples, sweeping towards the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's face changed as he hastily cast a Soul Force shield to resist. However, the power of that sound wave was too strong, and countless cracks appeared in the shield the moment it made contact, and his left hand was heavily damaged as a result. Han Lingxi wasn't idle either, as she lightly raised her jade hand, and the void spirit devouring ring glowed brightly, steeply probing out a large number of tentacles. The tentacles drew a black residual shadow in the air, instantly arriving in front of the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's eyes widened and his face was filled with panic as he hastily waved his other uninjured arm in an attempt to slap these tentacles away. But the tentacles were extremely powerful and unusually flexible, and his attacks were unable to stop their advance. Soon, the tentacles wrapped around the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's body like a black python, tightly strangling his body. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor only felt that his body was bound by a powerful force, and severe pain came from every inch of his skin, and his breathing became rapid. He struggled desperately to break free of the tentacles, but they were getting tighter and tighter, and his strength seemed so small in front of this powerful bond. Seeing that he had been forced into a desperate situation by Qin Jingting and Han Lingxi, the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He knew that if he didn't use his bottom card at this time, he would definitely die today. He strongly endured the severe pain on his body and recited words under his breath. The originally dull soul power on his body steeply and crazily crazily surged up, and even vaguely showed signs of a breakthrough. Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi, even if I die today, I'll make you pay. As the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor's words fell, a circle of black mist suddenly appeared around his body, and a sickeningly putrid odor permeated the mist. Immediately afterward, a huge silhouette slowly emerged behind the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor. The virtual shadow looked like a huge evil beast, covered in sharp fangs, with red eyes that emitted a regal and ferocious light. Husband, be careful. This is the shadow of the Blood Demon Ancient Beast. Han Lingxi's face changed slightly as she had read about the Blood Demon Ancient Beast in an ancient book. This beast is incomparably ferocious, specializing in eating the souls of strong people, and can be said to be strong when it encounters strength. Shin Jingting nodded. The ancient clock in his hand glowed even more brightly, and the frequency of the secret patterns on it flickered faster and faster. Go to hell! The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor manipulated the shadow of the Blood Demon Ancient Beast to pounce towards Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, and the shadow was extremely fast, arriving in front of them in an instant. Shin Jingting hurriedly waved his ancient bell, and a golden curtain of light appeared in front of them, attempting to block the Blood Demon Ancient Beast's attack. However, the power of the Blood Demon Ancient Beast was far beyond imagination, and countless cracks appeared in the light curtain the moment it made contact, and it quickly shattered apart. Seeing this, Han Lingxi waved her jade hand repeatedly, and the void-devouring spirit ring once again poked out a large number of tentacles that twined toward the Blood Demon Ancient Beast. The tentacles came into contact with the Blood Demon Ancient Beast's body, but were instantly corroded by the powerful magical power emanating from its body, turning into black smoke that dissipated into the air. Sheer, attack its brow. There is its weak point, Shin Jingting suddenly shouted. When Han Lingxi heard this, she immediately condensed her soul power and swung the ghost sword in her hand with great force, shooting out a black ghostly light that headed straight for the center of the Blood Demon Ancient Beast's brow. The moment the spectral light struck his brow, the Blood Demon Ancient Beast let out a pained roar and his body began to tremble violently. The Lianxian Ghost Emperor's face paled as he didn't expect Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi to find the Blood Demon Ancient Beast's weakness so quickly. Taking advantage of the Blood Demon Ancient Beast's trauma, Shin Jingting urged the ancient bell and a powerful sound wave attack was sent out again. The sound wave struck the Blood Demon Ancient Beast, causing its body to gradually dissipate, and the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor also suffered a backlash, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. You guys. The Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he no longer had the strength to fight back, and eventually closed his eyes, completely losing his life. Chapter 145, One Step Short. The two of them combined their efforts to kill the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor, and the system once again transmitted a beep. The host and Han Lingxi combined their efforts to kill the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor, rewarded with 700,000 eerie values. Not bad, another 700,000 bizarre values for nothing. Shin Jingting secretly rejoiced in his heart. At this moment, Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes flowed and her eyebrows knitted slightly. Husband, do you think that this Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor are too bold to actually dare to scheme against us in the Soul Spirit Hall? I'm wondering if they're colluding with the messenger. How else would they dare to disobey the messenger's orders? After the envoy's death, the messenger's every word and action represented the Ghost Emperor, and they had now extended their hands into the Hall of Souls, blatantly violating the messenger's rules. If it wasn't for the backing of someone, they wouldn't have dared to borrow a few guts. Shin Jingting nodded slightly, his face grave. Sheer, you have a point. The Soul Spirit Hall is an important place for the ghost race, and the emissary is responsible for maintaining order here. So the Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor really wouldn't dare to make a move easily if they didn't have the emissary's acquiescence. And the Lotus Heart Ghost Emperor must have been promised heavy benefits by them before to participate in this matter. He paused, gripping the ancient bell in his hand tightly as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. It seems we have already aroused the wrath of the crowd. Han Lingxi gently bit her lip, thinking for a moment before saying, Husband, we'll have to be careful next. If the messenger really has problems, then we may encounter more dangers within this Hall of Souls. Perhaps they have other backstops. Shin Jingting nodded slightly. His eyes roamed around the Soul Spirit Hall, and after a circle, he did not find anything unusual. He looked at Han Lingxi at that moment and asked, Sheer, I remember you saying that this baptism will last for 3 days, right? Yeah, what's up, husband? Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting suspiciously, concern in her beautiful eyes. I want to make a breakthrough in these 3 days. Shin Jing smiled, a hint of excitement in his tone. You help me guard my magic. Now that he had gathered enough 10 million eerie values, it was time for the advanced chaotic ghost refining secret pill to come in handy. and perhaps help himself break through more smoothly, and 3 days should be enough time to refine an emperor-level ghost body. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, then spread her face and smiled. Okay, husband, don't worry about the breakthrough. With me here, I won't let anyone disturb you. She understood the importance of the breakthrough to Shen Jingting, and was also aware of the possible risks involved. However, she was confident in her own strength and would be able to protect Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting gently held Han Lingxi's hand and said tenderly, Sheer, I'm at ease with you. If I can make a breakthrough this time, my strength will definitely increase dramatically, and I will be able to better protect you in the future. After saying that, he immediately communicated with the system in his mind. Unity Sun, purchase a bottle of Advanced Chaos Ghost Refining Secret Pill. Advanced Chaotic Ghost Refining Secret Pill has been purchased successfully. It has been released to the system space. Please have the host check it out. Shen Jingting's heart was delighted, and with a thought, a bottle of ancient medicine appeared in his hand. The bottle of Advanced Chaotic Ghost Refining Secret Pill emitted a faint ghostly light, and the powerful medicinal power contained within it seemed to be about to break out of the bottle. Han Lingxi retreated to the side, vigilantly watching the movements around her while operating her soul power to lay a defensive boundary around Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting took a deep breath, opened the cap of the bottle, and drank the secret medicine in one go. Instantly, a hot current raced through his body, and the powerful medicinal power quickly spread out, impacting his meridians and dantian. Shen Jingting closed his eyes tightly and operated his soul power with all his might, guiding the medicinal power to travel through his body. His body trembled slightly, and blue ethereal light faintly penetrated from under his skin, like countless tiny veins all over his body. But he gritted his teeth and held on, trying to break through that shackle. Han Lingxi looked at Shen Jingting's painful appearance and felt some heartache in her heart, but she knew that she couldn't disturb him at this time, so she could only guard the side more intently. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, not letting go of any hint of the wind, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Time went by and 2 days passed quickly. Under the impact of the medicinal power, the soul power in Shen Jingting's body continued to coalesce and compress, gradually showing signs of a breakthrough, and his body also underwent a drastic change. The original ordinary ghost body actually began to metamorphose towards an emperor-level ghost body. Only a faint layer of golden radiance was seen on the surface of his skin, which was like fine fish scales, gradually spreading all over his body. As the soul power continued to converge, Shen Jingting's aura grew stronger and stronger. With him as the center, the air around him was compressed and twisted, forming a vortex visible to the naked eye. Outside the Hall of Souls, the air was churning with black fog, and the dense black mist was constantly rolling and surging. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force arose from the black mist, and a huge tornado gradually took shape and extended in the direction of the Hall of Souls. When the messenger saw this scene, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Strange, what's happening in the Hall of Souls? Why is there suddenly such a strange movement? Could it be that someone is messing around within the Soul Spirit Hall? The few Ghost Clan guards beside the messenger were also on guard, their hands pressed on the weapons at their waists, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. My lord, should we go in and check things out? A guard asked cautiously. The messenger pondered slightly and shook his head. Don't be hasty yet, this force is very powerful. I'm afraid that going in rashly will be dangerous. Let's watch and see what happens. His gaze was firmly fixed in the direction of the Soul Spirit Hall, not missing a single detail. The structure of the Hall of Souls was exceptionally strong, and the 6 ghosts that went in alone were unable to cause substantial damage. But on the contrary, this vision was coming from the Hall of Souls and Spirits, which made the messenger's heart feel even more suspicious, and at the same time, there was also a hint of uneasiness hidden in his heart. At this time, within the Hall of Souls, Shen Jingting was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. His body was constantly changing, and the molding of his emperor-level ghost body gave him a qualitative leap in strength, and that powerful force resulting from his breakthrough was spreading outwards in a steady stream, triggering a strange movement outside the Soul Spirit Hall. Han Lingxi stood beside Shen Jingting, vigilantly watching the surroundings while also protecting Shen Jingting. She could sense that the situation outside was becoming more and more critical, but she knew that she couldn't be distracted and had to make sure that Shen Jingting was able to successfully complete his breakthrough. As time passed, the power within Shen Jingting's body gradually stabilized, and his breath was no longer as disordered as before. He slowly opened his eyes, and a stern light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his body had already managed to break through, possessing the powerful physique of an emperor-level ghost body. Husband, you finally succeeded. A pleased smile appeared on Han Lingxi's face, but there seems to be some situation outside, so we have to deal with it carefully. Shen Jingting's face changed slightly and shook his head. Sheer, I'm still one step away from success. Chapter 146, One Man Against a Heavy General. It hasn't worked yet? Han Lingxi looked puzzled. Hadn't the emperor-level ghost body been successfully tempered? Why would her husband say that? When he was full of confusion, Shen Jingting spoke up. Sheer, Do you still remember the ghost bead I got in the soul-shattering abyss before? Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, her mind quickly recalling. I remember. At that time, when you obtained that ghost bead, you also said that it seemed to contain a powerful force. I just never got around to looking into it more closely. Does it have anything to do with what you're going through right now? Shen Jingting nodded his head gently. Not bad. I quenched my emperor-level ghost body just to completely control it. The power of that ghost bead is too powerful. I can't even manage it with my previous strength, and I might even be revolted by it if I forcefully use it. But now that I have an emperor-level ghost body, I have the capital to fight and fuse with it. Han Lingxi came to a realization, and a hint of worry flashed through her beautiful eyes. So that's how it is, but this fusion process doesn't seem to be going well. You must be careful. Shen Jingting gently held her hand and soothed. Don't worry, Sierra, I know in my heart. Although the fusion process has some twists and turns, I can feel the fit between the ghost bead and my body gradually improving. As long as I concentrate and channel my soul power to merge with it, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Having said that, Shen Jingting closed his eyes again, and the soul power around his body began to slowly operate, trying to bring that restless ghost bead power under his control. The ghost pearl was emitting a ghostly light within him, constantly resisting the pull of Shen Jingting's soul force, yet unable to break free under the powerful pressure of the emperor-level ghost body. And outside the Hall of Souls, the messengers and guards remained vigilant. Although they didn't know what was happening inside the hall, the powerful soul power fluctuations that came from time to time made them not dare to slack off. No, there should be a situation in the Soul Spirit Hall. I have to go in and take a look. The messenger looked grave and led a group of ghost race guards towards the gate of the Hall of Souls in an aggressive manner. Before they even entered, a powerful aura came over them, causing them to stagger. At this moment, Han Lingxi was holding a ghost sword in her right hand, the sword emitting a cold, ghostly light, and in her left hand, she was holding a simple ancient bell that emitted a buzzing sound when she gently shook it. There was also a soul-devouring streamer on his waist, and the black mist on the surface of the streamer was constantly radiating outwards. She stood in the doorway with an upright posture, like an impenetrable barrier. Lord Messenger, there is still a day long to end the baptism. What are you planning to do with these people? Although Han Lingxi's words were polite, there was a hint of caution and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Her gaze was like a torch, looking directly into the messenger's eyes, and the soul power around her body was quietly working, ready for any possible conflict. The messenger's brows furrowed as his gaze crossed over Han Lingxi and attempted to peer inside the Hall of Souls, but he was blocked by the boundary that had been cast. Unable to see clearly, he snorted coldly and said, Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, with such an unusual movement within the Hall of Souls, I, as a messenger, have the responsibility to maintain order here. What the hell are you and Shen Jingting up to in there? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. Han Lingxi sneered. Lord Emissary, it's a reasonable thing for us to cultivate and break through within the Soul Spirit Hall. As for this unusual movement, it's just a normal phenomenon during a breakthrough. You have brought so many people here to raise the offense. Could it be that you have listened to the slanderous words of certain villains and want to use the opportunity to deal with us? The messenger's face changed and he snorted coldly. Humph. Don't try to argue. If it's really as you say, why is this commotion so great, and has caused the black mist outside to churn and the tornado to rage? I'm going in today to find out what's going on, so you'd better not stop me. With that, he waved his hand, and the guards behind him foolishly took a step forward. Seeing this, Han Lingxi's eyes flinched, and the ghostly sword in her hand crossed forward. Lord Emissary, if you insist on barging in, don't blame me for being impolite. There's still one day left before our cultivation ends, and we'll give you an explanation by then. But until then, no one will disturb my husband. If you don't believe me, you can come up and try. Both sides had their swords drawn, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The messenger pondered in his heart that this Han Lingxi was now much stronger and had various ancient secret treasures, so if he attacked rashly and forcefully, his side might not be able to get away with it. But if he just retreated, he would appear to be too cowardly, and how would he be able to establish his authority in the Hall of Souls in the future? After hesitating for a moment, the messenger still spoke. Han Lingxi, don't push the ghost too far. As a messenger, my duty is to know the details of the temple today. If you know what you're doing, get out of the way and don't obstruct official business. Han Lingxi's beautiful eyes were frosty as she sneered. Lord Emissary, you say that lightly. We, husband and wife, have cultivated here in our own right and have not broken any rules. What explanation can be given for the fact that you have come at this moment with a heavy army? Rather like you want to deliberately destroy our cultivation? The messenger choked on his words, and his face went a shade of white and a shade of red. It was at this moment that an even stronger fluctuation of soul power suddenly came from within the Hall of Souls, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet slightly. Han Lingxi's face changed, her heart secretly anxious. She knew that this was the critical moment for Shen Jingting to fuse the ghost beads, and must not be interfered with by the outside world. The messenger, however, thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, and shouted. All the guards listened to the order. Charge in for me. The guards were ordered to go forward with a shout. Han Lingxi's willow eyebrows rose, and with a wave of the ghost sword in her hand, a black sword she shot out like a rainbow striking the sun. A deep gully was cut in front of the ghosts, blocking the path of the guards. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will not blame me for being merciless with my sword, Han Lingxi shouted in a stern voice. Next time, it won't be a warning anymore. Seeing this, the messenger became infuriated, and a blood-red glow of spiritual energy converged in his palm, about to strike at Han Lingxi. Lord Messenger, let us deal with her. The Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor appeared out of nowhere. They had obviously been hiding in the vicinity, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. I thought I told you to go back? The messenger's brow furrowed in displeasure. It was clear in his mind that these two had deep-seated grudges with Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. I'm afraid that showing up at this moment is not a good idea and will only make things worse. My lord, our grudge against Han Lingxi is still unresolved, so let's meet her, the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor said in a jarring voice, rubbing his fists as he spoke. The soul power fluctuations on his body grew more and more violent, as if he was about to tear Han Lingxi to pieces in the next second. Hearing this, the messenger was slightly stunned, but in his heart, he hadn't forgotten the Ghost Emperor's repeated explanation that Han Lingxi couldn't afford to make any mistakes before he left the gate. Although Han Lingxi could kill Ghost Emperors with the secret treasures in her hands now, the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor weren't weak either. With the two great Ghost Emperors joining forces, I'm afraid the situation would be difficult to control. Once Han Lingxi had a shortcoming, if the Ghost Emperor blamed him, he'd be in deep trouble as a messenger. Chapter 147, The Ghost Emperor's Descent. Stop it all, the messenger bellowed, and the blood-red psionic glow flickered in his palm for a few moments before dissipating. He crossed his body to stand between Han Lingxi, the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor, and the Yan Xiong Ghost Emperor. At this point in time, this isn't the place for you to fool around. The order of the Soul Spirit Hall cannot be disrupted. If anyone dares to act recklessly again, I will not forgive them lightly. The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lord Emissary, what do you mean by this? Are we going to take sides with this woman? The two of us brothers can't swallow this. The messenger grimaced. I'm not siding with anyone. I'm defending the greater good. If you guys are really capable, wait for the baptism to be over and find a suitable place to settle your grudges. Don't add to my troubles at this critical time. Although the Yan Xiong Ghost Emperor was short-tempered, he still had a few scruples about the messenger. Hearing this, he skimmed his mouth and muttered in a small voice, "Fine, then we'll wait until the baptism is over. But, Han Lingxi, you wait for me." The messenger understood the tricky nature of the situation at the moment, and that forcing his way in simply wouldn't work. Han Lingxi had numerous secret treasures on her body, and that ancient bell, vibrating out a sound wave attack, was enough to disrupt people's minds, not to mention the soul-devouring streamer at his waist. Once it was unfolded, the soul-devouring power surged, and if he was not careful, he would be devoured by it. Moreover, once they moved, not to mention whether or not they could restrain Han Lingxi, this Soul Spirit Hall might also suffer a heavy blow in the fierce exchange. This Soul Hall is the holy land of the ghost race, carrying the legacy and beliefs of countless years. If there was any damage, the messenger would not be able to bear the responsibility even if he had 10 heads. Thus, the messenger walked without moving and mouthed the words, a hidden soul power wave spreading out from his palm. This was the unique secret technique he used to contact the Ghost Emperor. Not long after, the Ghost Emperor's majestic and slightly lethargic voice rang out in his mind. What's the alarm? The messenger hurriedly reported up the situation here. The powerful anomalous celestial phenomenon that Shen Jingting had triggered within the Hall of Souls. The Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment, and when his voice came out again, there were a few more points of gravity. It seems that this emperor has underestimated this Shen Jingting. I didn't expect him to be so capable. However, for the moment, don't act rashly. Keep a close eye on their every move, and this emperor will personally deal with them later. The messenger's heart was relieved when he heard this, and he hurriedly responded, I respectfully follow the Ghost Emperor's orders. With the Ghost Emperor himself, the messenger felt that most of the burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The Ghost Emperor's means were heavenly, and with him out there, even if Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were tricky, they wouldn't be able to make too many WAVs. At that moment, the messenger waited outside the Hall of Souls with peace of mind, keeping a close eye on the movements within the hall. At the same time, he restrained the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor from making any more trouble. 5 hours later, Shin Jingting's fusion of the underworld abyss ghost pearl had reached a critical moment. Once it was successfully fused, not only would there be a qualitative leap in strength, but it would also have the capital to fight against the Ghost Emperor. Husband, you must succeed. Han Lingxi guarded the entrance to the Hall of Souls, looking back at Shin Jingting from time to time. Just then, the air suddenly changed color. A pressure that seemed to come from the 9 hells and purgatory swept through the entire tournament. The crowd only felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads, and breathing became difficult. The messengers and others outside the Hall of Souls looked to the sky in horror, only to see a dark cloud rapidly gathering, in which lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a huge figure loomed in the cloud. Greetings to the Ghost Emperor. The messenger exclaimed in shock and rushed to his knees in worship. The Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor were also terrified and panicked as they followed on their knees, not daring to utter a single breath. And inside the Hall of Souls, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi also felt this terrifying pressure. Shin Jingting's brows were furrowed as he thought in his heart, this Ghost Emperor came so fast, it looks like he's rushing towards me. But at this moment, he was at the critical point of fusion, and could never be distracted, so he could only endure the interference from the outside world and accelerate the fusion of the soul power in his body with the ghost beads. Seeing that Shin Jingting had no time to care about anything else, Han Lingxi immediately released his soul power again to strengthen the boundary. The originally transparent boundary glowed with a faint blue light, and seemed to be desperately supporting itself under this powerful pressure. At this moment, outside the Soul Spirit Hall, the ground was instantly crushed by this pressure as the Ghost Emperor descended. The hard rocks were easily torn apart like pieces of paper, and a huge crack spread out in all directions like the mouth of a hideous beast. Dust flew and covered the sky, causing the entire Hall of Souls to be shrouded in a dimness. The messenger and the 3 Blood Fiend Ghost Emperor and Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor had long since been crushed by the pressure so much that they could not move on the ground. Their bodies were pressed almost to the ground, and their faces were filled with pain. In the messenger's heart, he was secretly glad that he had not acted impulsively, or else under the Ghost Emperor's pressure, he was afraid that he would have already been scattered to the ground. My lord, you finally come out of the gate. The messenger was so full of awe that his voice trembled slightly with excitement. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground, bowing his body, his eyes full of fawning and anticipation, as if hoping that the Ghost Emperor would commend him for his loyalty. However, the Ghost Emperor didn't pay any attention as his gaze was like a cold, chilling star that pierced straight through the void and fell towards the Soul Spirit Hall. Immediately afterward, his right hand gripped in the direction of the Soul Spirit Hall through the air, and in an instant, a huge, as if it could devour everything, suction force was born out of thin air. This suction force was furious to the extreme. Wherever it went, sand flew and the air was pulled out with a whistling sound. The ground around the Soul Spirit Hall even crumbled into a hideous crack, and masonry debris flew all over the sky. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi were in the hall, and they felt unsteady, as if they were being pulled hard by a pair of large, invisible hands. The 2 men's feet almost left the ground, and they were almost physically yanked towards the Ghost Emperor by that suction. Han Lingxi's pretty face changed color as she gripped the ghost sword tightly in her hand, her spiritual energy running to the extreme in an attempt to stabilize her form. But the suction was too overbearing, and her delicate body still couldn't stop trembling. Just in the nick of time, the black and unkempt box that Shin Jingting had previously drawn suddenly appeared to move differently. It trembled slightly, followed by a layer of mysterious light around it, and there seemed to be secret patterns hidden in the light. Immediately afterward, a majestic and heavy power was released from within the box in a steady stream. As soon as this force appeared, it collided and fought against the suction force exerted by the Ghost Emperor. Where the two met, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting crackling and popping sounds. A ripple of energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, stirring everything around them into even more chaos. Before Han Lingxi could react to what was going on, a mysterious and icy voice suddenly rang in her head. Want to help your husband? Then take out the contents of the box and kill the Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi froze, the sudden voice startling her heart. It was too late to think about it, so her eyes subconsciously fell on the dark, unmarked box. Chapter 148, Fallen Star River. Han Lingxi's heart crossed, and just as she reached out and touched the box, the originally tightly closed box slowly opened. A bright and overpowering light blossomed out from it, and inside it was a strangely shaped bow, Falling Star River. The moment her gaze touched the bow, a ray of light shot into her brow. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into her mind, and she instantly understood how to use this bow. Han Lingxi immediately flew into the air to confront the Ghost Emperor, her eyes cold and grim as she tightly gripped the meteorite Star River bow, its body trembling slightly as if it were resonating with the soul power in her body. The Ghost Emperor's face was grim as he steeply released a mountainous wave of black souls surging toward Han Lingxi. He gazed at Han Lingxi and said viciously under his breath, "Get out of the way. My purpose is only for that man down there." Han Lingxi was undaunted, quickly raising her Fallen Star River bow to resist, and that black soul power impacted on the bow, stirring up layers of light ripples. She clenched her teeth. With me here, no one can bully my husband. After saying that, she pulled the bow with force. The bow was like a full moon. An arrow containing majestic soul power coalesced on the string, and the light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. With a loud whoosh sound, the arrow shot towards the Ghost Emperor like lightning, so fast that it seemed to be able to tear through the air. When the Ghost Emperor saw this, his eyes flinched and he hastily raised his hand to fend it off. The arrow carried the force of Han Lingxi's determination as it ruthlessly slammed into the Ghost Emperor's defense, sending out a deafening explosion. For a time the light was so bright that the air around them was shaken and twisted out of shape. Han Lingxi took advantage of the situation to draw her bow and shoot arrows one after another, a soul power arrow rushing toward the Ghost Emperor, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. The Ghost Emperor was busy fighting. The black mist around his body was tossed and surged by the impact of the arrows. Just then, Han Lingxi saw an opening and clutched at the box with her free hand in the air. The box seemed to have a spirit, quickly folding and deforming in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an arrow with a mysterious light emanating from its entire body. Without hesitation, Han Lingxi hitched it to the Fallen Star River bow, the bowstring drawn to full strength, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Send you to your death, accompanied by a harsh whine. The arrow, which had been transformed from a box, shot out at the speed of light, instantly piercing through the soul force shield that the Ghost Emperor had gathered. The Ghost Emperor didn't even have time to react, and the arrow went straight through his chest. Only a miserable cry could be heard, and the Ghost Emperor's figure trembled violently before dissipating into a cloud of black mist in the air. Han Lingxi looked at the place where the Ghost Emperor had disappeared, her brows slightly furrowed, her heart filled with doubts. She murmured in a low voice, "Strange, is this bow too strong? Or is the Ghost Emperor too weak? Or is this Ghost Emperor an impostor?" In her perception, the Ghost Emperor, as the supreme ruler of the ghost race, should have unfathomable strength, and should never have been shot by himself so easily. Just as he was thinking, the overwhelmingly powerful Fallen Star River bow also, as if it had accomplished its mission, dimmed its light instantly and dissipated into a bit of shimmering light in the air. Han Lingxi witnessed this scene, and although she was surprised in her heart, she didn't have time to think about it. At the moment the situation is critical. The Ghost Emperor died. The Ghost Tribe must be chaotic. All forces will certainly fight for power to start bloody fight. And the couple, as direct participants in this turn of events, were bound to be targeted. Han Lingxi made a snap decision and immediately mobilized all the soul power in her body, and a layer of crystal clear and majestic soul power shield was quickly generated in her palm. Immediately after that, she protected Shen Jingting tightly within it. Shen Jingting is still fusing ghost beads at this moment. His body is still relatively weak, although he has the intention to help, but he is not able to do so. Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and performed the art of instantaneous transfer, taking Shen Jingting with her and turning into a stream of light where she stood. In the blink of an eye, he traveled through the heavy space and returned to the soul-shattering abyss. Right at this moment, a cacophony of noises suddenly came from outside the originally quieted Soul Hall. The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and Yen Xiong Ghost Emperor, with a group of Ghost Clan guards, looked at the direction Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi had left with shocked faces. A hint of fear flashed through the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor's eyes. He'd never expected Han Lingxi to have such a means of decapitating the Ghost Emperor. The Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, was in disbelief, and his mouth kept muttering, "Impossible, how is this possible? That's the Supreme Ghost Emperor. How could he be killed so easily?" The messenger, on the other hand, was pale and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was well aware of the seriousness of this matter, and the fall of the Ghost Emperor would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Ghost Clan. And as a witness to the scene of the Ghost Emperor's descent, I'm afraid it's hard to stay out of it. Right at this moment, the cold and majestic voice of the 9 Ghost Emperors suddenly resounded in Messenger Shirley's mind. "Shirley, mobilize 500,000 troops immediately. We must kill that man. Remember, Han Lingxi must not be injured." Shirley's heart trembled, and immediately afterward, he heard the Ghost Emperor say, "When Han Lingxi breaks through to the Ghost Emperor, immediately notify this Emperor." Hearing this familiar voice, Shirley first froze, and then with a look of surprise and shock mixed on his face, he blurted out, "My lord, you're not dead." The Ghost Emperor snorted coldly, and that voice echoed in Shirley's mind with a hint of disdain. "That's just a wisp of this Emperor's bilocation. How can it be that easy to kill this Emperor? But that Han Lingxi has some skills. How dare he destroy this Emperor's bilocation? This Emperor will definitely ask for it back. Now you do it quickly, and if you don't do it right, bring your head." Shirley's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly answered, "Yes, my lord. My subordinate will do his best to live up to my lord's trust." Only after the Ghost Emperor's voice disappeared did Shirley let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I told you, how could the lord die so easily?" So it was a doppelganger. Afterwards, Shirley immediately began to deploy his battle plan. If he didn't get this done, with the Ghost Emperor's methods his little life would be hard to protect. Blood Fiend, Yan Xiong, immediately passed down the order that all ghosts above the rank of Li Ghost will immediately lead their troops to march with me. You guys quickly go and get ready. In half an hour, we'll set off. Shirley's eyes were gloomy as he ordered the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor. "Yes, my lord." The two Ghost Emperors responded in unison. A sinister smile appeared on the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor's face. "Humph, that Shen Jingting spoiled our good deed last time. This time we'll make him pay in blood." "That's right, let's see where he can run this time." The Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor waved his thick arm and said in an urn. With that, the two of them led the way and began to convey Shirley's orders. Soon, within the various territories of the Ghost Clan, the strongest people above the Ghost King level received orders to go out. They did not dare to be slow and quickly gathered the troops under their command, ready to accompany Shirley on his expedition. For a while, in the territory of the Ghost race, the war drums were beating and the flags were fluttering, and the 500,000 strong army was like a black torrent, marching towards the direction of the soul-shattering abyss in great numbers. May Desire Ghost King's face instantly changed when she received this news. Not good. The Duke and Lingxi's lives are in danger. Chapter 149. May Lust immediately changed into a stealthy attire and then secretly traveled to Spirit Stream City. However, when she arrived at Lingxi City, she found that Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were not at the mansion. Strange, where the hell did they go? May Lust whispered to herself, biting her lip as a hint of anxiety was revealed in her eyes. She paced in place, trying to remember where she might be hiding with Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a light flashed in her mind. Right, their base camp is in the soul-shattering abyss. Thinking of this, May Lust no longer hesitated and quickly turned around to leave the mansion, darting in the direction of the soul-shattering abyss. When they arrived at the periphery of the soul-shattering abyss, some ghost soldiers immediately came forward to stop them, surrounding May Lust as if they were enemies. "Who dares to trespass into the soul-shattering abyss?" The ghost soldier at the head of the group chided loudly, his voice echoing in the eerie surroundings, making it seem particularly shrill. "I am the May Lust Ghost King. I have an urgent matter to find Spirit Stream Ghost Dignitary. Inform me quickly." May Lust spoke in an eager tone, and as she did so, she quickly removed the veil from her face, revealing her true appearance. That stunningly beautiful face caused the surrounding ghost soldiers to faintly stare. However, these ghost soldiers were well trained after all, and quickly came back to their senses. The ghost soldier in the lead still had a wary look on his face as he carefully surveyed May Lust, scanning up and down before saying, "Even if you are the enchanting Desire Ghost King, you cannot easily enter the soul-shattering abyss. Your Holiness has ordered that no one is allowed to enter without her permission, so wait here and I'll go and inform." After saying that, he signaled the two ghost soldiers to stay behind and continue to monitor May Lust, while he himself turned around and quickly walked towards the inside of the soul-shattering abyss. Although May Lust was anxious in her heart, she could only wait patiently. She stood in place, her gaze looking into the depths of the soul-shattering abyss, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Time passed by, and just as May Lust was getting a bit impatient, the ghost soldier who had gone to inform finally returned. He walked quickly to May Lust, bowed slightly, and said, "May Lust Ghost King, His Holiness has an invitation." When May Lust heard this, her heart was happy and she nodded, following the ghost soldiers towards the inner soul-shattering abyss. May Desire hurriedly arrived at the mansion, and at a glance, she saw Han Lingxi guarding Shen Jingting's side with her full attention. At this moment, Shen Jingting was cultivating with his eyes closed, a faint glow of soul power lingering around him. May Desire couldn't care less about pleasantries and quickly stepped forward, saying eagerly, "Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, the emissary has mobilized an army of 500,000 soldiers, waving his troops in preparation to kill Duke Shen, so you guys hurry up and escape." Han Lingxi was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise and vigilance flashing through her beautiful eyes. She stared closely at May Lust, her eyes filled with skepticism. "Are you telling the truth?" "1,000 times over," May Lust said, hurriedly pulling out a pass order from her bosom and handing it to Han Lingxi. On top of that circular order, the unique runes of the ghost race were clearly printed, as well as the detailed instructions for this troop mobilization operation. Han Lingxi took the pass order and examined it carefully. Looking at the contents of the above, her face gradually became grave as she thought in her heart, "I didn't expect the messenger to make a move so soon. 500,000 troops are coming in strong. If we were to meet them head-on, we would never stand a chance of winning. She bit her lip as her gaze turned to Shin Jingting, who was still cultivating, her heart filled with worry. At this moment, Shin Jingting hadn't fully fused the underworld abyss ghost bead yet, and he had to find a way to stall the messenger army before he could do so. Seeing Han Lingxi's worried expression, May Desire spoke again. Lingxi Ghost Sovereign, it's not too late. You guys need to hurry up and think of something. That messenger is ruthless. Once the army arrives, you won't be able to escape. It's impossible to walk away. Han Lingxi shook her head, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Fight to the death. As the words fell, she immediately ordered in a loud voice, Shui Yu, Huang Yingying, immediately mobilize all the weapons in Spirit Stream City. Those weapons, naturally, are thermal weapons. It was all carefully prepared by Shin Jingting to prevent Skeleton and the others from joining forces. It had been kept in safekeeping during the day and had never been put to use, but now it had become their hope against a powerful enemy. Yes, Shui Yu and Huang Yingying led the way without hesitation, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. Han Lingxi turned her head again and said to a group of butterflies with a ghostly blue glow around them, Underworld Spectral Butterfly, you must guard my husband. As if the Underworld Spectre butterflies understood her words, they lifted their wings and flew around Shin Jingting, forming a tight protective barrier. As Han Lingxi's order was given, all the ghost soldiers and generals in the Shattered Soul Abyss who could participate in the battle moved to action. Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign, I currently have 100,000 troops under my command that can be mobilized. Let them join the battle as well. May Lust opened her mouth and said, although those ghost soldiers were weak, it was better than nothing, and her heart was injected by Shin Jingting with a soul-loss needle. If Shin Jingting had a slip, she wouldn't be able to survive. Now, at this moment of life and death, May Lust intended to gamble and put her power into this battle. In this way, there might be a silver lining, a way out for himself. Han Lingxi didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. She naturally knew the reason for May Lust's move. Shin Jingting had talked to her about that soul mourning needle at first, and understood that May Lust had chosen to help in order to protect herself. However, the current situation is urgent, and it is always good to have an extra force. May Desire, go in from here. There's a passageway to Spirit Stream City under the ground. Han Lingxi turned and pointed to a door and said, your people are coming from inside. It should not be too late. May Lust nodded slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, not realizing that this soul-shattering abyss had such a hidden passageway. However, she didn't ask more questions, as the situation was critical at the moment, and it was crucial to act swiftly as she was told. All right, I'll go and arrange for them to come through the passage as soon as possible for support. With that, she turned around and left. Han Lingxi walked over to where Shin Jingting was practicing, looking at the way his eyes were tightly closed and his soul power was flowing around him. A warm current surged in her heart. She stood outside the boundary and said softly, husband, cultivate at ease. I'll be guarding the outside, and will definitely not let anyone harm you. The underworld spectral butterfly seemed to sense her emotions and fluttered gently around her in a circle before returning to Shin Jingting. At this time, the ghost race army outside the soul-shattering abyss had already arrived not far away. Messenger surely rode on a warhorse covered in ghostly light. Looking at the eerie soul-shattering abyss in front of him, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor stood beside him, rubbing their fists together, impatient to rush into the soul-shattering abyss and kill everyone. My lord, let us take the lead in attacking, the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor said eagerly. Shirley waved his hand. No hurry, let's look at their defense first. 500,000 troops, I'm sorry they can't escape with their wings. His gaze scanned the entrance to the soul-shattering abyss, and when he saw the hot weapons, his heart was slightly stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes were full of disdain, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a contemptuous smile. It's just a few trinkets, what can they do to me? Chapter 150, Blood Fiend, Yan Xiong, each of you bring 30,000 troops to wait on the side of the soul-shattering abyss. As soon as this messenger gives the signal, attack from the side and take them by surprise. Ishri commanded, his harsh voice echoing through the empty field. Aye, my lord. The Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor responded in unison, excitement flashing in their eyes. For them, it's a rare opportunity to build on this battle. The two quickly turned around, each ordering 30,000 troops and running towards the side of the soul-shattering abyss. Han Lingxi's heart sank as she stood on the city and looked at the raging ghost race army. Among the 500,000 troops, many of them were at the Ghost King level. It seemed that the messenger had mobilized all the ghost kings that could be mobilized from all the lordless lands. Your Holiness, all weapons have been placed in their designated locations. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying hurriedly ran to Han Lingxi's side and reported in unison. Han Lingxi nodded slightly, her gaze scanning the neatly arranged weapons as she secretly pondered her next tactic in her mind. These weapons were an important part of their defense against the ghost race's army, but they needed to be used wisely in the face of a huge number of enemies. Well done. Keep a close eye on the movements of the ghost race's army, and report back to me as soon as there are any changes, Han Lingxi said in a deep voice. At the same time, the soul-devouring streamer in his hand slowly rose, the ghostly black surface of the streamer hunting in the wind, exuding a gust of bizarre aura. After Xin Jingting's treatment, the soul-devouring streamer would not cause harm to the ghosts of the soul-shattering abyss, but it could serve as a great deterrent to intruding foreign enemies. A quarter of an hour later, Shirley raised the Black Order flag in his hand and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order. Follow this messenger to attack. Except for Han Lingxi, leave no one else behind." With Shirley's order, the Ghost Race army surged towards the soul-shattering abyss like a black torrent. When they entered the range of the hot weapons, Han Lingxi ordered loudly without hesitation, "Kill!" In an instant, the hot weapons at the entrance of the soul-shattering abyss spewed out their tongues of fire, and bullets poured out like rain towards the Ghost Race army. The Ghost Race army was immediately thrown into chaos, and the ghost soldiers in the front rows fell down, screaming in agony. Shirley didn't expect these hot weapons to be so powerful, and his face instantly turned ironic. He shouted, "Don't panic, keep moving, shield bearers in front, cover the attack." Under his command, the Ghost Race army gradually stabilized its position, and the shield bearers raised their huge shields to form a defensive line, slowly advancing towards the soul-shattering abyss. Han Lingxi frowned as she watched the attack of the Ghost Race's army. These hot weapons have limited ammunition and cannot sustain combat. She turned her head to the generals around her. "Prepare for the second wave of attack, and when they get close enough, deal them a fatal blow." When the first wave of the Ghost Race's attack stuttered a bit, Han Lingxi ordered in a loud voice, "Incendiaries at the ready." With her command, the soldiers moved quickly to carry the incendiary bombs that had been prepared long ago to the right place. This incendiary bomb is made of special material. Once thrown, it will burn quickly when it touches the target, and it will stick to the target, making it difficult to get rid of the opponent no matter how much they struggle until they are reduced to ashes. After a short period of confusion, the Ghost Race army charged up again with cries, driven by Shirley. They thought they had survived the worst of the onslaught, not realizing that an even more terrible crisis awaited them. Vote! At Han Lingxi's command, countless incendiary bombs streaked across the sky like meteors, smashing toward the Ghost Race army. The incendiary bomb landed accurately in the middle of the Ghost Race soldiers, instantly erupting into a blazing fire. Those ghost soldiers who were hit by the incendiary bombs let out miserable howls as the flames on their bodies spread rapidly. They frantically rolled and struggled, but were never able to extinguish the flames on their bodies. The heat of the flames and the screams of the ghost soldiers made the surrounding ghost soldiers fearful, and the pace of their attack became sluggish. Seeing this, Ishiri furiously waved the whip in his hand and lashed the retreating soldiers. "All charge me! Don't fall back!" Under his coercion, the Ghost Race soldiers had to move on with a stiff upper lip. However, the incendiary attack continued. Wave after wave of flames swept through the Ghost Race army. Their formation was completely disrupted and they were killed and wounded. When the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor and the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor saw this scene from the side, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. They hadn't expected Han Lingxi's defense to be so formidable, her methods so ruthless, and actually have these unseen things. "We can't go on like this. We need to launch a flanking attack as soon as possible to distract them," the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor said to the Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor. The Inferno Bear Ghost Emperor nodded and roared, "Brothers, charge with me." With that, he charged towards the soul-shattering abyss's flanking defenses with his own 30,000 strong army. Not to be outdone, the Bloodshed Ghost Emperor followed suit and commanded his army to attack. Shuiyu led a team of ghost soldiers and stood by, seeing the Ghost Race army rushing over. He shouted, "Everyone listen to the order, prepare to meet the enemy." At this time, outside the soul-shattering abyss, the hot weapons ran out in no time. Han Lingxi's heart tightened, and he immediately flew above the Ghost Race's great soldiers with a soul-devouring streamer in hand, then injected a large amount of soul power into it. In an instant, the soul-devouring streamer instantly became larger, and the huge body of the streamer covered the sky, as if it was a huge black curtain, covering the sky outside of the soul-shattering abyss at once, and the surroundings instantly became pitch black. In the darkness, the soul-devouring streamer exuded an even denser and more bizarre aura, with a black ghostly light stretching out in all directions like tentacles. Before the massive army of ghosts could react, They were panicked by this sudden change. Those ghost soldiers who touched the ghostly light couldn't even send out a scream before they were swallowed up by the soul-devouring streamer, and their figures instantly disappeared without a trace. Shirley stood at the back of the ghost race's army. Seeing this horrifying scene, a strong fear welled up in his heart. Another ancient secret treasure. Just how many ancient secret treasures does she have? But he quickly forced down his fear and shouted, "Keep charging me!" At his urging, some of the bolder ghost soldiers braved onward. However, what awaited them was still the fate of being mercilessly devoured by the soul-devouring streamer. Damn it, how could this Han Lingxi have such a powerful secret treasure? The bloodshed ghost emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the constant stream of ghost soldiers being devoured, his heart both angry and helpless. Shuiyu led the ghost soldiers to resist tenaciously, and they formed a solid barrier in the flanking defense line, repelling the attacks of the ghost army time and again. However, the ghost race army was numerous and attacked like a tidal wave, and Shuiyu and the ghost soldiers gradually became somewhat overwhelmed. Just then, Mei Lust arrived in time with her men. Mei was seen holding a long sword that shimmered with a ghostly light as she rushed into the ghost race army's camp. Her men followed suit, shouting and launching return fire at the Ghost Nation soldiers. Chapter 151, Fighting 15 Ghost Emperors Alone. Seeing the arrival of Mei Lust, Shuiyu's heart rejoiced and shouted, "Brothers, the reinforcements have arrived." When the ghost soldiers heard this, they were instantly demoralized, and their defense line, which had been somewhat slack, was once again solidified. They fought side by side with Mei Lust's men against the Ghost Clan's army. The bloodshed ghost emperor's face became very ugly when he saw the sudden appearance of Mei Lust. "Mei Lust, how dare you betray us?" Mei Lust sneered. "Betrayal? I'm only doing it for my own benefit." On the battlefield, the sounds of shouting and killing and clashing weapons rose and fell, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. At this moment, Han Lingxi was still maneuvering the soul-devouring streamer in the air, constantly devouring the frontal ghost race soldiers. Shirley looked at the large number of ghost soldiers being mercilessly devoured by the soul-devouring streamer. His heart was shocked and angry, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. He knew deep down that if this continued, all of these 500,000 troops would be lost here. So he hurriedly gave a loud order. "All ghost emperors, stop Han Lingxi immediately, and remember not to hurt her." As Shirley's order was given, the 15 ghost emperors acted quickly as they surrounded Han Lingxi in a circle. These ghost emperors were all surrounded by powerful soul force fluctuations, each with fierce eyes, as if a pack of hungry wolves were staring at the prey in front of them. When Han Lingxi saw this, her heart flinched, but she didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Surely, he really did transfer all the ghost emperors from the masterless land. Her gaze scanned the surrounding ghost emperors, her mind secretly calculating a response. She knew clearly that these ghost emperors should only be a part of it, and Shirley must still be hiding some backhanders. She just didn't know when they would be unleashed. "Han Lingxi, you won't be able to escape today, so be a good boy and surrender." One of the ghost emperors clamored loudly. "Even if you're a ghost deity with so many ancient secret treasures, it's still impossible for you to escape." Han Lingxi laughed coldly. "Just by yourselves? Are you worthy of making me tie my hands?" With that, she gently shook the ancient bell in her hand, which emitted a melodious and eerie bell sound. The sound of the bell echoed in the air, causing the hearts of the surrounding ghost emperors to tremble, and they could only feel an invisible force eroding their souls, making them uncomfortable. "Be careful, there's something odd about this ancient clock," the other ghost emperor reminded. The ghost emperors lifted their soul power and watched Han Lingxi warily, not daring to attack easily. "What are you guys waiting for? Chatting about family, isn't it? Hurry up and make it quick." Ishlay yelled anxiously from the rear. The ghost emperor had already given a deadly order that Shin Jingting must be resolved as soon as possible, or else he wouldn't be able to deliver when he returned. "Let's go together and seize her ancient bell first," a tall-sized ghost emperor roared. He took the lead, transforming into a black shadow and pouncing toward Han Lingxi. Seeing this, the rest of the ghost emperors didn't hesitate any longer and cast their own stunts, attacking Han Lingxi from different directions. Han Lingxi's eyes stared, and the ancient bell in her hand shook even more violently, the sound of the bell continuous. Wherever the bell passed, those ghost emperors who were close by only felt a sharp pain in their heads and their footsteps became weak. However, the strength of these ghost emperors was not to be underestimated, and they forced themselves to endure their discomfort as they continued to approach. "Humph, sculpture." A shadowy-faced ghost emperor let out a cold laugh as he was surrounded by black mist, instantly passing through the interference of the bell and grabbing toward Han Lingxi's ancient bell. Han Lingxi was startled in her heart and dodged sideways, skillfully avoiding his attack, while at the same time swinging out a piece of soul power that struck the ghost emperor's arm. That ghost emperor was in pain and hastily retracted his arm, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. Just then, the other ghost emperors had also attacked, and all sorts of attacks came from all over the place. Han Lingxi revolved her entire body body's soul power, condensing a black shield in front of her body to fend off the Ghost Emperor's attacks. The shield trembled under the attacks of the Ghost Emperors, emitting nuisance sounds as if it would shatter at any moment. Han Lingxi gritted her teeth as her body began to gradually tremble, knowing that she was about to be unable to hold on, and that she couldn't afford to be passively beaten like this anymore. Seeing an opportunity, she smashed the ancient bell towards a Ghost Emperor. That Ghost Emperor didn't expect Han Lingxi to suddenly come at him with this hand, and couldn't dodge as he was hit hard by the ancient bell, flying backwards and spewing a mouthful of black blood from his mouth. When the other Ghost Emperors saw this, their attacks stalled slightly. Han Lingxi seized this opportunity to display her stance, weaving in and out of the Ghost Emperor's encirclement, looking for a chance to break out. But 15 Ghost Emperors joining forces, wouldn't it be so easy to get rid of them? Not to mention that Han Lingxi was only a Ghost Zun, and was a far cry from their strength. She was able to hold out until now solely by virtue of the secret treasure in her hands. Great opportunity. Now, seeing this, a Ghost Emperor immediately greeted the other Ghost Emperors and launched an attack on Han Lingxi. A cold aura flashed in Han Lingxi's eyes, and he immediately used the void-devouring ring. In an instant, several black tentacles stretched out from the ring and shot towards the surrounding Ghost Emperors. Wherever the tentacles passed, the air emitted a nuisance sound, as if it was corroded. All be careful, these tentacles will devour soul power. A Ghost Emperor who had previously seen the power of the void-devouring ring hastily reminded. The other Ghost Emperors were on guard as they quickly retreated backward, dodging the attacks of the tentacles. However, these tentacles were extremely fast and flexible, and a few Ghost Emperors were unable to avoid them, and were entangled in their arms by the tentacles. The Ghost Emperor, who was entangled in the tentacles, let out a miserable scream of pain. Their soul power was being absorbed by the tentacles in a steady stream, and their faces became paler and paler. Cut off the arm now, a Ghost Emperor shouted. Because he had seen it before, he knew that cutting off the tentacles was useless, and those tentacles would quickly grow back and continue to devour soul power. The other Ghost Emperors were not happy when they heard that they had to cut off their own arms. They didn't believe in this evil, and they all waved their weapons in their hands and slashed towards the tentacles. The blade flashed and several tentacles were cut off, the severed parts twisting on the ground and oozing black and purple goo. However, just as the Ghost Emperor who had warned them had said, new buds of flesh soon sprouted from the severed mouth, and in the blink of an eye, they grew back into full-fledged tentacles that continued to wind their way towards the Ghost Emperors. What the hell is going on here? One of the Ghost Emperors who had been re-entangled by the tentacles screamed in horror. He only felt that his soul power was frantically draining away like water from a dike, and his body was becoming weaker and weaker. Han Lingxi took advantage of the fact that the Ghost Emperors had their hands full, and once again performed her stance, charging toward the weak spot in the encirclement. However, just as she was about to break out, a peak day-level Ghost Emperor suddenly appeared in front of her, the weapon in his hand slashing towards her with a harsh wind sound. Han Lingxi was startled in her heart and hurriedly raised her ancient bell to resist. There was a loud bang, and the powerful impact caused Han Lingxi to retreat back in his arm to go numb from the shock. Chapter 152, Emerging from the Pass, suppressing the whole scene. At this time, Xin Jingting's fusion of the underworld abyss ghost pearl had also reached the final stage. Unico, how's the situation out there? Xin Jingting asked anxiously while suppressing the power surging within his body. Host, the situation is not optimistic. Han Lingxi is fighting 15 Ghost Emperors all by herself. She won't be able to hold out much longer. The system's voice without a trace of emotion sounded in Xin Jingting's mind. Xin Jingting's heart tightened violently, and a worried look appeared on his face. Han Lingxi was the most important person to him. He must not let anything happen to her. Thinking of this, his eyes hardened and he once again accelerated the speed of fusion. Around his body, the ghostly light emanating from the Stygian abyss ghost bead became more and more intense. Powerful forces were rampaging through his body as if they were going to tear him apart. Xin Jingting clenched his teeth and continuously wrapped the underworld abyss ghost bead with his soul power. Creak, hold on just a little longer. I'll be done in a minute. Xin Jingting prayed silently in his heart. He could feel Han Lingxi's hardship at this moment. With 15 Ghost Emperors joining forces, it would be difficult for even Han Lingxi, who possessed a secret treasure, to resist. And at this moment, Han Lingxi was in an extremely dangerous situation. Her body was covered in bruises and her clothes were scratched and torn. Even though she had tried her best to fend off the attacks of the Ghost Emperors with the void-devouring ring and the ancient bell, she had very little soul power left and her movements had become sluggish. Han Lingxi, you won't be able to escape with your wings today. If you're sensible, you should surrender obediently, in which case Lord Emissary will deal with you lightly, a Ghost Emperor said with a fierce smile, a teasing gleam in his eyes. Han Lingxi snorted coldly. Delusional, want me to surrender unless I die? With that, she swung the ancient bell again, and although the sound of the bell was already weak, it still carried a strong aura. Seeing this, the Ghost Emperors no longer hesitated and launched their final attacks, attempting to take down Han Lingxi in one fell swoop. A wave of determination surged in Han Lingxi's heart as she looked at the attacks that kept coming before her. Husband, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Right at this moment, Xin Jingting's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and the power of the underworld abyssal ghost pearl was finally completely fused by him. His strength took a qualitative leap at this moment, and his entire body seemed to be transformed. With a flash of his body, Xin Jingting appeared at Han Lingxi's side and tightly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Sheer, I'm sorry I'm late. And then, his gaze landed on the 15 ghost emperors surrounding Han Lingxi. You're all going to die. Xin Jingting's appearance caused the ghost emperors to be startled in their hearts, and they stopped the attacks in their hands. He coldly scrutinized the 15 ghost emperors in front of him, the killing intent in his eyes as bitter as substance. Die! Accompanying the fall of these short and powerful words, the underworld abyss ghost bead whooshed out from Xin Jingting's chest, hung above his head, and rotated at a rapid speed. In an instant, the ghostly black light spread in all directions, and the entire soul-shattering abyss was instantly enveloped by this bizarre light. The ghost emperors sensed something bad, and one of them bravely shouted, Xin Jingting, you'd better obediently tie your hands and surrender. If you kill us today, Lord Ghost Emperor will not let you go. Xin Jingting snorted coldly. Humph, threatening me? Have you ever thought of the consequences when you besieged my wife? Immediately afterward, an invisible and powerful force surged out from the ghost bead, and like a layer of invisible thick walls, it began to squeeze in all directions. The ghost emperors only felt the pressure around them increase suddenly, and their legs felt like they were nailed in place, unable to move. Not good. There's danger. What the hell is this? The other ghost emperor hissed in horror. Before they could react, the invisible force tightened violently. The protective soul power of the ghost emperors was fragile before this power. Bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out, and one by one, their bodies blew apart, turning into a mass of black mist that dissipated into the air. Xin Jingting's eyes were icy cold as he manipulated the underworld abyss ghost bead to continue firing. The originally sturdy formation of the Ghost Emperor's allied forces had now fallen apart, and ghosts cried out on the battlefield. Those Ghost Emperors who were lucky enough not to be hit by the first wave of power made a vain attempt to flee, but realized that there was no way to escape, because the surrounding space was blocked by a mysterious force. At this time, the Ghost Race army outside the soul-shattering abyss saw that the Ghost Emperors were in a desperate situation, and their military was in great disarray. Xin Jingting had no intention of letting go of these remnant forces as he flashed and rushed towards the Ghost Race army. Soul power coalesced in his hands, each swing bringing up a shower of blood. The Ghost Race soldiers fell down in droves, their screams unceasing. Seeing this, Shirley was horrified in his heart, and he knew that this fiasco today could not be undone. If the Ghost Emperor knew that he had not only failed to complete his mission, but had also lost so many troops, especially since all 17 of those Ghost Emperors were completely wiped out, his own life was bound to be in jeopardy. In a panic, he immediately had to take out his sign to send a message to the Ghost Emperor, in a vain attempt to find a ray of hope in this desperate situation and ask the Ghost Emperor for help. However, his hand had only just touched the sign when Xin Jingting's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. With a full-blooded rage, he grabbed the messenger by the neck and lifted his entire body viciously. Shirley's feet left the ground and struggled desperately, his hands futilely wrenching Xin Jingting's iron-clamped fingers as he stared at Xin Jingting in horror. He tried to speak, but realized he couldn't say a word. Leading an army to surround and kill my wife. You are not worthy of death. Xin Jingting gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Each word seemed to be wrapped in endless hatred and furious killing intent. Before the words left his mouth, he violently injected a violent soul force into Shirley's body. Shirley immediately felt that his entire body was like being struck by lightning. The soul power in his body was instantly disorganized, and his body was uncontrollably trembling violently. Immediately afterward, his body began to swell. Bang bang with a few muffled sounds, Shirley's body unexpectedly exploded directly, turning into a dense black mist. It instantly dissipated into the wind. Not even a trace of remains remained. Xin Jingting looked at where Shirley flew away in ashes, and the anger in his eyes still had not subsided. He turned around and walked quickly towards Han Lingxi, who was pale, bruised, and nearly depleted of soul power. Sheer, I'm sorry, I'm late. Xin Jingting took a few steps across to her, kneeling on one knee, his hands gently holding her arms. Are you okay, husband? I'm fine, it's just that my soul power is depleted. Han Lingxi braced herself and squeezed out a small smile in an attempt to comfort him, but that smile was even more feeble when set against her miserably white face. Xin Jingting's brows furrowed, and without saying a word, he immediately activated his soul power, pressing the palms of his hands against Han Lingxi's back and sending a steady stream of his own soul power into her body. With the infusion of soul power, Han Lingxi's face improved slightly. A few moments later, seeing Han Lingxi's state slightly improved, Shin Jingting stopped the degree of soul power, immediately pulling out a delicate little jade bottle from his bosom. He poured out a soul spirit pill that exuded a warm luster and carefully fed it to Han Lingxi's mouth. Sheer, eat this, it will help you recover your soul power quickly. Han Lingxi opened her mouth slightly and took the soul spirit pill. In a few moments, a warm current dispersed from the abdomen and slowly flowed to the limbs and bones, and the depleted soul power began to slowly recover. Chapter 153, Release from Slavery. The first time Han Lingxi woke up, she didn't care about her own body, but instead looked at Shin Jingting with a full heart. Husband, did you fuse successfully? Well, it worked. Shin Jingting looked at her with a smile in his eyes, unable to hide his joy. That's great. A bright smile instantly bloomed on Han Lingxi's face, a smile that dispelled the pallor on her face, and the life and death struggle she just experienced was reduced to nothing. But then, as if she remembered something, her eyes flashed with curiosity and surprise. That's right, husband. I just sensed that your soul power is very strong. Have you broken through to the Ghost Emperor? Shin Jingting nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth rising with a bit of pride. Well, with the power of the underworld abyss ghost bead, I managed to break through. With this strength nowadays, even if the Ghost Emperor himself arrives, I still have the power to fight. With that, he gently held Han Lingxi's hand, his gaze firm. In the future, I'll be able to protect you, and I won't let you be like this today. Han Lingxi gently leaned on Shin Jingting's shoulder and softly nodded. With you, I'm not afraid of anything, and I trust you. The two of them just snuggled up and enjoyed the cozy moment after the robbery. After a long time, Shin Jingting stood up and carried Han Lingxi toward the mansion. On their way back, the two of them encountered Mei Lust, Shui Yu, and Huang Yingying, who were walking head-on and covered in wounds. Zune! Huang Yingying just wanted to open her mouth to salute, and before she could finish her words, she was stopped by a look from Shin Jingting. Shu, don't talk, Creek is tired. Shin Jingting lowered his voice and said, his eyes full of concern and tenderness. He turned slightly sideways, allowing Han Lingxi to lean more comfortably, and continued forward. Seeing this, Mei Lust and the others hurriedly closed their voices and silently followed behind. Along the way, everyone tacitly kept quiet, with only the sound of light footsteps echoing along the empty trail. After a while, Shuiyu really couldn't hold back the questions in his heart and quietly said to Mei Lust beside him, Lord Mei Lust Ghost King, do you think we can completely scare the ghost race this time, so that they won't dare to come back in the short term? Mei Lust gave him a blank look and responded in the same small voice. You wish for it. Although they were heavily defeated this time, but that old fox, the Ghost Emperor, won't let up, and we're afraid that our future days will be even more difficult. Huang Yingying sighed softly on the side and interjected, no matter what, as long as your holiness and the prefect are around, we still have a backbone and can always pull through. The whispers of several people, Shin Jingting heard in his ears, and he wondered in his heart. It was true that the Ghost Clan had been dealt a considerable blow this time, but as Mei Lust had said, the Ghost Emperor would never let them off easily. However, now that one's strength has increased greatly, and with the help of the Stygian Abyss Ghost Pearl, not to mention that there is still a system in place, there is no need to worry at all. But as the saying goes, it's easy to hide from open fire, but hard to guard against secret arrows, so it's not certain if the Ghost Emperor will make any underhanded moves, so it's better to be on guard. Not long after, the group returned to the mansion. Shin Jingting sent Han Lingxi straight back to her room, gently placing her on the bed, tucking her in, and giving her a few more careful instructions before turning to go out. In the council chamber, the three Mei Lusters sat in their seats and waited quietly. Shin Jingting walked in with large strides, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally landing on Mei Lust. Mei Lust Ghost King, how did you appear here? Mei Desire slightly owed her body and respectfully replied, Sir Shen, I received the order from the emissary to kill you, and I specially rushed here to report the news. Shin Jingting nodded slightly, his expression eased a bit, pacing to the main seat to sit down, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. After thinking for a moment, he took out 3 pills and distributed them to the 3. Eat this. Mei Lust looked at the elixir in her hand and was slightly stunned. The elixir was warm in color and faintly emitted a strange aroma. It was obviously not a mortal product. She raised her eyes to Shin Jingting, her eyes filled with doubt. Sir Shen, what is this? Shin Jingting nodded slightly and explained, pills, not only can they speed up recovery from injuries, they can also boost some soul power, and your current state is just right for taking them. When Shuiyu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, and without hesitation, he directly threw the elixir into his mouth. As he chewed, he slurred, it tastes pretty good, quite tasty. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he felt a surge of heat rise from his abdomen and quickly flow throughout his body. There was also a tingle coming from the original sore wound, and the pain was much lessened. Huang Yingying couldn't help but let out a light laugh as she looked at Shuiyu, and then she also took the elixir. When the elixir entered her stomach, she only felt warmth all over her body. Her exhaustion was swept away, and her soul power had also increased significantly. She slightly blessed herself and said gratefully, "Many thanks to the prefect for the medicine. This elixir has helped me greatly." Mei Lust also took the elixir and felt the power surging within her body. Suddenly, Shin Jingting made a vain grab at Mei Lust's heart. Only a ghostly light flashed, and a slender needle appeared in his palm. The body of the needle flashed with a strange cold light. This was the soul loss needle that was implanted in her heart when she enslaved Mei Lust earlier. Before Mei Lust could react, Shin Jingting said with a calm demeanor, "Mei Lust, in the future, you are free." Earlier, there were two considerations for enslaving Mei Lust. One was that she was needed to hold back the skull and other ghost kings. Secondly, at that time, his strength was still shallow. He couldn't beat Mei Lust, who was the Ghost King. In order to be able to have an extra helping hand in this perilous situation, it was also the only way to put down an insurance policy in case she fell back on her words. Now the situation was very different. Shin Jingting had already broken through the Ghost Emperor, and his strength had taken a qualitative leap. He also had more control over himself, so naturally he didn't have to rely on such means to bind others. Moreover, Mei Lust has now offended the Ghost Emperor, and is completely cut off on the Ghost Clan side. Shin Jingting believes that Mei Lust will faithfully follow Lingxi. When Mei Lust heard the words, she first froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and an unspeakably complex emotion surged in her heart. She had never imagined that one day she would be able to break free from the shackles of this soul-killing needle and gain true freedom. Although she was upset when she was first enslaved, she had seen Shin Jingting's character clearly after such a long time together. Following him was far better than being in the Ghost Clan under the suspicion and suppression of the Ghost Emperor's gang. "Sir Shen, you really won't enslave me anymore?" Mei Lust felt incredulous. Although the moment she was enslaved by the soul-loss needle, she was subjected to Shin Jingting's test and suffered immense pain, and that kind of torment, like a million ants devouring her heart, still makes her heart palpitate to this day. However, since then, Shin Jingting did not deliberately make things difficult for her, much less activate the soul-loss needle. But with such a needle in his heart, it's still like a sharp blade hanging in the air, making it impossible for Mei Lust to truly feel at ease. Now, Shin Jingting even said that he wanted to return her freedom, which made it difficult for her to accept for a moment. After all, she was used to being in control, and suddenly being free in turn made her a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 154. Confessing the existence of the system. "What? Enjoy being enslaved so much? I'd better not disarm then." Shin Jingting feigned seriousness, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a teasing smile. With that, he was about to redirect the soul-loss needle in the direction of Mei Lust to make a move to implant it. Mei Lust was so scared that her face instantly turned white. Her figure subconsciously shrank back, her eyes filled with panic. She quickly waved her hand and said repeatedly, "No, no, 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 I'm not masochistic, Your Excellency. I was just so surprised that I was a bit unable to react for a moment. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Before the words were finished, Mei Lust turned around in a panic and almost jogged out of the council chamber. That wretched appearance caused Shuiyu and Huang Yingying on the side to stifle their laughter. "Go down, you two, and put more men on patrol. There's a bad fight coming up." Shin Jingting put away the smile on his face. His expression became serious as he looked at Shuiyu and Huang Yingying and said. When Shuiyu and Huang Yingying heard this, they immediately put away their smiles and nodded solemnly. Shuiyu loudly responded, "Yes, Prefect, I'll go and make the arrangements now, and I'll make sure that there won't be any oversights." Huang Yingying also followed up, "Please rest assured, Prefect, I will assist Shuiyu and strengthen the patrols." After saying that, the two left the council chamber in a hurry. After they left, Shin Jingting sat alone on the main seat, his brows locked. Just now, listening to those ghost emperors, the ghost emperor had not been killed, which was always a big problem. Now that the ghost emperor's emissary and 17 ghost emperors, as well as 500,000 ghost clan troops had all been killed, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the ghost emperor and the entire ghost clan. The ghost emperor will not let this go, and will certainly come out and launch a more frantic retaliation. Even if the ghost emperor wouldn't personally come out, he had so many powerful people under his command that he wouldn't let go of this opportunity for revenge. "Looks like I need to make some more preparations," Shin Jingting muttered. It should be about time for Sheer to wake up. Thinking of Han Lingxi, a warmth surged through Shin Jingting's heart. He got up and headed toward Han Lingxi's room, wanting to see how well she had recovered from her injuries. Arriving at the door of the room, Shin Jingting gently pushed it open, only to see Han Lingxi lying quietly on the bed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Lingxi slowly opened her eyes and saw that it was Shin Jingting, a gentle smile on her face. "Husband, you're here." Creak, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Shin Jingting quickly walked to the bedside and sat beside her, holding her hand and asking with concern. Han Lingxi gently shook her head. I'm already much better, and my soul power has recovered, so you don't have to worry. The two talked a lot more, from past experiences to future plans, and the atmosphere was cozy and serene. Shin Jingting thought about it for a while and felt that it was time to tell Han Lingxi about the existence of the system. First, he felt that the time was not yet ripe, and that the system was so mysterious that even he himself had not fully clarified its mysteries. Rushing to inform Han Lingxi would only add to her troubles, and might even bring unnecessary danger. Now that Shin Jingting was not worried about this, it was time to be able to talk to her. Sheer, I have. Shin Jingting was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Han Lingxi. By the way, husband, when you were fusing the underworld abyss ghost pearl in the soul spirit hall earlier, there was suddenly a black box spinning above your head, as if Han Lingxi had remembered something important. She grabbed the lead and said, then a very strange voice rang in my head, and he said that if I wanted to save you, he would let me take out what was in the box. Shin Jingting was slightly stunned, not expecting Han Lingxi to suddenly bring up this matter, and he listened quietly. Behind it I took out was a bow that killed the ghost emperor with a single arrow. Han Lingxi continued, a hint of doubt showing on her face. It just makes me wonder if the ghost emperor really died that easily. Also, just whose voice was that? Seeing this, Shin Jingting knew that this was an opportunity, so he slowly opened his mouth and said, Sheer, in fact, that black box and the strange voice are both related to a secret I carry. Secrets? What other secrets do you have, husband? Han Lingxi gently held Shin Jingting's hand, signaling him to continue. Shin Jingting smiled and bluntly stated the existence of the system. Sheer, there is an electronic gadget in my body called the system. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system immediately disliked back. Dog host, you're the contraption. Han Lingxi was slightly stunned when she heard the familiar voice coming from Shin Jingting's body, and then her eyes lit up. Ha, husband, that was the voice in my head earlier, she said curiously, then lying on Shin Jingting's chest to listen carefully, and then reached out and gently knocked. The appearance looked particularly cute. Shin Jingting couldn't help but smile as he looked at Han Lingxi's innocent and curious appearance. His eyes filled with favor. Unicorn, come out and meet with Sheer. I know you can transform. The true face of this system will not be shown to you. The system responded arrogantly, but it still turned into a gray mist and appeared in front of the duo. It floated slowly in mid-air, as if displaying its presence. Creak, it's the system that's been lodged in my body, and those strange things you saw before were bought by me through the tricky value. Shin Jingting pointed at the gray mist and explained to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi suddenly remembered, a look of sudden realization appearing on her face. Husband, in that case, your sudden surge in strength is also due to this system? Right. Shin Jingting nodded affirmatively. So you kept trying to kill ghosts earlier to earn that what? What value? Han Lingxi tilted her head slightly as she pondered. She recalled all of Shin Jingting's previous behaviors that didn't make sense, and now she suddenly understood them all. It's the bizarre value. Sheer, Shin Jingting gently explained. Killing ghosts can gain eerie value. With the tricky value you can exchange various things here in the system that are helpful in cultivation and combat, and this is also a key boost to my strength. Han Lingxi nodded in sudden realization and raised her hand to gently pat her head. Why didn't I think of that? Before I saw you so obsessed with killing ghosts, I thought you were doing it because the ghost race had done too many bad things, but it turns out that you're doing it to obtain the bizarre value to enhance your strength. No wonder when he had planned to leave some ghost soldiers for him to save his life earlier, he said nothing and was bent on killing them, so there was this reason. The system on the side looked at this cozy scene. The gray fog mass gently shook a little, then suddenly sour again. Host, you damned never do anything. Knowing that this system is injured, you still deliberately stimulate me. After saying this, he directly returned to Shin Jingting's sea of consciousness. Shin Jingting hugged Han Lingxi affectionately and smiled at the system in the sea of consciousness. I'm a ghost now, so what I'm doing isn't personnel, it's ghostly. Chapter 155, Mysterious Object, Spirit Gate. Han Lingxi rested for a long time, feeling her body regain its strength. She gently stretched her waist and looked at Shin Jingting, who was sitting by the side, and smiled sweetly. Husband, I'm a little hungry. When Shin Jingting heard this, a look of concern immediately appeared on his face as he tenderly touched Han Lingxi's head. I'll go make whatever you want to eat. I'll eat whatever you'll make. Han Lingxi cocked her head, a sweet smile on her face and anticipation in her eyes. Shin Jingting hugged her. Okay, then I'll do it now. You wait here for a while. After he finished speaking, he placed a gentle kiss on Han Lingxi's forehead and turned toward the kitchen. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting's departing back, her heart filled with sweetness. She leaned against the bed, and in her mind, she couldn't help but imagine Shin Jingting's busy appearance in the kitchen, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising slightly. In the kitchen, Shin Jingting was cooking while chatting with the system. Toon-chan, what's my current weirdness value? He estimated in his mind that after killing 18 ghost emperors, at 1 million eerie values per ghost emperor, he would have at least 18 million eerie values. Add in those scattered ghost dignitaries, ghost kings, and tons of little ghosts, and there should be quite a bit of extra spooky value. The system's voice sounded in Shin Jingting's mind. Host, your current bazaar value is 33,050 points. System, open the system mall. I'll see if there are any good things. Shin Jingting mumbled in his mind while staring at the system mall's interface with all his concentration. As the words fell, an interface of flickering light and shadows appeared in front of his eyes, with a wide array of items on display. There are all sorts of secret books of techniques, divine weapons, and healing elixirs. Shin Jingting browsed carefully, his eyes wandering between the various items. However, just as he was scrutinizing it, he finally found something called Spirit Gate, which was priced at 50 million eerie value, which instantly made him interested. Shin Jingting couldn't help but feel puzzled. Everything in the system mall had clear prices and information, but this thing is all about the price, without any details about it. Curious, he asked, Tuzi, what exactly is this Spirit Gate? Why is there only a price and no introduction? Host, when you earn enough 50 million bazaar values, you will naturally be able to unlock the hidden message. The system's voice carried a hint of mystery, as if it was deliberately whetting Shin Jingting's appetite. Shin Jingting frowned slightly, secretly pondering in his heart. This thing is so mysterious. It might be an extremely precious treasure. Looks like I'll have to speed up the rate of acquiring bazaar values, and gather up $50 million earlier to see what this Spirit Gate really is. Soon after, Shin Jingting finished the meal and neatly served the steaming rice in front of Han Lingxi. The aroma of the meal instantly filled the air, tantalizing one's appetite. But the food was different from the smoldering scent of the young world. The aroma of this meal from the ghostly realm had a slight hint of ghostly coldness and treachery. Han Lingxi was about to pick up the bowls and chopsticks with her hands, but Shin Jingting jumped ahead and smiled. Creak, I'll feed you. As he said that, he had already picked up a chopstick of fresh green vegetables and handed it to Han Lingxi's mouth. Husband, I'm not injured. You're making it look like I'm seriously injured. Han Lingxi cried and laughed, but her eyes were filled with sweetness and rancor. I can eat by myself, so hurry up and eat too. Don't get busy. Despite what she said on her lips, she was still warm in her heart, clearly impressed by Shin Jingting's meticulous care. Shin Jingting, however, was unforgiving, gently pressing Han Lingxi back onto the bed, still insisting on personally feeding her. Creak, you've just regained some of your strength, and I want to take care of you a little more. After saying that, he picked up another piece of fragrant meat and patiently blew on it before bringing it to Han Lingxi's mouth. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting's serious appearance and eventually compromised, slightly opening her mouth and taking the loving bite. How's the flavor? Was it good? Yummy. What husband made is naturally delicious. Han Lingxi replied with a smile, her eyes full of happiness. Shin Jingting's heart was also filled with joy as he watched Han Lingxi's satisfied appearance. He sat down beside Han Lingxi. Sheer, it's good that you like it. By the way, I just found a mysterious item in the system mall called the Spirit Gate, priced at 50 million bazaar values. Han Lingxi froze slightly, stopping the chopsticks in her hands and asking curiously, 50 million eerie values? So expensive. Then what exactly is it? Shin Jingting shook his head. I don't know. The system said that I can only unlock its hidden information when I gather 50 million bazaar values. Husband, so how much creepy value do you have now? 33,050 bazaar points. That's not even close. Han Lingxi frowned slightly as she ate her meal. A moment later, her eyes lit up as if she had thought of an idea. How about this? There should still be quite a few Ghost Emperor's henchmen in the Lordless Land. So let's clear out all these Ghost Kings, Ghost Elders and Ghost Emperors. The Ghost Emperor can't get out now anyway, so let's uproot all his minions. This will serve to weaken his power and earn tricky values at the same time. Killing two birds with one stone. Shin Jingting nodded and smiled. That's what I plan to do. There are a lot of secrets hidden in some of the unclaimed lands, and many of them were once ancient battlefields. Countless powerful people had fallen, and their souls' grievances were not dispersed, and over time, they had become a breeding ground for ghost clans. Not only did it gather a large number of low-level ghosts, but it also concealed a number of powerful existences at the level of Ghost King, Ghost Zun, and even Ghost Emperor. If it were before, in the face of such a powerful lineup of ghost clans, these places could simply be said to be burial grounds for Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. But now, Shin Jingting had broken through to the Ghost Emperor and fused the underworld Abyss Ghost Pearl, and Han Lingxi was carrying a secret treasure, both of which had increased in strength. These ghost gathering places today were excellent places for them to earn eerie values and improve their strength. Sheer, then let's rest for a few days temporarily before we set off. Shin Jingting said, let's leave the day after tomorrow, and beware of late changes. Han Lingxi put down her chopsticks, a bit of urgency in her eyes. She was clear that although the Ghost Emperor was temporarily trapped, the forces of the ghost race were so intertwined that no one could say when there would be a change. If it was delayed any further, there was no guarantee when the Ghost Emperor would break through his confinement and come out. Also, his minions might have come up with some new underhanded trick, and it would be much harder for them to strike then. Shen Jingting pondered a little, then nodded his head and responded, "Sure, then as you said, we'll set off the day after tomorrow." Seeing him agree, Han Lingxi asked again, "Then have you chosen a location?" "It's already been chosen. It's the Grieving Spirit Valley near the Blood Soulstone vein gifted to you by the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign." Chapter 156 Difficult Choices. Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi didn't dare to slack off at all during the day of rest, strengthening the defense of the Soul-Shattering Abyss once again. The Soul-Shattering Abyss, as their root place, could not afford to lose, and once the ghost race took advantage of the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Jingting personally manipulated his soul power and laid down layers of prohibitions, each of which contained a powerful force that was enough to withstand the strong attack of the ghost race. Han Lingxi, on the other hand, assisted from the side, and with her delicate mind, she laid out some hidden traps so skillfully that the ghosts couldn't defend against them. After finishing the defense of the Soul-Shattering Abyss, they began to make the final preparations for their upcoming trip to the Grieving Spirit Valley, the Valley of Grievous Spirits. That was the destination of their trip, a treacherous place that was renowned even amongst the masterless lands. This place is extremely gloomy, filled with a black mist that never dissipates, and it is said that the mist is made from the grievances of countless spirits. If you step into it, not only will your vision be obstructed, but you will also suffer from the spiritual erosion of the spirits of the grievances, causing the ghosts to hallucinate and lose their minds as well. "Husband, let's go." Han Lingxi stepped forward and took the initiative to put her hand into Shen Jingting's hand. Shen Jingting looked at her sideways with a slight smile. "Go." The two of them walked side by side, quickly advancing in the direction of the Grievous Spirit Valley. In his time, the Valley of Grievances, the Grievous Ghost Emperor sat on his throne quietly listening to his men's reports. "Lord Emperor," the emissary led an army of 500,000 to attack the Soul-Shattering Abyss, and in the end, the entire army was wiped out. That order-transmitting Ghost Clan junior soldier spoke with trepidation, his voice carrying a few tremors, not daring to raise his head to look directly at the spiteful Ghost Emperor's pressure. Furthermore, the 17 Ghost Emperors as well as the messenger himself all folded in Han Lingxi Ghost Emperor's hands. The junior soldier stiffly continued to report. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead and dripped on the ground, instantly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The grievous Ghost Emperor violently stood up from his throne, his hands clenched into fists, and the yin qi on his body violently churned, as if he was about to set off a storm. How is this possible? All 17 Ghost Emperors and emissaries have fallen. These 17 Ghost Emperors were all capable warriors under the Ghost Emperor's command, spending countless resources and time to cultivate them. The messenger is even the Ghost Emperor's beloved, sent out on this mission. All the ghosts had thought it was a sure thing to level the soul-shattering abyss in one fell swoop and eradicate Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, the two great dangers in their hearts, but they hadn't expected to end up in such a crushing defeat. Lord Emperor, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Originally, the Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign was about to be unable to support himself under the siege of 15 Ghost Emperors. Unexpectedly, that slaying Ghost King's strength suddenly skyrocketed, breaking through to Ghost Emperor in a flash and killing 17 Ghost Emperors with a single move. In the end, even the messenger wasn't spared, and was directly crushed by the slaying Ghost King. The young soldier added, shivering, his voice full of fear, as if the bloody scene was still replaying in front of his eyes at the moment. When the spiteful Ghost Emperor heard this, fear grew in his heart. These could all be the Ghost Emperor's elite subordinates, who usually followed the Ghost Emperor in the south and north, and each of them had extraordinary strength. Now that they had been slaughtered by the Han Lingxi couple in one fell swoop, it was like a heavy smothering blow to the Ghost Emperor. If the Han Lingxi duo were so capable, then was their next target shifting back to themselves or other Ghost Emperors? At the thought of this, the grieving Ghost Emperor only felt a chill at his back, as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him from the darkness, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. The spiteful Ghost Emperor roared, and the powerful sound waves shook the surrounding stone pillars, causing the slightest crack to appear. The ghost soldier fell to the ground in fear, shivering, not daring to make a single sound. The grieving Ghost Emperor paced back and forth in the great hall, his thoughts racing. What to do? What to do? After a long time, he stopped and stared grimly at the ghost soldiers on the ground. Go, activate all of the defenses within the Grieving Spirit Valley. Immediately send additional Ghost Elder powerhouses to patrol the valley. Make sure that we don't allow those two to act recklessly in the valley. Also, tell them to be careful and on guard. And if there's any news of Mr. and Mrs. Han Lingxi, report it immediately. Yes, Lord Emperor. The ghost soldiers rolled and retreated, fearing that if they stayed a second longer, their lives would be in jeopardy. The spiteful Ghost Emperor looked at the empty hall and spoke to a dark shadow in the corner, asking, "Wind Spectre, what do you think?" When the words fell, the black shadow slowly walked out from the shadows, with a slim figure, a black robe without wind. His face was covered by a hood, only revealing a pair of eyes with a ghostly light, permeated with a cold and vicious. He was the grieving Ghost Emperor's beloved schemer, the Wind Inspector Ghost Sovereign. He bowed his head slightly and said respectfully yet calmly, "Lord Emperor, we didn't take part in the beheading operation, and with our current strength, we're simply no match for the couple." Fonyu's voice was not high or low, but the words were clear, as if he was calmly dissecting the current situation. He paused and continued, "My subordinate believes that it would be wise to abandon the darkness. Now that the Ghost Emperor had been killed, the Ghost race forces were leaderless, and the strength of Mr. and Mrs. Han Lingxi had suddenly skyrocketed. If he continued to be an enemy of them, he would undoubtedly be striking a stone with an egg, and he could only find another way out, and perhaps there would be a ray of hope. The grieving Ghost Emperor did not speak for a long time, and a dead silence fell over the hall. He was in a struggle. On the one hand, he had been entrenched in the Ghost clan for many years and had his own majesty and pride. If he surrendered in this way, how could his face survive? On the other hand, what Fengyu said was also reasonable. Today's situation was extremely unfavorable to them. If they didn't make a change as soon as possible, what was waiting for them was likely to be the end of the world. Wind Spectre, I don't think Lord Ghost Emperor is dead, in case he suddenly makes a comeback someday and our surrender of Mr. and Mrs. Han Lingxi becomes known to him, then we'll die without a burial place. The grieving Ghost Emperor's heart was filled with worry, and a hint of fear permeated his face, as if he had already seen the scene of the Ghost Emperor's furious outburst and breaking them into pieces. Fengyu frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said with a firm expression, "Lord Emperor, since Han Lingxi and his wife were able to kill the Ghost Emperor once, it's only natural that they'd be able to do it a second time, or even a third time. Mr. and Mrs. Han Lingxi are in full strength. If we can get their shelter, perhaps we still have a chance of survival." The spiteful Ghost Emperor nodded slightly, the worry in his eyes slightly alleviated, but there was still a trace of doubt lingering in his mind. That said, will Mr. and Mrs. Han Lingxi believe in our sincerity? We were once the Ghost Emperor's men, after all. Wind Spectre listened quietly and spoke after nodding slightly. "Lord Emperor, but we have never been out of the valley, nor have we participated in any actions against them. Aside from the status of being under the Ghost Emperor's ministry, we have no direct grudge against them." The moment he learned that the messenger had been killed by Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, he had the intention of defecting. These days, he had carefully analyzed every move from the Han Lingxi couple to conclude that they were not murderous people. As long as it doesn't touch their bottom line, they may not be unacceptable. Chapter 157, The Wasted Water Leads to the East. The grieving Ghost Emperor was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. "That's just it, let's do as you say. Fengyu, everything depends on you. I hope you won't let me down." Just then, the junior soldier who had just gone out to summon orders rushed in, terrified and crawling. Emperor, Emperor. He couldn't speak well, and his face was filled with fear. Royal? What happened? The spiteful Ghost Emperor was startled by the appearance of this little soldier. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he snapped, Spirit stream Ghost Dignity, and the slaying Ghost King have already killed their way to the entrance of the valley." The soldier finally finished his sentence, flopped on his knees, his body could not stop trembling. When the spiteful Ghost Emperor heard this, his face instantly turned white, and a chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. He had never expected Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting to arrive so quickly. Just now, they were still discussing the matter of defection, but in the blink of an eye, the other side was already at the city's doorstep. "What's the point of panicking?" Wind Spectre was quite calm, and with a flash of his gaze, he said, "Lord Emperor, this is a good time for us to show our sincerity. If we take the initiative to open the gate of the valley and go out to meet them, and tell the truth about our idea of defection, there may be a chance of survival." The grieving Ghost Emperor clenched his teeth. His heart was in a war between heaven and earth, but the situation was so critical that he couldn't afford to think too much, so he finally nodded his head. "Okay, let's do as you say. I hope they will spare our lives in view of our voluntary defection." Fengyu quickly arranged for it to go down, and the valley door slowly opened, and the grieving Ghost Emperor led a group of ghost clansmen to the entrance of the valley with trepidation. The two stood side by side, exuding a powerful aura around them that made people not dare to look directly at them. "Spirit stream Ghost Sovereign, slaying Ghost Emperor, we have no ill intentions." The grieving Ghost Emperor stiffly stepped forward and said with forced composure, "We have long been dissatisfied with what the Ghost Emperor has done, and this time when we heard that the two of you have come, we have come to defect and are willing to serve you." "Oh, surrender ah. Shin Jingting trailed off, scrutinizing the spiteful Ghost Emperor. Half a day without his next sentence. There was tension in the air, as if a taut string could snap at any moment. That gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing straight through the heart of the grieving Ghost Emperor, causing him to panic, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead in large chunks. Han Lingxi stood to the side, her eyes equally cold, the hilt of the sword in her hand clenched tightly. Soul power loomed around her, ready to deal with any changes that might occur. The air around them seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people could not breathe. The spiteful Ghost Emperor swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage to say, "Lord Shin, Lord Han, we are truly sincere in our devotion. The Ghost Emperor is brutal and unkind, and even though I, grieving Spirit Valley, am his subordinate, I have suffered a lot of bullying. Now that the two of you are exceedingly strong and famous, we are willing to saddle up for the two of you and never have any second thoughts." Winspector also hurriedly agreed. Yes, the two lords, our grievous Spirit Valley is willing to offer the resources treasured in the valley with both hands, as well as the detailed information of the valley, and will inform you too without reservation. I only ask that the two of you give us a chance to change our ways. You guys are making it a bit difficult for me. The Ghost Emperor bullied my mother. I can't find him, so I can only take it out on his subordinates. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, seemingly smiling, but his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. But, on the contrary, the grumbling Spirit Valley is closest to the soul-shattering abyss. What do you think I should do? The spiteful Ghost Emperor's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat flowing like a waterfall on his forehead, and his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. What Shin Jingting said was true. The Ghost Emperor's grudge against the couple was extremely deep, and as Ghost Emperor's subordinates, it was indeed difficult for them to get rid of their involvement. Feng Yu hurriedly explained, a hint of desperation in his voice. Lord Shin, even though we of the grievous Spirit Valley bear the name of the Ghost Emperor's ministry, we have never been involved in actions against you two. Moreover, we also abhor what the Ghost Emperor has done. We just haven't been able to fight back. Now that the two of you are highly powerful, we sincerely hope that we can follow you around and assist you in fighting against the Ghost Emperor and avenge your deaths. The spiteful Ghost Emperor's heart tightened, and his face was filled with panic. His eyes turned quickly and his brain raced, pondering how he could make Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi calm down and save the lives of the ghosts of the grievous Spirit Valley. Lords, the Candeline Ghost Emperor next door to me is the Ghost Emperor's loyal minion. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, the grieving Ghost Emperor hurriedly said, "If you guys want to spill your guts, I can lead the way." The Candeline Ghost Emperor is usually evil and brutalizing innocents, and his subordinates are all a bunch of vicious people. If the two of you can eradicate them, you will be doing the people a favor. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. In the Grudge Spirit Ghost Emperor's opinion, being able to lead the trouble to the Candeline Ghost Emperor and sacrificing others to preserve his own Grudge Spirit Valley could not be better. Furthermore, he had originally been at odds with the Candeline Ghost Emperor, so if he could use Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's hands to get rid of this thorn in his side, it would not only ease his hatred, but also get rid of the Ghost Emperor's minions, killing two birds with one stone. Shin Jingting didn't reply, secretly communicating with Han Lingxi in his mind. "Sheer, what do you think? Is it better to kill them and earn the bazaar value directly, or to temporarily take them under your command and deal with them later?" Han Lingxi responded earnestly in her mind. "Husband, I think I can take him under my wing for now." She frowned slightly as she continued to voice his opinion. "If the Ghost Emperor still has a backhand, we can let these cannon fodder go ahead and explore the situation, and they can also shield us from the battle. If the Ghost Emperor doesn't have a backhand, it's just as well that we kill him for the trickster value at that time." Shin Jingting nodded slightly, his heart agreeing with Han Lingxi's analysis. He looked towards the grieving Ghost Emperor and Winspector, the killing intent in his eyes slightly restrained as he opened his mouth. "Considering that you guys are still sensible and have some sincerity, I'll spare your lives for now this time." But, the spiteful Ghost Emperor and Winspector were overjoyed when they heard the previous sentence, and thought that they had saved their little lives. But when they heard the word "but," their hearts instantly hung up again, and the smiles on their faces froze there, staring nervously at Shin Jingting, not daring to utter a single breath. "It's safer to put a ban on you guys," Shin Jingting said. Immediately his eyes condensed and his soul power surged madly around him. Just by flicking his fingers, two ghostly green rays of light shot out like lightning, instantly disappearing into the brow centers of the grieving Ghost Emperor and Winspector. This was the reverse heart curse cast by Shin Jingting, which was extremely overbearing and vicious. Once planted, if the recipient of the spell harbors any intention of betrayal, he or she will first suffer a 10-minute pain that pierces his or her heart and soul before exploding into oblivion. Chapter 158, Candeline Ghost Emperor. The grieving Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre only felt a pain in their brows, and a powerful and bizarre force instantly invaded their sea of consciousness, planting a shackle in the depths of their souls. The faces of the two ghosts instantly turned white, and cold sweat rolled down like rain. You don't have to be alarmed. As long as you are honest and loyal, this reverse heart curse won't do you any harm. But if you dare to have second thoughts, humph, the consequences are clear to you yourselves. Shin Jingting said coldly. Yes, my lord, we will be loyal and will never dare to have the slightest intention of betrayal. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre hurriedly knelt down, their voices trembling. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear and helplessness. Now, his fate has been completely controlled by Shin Jingting. If he wants to live, he can only be obedient. Shin Jingting waved his hand. Get up, now hurry and take us to Candeline Ghost Emperor's territory. Yes, my lord. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre hurriedly got up and carefully led the way in front of them, and began to introduce the Candeline Ghost Emperor in detail. Along the way, they didn't dare to hide anything, telling Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi everything they knew about the Candeline Ghost Emperor's strength, defenses, forces under him, and possible weaknesses. At the same time, the Ghost Emperor's side, he was currently sitting cross-legged in a pitch-black space, with a dense black mist surrounding him. There was a palpitating pressure hidden in that mist. After learning of the news that the messenger and 17 Ghost Emperors as well as the 500,000 troops had all been wiped out, the Ghost Emperor snapped his eyes open, a flash of cold killing intent flashing through his eyes. The black mist kept surging, instantly tearing a hole in the surrounding darkness. What a Han Lingxi! What a Shin Jingting! The Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth. It was this emperor who underestimated you. The anger in the Ghost Emperor's heart was burning, and it was really hard for him to accept such a crushing defeat. These could be the elite forces that he had carefully cultivated, but now they were lost in the hands of those two. This was not only a loss of strength, but also a great challenge to his majesty. The Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. When this emperor goes out, he will make him, Shin Jingting, pay a painful price. It's just a little bit short of this final step, but no matter how I try, I just can't break through. The Ghost Emperor's voice was filled with resentment and anger. His hands were clenched in death, his knuckles whitening, and the black mist around his body surged wildly, seemingly venting his inner emotions. He had entered this mysterious space for far too long, during which time he had attempted to break through countless times, but had always failed. Obviously, there is only one step away from success, but this step is as difficult to cross as the heavenly moat. It seems that it can only be that way, the Ghost Emperor muttered, a look of determination appearing on his face. He slowly closed his eyes and began to mobilize the soul power in his body. A trace of black soul power surged out from his circumference, hovering and converging at the top of his head, forming a huge black vortex. What is the order, Master? A black shadow with an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the Ghost Emperor and asked respectfully. The Ghost Emperor's eyes were sinister as he immediately ordered, you will now immediately head to the bizarre world to pass on the order. Have the only 10 remaining Ghost Emperors offer up a sliver of their essence spirit to help this Emperor make a breakthrough, and if they are unwilling to do so, kill them directly to take their essence spirit. Yes, Master. The black shadow nodded slightly, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the darkness. Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi, this Emperor will allow you to live for a little while longer, at which time, you will all become stepping stones for this Emperor to rule the world. Candeline Lake, the lair of the Candeline Ghost Emperor, led by the grieving Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi quietly approached, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. The dark green water of the lake was as if it had been infested by evil spirits, so deep that it could not see the bottom, and the surface of the lake rippled treacherously from time to time. My lord, the Candeline Ghost Emperor is in that palace in the center of the lake, and most of his elites are gathered there as well. The spiteful Ghost Emperor suppressed his voice and pointed his finger towards the palace in the center of the lake that was permeated with a cold chill, fear flickering in his eyes. It couldn't be helped that although he was neighbors with the Candeline Ghost Emperor, he was not as strong as him and was often suppressed by him. This was also the reason why the grieving Ghost Emperor had brought Shin Jingting here. Shin Jingting looked cold and stood with his arms folded. He just glanced lightly and took in the situation around him. Tip of the foot lightly touched the surface of the lake. The lake water actually did not raise the slightest ripple. Han Lingxi held a long sword, its body dense with spiritual energy and shimmering with light as she looked at Shin Jingting with concern and said softly, Husband, be careful. The strength of this Candeline Ghost Emperor should not be underestimated. Shin Jingting nodded slightly. His gaze was confident and calm, as if everything in the world was under his control. They had just approached the edge of the lake when the calm surface of the lake instantly churned up, and a ghostly beast as large as a mountain broke through the water. This ghost beast was covered in black scales, and ghostly green light burst out from its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth, its fangs intertwined, emitting a chilling bloody aura. Roar! The ghostly beast roared out, sound waves rolling out, shaking the air around it. It waved its giant claws, wrapped in intense yin chi, and lunged straight toward Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's willow brows knitted slightly, and she was about to raise her sword to meet the attack, but she saw that Shin Jingting only slightly raised his hand, palm facing forward, and launched a palm without slowing down. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the originally gloomy and gray sky was torn open by a piercing golden light. That light converged to Shin Jingting's palm, transforming into a heaven-destroying golden palm print. Die! The palm imprint carried the momentum of a mountainous sea and slapped at the ghostly beast with a loud bang. The ghost beast stared in horror, trying to dodge, but realized that there was no way to escape. The pressure of that golden palm print made it unable to move. Bang! With a loud bang, the ghost beast's huge body was struck by the palm print and instantly turned into pieces. It quickly dissipated into nothingness. Not even a trace of yin chi remained. The surface of the lake in this huge impact set off monstrous waves, but Shin Jingting still stood steadily in place. The corner of his clothes have not fluttered in the slightest. Han Lingxi's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. Husband, you're really getting better and better. I can't even beat you anymore. Just some small minions, not enough to fear. Let's keep going. The corner of Shin Jingting's mouth hooked into a faint smile. Coincidentally, at this time, the Candaline Ghost Emperor stepped out of the Lake Center Palace with a large number of elites. He was about to give the incoming offenders a hard time when he was frozen in place by the shocking scene. He watched as the guardian ghost beast that he had raised for many years and was proud of flew away under this palm, while the ghostly beast did not even have a hint of resistance. All of a sudden, a deep fear could not help but well up in the Candaline Ghost Emperor's heart. Shin Jingting stood with his arms folded, and when he saw the Candaline Ghost Emperor appear, he instantly flashed in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. I'm sorry to say that you're unlucky enough to have to die. Chapter 159, Candaline extinguished. First out, Candaline Ghost Emperor grabbed Shin Jingting's wrist with both hands in a futile attempt to break free from this deadly confinement. At the same time, a few words squeezed out of his mouth with difficulty. You can't kill me. However, due to the chokehold on his neck, his voice was broken and weak, and was soon drowned out by the whistling wind. At this time, Han Lingxi held a long sword and flashed to Shin Jingting's side, the sword body's soul power surging, cold light flashing, blocking the Ghost Clan elites who were close to rescuing the Candaline Ghost Emperor. Her gaze was cold as she scanned the enemies around her, and she droned under her breath. Anyone who dares to make a move, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Those ghost elites showed fear. You look at me, I look at you. For a moment no one dared to take a step forward. They knew deep down that the strength of this Shin Jingting in front of them was too terrifying, and that they could easily crush them with a raise of their hands and a throw of their feet. And Han Lingxi was likewise not to be underestimated. Those few powerful sword moves just now had already made them fearful. I, a ghost, have little patience. The force on Shin Jingting's hand increased a few more points, and Candaline Ghost Emperor's eyeballs bulged out, and he looked like he was about to be pinched to death. He was desperate to the extreme in his heart, knowing full well that he would not be able to escape if he met this fatal star today. Question for you, do you know where the Ghost Emperor is? Shin Jingting suddenly opened his mouth, his voice cold and hard as iron. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the Candaline Ghost Emperor's heart. Candaline Ghost Emperor desperately shook his head. How would he know the whereabouts of the Ghost Emperor? The Ghost Emperor is a dragon. He hasn't seen the Ghost Emperor for 2,000 years. However, he was having trouble even breathing at the moment, let alone speaking. Shin Jingting snorted coldly, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. Not saying? Then it's useless to keep you. After he said that, his aura around him changed abruptly, and a majestic and cold soul force rushed out from his body. It soon converged into a high-speed spinning black vortex in the center of his palm. Seeing this, the Candaline Ghost Emperor's eyes widened in horror as he struggled desperately. However, his neck was Shin Jingting dead choke. Cannot move, can only send out a few weak cackles sound, as if the dying person's last gasp. Shin Jingting's gaze was cold, as if he was looking at Candaline Ghost Emperor as if he was looking at a mole cricket, and without hesitation, he pressed the black vortex in his palm towards Candaline Ghost Emperor's forehead. In an instant, the vortex containing the terrifying soul power was like finding a vent, madly surging into the Candaline Ghost Emperor's sea of consciousness. The Candaline Ghost Emperor only felt his head buzzing, as if there were millions of steel needles stabbing into it at the same time, and the pain instantly spread all over his body. It was as if his soul was being recklessly kneaded by a large invisible hand. The originally cohesive soul force quickly fell apart under the impact of this foreign force, turning into countless fragments that floated around. The Candaline Ghost Emperor let out a miserable scream. The tragic sound echoed across the lake, startling the surrounding ghost race elites into turning pale and trembling. They watched as their master's face twisted, eyes bulged out, and his body trembled uncontrollably and violently under the erosion of Shin Jingting's soul power. But none of the ghosts dared to come forward to rescue him. Kidding aside, these two in front of us were the notorious female and male duo of the bizarre world, but anyone who messes with the other side will definitely end up with a broken soul. No, the Candeline Ghost Emperor was a good example. Shin Jingting was expressionless and increased the output of his soul power. The black vortex turned faster and faster, constantly devouring the remaining consciousness of the Candeline Ghost Emperor. In a few moments, the Candeline Ghost Emperor's eyes gradually became hollow and lost focus. The entire person was like a walking corpse that had been drained of its soul. With a pfft sound, the Candeline Ghost Emperor's body collapsed to the ground, and strands of black soul energy escaped from his 7 orifices and dissipated into the air. Shin Jingting gently clapped his hands, as if he had only done a trivial thing, without the slightest ripple on his face. At this point, Han Lingxi had pretty much taken care of the group of ghost race elites. Seeing that Shin Jingting's side was finished, she lightly moved away to Shin Jingting's side and said softly, "Husband, it's all settled." Shin Jingting nodded slightly. "Well, this place should not be stayed for long. Let's head to the next place. Grievous Spirit, lead the way." After saying that, he took Han Lingxi's hand, and the two of them flickered, transforming into 2 streams of light as they headed toward the next place, Clear Spectre Valley, Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor's residence. It is at the same time a nominal Terran alias. At the end of the war, the Qingyi Ghost King saw the opportunity to take the remnants of his army to escape into this place. By virtue of the valley's rich and pure Yin Qi nourishment, closed-door training, after countless years, he broke through the shackles and advanced to Ghost Emperor. Since then, he has firmly established himself in this corner of the ghost domain, and the side ghosts easily dare not set foot in his territory. The valley was always shrouded by a clear and gloomy aura, and there was a bit of eeriness in the quietness. On this day, the calm was broken by a black shadow that appeared out of nowhere. The first messenger personally sent by the Ghost Emperor was as if he had ripped out of the endless darkness. With a flash of his figure, he landed in the open center of the valley. He was surrounded by a strong and pungent darkness, and his eyes were like ethereal pools, intimidating people. After standing firmly, the first messenger tilted his head and his voice was like a bell, shaking the surrounding Yin Qi with ripples. "Qing Yu, come see me quickly." The sound stirred back and forth between the valleys, startling a group of ghosts lurking in the shadows, which let out bursts of mournful cries and fled in all directions. A few moments later, there was a movement deep in the valley, and a slender figure walked slowly. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor appeared, with eyes that rejected a sense of detachment, and the cool aura emanating from his body complemented this Clear Spectre Valley. Although he had hung around under the Ghost Emperor's command, he had been alone in this place for many years and had long since gotten used to acting on his own. Now faced with this sudden intrusion of the first messenger, his heart was not happy. What troubles the messenger? The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor slightly arched his hand. His tone was bland but concealed a sharp edge. Although he was polite on the surface, his heart was full of resistance to this sudden interruption. And even more so, he was instinctively resistant to the authority of the Ghost Emperor represented behind the messenger. This messenger is the personal guard of the Ghost Emperor, and his strength is only slightly inferior to that of the Ghost Emperor. But very few ghosts know of the existence of this first messenger. Most Ghost Emperors only knew that there was a messenger in charge of the enthronement, as well as an envoy who specialized in conveying orders. This first messenger has been following the Ghost Emperor for many years, and has been involved in countless confidential matters, deeply trusted by the Ghost Emperor, and his position can be said to be one person under 10,000 people. On weekdays, it is the envoy and surely see him. Have to be courteous 3 times. Afraid of the slightest carelessness will offend this powerful nobleman, incurring undeserved disaster. The messenger snorted coldly, his eyes full of commanding arrogance. "Do you know that recently Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi have been making a lot of noise in the ghost domain? They broke my Ghost Emperor's army in a row, and now they've even decapitated Shirley. Their momentum is rampant to the extreme, and they've already seriously threatened the Ghost Emperor's majesty. The Ghost Emperor is in dire need of strength to break through his predicament now, and has ordered you to offer a strand of your essence to help him." The Qingyu Ghost Emperor's face changed slightly when he heard this. How could he not know the power of Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi? Those two had gone all the way through. Their reputation had spread far and wide, and they had long become the center of attention for all the forces in the ghost region. And it's no small thing to ask him to give up his essence. The essence spirit was related to the fundamentals of cultivation, and once it was sacrificed, the strength was bound to be damaged. What the messenger has said is clear to me. It's just that this essence spirit is the foundation of my cultivation. Once I offer it, my cultivation will be greatly reduced. So how can I defend myself in this Clear Spectre Valley in the future? Furthermore, although I am nominally subordinate to the Ghost Emperor, I have not been overly favored by him over the years. Now, he's asking me to sacrifice my essence with the phrase that he desperately needs power. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 160, taking the essence. Qing Yu, don't forget that if the Ghost Emperor hadn't taken you in back then, how would you have achieved what you have today? The first messenger's face sank. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Now is the time for you to repay your favor. How can you shirk it? Lord Ghost Emperor also said that if you are unwilling to do so, it will be considered betrayal and you will suffer the consequences. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor's heart flinched. He was well aware of the Ghost Emperor's methods. If he was truly seen as a betrayal, this Clear Spectre Valley was afraid that it would be subjected to extinction in a matter of moments. However, if he were to just obediently hand over his essence spirit, he was really unwilling to do so. He himself had painstakingly accumulated 50,000 years and gone through countless trials and tribulations to cultivate to this realm today. Right now, he was even about to break through the Ghost Emperor and become a truly top-notch existence in the Ghost domain. The hardship of this is known only to him. Once a strand of essence is sacrificed, not to mention the drastic reduction in cultivation, the years of hard work will most likely go down the drain. In the future, in this Ghost domain, I am afraid that it will be difficult to defend oneself, let alone go further. This Ghost Emperor should have known that I was about to break through and specially sent someone over to stop it. The Clear Spectre Emperor's gaze was deep as he looked towards the Ghost Emperor messenger, his heart filled with vigilance. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor's mind, always suspicious and jealous, would never allow an existence under his command that could threaten his position. He himself was about to make a breakthrough this time. How could the Ghost Emperor sit back and do nothing? This move to claim the essence spirit, I'm afraid it's a drunkard's wish. Qing Yu, don't hesitate any longer. When His Excellency breaks through, you'll definitely be rewarded. When the first messenger saw that the Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor was delayed in taking a stance, a trace of impatience flashed across his face and he once again spoke out to urge him. In his opinion, the Ghost Emperor was now trapped and was in dire need of strength to get out of the trap, and as a subordinate, the Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor should share his worries. Moreover, once the Ghost Emperor breaks through and rejoins the Ghost domain, he is bound to be powerful. The reward for the Emperor of the Clear Spectre would surely be generous. So what's this payment worth? Forgive me. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor snorted coldly, his tone firm, without the slightest bit of wiggle room. He was the Emperor of the Qing Yu Ghosts, although nominally under the Ghost Emperor's command, but for many years he had been isolated, painstakingly operating the Qing Yu Valley, in order to one day be able to transcend the boundaries, no longer subject to the constraints of others. Now asking him to sacrifice his own future for the Ghost Emperor's selfish desires was something that would never happen. When the first messenger heard this, his face instantly grimaced, his eyes filled with anger. Qing Yu, do you know the consequences of disobeying the Ghost Emperor's orders? Disobeying the Emperor's order is a crime of great disrespect, and all of your valley will suffer extinction. He attempted to force the Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor to give in by using pressure and intimidation. Right now, it's hands off if you can. The Ghost Emperor still needed these Ghost Emperors to hold back Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, and it would still be a bit of a shame if they were all killed. But, if Siyu didn't listen, there was no point in keeping it. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor, however, was not the least bit afraid and threw back his head and laughed. Emissary, you don't have to scare me. Although I, Clear Spectre Valley, am small, I am not a soft persimmon to be pinched. We survive in this Ghost domain by our own strength, not by the mercy of the Ghost Emperor. If you want to force it today, I won't be afraid to fight you. After he said that, the Yin Qi surged around him, his black robe hunting, a powerful aura came out, obviously ready for battle. Something that doesn't know what's good for you. Since you're so obsessed, then the Clear Spectre Valley doesn't have to exist anymore. The first messenger's voice was hoarse and low, and his words were wrapped in thick killing intent. Immediately afterward, his figure flickered, instantly approaching the Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor. The first messenger's right fist was wrapped in rolling black yin chi, and with the sound of whistling winds, it smashed toward the Qingyi Ghost Emperor swiftly and fiercely. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor was unable to dodge and could only hastily raise his hand to parry. With a muffled bang sound, the yin chi shook, and the body of the Clear Spectre Emperor flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing through several ghost logs before stopping his body. Before the Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor slowed down, the first messenger's legs curled and popped, and the entire person leaped high into the air, turning his body in the air. His left leg carried the power of opening mountains and cracking rocks as it chopped horizontally towards the Qingyi Ghost Emperor. The Clear Spectre Emperor hurriedly dodged sideways, but was still grazed by the powerful chi over his shoulder. A black blood scar instantly surfaced, and black blood gurgled out. At this time, the Qingyue Ghost Emperor was already in disarray with his breath and his footsteps were floating. The first messenger, however, did not give the slightest chance to catch his breath, and his hands danced rapidly in front of his chest, gathering a huge ball of black energy. Electricity flashed and thundered inside the ball, emitting a chilling aura of destruction. In the next second, he violently threw the energy ball toward the Qingyi Ghost Emperor with great vigor. The Clear Spectre Ghost Emperor was unable to avoid it, and stiffly mobilized his entire body's yin chi to resist it. However, the The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the black energy ball instantly broke through his defense and heavily smashed into his chest. With a pfft sound, the clear Ghost Emperor spat out black blood, his body softly collapsed to the ground, and he was no longer moving. Seeing this, the first messenger leaned down and poked out his right hand, palm facing downwards, and a powerful suction force surged out from his palm, directly forcing the essence spirit out of the Qingyue Ghost Emperor's body. The essence emanated a ghostly light, struggling and twisting in the hands of the Ghost Emperor's messenger, seemingly unwilling to be ingested. After collecting the essence spirit, the Ghost Emperor emissary stood up straight and looked into the depths of the Qingyi Valley with cold eyes. He pushed his hands forward violently, and a raging black yin-chi swept out. Wherever it went, ghost rocks crumbled, ghost trees shattered, and the entire Clear Spectre Valley instantly fell apart under the impact of this force. The ghosts in the valley were terrified and ran in all directions, but it was hard to escape the fate of being devoured by the black yin-chi, and they burst into flames, splattering black blood all over the place. In a short while, Qingyue Valley was turned into a ruin. No more half of life, only deathly silence filled the air. Humph, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have a bit of strength? The first messenger stood on top of the ruins, yin-chi whistling around him, his black robe bulging fiercely. In his right hand, a mass of ghostly black light slowly rotated. Upon closer inspection, there were 6 spirit objects emitting a bizarre aura suspended within the light. They were like imprisoned ghostly shadows, constantly twisting and struggling, trying to break free from this invisible bond. Obviously, this was the essence of 6 Ghost Emperors. Each essence spirit contained majestic energy, and was condensed by the Ghost Emperors after spending countless years and going through many trials and tribulations. Now it was forcibly stripped and ingested by the first messenger by overbearing means, and became a trophy in his hands to claim credit. When I offer these essence spirits to Lord Ghost Emperor, I will be able to help him break through his predicament. The corner of the Ghost Emperor emissary's mouth hooked up into a cruel smile. His right hand gently clenched, and the ghostly black light instantly tightened. The 6 Ghost Emperor essence spirits were squeezed more tightly, and their struggles became more and more violent, causing the surrounding yin-chi to tremble. At that time, humph, that Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi duo, even if they have heavenly powers, they can't escape death. The messenger looked up into the sky, muttering in the air, there are still 4 Ghost Emperors left. Take their essence and my mission will be complete. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Chapter 161 Outbreak of Civil War. The first messenger left the Qingyue Valley, and before the yin-chi wrapped around his body dissipated, he swept to the next place, Candeline Lake, at fastest speed. About to arrive at the Candeline Lake, he noticed that the surface of the lake, which was originally dense with eerie mist, was eerily calm at the moment. There was no sign of the waves caused by the guardian ghost beasts of the past, nor did he hear the eerie ghostly howls coming from the direction of the Candeline Ghost Emperor Palace Hall. His black robes hunted in the gloomy wind, and he landed in front of the palace in the center of the lake in a few dodges. What met his eyes was the broken bodies of the ghost race all over the ground, and the black blood had long since solidified, forming bizarre patterns on the ground. The palace door opened with a bang, and the inner restraints were shattered, and the Candeline Ghost Emperor, who should have been sitting here, was nowhere to be seen. The only thing that remained was a charred palm print deeply embedded on top of the main seat, with traces of golden psionic energy still lingering around the edges. How? The first messenger's voice was hoarse and cold, and the 6 Ghost Emperor essence spirits suspended in his hands all trembled slightly from this sudden shock. He knew the strength of the Candeline Ghost Emperor, and was even more aware of the ferocity of that guardian ghost beast. Now it was destroyed so easily, and the scene in front of him overturned his preconception of the situation. Secret technique backtracking. The first messenger's yin-chi surged around him like a whirlpool, and sticky black liquid oozed out of his 10 fingertips, outlining treacherous runes in the air. In an instant, the top of his head exploded into a cloud of ink-colored mist, and countless tiny pupils emerged on the surface of the mist, densely opening and closing and gulping, and eventually pieced together into a flowing picture. In the image, the grieving Ghost Emperor and the Wind Spectre were hunched over, carefully leading the Shin Jingting couple through the outskirts of Candeline Lake. Shin Jingting stood with his arms folded, and the golden soul power lingering around his body dispersed all the yin-chi. Han Lingxi sheathed his long sword, and where the blade crossed, the ghost clans along the way were turned into black blood mist. When the Candeline Ghost Emperor stormed the moment, Shin Jingting raised his hand and was a golden palm print. The water of Candeline Lake was steamed out of the sky by the power of the blood mist. The black fog mirror suddenly trembled violently, and the image twisted and dissipated like a broken spider web. Several black tentacles reached out from the first messenger's sleeves and recoalesced the collapsing mist. It's really them. The tentacles drew eerie trajectories in the air, pointing to the northwest direction of the ghost domain. So it's the residents of the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor and the Bone Wing Ghost Emperor. They're afraid that they're going to be robbed. No, we must arrive before Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. After saying that, the yin qi around his body condensed into the shadow of a giant crow, and with a spread of his wings, he tore through space and swept away towards the distance. The giant crow's shadow was wrapped in a harsh yin qi, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor's compound. This place was always covered by the blood-colored maple forest, but at this moment, it was eerily silent, and there was no sign of the Ghost Clan patrols that used to travel through the forest in the past. Even the falling maple leaves were frozen in the air, as if frozen by some kind of power. The first messenger landed in front of the maple altar piled up like a small mountain, and wherever his long black robes swept, gusts of charred smoke rose from the ground. Maple Creek, come out to me quickly. His voice shook the entire maple forest with a rustling sound. The blood-colored secret pattern in the center of the altar suddenly lit up, and the figure of the Maple Stream Ghost Emperor slowly emerged from the center of the secret pattern. This Ghost Emperor in scarlet robes had spiderweb-like yin qi wrapped around his fingertips, and the bone flute dangling from his waist was emitting a whimper if nothing else. What is the purpose of the messenger's visit? The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor's tone trailed off for an extremely long time, his scarlet pupils glowing in the darkness. The first messenger did not reply. Raising his hand, he threw out a black chain, which wrapped around the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor's neck like a spirit snake. Have you heard of what Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi did recently? Countless barbs protruded from the surface of the chains, deeply piercing into the opponent's skin, and the black blood that oozed out dripped down onto the altar, actually turning into swarms of blood-colored moths. The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor let out a strange cackle in his throat, letting the black blood flow down the chains. The messenger is afraid that he is looking for the wrong place. My Maple Creek Valley has always not interacted with the outside world. Before the words fell, the first messenger suddenly tightened his 5 fingers, and the chains instantly strangled into the Ghost Emperor's throat bone, emitting a toothsome cracking sound. You better not be lying. If you dare to hide it, you know the consequences. A pitch-black vortex emerged in his palm, the very same secret art of ingesting essence. You shouldn't want to experience what happens to the Clear Spectre Emperor. The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor struggled violently and a large blood mist erupted around his body, only to be devoured by the yin qi the moment he touched the first messenger. After a few moments of stalemate, the scarlet moth suddenly swooped en masse to the 4 corners of the altar, activating the hidden teleportation array. The first messenger's pupils suddenly shrunk as he let go of the chains and took half a step back, only to see half of a bloodstained ghost face token slowly rising from the center of the teleportation array, exactly the Bone Wing Ghost Emperor's token. Lord Messenger, why are you being bitter? The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor's scarlet robes were windless. The bone flute hanging from his waist emitted gusts of sharp whimpers, and his blood-colored pupils churned with monstrous fury. Our essence spirits aren't that easy to cultivate, so why do we have to obediently offer them up just because the Ghost Emperor says he needs them? Before the words left his mouth, the ground suddenly cracked in spiderweb-like patterns. The first messenger's yin qi surged around him, turning into countless black chains that wrapped around the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor. Just now, the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor had poked around through the valley's secret techniques and found out that the Qingyu Ghost Emperor had been forcibly ingested by the first emissary's essence spirit. The Clear Spectre Valley was also completely razed to the ground by a black energy column, and none of the ghost clans in the valley were spared. Realizing that things were not good, he hurriedly contacted the other Ghost Emperors, except for the Bone Wing Ghost Emperor, who replied that he had prepared his defense. The other Ghost Emperors were all like stones sinking into the sea, with no further response. Humph, asking for death. The first messenger sneered as a black hole that devoured everything emerged from his palm and pressed towards the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor's chest. In the nick of time, a black as ink bone wing cut through the void. The Bone Wing Ghost Emperor broke through the air with a harshing wind, and the bone spear in his hand ruthlessly stabbed at the back of the first messenger's heart. The first messenger's figure flickered, easily avoiding the attack, and the yin qi around his body condensed into countless black spears, shooting at the 2 Ghost Emperors like a rainstorm. The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor quickly waved his bone flute and blew out bizarre sound waves, and wherever the sound waves went, the black spears burst. The Bone-Winged Ghost Emperor then unfolded his huge bone wings, which were flashing with ghostly blue runes, blocking all the remaining spears. Join forces to battle him. The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor bellowed. The blood mist around his body churned and turned into countless blood-colored moths that pounced on the first messenger. The Bone-Winged Ghost Emperor followed closely behind, his bone spear pointing straight at the first messenger's throat, and the light on his bone wings flourished, releasing a deadly bone blade. The first messenger, however, was not the least bit afraid, and the yin qi around his body instantly transformed into a huge black vortex, devouring the scarlet moth and bone blade as much as it could. His figure weaved in and out of the attack, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor. With a palm strike, black energy instantly penetrated the body of the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor. The Maple Creek Ghost Emperor spat out black blood from his mouth and staggered as he fell forward. The bone-winged Ghost Emperor was in a rage as he wielded his bone spear to stab at the first messenger with all his might. But the other party easily grabbed the tip of the spear. The first messenger flung his backhand, and the bone-winged Ghost Emperor's huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak, and the entire mountain peak trembled. Two ungrateful things. Chapter 162, Bloodshed After Bloodshed. Is that all you can do? The first messenger let out a cold smile as his figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the two Ghost Emperors. His hands came out in unison, and the black holes in his palms erupted with powerful suction. The two Ghost Emperors desperately resisted, but they were still unable to break free. Their bodies began to twist and distort as their essence was slowly drawn out, emitting mournful screams. Amidst the teeth-crushing sound of bones breaking, the essence of the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor and the Bone-Winged Ghost Emperor were forcefully ingested. The first messenger pocketed the two strands of essence emitting an ethereal light, swept a glance at the messy battlefield, and gave a cold snort of disdain. His surrounding yin-chi condensed into a giant raven shadow, tearing through space as he prepared to return to resume his duties. In less than 20 minutes, Shin Jingting stood on it with his hands. His soul power around him was like ripples swinging away, and the yin-chi that condensed wherever he passed disintegrated inch by inch. Han Lingxi sheathed his long sword, the blade sweeping over the broken blood-colored maple tree, the remaining black blood actually scorching wisps of smoke at the tip of the sword. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre cowered in the back, looking at the bloodied Maplewood Valley and shivering. What's going on? Shin Jingting stepped on the frozen crystals of yin-chi condensed on the ground, and the soles of his boots crushed over the remaining secret patterns of the altar, and the golden aura flashed and burned them into pieces. The tiny particles floating in the air were still trembling, carrying the Ghost Emperor's distinctive chili scent, but mixed with an unfamiliar aura. I don't know. How did the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor die? The spiteful Ghost Emperor stared at the twisted spatial crack not far away, where the residual yin-chi was gulping and contracting at a bizarre frequency. Fengyu suddenly tugged on his sleeve and pointed to a maple tree, the palm print on it glowed with an eerie black light. There were still wisps of soul power fluctuations that did not belong to the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor remaining at the edge of the palm print. Han Lingxi's sword tip picked up a strand of residual familiar aura, and her pupils shrunk. It seems to be the Ghost Emperor's aura. Shin Jingting's golden light around his body flourished, burning all the remaining yin-chi around him. Go to the other Ghost Emperor's quarters. Before the words fell, the crowd had already turned into streams of light and sped towards the White Nine Ghost Emperor's territory. Outside the White Nine Ghost Emperor's ice crystal palace, the chains condensed by the cold chi were windless and made a fine crashing sound. As soon as Shin Jingting and the others landed on the ground, they saw the palace door open with a bang, and the piercingly cold air wrapped in the heavy smell of blood came to their faces. Broken white flags hung from the icicles in the temple, and the black blood on the ground had congealed into ice. White Nine Ghost Emperor. The spiteful Ghost Emperor's long sword pointed to the ground, and his soul power shattered the ice barrier at the entrance. A violent cough came from the depths as the White Nine Ghost Emperor curled up next to the ice crystal throne. In the past, white as jade's skin is now covered with spiderweb cracks. Black blood from the finger cracks continued to seep out, dripping on the ice surface issued a zizi corrosive sound. Hearing Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's footsteps, he jerked his head up, his cloudy pupils filled with panic as he struggled backward, knocking over the ice coffin to the side. Don't! Stay away! White Nine Ghost Emperor's voice was hoarse and broken, and his trembling finger pointed outside the temple. He took away half a wisp of essence, said that the next time I don't obey, he will take all of it. Before the words left his mouth, there was another burst of violent coughing, and black blood splattered on the ice crystal walls, staining the originally translucent palace into a ghastly color. The spiteful Ghost Emperor looked at the mess all over the ground and his throat rolled. This is killing a chicken to make an example of us. The Ghost Emperor wants us to obediently hand over our essence spirits. Shin Jingting took a step forward, and the golden light around his body enveloped the White Nine Ghost Emperor, trying to probe his injuries. The White Nine Ghost Emperor, however, was like a scared bird, and he exerted his last ounce of strength to offer an ice blade to block it. You are also here for the essence? I have no more. No more. Seeing this, Han Lingxi chopped off the ice blade with a swing of his long sword. Who was that man? Why did he take your essence? The golden light rising from Shin Jingting's palm dispelled the surrounding coldness. The White Nine Ghost Emperor gasped violently, his back pressed against the ice crystal wall, and under the broken cloak, the black blood seeping out of the wound was slowly condensing into ice. After a long time, the White Nine Ghost Emperor calmed down, a horsehair sound coming from his throat. It's the first strongest person under the Ghost Emperor's seat. I only know him as the first messenger. He trembled and pointed to the black ice marks condensing on the ground. The moment he came up here, he asked me to hand over my essence, and I only hesitated for a moment before the giant claws condensed from the yin-chi around his body directly pierced through my palace. Under his forceful coercion, I voluntarily sacrificed a strand of my essence, and thus managed to save a life. He said that if I dared to resist, he would make me the same as Clear Valley. Before the words left his mouth, a violent cough caused him to bend over, black blood dripping onto the ground and corroding a deep pit. I'm afraid the other defiant ghost emperors won't be so lucky. He looked up, his cloudy eyes filled with despair. Seeing this, Han Lingxi frowned tightly and asked after him, "You still haven't answered my husband. Why did the first messenger take your essence?" The White Nine Ghost Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head, shards of ice crystals falling from his hair. "I don't know. The first messenger said it was for the Ghost Emperor, and didn't say much else." He suddenly trembled violently, pointing at the twisted spatial cracks outside the temple. The other Ghost Emperors should have been tragically poisoned as well. Han Lingxi stared at the lingering swirls of yin qi in the air, her fingertips brushing over the engraved marks on the hilt of her sword as she coldly analyzed. "Husband, I think the Ghost Emperor should have been watching our every move." She swung her long sword lightly, cutting off a strand of yin silk that tried to entangle. From the Maple Creek Ghost Emperor to the White Nine Ghost Emperor, the first emissary's course of action just happens to be avoiding us, yet it is clearing out potential helpers. He should be so cornered by us that he has begun to do whatever it takes. Shen Jingting's golden aura around his body skyrocketed, reflecting the entire ice crystal palace, and the black blood that condensed on the ground nourished and evaporated under the high temperature. He looked at the White Nine Ghost Emperor's mutilated essence spirit lines, his pupils shrinking slightly. Forcibly ingesting the essence spirit will damage the origin. If it wasn't a desperate situation, the Ghost Emperor would never take this risk. Han Lingxi thrust his long sword into the ground, his soul power spreading along the sword, the ice disintegrating inch by inch wherever it passed. I reckon it shouldn't take long for him to redescend on the bizarre world. Before the words fell, Shen Jingting suddenly turned around, and the golden light around his body condensed into substance, like a golden giant blade, cutting toward the weak White Nine Ghost Emperor. "By Geo, you're to blame for following the wrong ghost." Shen Jingting's voice was cold and merciless, and the golden light instantly enveloped the White Nine Ghost Emperor. This dying Ghost Emperor didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before he went up in smoke in the golden light. Creepy value arrived. 1 million. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Windspectre on the side watched this scene with cold sweat on their backs. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and they couldn't help but recall when they were in the Candle Grudge Spirit Valley. If he hadn't chosen to submit in time, at this moment either he would have been forced to take his essence by the first messenger like the Qingyu Ghost Emperor, and would have ended up with his soul flying away. Either that or he would be like the White Nine Ghost Emperor and be exterminated without mercy by the pair of male and female in front of him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take us to the next place. Han Lingxi turned her head to look at the two of them, a cold aura flickering in her eyes. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Windspectre were jolted and immediately bowed in response, no longer daring to slack off in the slightest. Shen Jingting swept a glance at the ice crystal palace that was full of wreckage, and the golden light around his body surged once again. Go to the Molten Flame Realm and see if the Molten Flame Ghost Emperor has also had his essence taken away. After saying that, the crowd turned into streams of light and sped towards the Red Flame Ghost Emperor's territory. Chapter 163, The Ghost Emperor's Plot. On the way, Shen Jingting asked the system in his mind, "Tuzi, what is the purpose of this Ghost Emperor's essence?" From memory, he remembered that breaking through realms had always required devouring soul source beads of the same or even higher rank, but for the Ghost Emperor to go to such great lengths to collect essence spirits was by no means an unusual move. Ghost cultivators at the Ghost Emperor level, their essence spirits serve many purposes. Unlike the soul source beads that store soul power, the soul source bead is nothing more than a mere container of energy, while the essence spirit is the condensation of a ghost cultivator's original will and lifelong cultivation, containing fragments of his unique ghost Tao laws. These essence spirits can be used both as core materials for refining top-grade ghost weapons, giving the spirit weapons the evil nature to devour living beings on their own. Moreover, the essence spirit can also act as a key to open the ancient secret realm, certain forbidden places sealed by Yin Qi. The only way to break the prohibition is to gather a specific number of Ghost Emperor's essence spirit. The system paused for a moment, and its voice steeply became low, but the most dangerous use is to use it to perform the Nine Spectre's secret technique of taking over. This technique requires the essence of the 9 Ghost Emperors to be used as a guide, forcibly divesting the caster of his or her origin, and parasitizing the consciousness in the carrier transformed by the essence to achieve near-immortal rebirth. After listening to the system's explanation, Shen Jingting half-jokingly said, "Rebirth? This Ghost Emperor is the master of the entire bizarre world. Is it possible that he still wants to become a human being? He really cannot understand these high-powered ghosts. In the heart of what in the end are thinking, day after day net do some mysterious things." The system returned with a salty, "Maybe." Shen Jingting frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that this matter was not as simple as it appeared to be. Perhaps this Ghost Emperor had been plotting something else recently. The first messenger returned to the Ghost Emperor's retreat residence with the essence of the 8 Ghost Emperors. He knelt on one knee and sent his essence forward. "Master, retrieve the essence of the 8 Ghost Emperors." The black mist at the place of retreat suddenly churned, and a shadow emerged from the depths of the mist. The Ghost Emperor's voice came wrapped in thunderous fury. How come it's only 8? The invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena, and the bones around the first messenger emitted an unbearable crunching sound, and the ground cracked with spiderweb-like lines. Dozens of pitch-black tentacles hung down from the top of the dark abyss, wrapping around the first messenger's neck like a giant python. The surface of the tentacle was covered with hideous eye pupils, which spewed out black mist with a putrid odor between opening and closing. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi interfered. The first messenger gritted his teeth to resist the pressure, veins rippling on his forehead. The grieving Ghost Emperor betrayed and the Candeline Ghost Emperor was killed. Failing to retrieve their essence, the first messenger let out a strange cackle in his throat, but his tentacles suddenly tightened. My subordinate is incompetent, and is willing to suffer the punishment of the 9 specters devouring his bones. A low, angry roar came from the depths of the dark abyss, and the Ghost Emperor's figure loomed in the black mist. Countless spikes condensed from yin chi stretched out from his crippled right arm, nailing an essence spirit fiercely into his chest. It's just 8 essence spirits can barely make it. As the essence spirit was integrated into his body, the Ghost Emperor's body erupted with a heaven-destroying aura around him, and the space of the place of seclusion began to crumble inch by inch. First, you return to the bizarre world now and do whatever it takes to make sure Han Lingxi gets tons of cultivation resources. You have to make her break through to the Ghost Emperor before this Emperor leaves the gate. The first messenger's body shook, and the yin chi chains around his neck emitted a piercing buzz. He looked up at the Ghost Emperor that was hidden in the black fog and spoke hoarsely. Master, that's Shin Jingting. Before the words fell, a tentacle as black as ink violently pierced through his shoulder blade, and the dense barbs on the surface of the tentacle hooked out several strands of black blood. Keep Shin Jingting's life. I want him to watch Han Lingxi fall into this Emperor's vessel. The Ghost Emperor's voice was like a curse coming from the 9 specters, shaking the stone walls of the dark abyss to rustle off the rubble. The first messenger strongly endured the severe pain and knelt down on one knee, a dark purple teleportation array emerging from his palm. Subordinate obeys. The moment his figure disappeared into the teleportation array, the Ghost Emperor suddenly raised his hand and flung out a ghostly light, pinning it precisely into his back heart. If you can't do it, your essence will become a sacrifice for the secret art. The light of the teleportation array dimmed abruptly, leaving only a few wisps of broken yin chi floating in the air. The yin chi within the dark abyss churned like a boil, and the chains wrapped around the Ghost Emperor's body suddenly erupted with blinding bloodlight. The black mist suspended in midair suddenly coalesced into a humanoid shape, the slender figure looming in the blood mist, with a few moments of timidity and pleading. Father, can you spare Lingxi? What? Heartbroken about your wonderful apprentice? Black mucus oozed from the gaping wounds on the Ghost Emperor's remnant body, and twisted malice flowed from every line. He raised his hand and pressed an essence into his chest, the burst of ethereal light reflecting off his twisted features. She is a vessel carefully selected by this Emperor, and it seems that she is about to gather all the conditions. But you want to make this Emperor lose his efforts? The figure congealed by the black mist trembled violently, and the shadowy aura dripping from the tips of his hair corroded scorch marks on the ground. Lingxi, she's pure and good by nature. If we force her to be refined into a vessel, we'll definitely be sanctioned. Before the words fell, the Ghost Emperor flung out a pitch-black tentacle that instantly penetrated the silhouette of the human figure. Backlash? Ridiculous. When this Emperor remolds his physical body, the entire ghost domain will prostrate itself at his feet. What's more, this Emperor is the only lord of the bizarre world. The tentacles curled with a wisp of dull black mist as they retracted, and the Ghost Emperor laughed morosely and coldly. Xing Lian, don't forget that you're still able to survive to this day thanks to this Emperor's charity. If you dare to block again, the yin chi around him condensed into thousands of spikes, stabbing the stone walls of the dark abyss with thousands of holes. This Emperor will let you watch Han Lingxi's soul fly apart in excruciating pain. The silhouette collapsed into countless particles of black mist, and then gathered with great difficulty to take shape, his voice full of despair. Father, you were also a person of cultivation back then. How could you? Cultivation? The Ghost Emperor suddenly let out an ear-piercing maniacal laugh that shook the void with cracks. In this ghost domain of the weak and the strong, only power is the truth. Get the hell out of here for this Emperor. If you dare to plead for mercy again, you'll be the next one to be refined into a sacrifice. The roar of chains breaking came from the depths of the dark abyss, and the Ghost Emperor crushed the last essence hard. In the purple mist, his gradually solidifying body opened its blood-covered vertical pupils. Han Lingxi, your body, it will soon belong to this Emperor. Father, if you insist, I will protect her even if my soul is scattered. The silhouette congealed by the black mist suddenly erupted with a blinding green light, which was the remaining power of the noble soul burning. The shadowy figure of a Dao-robed, wide-sleeved figure emerged faintly from the ghostly light. Lingxi, she shouldn't be a sacrifice for your return to the world. The yin chi around the Ghost Emperor instantly skyrocketed, tearing countless spatial cracks out of the entire dark abyss. His crippled arms suddenly lengthened, transforming into a giant claw covered in barbs, and clutched the shadowy figure's neck. with this soon-to-be dissolved remnant of your soul? Don't forget who used a forbidden technique to preserve your ghostly body. As the giant claws tightened, the silhouette let out a mournful scream as wisps of black mist spilled out from between its fingers. Good daughter, just watch how this emperor descends to earth. Chapter 164, The Conspiracy Succeeds. The corners of the ghost emperor's mouth hooked up in a cruel arc, and the black mist in his palm suddenly turned into chains, nailing the silhouette hard to the stone wall. Between the flashes of ghostly light, countless tiny spikes pierced through the spirit body of the void, pulling out its remaining power one by one. Back in the day, your mother risked her soul to protect you. Now you're doing well. Disobeying this emperor for an outsider? Do you really think that this emperor doesn't dare to kill you? The silhouette trembled violently. Her voice was full of despair and unwillingness. If my mother knows in the spring, she will regret saving you as a devil. In the beginning, before he finished speaking, the ghost emperor's giant claw had already penetrated his spiritual body, and the intense pain caused the shadow to instantly disintegrate into countless particles of black mist. Regret? She should have realized a long time ago that in this ghostly realm, mercy is cowardice. The ghost emperor laughed morosely and casually clutched the collapsing black mist into a ball. But it doesn't matter. When this emperor casts his spirit body, he'll make sure that Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi watch each other go up in smoke with their own eyes. The roar of chains breaking came from the depths of the dark abyss, and as the last essence spirit was absorbed, the surface of the ghost emperor's solidified body glowed with dark purple lines. He slowly opened his vertical pupils, which were covered in blood, and raised his hand to tear through the void, his grim gaze piercing through the heavy fog of ghosts and landing in the direction where Han Lingxi was. Han Lingxi, it's your honor to be this emperor's stepping stone. And the black mist that was clutched in his palm was wordlessly coalescing into a blurred human face. After Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi explored the remaining ghost emperor territories, they finally found that only 3 ghost emperors had survived by offering their essence on their own initiative. The remaining ghost emperors were all killed to forcibly take their essence, while their territories were razed to the ground. But the 3 ghost emperors who had survived were still not spared, as they had all been killed by Shin Jingting. Husband, other than the first messenger and the unknown ghost emperor, all the strongest people were killed by you. Now, the entire bizarre world is yours for the taking. Han Lingxi put his longsword back into its scabbard, but the sword aura lingering around him hadn't dissipated, carrying with it a stern sense of oppression. Shin Jingting suddenly turned around. The golden aura around his body enveloped her in it, and he raised his hand to stroke away the yin qi staining her temples. No, Creek is wrong. Husband, where did I go wrong? Han Lingxi raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Shin Jingting held her hand, and between the intermingling of soul power, the breath around the two of them instantly entwined into a blazing vortex. It should be ours. His voice was low, with a rolling possessiveness. This bizarre world is the mountains and rivers that we will tread side by side, the territory that we will rule together. The moment the words fell, golden and red rays of light shot up into the sky, tearing a crack in the gloomy ghost region sky, seemingly announcing the imminent arrival of a new master. When Han Lingxi heard this, the corner of her lips hooked into a touching smile, and the soul power around her rippled out like a ripple, intertwining and entwining with Shin Jingting's golden light. She reached out and gently caressed over the lines of his palm, the sword sheet remaining in her fingertips turning into a gentle warmth the moment the two of them touched. With my husband by my side, the throne of this bizarre world is a solid place to sit. Shin Jingting swept her into his arms, and the golden aura around his body skyrocketed, outlining a huge secret formation in the void. In the distance, the grieving ghost emperor and wind specter unconsciously took half a step back, their bodies trembling from the pressure. The 9 ghost emperors want to borrow the essence spirit to be reborn? Shin Jingting's gaze was like a torch as he looked toward the dark purple thunderclouds tumbling in the sky. When he comes out of the gate, he will be greeted by the heavenly net that we have laid. It's just that first messenger. Han Lingxi frowned slightly, remembering the eerie giant raven silhouette. He's obstructed it 3 times, so he must be a powerful henchman under the ghost emperor's command. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. Before the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt a familiar yet dangerous aura, the very same gaze that peered at her earlier. It's hidden deep in the clouds at the moment. Shin Jingting also sensed the movement. The golden flame in his palm suddenly surged 3 inches. Just in time, he turned his head toward Han Lingxi, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Sheer, watch how my husband beheads him. Han Lingxi tacitly drew out her long sword, its body erupting with radiant light under the urging of her soul power. Then my concubine will watch my husband shine. Shin Jingting's soul power around his body was like a giant dragon rising up into the air, and wherever the golden and red light passed, space crumbled by inches. The peeper in the clouds seemed to feel threatened and just wanted to vanish, but was wrapped around his ankles by the golden chains that Shin Jingting shot out with his raised hand. Want to leave? Shin Jingting sneered. Today, I will let the 9-specter Ghost Emperor know who should dominate this bizarre world. Shin Jingting's golden aura around his body skyrocketed into substance. Lifting his hand, a golden dragon shadow broke through the air, directly to the throat of the first messenger. That giant crow's silhouette didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before it crumbled under the dragon's claws, turning into black mist that drifted in the sky. Feng Yu's eyes widened in horror, and her body couldn't help but take a step back. He had never seen such overbearing power before, and in the blink of an eye, he had obliterated the first messenger who had made all the Ghost Emperors fearful. The grieving Ghost Emperor was even more frozen on the spot, his wide-open mouth unable to close for half a day. In his perception, the first messenger was a terrifying existence second only to the Ghost Emperor, but at this moment, he was easily crushed like a mole cricket. When the storage rings, jade sketches, and spirit medicines poured down from the void like a torrential rain, the grumbling spirit's throat tightened and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Shin Jingting's fingertips flicked and ingested a token glowing with ghostly light into his palm. Frowning slightly, so it's an alter ego. Before the words fell, Han Lingxi had already swung her sword to cut off a strand of black mist that was trying to escape. However, the black mist let out a bratty laugh before dissipating. Want to kill this emperor? Dream on. As the words fell, the black mist quickly dissipated into the air. Before Shin Jingting could continue to look deeper, the piles of cultivation resources attracted everyone's attention. Winspector staggered back 2 steps, hitting the stone pillar behind him. Such a massive amount of resources. His voice carried a tremor that was hard to hide. The grieving Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, stared dead on at the star jade slip floating in the air, the knots in his throat rolling. The Ghost Emperor's hidden treasures that he has been accumulating for many years. He just got his hands on it? Sheer. Let's put these resources away first. Shin Jingting put the jade slip into his storage bag, but his voice was unconsciously softened. With a wave of her long sword, Han Lingxi inhaled all the floating storage rings into her scabbard, a hint of burning in the bottom of her eyes flashing. Husband, with these resources, it'll be enough for us to raise our strength. Feng Yu looked at the piles of treasures and his throat rolled. The Ghost Emperor is afraid that his intestines are going to be green with remorse. Cloudy clouds churned overhead, and it seemed like a dark red gaze pierced through the void, coldly gazing at the reveling crowd below. And that wisp of escaping black mist had already wrapped itself in the consciousness of the body and quietly sneaked into the dark abyss where the Ghost Emperor was in seclusion. Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi, when the master emerges from the gate, it will be your time to die. Chapter 165, Xinglian leaves a letter. Looking at the mountains of cultivation resources, even Shin Jingting couldn't help but marvel. If all of these resources were used to cultivate Ghost Emperors, they would be able to cultivate at least 3 day-level Ghost Emperors. This was only the first messenger's cultivation resources. If he slaughtered the 9-specter Ghost Emperor, then I'm afraid that he would have much more resources. Husband, there are some resources in here that can help me break through to Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi's fingertips scratched across the ghostly blue luster of the underworld fire lotus, the crystalline lotus petals pulsing in her palm, reflecting the surprise that filled her brows. Shin Jingting's golden aura flowed around his body, and he raised his hand to summon the system interface shear. If you want to break through the realm, I'll do it from the system mall dash. No! Han Lingxi fiercely pressed down on his wrist, her fingertip spirit power carrying a warm touch. You have to save up 50 million bizarre values to see what that spirit door is. Don't waste it. Her almond eyes rounded, staring at Shin Jingting's eyes. She said, these resources are enough. The great gift sent by the Ghost Emperor. Use it for nothing. The chains of the spiteful Ghost Emperor on the side clattered, so shocked that he nearly fell to the ground. In his long ghostly life, he had never seen anyone who, when faced with vast amounts of resources, could even consider other than their own strength first, even if it was a husband and wife. Winspector's empty eyes flashed with an eerie ghostly light, and a dry hiss escaped from his throat. Is this couple crazy? If they were other ghost cultivators, they would have killed each other for resources. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's stubborn brow, a gentle smile rising from his golden pupils, and flexed his fingers to flick her forehead. Fine. I'll listen to all of you, ma'am. After you make a breakthrough, we'll go after the Ghost Emperor's trouble. As he was speaking, Han Lingxi's earrings suddenly trembled slightly, a relic left behind by the Qinglian Ghostfather. The surface of the silver earrings glowed with an ethereal blue shimmer, and the shadowy aura flowing between the lines twisted like a living thing. She subconsciously pressed her earlobes, her pupils contracting slightly from shock. What's going on? Why did Master's earrings suddenly tremble? As soon as the words fell, a semi-transparent shadow slowly coalesced from the light, precisely what Qinglian Ghost Sovereign had looked like in his lifetime. Broken soul power lingered around her, and her face was as pale as paper, yet she still maintained her old majesty. The moment the silhouette opened its mouth, the chi of the entire space froze. When you saw this silhouette, the master didn't know just how far my father's plot had gotten. You must be wondering who my master's father is. He is the sole lord of the bizarre world, the Nine Ghost Emperor. He is currently working on a plan in secret. I don't really know the content of this plan, but no matter where his plan goes, you must not break through to the Ghost Emperor. In the end, Master has found a place for you in the Forbidden Abyss, and in the short term, the 9 Ghost Emperors won't be able to find it there. But I know it's not going to help. It's only going to delay it a little bit, and at the end of the day you've got to find a way to not break out. Before the words fell, the shadow suddenly trembled violently, as if a powerful force was forcibly erasing her existence. Han Lingxi reached out eagerly. Master, what's wrong with you? Right at this moment, Fengyu suddenly screamed as she pointed behind the shadow, where countless pitch-black tentacles had appeared at some point, and were frantically tearing at Qinglian Ghost Sovereign's ghostly body. Lingxi, go! The silhouette used its last strength to throw out a jade slip and a key. Take them with you two. As the words fell, the entire person instantly dissipated into the black mist, leaving only the jade slip crashing to the ground, with a trace of black mist remaining on the surface. Xin Jingting's palm golden aura was like electricity, instantly taking the falling jade slip into his hands. The blood-colored lines on the surface of the jade slip snake like veins, and it was still seeping out cold air. He frowned. This aura, it seems to be made by the master cutting a strand of his soul. Han Lingxi clenched the hilt of her sword, the lingering aftershocks of the earrings still tingling in her fingertips. Master mentioned the Forbidden Abyss, and the 9 Ghost Emperor's plots, and I'm afraid that he's scheming for something even bigger than we expected. She looked at the gradually dimming blood patterns on the jade slip. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Husband, no matter what the danger is, I must go to the Forbidden Abyss to find out what's going on. The spiteful Ghost Emperor's chains clattered and trembled as he came forward. To adults, the Forbidden Abyss is the most treacherous place in the ghost domain. Legend has it that there are ancient ghost beasts sealed there, and even the Ghost Emperors don't dare to set foot there easily. In my humble opinion, I'm afraid this is. Before the words were finished, Fengyu suddenly pointed at the jade slip and screamed. Look, there are words surfacing. The bloodlines on the surface of the jade slip twisted into tiny runes, projecting intermittent images in the air. Countless Ghost Emperor essence spirits were suspended above the pitch-black abyss. The Ghost Emperor's figure was shrouded in black mist, and Han Lingxi collapsed in the center of the altar. Drenched in blood, the image flickered away, leaving only a single line of blood at the end. Don't trust anyone. Han Lingxi's voice trembled slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the earrings that still retained the scent of Qinglian's Ghost Sovereign. Husband, I really didn't expect that Master Teacher would be the daughter of the 9-Spectre Ghost Emperor. No wonder she knows so many secret stories that other people don't know. Her voice was astringent. Back then, when Master accepted me as a disciple, did he already foresee today's situation? Her gaze was full of complexity, a mixture of shock, dawning realization, and more than a hint of unspeakable sting. Xin Jingting gathered her trembling hand into his palm, and the golden aura gently wrapped around the coldness. From the clues left behind by Master, she has been secretly fighting against the Ghost Emperor. The next road will only be harder. If the Ghost Emperor knows that Master is sabotaging his plans, I want to avenge my master's father. Han Lingxi jerked her head up, unprecedented ruthlessness burning in her eyes. Whether he's my master's father or the lord of the entire bizarre world, I'll kill him, regardless of the level. The Ghost Emperor was her life and death enemy, and in the end there was only one outcome. Either you die or I die. Xin Jingting raised his hand and gently pressed it on her trembling shoulder, and the golden aura slowly infused along the contact, soothing her riotous soul power. I'll keep you company. The throat of the spiteful Ghost Emperor in the distance tightened. He had never seen a ghost with such a determined aura, and this pair of Taoist couples in front of me early seems to have put life and death at risk. Fengyu's empty eye sockets flickered with the ghostly light of awe, and he hissed and spoke. If the two adults want a crusade against the Ghost Emperor, we are willing to serve as dogs and horses. When it comes down to it, it's a gamble. Just bet that Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi could kill the Ghost Emperor and seize the position. In this way, they are considered the patriarchs of the new dynasty. No need. Han Lingxi turned violently, her hair flying, her earrings reflashing with a crisp blue light. This is my grudge against him. She raised her hand and summoned the jade slip left behind by the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign, and the bloodstain burned out under the urging of her soul power. The clues that my master used his ghost body for me will never go to waste. Chapter 166, Land of Nothingness, Forbidden Abyss. Xin Jingting's fingertips quickly traced across the void, and golden secret patterns lit up like fireflies, quickly constructing a huge search formation. His golden pupil reflected a dense map of the ghostly region, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any record of the Forbidden Abyss. How can? His brows were twisted into a dead knot, and all the golden aura around him became disorganized due to the fluctuation of his mind. Han Lingxi gripped the jade slip left behind by Ghost Sovereign Xinglian, and the cool touch made her more and more awake. Since Master Teacher specifically mentioned it, the Forbidden Abyss is bound to exist. She gazed down at the jade slip and noticed an almost imperceptible bloodstain in the corner of the slip, which was actually a symbol written with some kind of special soul power. The symbol just caught her eyes and turned into streams of light that didn't enter her brow, and a blurry picture exploded in her mind. At the bottom of the eerie abyss, thousands of chains wrapped around the pitch-black altar, and the Ghost Emperor's shadow was standing in the center of the altar. Found it! Han Lingxi snapped her eyes open and pointed to the northwest. The Forbidden Abyss is hidden in a spatial crevice, requiring a specific fluctuation of yin qi to open the entrance. Before her words fell, the spiteful Ghost Emperor suddenly let out a terrified scream. Northwest? That's the legendary land of void that even the Ghost Emperor doesn't dare to approach. Winspector's empty eye sockets trembled violently, and a text immediately surfaced in his mind. The remnants of the ancient scrolls record that it connects to the deepest part of the bizarre world, and that the beings who went in have never come out. The secret to breaking through to the Ghost Emperor is hidden there, and there have been Ghost Emperors who have gone to track it down, but ultimately returned without success. Xin Jingting, however, suddenly laughed out softly. His golden pupils lit up with fiery battle intent, and the golden light in his palm skyrocketed. The more dangerous it is, the more it means the Ghost Emperor is hiding there. Sheer, let's go! He raised his arm around Han Lingxi's waist, and the golden aura around his body turned into streams of light as he rushed straight toward the void in the northwest amidst the shocked gazes of the spiteful spirit Ghost Emperor and Fengyu. Your Excellencies, wait, but that land of nothingness even has an erratic orientation. The grieving Ghost Emperor staggered half a step after him. Last time, a Ghost Emperor mistakenly entered it, but he was torn to pieces in an instant. As the words fell, Fengyu took over and took out a remnant scroll and said to Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi, ancient records say that in this land of nothingness, there is indeed a forbidden abyss, but the land of nothingness also moves its orientation. He paused, a dry rumble in his throat. Moreover, every 10,000 years an opening, or entrance, will appear in the Voidlands. There are still 10 days until the next appearance, and as for the location, no one can project it, but the rift will last for 7 days, and when that time is up, it will close again immediately. The spiteful Ghost Emperor Locke staggered back half a step. Even the Yellow Springs Ghost Emperor, who controlled the laws of space back then, failed to penetrate the trajectory of the Land of Void even after exhausting his entire life. The two lords. He was going to say not to make a fool of himself, but the words came out of his mouth, but he didn't dare to say them. He believed that Xin Jingting's Han Lingxi was able to kill the Ghost Emperor, but for this land of nothingness, it was a taboo that even the Ghost Emperors did not dare to tread easily, and it was rumored that even the laws of space were twisted there into sharp blades that strangled living beings. The void would suddenly split open into a black hole that swallowed everything, and the time fragments would be like sharp blades, cutting the souls of those who had mistakenly entered into pieces. It was no wonder that Qing Lian Ghost Sovereign would let Han Lingxi hide inside, but Han Lingxi was only at Ghost Sovereign cultivation now, so I'm afraid that before she even got close to the Forbidden Abyss, she'd be torn to shreds by the space-time turbulence. The grieving Ghost Emperor looked at Han Lingxi's thin figure, his ghost weapon clenching out deep blood marks in his palm. Although Qing Lian is the daughter of the Ghost Emperor, she has always been against him, so she must have counted on today's situation. But this land of nothingness, even if a peak Ghost Emperor were to go in, he would only be adding a strand of sustenance to the temporal turbulence. Xin Jingting just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. With the system as a powerful booster, it wasn't like the land of nothingness couldn't be traveled. Not to mention that the secret of breaking through the Ghost Emperor was hidden inside. He really wanted to take a look. As he was thinking about it, the system suddenly released the quest. Join hands with Han Lingxi to explore the land of nothingness. Rewarded with 10 million eerie values. Xin Jingting skimmed his lips. So stingy. Only 10 million bizarre values. Well, at least know that Sierra's wish has 20 million. The system's ice-cold beep sounded in his head, permeated with unflinching determination. Don't forget it. No, 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 I want it. Xin Jingting's heart tightened and he was too busy to speak. Just kidding. With this 10 million weird value, he can do less quests, and also know as soon as possible what the spirit door sold in the system is. Han Lingxi put away her longsword. The corner of her mouth hooked into a helpless shallow smile. Husband, don't be poor. She raised her hand and lightly poked him in the chest. But what wish of mine could be worth 20 million bizarre values? Is it resurrecting Master? Or having children with you? Winspector's weapon suddenly clanked to the ground, and a shocked ghostly light flooded his empty eyes. Resurrecting a Ghost Zoon-level powerhouse? They're literally going against the grain to change the Book of Life and Death. The grieving Ghost Emperor even staggered backward, looking incredulously at Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi. In the bizarre world of the weak and the strong, who would have thought that the mighty cultivator would have such a soft prayer hidden in his heart? Han Lingxi's ears flushed a thin red at the tips, but she didn't draw back her hand. After the death of Qinglian Ghost Zun, revenge had been her only obsession, and after meeting Shen Jingting and falling in love with him, the icy killing intent gradually melted away in the course of spending time together. Looking at herself reflected in his eyes at the moment, she suddenly realized that some of her wishes seemed to have changed quietly a long time ago. Han Lingxi's fingertips brushed over Shen Jingting's brow bone, feeling his suddenly accelerated heartbeat. But I'm greedy, I want it all. First, I'll resurrect my master, and then I'll have a bunch of little clumps with you, so they can pester my master to teach them spells. Before the words fell, Shen Jingting suddenly swept her into his arms, and the golden aura around his body skyrocketed into a barrier, isolating the gazes cast from the outside world. Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting's tender gaze and felt his violent heartbeat. At this moment, all the worry and uneasiness in her heart turned into tenderness. Shen Jingting's voice was low and hoarse. I promise you that I will definitely resurrect my master, and I will also definitely have our child with you. Han Lingxi didn't wait for him to finish. Standing on her tiptoes to directly block his mouth, wrapping her hands around Shen Jingting's neck and sticking her entire body up, Shen Jingting froze for a split second, and immediately turned the tables to deepen the kiss, and the golden aura wrapped the two of them tightly, and the cries of alarm from the grieving Ghost Emperor and Windspectre Ghost Emperor outside were all cut off from the outside. In this moment, neither one let go of the other. It wasn't until Han Lingxi was almost out of breath that she violently pushed him away, her cheeks red. You don't push so hard. She pounded Shen Jingting's chest, her hair still dripping with the warmth of his body. I was almost caught in your Shen Jingting, however, laughed roguishly, a handful of her back into his arms, his chin rubbing against her hot earlobes. Who let Sheer take the initiative? I can't control it. Saying that, he also licked his lips with intent and suddenly picked her up horizontally. Sierra, after slaughtering the Ghost Emperor, I'll slowly fulfill my promise. Chapter 167. I'm not good at that. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed red as she raised her hand and pounded his chest. Bad guy, kissing me even in front of others. Her afterglow caught a glimpse of the complaining Ghost Emperor's jaw dropping in shock not far away, as well as the ghostly light flickering madly in the wind and Spectre Ghost Emperor's empty eye sockets, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. I can't kiss my wife? Shen Jingting raised an eyebrow and deliberately gave her another peck at the corner of her mouth, the golden aura merrily twining around Han Lingxi's hair as he did so. Just as Han Lingxi was about to dislike her again, a mechanical tone suddenly exploded in Shen Jingting's head. Joy value 183%. Host gets a chance to draw a blind box. His feet lurched and his golden pupils instantly lit up. Han Lingxi keenly noticed his change and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "There are surprises." Shen Jingting grinned, decisively choosing to extract in his mind. A spinning dark purple blind box immediately appeared in the void, the runes twisting like snakes, and a mysterious pressure emanated from it even before it was opened. The spiteful Ghost Emperor staggered back, the chains in his hands dragging sparks on the ground. This aura, could it be an ancient secret treasure? The moment the blind box exploded, a stream of light did not enter Shen Jingting's palm. Congratulations to the host, drawing the time acceleration talisman. The system prompted with a rare excitement. After using it, a 15 cubic meter space will be formed. Note, time ratio, 1 to 10. 1 day outside, 10 days inside. This is just in time. Shen Jingting was so excited that he directly upended Han Lingxi upwards, scaring her so much that she hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck. This time acceleration talisman was a lifesaver. There were only 10 days left until the Land of Void was completely present. If Han Lingxi could seclude herself in the acceleration space, she would definitely be able to stabilize her Ghost Emperor cultivation. Husband, let's go back to the soul-shattering abyss before we break through. Han Lingxi's eyes were firm, her fingers caressing the hilt of her sword. The soul-shattering abyss was their hard-earned home base, where not only were boundaries laid down, but also many defensive secret techniques were hidden, which could maximally avoid being interfered with by the Ghost Emperor's forces during the breakthrough. Without saying a word, Shen Jingting's golden aura around his body skyrocketed into streams of light. Han Lingxi in his arms pressed Qinglian Ghostfather's jade slip to his heart. The blue light of his earrings intertwined with his golden aura, and the two of them cut through the gloom like an arrow off a string. Below, Windspectre clutched his chains and shouted at the grieving Ghost Emperor, "My lord, should we follow? The Ghost Emperor's minions will definitely go to the soul-shattering abyss to wreak havoc." The hollow eye sockets of the spiteful spirit turned to the churning thunderclouds and said hoarsely, "If you want revenge, you can only gamble on this one." After saying that, the two Ghost Emperor's figures turned into black mist and followed closely behind. However, in half an incense stick time, the crowd arrived at the soul-shattering abyss. Shen Jingting raised his hand and shot out several streaks of golden light, activating the runes hidden on the rock wall, and the entire abyss was instantly enveloped by a curtain of light. Sierra, go in and make a breakthrough. I'll protect you, Shin Jingting said, unfolding the time acceleration talisman. The silver scroll blasted into a golden cube in the air, each side flowing with a fine temporal pattern. Han Lingxi took a deep breath and reached out to touch the surface of the cube, a cold and mysterious rhythmic power coming along her fingertips. She turned her head to look at Shin Jingting with both determination and a hint of worry in her eyes. Husband, I'm afraid it's not peaceful outside. You must be careful. Don't worry. Shin Jingting raised his hand and gently scraped the tip of her nose, his golden pupils filled with tenderness and confidence. The golden aura around his body instantly skyrocketed, condensing into a pair of armor with flashing runes on his body surface. Han Lingxi said no more and nodded as she stepped into it. Instantly, the flow of time in the outside world became significantly sluggish compared to the inner space. The falling dry leaves hung in midair, and even the white mist that Shin Jingting exhaled when he spoke seemed to freeze and not move. Immediately after that, Shin Jingting raised his hand and set up 12 sword formations at the edge of the boundary. Blue light flashed in his palm, injecting all the remaining trickster value in the system. The sword array burst into bright light, and each sword had the character Jin hovering over it. Between the flashes of the runes, all the yin chi in a 10-mile radius was forcefully compressed into a solid body. Shin Jingting flexed his finger and flicked it on the hilt of the sword, and the 12 sword formations immediately formed a chain reaction, and the formation patterns on the ground glowed with blue light, intertwining with the previously laid out boundaries to form a mesh-like boundary. The falling dry leaves touched the light curtain and instantly turned into pieces. After doing all this, Shin Jingting sat cross-legged on the boulder at the entrance to the boundary, guarding Han Lingxi with peace of mind. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the lines on the hilt of the sword, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he opened the system panel in his mind. The ghostly blue interface appeared in front of his eyes, but the number in the column of bizarre value remained at the previous amount, and did not skyrocket as expected. Tuzi, didn't you say that you'll get 20 million bizarre values if you know Shier's wish? Shin Jingting frowned, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Why haven't you called me yet? Is it because you want to keep it for yourself? Host, you do not know Han Lingxi's true wish, so there is no reward. The system's cold mechanical voice rang in his head. Shin Jingting blankly glanced at the void and retorted without a good mood. You're not my daughter-in-law, so how do you know I didn't get it? Resurrecting master and giving birth to a bunch of little donuts. She clearly said so herself. He waved his hand in annoyance, the golden aura exploding and dissipating in his palm. Is it hard to believe that there are any hidden conditions? There is a deep emotional need for Han Lingxi's true desires that is not as simple as a surface statement. Detecting the subconscious mind, the most central desire is related to her recent experiences. A stream of data suddenly popped up from the system interface, outlining the outline of Han Lingxi's silhouette in the void. Shin Jingting was stunned. His golden pupils stared at the virtual shadow and fell into deep thought, and the hissing sound of ghost beasts came from the distance, but it was isolated by the boundary. What exactly is the desire of Xie's heart? Hasn't the recent experience been just to fight with me all day and be in love? He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt on his face. In his impression, he had gotten along sweetly with Han Lingxi during this time, and the two of them had been tossing and jostling from time to time, their love for each other flowing out inadvertently. Also, resurrecting the Qinglian ghost Dharma and having a child. These were clearly her own words. However, the system always ruled that it had not been reached, which made him a bit puzzled. After thinking about it for half a day without thinking through, Shin Jingting turned his head to look at the grieving ghost emperor and Wind Spectre and opened his mouth to ask, Grieving ghost, Wind Spectre, do you ever have a wife? The spiteful ghost emperor froze, subconsciously thinking that Shin Jingting had a different preference, and immediately piled up a fawning smile on his face. My lord, I'll send you the 20 concubines I just took. Don't worry, I haven't touched them yet. He lowered his voice and came closer to Shin Jingting. This matter will also not let the spirit stream ghost dignitary know. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know, and will not let the fourth ghost know. Shin Jingting's face instantly darkened. A hint of sulking flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and swept a golden aura over, heavily lashing out at the spiteful ghost emperor. ****** off. I'm not good at that. Chapter 168 Breaking Through the Ghost Emperor. A vision appears. The spiteful ghost emperor stumbled as he was lashed, his chains clattering into place, his face filled with terror. My lord, forgive me. I have misunderstood. He shrank his neck, not daring to look up at Shin Jingting again. Shin Jingting glared at the spiteful ghost emperor and said without a trace of anger, You don't have true love at first glance. Wind Spectre Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, shook his head slightly, a trace of imperceptible sadness flickering in his empty eyes. I had a wife once, and in the midst of the Great Ghostland Rebellion, to protect me, She left me forever. I haven't had a wife since then." His voice ended abruptly, as if he didn't want to remember that painful past. Shin Jingting gave Feng Yu a sympathetic look and continued to ask, "Let me ask you guys, what do you think a woman's greatest expectation is for her beloved?" "My lord, as the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. You can't even guess it." The spiteful ghost emperor grimaced bitterly and shook his head, the chains in his hands swaying and clanking as he moved. "Let's just say those concubines of mine. One moment they want beautiful ghost crystal jewelry, and the next they want eerie ghostly wondrous flowers. They change, and I haven't quite figured them out until now." Shin Jingting's brows twisted into lumps as he fiercely glared at the grieving ghost emperor. "Don't interrupt. It's not like I'm asking you how to coax a woman. I was wondering, what do you guys think is the biggest thing a woman can expect from her beloved?" "You're kidding. He's the best at coaxing wives. Do you need to be taught that?" Although Han Lingxi was the first ghost wife he had talked to, he thought he still knew her well. However, the main thing was that Han Lingxi was simple-minded and untainted by the complexities of this bizarre world, so it wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Also, she never keeps anything she needs bottled up and keeps herself guessing. She takes the initiative and says it. But now it seems that there are still some parts of myself that I haven't figured out. Feng Yu frowned slightly and coughed lightly before saying, "My lord, although a woman's mind is complicated, it is not inscrutable if she is sincere. Like my late wife, I can understand most of her joys and sorrows. The key is to be attentive to her emotions and pay attention to her everyday words and actions." Shin Jingting nodded slightly. His golden pupils flashed with a thoughtful light. "But Sierra's wish, I always feel that it's not as simple as it seems. Although she mentioned the resurrection of her master and the birth of a child, it was not her true wish." The spiteful ghost emperor scratched his head and rolled his eyes. "My lord, could it be that Spirit Stream Ghost Sovereign has other unspoken wishes? Maybe it's the kind that's hidden in the back of her mind, the kind that even she doesn't quite realize." "It makes sense." Shin Jingting rubbed his chin and murmured, "She experienced the departure of the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign, and then broke into this treacherous ghost domain. Perhaps the deepest longing is for a sense of absolute security, a dependence on which she can rely without fear." In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The light of the time acceleration talisman gradually dimmed, and the spacetime patterns flowing on the surface of the golden cube began to become disorganized, emitting a fine buzzing sound. Shin Jingting violently got up from his coiled meditation, his golden pupils staring dead on at the boundary that was about to dissipate. The spiteful Ghost Emperor and Wind Spectre Ghost Emperor guarded the edge of the boundary, not daring to utter a single breath. Feng Yu muttered in a small voice, "I don't know what those guys outside are up to. Being so quiet pours hair on one's heart." The spiteful Ghost Emperor glanced at him coldly. "Isn't it good to be quiet? It's just right for Spirit Stream Ghost Emperor to break through at ease." Shin Jingting stood outside the boundary, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the hilt of his sword. Her eyes fell on the figure in the time-accelerated space. Her eyes closed tightly, her eyelashes casting small shadows under her eyes, her expression focused and peaceful. Within the time-accelerated space, the ghostly aura lingering around Han Lingxi suddenly flipped violently. The ghost lines that were originally glowing with a ghostly blue color began to fade, and in its place, there was a hidden golden spirit pattern under the skin. Her fingernails faded from greenish black and turned into a rounded and crystalline jade color, and her hair turned from inky black to silver white with shimmering light, fluttering gently with the fluctuations of her soul power. At the critical moment of the breakthrough, Han Lingxi's body began to tremble violently. The soul source bead in his body emitted a crisp shattering sound and reorganized into a spirit bead emitting a warm luster in the blue light. Yin Qi and soul power collided violently, forming a transparent energy vortex around her, sucking in the soul power within the accelerated space crazily. The mutation was sudden. The originally solid golden cube began to twist and distort, and outside the space, Shin Jingting stood up violently, his golden pupils glowing with vigilance. Only Han Lingxi's body erupted with a blinding white light around her, and ancient spiritual patterns faintly emerged from the white light, which intertwined into a net and wrapped her up in it. What was even more shocking was that visions began to appear in the sky above the soul-shattering abyss. The dark cloud of gloom was torn apart alive, and a pillar of radiant light descended from the sky, enveloping the time-accelerated space straight away. In the light pillar, countless golden runes flowed and flickered, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. The debris on the ground, the flowers and grasses, and even the dust in the air all slowly rose under the pull of the soul force and rotated around Han Lingxi. This powerful fluctuation of soul power startled the entire ghost region. The mountains in the distance began to tremble, and even the always calm waters of the forgotten river boiled. Shin Jingting clenched his fists, and the golden aura around his body surged, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. However, visions come and go quickly. In a moment, however, The pillar of light slowly dissipated and the cloudy clouds regrouped. The light of the time acceleration space dimmed completely, revealing Han Lingxi seated inside. At this moment, she was surrounded by soft spiritual energy, and the ghostly aura on her body had disappeared, replaced by a pure and ethereal aura. She slowly opened her eyes, and what flowed through them was no longer the ghostly blue fire, but a twinkling star-like light. Creak. You. Shin Jingting's voice carried a hint of trembling as he looked in shock at Han Lingxi, who had completed her metamorphosis. Han Lingxi smiled faintly and stood up, lifting her hand and waving it lightly as a soul force traced a splendid trajectory in the void. Husband, I have successfully broken through the Ghost Emperor, and I have metamorphosed from a ghost body to a spirit body. This feeling is wonderful. She felt the surging soul power in her body, her eyes filled with joy and confidence. And at this moment, the system beep sounded in Shin Jingting's mind, detected that the joy value in Han Lingxi's heart has exceeded 533%, and the host has been granted 3 chances to draw a blind box. Shin Jingting's gaze was still locked on the glistening light flowing around Han Lingxi's body, ignoring the system's prompts in his mind for the time being. Unico, what is this spirit body? Spirit body, a special physique possessed only by ghost spirit realm cultivators. The system's mechanical voice had no ripples, but it was like a thunderbolt exploding in Shin Jingting's mind. A special existence that transcends ghost cultivators and ordinary cultivators, eschewing the sinister aura of the ghostly body, and without the fragility of the mortal body, combining both soul affinity and soul stabilization. The cultivation speed is 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Chapter 169, Spiritual Body. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his head, and Shin Jingting stared at the soft halo of light flowing around Han Lingxi. That long silver-white hair swayed gently with the fluctuation of soul power, and the metamorphosed spirit body glowed with a pearl-like luster, confirming that there was no unusual movement around him, and that there was only the sound of a fine wind sweeping across the soul-shattering abyss outside the boundary. He finally pressed on and clicked in his consciousness to extract the blind box. The ghostly blue light exploded, and the bronze compass and the translucent card were suspended in midair. Star patterns on the surface of the compass swam like living creatures, and small words emerged at the bottom. Underworld Universal Disk can locate any spirit object in the land of nothingness, time and space rifts, and automatically warns of special energy fluctuations. The ambiguous runes on the dual repair card were heavy with a pink halo, and the text in the description field was so blunt that it made the tips of his ears hot. Dual cultivation card. Construct a private psionic space after activation and reach a deep resonance of spiritual energy through body mingling for 72 hours. 1 chance to fuse with the system. Host dominates the body. Time, half an hour. The knot in Shin Jingting's throat rolled, and he subconsciously looked toward Han Lingxi, who was not far away. She was concentrating on feeling the power of her spirit body, and with a gentle wave of her jade hand, she was able to bring up ripples of soul power. Not noticing the situation over here in the slightest, Shin Jingting panicked and put the 2 items into the system space. The tips of his ears flushed suspiciously red, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, this card came at the wrong time, and if Sheer saw it, she was afraid that there would be a misunderstanding. But what shocked him even more was that he was able to fuse with the system and get its power. Tuzi, continue to tell me what's going on with the spirit body? Isn't Sheer only at the Ghost Emperor realm? How come there should be a Ghost Spirit realm spirit body? Shin Jingting's gaze was fixed on Han Lingxi, who was not far away with her eyes closed to feel her soul power. The glistening white halo that flowed around her body was like a veil condensed by moonlight. Her silver white hair was windless, and her beauty was thrilling. Han Lingxi has a special physique. She was born in a Een year, Een month, Een hour and Een moment, and died at an extremely Een time, so she was born as a vessel for Yin and Yang to meet, coupled with the fact that when she was wandering, she mistakenly ate the 9 orifices cheese containing 9 orifices. This miraculous medicine has been latent in her body for many years, and it was not until this breakthrough of the Ghost Emperor that she completely activated the metamorphosis of her spiritual body. Shin Jingting rubbed his chin, his golden pupils glowing with contemplation. That is to say, this spiritual body of Sheer is created by a combination of innate chance and acquired encounters? Exactly. Host, you are in dual cultivation with Han Lingxi and can share her spirit body characteristics. The system suddenly changed its words and a string of data popped up on the panel. Through intermingling, you will not only be able to increase your cultivation speed, but you will also be able to borrow her physique to break through to the Ghost Emperor in one fell swoop. Shin Jingting stiffened, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the dual cultivation card in his arms. No wonder the system had given this card at this time, so there was another reason for this layer. The knot in his throat rolled, but his mind had already begun to calculate if he mentioned dual cultivation rashly, Han Lingxi would surely be mortified, but it would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Shin Jingting touched the bosom of the dual cultivation card. In the bottom of his heart secretly said, it seems to find a suitable time to properly fool Sheer in his serious cultivation. Husband? Han Lingxi's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Shin Jingting nearly jumped up in fright. She had walked up to her body at some point, her icy blue eyes full of doubt. Your face is so red. Is there something wrong with the operation of your soul power? With that, she raised her hand to probe his pulse. Shin Jingting panicked and took half a step back. No, it's fine. It's just that I suddenly thought of a route on how to get to the land of void. He held up the compass with forced composure. The star pattern was bright in his palm. You stabilize your realm first, and when you're better, we'll set out. Han Lingxi cocked her head, staring suspiciously at his unnatural expression, and suddenly smiled wryly, shaking the psychic tattoo at her wrist. Husband, have you not forgotten this? Her eyes flowed and the corner of her lips curved up into a meaningful arc. I know exactly what's on your mind. Shin Jingting was instantly struck by lightning. He then remembered that when he drew this psychic tattoo, the two of them had thus concluded a psychic contract. Not only can they sense each other's well-being, but also each other's mood swings and even shallow thoughts. At the moment, he was obsessed with the matter of the dual cultivation card, and he was afraid that the panic and hesitation had long been caught in Han Lingxi's eyes. Sloppy. He held his forehead in chagrin, his golden pupils filled with embarrassment. Originally also calculated how to speak politely. This is good. The bottom card is all seen through. Han Lingxi tilted her head, the psychic tattoo between her wrists glowing with fine silver light, capturing as much of the blush and panic at the tip of Shin Jingting's ear as she could. She suddenly laughed out softly, her long silver white hair lifting lightly with the movement, her fingertips tracing over the flowing soul power, sketching out the silhouette vapors of the dual cultivation cards in the void. You guy, just tell me directly in a big way, why do you still want to coax me? She approached with light steps, her ice blue eyes full of cunning. It's not like I don't want to. When the words fell, warm breath had already brushed his reddened earlobe, and Shin Jingting's golden aura around his body trembled with it. The knot in Shin Jingting's throat rolled, and before he could open his mouth to defend himself, Han Lingxi had already reached out and hooked her hand around his neck, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the skin on the back of his neck. Is it because you're afraid I'll be shy? Or, she deliberately lowered her voice, trailing off with a seductive note, did you panic yourself first? Which? Shin Jingting inclined his head, but was turned back by her holding her chin. The spiritual energy condensed in Han Lingxi's fingertips brushed against his burning cheeks if at all, and the tips of their noses almost touched, their ambiguous scents lingering around them. Tough talk. Han Lingxi laughed lightly, suddenly standing on her tiptoes to drop a kiss on the corner of his lips. Not waiting for Shin Jingting to react, she had already taken half a step back, her jade hand playing with a strand of long silver white hair, and her eyes were full of temptation between the flow of waves. Wait for me to stabilize a good spiritual body. She paused, deliberately letting her words hang in mid-air, looking at the increasingly bright red of Shin Jingting's ear tips, before she slowly said, husband can teach me well how to use the dual cultivation card. Shin Jingting took a deep breath. The golden aura around his body suddenly skyrocketed, and he backhanded her into his arms. The embarrassment of the moment all but turned into raging affection. He lowered his head and bit her earlobe, his voice low and hoarse. I'm begging for it, but don't regret it. Creak. The beautiful person in his arms trembled lightly upon hearing this. The light of the psychic tattoos intertwined with the soul power surrounding the two, weaving an ambiguous web within the boundary, completely isolating the outside world. Han Lingxi's cheeks burned at his sudden strength, but she still tilted her head defiantly, her fingertips pointing at his chest to gently draw circles. Who would regret it? Rather, it's you. Don't forget that the land of void opens today and will last for 7 days. She winked and deliberately trailed off. What are you going to do with this dual practice card for the next 3 days? Shin Jingting directly clasped her wrist and brought the person towards his arms. How else can I use it? Of course it's to hold you and cultivate properly. He lowered his head and bit her earlobe. The spirit body has just been formed. It has to be stabilized in a special way. You don't think it's still the same old dry sitting and dribbling, do you? Chapter 170, Breaking the Realm, Ghost Emperor. Han Lingxi blushed and reached out to push him. I knew you didn't have good intentions. The void lands are open. The words were not finished. Shin Jingting had already held her hand and pressed it to his chest. The entrance is open for 7 days. Let's first use 3 days to pull the fit full, he said, purposely leaning in close, his breath spraying on her neck. The potential of your spiritual body will have to be activated completely by me for you. Han Lingxi raised her eyes to look at Shin Jingting and suddenly rolled over and pressed him onto the soft cushion, her silver hair hanging down to block the two of them. So you had a plan? Her fingertips condensed into ice filaments to poke him in the chest. Then how about I take the lead this time and teach you how to match my soul power? Brother husband. The golden light under Shin Jingting's eyes flourished, instantly turning against him. The spiritual energy in the boundary followed and trembled chaotically. Want to turn against him? He bit Han Lingxi's lips, his hands not lightly pinching her waist. Don't yell stop when the time comes. The compass outside buzzed, but the two men in the boundary were getting closer and closer, and had long since put the matter of the land of nothingness to the back of their minds. Han Lingxi was pressed against the cushion by him, but her face didn't show the slightest bit of timidity. her fingertips hooking his chin and turning it lightly, deliberately coming up to his ear to exhale like orchids. Who's going to yell stop? It's you instead. Don't fail to keep up with me when the time comes. Saying that, the soul power condensed into a strand of silver silk along his fingertips and gently wrapped around Shin Jingting's wrist. Shin Jingting's throat tightened at her provocation, and he directly clasped the back of her neck to deepen the kiss. The soul power around the two men tangled and exploded, and the light wall of the boundary rippled along with them. When it was easy to separate, Shin Jingting gasped against Han Lingxi's forehead. In 3 days' time, we'll have to bring our soul fit to the highest level, so when we go into the land of nothingness, we'll be able to utilize the greatest advantage of our spirit bodies. Well said, Han Lingxi grunted, hooking her legs around his waist. Obviously you're just trying to take advantage of me. But, she suddenly smiled wryly and ran her fingertips across his chest. I'm also curious, just how far can this dual practice card make us fit together? Shin Jingting let out a low laugh. His palm pressed against her back and slowly moved down. We'll know when we've tried it. Anyway, it definitely won't let you down. But first things first, spirit channeling needs to be gradual. You don't want to start off by being a hero. As the words fell, he suddenly picked up Han Lingxi and headed deeper into the boundary, his soul power automatically condensing into a soft bed and couch along the way. Let's start with basic soul resonance. You feel my power and then try to synchronize with me. Han Lingxi wrapped her arms around Shin Jingting's neck and intentionally bit his earlobe. Speaking so seriously, you still don't want to hug me? She paused and lowered her voice. But, I can't wait to see how strong we can be after these 3 days of practice. As soon as Han Lingxi's words fell, the smiles under Shin Jingting's eyes were instantly tinted with a few points of burning heat. He carried the person towards the soft couch made of soul power, his palm rubbing her slender waist through the material of her clothes. Since Sheer is so eager, let's start with the most basic soul power sensing. As the words fell, he flexed his finger and flicked it on her brow, and the golden aura followed his fingertip and didn't enter her spirit platform. Han Lingxi snorted lightly, his soul power suddenly surging, the ice blue light entwining and intertwining with his golden aura. She tilted her neck up and threw her long hair behind her. The ice crystals leaping between her hair reflected the silver eyes more and more clear, and the soul power condensed in her fingertips was like ribbons wrapping down between Shin Jingting's ears. It's not certain who teaches who. Before the words fell, the soul power around his body suddenly turned into silk tapestries and wrapped around his wrists, rolling over and pressing the person onto the soul power cushion. Shin Jingting was pressed into the soft cushion by her, but he did not panic and raised his eyebrows, his golden pupils flooded with fine streams of light. He deliberately shook his soul-bound wrists, the knot in his throat slowly rolling under Han Lingxi's gaze. Is Creaker trying to turn the tables? Saying so, he suddenly bent his knee against the side of her waist, taking advantage of Han Lingxi's unsteady center of gravity to roll over and once again retake the initiative. His palm was braced against her side, and his falling hair swept across her flushed cheeks. But teaching you isn't that simple. Shin Jingting leaned down, the tip of his nose brushing against the tip of Han Lingxi's nose, his warm breath spraying on her lips. It's got to be hands-on. Before the words left his mouth, his fingertips were already sliding down along her waistline, giving a gentle press at a sensitive spot. No, it has to be spiritual power against spiritual power to be taught. Demonic chi churned inside the Ghost Emperor's closed-door residence, and blood-colored runes eerily brightened and dipped on the stone walls. The first messenger knelt on one knee, his body slightly trembling under his black robe. Master, the plan was successful. Han Lingxi has successfully broken through the Ghost Emperor and achieved a spirit body. The Ghost Emperor sitting on the jade throne slowly opened his eyes. A greedy light flashed through his scarlet vertical pupils, and his bony fingers rubbed the armrests of the throne, making a toothsome scraping sound. Very well. This emperor is only 30 days away from advancing, so keep an eye on her every move now. The demonic aura around him condensed into a giant ghost face, emitting a deafening hiss. The spirit body is the key to this emperor's return to Earth. We must not let that Shin Jingting kid spoil it. Yes, sir. Cold sweat oozed from the corners of the first messenger's forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. The Ghost Emperor is temperamental, and the slightest mishap will result in his soul being dispersed. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the Ghost Emperor raise his hand and fling out a ghostly blue seal. This is the soul-devouring mantra. Look for a chance to punch it into Han Lingxi's body, and when this emperor comes out of the gate, she'll be a ready sacrifice. The moment the messenger received the rune suddenly scurried into his palm, outlining hideous lines under his skin. He forcefully endured the severe pain and kowtowed. Master is wise. Shin Jingting and those two are at the soul-shattering abyss at this moment. My subordinate will go and make arrangements. 3 days later, the boundary faded from its halo, and both of them broke through to the Ghost Emperor at the same time. Han Lingxi's entire body was glued to Shin Jingting, her arms wrapped around Shin Jingting's neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, and her long silver white hair fell down, rubbing against his chin. Just hold me a little longer. Han Lingxi buried her face into the nest of Shin Jingting's shoulder, her voice muffled, and the hot air she exhaled through her collar scalded his heart. Tired? Shin Jingting raised his hand to brush away the flowing light from her hair, his fingertips brushing over the tips of her burning ears. Han Lingxi immediately came up and buried her face in his palm, her voice with a petulant ending. Husband knows that people are tired, but he still deliberately knows it. Before the words were finished, she gently bit his tiger's mouth again, her eyelashes fluttering as she tilted her head to look at him. Next time, don't be so mean. Shin Jingting's throat knots rolled, and his golden pupils were filled with indulgence. These 3 days of soul power mingling not only allowed Han Lingxi's spiritual body to completely stabilize, but the connection between the two of them also became closer and closer. He could clearly sense every ounce of Han Lingxi's emotions at the moment. His heart and eyes were filled with dependence and attachment. Go to the void first. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around her waist, his palm pressing against her hot back and gently rubbing it. Han Lingxi suddenly braced herself, her hair falling to cover their overlapping figures. She bit her lower lip and moved closer, giving him a peck on the lips, then quickly retracted, burying her face in the crook of his neck and muffled. There's no rush, rest for a while. Warm breath sprayed on Shin Jingting's collarbone, causing the knot in his throat to roll. Creak, this is not enough? Shin Jingting hooked his lips, his fingertips picking up a strand of her silver hair and wrapping it between his fingers. Do you want to rest for another day? The golden pupil swept over the tips of Han Lingxi's reddened ears, purposely using her soul power to travel down her spine. Or do you want me to teach you how to? Teach you again? Chapter 171, Entering the Land of Nothingness. Don't you dare mess around. Han Lingxi jerked her head up, her cheeks red as if they were dripping blood. I've been bullied enough by you these past 3 days, but again, I can't afford for you to keep tossing me around. Han Lingxi reached out to slap away Shin Jingting's disruptive hand, but was pulled into his arms by his counterclasped wrist. Injustice. He lowered his head to hold her earlobe and lightly bit it, his voice with a compelling smile. Obviously someone was pestering me in the middle of the night yesterday. She covered her mouth before she finished speaking, and Han Lingxi glared at him in annoyance. Shin Jingting, fine, no more. He smiled and took her hand, kissing it gently in his palm. Then get your spirits up first, when we get into the void. Later. He deliberately dragged out his trailing voice and watched the tips of Han Lingxi's ears blush again before tightening his arms to encircle the person more tightly. That's more like it. Han Lingxi grunted and shrunk into his arms, her ice blue eyes looking askance at him. If you dare to bully me again, I'll just ignore you for 3 days. She twisted her fingers and swallowed and stifled the words, unable to think of anything else that would threaten the cheeky fellow. But if you really don't see each other for 3 days, the first one who can't stand it is probably yourself. The laughter under Shin Jingting's eyes almost overflowed, and looking at Han Lingxi's red-faced and overwhelmed appearance, he deliberately went to her ear and whispered, 3 days without hitching a ride? Can you spare it? The golden pupil swept over her watery ice-blue eyes. How about instead punishing me for not getting out of bed for 3 days? Shin Jingting. Han Lingxi became infuriated and directly tilted her head back to bite his lower lip. Not lightly, but she couldn't be bothered to really bite him. Shin Jingting stifled a grunt, and instead of hiding, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed the person even tighter. Han Lingxi bit down not too gently, then immediately let go, glaring at him in exasperation. I'll let you talk nonsense. Hiss. Shin Jingting's fingertips grazed the corners of his bitten lips, and suddenly rolled over to trap her underneath him, his golden aura traveling along her collarbone. Now it seems that Sheer not only sheds, but also learns to bite? He lowered his head and bit the side of Han Lingxi's neck, his voice slurred. Then I'll have to remember this punishment for next time. Han Lingxi's cheeks burned as he pressed down on her, reaching out to rest her hand against his chest, ice blue soul power traveling along her fingertips. Still making trouble. I'm afraid the entrance to the Voidlands can't wait. Before the words fell, a violent vibration suddenly came from outside the boundary, and the humming of the underworld universal plate shook the air with ripples. Shin Jingting let out a low laugh and dropped a kiss on Han Lingxi's forehead, his body's golden aura skyrocketing to wrap the two of them. Hold me tight. He rose instantly with his arm around her waist, and Han Lingxi immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face into his shoulder. The moment she passed through the boundary, she suddenly tilted her head and pecked him on the side of his face. This time out, I'll make sure to get back everything you owe me, any time. Shin Jingting led her to skim across the shattered ice field, and the vortex in the distant land of nothingness was crazily devouring soul power, like a huge beast that was hibernating. He gripped the person in his arms tightly, his golden pupils flashed with caution. But remember to follow me closely after you go in. This void land is afraid that it's not that simple. Got it. Han Lingxi shook the psychic tattoo on her wrist, the icy blue light mirroring his golden aura. You have my soul power imprint on you, so it won't be that easy to get rid of me. She smiled wryly and suddenly puffed behind his ear. Besides, someone just said they'd teach me well and now they want to back out? Ninny, don't tease. The knot in Shin Jingting's throat rolled, and he backhanded her waist with a not-so-gentle pinch, leading her straight into the churning vortex of the land of nothingness. The temporal turbulence at the entrance whistled past, swirling the two intertwined figures into the unknown darkness. Only the fading golden aura and icy blue streams of light were left behind, outlining ambiguous ripples in place. The moment she stepped into the land of nothingness, Han Lingxi's ki suddenly trembled violently, clashing with the twisted spacetime turbulence around her to create blinding sparks. Shen Jingting took half a step back with his arm around her waist, and the shield formed by the golden aura was able to block a dark purple spatial rift that split horizontally, and the sharp edges wiped out an ear-splitting metallic scraping sound on the shield. "Watch out for those vortices." Before Shen Jingting's words fell, the void beneath his feet suddenly rippled, and countless dark golden vortexes churned like boiled water. Han Lingxi's fingertip icy blue soul power skyrocketed, condensing ice crystal chains to wrap around Shen Jingting's wrist, their devouring soul power. Her words trembled as she watched the tentacles of psionic energy she had extended out were instantly shredded into stardust by the vortex. Shen Jingting's golden pupils shrunk suddenly, and his soul power around his body worked crazily. He swung out a golden aura to split the vortex in front of him, but he saw viscous black liquid seeping out from the center of the shattered vortex, condensing in the air to form sharp bone spikes that shot toward Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi sidestepped, ice crystals condensing into arrows at her fingertips, only to be corroded with densely packed holes the moment they touched the bone spikes. "The power of this place is suppressing our power." Han Lingxi's long, silver-white hair was torn by the turbulent spacetime winds, and fine ice crystals constantly crumbled between the strands. She pressed the key to her chest, the blue light traveling along her meridians. "The resonance of the key is getting stronger. The forbidden abyss should be right here." Before the words were finished, the entire space suddenly began to invert. Shen Jingting backhandedly clasped her waist, and the golden aura turned into feathery wings holding the two of them suspended in the air. The boundary between the ground and the sky completely disappeared, and countless glowing star sands came from all directions, forming twisted human faces hovering around them. Han Lingxi vigilantly gripped Shen Jingting's hand tightly, but felt the temperature of his palm plummet. Those star sands actually penetrated the golden aura shield and slowly burned against his skin. "Mirage!" Shen Jingting gritted his teeth and swung out his light blade, and the chopped star sand reorganized behind him. Those tiny points of light twisted into an image he was most unwilling to face. Han Lingxi collapsed in a pool of blood. Her long silver-white hair dyed a piercing red, her ice-blue eyes losing their vigor. The golden aura trembled violently from the emotional fluctuation, and he snapped his eyes shut as he swung the light blade again with a bit of viciousness. However, the moment he touched the illusion, he was shocked by the soul power of the star sand's backlash, causing his tiger's mouth to go numb. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately pressed herself against his back, ice-blue spiritual energy traveling along the skin that was pressed against her. "Don't believe it, that's a trick of the Voidlands." She flipped her wrist, and the ice crystals condensed into chains that wrapped around Shen Jingting's waist, yanking the man violently backward. The two had just avoided a sudden dark golden vortex, when the void under their feet suddenly cracked open with spiderweb-like lines, from which liquid as viscous as asphalt gushed out, instantly dyeing the surroundings into a deep, bottomless black. This liquid is absorbing soul power. Shen Jingting's golden aura skyrocketed, holding up a protective shield around the two, but the black liquid was as if it had life, slowly seeping in along the cracks of the light shield, and where it passed, the golden aura shrieked. Han Lingxi raised the key, and the moment the light of the key came into contact with the liquid, space suddenly trembled violently. The temporal turbulence in the distance condensed into a huge vortex, with bizarre purple patterns flowing around the edges, resonating with the runes on the key. "The entrance to the forbidden abyss is right there." Before Han Lingxi's words fell, countless dark purple rays of light suddenly shot out from the vortex. Shen Jingting grabbed her and flipped sharply sideways, and the golden aura condensed into feathery wings that cut through the darkness. The light grazed his shoulder, leaving charred burn marks in the nothingness. He looked at Han Lingxi, who was clutching the key tightly in his arms, and his golden pupils flashed with a hint of worry. "This place has a ring of traps. We have to make quick work of it." Chapter 172, Ghostly Soul Eroding Lacewing. The two of them sped against the ground, and suddenly, the void in front of them rippled, and countless glowing star sands came surging in once again. This time it actually composed Han Lingxi's most fearful scene. She watched Shen Jingting go up in smoke in front of her, the light in his golden pupils fading out. Soul power exploded at her fingertips, but the shattered star sand became thicker and thicker as it reorganized, transforming into a giant python with open fangs. Shen Jingting swung out his light blade in time to chop it up, but he saw the shattered star sand suddenly scatter into fine powder, drilling towards the two men's skin. Shen Jingting's golden aura skyrocketed, shattering the powder into pieces, but those fine particles even penetrated the soul power barrier and landed on the side of Han Lingxi's neck. Han Lingxi's neck instantly flared with greenish-gray lines, and her ice-blue eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. "Sheer, Don't touch! Shin Jingting clasped her wrist, the golden aura turning into a fine line to pick apart the particles that were about to drill into her skin. These star sands will erode the spiritual sense. Han Lingxi braced herself to concentrate, and under the shroud of light released by Shin Jingting, the distorted illusions around her shattered, revealing the spiderweb-like prohibitions hidden in the void. Those threads glowed with a dark purple ethereal light, resonating with the vortex at the entrance of the forbidden abyss in the distance. With each vibration, a new trap took shape around it. It's a spatial spirit lock formation. Shin Jingting's golden pupils reflected the ever-changing array pattern. The resonance of the key is activating the entire array. Before his words fell, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless dark golden chains broke out of the ground, their tips entwined with flickering lightning. Han Lingxi used her soul power to condense into a shield, but it was split to pieces by the current the moment it touched the chains. Shin Jingting took her waist and rose up in the air, and the golden aura condensed into an arrow and shot at the eye of the formation. But the moment the arrow touched the purple thread, it strangely reversed its direction and shot toward Han Lingxi. She sidestepped, the tips of her hair grazed with scorch marks, and the key suddenly flared violently as the blue light skyrocketed to shatter the arrow. Husband, you can't attack strongly, she gasped and pressed the key against Shin Jingting's palm. Use your soul power to follow the key pattern. The moment the two soul forces mingled, the entire space trembled violently. The purple threads began to twist and disintegrate, revealing the black crystals suspended at the formation's eye. Shin Jingting golden aura condensed into a light blade chopped out. The crystals should be shattered, but in the exploded black fog revealed more tiny crystals, like stars all over the void. Han Lingxi's key suddenly detached from her palm and hovered in the air, spinning automatically as the blue light resonated with all the crystals, forming a whirling vortex of soul power. Not good. Shin Jingting shielded Han Lingxi in his arms. This is going to suck us into the temporal turbulence. The golden aura around him surged crazily, trying to resist the suction force of the vortex, but the two men's bodies were still retreating uncontrollably. Han Lingxi's long silver white hair was torn straight as she gritted her teeth and reached out, her soul power condensing into a rope to wrap around the nearest crystal. Right at this moment, the surface of the crystal suddenly cracked open with fine lines, from which a sticky black liquid seeped out, the very same bizarre substance that had devoured soul power earlier. This black liquid is not right. As soon as Han Lingxi's soul force rope touched the black liquid, the surface was once again flooded with densely packed holes. She withdrew her soul power in a panic, only to see those corrosion marks follow the remnants of the rope, tracing a scorched black track in the void. Shin Jingting's golden pupils stared at the flow of the black liquid and suddenly yanked her behind him. Be careful, they're tracking the resonance frequency of the key. Before the words fell, the black liquid in the entire space suddenly boiled and turned into countless spikes that shot towards the suspended key. Shin Jingting waved out the golden light shield, but heard a snorting sound. The shield surface was instantly covered with spiderweb cracks. Han Lingxi flipped her wrist, and ice blades plummeted down like rain, stabbing the approaching black liquid into sticky droplets. But those droplets just landed on the ground and then converged and molded again. Single attack is useless. Shin Jingting ripped off his lapel and wrapped it around his injured wrist. The golden aura seeped down the fabric and accelerated the healing of the wound. These black liquids look like they're being manipulated by some kind of power. We have to find the source. He looked up at the madly spinning vortex of soul power, and in the center of the intertwined blue light and black liquid, a translucent and bizarre outline emerged vaguely. Han Lingxi followed his gaze, her ice blue eyes snapping open. It's the phantom eroding lacewing. Those black liquids are the tentacles they split off. She gripped the key tightly, her soul power injected along the rune veins. These monsters can refract psychic energy fluctuations, the traps we saw before. I'm afraid they were all illusions created by them. A sharp hiss suddenly resounded in the void, and countless phosphorescent outlines surfaced in the black liquid. Shin Jingting wrapped his arms around her and backed away sharply, but he saw the side-like mouthparts of a phantom soul-eroding lacewing graze his shoulder, and a pungent, acidic rot instantly filled the air. Don't let them get close. Han Lingxi's voice was tinged with trembling. Soul-eroding acid can directly corrode ghost bodies. Shin Jingting's golden aura skyrocketed, forming a rotating storm of light blades around the two of them. The tentacles of the phantom eclipse lacewing were crushed just as it approached, but the shattered gelatinous carcasses transformed into spores in the air and reorganized into more individuals. Gotta purify all the spores at the same time. Han Lingxi raised the key high above her head, the icy blue light mingling with Shin Jingting's golden aura. Resonate with your soul power. Just like cracking a spatial spirit locking formation, the moment the two soul forces collided with a bang, the entire void was dyed a blazing greenish white. The phantom lacewings screamed as their phosphorescent outlines began to twist and crumble, splintering into spores that burned in the light. But just as it was about to be successfully purified, the vortex at the entrance to the forbidden abyss in the distance suddenly contracted violently. and the black mist that surged out from it instantly swallowed all the light. The black mist tumbled in, instantly obscuring the light of the two mingling. Shen Jingting instinctively shielded Han Lingxi in his arms as the golden aura tore a gap in the black mist with difficulty. However, they found that the spores of the phantom soul eroding lacewing had actually utilized the darkness to reunite and transformed into giant tentacles that were wrapped towards them. Acid mixed with black mist. Han Lingxi's icy blue spiritual energy condensed into a mask to protect her mouth and nose, and the key glowed in her palm, its blue light piercing through the black fog to illuminate her surroundings. Her pupils suddenly shrunk, the densely packed phantom soul eroding lacewing was following the suction of the vortex, coming in like a tidal wave. The translucent body glowed with a chilling phosphorescence in the black mist. The light blade Shen Jingting swung out was corroded and dulled the instant it touched the tentacle, and he gritted his teeth as he dragged Han Lingxi back briskly. This is not the way to go on. Gotta find their weakness. Before his words fell, a phantom soul eroding lacewing suddenly swooped in from behind him, its side-like mouthparts going straight for the back of his neck. Han Lingxi almost reflexively lunged over, the ice blade piercing through the monster's torso, only to see more spores spewing out and burrowing towards her spiritual body. Creak! Shen Jingting's golden aura skyrocketed into a cage, trapping the spores in it as much as possible and burning them. But outside the cage, the group's symbiotic characteristics of the Phantom Eclipse lacewing were on full display. The annihilated individuals continued to reorganize, densely packed tentacles filling almost the entire space. Han Lingxi's key suddenly trembled violently, the blue light resonating with some kind of power deep within the vortex. She looked at the ancient patterns gradually appearing on the key and suddenly her pupils lit up. It's a sound pattern. Their symbiosis relies on fluctuations of specific frequencies. She held the key close to her lips, and her soul power flowed along the runes, turning them into sharp sound waves that shook the void. The body of the Phantom Eclipse lacewing twisted and distorted at once, and the phosphorescent outline began to disintegrate. Shen Jingting immediately understood, and the golden aura condensed into a sound blade that resonated with her soul power. The two forces intertwined into a spiraling storm of sound waves, and wherever they passed, the spores of the phantom soul eroding lacewing were like moths that had been scorched, dissipating into pieces. Chapter 173, Lord of the Forbidden Abyss. However, just when they thought the situation was reversed, a deafening hiss suddenly came from the center of the vortex. A phantom eclipse lacewing several times the size of any other individual breaks out of the ground. Its translucent body was wrapped with countless human soul fragments, and the soul corrosive acid dripping from its three pairs of side-like mouthparts actually corroded huge holes in the ground that led straight into the abyss. It's the Matrix! Han Lingxi's voice was muffled by a hiss, her soul power trembling from overexertion. The resonance of the key attracted this monster. Shen Jingting's hand around her suddenly tightened, but there was not the slightest bit of fear in his golden pupils. He lowered his head and dropped a kiss on Han Lingxi's forehead, his soul power infusing along the touching skin. This time, it's my turn to open the way. Before the words fell, Shen Jingting's golden aura around his body skyrocketed into sky-shadowing feathers, and he rushed straight into the Matrix with Han Lingxi in his arms. The side-like mouthpiece of the Phantom Eclipse lacewing slashed at him head-on, but he didn't dodge or avoid it. The moment the light blade penetrated the monster's torso, Han Lingxi's soul power followed suit, turning into countless ice crystals that were nailed into the core of the Matrix. The mother body in severe pain twisted frantically, but the spores that spewed out were purified as much as possible by the resonance of the two men's soul power. While it lasts, Han Lingxi inserted the key into the most vulnerable part of the Matrix, the jaw. The icy blue light resonated completely with the power in the depths of the vortex. The entire land of nothingness began to tremble violently, and the group of Phantom Eclipse lacewings let out a final wail as the mother's body disintegrated inch by inch in the light. But in the moment of victory, the center of the vortex suddenly cracked open with a temporal rift, and an irresistible suction force yanked the two towards the deepest part of the Forbidden Abyss. As the space-time turbulence was about to engulf the duo, the massive Phantom Eclipse lacewing mother body suddenly stopped struggling. The originally twisted and hideous body began to slowly stretch, and the soul remnants wrapped in the translucent gelatin even transformed into dots of starlight, gently encircling the sides of Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. The three pairs of side-like mouthparts slowly close, and the phosphorescent outline gradually becomes softer. Both of you, congratulations on passing the test. My master has an invitation. The sound of the phantom soul eroding lacewing was like gravel rubbing together, yet it clearly echoed in the void. Its massive body actively parted to the sides, revealing the passageway to the depths of the Forbidden Abyss. A mysterious river of silver light flowed through the passage, echoing the blue light of the key. Han Lingxi's hand that clutched Shen Jingting trembled slightly, her ice blue eyes full of vigilance. What's going on here? The depths of the Voidlands actually have a master? She gripped the key tightly, psionic energy flowing through her fingertips, ready for the unexpected. Shen Jingting's golden pupils flickered, but the golden aura around his body did not converge. It seems that from the moment we stepped into the land of nothingness, we were caught in an elaborate trial. He wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's waist and walked slowly toward the passageway. Be careful. I won't let you get hurt no matter who's in front of you. As the two of them approached, ripples appeared on the surface of the river of light and a picture emerged. Scenes of ancient cultivators practicing in the land of nothingness, the reproduction and change of the phantom eclipse lacewing tribe, and countless explorers who tried to break into the forbidden abyss but returned in failure. The image finally settled on an ancient bronze key, the same shape as the key in Han Lingxi's hand. The key in your hands is the key to unlocking the forbidden abyss. The voice of the phantom soul eroding lacewing sounded once again, but only those who have passed the test of both soul and power will be qualified to meet the master face to face. Its body began to gradually dissipate, turning into a roiling phosphorus flame to guide the two. Follow me. The truth you wish to know lies ahead. Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting glanced at each other and nodded in silent agreement. They clasped each other's hands and stepped into the river of silver light. As his footsteps went deeper, the laws of space and time around him became more and more disorganized, while the chaotic aura of the land of nothingness quietly became calm. At the end of the river of light, an ancient palace suspended in the darkness loomed. Its doors slowly opened, and a mysterious figure appeared in the depths of the light. The moment he stepped into the palace, the golden aura around Shen Jingting suddenly contracted into substance, casting a wary shadow on the ground. Han Lingxi's ice crystal key beeped, its blue light echoing the bronze key suspended in the hall. The two keys actually broke away from the master's control, intertwined and entwined in the air, and turned into streams of light that disappeared into the star map on the dome. The star map instantly lit up, the ancient lines spreading like blood veins and illuminating the jade platform in the center of the palace. On the jade platform leaned a figure in ink-colored robes, his pale fingers playing with a wisp of ghostly blue flame. Hearing the footsteps, he laughed out softly. Apprentice, after waiting for 1,042,000 years, I've finally waited for you. He rose slowly, his gold and red intertwined eyes sweeping over the two. Han Lingxi only felt chilled to the bone, and the light that flowed through those eyes was actually the same as the vortex in the land of nothingness. Who are you? Shen Jingting shielded Han Lingxi behind him, and the golden aura condensed into a blade of light buzzing at his fingertips. The ink-robed man approached with his hands folded, countless broken souls crashing on the chains slipping from his sleeves. Apprentice, call master. The ink-robed man's voice was low but with a bit of teasing, the tail end echoing in the empty hall. Shen Jingting's body tensed, the light blade buzzing even more. Who the hell are you? My original ghost weapon was refined by you. Who do you think I am? The ink-robed man raised his hand to stroke over the chains, and wherever his fingertips swept by, those broken souls let out a mournful scream. Shen Jingting was struck by lightning, and the underworld abyss ghost pearl that flowed through his body instantly flashed in his mind. The icy touch, the restless soul power, all of them turned into cold sweat sliding down his spine at this moment. You are the Stygian Abyss Ghost Emperor. You're not dead? Correction. It should now be called the Underworld Ghost Spirit. The ink-robed man suddenly tilted his head back and laughed painfully. The sound of his laughter shook the dome's star map and caused ripples. This seed has successfully advanced into the ghost spirit. He slowly raised his hand, his pale face twisting in the ghostly light. In that great battle back then, I was suppressed here by the other three ghost emperors in a joint effort. I didn't expect that a great calamity will have a blessing afterward. Being trapped in the land of nothingness for 1,000,000 years has instead allowed me to break through the shackles of ghost cultivation and successfully break through the ghost spirit realm. The chains between his sleeves suddenly exploded, like vipers attacking towards the two. And you, my good disciple, actually brought a spirit body to break into this place, saving me a lot of effort. What do you want? Shen Jingting's golden aura surged around him, completely enveloping Han Lingxi in a shield of light, his golden pupils churning with monstrous killing intent. Not doing anything, just trying to be human. The Stygian ghost spirit spread out his hands, twisted black mist emerging from his pale palms. I noticed your wife's special physique when she entered the bizarre world. His scarlet eyes swept over Han Lingxi, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. That's the body of reverse destiny that can penetrate both the yin and yang realms. As long as this seed kills her, it will be able to seize her spirit body, open the door to ascension, enter the yang world, and reign over the two realms. Han Lingxi was chilled to the bone, her soul power exploding at her fingertips. You've been eyeing me for a long time? Clever. The underworld ghost spirit laughed lightly, the chains between his sleeves suddenly unfolding all the way, weaving the entire palace into a cage. This seat knows that guy from the 9 Spectres covets her physique as well, so he told Qing Lian about this news. Not only that, but this seat also left her the key to the Forbidden Abyss, telling her that this place would allow her to hide from the 9 Spectres. He paced closer as the soul in chains let out a shrill wail. I didn't think, that this day would come so soon. You guys broke into the forbidden abyss with the key, just to help the seat save the effort of searching for you. Now, it is time for you to make your sacrifices. Chapter 174, Integration. Vile. As Han Lingxi spoke, her ice blue soul power skyrocketed, and countless ice cones broke through the air. The underworld ghost spirit casually waved his sleeve, and the ice cone instantly disintegrated into pieces. His aura around him climbed crazily, and the space in the land of nothingness began to crack inch by inch. Now, Han Lingxi, if you take the initiative to sacrifice your spiritual body, this seat will still be able to leave Shen Jingting's body intact. The underworld ghost spirit's aura around him climbed crazily, and the space in the land of nothingness began to crack inch by inch, with corrosive black mist seeping out of the pitch-black fissures. Oh, leaving my body intact, do you have the power to do that? Shen Jingting sneered, and the golden aura around his body suddenly trembled violently. His consciousness instantly sank into the depths of the sea of consciousness, resonating with the system within him. In an instant, countless golden runes emerged from the surface of his body, like ancient divine patterns flowing. System, fusion. Shen Jingting let out a low gulp. Majestic power burst out from his body, and the golden aura turned into a substantial pillar of light that went straight to the dome, illuminating the entire palace. His aura climbed upward, surpassing the Stygian abyss ghost spirit in the blink of an eye. Your life, I'll take it. Shen Jingting took one step and the void collapsed under his feet. He raised his hand and waved it, and a golden blade of light containing the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth chopped at the underworld ghost spirit. Right at this moment, countless phantom soul-eroding lacewings surged out from the spatial rift, their translucent bodies glowing with greenish-purple phosphorescence, and their 3 pairs of side-like mouthparts flashing with a dangerous cold light. However, these soul-eroding lacewings didn't attack Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, but instead surrounded the Stygian abyss ghost spirits, emitting sharp hisses. The moment Shen Jingting's strength soared, these soul-eroding lacewings sensed a more powerful pressure and instinctively chose to fall back. Their tentacles surged towards the Stygian abyssal ghost spirit like a tidal wave, attempting to devour it. The Stygian abyss ghost spirit's face changed drastically as he roared, "A bunch of backbones!" He waved his chains and tried to disperse the erosive lacewing, but the number of erosive lacewing was too great and pounced forward and backward. Shen Jingting took the opportunity to approach with Han Lingxi, and the golden aura congealed into a web of light that enveloped the Stygian abyss ghost spirit. "Hitting on my wife, today is the day you die." His voice was as cold as ice, carrying an unquestionable killing intent. Shen Jingting's golden aura coalesced into a vortex around his body, and when he raised his hand, the soul power of the entire land of emptiness was pulled. Ancient runes surfaced in his palm, a sign of the awakening of the system after its fusion. The phantom eclipse lacewings felt this power and let out fearful hisses, actively retreating to make way for the attack. The Stygian ghost spirit looked at the fierce killing intent in Shen Jingting's eyes and felt fear for the first time. He frantically urged his chains in an attempt to ward off the upcoming attack, only to find that the space around him had been completely blocked. "Impossible! How did you suddenly become so powerful?" he hissed, panic in his voice like never before. "You lose by being too cocky." Shen Jingting coldly opened his mouth, casually waving his soul power into a blade of light that tore through the void, instantly chopping at the underworld ghost spirit. Wherever the light blade passed, space collapsed by inches, and the defense of the underworld ghost spirit was as fragile as thin paper in front of this strike. With a mournful scream, his torso was penetrated by the light blade and dissipated into dots of streaming light in the air. As Han Lingxi watched this scene, a hint of pain flashed through her eyes. For an existence like the Stygian ghost spirit, to be merciful was to be cruel to oneself. Shen Jingting slowly walked towards the gradually dissipating spirit body, and between his raised hands, a soul force trapped its core. "With your power, help me return to Earth," he whispered as his soul power slowly absorbed the body of the Stygian abyss ghost spirit. The moment he absorbed the power of his body, Shen Jingting's aura around his body surged again. A hint of purple aura flashed through his golden pupils, a mutation that arose from absorbing the power of the ghost spirits. Han Lingxi hurried forward and held his hand. "Husband, are you feeling all right?" Fortunately, Shen Jingting held her hand back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. "Kill Zhou Yue immediately now while the system's power hasn't dissipated." The phantom eclipse lacewings were quietly hibernating on the side, and at this moment, they had completely submitted to Shen Jingting's power. Shen Jingting's mind moved, and these soul-eroding lacewings transformed into streams of light and disappeared into his body, becoming a new booster for him. "Come on, Creek." While leaving the forbidden abyss, Shen Jingting said to the system, "Unity Sun, lock the location of 9 specters." A mechanical tone buzzed from the depths of the sea of consciousness, and a ghostly blue beam of light shot out from Shen Jingting's brow, outlining the star map in the air. "Target detected in the 9 Ghosts Blood Cave. spatial coordinates being synchronized. Before the system's words fell, Shin Jingting had already wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, and the two of them turned into streams of light that tore through the void. The moment he stepped into the blood cave, a rich blood aura hit his face. Nine Spectres was sitting on the basalt iron coffin in the center of the altar, and the black mist wrapped around his body was slowly fading away. He was at the critical moment of his closed door impact on the Ghost Emperor realm, but he was interrupted by this powerful aura that suddenly intruded. Blood-colored lines danced crazily between his pale forehead, and his red pupils tumbled with vigilance and unwillingness. Who is it? How could this aura be so powerful? The 12 blood crystal lamps around the altar suddenly shook violently, and the ghostly fire burning in the lamps turned from green to purple, reflecting the entire blood cave in a treacherous way. Nine Spectres let out a suppressed low growl in his throat. His 10 fingers pinched deeply into the coffin, and the surface of the metaphysical iron was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. At this moment, he was only one step away from a breakthrough, and if he were to forcefully interrupt it, not only would he go off the deep end, but his hard-won cultivation would also be destroyed. Stop me! As Nine Spectres waved his hand, the blood-colored chains around the altar exploded, turning into hundreds of blood pythons that broke through the dome. Each blood python's mouth spewed out ethereal poisonous mist, and wherever it passed, space was corroded with densely packed holes. He gritted his teeth and continued to run his gong method, but the virtual shadow condensed by the demonic chi around him was trembling, and it was obvious that this sudden threat was constantly disturbing his mind. And at this moment, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi were traveling through the twisted space-time rift at the periphery of the blood cave. The feather Shin Jingting had condensed with his soul power cut through the layers of blood mist, and Han Lingxi in his arms gripped the key tightly as his ice-blue soul power wove a protective barrier around the two of them. Look out! Han Lingxi suddenly drank low, and ice crystals suddenly blossomed, freezing all of the sneak-attacking blood-colored vines. Shin Jingting's eyes and hands were quick. The light blade cut through, and the vines instantly turned into pieces and dissipated into the blood mist. These should be the blocks set up by the Nine Spectres, indicating that we're not far from him. Shin Jingting's eyes were cold, the red light of systematic analysis flowing through his golden pupils. He's forcibly shutting down, and these attacks are nothing more than a means of delaying time. He raised his hand and summoned the Phantom Eclipse Lacewing, and the swarm of insects rushed forward as streams of light, gnawing at the blood-colored barriers along the way. Han Lingxi's soul power skyrocketed, condensing into an ice ladder set up on the collapsing spatial fault. The two of them cooperated well and sped in the direction of the altar. Deep in the blood cave, Nine Spectres' breath became more and more unstable, and the demonic pattern of the breakthrough flickered erratically on his body surface. He stared at the gradually approaching golden aura and blue light, finally squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Just in time. When I break through the Ghost Emperor realm, I will definitely make you all perish. Chapter 175, Killing the Nine Sephiroths. Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi's figures weaved through the blood mist, each step accompanied by a tremor in space. Shin Jingting's soul power surged around him, tearing the blood python into pieces along the way, and Han Lingxi followed closely behind, freezing the remaining underworld poisonous mist. Husband, Zhou Yue is about to break through. Before Han Lingxi's words fell, the space beneath her feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep, bottomless pool of blood. Countless pale arms in the pool suddenly stretched out, their nails glowing with ghostly black poison. Shin Jingting took her waist and rose up in the air, and his soul power transformed into a blade of light to split the blood pool in half. But he saw more sticky blood mist gushing out from the fracture, condensing into the Nine Spectres' silhouette. Oomph, it's just a dying struggle. Shin Jingting coldly grunted, and the light blade went straight for the center of the shadow's brow. The moment the shadow dissipated, the dome of the blood cave exploded, and thousands of blood-colored chains poured down like a waterfall. The ghost faces embedded in the chains simultaneously opened their fangs and spewed out black flames that could corrode soul power. Han Lingxi used her soul power to form a wall of ice, but the moment it touched the black flames, it made an ear-piercing zzz sound. The surface of the ice wall melted at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just at the moment when the ice wall was about to shatter, Shin Jingting's aura suddenly burst out around him, like a blazing sun illuminating the blood cave. Sculpture. His tone was icy cold as he raised his hand and lightly waved it, a golden light shield instantly enveloping the two. When the black flames hit the light shield, it even made a crunching sound like glass shattering, and dissipated into nothingness before it even got close. Shin Jingting's eyes narrowed slightly. The golden pupils flowed with the combat data given by the system, and the attack trajectory of each ghost face was under his control. His figure flickered, turning into a golden stream of light as he traveled through the blood mist. Wherever they passed, the blood-colored chains broke by inches, and the inlaid ghost faces let out mournful screams and were twisted into pieces by the golden aura. Han Lingxi gripped the key tightly, the attack following close behind, completely freezing the collapsing black flames. Husband, watch out, she suddenly voiced a reminder, but she saw that Shen Jingting had already predicted the sneak attack, and with a backhanded blade of light chopped out, splitting the sneak-attacking blood python into two. Zhou Yue's figure seated on the Xian iron coffin gave a slight lurch as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Shen Jingting, however, did not give the other party a chance to react, and the golden aura around his body skyrocketed 3 times, transforming into a golden dragon that rushed straight to the altar. Sensing the gradually approaching aura, 9 specters finally couldn't sit still, and the blood chi around his body surged in an attempt to block it. But the golden dragon's claws easily tore through the demonic aura barrier and slapped heavily on the Xian iron coffin. With a loud rumble, the Xian iron coffin exploded into pieces, and 9 specters flew backwards in a sorry state, a trace of black blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to hold himself up, his red pupils filled with disbelief. How could it be you guys? How did you guys find this place? Shen Jingting's golden aura flowed around his body, like a god or goddess on earth, his feet stepping on the demonic chi that collapsed in the 9 hells slowly approaching. Accidental or not, as he raised his hand, the chains condensed from golden aura pierced through the blood mist and yanked back Zhou Yue, who was trying to escape. You think you can rest easy by hiding in seclusion outside the bizarre world? The system interface flickered in his sea of consciousness, labeling the collapsing trajectory of the 9 specters' soul force in real time. The pressure of the Ghost Emperor realm actually seemed so fragile in front of absolute power. Han Lingxi used her soul power to condense into ice crystals suspended at her side, and the key blue light intertwined with the golden aura to form a net. From the time you coveted my physique, you should have thought that there would be today. I'm going to kill you and avenge my master. Before her words fell, Shen Jingting had already swung out his blade of light, cutting the underworld streamer offered by Zhou Yue into 2. The moment the surface of the streamer shattered, thousands of grievous spirits let out ear-piercing whistles, but they were scorched by the golden aura as much as possible. Impossible. I'm clearly about to break through the Ghost Emperor realm. Zhou Yue frantically urged his demonic chi, but the barrier he had just condensed was shattered by Shen Jingting's casual blow. He staggered and crashed into the altar pillar, and the basalt iron pillar collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of bloody dust. Shen Jingting's golden pupil flashed through a cold aura, and the golden aura around his body skyrocketed into a cage to trap him in the center. Zhou Yue, your ghost spirit dream, it's time to wake up. The corners of Zhou Yue's mouth hooked up into a weird smile, and the demonic chi around his body actually began to run in the reverse direction, and the toothsome sound of bones reorganizing came from the depths of the blood grotto. Not good. He's burning his origin. Before Han Lingxi's words fell, Zhou Yue's aura instantly skyrocketed several times, transforming into a blood-colored ghost that broke through the cage, and his 10 bony claws went straight for Shen Jingting's throat. The moment when the bone claws of the blood-colored stern ghost were about to touch Shen Jingting's throat, the golden aura around his body was like a substantial armor instantly covering him. Shen Jingting flicked his fingers, and a golden rune containing the laws of space burst out. The 9 specters transformed into a stern ghost actually froze in midair, and all the attacks were as if the pause button had been pressed. Burning the origin? Unbearable. Shen Jingting's tone was icy cold, his palm held in vain. Space began to distort, and in the mournful hissing sound of the 9 specters, the Ghost Emperor's body disintegrated inch by inch, and was re-transformed into demonic gas scattered. Han Lingxi used her soul power to turn into an ice net to block off the surrounding area, preventing the 9 specters' remnant souls from escaping. 9 specters' main body fell to the ground in a sorry state, the ghost patterns on its body surface dimmed, and its breath shriveled like a candle in the wind. He struggled to get up, but realized that Shen Jingting had already laid a confinement spell formation around his body. This is impossible. You're obviously just a mole, he growled in resignation, black blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and corroding deep craters in the ground. Shen Jingting approached slowly, the golden aura around his body condensed into chains that wrapped around Zhou Yue. You shouldn't hit Sheer, she's my life. If you want my life, I'll kill you. Oh, then we'll die together. Knowing that he would not survive, Zhou Yue simply died with Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. He suddenly erupted with the last of his strength, and the yin chi around him condensed into self-destructing runes. Shen Jingting let out a cold laugh. The golden aura instantly skyrocketed into a cage wrapping Zhou Yue completely. Self-detonation? You're not qualified enough. As he clenched his palm, 9 specters along with the self-destructing runes were swallowed up by the golden aura as much as they could, and even the screams failed to emanate. As the blood cave returned to silence, Shen Jingting dispersed his golden aura and walked over to Han Lingxi. He lifted his hand to gently wipe away the dust of blood that stained her temples, the residual golden aura from his fingertips gilding her face with a warm glow. Creak, there are no more ghosts in the creepy world that can bully you. Han Lingxi blinked her icy blue eyes and suddenly puffed out her cheeks in feigned anger. Nope, there's another one. Shen Jingting's golden pupils shrunk suddenly, and the soul power around his body instantly rippled with wariness. Who? You tell me. I'll get him killed. far away in the sky, but close at hand. Han Lingxi stood on her tiptoes, her fingertips poking him in the chest, the corners of her lips curling into a wry arc. It's you! You just bully me every day. Shen Jingting froze, then reacted, and the sternness under his eyes turned into a gentle smile. He circled her into his arms with a long arm, his chin gently brushing over the top of her hair. How did I bully you? You know it in your own heart. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed, and she twisted in his arms to break free, but he held her tighter. I really don't know. Will Creek tell me? Has every day pressed you? Or did the 3 days in seclusion tire you out? Shen Jingting deliberately lowered his head. His warm breath swept over her ears, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. As the words fell, Han Lingxi's face instantly burned red. The images of those 3 days of dual cultivation flashed through her mind, and she raised her hand and pounded Shen Jingting's chest, angrily snapping, Shen Jingting! Shen Jingting lowered his head and kissed Han Lingxi's lips. What is it that your wife calls for my husband? Chapter 176, The Spirit Sect. Look at you. Now you're bullying me. Han Lingxi tilted her head in exasperation, only to crash into his golden pupils with a smirk. Shen Jingting lowered his head and dropped a kiss on her forehead, his voice low and compelling. Ah, molesting you is bullying you? Then I will. Later. He deliberately paused, his fingertips gently tracing over Han Lingxi's burning cheeks, brightly and squarely hurting you, okay? Han Lingxi's heart skipped a beat at Shen Jingting's words, and she turned her face away from looking at him. Shen Jingting, however, refused to let her go, wrapping his arm around her waist and spinning her around so that she could meet his blazing gaze again. Suddenly, he bent down slightly, his hands gently cupping Han Lingxi's face as he asked earnestly, Creek, but tell me now, do you want to return to Earth? Han Lingxi looked at him, her eyes full of longing, and gently nodded. Yes, every time I hear you talk about those interesting things on Earth, I especially want to be a human with a physical body again. I want to see those green hills you talked about, and I want to feel the warmth of the sun on my body. Then I promise you that we will return to Earth together, okay? Shen Jingting's voice was low and firm, with an unquestionable certainty. After returning to Earth, you marry me. Han Lingxi had wanted to poke fun, but when she saw the sincere emotion in Shen Jingting's eyes, as well as her own silhouette reflected in the bottom of her eyes, she swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. She slightly stood on her tiptoes, her arms encircled Shen Jingting's neck, and gently kissed his lips. The kiss was gentle and lingering, as if it spoke to her deepest emotions and responses. Shen Jingting was slightly stunned, and then he embraced her tightly, responding to the kiss with promise and love. The air around them seemed to sweeten, and the eerie aura of the blood cave was dispelled by this love. After a long time, the two of them separated. Han Lingxi's face flushed with red, her eyes full of love. Yes, I'll wait for you to take me back to Earth, and then I'll marry you. The corners of Shen Jingting's mouth lifted into a happy smile as he once again embraced her tightly into his arms. Right at this moment, a mechanical system tone suddenly sounded in his head. Creepy value arrived. $20 million. Immediately afterward, a series of data exploded in the sea of consciousness, counting the bizarre values, totaling 173,770 points. Note, killing a ghost spirit will earn you 100 million eerie values. In addition, the host had better not resurrect Qinglian Ghost Zun. Her heart has long been dead, and after resurrection it will be nothing more than a line about walking corpses. Shen Jingting's body shook, and Han Lingxi in his arms sensed the difference and looked up at him suspiciously. Jingting, what's wrong? Shen Jingting gazed down at her flushed face, her concerned eyes reflected in his golden pupils. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the fleeting look of longing in her eyes every time he talked about the earthly fires and the street temples. It turns out that those moments when she listens intently, those looks of wanting to say something, all hide a longing for Earth. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the broken hair at her temples. His tone was firm and gentle. Sierra, when we've made arrangements for the bizarre world, we'll go back to the Yang world together. I'm going to take you to see the most lively lantern festival, eat the sweetest osmanthus cake, and marry you home in style with everyone's blessing. Han Lingxi's eyes instantly misted with water. Her ice blue eyes clouded with a layer of crystals. She reached around Shen Jingting's waist, buried her face into his chest, her voice muffled but with a hidden joy. What you said, you can't back out. Never renege. Shen Jingting's arms tightened, his chin resting against the top of her hair, a golden aura looming around his body. It's just that, Master Teacher. Her will to die has been decided, and she doesn't want to come back to life. Alas. Han Lingxi sighed softly, burying her face into the crook of Shen Jingting's neck. I was thinking of letting Master Teacher personally preside over our wedding. Let her see with her own eyes that the little apprentice who was always getting into trouble back then is now able to live her life in peace. Shen Jingting's throat knots rolled as he raised his hand to gently comb through her scattered hair. Master knows that you're doing well now. He should be very pleased. Saying that, he remembered that there were still many matters to be done, and with a thought, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. and the light curtain of the system mall instantly unfolded in front of his eyes. When the word Spirit Sect came into view, his pupils shrunk slightly and he carefully read the introduction. Spirit Door, the door of ascension, outlined by the essence of a strong ghost spirit realm member, can lead to the earth, and only one ghost can pass a door. Tutelary. That said, what good is it for Hades' abyss? 9 specters and the others to return to Earth? Aren't they all going to die in the end? Shin Jingting frowned, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the tips of Han Lingxi's hair. The system's mechanical voice rang out at the right time. Host, you don't know. Entering the Earth through the Spirit Gate allows you to bring back your strength and have an unlimited lifespan. Hiss. Shin Jingting sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and Han Lingxi in his arms sensed his difference and looked up when she bumped into his shocked expression. The knot in his throat rolled as he repeated the system's words, only to see Han Lingxi's ice-blue eyes ripple as well. No wonder they do whatever they can. If you can stay on Earth forever in the body of a ghost spirit, you can still manipulate power as you wish. Shin Jingting, however, suddenly hooked his lips and smiled, the golden aura around his body flowing like a river of stars. But we have the spirit door of the underworld, as well as the ones that the system mall sells, just 2 spirit doors, one for each of us. He raised his hand to brush over Han Lingxi's temples, the golden aura of his fingertips gently sweeping away the bloodstained dust for her. Sheer, let's go back to the soul-shattering abyss first and gather your minders for a meeting. Before the words fell, Shin Jingting's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an attack containing a destructive aura suddenly blasted out, and space suddenly rippled strangely. Far away from the entrance to the land of nothingness, the first messenger who was secretly spying didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream, and was turned into flying ash under the strangulation of the golden Oans, and even the remnants of his soul didn't leave half a wisp. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around her waist, and the golden aura around his body transformed into feathery wings that unfolded. Come on, let's go home. In an instant, the two turned into streams of light traveling through the twisted spatial rift. The golden aura mirrored the icy blue, vaporizing all the blood-colored stern ghosts that swam along the way. When the outline of the ice crystal palace at the soul-shattering abyss came into view, Han Lingxi subconsciously clutched Shin Jingting's sleeve. In the distance, dozens of figures were hovering at the mouth of the abyss, and the ice crystal ground was scratched with cracks by the footprints of anxious pacing. The scarlet pupils of the spiteful ghost emperor suddenly contracted violently. My lord, they're back. His withered fingers pointed toward the sky, and the ghostly claws under his black robe trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shun. Mei Lust's figure traced scarlet residue in the air, the color of her eyes at the end of her eyes glowing with excitement. Shui Yu and Huang Yingying simultaneously knelt on one knee, their Xian armor and golden skirts hunting in the cold wind. Your Holiness, Prefect, Ying, gathered General Hu and the others to go to the council chamber first. Han Lingxi's icy blue eyes swept over the crowd, her voice clear and cool with unquestionable majesty. Huang Yingying rose sharply, and her golden skirt fluttered as a stream of light as she went away. Shin Jingting raised his hand to signal the crowd to level off, and the golden aura around his body loomed large, casting a shocking light on the ice field. Passing through the ice crystal corridor engraved with runes, the cold jade door of the council chamber burst open. Inside the hall, the Hu generals had already stood in order, and the sound of weapons clashing and whispering came to an abrupt end as the two men stepped in. The grieving ghost emperor followed with a trembling bone staff. Mei Desire and Feng Yu stood on either side, their gazes vigilantly scanning the atmosphere in the hall. Creak, now arrange their affairs. Shin Jingting tilted his head slightly sideways and said softly to Han Lingxi, who was leaning against his side. The golden aura around him softened, contrasting with the chill in the hall. Just say it, husband. I'll do whatever you say. Han Lingxi leaned against Shin Jingting, her icy blue eyes full of trust, and the corner of her lips slightly hooked into a light smile. Chapter 177, Return to Earth. Shin Jingting lowered his eyes to look at the person in his arms, his heart roiled with warmth, and turned his gaze to the people in the hall. These figures were all companions who had followed Han Lingxi through the bizarre world and fought in blood. Even in the face of him as an outsider, his eyes always looked at Han Lingxi with an almost devout following. The corners of Shin Jingting's mouth rose slightly, and with a wave of his hand, golden light swept over them like a tidal wave. The crowd only felt a majestic power surging into their bodies, and their meridians were swollen and painful by this power. But in the blink of an eye, the power fused with itself, and his strength skyrocketed like a rocket. Among them, Mei Lust's strength was elevated to a day-level ghost emperor, and her originally voluptuous face was even more bewitching due to this infusion of power, exuding a powerful pressure around her. Both the grieving ghost emperor and Wind Spectre were mentioned as star ghost emperors. The originally hunched body of the grieving ghost emperor seemed to straighten up for a few moments, and Wind Spectre's eyes flashed with surprise. Shui Yu and Huang Yingying elevated to the day-level ghost emperor, and the two of them glanced at each other. feeling the surging power within their bodies as they gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. The other heartthrobs had also elevated by a large realm, and shock and ecstasy were written all over everyone's face. Before they could react, Shen Jingting slowly spoke. Gentlemen, Sierra and I are leaving. The weird world will be managed by Mei Lust in the future. You guys are responsible for assisting her. Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen. This, Mei Lust stared wide-eyed, her eyes full of unbelief. She had never thought that Shen Jingting would hand over this huge power to herself. Your Holiness, Prefect, where are you going? Shui Yu knelt on one knee, worry written all over his face. Shen Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's waist, his golden pupils filled with tenderness. We're going back to live on Earth. Mei Lust has a sharp mind, and Sierra and I are relieved to have her manage the Yuri world. All of you are Shear's old troops, born to die over the years, and now I'm handing this burden over to you, hoping that you'll live up to it. A trace of reluctance flashed through Han Lingxi's icy blue eyes as she spoke softly. Everyone's help to me over the years is something Lingxi bears in mind. The 9 ghost emperors and his minions have already been cleaned up by my husband and I. Although there may be twists and turns in the future, I believe that with your abilities you will be able to guard the shattered soul abyss. Her voice was soft, yet carried a reassuring strength. Ma'am, May Desire opened her mouth. Her eyes slightly reddened, her originally luscious face full of longing at the moment. She took a step forward, as if she wanted to say something to stay, but when she reached her mouth she didn't know where to start. Shen Jingting gently patted Han Lingxi's hand and gazed gently at the ghosts. I know there are many reluctances in everyone's hearts, but my mind is set on returning to Earth with Sheer. Golden aura flowed around him. His aura was calm and powerful. Now that your strength has been upgraded for you, May Desire, as the administrator, should have the determination to lead the whole situation. The others must work together, and if any other forces dare to come and offend, we will make sure they have no return. The grieving ghost emperor leaned on his bone staff and spoke hoarsely. Your Holiness and Madam, rest assured, this old life of mine was given to me by your Holiness, and I will certainly do my best to assist Lord Mei Lust and guard this bizarre world together. Feng Yu nodded slightly, his long hair fluttering in the wind. We will live up to our promise. Shui Yu and Huang Yingying looked at each other and simultaneously knelt down on one knee in unison. Your Holiness, Prefect, but please feel free to go forward. If there is a need, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Han Lingxi looked at these companions in front of her who had followed her for years, nodded and smiled. Everyone's friendship. Lingxi has taken note. Shen Jingting raised his hand and waved it. A soul force barrier surfaced around the crowd. This soul force can keep you all safe. After Sierra and I leave, you will immediately strengthen your defense arrangement. After saying that, he once again wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, and the golden aura of the teleportation array under his feet shone brighter and brighter. Gentlemen, I'll see you again. As Shen Jingting's voice fell, his and Han Lingxi's figures gradually disappeared into the teleportation array under the gaze of the crowd, leaving only the broken soul abyss within the crowd stood for a long time. Looking at the gradually dissipating light, the heart is full of complex emotions. Before the radiance of the golden aura intertwined with ice-blue spiritual energy around Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi could dissipate, they were swept into the spirit gate by a strange suction force. When the glow dissipated, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit the air, and the warm yellow incandescent light overhead stung the eyes. Han Lingxi blinked her ice-blue eyes blankly. Not having regained her senses for a moment, she stumbled and held onto the sink, her ice-blue eyes sweeping around warily. The unfamiliar mirrors, the coldly glowing metal faucets, and the flowery advertising stickers on the walls all made her pupils shrink. Husband, where is this place? Shen Jingting was just about to open his mouth to explain, when a piercing push came suddenly from outside the cubicle. 3 girls holding shopping bags walked in laughing and joking. One of the girls wearing a floral dress glanced up to see them. The hands of the milk tea clang on the ground. Why is there a man in this women's restroom, and dressed so strangely? Han Lingxi subconsciously clutched the ghost sword at her waist, her soul power condensing into tiny ice prisms at her fingertips. Shen Jingting quickly pressed her wrist. His golden pupils swept over the girl's horrified expressions, and only then did he realize how appalling the dried bloodstains on his Xianjin battlesuit were. He pulled off his cloak and wrapped it around Han Lingxi, forcing himself to explain, "We're filming an ancient costume skit. Sorry for scaring you. You can't take over the women's restroom even if you're filming a drama." The other girl pulled out her cell phone in a gesture to call the police. Shen Jingting frowned slightly, knowing that entangling with mortals would only cause trouble in vain. The golden aura of his fingertips crossed like streams of light, and 3 strands of soul power quietly disappeared into the girl's eyebrows. Before they could react, their eyes closed and they fell limply to the ground. Han Lingxi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, Shen Jingting had already wrapped his arms around her waist. The golden aura transformed into streams of light wrapped around the two, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the ceiling and disappeared. Inside the women's restroom, there were only 3 sleeping bodies and milk tea stains all over the floor. and the mirrors reflected the empty cubicles as if the vision had never happened. As the two landed on the rooftop of the mall, the night breeze wrapped around the city's characteristic hustle and bustle. Han Lingxi looked at the neon flashing skyscrapers in the distance, her breath trembling slightly. Husband, what are these giant things that glow? Why is there a strange smell in the air? She clutched Shin Jingting's sleeve, and her ice blue eyes were full of uneasiness. Shin Jingting raised his hand and gently pinned the broken hair on her ear behind her ear. His golden pupil was full of tenderness. This is the Earth, and those are buildings built by humans called skyscrapers. What glows are neon tubes, invented by man, that light up at night. He paused, pointing to the traffic-laden street. Those moving iron boxes are cars that only need gas to drive them. Han Lingxi listened in a daze, the tips of her ears reddened by the warm breeze. After a long time, she slowly looked down at her glistening hands. Her fingertips gently pinched the fabric of her skirt and pinched her cheeks, letting out a soft cry of pain. It hurts, husband, I really do have flesh. She suddenly turned around and jumped into Shin Jingting's arms, her voice muffled but unable to hide the leap. In the past, when I touched you in the weird world, I always felt like I was separated by a fog. Even your body heat can be truly felt now. Shin Jingting smiled and tightened his arms, resting his chin against the top of her hair. Is it warm? Warm. Han Lingxi smiled and nodded, rubbing herself in Shin Jingting's arms. At that moment, the system interface suddenly flashed in the sea of consciousness. Congratulations to the host and Han Lingxi for returning to Earth. Mission reward, 80 million bazaar values, and all the remaining bazaar values have been exchanged for banknotes. In addition, the host's identity has been restored, and Han Lingxi's identity has been registered, so there won't be any problems. Have fun on Earth. Chapter 178 Return. New Identity. Toon-chan, you're so sweet. The corners of Shin Jingting's lips raised in a smile, and the golden aura around his body unconsciously softened a few points. Han Lingxi tilted her head to look at him, her icy blue eyes reflecting his appearance as he spoke, and followed with a soft voice. Thank you, system. She clutched Shin Jingting's hand, her voice carrying a loving gentleness. Because of you, I got to know my husband and have everything I have now. The system interface suddenly lit up with dazzling light. No need. If you guys can keep going, that's the greatest reward for this system. As soon as the words fell, a sudden sound rang out in Shin Jingting's pants, and the screen of the brand new black smartphone lit up. Text message columns lie systematically forged real estate license, ID card information. Even the bank card balances clearly displayed 8-figure deposits. Han Lingxi curiously came over and ran her fingertips across her own ID photo on the screen, in which she was wearing a light blue shirt, her icy blue eyes glowing faintly under the flash. So this is the identity on Earth, she murmured, suddenly turning her head to look at Shin Jingting. So now, we are considered true ordinary people? Right, Creek. With this knowledge on Earth, you'll be able to acclimatize here faster. The corners of Shin Jingting's lips lifted slightly, and with his right index and middle fingers together, a golden light wrapped in a stream of modern information vanished into Han Lingxi's brow. Han Lingxi blinked her ice blue eyes as a sea of information exploded in her mind. From the use of cell phones to the rules of city traffic, from the process of online shopping to social etiquette, countless images flashed by like a walkie-talkie. She held her forehead and shook it, suddenly looking up in surprise. That's great. I'll be a modern person from now on. Honey, let's go. I'll take you to eat hot pot. Shin Jingting reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, a doting smile spreading across his face, his golden aura surging slightly around him. Yes, husband. Han Lingxi flung herself into Shin Jingting's arms and wrapped her hands around his neck. What are you doing? Shin Jingting looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. Aren't you going to take me flying? Han Lingxi cocked her head, her ice blue eyes shining brightly. When I was in the bizarre world, you'd fly me wherever you wanted to take me. She gently shook Shin Jingting's neck and said in a petulant manner. Shin Jingting was amused by her actions, helplessly and dotingly pinched her face. You can't just fly around on Earth. It will scare others. We'll take the elevator downstairs and then take a cab to the fondue restaurant. With that, he pulled out his phone and searched for nearby hot pot restaurants while explaining to her what an elevator and taxi were. Han Lingxi nodded with seeming understanding, but her gaze stayed glued to Shin Jingting, full of dependence. When Shin Jingting booked the car and pulled her towards the stairwell, she looked around curiously, looking at the safety exit signs and sensor lights on the wall, asking a question or two every now and then. When we got downstairs, a cab pulled up right in front of us. Han Lingxi got into the car under Shin Jingting's guidance, and sitting in the back seat, she held Shin Jingting's hand tightly as she looked out the car window at the receding street scene, her eyes full of novelty. Shin Jingting, on the other hand, had been patiently introducing her to the buildings and stores along the way, amusing her with soft, delicate laughter from time to time. When the signboard of the hot pot restaurant came into view, Han Lingxi almost jumped up in excitement. Here it is. Here it is. Shin Jingting paid the fare and led her into the store. The store's lively atmosphere and pungent aroma instantly surrounded her. Han Lingxi's ice blue eyes shone brightly as she stared at the bottom of the neighboring table's tumbling pot of red oil bubbling away, the knot in her throat moving involuntarily. The menu is densely packed with names of dishes to see Han Lingxi dazzled. Spicy beef, tripe yellow throat, small crispy meat. The names, which she'd never heard before in the weird world, were paired with colorful and enticing pictures that tickled her fancy. This, and this. She excitedly pointed to the pictures and ticked off a dozen dishes in one sitting. Shen Jingting smiled and stopped her hand. Order these first, add more if you don't have enough. He turned to the waiter again. A mandarin duck pot, mildly spicy and mushroom soup. When the bottom of the pot was on the table, Han Lingxi leaned over the edge of the table and watched with rapt attention as the red soup tumbled and the mushroom soup boiled. Shen Jingting picked up a piece of tripe. In the red soup, 7 up and 8 down shabu shabu, dipped in sesame oil and garlic paste to her mouth. Taste? Han Lingxi took a bite, and the spicy, fresh flavor instantly exploded on her tongue, so spicy that she sucked in her breath but couldn't resist another chopstick. It's delicious. She puffed out her cheeks, her icy blue eyes curving into crescent moons. It's even better than the ghost food in the spooky world. Honey, I'll pinch you too, Han Lingxi said, immediately picking up a slice of tender fatty beef with her male chopsticks, carefully swishing it in the mushroom soup, and dipping it in the garlic-scented oil that Shen Jingting had seasoned, handing it to his mouth. Shen Jingting smiled and opened his mouth to bite down. Looking at her expectant eyes, his heart filled with warmth. Meat from the wife's sandwich is just delicious. Han Lingxi's face flushed red at the compliment, her ice blue eyes shining brightly as she happily picked up another chopstick and put it into the pot to shabu shabu. The atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant was still lively, with the sounds of diners talking and laughing and the gurgling of pots intertwined around them. Hubby, the earth is really interesting, and there are so many delicious things to eat, Han Lingxi said excitedly as she ate. In the future, let's come and eat different things every day, okay? Shen Jingting looked at her in this adorable manner and nodded. Okay, as long as you like it, it's fine to eat it every day. He picked up a drink and poured one for Han Lingxi. Have a drink first, don't eat too fast, be careful of the spiciness. Han Lingxi took the drink and took a sip before continuing to feast. At that moment, the children at the next table spilled their drinks because they were too excited, spilling juice all over the floor, and the children cried out in shock. Han Lingxi was attracted by the sudden cry and turned her head to look over. The parents of the children were soothing their children while their hands were scrambling to clean up. Han Lingxi sighed softly as she looked at them, remembering those hard times in the weird world. It's better the way it is now, uneventful and without danger. Shen Jingting sensed the change in her mood and reached out to gently hold her hand, his thumb gently rubbing the back of her hand. Yes, those days are gone, and every day afterward will be a good one. Han Lingxi raised her head and looked at Shen Jingting's gentle gaze, the corners of her mouth rising slightly to reveal a shallow smile. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. In the past, in the spooky world, you always had to be on your toes, but now I'm really happy to be able to have a meal in peace. Shen Jingting smiled and nodded, picking up his drink cup and clinking it with her. Come on, cheers to our new life. The two gently clinked glasses, and Han Lingxi took a sip of the drink, the sweet flavor putting her in a much better mood. Chapter 179 Sister, Shen Qingli, eating the hot pot. Shen Jingting suddenly remembered that today was the day Han Lingxi returned to Earth, the day she was reborn. Looking at Han Lingxi, who was eating happily in front of him, a wave of tenderness surged through his heart. Shen Jingting called her softly. Han Lingxi raised her head, her mouth still holding the dish she just picked up, and responded vaguely. What's wrong, hubby? Shen Jingting smiled gently. After dinner in a while, I'll take you to a place. Well, I'll go wherever you go anyway. Han Lingxi arched her eyebrows, her ice blue eyes full of dependence, reaching out to hold Shen Jingting's arm, her head still gently rubbing against his shoulder. After the fondue, the sun was shining and the two walked to the park to cool off. Han Lingxi looked at the clear blue sky and white clouds above her head, the breeze ruffling the broken hair behind her ears, and her ice blue eyes reflected the drifting clouds, making her look extraordinarily ethereal. Hubby, the dynasty before I was born is different from now. She suddenly spoke, a hint of emotion and curiosity in her voice. It seems to be completely different. The sky was so blue and the clouds were so white then too, but there wasn't so much that was new. She reached out and gestured, pointing to the tall buildings in the distance and then to the drone that was skimming through the air. How could people in those days have ever imagined that one day there would be iron boxes on the ground that could run, and objects in the sky that could fly without wings, right? Shen Jingting looked at her sideways, his golden pupils filled with gentleness, reaching out to pin her wind-blown hair behind her ear. Times have changed, and the earth has indeed changed radically. In the dynasties before you, people worked at sunrise and sunset, but now, technology has made life convenient and colorful. He paused and added with a smile, but some things have stayed the same. Like what? Han Lingxi curiously pursued. Like I like your heart. Shen Jingting suddenly came closer and gave her a peck on her flushed cheek. Han Lingxi's cheeks burned at his sudden action, reaching out to lightly whack him. Me too. Shen Jingting was about to say something else when his cell phone gently vibrated in his pocket. The cake store sent a message that the rebirth commemorative cake had been prepared. Creak, come on, take you somewhere. Shen Jingting took her hand, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the back of her hand, the touch so real that it made his throat tighten. These hands have killed ghosts in the spooky world, but now they hold the earthly cup of milk tea steady. Across 2 streets, the bright lights in the windows reflected Han Lingxi's narrowed eyes. When the sign of Sweet Dreams Bakery fell into her sight, she suddenly stopped. Do you want to buy snacks? I'm already full from the hot pot just now. Shen Jingting smiled and pushed open the carved glass door. Just go in and take a look. The clerk greeted him with a smile. Mr. Shen, the cake you reserved is ready. This is for me? Han Lingxi's eyes instantly lit up, surprise glowing in her icy blue eyes. Of course. Shen Jingting looked at her tenderly, reaching out to pin the hair behind her ear. Today is the beginning of you truly having a life on Earth, and it's worth celebrating. He picked up a small fork on the side and speared a small piece of cake to Han Lingxi's mouth. Taste it? Han Lingxi gently took a bite, and the sweet cream melted in her mouth, mixing with the fresh sweetness of the fruit, making her unable to resist a happy smile. It's so delicious. Honey, you eat too. She took the fork and carefully fed it to Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting looked at the little bit of cream smeared on the corner of her mouth, reached out and gently wiped it away with his thumb, and then naturally took his fingertip into his mouth. Han Lingxi's ears flushed red at the tips, and she pouted and punched his shoulder, but took the initiative to carefully put the rest of the cake away in the gift box. The two laughed as they packed up the cake box and walked side by side down the sunset-sprinkled street. The evening breeze curled Han Lingxi's hair as she held Shen Jingting's arm and rambled on about the texture of the cake. In a distant cafe, a 26 or 27-year-old imperial lady was looking out the window with her coffee, and her eyes instantly narrowed slightly when she caught a glimpse of Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi's intimate figures. Pavilion got a girlfriend? The imperial lady put down her coffee cup and rose gracefully on her high heels, walking towards the two. Kiosk, came the clear voice of the imperial sister. Shen Jingting turned around and immediately looked tense. Big sister, why are you here? Han Lingxi looked somewhat confused at the exquisitely made-up woman with a powerful aura in front of her, and subconsciously leaned toward Shen Jingting's side, ripples of doubt spreading through her icy blue eyes. The imperial sister didn't answer Shen Jingting's words, her gaze softly looking at Han Lingxi behind him, her eyes smiling from the corners of her eyes. No introduction to my sister? Shen Jingting took Han Lingxi's waist and gently brought her forward. Sister, this is Sheer. Han Lingxi, my girlfriend. Turning her head to Han Lingxi again, she introduced, Sheer, this is my big sister, Shen Qingli. Hello sister. Han Lingxi bowed her head slightly, her voice timid. Hello. Shen Qingli nodded politely, but her gaze was probing. She gently ruffled the long hair behind her ear and suddenly spoke. Lingxi, sister asks you, how much did Xiao Tingzi pay you to pretend to be his girlfriend? Sister, you. Shen Jingting was interrupted just as he was about to defend himself. Don't you say anything, I'm asking Lingxi. Shen Qingli raised her hand to signal him to be silent, but her eyes gently looked at Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi shook her head in panic, her icy blue eyes full of seriousness. Didn't ask for money, Jingting is my husband. She subconsciously shrank towards Shen Jingting's arms, her fingers tightly gripping the corner of his coat. Brat, really? Shen Qingli raised her eyebrows at Shen Jingting, the corner of her lips hooked up in a smile. Without saying a word, Shen Jingting wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist and placed a gentle kiss on her mouth. As in fake, my girlfriend, soon-to-be wife. Han Lingxi's face flushed red at this sudden move, and she hid in his arms, not daring to raise her head. Shen Qingli is still not quite convinced. Always feel that his brother's girlfriend came too suddenly, the heart inevitably muttered. She stretched out a finger and gently wiggled it, a gentle smile on her face, her voice softly asking, Lingxi, how many is this? Han Lingxi poked her head out of Shen Jingting's arms somewhat doubtfully, her icy blue eyes carrying a hint of confusion as she looked at Shen Qingli's fingers and then back at her, and replied softly, it's 1. Shen Qingli stretched out another finger with a smile on her brow. What about this one? 2. Han Lingxi's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she answered honestly. Strange, Lingxi, your eyes are fine. Why are you looking at this kid? Shen Qingli propped her chin with one hand and deliberately shook her head inside, but the corners of her lips hid a smile. Those words weren't a deliberate compliment to Han Lingxi, but a real praise. Han Lingxi was the most ethereal of the girls she'd seen, revealing an aura that was completely untainted by the world. Sister, your words, more or less with some personal attacks. Your brother, I'm not bad, okay? Shen Jingting's grip on Han Lingxi tightened, defiant. Chapter 180 Grand Finale, The Identity of the System. Han Lingxi tilted her head and looked at Shen Jingting's furry appearance, laughed out loud, her eyebrows curved into a crescent moon. She turned to face Xinqingli, her hands folded in front of her chest, her eyes firm and serious. Sister, Jingting, he's very good, protecting me when I'm most afraid, and showing me all the sights and sounds of the world. I like him very much, and I promised to marry him, so I hope my sister will fulfill us. Xinqingli looked at the young girl's cheeks flushed but solemn appearance, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, reaching out to gently pinch Han Lingxi's cheeks. Sister is teasing you. If you guys like it, then let's talk about it, and whoever dares to bully you in the future, sister will be the first to say no, Xinqingli said and took Han Lingxi's arm, intimately leading her in the direction of the coffee shop. Come on, sis, treat you to the store's most signature cloudy coffee, and listen to your story properly on the way. She turned back and raised an eyebrow at Xin Jingting. Little pavilion, why don't you quickly follow? The three had just taken their seats when strong coffee was served. Han Lingxi held a warm coffee cup, her icy blue eyes reflecting the hot air curling up from the mouth of the cup, and spoke softly about the process of her meeting and falling in love with Xin Jingting. As Xinqingli listened, she couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. I didn't expect our family Xiaotingzi to be so good at falling in love. She looked toward Han Lingxi, her gaze full of appreciation. Lingxi, hearing you say all this makes sister feel so sweet. I hope you guys stay this happy. Han Lingxi nodded gently, reaching out to hold Xin Jingting's hand. We will, sister. I want to walk with him through every spring, summer, fall and winter, and see the world together. Xinqingli suddenly put down her cup and pulled out her cell phone from her handbag. Lingxi, let's add a contact. In the future, if little Pavilion Z bullies you, feel free to tell sister, and sister will clean him up. Han Lingxi pulled out her cell phone in a panic, her ice blue eyes curving into a crescent moon. Thank you, sister. Actually, Jingting is so good to me, never letting me suffer. She obediently allowed Xinqingli to scan the code and sneaked a look at Xin Jingting. He was seen propping up his chin, his original golden pupils having changed back to their normal color, and reaching up to rub the top of his hair. By the way, when are you planning to get married? Xinqingli suddenly snapped, her gaze flicking over the two men's overlapping hands. Han Lingxi's face reddened, and she stammered, we haven't had time to discuss yet. Soon, Xin Jingting took over, his grip on Han Lingxi's hand tightening, his voice carrying an unquestionable certainty. When a date is chosen, be the first to notify sis. Xinqingli looked at the two people who were smiling at each other and suddenly remembered that the younger brother who always followed him when he was a child now had someone he wanted to guard for the rest of his life. She quietly wiped the corners of her eyes and purposely made a face. All right, you guys don't get bored here. Go on your date. Don't delay my business. Han Lingxi was a bit embarrassed to shrink behind Xin Jingting, but Xin Jingting deliberately tightened his arm around her shoulders and raised an eyebrow at Xinqingli. Got it, sis. Next time bring Sierra over to rub it in. With that, he led Han Lingxi outside the store. Han Lingxi turned back to look at Xinqingli's back as she stepped on her high heels and hurriedly left, gripping Xin Jingting's hand tightly and speaking softly. Kating, it seems like I really do have an extra sister. Xin Jingting swept over her shoulders and laughed softly in her ear. In the future, with her protecting you, I'm going to fall out of favor. The two smiled at each other and walked side by side into the twilight. Xinqingli returned to the cafe and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the backs of the two men as they went away, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising. She looked at the gradually dimming sky and murmured, Mom and Dad, Xiaotingzi has someone she likes, an especially nice girl. Saying that, she clicked on the photo album again and flipped out Xin Jingting's childhood photos and laughed. Brat, you've finally grown up. On the other hand, Xin Jingting brought Han Lingxi to the riverside. The river breeze blew gently. Han Lingxi's hair fluttered with the wind, and Xin Jingting gently helped her pin her hair behind her ear. He suddenly looked at her seriously. When we get married, we're going to have 2 children, one like you and one like me. Good. Han Lingxi tilted her head to look at him, her ice blue eyes full of tenderness, the corners of her lips hooked into a sweet smile. I've actually thought of names. The girl is called Xin Nianxi, and the boy will be called Xin Muting. Xin Jingting's breath stuttered, and he suddenly wrapped her into his arms, his voice low and urgent. Sierra, I so want to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage license now. Han Lingxi's cheeks burned at his actions, and she laughed softly as she reached around his waist. I'd love to, but they're already off duty. She tilted her head, her eyes brimming with laughter at the end. First thing in the morning, we'll get in line, okay? I'm your man anyway, I can't run away. When Xin Jingting sniffed, the laughter under his eyes almost overflowed, and he reached out and pinched Han Lingxi's flushed cheeks, his tone full of triumph. That's what you said. Don't back out when the time comes. With that, he wrapped the person tightly into his arms again, his chin resting against the top of her hair and rubbing it gently. Han Lingxi's heart trembled at his overbearing words, reaching out to encircle his waist, her voice soft. I'm not going to run away. It was hard to meet you. I'm going to keep you firmly chained to me. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly. After I get the license tomorrow, I'm also going to make it known to the world that Shin Jingting is my Han Lingxi's husband, and no one is allowed to steal it. Shin Jingting listened to her childish declarations and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her chattering red lips. The two people's breaths intertwined, their body temperature rubbing up, Shin Jingting's hand around her getting harder and harder. Han Lingxi was kissed to the point that her brain was dazed, but she also noticed the burning heat in his body. Her cheeks flushed and she gasped softly as she pushed him away a little. Honey, let's go home. As soon as the words fell, Shin Jingting directly picked her up horizontally, and with a push of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared by the river. In the blink of an eye, the two had appeared at home. Shin Jingting carried Han Lingxi toward the bed, his palm scalding her through the material of his clothes. The moment the bed curtains fell, a room of charm was blocked out, leaving only the sound of messy breathing mixed with the rustle of fabric friction. After an unknown amount of time, the two lay in bed. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's waist, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing her sweaty back. Han Lingxi was flushed, her cheek pressed against his burning chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat gradually calm down. Sheer, meeting you is fate. Falling in love with you is destiny, and having you is a blessing I stole. Shin Jingting's fingertips twined around her sweaty hair, his hot breath sweeping over her reddened earlobes. I used to think that the days were so long that they had no end, but now I realize that a lifetime is too short to be with you. Han Lingxi reached out and wrapped her hand around his neck, her fingertips tangling in the crushed hair at the back of his neck, her eyes bright. Then I'm going to pester you every day from now on. I want you to wake me up in the morning. I want to cuddle you to sleep at night. I even have to dream about you. Shin Jingting sniffed and laughed lowly, rolling over and pressing her underneath him, the tip of his nose almost sticking to hers. Little clingy spirit, this is you yourself rushing up to pester me for the rest of your life, he said, lowering his head and giving her a peck on the lips. Every day when I open my eyes from now on, I'll kiss you so hard that you can't even get out of bed. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, reaching out to gently push him. Who's the little clingy one? Who is it if not you? Shin Jingting bit her earlobe and gently ground it. Just now in bed you called me. Before the words were finished, Han Lingxi reached out in panic and covered her mouth. No talking. She was so anxious that the tips of her ears turned red. If you say anything else, I'll ignore you. Shin Jingting broke her hand, smiled and pressed her hand to the pillow, and lowered his head to kiss her restless lips. It took a moment to let go, and he mumbled, Fine, don't say anything. But, his fingertips traced over Han Lingxi's brows. You'll have to get used to calling yourself husband in the future. He paused and dropped another kiss on Han Lingxi's forehead. Starting tomorrow, you're my rightful Mrs. Shin-in-law, in life, and in every way. Han Lingxi's heart softened at his words, and she took the initiative to wring his neck, her voice soft and sticky. Mrs. Shin is Mrs. Shin, then Mr. Shin will have to love me well in the future. Of course. Shin Jingting hugged her tighter, his chin resting against the top of her head. My Mrs. Shin, I can only spoil her. No one is allowed to bully her. Just when the atmosphere was being cozy and sweet, a lazy and mechanical voice abruptly sounded in the duo's minds. Host, Han Lingxi, this system is leaving. When Shin Jingting heard this voice, he was slightly stunned and subconsciously spoke. Tuanzi, where are you going? There was a hint of doubt and reluctance in his voice, and the system was considered one of the witnesses in the process of him and Han Lingxi meeting and getting along. The task of this system has been completed. It's time to leave. The system's voice came again with a faint hint of emotion. Witnessing you go from knowing each other to loving each other, and finally being able to come together. It's a full circle. The road ahead is up to you. Han Lingxi raised her head from Shin Jingting's arms, and her beautiful eyes were also filled with reluctance. System, thank you for all your help all this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known Jingting at all. Tuzi, can't you stay a few more days? Shin Jingting frowned, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the back of Han Lingxi's hand. Well, at least wait until we've gotten a license and gotten married. There are other single dogs in this world that need the help of this system. The system's tone suddenly resumed its usual lethargy. Our destiny ends here. Then I won't force you to stay. Shin Jingting tightened his grip on Han Lingxi's shoulders and spoke into the air. But I still have to thank you for sending Sierra to my side and letting me have such a delicate and lovely wife. You can come together, but also each other's destiny. Have a good life in the future. Don't let heart. Although the system's voice still carried a lethargy, it also seemed to have a few more moments of genuine concern. Han Lingxi gently nodded and said to the void of space, System, don't worry, we'll be happy. Actually, this system is also quite envious of you guys. I hope I can also find. Never mind, let's not talk about this. The system seemed to realize that it was a bit sentimental, and its tone changed and returned to its usual lightheartedness. Unico, before you go, can you tell me your real name? Shin Jingting asked out loud, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The system said after a moment of silence, No, you just need to know that I'm the one who's going to continue your story. If you really want to call me that, call me the author. Gone. The whole book. End of. February 1st, 2025, April 30th, 2025.